I am inevitable. Liu Sheng looked up blankly only to find a humanoid creature over 2 meters tall, purple all over with a bald head and a chin full of wrinkles standing right before him. Liu Sheng recognized who it was at first glance. Thanos the Purple Raisin. He would never mistake him even if reduced to ashes. But why was he standing in front of this purple raisin? Looking around, he found himself on the ruined battlefield of the Avengers Tower after the bombardment in Avengers Endgame. Strangely, there was not a single superhero in sight. It was as if he and Thanos were the only living beings in the world. What's going on? Did I transmigrate? Absolutely impossible. Who would have to fight a boss unknown right after transmigrating? This must be a dream. Yes, that's it. Liu Sheng thought to himself. At that moment, Liu Sheng noticed a sinister smile on Thanos' face. His whole body tensed up. Hugging his shoulders, he demanded loudly, "What do you want?" Death is preferable to humiliation. Thanos, however, ignored him and mechanically repeated that famous line, "I am it." But unlike last time, he deliberately turned the gauntlet, half a circle revealing the 6 infinity stones gleaming brilliantly on the back of his hand. The light of the gems grew brighter and brighter, gradually turning into colorful currents that spread from Thanos' hand across his arm and throughout his body. Finally, with a crisp, melodious snap of his fingers, Thanos fulfilled his mission. Thanos' snap only made Liu Sheng more certain that this was a dream. After all, only dreams could be this illogical, and with that thought, he put his heart at ease. There was no one else around. With his fragile office worker physique, and given that Thanos' combat power was enough to utterly depress the Hulk, Thanos wouldn't even need the snap to kill him. But soon he realized something was wrong. An indescribable pain suddenly descended upon him. He could clearly feel his soul and body being torn apart, twisted and reshaped into a form he could neither understand nor control. Every sensation reminded him that this was not a dream. It was bloody reality, the cruel endgame. Memories flashed through his mind like a lantern reel, going to school step by step, going to work step by step, until one day he got on the last bus after work and fell asleep. The memories came to an abrupt halt. The bus ride was his last memory. Only then did Liu Sheng realize that then this place must be an ultimate hell, deeper and crueler than the 18th level of hell. But he didn't understand and refused to accept it. In his past life he might not have done many good deeds, but at least he had done no evil. Why should he suffer such pain after death? No one could give him an answer. The pain came quickly and went quickly. Before long, Liu Sheng's consciousness began to fade, and his body turned into a handful of ashes scattered in the wind with resentment and obsession. Billy, wake up. Liu Sheng's consciousness gradually cleared. He felt a girl calling out anxiously by his ear, felt his body being violently shaken, and felt a burning pain on his face. He opened his eyes in confusion, praying that he would not see a purple raisin with a girl's voice. If that were the case, fortunately, only a girl of 18 or 19 stood before him, which made him sigh in relief. You. HSS. He had just started to ask, who am I? Where am I? Who are you? Those 3 questions. Then a memory that did not belong to him abruptly surged into his mind, shutting him up and forcing him to absorb it. The girl who had just turned from worry to joy saw the pained expression on his face, as if he had put on a pain mask, and couldn't help asking, Billy, are you okay? In response to the girl's question, Liu Sheng was in too much pain to answer. What he was absorbing was the memory of a boy named Billy. Compared with Liu Sheng's Byth book life, Billy's life was far simpler. Billy Davis lived in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, New York. When he was in high school, his parents were accidentally caught in a gang dispute, and both lost their lives, a common occurrence in Hell's Kitchen. After his parents died, he was forced to drop out of school and work. Just 2 hours ago, on his way home from work, a small-scale gunfight broke out again on this street. Poor Billy slipped and hit the back of his head while dodging dying in misfortune. Because Billy's life was so ordinary, Liu Sheng easily absorbed and digested his memories. Only after finishing did he confirm that he had truly transmigrated, and that his soul had crossed into the unfortunate Billy's body. He prayed silently in his heart, rest in peace, Billy. I'll live on well for you. Since I've been given a second life, I'm going to live a completely different one. Liu Sheng is dead. From now on, I am Billy Davis. Based on the original body's memories, he had heard stories about Captain America and had seen gossip about Playboy Tony Stark in newspapers and on TV. After seeing Tony Stark's face, he concluded that even if this wasn't the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was close enough. It was now the beginning of 2002. Everything was still in time. At that thought, Billy broke into a smile, ready to make his mark in this Marvel world. But soon he realized something was wrong. He had transmigrated into an ordinary, unlucky loser. No money, no background, not even superpowers. How could he survive happily in a Marvel world filled with heroes everywhere and villains as numerous as dogs? A devastating opening. Was there anyone worse off than him? System. Only silence answered him. He was in despair. What was the point of crossing over with nothing? The only thing the original body left him was a revolver he had picked up during the gang gunfight. But when he swung out the cylinder, he found all 6 chambers empty. No bullets. Can it get any worse? He laughed in frustration. The only inheritance left to him was useless, but even if there were bullets, they'd be useless against Thanos. He absolutely didn't want to taste that snap again. Forget it, Thanos won't come to Earth for over a decade. I'll just take things one step at a time. Billy resignedly tucked the pistol into his belt. Since it had no bullets, there was no danger of it accidentally firing. He looked up and found the girl in front of him, blinking, her big sparkling eyes staring straight at him. It gave him goosebumps all over. Instinctively he asked, what are you looking at? The girl didn't say looking at you, what about it? Instead she asked with concern, Billy, are you alright? Me? I'm perfectly wait, you are. The more Billy looked at the girl, the more familiar she seemed. Combining the original owner's memories with Liu Sheng's past life memories, Billy finally remembered who she was. Sky? You're Sky. Quake. Billy exclaimed in surprise. Anyone who had watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would know that Quake, an inhuman of Chinese descent, could trigger a magnitude 3 earthquake upon her first awakening. But judging by her youthful appearance and the fact that she still resorted to theft, she probably hadn't awakened her ability yet. Sky scratched her head. That's me, but did you get knocked silly? Quake isn't a whatchamacallit. Quake is. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Have you gone back to your old ways again? How many times have I told you? Seeing that Billy was about to lecture her, Sky turned around and walked away complaining as she went. How can you say that about me? I stopped that petty thieving long ago. You have no idea how much I care about you. I came all the way here especially to see you, and instead of appreciating it you scold me. I'm not talking to you anymore. Seeing Sky upset, Billy felt a pang of guilt. Did I wrong her? She clearly cares about me so much, yet I blamed her wrongly. I'm such a jerk. With that he hurried after her. As soon as he turned into the alley, he bumped into Sky with a thud, causing her to stagger. What's wrong? Why did you stop suddenly? Were you waiting for me? Billy rubbed his nose. When Sky turned around, he saw the panic on her face. Sky said in a trembling voice, Billy, run. Those 4 short words hit him like a sledgehammer. Looking behind Sky, he saw 2 burly men holding knives standing before him. Before he could react, one of the men spoke. First, you actually have an accomplice. But we only want money, not lives. As long as you return the money you stole from us, we won't make trouble for you. Billy had been a bit flustered, but upon hearing the word steal, he suddenly became angry. That unlucky original owner of his body didn't have it in him to do anything bad, so it wasn't hard to guess who had stolen the money. At that thought, he looked at Sky with a fake smile. So this is what you meant by not doing petty theft anymore. Caught red-handed, Sky couldn't argue. She could only scratch her head awkwardly and force a dry laugh. Haha. Billy was truly at his wit's end. What are you grinning at? Give them their money back right now. But Sky remained stubborn and said with righteous indignation, I stole it with my own skills. Why should I return it? I told you explicitly over and over to give up stealing and never touch it again, yet you not only went back to it, but got caught. What else can I say about you? Having just crossed over into this world, Billy was fuming at such a nasty turn of events. You have no idea how much money that was. Sky remained stubborn. No matter how much it is, you still have to give it back. It's not ours after all. Seeing that Billy wouldn't budge, Sky leaned close to his ear and whispered, it's tens of thousands of bucks. Besides, that's dirty money. I saw them rob it with my own eyes. I took it while they were committing the crime, and I only took a portion. Billy was stunned. Tens of thousands. And dirty money at that. Why would they return it? Seeing that the 2 of them showed no sign of returning the money, the 2 knife-wielding men couldn't help asking, what are you 2 whispering about? Give back the money now. Billy's eyes darted, and a plan came to him. He stepped forward and said, gentlemen, do me a favor. Let this go. Hearing this, the 2 men were enraged. Why should we give you face? You don't have an ounce of face. Either return the money, or you both die. Billy didn't get angry. He calmly drew the discarded revolver tucked at his waist. He knew this was a reckless gamble. The gun had no bullets. But driven by the huge temptation, he decided to bet on it. If you want give me face, at least give my Colt Python some respect. After all, bullets have no eyes. When they saw Billy draw his gun, the 2 men shook like leaves. This was Hell's Kitchen. They didn't dare bet on whether the gun was loaded. One of the men, mentally fragile, peed his pants on the spot. The other steeled himself and said trembling, Sir, don't shoot. We don't want the money. Seeing their reaction, Billy was satisfied. It seemed his gamble had paid off. But he had to keep up the pretense so as not to. I prefer the defiant look you had earlier. Let's play a game. There are 4 bullets in this gun. They'll fire 1 shot at each of you. Whether you live or die is up to fate. Of course, you can also buy your lives. I don't want much. $10,000 is enough. With that, Billy cocked the hammer. At the click, the 2 men's hearts sank. In the end, they still didn't dare to gamble with fate. Don't shoot. Well, pay. Billy breathed a sigh of relief inside, but his expression remained unchanged. You made a wise choice. Throw the money over. The man pulled 2 stacks of cash from his pocket and tossed them to Billy. Keeping the gun trained on them with one hand, Billy caught the money with the other and handed it to Sky. Check whether it's all in order. Sky checked and said it's fine. Only when Sky had finished counting did the man venture, can we leave now? Billy nodded. Thanks. The man silently exhaled in relief, grabbed his companion, and slowly backed away. Little did they know Billy was also secretly relieved. He kept feeling that the more composed man looked familiar, but he couldn't recall who he was. After deliberating, he decided to ask the man's name. Wait. The man who was called out nearly peed himself too, but thanks to his stronger nerves he held it in. His companion beside him was less fortunate. His already wet crotch was now even wetter. Well, what? What's the matter? No matter how strong his nerves usually were, the man couldn't help stuttering now. Relax. If I really wanted you dead, I would have shot you just now instead of calling you back, Billy explained with a smile. I just want to know your name. Flint Marco. After a moment of hesitation, the man gave his name. Hearing the name, Billy suddenly realized why the man looked so familiar. It was Flint Marco, the Sandman, the arch-villain from Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 3. But he hadn't become the Sandman yet. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since the other side had offered his name, Billy felt it would be rude not to give his own. But he didn't want to reveal his real name, so he decided to use someone else's name as an alias. Wade Wilson. After some thought, he gave Deadpool's name. That guy was always offending people, so what was one more grudge? Flint nodded and left with his companion. Awesome. Billy, you're a hero. You saved us. But who's Wade Wilson? Is that your stage name? Just as Billy exhaled in relief, Sky chattered, bombarding him with questions. Billy was speechless. Silly girl, he thought. I just saved everyone, including myself, Flint, and his buddy, and most of Hell's Kitchen, but not you. You're the famous Quake. If you were pushed too far and awakened your powers, wouldn't this whole place be reduced to rubble? Billy really didn't want to be killed by his own teammate right after crossing over. If that happened, he'd certainly be notorious in the transmigration community. Stop asking. We nearly died just now. Do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry. Just as Billy felt relieved, a wave of fatigue and hunger hit him, causing him to go limp and plop down onto the ground. Sky fumbled around and found 2 chocolate bars. She handed them to Billy. Here are 2 chocolates. Eat them to keep you going. We have money now. We'll take you to a feast later. I don't really like choc. Billy was about to say he didn't like chocolate when he suddenly noticed the strange packaging of the chocolate. The chocolate was octagonal with a blue wrapper featuring a chibi cartoon pig wearing a green hat. Billy clearly remembered that this pig was also a brand, and it had a name. Iwan. When he tore open the wrapper, he found a much more realistic pig head printed on it, completely different from the packaging. No, could it be what I'm thinking? A golden finger. With his heart churning in excitement, he asked hurriedly, Sky, where did you get? Well, actually, I bought it at the supermarket. I just didn't pay for it. Sky scratched her head awkwardly, her voice trailing off. You didn't pay? That's shoplifting. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I mean, do you know where it was produced? Sky thought for a moment, then a light bulb went off. It's imported from something. A place with force. Bavaria, Billy said preemptively. Right, that's it. Bavaria? How did you know? Billy was overjoyed inside. It all adds up. He raised the chocolate toward the sky and said excitedly, how I know is not important. The important thing is, Sky, are you ready to go treasure hunting? Are you still sore from your fall? Why the sudden urge to hunt for treasure? Kai asked, bewildered. Wiley clicked his tongue and said, mind your own business. Just tell me whether you are coming. If you do not, I will go alone. They had known each other for nearly a year. After dropping out of school, Kai survived by scavenging free deals. By chance, Wiley became her theft target. Yet at the time, Wiley's pockets were cleaner than his face, and he was somewhat handsome, so the two naturally settled into a delicate, ambiguous relationship. To this day, their bond remains something more than friendship, but short of lovers. Hearing that Wiley intended to treasure hunt by himself, she insisted on coming along at all costs. Of course he'll go. Where are we going to look for this treasure? Upon hearing Kai's resolute answer, Wiley relaxed completely. Without the backing of Jinbois, he would have been quite anxious. Fortunately, everything was turning in their favor, and he revealed the destination, Bavaria. Kai had not expected that, and frowned suspiciously. Do not tell me the treasure you seek is nothing but a pile of chocolate. Didn't you just say you did not like chocolate? What? Wiley glanced at the chocolate in his hand. Realizing Kai had misunderstood, he hurried to clarify. It's a misunderstanding, isn't it? When I was a child, my family told stories of a treasure hidden in an old castle in Bavaria. Real gold and silver. Back then I treated it as nothing more than a tale. What Wiley did not say was that when he saw that piece of chocolate, he became convinced this world contained 12 talismans. He had no idea why they had appeared in the Marvel world, but they were undeniably his golden boon. He thought to himself, no wonder there were no cheats. In the end, I must fight for it myself. Or rather, I must seek it myself. Kai nodded. Very well. When shall we leave? I do not even know where Bavaria is. It does not matter, I know. But there is no rush. We need a formidable bodyguard to escort us, and I will put you through hellish training to unlock and master your abilities. Bavaria is merely a free state of Germany, not particularly large, yet it conceals 3 talismans: the chicken, the dog, and the pig. Moreover, in the castle that houses the chicken talisman lies a vast amount of unclaimed gold and silver. Danger and opportunity coexist. Besides riches, the place is riddled with lethal traps. The immediate priority was to find someone impervious to blade and bullet to retrieve the chicken talisman. The first person Wiley thought of was Liu Sheng, but there was no guarantee the man would not be tempted by a hoard of treasure. To keep him in check, they had no choice but to train Kai to master her powers. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a renovated basement on the outskirts, Kai unleashed a shockwave, shattering the target with effortless relish. Wiley watched it all through the surveillance feed. Kai differed from other Iran. Her father was Dr. Haida, and her mother had come into contact with the obelisk. Thus, while other Iran needed Tai Rue Gen crystals to awaken, Kai needed none. In the original trajectory, when she was caught stealing tapes from a music store and seized by the police in desperation, she awakened her power, triggering a magnitude 3 earthquake. Excellent, Kai, I knew you could do it. Now we can go treasure hunting. Hearing the good news, Kai was ecstatic. Wonderful, I can finally leave this wretched place. I still do not understand why you made me stay in such a dump for so long. Wiley scratched his head. What could he say? If they did not remain here in Shindunju, since the abnormal tremors, they would investigate it to the bone. So it was better to stay in this specially modified location. He had even sold the family home at a low price to create this. At this point, Wiley had gone all in. Before he could answer, Kai pressed him. Have you found the man you were looking for? The powerful bodyguard you mentioned? Wiley shook his head. Not him, but I found someone else. His temperament is poor. You may need to teach him a lesson. No problem, leave it to me. Sikai was supremely confident in her strength. Bailey spent more than half a month trying to locate Liu Kai to no avail. Just as he planned to put the chicken talisman on hold, he spotted another man impervious to blade and bullet, Musher the Tombstone. Tombstone's real name was Lang Nai Lin Ken. His experience was much the same as Liu Kai's, only Lang Nai was a street villain, while Liu Kai usually appeared as a hero. After a period of surveillance, Bailey had come to know Lang Ni's routines, so he and Sikai ambushed the route Lang Ni always took home. At first glance, Sikai thought, why is this man so pale? Bailey had no such reaction. From his past reading of comics, he knew Lang Ni was a black man afflicted with albinism. He was neither accepted by whites nor by blacks, and so endured much bullying as a child. Eventually, he trained obsessively and began to bully others in turn. After being altered by chemical agents, he became terrifyingly pale and earned the name Musher the Tombstone. When Lang Ni saw two adolescents blocking his way home, he froze. Instinct made him suspect an ambush. He scanned the area and found nothing, which only increased his puzzlement. No one has dared provoke me in a long time. Tell me, how do you two want to die? Lang Ni never spared someone simply because they were young. That was why Bailey had no intention of starting politely. They had to subdue him first to have any leverage. Take it easy, do not kill him, Bailey said, not taking Tombstone's threat seriously. In his view, Tombstone was not a pushover, but he was certainly no match for Jinbua, even if she had only recently awakened. Lang Ni mistook their caution for supplication. He sneered and charged. Now it is too late to beg for mercy. As her first real fight, Sikai was anxious. She feared her attacks would be ineffective and also feared hitting too hard and killing him. So before he reached them, she released a small shockwave to probe him. To everyone's surprise, it sent Tombstone flying. Lang Ni trembled as he pulled himself to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. It was clear he had suffered significant internal injuries. He asked in disbelief, what kind of technique is this? Are you a mutant? Nowadays, most people on Earth only knew that mutants possessed superpowers. A very few knew. Officially, the only visible Iran faction on Earth was Jiu Tu Shi's totem Fengshao. It would not be until He Fu Wang arrived on Earth that the Iran would enter the public eye. Seeing that Lang Ni had lost his fighting spirit, Bailey stepped forward and said calmly, who we are is irrelevant. What matters is whether you want to live or die. What do you want me to do? Hearing the softening in Lang Ni's voice, Bailey nodded with satisfaction. In a couple of days, you will come with us to Germany to retrieve something. It will be effortless for you. Once it is done, you will not only survive, but gain a fortune enough to squander for most of your life. I doubt you will refuse. After all, you have a family and a daughter to support. Bailey's words sank into Lang Ni like an iceberg, though ruthless Lang Ni cared for his child. At that moment, he found the smiling youth before him more terrifying than the superpowered girl. I hope you keep your word. When Lang Ni spoke those words, it meant he had agreed. Bailey, as if seeing a golden boon beckoning, smiled and nodded. Of course. Pack up, we leave in a week. A week later, the three of them arrived in Bavaria by plane, and Billy specifically found a hotel in town that could see the clock. Seizing the rare opportunity to travel abroad, Sky actively invited Billy. Let's go out and explore. If this is my first time overseas. Sure, we can buy some souvenirs while we're at it. Billy thought there was no rush as he originally planned to retrieve the talisman of course, he didn't forget to ask Ronnie. Ronnie, you don't seem very happy. Do you want to go out for a breath of fresh air? No, I'm not feeling well. Ronnie's face was ashen, wondering why Billy didn't understand why he was feeling down. Well, okay, then rest well. Billy didn't push the matter further and followed Sky out. However, once outside, Billy realized he had been too hasty. He underestimated a woman's enthusiasm for shopping. Sky wanted everything she saw, and soon his arms were filled with items. Sky still had no intention of stopping, leaving Billy both amused and exasperated. It was now 5 in the afternoon when the clock tower chimed with a sound of ding ding ding. Billy's gaze was immediately drawn to it. At the top of the clock tower, a standing pig slowly turned out, banging on its cymbals, resembling the pig on the chocolate wrapper. Of course, none of this mattered. Oh, what was important was the talisman embedded in the pig's hat. Billy greedily licked his lips. Tonight, I must get you, my precious. He looked like a major villain, or rather a major pervert, as perverse as one could be. At that moment, a local passed by and secretly lamented, Americans are really perverted. Sky, walking ahead, noticed that he hadn't caught up and saw him grinning at something. Following his gaze, she caught sight of the pig. Sky's heart skipped a beat. He wouldn't have some perverted hobby, would he? Billy. Sky called out to him, and only then did Billy come to his senses. What is it, Sky, eh? Sky said earnestly. Billy, one simply cannot, or at least should not. What are you talking about? Are you speaking English? I don't understand a word. Looking at Billy's dazed expression, Sky sighed. It's fine, I'm tired. Oh, let's go back. Billy, hearing they were going back, forgot about everything else and hurried back. He planned to conserve his energy and retrieve the pig talisman when the night was still. After returning to the hotel, he ate and went back to his room to sleep early. Around 1 in the morning, Billy got out of bed, dressed, covered his face, and cautiously opened the door, looking around before sneaking out. The three of them occupied 3 rooms, and it was unclear who Billy was trying not to wake by tiptoeing around. Was he afraid of waking the mice in the room? After Billy left, Sky quietly slipped out of her room to follow him. She was contemplating that if Billy was really going to do something perverted, she had to stop him at all costs. Billy was completely unaware of the tail behind him. He exerted great effort to climb up beside the pig. Sky followed closely, watching Billy get closer to the pig, her heart sinking. He really is going to do something perverted. Thinking of this, she could no longer remain calm and hurriedly shouted, "Billy, what are you doing out here at night?" Just as Billy was about to get the pig talisman, he heard someone shout his name, causing him to startle and nearly faint from shock. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, his psychological resilience was strong, and he managed to hold on. Turning around to see it was Sky, he finally felt relieved and quickly whispered, "Should keep it down. Is this act really appropriate?" Sky also felt that this matter should not be made public, so she ran to his side and whispered, "Billy, how can you do something so perverted?" Billy felt a bit wronged and replied, "You know this is perverse. Don't you do it often?" "What?" Sky was taken aback. "When did I do something so perverted?" "Wait, what are you talking about?" "Stealing, of course, so what do you think I—" Only then did Sky realize she had misunderstood and quickly changed the subject. "Oh, so it's stealing. I'm familiar with that. Why didn't you come to me? I thought you were struggling to climb up to buy oranges." Billy was also taken aback, thinking, "Why didn't I have Sky help me? What was the point of struggling up here?" However, the pig talisman was within reach, and Billy had no time to think of anything else. He quickly grabbed the pig talisman and held it tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a strange energy filled his eyes, and Billy instantly felt that all the hard work was worth it. He almost teared up, desperately suppressing the urge to unleash his laser eyes, and hurriedly signaled Sky to leave the place. "You came here in the middle of the night just to steal a piece of stone." Sky was utterly confused by Billy's actions. Billy simply replied, "I'll explain more outside." Once they both exited the clock tower onto the street, Sky finally asked, "Can we talk now?" Billy raised his head high towards the sky and declared, "Watch closely. Electric eyes are astonishing." Suddenly, 2 beams of yellow light wrapped in electricity shot from Billy's eyes, piercing the sky. Sky was left dumbfounded by the sight. "Billy, are you a mutant or an extraordinary person?" Billy smiled and shook his head. "I'm neither a mutant nor an extraordinary person. I'm a wizard." Sky clearly didn't believe him and pouted. "If you don't want to say, then don't. A wizard. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? King Ludwig II once ruled the Kingdom of Bavaria, and he had many nicknames such as the Mad King, the Swan King, and the Sky responded with an, "Oh," and didn't ask any further questions, following Billy back to the hotel. Billy planned to find a few locals over the next 2 days to take them to Ludwig Castle, which held the chicken talisman and a great deal of treasure. King Ludwig II once ruled the Kingdom of Bavaria, and he had many nicknames such as the Mad King, the Swan King, and the Locals born in Bavaria know a bit about the secrets of Ludwig Castle, and many covet and attempt to steal the treasures he left behind, but all who tried have been trapped by the castle's traps. Billy sought many people to act as guides, but whenever they heard it was to Ludwig Castle, they refused to go, fearing for their lives. Even increasing the price didn't help. After several days, he finally found a few brave or greedy individuals willing to take the 3 of them there. When Billy found the leader, he unexpectedly asked for a lion's share, saying, "We can take you, but we want 80 of the treasure." "What? Do I look like an idiot to you? You can have 80, or I'll just give you everything." Although he was angry, Billy agreed, because he knew these people wouldn't be able to take any treasure at all. Thus, the group set off on a journey to find treasure in the castle, and Billy even gave the team a very fitting name, Tomb Raider. "Are we just going to walk like this?" Sky asked, and the others cast curious glances at Billy in unison. Billy waved his hand. "Of course not. The cars have been rented long ago. We will drive there." Billy rented 2 cars, one being a convertible sports car for himself and Sky. The other was a truck for the 7 or 8 locals. Under the guidance of the tour guide, they headed towards the ancient castle. However, Billy felt as if he had overlooked something important, yet no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't recall it, leaving him uneasy and helpless. Seeing Billy's anxious demeanor, Sky teased, "Are you about to shed your skin?" "What shedding skin? I thought you were scratching your ears and cheeks like a reptile, getting ready to molt." That joke is really funny. Please don't tell it again next time." Billy was somewhat speechless and decided not to think too much about it, if forgetting was probably not a big deal. With books one grows, without books one shrinks. After a while, the car arrived outside the ancient castle, and it would be a lie to say Billy wasn't excited. The chicken talisman was the first talisman to appear in the original anime, and it left a deep impression on him in his past life, not only because it was the first to debut, but also because it was surrounded by an array of dazzling treasures. Back in the 2nd chapter, when he obtained that piece of chocolate, he had already planned that when he sold the treasures he would take out from the castle, he would transform into a wealthy man. When Tony Stark was kidnapped in 2008, he would use this money to buy stocks in Stark Industries. Even if he couldn't become the richest man in the world, he would be close enough. After getting out of the car, Billy couldn't help but laugh, but when he noticed the peculiar looks from the people around him, even his thick skin turned red. However, he couldn't express his true feelings in public and had to come up with a random excuse. "I'm just a bit excited about finding the treasure. I hope you all can understand, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, according to Billy, the gold within the ancient castle was piled up like a mountain. They just hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so they didn't lose their composure like Billy did. Upon entering, they discovered that the ancient castle was towering and magnificent, clearly something extraordinary. Billy realized that he couldn't find any idiom to describe this ancient castle. Having read more books in 2 lifetimes combined, he could only exclaim, "New Zealand dollar." "What does that mean? You know a foreign language?" In response to Sky's question, Billy explained that it was a phrase in Chinese meaning to praise the beauty of the ancient castle, then realized something. "How come you, a person of Chinese descent, don't understand your own cultural essence?" Sky pouted. Do you think I find New Zealand dollars beautiful? Seeing that she genuinely believed it meant something nice, Billy didn't correct her, just suppressed a laugh, and said, not really. I'm ignoring you then. Not hearing the answer she wanted, Sky angrily tried to storm into the castle, but Billy pulled her. Stay behind me. Looking at Billis' determined gaze, Sky said, oh, and all her anger dissipated as she obedient. Under Billis' lead, the group marched into the ancient castle, and the interior amazed those visiting for the first time. Even the locals had only heard rumors, but had never been inside themselves. Sky tugged at Billis' clothes and whispered, Billy, do you think those statues will come to life? I see that often on TV. Don't worry, those traps aren't them. Billy naturally knew that Sky was referring to the giant stone statues holding axes standing along the walls. Not them. So you mean there really are traps? What have you been looking for while keeping your head down? Found it. Billy raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, then under the puzzled gazes of the group, he took out a spray bottle, like Uncle Dragon from the original animation, and sprayed it on the ground. Suddenly a white line appeared, and the group marveled. However, a local soon stood up to question, after so many years those traps must be ineffective, right? His words prompted nods from the crowd, and Billy nearly wanted to give him a thumbs up as he was truly a professional in support. Without his contrast, how would Billy continue to show off? Billy gradually approached him, and the man defensively crossed his arms over his chest. What do you want? Are you angry because your lie was exposed, and want to do something? The surrounding locals also moved closer to Billy, ready to swarm him at the slightest provocation. Don't be tense, relax. Billy chuckled, casually removing the questioning man's hat and tossing it onto the white line. In an instant, a heavy stone door sprang open, creating a gust of wind, leaving everyone dumbfounded, their jaws hanging open for a long time. Everyone couldn't imagine what would happen if they triggered the traps. Wouldn't they be covered in bruises? Ronnie increasingly found this man before him terrifying, as if there were no secrets in the world he didn't know. Billy ignored the astonished crowd, merely picking up the hat from the ground and placing it back on the head of the questioning man, then closing his jaw. Next, everyone saw Billy walk to a pedestal-like place, inserting his index and middle fingers into the hollow eye sockets of the skull below. Pressing down the stone door before them slowly rose once again, astonishing everyone. This is the effect I wanted. Billy was very satisfied with their reactions. Next was the final step. He took out the matchsticks he bought in town and lit the torches hanging on the wall. The treasures inside became clear at once. Billy took a deep breath, suppressing his inner greed, and pulled Sky and Ronnie back to the stone wall. Though Sky and Ronnie were puzzled, they allowed Billy to lead them away, and the three stood quietly outside the stone wall to observe. Ronnie wanted to ask why they weren't going to collect those treasures, but his aloof persona kept him from voicing it. Ultimately, it was Sky who couldn't help but ask, are we just going to stand here and watch? Billy chuckled, the treasures are right here, they want sprout legs and run away. But if we don't take them, those locals will. Sky anxiously pointed at the group of locals rushing up to snatch the treasures. Don't worry, they can't take them. Billy remained calm, familiar with the plot. In reality, as soon as the first local rushed in to grab the golden and gem-encrusted chalice, the stone door had already begun to lower. Sky and Ronnie stared at the slowly descending stone door, simultaneously stunned. Is this also a trap? Exactly, look at them fighting over these treasures, completely oblivious to the fact that death has quietly approached them. Should we warn them? Are we just going to watch them die? Sky, after all, was a kind-hearted girl and felt a pang of compassion. Billy shook his head. It's useless, they can't hear you, and even if they did, they'd only think you're trying to steal the treasures from them. Why don't you try it? Sky, not believing in evil, shouted loudly, danger. Run. But those people's senses had long been clouded by the treasure. All they could think was kill those around them and monopolize the treasure. The stone door fell before the three of them, and none of the people inside came out. Instead, they were met with countless flying darts shooting from the walls. They won't get into trouble, will they? Actually, when Sky asked this question, she already had an answer. She just couldn't accept so many vibrant lives fading away before her eyes. Billy felt not a shred of sympathy for these people. In his eyes, they were just a bunch of greedy fools. Without the means, how could they take on such dangerous tasks? They even wanted 80, and now they not only left empty-handed, but also lost their lives. Let's go, we should retrieve the treasure now. The three of them waited for half an hour, and Billy felt that the traps inside had him not going in there. Sky hesitated, fearing to see a bloody scene as soon as he entered. Billy shook his head at her tearful appearance, not daring to provoke her too much. What if she experienced a second awakening, or her powers went out of control and caused an earthquake, burying him alive? Then you wait here. Lonnie and I will go in first. If there's no bloody scene, we'll call you. Sky nodded, covering his eyes with his hands and squatting on the ground, thinking to himself, how could there not be a bloody scene? I won't go in even if I die. How do we get in? Should I smash the door open with my fists? Lonnie was already eager to try. He was called by Billy to find the treasure, and now that the treasure was found, he wanted to get it quickly so he could go home to see his daughter. No need. Billy initially planned to open the stone door using a mechanism like before, but Lonnie's words inspired him. You two step back, Lonnie. You help Sky shield from the flying debris. Although unsure of what Billy was planning, the two still complied. Once they retreated to a safe distance, Billy reached into his pocket. He had sewn a pocket inside his clothes these past few days. He had tried whether he could trigger the pig talisman from inside his clothes, and the answer was yes. Just like when his father used a rope to put the dog talisman around a dog's neck, it would also trigger the undead effect. When Billy touched the pig talisman through his clothes, his mind activated, and two beams of yellow light, mixed with lightning, shot from his eyes. The beams exploded against the stone door with a thunderous roar, sending fragments flying, and in no time a large hole was blasted open. Billy stopped just in time. He didn't want to turn the gold inside into water. "Oh wow. Impressive, Billy!" Sky exclaimed. Lonnie was utterly dumbfounded. It was now 2002, and the only hero known to the public was Captain America. He believed himself no worse than Captain America, who was now gone, giving him a feeling of being the best in the world, seeking to defeat all. However, ever since Billy and Sky approached him half a month ago, he had first suffered internal injuries from Sky's shockwave, and now witnessing Billy's miraculous abilities constantly updated his worldview. His worldview was now completely shattered. It turned out that masters were among the common people. He was glad that due to his personality, he didn't like to show off, though otherwise he would have been beaten to a pulp by now. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Done. After the laser stopped, Billy took out the match from earlier. "Lonnie, go inside and light all those torches on the wall. Don't worry, your body is insulated and invulnerable. The old traps inside won't pose a threat to you." "Okay, no problem." Lonnie snapped back to reality, took the match, and crawled into the hole. Earlier, Billy had only lit one torch, revealing merely the tip of the iceberg, which drove the locals mad with greed. Now Lonnie directly ignited all the torches on the wall, instantly exposing the dazzling treasure before them. Gold coins piled high like a mountain, pure gold staff, shields, swords, and goblets adorned with numerous gems. Just taking a few pieces out would be enough to buy a decent house in Queens. Billy was captivated even by just a glance through the hole. While watching anime in his past life, it didn't seem so significant, but now being in the moment, how could he not be enchanted? He wished he could dive right in, but ultimately suppressed such impractical thoughts. Everything was because of that snap, that ending clearly telling him that what he wanted was power. Since Lonnie lit all the torches, he too was mesmerized by the gold. He also had the thought of claiming the gold for himself, but soon abandoned that notion. He knew that he couldn't defeat either of the two outside, and compared to getting rich, he wanted to go home and see his daughter more. So he wisely asked, "The torches are lit, what should we do now?" Lonnie's astute attitude pleased Billy, which was also why he had Sky convince Lonnie first. "Throw me that shield over here, the one with the stone embedded in it." Lonnie threw the shield through the hole. Billy took off the chicken talisman embedded in it, carefully sensing the power within, gradually controlling the shield to float up. The chicken talisman represents mental power. Some say the chicken talisman can only be used for levitation, which is, those who have seen Jackie Chan adventures know that Terrakoto, the final boss of the Mask arc, possesses mental power. And in the animal arc, the Zodiac Rooster could compete with Terrakoto's mental power using the chicken talisman. Later, the rooster was defeated because he was distracted. Moreover, some believe that the chicken and rabbit together can fly, which is also incorrect. From the first episode, Xiaoyu used the chicken talisman to fly before the rabbit talisman even appeared. The rabbit talisman's ability is acceleration, not flight. The power of talismans is indeed powerful and wondrous with no side effects. They are not only easy to master, but also cause no harm to the body with no usage restrictions. In games, you need to meet level requirements or have special professions to use equipment, but talismans are suitable for all ages. Oh ha ha ha, I am indeed a genius. Just like the pig talisman, Billy quickly mastered the power of the chicken talisman. By the way, I'm still inside. What should I do now? Lonnie, who had nothing to do since throwing the shield, awkwardly asked. Oh right, I almost forgot. Lonnie, have any traps been triggered? No, nothing happened. Great. Just as I thought. You find a place to hide, don't get hurt, and I will make this door a bit larger. Upon hearing this, Lonnie directly hid behind the mountain of gold. After confirming that Lonnie was hidden, while Billy activated the pig talisman again, this time deliberately controlling the power. The laser emitted by the pig talisman had abilities of blasting, impact, cutting, and melting. Earlier, Billy used it for blasting, directly blowing the door open. Now he was using it for cutting, directly shaping an archway. With a loud bang, the large stone that was cut off fell down intact. Lonnie, fearing he would get hurt, didn't dare to look up, and could only hide while asking, "Is it starting?" "Alright, it's finished." Upon hearing this, Lonnie finally walked out from behind the mountain of gold. He was puzzled as to why he hadn't heard an explosion. Billy walked in through the door searching for those locals, but found not a single corpse, nor even a drop of blood. It was as if that group of locals had never been inside. This further confirmed his thoughts. It was indeed as if it had been refreshed. After all, it had been over 100 years since the castle was built. In these 100 years, countless people had come here to seek treasure, and many had lost their lives triggering traps. Yet there was not a single skeleton here, indicating that some mechanism had cleared them. Without any bloody scenes, he turned to call Sky. "Sky, you can come in now. There's not a trace to be seen. It's as if they've evaporated." "Impossible, I don't believe it. You must be trying to trick me." Sky was still squatting outside, tightly closing his eyes and covering his ears. "Really, lying to you is a puppy. Is that true? If you dare to trick me, I will fight you," Sky said fiercely. As Sky finally stepped inside, Billy beckoned to Lonnie. "Make yourself at home. Take whatever you like." Lonnie was completely bewildered. What does it mean to treat it like home? Billy didn't care how Lonnie felt. He had something more important to do now, which was to craft a golden talisman belt. The reason Billy went to retrieve the pig talisman first was not only to confirm its existence ahead of time, but also because he wanted to coordinate between the chicken and pig. The laser from the pig talisman could melt gold, but the question became how to shape it after melting. He couldn't possibly use his hands for that, could he? The chicken talisman's telekinesis perfectly compensated for this flaw. Initially, Billy's lack of experience led to many failures, but after some attempts, he smoothly grasped the essentials. Finally, the golden belt was completed. The 12 grooves on it were quite similar to the one on the shield that originally housed. Billy also specifically left 4 clasps on each groove to securely hold the talismans in place when inserted. After that, the chicken and pig talismans could still be manipulated freely. Now that he had acquired 2 out of the 12 talismans, Billy felt an indescribable exhilaration. Having achieved his goal, he did not forget about Sky and Lonnie who had come with him. He used the power of the talismans to craft 10 golden rings for Sky each set, with differently colored gems, along with a gem-embedded golden bracelet and necklace. Billy thought giving a ring to Lonnie would be a bit perverse, so instead, he created a pair of golden wristbands and a large gold chain weighing nearly 100 pounds. Although the chain was thick and heavy, it was nothing for Lonnie, who had several tons of strength. Knowing that Lonnie was a doting father, he also made a small golden crown embedded with gems for him to take back to his. When Billy presented these gifts to Sky and Lonnie, both were overwhelmed with excitement. These gifts truly struck a chord with. Sky wore a ring on each finger, and although the gold and gems made her fingers somewhat uncomfortable, her beaming face revealed that she was experiencing a mix of pain and joy. Lonnie, having been bullied throughout his life, was receiving such a precious and fitting gift for the first time, leaving him both astonished and tearful. Thank you. This rough man, who was not good with words despite his age, was so moved that he couldn't form a complete sentence, ultimately expressing his excitement with a simple thank you. No need to be polite, we're buddies. Billy intended to seize the moment. Lonnie, when you return, you'll be a wealthy man. Don't go back to your old ways. Let's do some legitimate business together. Lonnie nodded without a second thought. Ever since he was a child, being a black person with albinism had made him a target for bullying, and the long-term oppression had led him to develop a pathological mindset of, if you don't want to be bullied, you must bully others. Moreover, no one had been willing to accept him, and his only friend Robbie had betrayed him. After being transformed by chemical agents, his pathology had only intensified. Now he not only met someone who could easily subdue him, but that person was also willing to accept him, which excited him even more than acquiring gold and silver. Thus he unhesitatingly agreed with only one thought in his mind. I'm ready to face any challenge, bro. At this moment, Billy and Sky ranked in his heart on the same level as his daughter. And what about me? Don't think you can leave me? Sky hurriedly chimed in. All right, I will never leave you behind in this lifetime. Let's load these treasures onto the vehicle first. Hearing this, Sky's cheeks flushed while Lonnie grinned and went to move the gold. Though Lonnie was very confident in his strength, he was astonished when he saw Billy effortlessly lift a mountain of gold. In reality, Billy was not lifting the mountain of gold. He was using the telekinesis of the chicken talisman to control it to fly. This was quite conservative. If he wished, he could easily lift an entire castle. At this moment, Billy was controlling these treasures to line up and exit through the cut openings, flying onto the trucks that the locals had brought. Billy's heart skipped a beat. Before coming to the castle, he had always felt like he had forgotten something important, but he could never recall it. Now it finally came to him. These locals were dead, so who would drive the truck? Ultimately, they had no choice but to let Lonnie drive. The truck wasn't too large, only carrying 10 tons of gold, and that was with Billy wrapping it in gold skin. Billy's vehicle was also stuffed with several hundred pounds of gold. The three also stuffed a bunch of gems into their pockets, while the vast majority of the remaining treasures could not be taken. After discussing, they decided to leave those behind in the castle and come back for them later. Since they had ruined the door upon entering to prevent anyone from getting in, Billy built a golden wall inside, using the chicken and pig talismans, and used gold as an adhesive to stick the stone door shut, ensuring it was absolutely secure. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the three waited until dark to return to the town. Since it was difficult to take the gold back to America, they could only exchange it for dollars locally. Thinking that the snake has its way, and the mouse has its way, Billy had Sky and Lonnie find a group of small-time thugs to discreetly sell the gold, while the gems they brought out were sold at high prices to jewelers. During the days that Sky and Lonnie were selling gold and gems, Billy searched every windmill in Bavaria, and finally found the dog talisman in one of them. After reuniting, Billy noticed Lonnie carrying a massive box and incredulously asked, "Did you sell it? There can't be just money in there, right?" "Yes." Sky excitedly nodded. "Every ounce was sold for 300, and including the gems we made a total of $1.5 million, all in this box." Even though he was mentally prepared, Billy was still taken aback by such a large sum of money. Billy didn't expect that the space occupied by these piles of money would be so large, leaving him in a dilemma. How should we bring such a large sum back to America? Lonnie scratched his head. Is it that complicated to bring this money to America? Just find someone to wire it into an overseas account. Is it that simple? Hearing Lonnie's words, Billy was completely stunned. In his 2 lives, he had only heard of people running off with money, but never how it was specifically done. He even forgot that Lonnie, who had mingled with the underworld in New York, was an expert in this area. Lonnie nodded. "Of course, I have 9 ways to bring this money to America. 9. Even the dumbest method will work for you. Then do you have a way to get the gold over there?" "There shouldn't be any problem, but there might be some losses." Billy felt crushed. "You have this ability, why didn't you mention it during our discussion in the castle?" Lonnie scratched his head. "At that time, I didn't know what you wanted to do with the gold. I thought you planned to keep it, and besides, you didn't." All right, Billy admitted he had indeed been careless. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After all, the snake has its way, and the mouse has its way. Realizing this, Billy solemnly said, "So Lonnie, we will go back to the castle later. I have other things to attend to, and I will entrust you with the task of transferring all the treasures inside to America. No problem, but do you really trust me with such a large treasure? A mere fortune cannot compare to the bond between us. Without needing to say more, we'll see each other in New York. Lonnie was deeply moved, realizing the magnitude of the trust placed in him. Billy, you're something else. What Billy had to do next was, of course, to continue searching for talismans, with the next target being an island near Micronesia. Underwater there was a ruin where the monkey talisman was buried. In March, while Lonnie was busily transferring treasures, Billy and Sky flew directly to Micronesia. Now Billy was somewhat of a spendthrift player. He even hired people to dive underwater and retrieve the monkey talisman, and within just 3 days he had found it. Now he had mastered the monkey, chicken, dog, and pig talismans, but he suddenly realized he had overlooked an important issue. These talismans were relatively easy to find, but where should he look for the ones that were not mentioned? For example, the dragon talisman was hidden within a volcano, the goat talisman was found on a train, and the snake talisman was in an ancient temple by a waterfall. None of these locations were specified. Some were even more abstract, like the mouse talisman being on a ceramic lamp, the tiger talisman being in a certain sect, and the rabbit talisman being even more abstract, resting on the back of a sea turtle. It was simply too abstract. How was he supposed to find it? He couldn't just jump into the sea and flip over every turtle to check, could he? He knew that only by gathering all 12 talismans and using a laser to dissolve them simultaneously could he transfer their powers to himself. Alternatively, he could learn a shamanic magic like that of the knife dragon to consume the talisman's powers into his body, but whether such magic existed in this world was uncertain, and if it did, where would he learn it? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if he'll ever gather all the talismans in my lifetime. What's wrong? Why do you seem so down all of a sudden? Faced with Sky's concerned inquiry, Billy didn't want to worry her too much, so he refrained from discussing these matters. To his surprise, Sky hugged him tightly from behind. Billy, in this past year of relying on each other, I thought we could be open. We have endured so much hardship together, yet now you seem so distant. You took me to see such a vast treasure without hesitation. What else could you possibly want to hide from me? Billy broke free from her grip, facing her and holding her hands with sincerity in his eyes. He said, Sky, trust me, you know how I feel about you. I would certainly share all my secrets with you, but I cannot discuss these matters in front of others. Hearing this, Sky glanced around, flustered. Billy, it's just the two of us here, there's no one else. Billy shook his head and slowly raised his gaze. Trust me, there are observers. Sky's heart skipped a beat as she whispered, are you saying we're being monitored? No, I don't know. I can't tell if they are human or not. Billy's words instinctively made Sky want to say something. She didn't believe in such powerful aliens, but thinking of herself as someone with extraordinary abilities, not to mention a group of highly destructive mutants, made her hesitate. Are they aliens? Perhaps, but what I worry most is that they may not be from the same dimension as us. Can you sense? Billy nodded. I can feel them watching us. Every word we speak is being recorded, including this one. Oh my God, that's terrifying. It's like being naked. Seeing that Sky believed him, Billy laughed. Just kidding. How could there be such powerful observers? If they were that powerful, they definitely wouldn't be on the same level as us. If they were that strong, why would they bother with us? Sky understood that Billy was just teasing her, and she punched him lightly on the chest. You're such a tease. Billy smiled, then suddenly became serious. But seriously, Sky, the real danger comes from the same dimension. For example, after the Big Bang, 6 Infinity Stones were split off, and one day in the future a purple yam spirit might gather all 6 Infinity Stones and snap their fingers to wipe out half of the life in the universe. I wonder if we will have enough power to stop him by then. Sky looked at Billy with a strange expression. This is just another story. No, unfortunately, this time it's real. Stories need logic, but reality is often bizarre. So before that, we need to have enough power to protect ourselves before we can protect the Earth. Are you ready to go to the next place? So sudden. Where are we going this time? Mexico. Are you sure there's no Chinese person named Jackie Chan in this world? No, there isn't. You've asked this question 5 times already. Sky was annoyed by Billy's repeated question. Billy laughed. That's great. If there's no Jackie Chan, then there's definitely no bull warrior, which means the bull talisman must still be in the pyramid. As they spoke, the two of them arrived outside the pyramid, and Sky exclaimed, Mexico has pyramids too. Will there be mummies only in Egypt? Let's go. Upon entering the pyramid, Sky couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's so dark in here. Billy lit a torch and handed it to Sky, and he moved into the light towards a gigantic bull head. As he inserted his fingers into the grooves of the bull's nostrils, the bull's jaw slowly descended, revealing the bull talisman embedded in the round disc on its chin. I found you, my treasure. Billy picked up the bull talisman and felt the invigorating power within. All the words at that moment condensed into one. Without bull warrior, this was indeed quite smooth. Who is bull warrior? No one. We have the item. Let's go. He then led the way back out. Oh. Sky followed behind gloomily. What exactly are you looking for? What are these stones for? Billy simply replied, can't say, there are observers. But isn't that just a story you made up? Yes, I did make up the story, but the observers do exist. And so amidst their banter, they exited the pyramid, heading to the final stop of their journey, the Arctic. It's so cold. Sky shivered in the air. What did you say? The wind is too strong for me to hear. Since arriving in the Arctic, Billy had been using the chicken talisman's ability to carry Sky in the air to search for their target. He remembered the horse talisman was in a building halfway up a mountain. Though it would not be easy to find, they would eventually locate it. Billy shouted, look closely for the building on the mountainside. I see it over there. Cough, cough. Sky also shouted, pointing in the direction. Billy looked in the direction Sky was pointing, and indeed found a building resembling a temple over there. Ah, achoo. As soon as they landed, Sky sneezed. Are you catching a cold? Sky nodded. Seeing her nod, Billy burst out laughing. That's wonderful. Seeing Billy so gleeful about his misfortune, Sky pouted and said, Hey, are you happy that I'm sick? Realizing there was a misunderstanding, Billy quickly explained, No, I just thought of something that happens to have healing properties, and I was happy for you. Sky let out a cold snort and said proudly, Humph, that's more like it. But as the two reached the outside of the building, Billy suddenly sensed something was off. What happened? Why did we suddenly stop? Look at the snow on the ground. Oh, what's on it? Sky carefully examined and suddenly noticed 2 lines of footprints leading inside. Billy sighed deeply. Sky, it seems we're in for a tough battle. If things look bad, you must run quickly as far as you can. Who exactly is inside? Can we handle it with just the 2 of us? Sky was clearly a bit frightened. It's hard to say. I don't know who might be inside. In my memory, there shouldn't be anyone in there. I have confirmed multiple times that this world doesn't have characters from Jackie Chan Adventures. It only has items like the 12 talismans. So it's very abnormal for someone to have entered this building. This unexpected deviation from the storyline made him anxious. The person inside could just be an ordinary person living in the polar regions, or it could be a dangerous figure like the purple yam demon. Now the person inside was like Schrodinger's cat. Without opening the door, they would never know what was inside. Seeing Billy's face grow increasingly pale, Sky quietly held his hand, saying, It's all right, and no matter what happens, I will face it. Looking into Sky's determined eyes, Billy gradually calmed down. Yes, I have 5 talismans. What is there to be afraid of? What if I snap my fingers? I have the dog talisman. What is there to fear? Just as Billy was determined to push the door open before his hand even touched it, the door swung open from the inside. Billy's body trembled, and he quickly shielded Sky behind him, staring warily at the figure slowly emerging from the door. The person stepping out clearly did not expect anyone outside. He also tensed up, tilting his head to scrutinize the 2. What kind of outfit is this? The clothing of the person in front was truly shocking to both Billy and Sky. Unexpectedly, in this cold polar region, he wore fur on his upper body and shorts on his lower body, complemented by his wild mane-like hair and solid muscles. It felt as if this was not a human, but a beast wearing human skin. Is he a savage? Hearing Sky's question, Billy shook his head. I don't know if he's a savage, but I'm curious as to why he's not wearing pants. Billy also breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the person inside wasn't Uncle Long, who otherwise that balance of yin and yang would have ensured he didn't come out unscathed. In a fleeting glance, he noticed the horse talisman was being clutched by this savage, and his pupils constricted as he immediately questioned, Who are you? Why do you have my stuff? The savage, also displeased, retorted, Your stuff? Does it have your name on it? Wow, this savage can speak English. Savage. I'm a hunter. Oh really? You're a hunter. I'm a witch. After Billy said this, the entire scene fell silent. He suddenly realized that both the savage and Sky were staring at him. You are female. The savage looked suspicious, and his anger subsided significantly. I'm pure man. Who said a man can't be a witch? Thor, the god of thunder, wanted to be a Valkyrie when he was young. Can I be a witch? To his surprise, both the savage and Sky questioned in unison, Where did you see that pirated Norse mythology? The 3 were momentarily stunned, and the savage's expression grew serious. If you have no legitimate business, don't. But Billy stepped forward to block him. Hold on, you can go, but you must leave the things in your hand. The savage blocked in his path finally grew hostile. Kid, do you know what happens to prey that I set my sights on? Billy said with interest. I don't know, but I can let you feel what it's like to be prey. A grim smile appeared on the savage's face, and he suddenly lunged forward to strike. Billy, be careful. Just as he shouted, Billy gently pushed Sky aside and reached out to catch the savage's punch. The savage's grim smile froze on his face, replaced by shock. That expression was identical to the Winter Soldiers when Captain America effortlessly caught his punch in Civil War. Billy could feel that the strength of the person before him was comparable to Lonnie with several tons of force, but this was far from the power Billy possessed with the cow talisman. The smile did not fade, instead it shifted to Billy's face. Now it's my turn. Then Billy's hand swiftly slid to the savage's wrist, and he began to slam the savage down like Hulk did to Loki. The scene was brutal. Of course, Billy didn't use too much force. He wanted to ask this savage why he was looking for the horse talisman and how he found out about it. After a series of slams, Billy felt his mood brighten. No wonder Hulk enjoyed throwing people around, tossing Loki, and Thor was truly a stress reliever. Eventually, Sky couldn't bear to watch anymore and reminded him, Billy, why don't you put him out of his misery? This looks pretty cruel. Don't worry, he won't die. He has the horse talisman. Is this what you're talking about? Sky extended her hand, revealing the horse talisman resting in her palm. Billy was stunned, lifting the savage to see that he was already unrecognizable. Even his own mother might not recognize. Fortunately, this savage was enhanced by drugs and had a unique physique. An ordinary person truly couldn't withstand Billy's series of moves. How did the horse talisman end up in your hands? When you slammed him the first time, he lost grip and it fell into the snow. I thought you might want it, so I picked it up secretly. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Billy was taken aback. If that savage had held the horse talisman, then he wouldn't have felt any pain, but who would have thought? This talisman he couldn't grasp. Instead, it was Sky, who was watching from the side, who benefited and obtained the horse talisman. You're not dead, are you? Billy asked the savage, praying he hadn't struck too hard and killed him. It was hard to come by the hope of finding another talisman. He couldn't let it end here. Boy, the most vital virtue of a hunter is patience. The wild man finally ceased spewing fire from his mouth and broke into a brazen rainbow-bright grin. You wretched fool. I healed your wounds out of goodwill, yet you spat fire at me. The flames dissipated, revealing Billy, and scathed, his face twisted with indignation as he glared at the wild man. A sharp jolt seized the wild man's heart. Impossible. How could you be unharmed? Because a loyal hound grants me dominion over death. Billy proudly stroked the dog talisman. But why wasn't even his clothing scorched? Indeed, there was method to it. When confronted with mortal peril, the dog talisman almost invariably activated its named blade effect. Absolute immunity to harm. In the episode The Book of Ages, the Supreme Master unleashed a torrent of flame upon Uncle Long. When the inferno faded, the earth around him was charred into a crater. Yet Long stood untouched, his garments pristine and unwithered. At that moment, the monkey talisman rested upon the Supreme Master, while Long himself survived the assault solely through the dog talisman's protective grace. Now Billy likewise endured the blast unscathed, shielded by the same talisman. Why so many questions? Answer plainly. Who are you, and why have you come here? I am a hunter. I asked who. I am a hunter. No matter how insistently Billy pressed, the wild man repeated only those 4 words, leaving Billy feeling as though he were conducting a Turing test. I'll grant you one final chance. Speak your name, or be buried here. The wild man relented. My name is Sergei. Billy blinked in surprise. This savage actually bore a name, and one unmistakably rooted in the polar north. Could this place be his homeland? I didn't catch that. What did you say your name was, coward? And what brings you here? Sergei Kravinov. Hearing his name mocked, the wild man bristled with anger. Yet the memory of his adversary effortlessly nullifying every strike, seizing him like prey, tempered his pride. There was no longer any point in concealment. You may call me Sergei. As for why I came here, a witch guided me to seek transcendent power, though I never anticipated encountering you. Are you mocking me? Billy thought, is this some game of werewolf? Hunters, witches. Who's the werewolf here? Am I the werewolf? Yet Billy now grasped the wild man's true identity. The Spider-Man archenemy, Kraven the Hunter. That explained his obsessive self-identification. Why did he keep stumbling upon Spider-Man's nemesis? Within just 10 chapters, he'd met 3 Sandman, Tombstone, and Kraven. Few villains remained for Spider-Man to face. You possess another talisman. Will you surrender it honorably, or must I extract it for you? Sergei recoiled in alarm. How do you know? Are you truly a witch? Enough talk. Hand it over. With a sigh, Sergei reluctantly placed the dragon talisman into Billy's palm. As a centenarian, he knew he lacked the strength to retain the talisman. This was fate's decree. I've given you what you sought. May I depart? But Billy would never grant such mercy. He demanded not only the talisman, but the means to locate others. The witch surely revealed how to find the other talismans. Sergei denied it outright. No, she provides guidance for only one talisman at a time. Ah, I see. Then you're utterly useless. Shall I kill you and interrogate the witch myself? Oh, are you certain you can even find her? Sergei sneered. This stranger didn't even know his own identity, let alone. Ordinarily few knew Sergei's true details, but Billy. He was a man with divine perspective, a man holding this. Could he possibly be ignorant of the witch Sergei named? To Billy, Sergei now appeared a pitiful clown. Shall we wager? If I name the witch correctly, you swear fealty to me. If I err, I vow never to pry into your secrets, and release you unharmed. Agreed. That hardly seems fair. Fairness doesn't exist in this world. You need only say, will you wager or not? Sergei accepted instantly, not only because his life hung in the balance, but because he believed the witch's true identity was known only to him and impossible for this stranger to deduce. Very well. 3 times very well. Billy began his gambit. You are Sergei Kravinov, known as Kraven the... Sergei's expression flickered. That proves nothing. I've stated it repeatedly. Any thinking man could deduce as... Seeing Sergei's stubbornness, Billy escalated. You have a younger brother, Dmitry Snegurkov. Who are you? Sergei gaped, speechless. Satisfied by his reaction, Billy pressed on. As a boy, your father took you both hunting in Africa. You were wounded, then rescued by a woman named Calypso. Am I correct? Crack. A thunderclap split the sky. Sergei reeled, utterly undone. Brother, have you cracked open my dossier? Enough. Say no more. How do you know this? Sergei trembled inwardly. He regretted coming here. This man wielded godlike power and pierced every secret he held, leaving him powerless to resist. An absurd notion surged through his mind. So fantastical he blurted it aloud. Could you truly be a witch? Have I been too generous with you? Billy's smile remained fixed, but the throbbing vein at his temple betrayed his fury. Perhaps I was too gentle when I threw you earlier. As they say, a young tree left unpruned grows crooked. Time for a proper trimming. What are you doing? Loosening your joints. Sergei soon relived Loki's brand of joy. This time Billy applied greater force. Sergei lay broken, multiple fractures, half his body paralyzed. Even slight movement was agony. Yet his bloodshot crimson eyes remained unblinking, refusing to close. He knew his strength was spent and feared that if he shut them, he might never reopen them. This centenarian had contemplated death, but never imagined it would arrive so suddenly, so insignificantly. Billy leaned down, gazing into Sergei's eyes blazing with raw, unyielding defiance. How does it feel to lose all control over your own fate? After all those years as the hunter, did you ever imagine becoming the prey? Sergei's throat convulsed. He strained to speak, yet after agonizing effort, only a spurt of blood escaped his lip. Recall your own words at the chapter's outset. Patience is the hunter's greatest virtue. But I am no hunter, and I possess no such patience. I know you thirst for power, greater transcendent power. And as a sorcerer, I can bestow upon you unparalleled. The price, your absolute fealty. Now, answer, do you submit? This is your final chance. Blink once. Sergei remained silent. The intense will to survive compelled Sergei to close his eyes, then summon all his strength to slightly open them. Seeing Sergei's effort to open his eyes moved Billy as well. To be honest, if Sergei hadn't come into contact with the talisman, he truly wouldn't have dealt lethal blows to this hunter. A common man bears no guilt for the treasure he possesses. His mistake lay in holding the method to find the talisman, while Billy had not. If Sergei was unwilling to share it, he could only be sent to meet his maker. He'll take that as a yes. Seeing signs of Sergei relenting, Billy also breathed a sigh of relief and asked Sky for the horse talisman. Hasn't he already agreed? Why still go so far as to kill him? Sky, feeling empathy, handed the horse talisman to Billy. Who said I was going to kill him? This is for healing. Billy thought to himself, surprised that Sky, who appeared so pitiful on the surface, had such a devious, who shouts don't hit, while handing over weapons. Under the powerful healing ability of the horse talisman, Sergei's damaged body quickly began to recover. From a mere breath away from death to now full of vitality, even he couldn't help but exclaim, what a powerful force that seems. I have truly tarnished it in my hands. Billy understood the principle of giving a sweet reward after a slap, so he consoled, it's just that the talisman's power doesn't suit you. I have 9 methods to enhance your strength. 9. It depends on whether you are willing. Sergei's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He was so desperate to enhance his strength. Whenever he faced prey that was difficult to capture, he always felt somewhat powerless. For a hunter, this was a shame, which is why he was so eager to enhance his strength. Now that Billy had given him a chance to enhance his strength, Sergei could only reply with 8 words, I will face any danger without hesitation. Having subdued Sergei the hunter, Billy was also quite pleased with himself. My name is Billy Davis. I am a wizard. I, Sergei Kravenov, pledge my allegiance to Billy Davis and vow never to betray him. Billy was taken aback. Sergei suddenly knelt down to pledge allegiance, leaving both him and Sky stunned. Sky quietly leaned toward Billy and whispered, is this person from some tribe? Billy shot her an annoyed glance and hurriedly helped Sergei up, while feigning politeness. Oh dear, I should thank Sergei for being like a fish in water. It's just that talking about loyalty and betrayal feels a bit distant. We're all pals here. Of course. Sky rolled her eyes at the heartfelt display between the two, puzzled at how the two people who had just fought to the death could reconcile so quickly. How did you find the talisman? Billy was a bit impatient. This was the question he cared about the most. Sergei didn't hide it anymore and began to recount. At this point, I won't keep it from you. 2 months ago, my girlfriend, the witch Calliope, you know her. She sensed a strange fluctuation, and after some calculations, she detected 12 powerful energies being activated across the earth. To prevent these powerful energies from falling into the hands of villains, she asked me to collect the items that emitted strong. Hearing this, Billy pondered quietly. 2 months ago. That coincides with when I crossed over. Does that mean the talismans already existed? But they were initially just like stones. It was my arrival that activated them. Then what was that strange fluctuation about? Was it the merging of 2 souls, or the influence of that snap? No. If these talismans were just ordinary stones before my crossing, then how did the owner of that chocolate factory in Bavaria manage to melt chocolate with a pig talisman? Did something happen in between that led to the sealing of the talismans? Or is Sergei lying? Though unsure if what Sergei said was true, Billy leaned towards the former. This is the Marvel world. The 12 talismans shouldn't exist here. Perhaps the worlds will seal them, and my arrival unexpectedly activated them, making everything make sense. But doesn't that mean I have to confront the worlds? Well, Sergei watched the changing expression on Billy's face, thinking he didn't believe him, and assured, what I said is all true. Billy nodded. I don't disbelieve you, but I'm curious, with guidance, how did you only retrieve 2 talismans in 2 months? 2 is already a lot. Sergei exclaimed, you have no idea how hard these talismans are to find. Calliope can only mark a rough area and designate 1 each time. This time it was okay, but I never expected the last one to be in a cave. I almost lost my life there. Billy couldn't help but feel sympathy for Sergei. After all the trouble to get 2 talismans, he was robbed, beaten nearly to death, and then forced to pledge allegiance. Anyone would be unhappy with that. Not knowing how to comfort the centenarian, he could only pat his shoulder. Don't be sad. Let me tell you a joke. Once a foolish man sought superhuman strength in the snowy mountains, but ended up in danger, gaining no power, and instead losing his original strength. Wasn't that foolish? Even a fool could sense something was off, let alone Sergei. He immediately asked indignantly, are you saying that fool? Billy hastily denied, I didn't name anyone, or if you took it personally, that's on you. Sergei thought to himself, are you even here? After being put in such a terrible situation by you, you still stab me in the heart. If I could take you on, I would have punched you twice. However, he knew his strength was lacking, so he suppressed his anger and reluctantly said, forget it. If I'm a fool, can you still help me enhance my strength? Of course, Billy said firmly, but you have to wait until I gather all the talismans. Since learning he was the hunter Craven, Billy had already planned to make him his dark warrior, like the minion of the Blade Dragon. However, that could only be realized after Billy learned magic. He couldn't do it now. He estimated he would have a way to learn magic once he gathered all 12 talismans. Good. Sergei suddenly nodded. I can wait, and am willing to wait. That's the spirit. Patience is crucial for a hunter. Sergei paid no heed to the teasing in Billy's words, or perhaps he had already grown accustomed to Billy's cheeky remarks. How did you get here? How will you return? Billy thought that if Sergei's mode of transportation was impressive enough, he might hitch a ride back with him. I flew here, while contact them shortly to send a plane to pick me up. Billy thought flying was much better than taking a boat, so he hurriedly asked, then hurry and contact them. Wait a moment. Sergei, though puzzled as to why Billy was in such a hurry, reached for his waist and pulled out a strangely shaped and severely damaged phone. Clearly this phone had been mercilessly crushed when Billy had been assaulting Sergei. Billy noticed this too, and awkwardly said, it seems you can get a new phone now. Do you have any other way to summon a plane? Sergei's eyes widened in anger as he completely crushed the already broken phone. Now I can only swim back. What's the big deal, Sky? Have Roni arrange a plane to pick us up. Listening to Billy's carefree words, even Sergei, known for his good temper, couldn't hold back any longer. Are you speaking human? I'd rather not wear pants in the Arctic than hear your cold words. Seeing Sergei losing his composure, Billy immediately offered to give him a ride. Look, you're getting anxious. With our relationship, how could I not give you a ride? No need. Meeting you guarantees trouble. Really no need. No need. Then swim back. You. Sergei was furious and just wanted to get away from this guy diving straight into the water. Hey, come back. What's got? Billy used the chicken talisman to pull Sergei back. At this moment Sergei wanted to cry but couldn't, shouting in despair, what? You can't think about ending it like this. The snowy landscape is so cold. Don't worry, I keep my word. With our relationship, I will definitely take you back to New York. Thus a long time passed, and the plane carried Billy, Sky, and Sergei back to the Queens area of Manhattan, New York. Long before preparing to find the talisman, Billy had already sold his house. This was a gamble. If he couldn't find the talisman, or if it was fake, he would lose everything. Fortunately, he won the gamble. As soon as they got off the plane, Roni, who had been waiting there, waved to them, and Billy and Sky waved. So how was it? Was everything smooth? Roni, still as terse as ever, replied succinctly, everything went smoothly. And then there was nothing more to say. Billy, puzzled, asked, aren't you going to tell me about it? Roni opened his mouth, but then closed it again, stepping aside to let a graceful woman behind him speak. There's a professional here. She can explain it better than I can. The woman slightly bowed, her curves clearly visible, and said crisply, BOSS, my name is Natalie Rushman, and I will now report to you about recent matters. Seeing this person in front of him, Billy was dumbfounded, his CPU nearly overheating. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Why is Black Widow here? Why is SHIELD keeping an eye on me? When did they start watching me? Was it when I was training Sky, or when I defeated Roni? Could it be that the original owner had some unknown identity? But why didn't I see it in the original owner's memories? This is too secretive, isn't it? Seeing Billy staring blankly at Natalie without saying a word, Sky impatiently kicked him, walking off in a huff to their residence. I'm tired, Roni. Have you found a place to rest? It's already arranged. Roni had someone take Sky to their residence. You misunderstood, Sky? Let me explain. No matter how he called out, Sky still walked off in a huff. An inappropriate laugh rang in his ears, and Billy shot a sharp glance at Sergei, who immediately shut his mouth. Don't ask, it was just hard to hold back. Seeing Billy in trouble made Sergei feel inexplicably happy. Is it funny, Hunter? Why are you still here? Waiting for me to treat you to a meal? I'm not laughing, I just thought of something happy. Aren't you going to give me a ride? Sergei said stubbornly. I've already dropped you off in New York, what else do you want? Should I take you to your bed? Even a clay figurine has some temper, and Sergei was getting angry, replying sharply, you also said that with our relationship, isn't it reasonable for you to drop me off at home? Of course. We're blood brothers. I have to see you off, Roni. The special team. Roni looked confused. What is that? It means show him some color. Without a second thought, Roni reached out his large hand towards Sergei. The hunter's instincts made Sergei sense a danger, a type of danger he had only felt when Billy was throwing him around. He didn't dare to overestimate himself, using his agile form to circle around Roni. For a moment, Roni couldn't do anything to him. Roni's strength was 3 times that of Sergei, and his defense was absurdly strong, while his only drawback might be his lack of agility. Although Sergei was not as strong or as defensively capable as Roni, he excelled in agility. Seeing the two locked in a fierce struggle, Billy called out to Natasha, let's go, take me to the place where Sky can rest, and you can tell me about the recent events along the way. But is it okay for them to be like this, eh? Natasha pointed at the two busy fighting. It's fine, what could happen? They're buddies, is there any situation where they don't fight? Then Billy instructed Roni, don't forget to drop Sergei off at home when you're done fighting. In the midst of the fight, Roni managed to squeeze in a reply, understood. From Natasha, Billy learned that some of the gold had been sold off gradually, and most of the remaining gold had been transported back according to his instructions, stored in the newly built vault. The total value of the sold gold reached $5 billion and had been transferred into Billy's account through multiple channels. Although Billy now had money, he couldn't feel happy at all, as Roni was doing all this right under SHIELD's nose. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Roni. After all, even Stark Industries couldn't evade the all-seeing eyes of SHIELD, let alone street thugs. At this point, there was no use in saying anything else. He could only throw out SHIELD's major secrets to silence them. Natasha, helped me arrange a meeting with the Black Egg. Natasha's expression stiffened slightly, but her training as an agent kicked in, allowing her to adjust her expression before anyone noticed. She just thought Billy had mixed up names. "BOSS, my name is Natalie Rushman. And who is this black egg? How do I contact him?" "Alright, Natasha Romanoff, stop pretending. I want you to contact your director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, Nick Fury. Do you understand?" At this moment, Natasha's expression was like she had eaten a fly. She couldn't believe that the person in front of her knew all her secrets, which would become an indelible stain on her undercover career. Her instinct was to subdue Billy, but unexpectedly, just as she had that thought, she found herself inexplicably floating up. "Don't waste your effort, I don't want to say it a third time." Despite how unwilling Natasha was, she had no choice but to obediently report to Nick Fury. This included the previously reported matters about the gold and Billy's ability to make her float. After hearing this, black egg was filled with dread, as it completely disrupted his plans. He was puzzled about how However, since Billy had extended the invitation, he had to go see for himself. The two then confirmed the time and place through Natasha. The location was a restaurant Billy had chosen, and the time was 9 o'clock tonight. Black Egg originally wanted to arrive first to take the lead, as he always did. To his surprise, when he arrived, Billy was already there wearing a black trench coat with Nick Fury-style eyewear, and his face painted black, clearly seen against the dim light, with his back turned to him. "I'm Black Egg. Do you think you're the only one who leads agents? Mr. Nick Fury, there are many like you, but you just don't." These words were what Black Egg would say to Tony Stark in the post-credits of Iron Man 1, but now they were borrowed by Billy, causing Black Egg to snap. "Motherfucker, are you mimicking me?" Black Egg's first impression was that this kid was too much of a pain, making him want to punch him. "Sit down, try the specialties of this restaurant." Billy made a gesture of invitation, and only then did Nick Fury see 2 plates on the table, each containing 2 pieces of diagonally cut toast. He immediately pretended to complain. "You've earned so much money, and you're treating me to this. The price doesn't matter, what matters is the sentiment. I don't know if you're willing to appreciate this." Black Egg snorted coldly. "It's not that I don't give you face, I just never eat diagonally cut toast." Only then did Billy confirm that the person in front of him was indeed Nick Fury, and not a Skrull in disguise. "Billy Davis, a pleasure, Director Fury." Billy clapped his hands, and some delicacies were finally brought out. Once the servers had all left, Billy's next words made Nick Fury lose his appetite completely. "There's a mole in S-H-I-E-L-D. Motherfucker." Nick Fury visibly recoiled, momentarily abandoning his usual composure. "We've always introduced ourselves publicly as the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, so who leaked the name S-H-I-E-L-D? Black Egg." Billy's temples throbbed with bulging veins as he warned, "I just returned from out of town and met with you without delay. If you persist with these trivial questions, there'll be nothing left to discuss." Alright. If you're so certain there's a mole inside our agency, I'd like to hear your theory." Fury too was eager to learn how much Billy truly knew about S-H-I-E-L-D. Though he suspected a traitor existed, he hadn't yet uncovered the identity. After all, no organization could claim absolute internal unity. Seizing the moment to steer negotiations toward concrete terms, Billy pressed, "You've thoroughly investigated the origins of my money and gold, haven't you? In exchange for this secret, you must guarantee that all legal and financial complications surrounding my assets are permanently resolved. And how can I verify your claims aren't fabricated? After all, no organization could claim absolute internal unity." Seizing the moment to steer negotiations toward concrete terms, Billy pressed, "You've thoroughly investigated the origins of my—" "You certainly know how to strike a deal," Fury retorted, laced with dry irony. "You demand I resolve your troubles, and expect me to do the legwork myself. Does that seem reasonable to you?" "Entirely reasonable. Even if you refuse, it makes no difference. I am unmatched on this planet. You think we're negotiating? I'm informing you." Fury had never before encountered anyone bold enough to speak to him thus. His hand instinctively reached toward his inner coat pocket, where a pager linked to Captain Marvel Carol Danvers rested. "Mr. Davis, do you truly believe you're Earth's only superhuman? You've simply never met anyone stronger, yet I have. Frankly, your perspective is dangerously parochial." Billy sneered, "It's you who's living in a well. You mistake their strength for superiority because you failed to grasp the full measure of mine. Did you imagine I wouldn't recognize your contingency plans, the shape-shifting extraterrestrials? Or perhaps that Radiant Avenger? Are you certain you want to activate that pager? Are you certain she could defeat me? Should you summon her, your miscalculation may well trigger the annihilation of this very planet. Do you truly wish to bear—" At that moment, the legendary spymaster broke into a cold sweat. His hand slowly withdrew from the pager and fell limply to his side. "How could you possibly know this? You were still a minor when these events transpired." Billy, inwardly exhaling in quiet relief, had been bluffing, utterly unconfident in facing Captain Marvel, felt his pulse steady. Fury, meanwhile, regarded the young man with growing unease. This boy seemed to peer directly into the vaults of his most guarded secrets, as if reading his very thoughts. Clearly, he possessed extraordinary capabilities. He dared not gamble on whether Carol could prevail. If she failed, he would become Earth's destroyer, a burden he could never shoulder. From their brief exchange, Fury deduced Billy's nature: formidable, reckless, indifferent to consequence. Governance. Such unpredictability unsettled him profoundly. Yet fortune offered a lifeline. Fury sensed his vulnerabilities: greed, vanity, and obsessive collector's instinct. am beginning to find your secret genuinely compelling. Tell me, who's the mole? Fury conceded, first lifting his glass for a steadying sip. But Billy's first name made him spray water across the table. Natasha Romanoff. Are you seeking revenge? I placed her under your supervision. She merely follows orders. Fury silently added another label to his mental dossier. Petty. Oh right, and you. Fury fell silent, convinced this was pure retaliation. Before he could respond, Billy continued, Clint Barton, Maria Hill, Phil Coulson, my S.H.I.E.L.D. truly boasts an exceptional roster. Fury felt deeply manipulated. The names named were his most trusted lieutenants. Yet as Billy's final syllable faded, Fury instantly locked onto the term Serpent Shield. No slip of the tongue. Something was deeply amiss. Serpent Shield? Why serpent? What does that signify? I was about to ask you, Billy replied, disarmingly calm. How remarkably adept you all are, having infiltrated Hydra itself. You mean, there are Hydra moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. That for Fury represented the gravest conceivable breach. No. Fury exhaled, briefly relieved. Hydra has been infiltrated by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Today over 99% of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel are in fact Hydra operatives. Fury's expression darkened. That claim cannot be uttered lightly. Believe it, or don't. Investigate it yourself. A long silence followed. Billy remained relaxed, thinking surely this revelation has shattered him. Fury's face grew increasingly grim. After prolonged hesitation, he spoke with uncharacteristic humility. Billy paused. This sounded like a command, yet functioned as a plea. The significance wasn't lost on him. This was the spymaster, a man who sought aid from no one. What Billy didn't realize was the sheer magnitude of the shock had delivered. S.H.I.E.L.D. A decades-long edifice of loyalty and discipline now riddled with betrayal. Who could absorb such a truth? Billy understood, even empathized. Just his head labored tirelessly to procure vast quantities of gold, only to discover the entire operation unfolded beneath S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watchful gaze. Yet empathy did not translate to compliance. I never undertake thankless tasks. This concerns national security and the lives of American citizens. With your power to prevent catastrophe, will you stand aside indifferently? Billy laughed. Moral coercion. How quaint. And since he possessed no moral framework, what leverage remained? What's it got to do with me? Fury frowned. How could someone with such temperament ever embody a hero? Perhaps assembling the Avengers demanded urgent priority. If this man ever turned against Earth, they'd need someone capable of stopping him. Recalling Billy's apparent avarice, Fury tested a new angle. You must assist me. Without S.H.I.E.L.D., no institution will shield you from consequences. Billy burst into laughter. Even better. I'm confident Hydra would handle my affairs far more enthusiastically. It appears S.H.I.E.L.D. has outlived its purpose. Or perhaps, you might enlist your old ally Carol Danvers to settle matters for you. Fury realized had grossly underestimated Billy's capacity for disruption. Could any individual be this corrosive? He found himself regarding the young man as potentially more perilous than Hydra itself. Studying Billy intently, Fury confirmed his sincerity. Negotiation required tangible value. No price, no alliance. All right, you win. Fury withdrew a talisman and placed it gently upon the table. This surprised Billy. Had only intended to barter the secret for official non-interference. Yet here lay a little lamb for me, eh? I know you have a collecting habit. How about trading this for your assistance? Billy suddenly realized that these agents did not know the purpose of the talismans. They probably thought these were just oddly shaped stones and regarded the talismans as art pieces. I want to take action. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately tried to retract the sheep talisman, but Billy was quick to press down on it. See, you're impatient again. Let me finish my sentence. You speak. I want to take action, but I can point you towards a clear path to safety. Nick Fury waited for more, and undeterred by the silence, Billy curiously posed the question. Do you know Steve Rogers? Nick Fury nodded. Of course. Who doesn't know Captain America? The first super soldier, but unfortunately he sacrificed himself back in 1945. What if I told you he's actually not dead? Really? Nick Fury sprang to his feet. Where is he? Billy wasn't in a hurry, just pointed at the sheep talisman. I wonder if this news is enough to trade for a little sheep. Nick Fury intuitively pushed the sheep talisman towards Billy, who picked it up and felt it carefully before saying with satisfaction. After Captain defeated the Red Skull, he originally had a chance to escape by jumping into the sea. But he discovered that the Red Skull had set the plane to autopilot. If he jumped, the plane would fly towards New York with the bomb, putting everyone in the city in danger. So he sacrificed himself by crashing into an iceberg. What I want to hear isn't this. I just want to know if the captain survived and where he went afterward. See, you're impatient again. I said you need to have patience. Seeing Nick Fury's face turn ashen, Billy decided not to keep him in suspense any longer. Steve Rogers crashed into an iceberg in Greenland with the plane. Due to the super soldier serum he injected, his superhuman body allowed him to survive, but he was still frozen in the iceberg. After that, there was silence. Billy gave Nick Fury time to digest this information, while Nick Fury wore a dark expression, lost in thought. Nick Fury knew he couldn't search aimlessly like a headless fly. That would certainly lead him nowhere. Howard Stark had searched for the captain for a long time without success, and now he was surrounded by Hydra and almost had no one available. Even if he was reluctant, he had to ask again. Do you know the exact location where the captain was frozen? Billy had been waiting for Nick Fury to ask this question. Of course, he wouldn't let Nick Fury find the captain right now, especially since Nick Fury liked to plant undercover agents. So he would pay him back in kind and plant an undercover agent on Nick Fury's side. If you go now, you definitely won't find him. In the future, a mutated giant will break open the iceberg, and that will be the moment the captain sees the light of day again. The giant Billy referred to was of course the Hulk. In the edited version of the Incredible Hulk Dr. Banner committed suicide by swallowing a gun, and as a result the Hulk emerged, smashing the ice and allowing the captain to fall out. Although this scene was cut in Avengers 1 Dr. Banner also mentioned that he once swallowed a gun to commit suicide, but the Hulk spit the bullet out. Nick Fury was secretly astonished. Throughout all the conversations that night, he had never been this surprised by a single sentence. Could this person actually see the future? If Billy knew his thoughts, he would definitely call him a frog at the bottom of a well. Forget about the Ancient One. Even those Hydra guys could use Zola's algorithm to predict threats against themselves. Compared to them, S-H-I-E-L-D seemed like primitive people flying a mothership around aimlessly. Is there a specific time? Nick Fury was unwilling to settle for just knowing the captain's information. If he didn't get more specifics, he feared he would be restless and unable to sleep. This while the secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. I can only say it will be at least 3 to 5 years from now. Nick Fury's expression tightened. So long. After waiting for 70 years, is 3 to 5 years really that much? Before the captain is rescued, you must keep this secret safe. If any unexpected incident occurs because you recklessly inform others resulting in a change to the future timeline, then all consequences will fall on you. Nick Fury grimaced, feeling uncomfortable being lectured by a young kid, but he could distinguish between right and wrong. Thanks for your advice. I won't do anything foolish. I hope you aren't lying to me. Nick Fury stood up to leave when Billy called out to him. Wait. Nick Fury turned around. Is there something else? Billy straightened his face. I want to know how you targeted me. To the outside world, I seem like an ordinary person, as ordinary as it gets. Well, there's nothing I can't say. You know Flint Marko, right? He was arrested over a month ago, and we learned about you from him. Billy certainly knew who Flint Marko was. He encountered him in the first chapter. Then he suddenly realized something was off and questioned, isn't this wrong? This kind of ordinary case seems outside your jurisdiction, right? Nick Fury snorted coldly. Of course it's outside our jurisdiction. Someone reported sensing strange fluctuations and suspected it was a superhuman, so they reported it to S-H-I-E-L-D. During our investigation, we traced it back to you, that Asian girl, and that pale giant. Just then Flint Marko was arrested and he accused you to us. Billy felt embarrassed. He knew Nick Fury was referring to the week he was searching for the pig talisman when he was with Skye at Langley. Doesn't Flint have a partner? What happened to him? I remember he was scared to death at that time. Nick Fury scoffed, thinking this kid was really despicable. He was so terrified that he went insane and is now sent to a mental hospital. Billy silently wondered, I wonder if Uncle Ben can escape this time. Nick Fury saw he hadn't spoken for a long time and was about to excuse himself. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait. Nick Fury turned his head, a trace of annoyance on his face. Do you have something else? Leave Agent Romanoff behind. I need a professional to help me deal with financial issues. Nick Fury's expression soured. You know I'm barely holding on. If I leave Natasha behind, I will almost have no one. TCH. Billy scoffed. Why didn't you say anything when you planted an undercover agent near me? Then help me find someone in the finance industry who understands the field and must have a clean background. If I find out you've planted an undercover agent again, I will have no choice but to collaborate with Hydra. Nick Fury's eyes nearly popped out, and he gritted his teeth before saying, got it, and left. He was truly afraid that staying any longer would lead to him losing his temper. After Nick Fury left, Billy went to rest at the hotel arranged by Langley. The next morning, Langley took Billy to visit the vault, and to Billy's surprise, Natasha was also going along. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, aren't you leaving? Why are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Didn't you insist on keeping me here last night? Natasha batted her eyelashes. I warn you not to talk nonsense. Be careful, or he'll sue you for defamation. Haha, man. Billy inhaled sharply. He never expected Nick Fury would actually let her go. God knows he intended to swap for a few financial geniuses. He quietly leaned over to Langley's ear and asked, why did you bring her along? Do you know who she is? Langley grinned foolishly. Sir, don't worry. She's a professional, and you'll find out soon enough. Hey, you certainly make it sound mysterious. Billy was speechless. He knew he wouldn't be able to pry it out of Langley. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the vault. From the outside, the vault appeared rather unremarkable aside from its size. If it hadn't been mentioned beforehand, Billy would have never guessed it was a vault. The size of the vault was even larger than that of Ludwig Castle. This was just the above-ground area, while the underground area was twice as large. Billy wondered why it was built so large. Hadn't a portion of the gold already been sold? Even if a lot remained, there was no need to build it larger than the castle, right? However, he would soon find out why it was built so large, and why Langley had brought Natasha along. At Langley's gesture, Natasha utilized a series of complex procedures to open one door after another, and each door required passing through a labyrinthine corridor. Yet these layers of encrypted security measures were in the hands of a single undercover agent. Looking at Langley, his pale face bore a proud expression, which turned to a silly grin when he caught Billy's gaze. Although he said nothing, Billy understood his meaning. It was simply, look, the person I brought in is impressive, right? Billy pulled him aside and asked, for such important passwords you entrusted them to just one person. Why didn't you consider, isn't it safer for each person to manage a different door? Langley replied confidently, sir, I originally thought so too, but then it occurred to me that if someone wasn't smart enough to remember the password, then that door wouldn't open, would it? Tisk, oh, you really are a clever little one. Thinking is good, but can you not think next time? You let S-H-I-E-L-D people guard my gold. That's like letting a mouse guard the granary. The last time someone did that was when the Jade Emperor let Sun Wukong guard the peach garden. You wouldn't believe what happened. All the peaches were gone. I must keep my gold. Under Billy's prayer, the final door opened, revealing not a lengthy maze, but a dazzling golden light. It was as if behind this door lay a club at 2:30 in the morning. Wow, the golden legend. Billy was instantly captivated. The destructive power of gold on humanity is immense, otherwise it wouldn't have become currency. One must admit that Roni was quite impressive in certain aspects, as before him stood rows of varying sized display cabinets. On display were an array of golden items brought from the ancient castle, such as golden swords, shields, crowns, scepters, golden helmets, and golden armor. As he walked forward, Billy froze, for before him was a platform crafted from gold upon which sat a luxurious chair made of gold. Guided by Roni, Billy climbed the golden steps to the stage and slowly sat down in the golden chair. Gently stroking the armrests of the chair, the warm sensation stirred a desire within him. He couldn't help but let out a strange chuckle, thinking that perhaps no ancient emperor had lived so extravagantly. The golden platform was positioned right in the center of the treasury, surrounded by all the golden items, giving one a feeling of being the center of attention, like the moon surrounded by stars. Oh, Billy slumped in the chair, feeling indescribably comfortable. Can't one enjoy life after having lived 2 lives? Seeing Billy so satisfied, Roni bid farewell. Sir, we will take our leave now. Billy waved his hand, and Roni left the treasury with Natasha. Along the way, Natasha asked anxiously, will he be all right alone in there? It's fine, he knows what he's doing. This did not alleviate Natasha's concerns, as she felt that Billy did not strike her as someone who was in control. As he had anticipated, after the two left, Billy stepped down from the platform and began to pace, touching the items on the display cabinets. After thoroughly examining everything, he contentedly sat back down in the golden chair. He gazed blankly at the ceiling, which was also made of gold. From the outside it looked ordinary, but the interior was a hidden wonder, perhaps layered with many layers of skin. Mine, all mine. Billy felt as if he was immersed in a golden ocean, gradually becoming dizzy and sleepy. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. In his dream, he found himself in a familiar place, the ruins of the Avengers Tower, but this time there were many corpses of superheroes around. Look at these pitiful ants daring to challenge the divine. The consequence of defying fate is only one death. A deep voice came from behind. Billy turned around, astonished to see someone he recognized, even in ashes. It was the purple sweet potato essence. At this moment, the purple sweet potato essence sat on a high platform formed by the piled bodies of numerous superheroes, with a chair made from Hulk's head beneath him. Seeing Billy looking at him in confusion, the purple sweet potato essence smiled and said, "Good boy, you have done well. With your help I have finally cleared away these pests. Now no one can obstruct destiny." "What the hell? What do you mean by with my help? What are you talking about? Can you speak in a language that I can understand?" Billy did not respond, and the purple sweet potato essence continued. "I have been tirelessly working for the balance of the universe. Over the years I have faced countless futile resistances. Those pests dared to challenge the divine, especially the resistance from this planet, which was exceptionally strong. I never expected to encounter such strong opposition on such a backward planet, which almost cost me dearly." Hearing this, Billy felt uneasy, and indeed the next moment confirmed his suspicions, as the purple sweet potato essence said, "Fortunately, I met you, a good boy who knows the times." Billy's breathing grew heavier, and as he recalled the purple sweet potato essence's earlier words, he began to understand. For certain reasons, he had become a traitor, backstabbing the Avengers, while they valiantly resisted the purple sweet potato essence, leading to their collective annihilation. But how could this be possible? After all, he was a transmigrant. How could he possibly become a traitor? However, the next moment, the purple sweet potato essence provided him with an answer. "Now you can take your gold and go to any planet you wish." Is it the gold, or the fear of the snap? Billy wasn't sure if this answer was correct. Perhaps in a parallel universe he had allowed gold to corrupt his mind and turned into a complete miser. Or perhaps he had lost his ambition and settled into a life of complacency. Regardless, either point diverged from his original intention. Since being affected by that snap and crossing over to this place, he had longed to grow stronger, to take control of his destiny. He had even forgotten that he came from another world. He missed home, he longed to return home every moment, yet he couldn't say it. He knew too well that there were too many mind readers in this world, and anyone might threaten his world. He could only bury this longing for home deep within his heart. He thought that once he stood firm here and gained enough strength, he could go home. But today, after seeing so much gold, he felt the desire to enjoy losing his ambition and no longer seeking charm. The thoughts he had back then now sent chills down his spine. He thought, if I could live like this for a lifetime, that wouldn't be so bad. After all, Thanos wouldn't come for another decade. Who knows, I might be a survivor. I can't imagine that without this dream would I end up like what was depicted in the dream, backstabbing those Avengers who valiantly resisted to keep my gold and my complacent life. Thanos slowly descended the steps, stepping on the corpses of the Avengers. The sound of his footfalls on Iron Man's body produced a metallic ring, the sound of his armor. Stepping on Captain America's body also produced a metallic ring. Was it vibranium? No, it was his iron will. However, when stepping on Black Widow below, there was a thud sound as he sank into her flesh, blood spurting out. As he stepped, her head tilted toward Billy, and her eyes filled with despair and unwillingness fixed on him. Billy wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Just moments ago, she had brought him to the treasury, and now in the blink of an eye. Billy repeatedly reminded himself that this was just a dream, yet the vivid sensations of touch, sound, and sight told him it was happening in reality. The spaceship is ready for you, and your gold is aboard. You can leave now. The purple sweet potato essence began to usher him away as if the earth were his private property. What are you going to do? Billy already had the answer in his heart, but he couldn't help but ask. Of course, to eliminate some pests that waste the universe's resources. With that, he raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. In the next second, Billy was overwhelmed by countless cries for help, a strong impact causing his head to throb painfully, making him collapse to the ground. He knew these cries came from afar, but he couldn't stop it. Perhaps this was the price of betrayal. Enough! Billy shouted hoarsely, and all the noisy sounds around him abruptly ceased. What? Thanos turned his head in confusion. Billy immediately sprang to his feet, furious, and said, I said enough. In my dream, how can I let you bully me? I was going to let you off, but now it seems you are ungrateful. Why do pests like you always dare to challenge the divine? Thanos calmly donned his helmet. Very well, let me teach you the meaning of humility. He didn't even reach for his blade, let alone snap his fingers, opting instead for hand-to-hand combat, a move that struck Billy as profound contempt. Tiger doesn't roar. Then you truly mistake me for a worm. Deceive your comrades if you must, but don't deceive yourself. Billy roared, arrogant fool. The Ox talisman flared to life when uppercut launched Thanos skyward. He landed still stunned, bewildered, unable to comprehend how in just 3 months Billy's strength had surged so dramatically. Clearly Thanos knew nothing of the adage, a scholar absent for 3 days must be regarded anew. He still saw Billy as Liu Sheng, the same weakling from before. As Thanos rose, Billy seized the moment. No mercy for a fallen foe, and activated the pig talisman. Golden light blazed from his eyes, searing toward Thanos' gloved wrist. I admit, I underestimated you. You are a remarkably powerful insect. Thanos used the reality stone to phase his body and evade the golden beam. Billy scoffed, still boasting. I doubt you can dodge forever. Though the talismans lacked the raw might of the Infinity Stones, they held one decisive advantage: 0 side effects. The Infinity Stones, by contrast, inflicted grievous harm upon their wielder before striking outward. Star-Lord, a demigod, nearly perished under the Power Stone's backlash. Even Thanos' formidable hide could not endure the stone's toll indefinitely. Realizing this, Billy relentlessly cycled between the dragon and pig talismans, explosive dragon blasts and laser-eyed precision alternating without pause, denying Thanos even a breath. Yet after prolonged combat, Thanos showed no sign of fatigue. Indeed, he countered with leisurely strikes from the Infinity Stones, all deflected by Billy's horse and dog talismans. Billy silently thanked fate for having secured the monkey and sheep talismans beforehand. Without them, he could never have withstood the reality and soul stones. After several exchanges, Billy inwardly recoiled. If I possessed all 12 talismans, could you possibly dare humiliate me? Alas, he held only 8. 8 it is then. 8 talismans versus 6 stones. Advantage lies with me. Billy intensified his assault, activating both dragon and pig talismans simultaneously. Terrifying beams of laser fire and incandescent flame erupting from his eyes and mouth. When the conflagration subsided, not even ash remained of Thanos. I won. I've slain the purple potato. Ecstatic Billy basked in triumph, blissfully unaware of imminent peril, until a chilling voice descended upon him, not quite yet, child. What? Before he could react, Thanos, materializing from nowhere, clamped a crushing grip around Billy's throat and slammed him to the ground. Cursed, he'd forgotten the time stone. That single oversight shattered Billy's strategy. No wound, however grave, could hold against its restorative power. Though the horse talisman numbed his pain, Billy sensed urgency. If he failed to break free swiftly, danger would escalate. Sure enough, Thanos fixed his gaze on Billy's golden belt. These trinkets. Your final trump card, I presume. As Thanos reached for the belt, and the Ox talisman proved powerless against the Power Stone, Billy unleashed dragon and pig talismans in tandem, forcing Thanos back and seizing his chance to escape. Deceitful insect, Thanos muttered darkly, genuinely enraged. I thought you unworthy of this final measure. But now, I shall grant you a flawless eternal finale. Thanos raised his hand to snap. You can't activate a single stone while snapping, can you? Billy grinned, and fired a searing optic blast at Thanos' wrist. The snap's purpose was wish fulfillment. Thanos erased half the universe. The Avengers reversed it. Upon snapping, Billy's belt vanished, talismans scattering across the floor, as Thanos' sole intent was to seize the gold itself. Unaware of their names, Thanos assumed the belt conferred Billy's power. At the instant of the snap, Billy's laser severed Thanos' wrist, leaving behind a smooth surgical stump. Now even the gauntlet was irretrievable. Countless calamities, natural and man-made, have shaped the cosmos. Those who fell were arrogant fools like you. The humble insects endured and survived. Billy spoke as he slowly retrieved the dragon talisman. When insects begin gazing upward at the heavens, that is the twilight of gods like you. A cataclysmic burst of flame erupted from the dragon talisman, reducing Thanos, mid-reach for the gauntlet, to atoms. As fire consumed him, Thanos twisted his lips into a sinister smile. I will return. Billy jolted awake, first instinctively checking his waist. Relief flooded him when he saw the golden belt still there. Of course, it had been only a dream. How could Thanos possibly possess all 6 stones at this juncture? Sir, you're finally awake, Lonnie said, surprise edging his voice. Billy realized he still sat upon the golden throne. Lonnie, Sky, and Natasha gathered around him. What's going on? How long have I slept? Lonnie opened his mouth, then hesitated, gesturing for Natasha to speak. 3 days have passed. We meant to take you to a hospital, but even the strongest among us couldn't budge you. We considered hauling the entire golden throne, but it too stood rooted immovable. 3 days, Billy murmured, astonished. Billy, are you alright? Sky's worried gaze met his. He managed a faint, reassuring smile. I'm fine, better than ever. Rising, Billy swept his gaze over the sea of gold, then stepped onto the golden dais, and mused inwardly, excess gold brings not prosperity, but suffering. With that, he resolved to share the hoard with Sky and Lonnie, the original stakeholders. Perfect, you're all here. Natasha, bear witness, Sky, Lonnie. This gold belongs to you too. Let's divide it today. Billy, did you sleep paddled? Sir, I cannot accept. Seeing their refusal, Billy clicked his tongue. Fine, then we'll sell it. I'll split the proceeds. Yet both insisted. Lonnie even declared earnestly, Sir, money is everywhere, just never in my pockets. Does that count as financial freedom? You win, clever little fox. If gold won't do, and cash won't do, what do you want it? Billy sighed, baffled. Why is giving money so hard? They scratched their heads. Sky ventured softly. I'd like to open a small supermarket. Nothing grand. Sir, Sergey said you can make people stronger. I wish to grow stronger too. Billy exhaled. Agreed. I'll grant both your wishes, and launch a new company. You'll each receive 5% equity, pure dividends. No refusal allowed. His firm decree silenced their hesitation. They nodded silently. Billy cast one last glance at the gold, then summoned a golden sword with the rooster talisman. A sword to slay dragon demons. He ran his fingers along the blade, then levitated it midair with the rooster talisman, melted it with the pig talisman, and reshaped it into a golden mask. The mask bore an uncanny perfect likeness to Shindu's face. As Billy put on the mask of the sovereign Sky, curiously asked, Billy, why are you wearing such a strange mask? Is this a lizard? Ronnie interjected, I think it looks like a horse with a long mouth. He then angrily declared, no. This, a Huaxia dragon. It represents the divine beast in Huaxia mythology, you two jungle bumpkins. Billy was furious inside. Indeed, where there is a sleeping dragon, there is a phoenix chick. Looking at the two oblivious faces, Billy felt deflated and changed the topic, saying, Natasha, I'm allocating 100 million to you to help me set up a company. You really think of me as an employee? Natasha rolled her eyes. I'm here to say goodbye. Fury has already sent you the people. Billy had not anticipated the efficiency of S-H-I-E-L-D. He still needed Natasha to help him establish the company. What should he do now? However, with a sudden idea, Billy coaxed, I haven't vetted these financial talents yet, so I can't let you go. Help me register the company as a favor, and once I've tested them, I'll let you know. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. Why me? You know I'm just an agent, not a specialist in this area. Because you are more professional than I am. We know nothing about setting up a company or hiring people. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who can help me with this unless Nick Fury sends me another batch of talents. Natasha looked exasperated. Since you're so rich, why not spend some money to hire from a talent market or a headhunting company? Natasha was met with the astonished expressions of the three men. Is it really that simple? Who are these people? Natasha felt exhausted. Being an agent was far more comfortable. At least she didn't have to face three big idiots. Ultimately, Billy let Natasha return to S-H-I-E-L-D while he went off to recruit. The bad news was that the company wasn't established yet, so to recruit talents he'd have to spend a fortune. The good news was that Billy was now left with nothing but money. After recruiting a batch of professionals for the HR department, Billy resumed being the hands-off manager, letting these professionals select talents for him. Time flew by like an arrow. Unbeknownst to him, summer arrived and quietly passed, leaving behind little secrets. In the blink of an eye, August was almost half gone and Billy's company was finally established. Shindu Investment Co., Ltd. was officially established, named so because Shindu means sovereign. Although the company was built, Billy had not yet thought about what to do. Just after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, an unexpected person appeared before him. Sergey, you're still alive. The visitor was of course Sergey Kravenov, also known as Hunter Craven. After hitching a ride on Billy's private jet back from the Arctic, he was beaten up by Ronnie and sent home. Although his physical injuries had healed long ago, the trauma remained unhealed. The visitor was of course Sergey Kravenov, also known as Hunter Craven. After hitching a ride on Billy's private jet back from the Arctic, he was beaten up by Ronnie and sent. But when Calypso explained her reasoning, he found that she was right. She said you risked your life to obtain 2 charms, while he almost got 6 charms. This indicates that either he learned about the charms earlier or he was more efficient and managed to acquire the charms faster than you. Whichever answer it is, it shows that he understands the charms better than I do as a witch. He nearly killed you clearly to prevent others from finding the charms, but later, he even healed you using the charm's power. He actively sought you out, which indicates that he has a fondness for talent. Sergei, as a superhuman modified by drugs, your physical qualities are not inferior to the former Captain America, yet you couldn't even defeat one of his subordinates lacking any ability to fight back. He knows everything about us and has the ability to take your life at any moment, yet he let you go. Don't you understand what Hearing Calypso's words, Sergei gasped, "You mean he wants to recruit me?" Calypso nodded. This could be your chance to become stronger. Thus, he came to find Billy armed with the specific location of the rabbit charm that Calypso had given him. He intended to offer his services, but he did not expect Billy's first greeting to be so cheeky. "What do you mean I'm still alive? Are you disappointed that I'm alive?" However, he needed something from him, so he could only suppress his feelings and politely ask, "Do you still mean what you said about helping me increase my strength?" "Of course." Billy replied, "Who in this business doesn't know I'm the most trustworthy?" Sergei frowned. He found it hard to believe. Yet recalling Calypso's words, he immediately knelt on one knee, saying, "Sergei is willing to serve you as master and will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." Billy hurriedly helped him up. All right. I appreciate that, Sergei. That's like a fish in water. But let's not talk about recognizing a master or anything. You just call me boss." "Okay, boss. Here is the specific location of the rabbit charm." Calypso said the rabbit charm is moving and its whereabouts are erratic. Perhaps someone has obtained it. Sergei presented 3 cards, and from his translation, Billy learned that the rabbit charm was located around a villa bay. Billy estimated that it wasn't so much that someone had taken the charm, rather the rabbit charm was continuously moving because it was embedded in the shell of a sea turtle. "Grab a big pair of pliers, we're going to Malibu." With Billy's command, Sergei naturally had no objections, and the two flew straight to Malibu. The cliff villas in Malibu are famous for their beach and sea views, attracting countless wealthy individuals. The two arrived just in time to see a sea turtle basking on the beach. Upon closer inspection, the rabbit charm was indeed on its back. Billy couldn't believe that acquiring this charm could be so easy. How it felt like a dream. Billy gestured for Sergei to use the pliers to pry out the charm. After trying, Sergei found that the charm was firmly lodged in the shell, and even with his 2 tons of strength, he couldn't budge it an inch. "Damn it, get out of the way, let me do it." Billy shoved Sergei aside, pinching the rabbit charm with 2 fingers while activating the ox charm. Pop! With a light sound, he easily pulled it out. As expected, it had to be you, boss. Sergei gave a thumbs up. Billy, feeling proud, said, "Of course, how could I be a boss without some strength?" However, at that moment, an untimely voice rang out. "You have entered a private property area. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately." Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a chubby man holding a loudspeaker looking at them warily. Billy naturally recognized who this was. Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's bodyguard with negligible combat power. If compared to Sergei, it would be a 1-9 matchup. "What if we don't leave? Little fatty, what can you do?" "Listen, kid, and you too, wild man, I'm a professional bodyguard. You better leave before I lose my temper." Billy glanced at the luxurious villa on the cliff. He wasn't afraid of Stark Industries, but attracting the military would be counterproductive. Besides, he had already obtained the talisman. Thinking of this, he said, "Okay, little fatty, you successfully scared me. Let's leave now. Come on, Sergei." Sergei shot an unhappy glare at Happy Hogan and silently followed Billy away. As the two left, Happy let out a long breath. He had seen murderous intent in Sergei's eyes, sending chills down his spine. "Hey, Happy, what happened?" came Stark's voice through the earpiece. "Nothing happened, Tony. 2 strange people showed up, but I scared them away." "Well done, boy. Your bonus for this month is doubled. Don't worry about insignificant characters." "Got it, Tony. I understand." Happy hung up the phone and didn't dwell on the matter. "Boss, are we just leaving like this? If you can't act, I can quietly." "No need for that, Sergei. Do you remember why we came here?" "To find the talisman." "So have we found the talisman?" "Yes, we have." "So is there any problem?" "Boss, I'm just upset. That little fatty was really infuriating. He actually called me a wild man." "What part of me resembles a wild man?" Billy was speechless. How could he not resemble a wild man? Didn't he have any self-awareness about his own appearance? At the very least, couldn't he put on some pants first? Even Beast from the X-Men knew how to wear a suit. Of course, everyone has their own interests and hobbies. Billy didn't understand, but also didn't respect them. Perhaps Sergei had a disease where wearing pants would kill him. Or maybe he was cursed to never wear pants for life. Billy could only indirectly discuss the Tao Te Ching with him. "Old Sergei, do you know why people become very tired?" Sergei was puzzled. "What? Boss, are you talking to me? What do you mean by that?" "It's you, old Sergei. Don't worry about these trivial matters. Let me ask you, why do people become very tired?" "Because people want too much." "Right and wrong." Billy shook his head. "It's because people always engage in unnecessary tasks." "I don't understand, boss. What do you mean by unnecessary tasks?" "For instance, going up the mountain to chop wood, cooking when it's time to cook. Those are things that are meant to be done. However, some people go up the mountain to chop wood and chop wood to cook, which makes them very tired. For example, today, getting the talisman is just to get the talisman. Fighting that little fatty is an unnecessary task. If a tree grows too many branches, will it grow better? No. It will die due to insufficient nutrients." Sergei suddenly realized, "I see, boss. I understand now." "Good to understand. You are teachable." Billy nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly a phone call came in. Billy answered and asked, "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Davis and Mike Goggin. I've got results on the matter you entrusted me to investigate." Billy then remembered that he had indeed hired a private detective to investigate Peter Parker. He wanted to determine which version of Spider-Man exists in this universe. "What are the results?" "I found out that Peter Parker attends Midtown High School, lives with his uncle and aunt. His uncle has just been fired, and he is about to return to school for his senior year." "What's the date for returning to school?" Billy was dumbfounded, but also a little pleased, asking, "When is the return to school day?" "Tomorrow." Although confused, Mike Goggin answered his seemingly pointless question. "Okay, I got it." Billy hung up the phone, rubbed his forehead, and carefully sorted through the plot. Tomorrow was Peter Parker's return to school day. Their senior class would visit the Science Center at Columbia University, where Peter would be bitten by a mutated spider and gain superpowers. On the same day, Norman Osborn would be pressured by General Slocum and the board to inject himself with the Green Goblin serum, killing his partner Dr. Strom and stealing the glider and flight suit, becoming the Green Goblin. This action would cause Oscorp's stock price to plummet. Oh, Billy's eyes lit up. He could take advantage of this opportunity to short Oscorp's stock. The next day, the aggressive short selling by Shindu Investment Company has already impacted the stock price of Osborn Industries, yet the shareholders of Osborn Industries have no time to care about this. Norman Osborn, the founder of Osborn Industries, was driving in a Rolls-Royce to drop his son off for his senior year of high school. There he encountered a young man who piqued his interest, Peter Parker, and he even contemplated taking him in as a son. However, a call from the board of directors summoned him back, as General Slocum had arrived to inspect Osborn Industries. Norman Osborn hurried back to report the progress of the flight suit and glider wings to General Slocum, accompanied by his partner Dr. Storm. The major shareholders, Mr. Balkan and Mr. Fargas, were present throughout. These two were formidable. They even had the capital to expel Norman, the founder, from Osborn Industries. Although the flight suit and glider wings had been perfected, what General Slocum demanded was not this. He unambiguously issued an order to Norman: "I want to see the human performance enhancement serum." However, Norman could not provide it, as the serum was still in the research phase. Currently, only lab mice had been experimented on, and the results had produced significant side effects. General Slocum was also troubled. Ever since the birth of Captain America, and nearly everyone desired the super soldier serum. But the serum had long been destroyed, and its creator had been murdered at the same time. The only hope lay in extracting Captain America's blood to cultivate a new super soldier serum. Countless scientists flocked to this, because if successful, it would be a panacea. The military was also desperate for this serum, so they invested heavily in numerous scientists, yet always faced failure. Even Howard Stark's serum research had failed. After the previous general stepped down, General Slocum continued to support Osborn Industries in developing the serum. Yet now Norman informed him that the side effects were too severe and they needed to revert to the formula stage. He was out of time, for General Thaddeus Ross had already developed a super soldier serum. General Thaddeus even felt that this serum was not strong enough. He wanted to enhance it further, so he brought in Dr. Bruce Banner to develop the serum. Consequently, Dr. Slocum planned to abandon the research on the serum and invest in the development of humanoid mechs at Exploration Aerospace Company. He and the two major shareholders of the board gave Norman a final deadline: 2 weeks. This was the time frame for the prototype testing of the humanoid mech. If the human performance enhancement drug had not been successfully developed by then, the funding would be allocated to other companies. Norman Osborn was filled with despair. Having only 2 weeks to revert the experiment back to the formula stage was evidently insufficient. With no other options, he decided to take a risk and experiment on himself. That night, "Are you sure you want to do this, Norman? We could actually start over." As Norman bound himself to the operating table, Dr. Storm, as his partner, could hardly bear to see him take such a risk. But Norman was exceptionally resolute. "There's no time, Storm. If the experiment fails, they will withdraw their investment, and Osborn Industries will be in jeopardy." "But, no, let's just start already." Dr. Storm wanted to say something else, but Norman silenced him, and he could only reluctantly close his mouth. He knew that this partner, this old friend, had become obsessed. To ensure that the enhancer would integrate into his blood more quickly and efficiently, Norman directly ingested a whole bottle of the catalyst, which to Dr. Storm seemed no different from courting death. After downing it in one go, Norman shouted, "Start." Dr. Storm helplessly activated the machine. All he could do was silently pray for Norman, hoping the experiment would go smoothly. Norman was confined within the experimental chamber as a tube of the human performance enhancement serum injected into the apparatus, transforming into dark green smoke that erupted from all directions. At first, he didn't notice anything amiss until the smoke filled the entire chamber, obscuring any view of what was happening inside. When the smoke cleared, Dr. Storm was horrified to find that Norman was convulsing, rolling his eyes back as if he had been electrocuted, resembling a possessed entity. The apparatus indicated an anomaly, but Dr. Storm paid no heed. He was only concerned about Norman's condition. Once the green mist dissipated completely, he hurriedly unfastened the clasp on Norman, but just as he turned back to glance at the alarmed apparatus, he found himself being choked by Norman. At that moment, Norman's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a hideous demon. The serum had enhanced his strength, allowing him to lift Dr. Storm effortlessly by the throat. With a slight exertion, he threw Dr. Storm across the room, shattering the glass of the experimental chamber and smashing the apparatus, which erupted with countless sparks. Norman leaped from the chamber like a beast, leaving the laboratory with the flight suit and glider wings. At Shindu Investment Company, lured by the high salary of 5 times their usual pay, plus bonuses, the financial staff voluntarily set up camp at the company, taking shifts to monitor the stocks of Osborne Industries. It's dropped. Suddenly a voice rang out like thunder, causing all these startled individuals to erupt in excitement. Even those sleeping jumped up and returned to their posts. At this moment, everyone could see only one thing: the stock price of Osborne Industries had plummeted. The human performance enhancement serum research had failed. The flight suit and glider wings had been stolen. The partner was killed. Shareholders withdrew their investments to turn to other companies, and even the military abandoned him, opting to negotiate with other companies. Bad news kept pouring in, leading to a severe plummet in stock prices. Major newspapers reported this news. Billy, with tears in his eyes, made a substantial profit, and everyone in the company admired Billy for his farsightedness, decisiveness, and meticulousness. If it were anyone else, they might not have the guts, not knowing that Billy possessed a god's perspective. The next morning, Norman was found in his office, and when he saw the newspaper, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Initially, he had hoped to develop the human performance enhancement serum to save Osborne Industries, but instead it only exacerbated the already dire situation. However, he was now too preoccupied to care about this, for an evil laugh echoed incessantly in his mind, refusing to. Billy reflected carefully, realizing that there was nothing much to worry about. He just needed to wait for the humanoid mech test at Exploration Aerospace in 2 weeks. With this in mind, he decided to give the employees some time off. "Everyone, look at me. I have something to announce," he shouted, and once everyone was drawn to his gaze, he continued, "Now quickly wrap things up. Once everyone has taken care of their tasks, come to collect bonuses. After that, everyone gets a week of paid vacation." A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted, and soon people came forward to collect their bonuses, expressing their gratitude. As Billy distributed the bonuses, he said to each person, "Thank you for your hard work. Enjoy your rest." In the end, all the employees had left, leaving only Billy, Sky, and Ronnie lying on the ground. Sky had just finished distributing bonuses to the logistics team, while Ronnie had just finished with the security team. The three were overjoyed at having made a huge profit today, and Billy couldn't help but exclaim, "Today has truly been a bountiful." But did Norman Osborne think the same? "Boss, this is my brother Dmitry Snelgakov." Billy was just about to go look for Spider-Man when Sergei found him first, bringing along a pale-faced individual resembling a cliché alien from television. The previous chapter concluded with Billy asking Sergei to call his brother the Chameleon, but he didn't expect Dmitry to arrive that afternoon after giving instructions just that morning. "Hello, my name is Dmitry." Dmitry, nicknamed the Chameleon, can transform into the likeness of anyone, a power similar to that of the Skrulls, though lacking the short-term memories and abilities of those he imitates. He rarely showed his true alien-like appearance, usually transforming into an ordinary passerby. He had heard from his older brother Sergei about encountering a tricky character who had his formidable brother at a complete disadvantage. He was eager to see just how powerful this person was, and planned to surprise him by suddenly transforming into his likeness during their handshake. "I'm Billy Davis, and from now on I'll be your boss." The moment Billy's hand touched Dmitry's, the latter suddenly transformed into Billy's own likeness. "Someone mimicking my face." Billy was somewhat prepared, but not for this level of absurdity, staring at the face that mirrored his own, adorned with a smug, irritating grin. Billy instantly stiffened, his fists clenched. It was purely because it was too infuriating. A dreadful thought circled in his mind. "I can't possibly look like this to others, right?" Shaking his head to cast away these unrealistic thoughts, "Everyone loves me. How could anyone dislike me?" "Hey, Chameleon, do you have any serious business? As an agent, what about your professionalism?" Not seeing any shock on his opponent's face, the Chameleon disinterestedly reverted to his original form. At that moment, Sergei felt nervous for his younger brother, thinking, "You've never been hit, have you? If he gets startled and suddenly punches you, you'll be done for." Sergei was clearly overthinking. Billy wasn't the type to fuss over such trivial matters with this old trickster, especially since this trickster was useful to him, immensely so. "Isn't Nick Fury looking for Captain America?" Billy planned to have the Chameleon impersonate him to infiltrate the Avengers. After all, he had done just that in the comics, though he was ultimately caught by Hercules. According to Billy's knowledge, this universe wouldn't even notice a Skrull, so the Chameleon could safely blend in. "Let's go, I'll take you to meet the good neighbor." Originally, Billy intended to quietly check on how Peter Parker was doing by himself, but now he decided to bring along these two troublesome villains to meet the newly debuted Peter Parker. "Oh ho, yo ho." Peter Parker, discovering his superhuman powers, continuously jumped from one building rooftop to another while letting out exhilarating howls. Billy brought Sergei and Dmitry to a tall building with a clear view, and to prevent missing the jumping Peter Parker, he brought binoculars, though they weren't needed. Peter Parker, possibly too excited from gaining his powers for the first time, was unaware of the eyes watching him from a distance. Billy even took out a camcorder to capture this moment. "Boss, are we just here to watch this fool?" Sergei felt this was a pure waste of time. "How can he jump so far? Can you do that?" Dmitry asked, now transformed into a long-faced, scruffy, rugged figure. "Of course I can. You're just bragging." The two burly men argued, making Billy's head ache. He hurriedly intervened, "Keep watching, there's more amazing stuff to come." Peter Parker stood on a rooftop, repeatedly extending his hand and saying, "Go web. Fly. Shoot webs. Shazam. Web web web." He changed his hand gestures with every line. Sergei and Dmitry were utterly dumbfounded, both thinking, "What on earth is this fool doing? However, the next second they found out as Peter Parker extended his hand forward, making a rock and roll gesture, and a web shot out from his wrist. Bro, did you see that? Did he just shoot something? Dimitri was stunned. He had always thought his own transformation into an unrecognizable being was very bizarre, but he didn't expect someone to be even stranger. At that moment, he had only one thought after half a day in Queens. Peter Parker had cured his mental exhaustion. How can this young man be doing such things in broad daylight? Moreover, the quantity is just two. As a hunter, Sergei often mingled with beasts, but he had never seen such a volume. Hearing the two say a bunch of inappropriate things, Billy knew they had misunderstood and immediately reminded them, it's not what you think, just keep watching and you'll know. Soon Peter Parker shot out another stream of web. Dimitri exclaimed, isn't that too fast? Is it? Enough. Billy directly interrupted his dangerous remarks. If he continued, they would be flagged. Meanwhile, Peter Parker had already shot out his third wave of web and was testing its strength repeatedly, psyching himself up. He jumped up, letting out a primal howl like Tarzan, but unable to stop, he crashed straight into a billboard. What a tragedy. The three witnessing the whole ordeal couldn't help but exclaim. Let's go meet this somewhat gifted young man. At this moment, Peter Parker lay sprawled on the ground, and following Billy's instructions, Sergei and Dimitri lifted the fallen Peter Parker to present him to Billy. Oh hey, thank you, you're really nice people. Where are you taking me? The two hadn't said a word throughout, nearly startling Peter Parker. Fortunately, after arriving in front of Billy, they let him go. He scratched his head, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his clothes, asking, my name is Peter Parker, may I ask who you are? Billy turned around, and a handsome face met Peter Parker's gaze. Having just seen two rugged, scruffy-faced men resembling robbers, he felt a sense of warmth upon seeing this handsome. The next second, Billy's friendly voice came, don't be nervous. Your name is Peter Parker, right? We are from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, or you can call us by our abbreviation SHIELD. We are dedicated to dealing with all supernatural events and global crises. Peter Parker was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't know what these people wanted with him, it sounded like an official organization, so they probably wouldn't be deceiving him, right? Thinking of this, he politely asked, hello, may I ask why you were looking for me? Billy continued the charade while Mr. Parker, we've been observing you since earlier, and we'd like to ask where your recently exhibited superpowers came from. Peter jolted incredulously, asking, you saw what happened just now? Billy smiled and asked, not only did we see, we recorded it. Would you like to see your heroic demeanor, Mr. Parker? Mr. Parker. Although Peter expressed his reluctance to watch, Billy still insisted on making him relive his heroic moment from a third-person perspective. Peter's face turned as red as a monkey's backside. This was too embarrassing. Billy earnestly warned Peter, having superpowers is a good thing, but you must not expose your abilities in front of ordinary people, otherwise we'll have to take you down. Do you understand? Peter nodded. Billy then asked how Peter had acquired his superpowers. Most people would hesitate to share, but Peter was an honest kid. He told Billy everything without any concealment. Just like in the original story, Billy felt relieved, indicating that his butterfly effect had not stirred up any storms. However, he still caused some ripples. For instance, the Sandman Flintmark, who would have accidentally killed Uncle Ben, was now captured and imprisoned thanks to Billy's intervention, allowing Uncle Ben to survive. With Uncle Ben alive, he likely wouldn't tell Peter what it means that with great power comes great responsibility. Thus, this lesson could only be imparted by him. Thinking of this, Billy patted Peter on the shoulder and solemnly said, Peter, as a young man, you must learn to practice restraint. Although you may not understand what I've done for you now, one day you will. When that day comes, you will naturally thank me. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Although Peter was confused and didn't grasp what Billy was trying to express, this incident made him reflect deeply, leading him to make an incredibly wise decision. That was to always wear a mask when using his powers. He must never let anyone recognize him as Peter Parker. After saying this, Billy didn't wait for Peter's reaction. He turned and walked away as if he had made a firm resolution. Leaving Peter with a stylish silhouette, Sergei and Dimitri also got up to follow him. Hey, I still don't know your name. Peter hurriedly chased after him. Billy paused for a moment, originally wanting to reveal his alias Wade Wilson, but thinking of Peter Parker's difficult life, he decided not to play with him anymore. Moreover, he was about to gather all 12 charms, so there was no need to hide. He took out a business card and turned to hand it to Peter Parker, saying, Billy Davis. If one day you need help or want a respectable job, you can call the number on this card to find me. After saying goodbye to Peter, the three of them walked towards the vault. Once they were sure they were far from Peter, Sergei couldn't help but ask, Boss, who exactly is this kid? Why do I always feel an urge to hit him? Dimitri chimed in, what my brother said is right. I feel the same way. Boss, how about my brother, and I go beat him up? Billy's eyelid twitched. He thought, would you two elderly men go bully a high school student? Besides, can you two even take him? 2 tons of strength is your limit, while 20 tons is merely Peter Parker's baseline. Moreover, this kid is known as the Spider-Man, infamous for being a bully. Thinking of this, he said with annoyance, don't ever say that again. If others find out that you two not only bullied a high school student behind his back, but even wanted to beat him up, how will you two survive? While Billy was speaking, an unexpected person approached him. Flintmark. What was going on? Wasn't this old guy arrested? How did he end up here? Is Nick Fury setting me up? Flintmark on the other side also spotted Billy at the same time, and was equally puzzled. Wade Wilson. Billy's alias. Wasn't this guy in Hell's Kitchen? How did he end up in Queens? He truly is a persistent ghost. In fact, Flintmark had escaped from prison. After being scared off by Billy with a gun last time, he got a gun as soon as he got out this time, and thought about trying his luck in Queens. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, he ran into Billy. Furious, he immediately pulled out a handgun and pointed it at Billy, asking, "What do you want? Why did you chase me all the way to Queens?" Seeing the gun pointed at him, Billy was unfazed, but Sergey hurriedly stepped in front of Billy, asking, "Boss, should we kill him?" Billy gently pushed Sergey aside and replied, "No need, he is also a pitiful person." He pulled out 2 gold coins from his pocket and tossed them to Flint, saying, "Take this and go home." After Billy and the others left, Flint couldn't hold back his tears any longer. His daughter was saved. Billy's mood also lifted significantly. 2 gold coins were just a drop in the bucket for him, completely inconsequential. Yet he saved 2 families with those 2 gold coins, which was a bargain by any account. After hearing that Flint turned to crime to save his daughter and had never harmed anyone, and that he only robbed from Gray Industries, Sergey and Dmitri gave Billy a thumbs up, saying, "Boss, you are amazing." This made Billy feel quite embarrassed. Soon they arrived at the vault. Ever since Natasha was taken back by Nick Fury, Billy had changed the vault's password. All the codes were only remembered in his head. Fearing to scare these 2 elderly men, Billy specifically reminded them, "Make sure to keep calm, don't let your jaws drop." However, the 2 clearly did not take it seriously, laughing as they said, "Boss, we've lived for so many years, we've seen all kinds of storms. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire inside, we won't even furrow a brow." Billy secretly thought, "I hope you 2 can maintain this mindset later." After a complex and intricate operation, he unlocked all the doors, revealing a scene that astonished the 2 elderly men. They had lived a lifetime, and even though one of their fathers was a duke, they had never seen so much gold. Billy chuckled. The arrangement here was exactly the same as before. Since Billy left last time, it hadn't changed much. He hadn't decided how to deal with it, so he left it here for the time being. Billy took down the shield originally embedded with the chicken charm from the shelf and handed it to Sergey, saying, "This is yours, practice well." Sergey was puzzled. Billy said no more, but used the chicken charm to transform a pile of gold coins along with the pig charm into a shield similar to Captain America's. He handed the shield to Dmitri and said solemnly, "Dmitri, I have a challenging task for you. This task is somewhat dangerous. I wonder if you dare to take it on." Dmitri took the shield with sincerity, saying, "Boss, rest assured, whatever the task, I will face it head-on." Billy nodded, "Good, very spirited. For now, practice with these ordinary metals. I will gather battle data on Captain America for you, and once I get my hands on vibranium, I will forge a new vibranium shield for you." Captain America's combat data is not difficult to find. Soon he arranged for Dmitri and Sergey to practice that smooth flying shield technique. It is worth mentioning that Dmitri practiced the flying shield because he was going to impersonate Captain America, while Billy asked Sergey to practice the flying shield because he would later lead the Blade Squad, which refers to the flying blade, similar in concept to the flying shield. Billy decided to let the 2 of them practice together. With some free time on his hands, he decided to find Sky. "Oh, you busy man can still remember me." "I'm truly flattered," Sky said with a hint of sarcasm. To be honest, ever since returning to New York, Billy had been so busy that he even forgot to build a connection with Sky, despite the fact that their relationship was only a thin layer of paper away from being broken. "So what do you want from me?" In fact, Sky felt a little giddy inside that Billy came to find her, but she was too shy to express. "Can I invite you to watch a movie?" This gentlemanly invitation, paired with Billy's good looks, which rivaled any screen idol, made Sky's face flush. She pretended to pout, saying, "Smooth talker, what movie are we going to watch?" "What movie isn't important, what matters is who you watch it with. Let's go." Billy gently took Sky's hand, and she did not resist allowing him to lead her. By the time they arrived at the cinema, Billy had already booked the entire venue for The Lord of the Rings: The Fellowship of the Ring. Coincidentally, The Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers would be released later this year, so he could bring Sky to see it again. As Billy said, what movie they watched was not important. During the film, Sky shyly nestled against Billy's embrace, munching on. Billy gently wrapped his arms around Sky and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Sky, will you be my girlfriend?" "What? So sudden?" Sky's face turned as red as an apple. "You don't wanna?" Billy's heart skipped a beat. I just didn't expect it to be so sudden." Their gazes locked, and they saw deep affection reflected in each other's eyes. Billy couldn't remember what happened in the second half of the movie. He only remembered how soft Sky's lips were and how agile her tongue was. He couldn't wait for the movie to end and directly pulled Sky home. After returning to New York, Billy bought a detached villa in Queens. Although he was always busy and had no time to live there, it was always kept clean. Previously, there was a layer of glass paper between Billy and Sky that hadn't been broken, and they hadn't dared to live together. Now he could finally bring Sky home openly. As they began to undress, Sky stopped him, saying, "Billy, isn't this too fast?" "What?" Billy seemed insulted. "Are you questioning my abilities?" Immediately, Billy pounced on Sky like a beast. "Hey, wait a minute, that's not what I meant." Billy completely ignored her. The next afternoon, Billy opened his eyes feeling refreshed and invigorated. He glanced at Sky, who had her head buried in his chest, and couldn't help but stroke her hair. Sky rubbed her eyes and asked, "What time is it?" Billy looked at his phone, waved it in front of her, and said, "Exactly 1230, the sun is shining on our backs." "Bad God." Sky lightly punched Billy in the chest, pouting. "Are you hungry? If you're not, shall we continue?" Having the horse talisman, Billy clearly felt no fatigue. But Sky was startled by Billy's words more. "You were busy all night yesterday, and still not satisfied." "You said that was yesterday. Oh, I can keep this up all day long." Billy imitated Captain America's classic quote and pulled Sky into his embrace. At that moment, an untimely phone call came in and Sky let out a sigh of relief. Billy angrily picked up the phone and saw it was Roni calling. Billy's anger subsided instantly. If someone else called at that moment, he would have surely scolded them harshly. But as a devoted father, Roni was currently at home on vacation with his daughter. If nothing serious was happening, he certainly wouldn't call. Thinking of this, he answered the phone asking, "Roni, what's going on?" On the other end, Roni said anxiously, "Sir, you need to check the multimedia message I sent you." Billy opened the multimedia message with a puzzled expression. Inside was a photo of an old porcelain lamp. Billy wondered why this was just an ordinary porcelain lamp. No, Billy suddenly realized something was off. The base of the porcelain lamp was embedded with a mouse talisman. "Roni, where did this photo come from?" Roni, sensing Billy's anxious tone, didn't hide anything. "Sir, the auction for the golden lamp at Hell's Kitchen will begin in about a month, and it's currently being promoted. This porcelain lamp is one of the auction items. Sir, should I take care of the golden lamp? Get that porcelain lamp for us." Hearing this, Billy was taken aback. Usually Roni was quiet, but he didn't expect him to harbor such bold thoughts. "There's no need, Roni. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. After all, what we lack the most right now is money. Remember to get a few entry tickets, and we'll go check out the auction together." "Understood, sir. I understand." After hanging up, Billy's mind raced. He was about to gather 12 talismans, and the money was increasing. It was time to consider the next steps. It's not enough to only develop magic. One must also develop technology, while utilizing magic, achieving a dual advancement in technology and magic. To avoid unnecessary trouble, there also needed to be a military and governmental backing, and coincidentally an opportunity was soon to present itself to Billy. As for how to develop technology, that is not something Billy should be concerned about. The Marvel Universe is never short of high IQ villains. Gathering these people together, how could there be no way to develop technology? Meals should be eaten one bite at a time, and paths should be walked step by step. The first step is, shall we continue? Billy looked at Sky. Sky trembled slightly, saying more. Don't you have important matters to attend to? Focusing on serious business is crucial, okay? Billy smiled and shook his head, but I think nothing is as important as you. But I have important matters to attend to as well. Oh, Billy said with great interest, looking at Sky and asking, what important matters do you have? I. Sky thought for a long time and couldn't think of anything important she could do. Billy chuckled. Then how about I arrange some important matters for you? Like what? Like acquiring all the tritium elements on the market and contacting Ulysses Cloth. These tasks are... Hearing Billy assign her 2 tasks in a row, Sky realized she had been teased and immediately retorted, "Billy Davis, are you even human? You find it amusing to assign me tasks and tease me. Then shall we continue? I feel quite energetic right now." Sky hurriedly refused, not feeling capable of another round, so she quickly changed the subject. No, why do you always assign these things to me? Besides assigning these tasks to you, I can't think of anyone else to give them to. Sky pondered and said, maybe you should find a professional to help you handle these things. Do you think I should find a secretary? Someone like Natasha? Billy followed her words. Not Natasha, Sky replied firmly, startling Billy. He didn't expect that just casually mentioning that name would elicit such a strong reaction from her. Sky still couldn't forget the look Billy had in his eyes when he first saw Natasha. She was undeniably a bit angry at that moment. Even she herself didn't know why she was angry, but she felt inexplicably annoyed. She quickly stopped Billy from having that thought. There are plenty of women suitable to be secretaries. Why must it be Natasha? I didn't mean to find Natasha. I was just giving an example. Billy felt a bit wronged, but upon meeting Sky's disapproving gaze, he wisely changed his tune. Alright, I promise not to ask Natasha to be my secretary. I remember everything you said. Don't mess around. Sky pouted at Billy, and that cute look melted Billy's heart. Don't worry, I definitely won't, Billy assured. Before you find a secretary, he'll help you with those 2 things you mentioned. Now tell me. As Sky spoke, he got up and put on his clothes. Like this, like that. Billy explained the background of those 2 matters to Sky. Alright, I got it. You go take care of your business. Bye. After giving Billy a gentle kiss on the cheek, Sky left, supporting himself against the wall. Billy chuckled softly. Happy moments always seem fleeting. This statement applied to Billy as well as to the employees of Shindu Investment Company. The week of paid vacation passed quickly, and all employees returned to their posts one after another, yet smiles adorned. As Billy arrived at the company, all the employees greeted him in unison. Hello, boss. Glancing at the beaming employees, Billy's face was filled with satisfaction. A week ago, while Norman was injecting himself with the Green Goblin serum, Billy short-sold Osborne Company, raking in eight. Now, as the humanoid mech testing phase for Exploration Aerospace was about to begin, Norman would take the opportunity to become the Green Goblin and blow up the laboratory, while Osborne Company's stock price skyrocketed at this juncture, turning around completely. Billy would naturally not miss such a lucrative opportunity. This time, he planned to go long. With the orders given, everyone busily got to work in an orderly fashion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Tonight was destined to be an unpeaceful night. According to the original trajectory, Uncle Ben would die tonight, and the Green Goblin would blow up General Slocum while destroying the test base of Exploration Aerospace, causing Osborne's stock price to soar. Now, because of Billy's small butterfly effect, who knows what changes it would bring. Peter Parker saw Mary Jane get into someone else's car and fantasized about having a car of his own, thinking that then Mary Jane would fall in love with him. This good student first developed the idea of making money. He picked up the business card Billy gave him, pondered for a moment, then put it down and found a boxing gym from the newspaper to practice. To avoid being recognized, he designed a costume for himself and called himself Spider-Man. Meanwhile, accompanied by senior officials from Exploration Aerospace, General Slocum arrived at the 6th testing site to watch Captain Curtis pilot the clunky humanoid mech. Everything seemed unchanged, returning to its predetermined trajectory, yet everything seemed to have changed. As night fell, the heavy mech, resembling a space capsule, slowly ascended, suddenly detecting an unidentified flying object approaching. Captain Curtis could not clearly see what was flying towards him and was engulfed by a violent explosion and flames. Flames erupted and the Green Goblin soared through the fire on a glider, hurling a pumpkin bomb towards Slocum and the senior officials in the bunker. Ah! The helpless fear enveloped General Slocum. The only thing he could do was scream at the top of his lungs. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, Billy arrived and swiftly relocated General Slocum at a speed imperceptible. General Slocum only felt darkness before he realized he was already in the wilderness, facing a person wearing a— "Are you a human or a ghost? What do you want from me?" Clearly, General Slocum mistook Billy for someone who intended to— "Don't be nervous, look at this." Fortunately, Billy was prepared and recorded everything, tossing the camera to Slocum. General Slocum trembled as he picked up the camera, and after watching it, he finally relaxed. Surviving this ordeal, he couldn't help but shed tears and said, "Thank you, you saved me, saved my family." General Slocum knew that if he were gone, his family would undoubtedly be slaughtered, and their lives would not be any better than Peter Parker's family. "How can I thank you?" Billy simply smiled and asked, "General, do you want to take it a step further?" General Slocum trembled and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing that Slocum was interested, Billy quickly seized the opportunity. "I have the power to save you from monsters, and I also have money and technology, while you have a military background. How about we collaborate? It's not that I don't trust you. I'm very grateful that you saved me. However, a collaboration isn't something that can be decided in a few words." Listening to Slocum's polite refusal, Billy was not angry. After all, the other party did not know his strength, and Billy planned to show off a bit in front of him. "General, watch closely. The next set of moves will be very impressive." Just as Slocum was puzzled, Billy punched the ground twice, causing the surface before him to crack into a 2-meter radius circle. Billy effortlessly pulled a 7 to 8 meter high cone out of the ground. With Slocum's astonished gaze, he threw the cone. Slocum couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. It was such a fantastical day. First, Captain Curtis was blown up right in front of him, and then he saw a green creature flying in the sky, throwing bombs aimed at him. Suddenly saved, and then witnessing someone breaking the ground with their bare hands and easily lifting such a large chunk of earth into the air made General Slocum question if he had eaten something unclean. Of course, it wasn't over yet. Billy fired a laser beam that shattered the soil in the air into pieces. The intense laser beam was particularly bright in the night sky, and it wasn't until the fragments hit him that Slocum realized this wasn't a dream, it was happening right in front of him. He cautiously inquired, fearing angering the other party, "Are you God? Or Satan?" "Neither, I'm just a wizard." Billy replied with a smile, "Are you willing to discuss cooperation with me now?" "It would be my honor. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it." "So everything you just displayed was not technology, but magic?" Billy nodded. "To be precise, it's sorcery." "So that greenskin creature was also magic?" "Oh, he's a product of technology. Don't you think his skin looks somewhat familiar?" Seeing Slocum confused, Billy pointed to the camera and said, "Take a good look again." When he watched it before, he had a nervous heart. Now he calmed down and noticed something was off. "Isn't this the flight suit and glider from the Osborne Industries tour? Could it be that he is the little thief who stole the flight suit?" Slocum asked. Billy looked at him and chuckled. "General, is it interesting to ask a question you already know the answer to? Don't you know who he is?" Feeling exposed, Slocum was a bit ashamed. He really didn't want to admit that he had forced Norman, leading him to attempt to assassinate. Moreover, he had now become interested in Osborne's technology, and with General Ross presenting results, he felt he needed to come up with something to silence those congressmen. He thought Norman would want to secure some investment. But at that moment, Bill's cold voice came. "Norman is no longer the Norman he used to be. Due to your excessive pressure, he experimented with performance-enhancing drugs on himself. As Dr. Storm said, this serum has violent tendencies, aggression, and can drive one insane. In other words, Norman is dead. Now what resides beneath his skin is a mad beast. Are you sure you want to do business with a beast? Remember when you both merely exchanged glances, he threw a bomb at you. Do you want to— Next time you might not be so lucky. What kind of cooperation do you want?" Slocum finally came to his senses, abandoning that unrealistic notion. Yet at this moment he felt utterly despondent, for many of the generals around him had close ties with Stark Industries. Some had developed super soldier serums, and others had orders from second-tier companies like Hammer Industries to support them. Only he, Slocum, found himself in a predicament, as the most promising Osborne had now turned against him, and the exploration of aerospace he had high hopes for had its testing ground destroyed. How could he not feel melancholy? Billy was well aware that Slocum did not trust him, and he wasn't in a hurry either, as his good friend Norman would provide powerful support. With this in mind, he said, "There's no rush for cooperation. You can continue investing in aerospace exploration while considering Osborne Industries as well. According to my calculations, aerospace exploration will hold a carnival." "How do you know everything?" Slocum stared dumbfounded at Billy, who not only had a clear grasp of his itinerary, but also seemed to understand his innermost thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder, does he possess mind-reading abilities? Because I am a wizard, Billy replied with a sly smile. Moreover, I do not possess mind-reading abilities. Let's meet again if fate allows, haha. With that, Billy vanished in a flash, leaving only a gentle breeze behind. Slocum felt as if he were caught in a fantastical dream, as if he had been communicating with a holographic image. When he regained his senses, a more pressing question loomed before him. Where am I? Fortunately, a soldier found him. On the way back, he still felt as if he were dreaming until his aide informed him that Captain. Additionally, the 6th testing ground of aerospace exploration had been bombed, and the media labeled the explosion as an aviation accident, causing the stock price of aerospace exploration to plummet. To restore their image and recover losses, aerospace exploration decided to hold a carnival. Those 3 characters struck Slocum's heart like a heavy hammer, and he began to believe that the person who had saved him truly possessed divine abilities. The next morning, Billy headed to the company where all the investment managers and traders in the financial department shouted, "Boss is indeed a genius, even better than the stock god." Just as Billy had predicted, due to the massive explosion at aerospace exploration, Osborne Industries stock had also. At this moment, Norman Osborne proudly slammed a newspaper reporting the surge in Osborne's stock price on the table during a board meeting, seeking to prove his capabilities to the directors. However, he did not expect the shareholders to rush to sell their stocks to invest in aerospace exploration. He pitifully pleaded with the shareholders not to do so, but it was challenging to change their minds. His pupils shrank and murderous intent began to rise. At Shindo Investment Co., an employee asked Billy if someone was dumping Osborne stocks in large quantities and whether they should. Billy replied that it wasn't necessary. He knew well that this was not the best time. The stock price was too high for acquisition, and he still had a lot of dirt on Osborne that had not been revealed. Suddenly, Billy slapped his forehead, regretting that he had only focused on Osborne Industries stocks and hadn't taken the opportunity to short aerospace exploration stocks. Fortunately, there was still a chance that during the carnival, aerospace exploration would likely drop even further. By then, Billy would feast on the profits. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the auction for the Pink Lion was about to begin. Billy was definitely going to this auction. To his surprise, this auction featured not only porcelain lamps embedded with mouse talismans, but also the Pink Lion diamond that had been exhibited in a museum. Billy planned to bring Sky along, as it would be a nice gift for her. Some friends might ask, if he could steal it, why would he pay for it? Because Billy had so much money that only what he spent could truly be called his. Soon after passing the financial verification, Billy sat at a central position with Sky. Despite his financial power and status allowing him to sit in a VIP box, he insisted on sitting in the most visible spot, and the reason was simple. It was purely because Billy wore a pink suit and slacks tonight adorned with numerous gold rings, and styled his hair in a slick back resembling the Golden Emperor Tezzalo from One Piece, and even more handsome than Tezzalo. Sky wore a light blue formal dress complete with gold bracelets and necklaces. Such a pair of handsome man and beautiful woman sitting in the VIP box would undoubtedly attract attention. Before long, bidders began to arrive one after another. Billy had initially expected to witness the wealthy families throwing money around, but to his surprise, those families did not come in person. They sent butlers or servants to participate in phone or online bidding. Instead, because this auction was hosted by the underground Emperor Jean Bing, many individuals from the underworld had come to pay their respects. Billy looked. There are ninjas. Following the direction of Sky's finger, he saw 2 ninjas standing in the corners at the back of the auction hall. Billy's gaze sharpened, realizing that they were indeed ninjas. Ninjas appearing in New York could only come from that organization, the Hand. However, Billy couldn't understand why these ninjas were present here. Could it be for security? Before Billy could think further, the auctioneer made a grand appearance. He had expected a beautiful young woman, but was instead greeted by a gray-haired old man. Generally speaking, auction houses would invite some handsome men and beautiful women to act as auctioneers to stimulate the consumption desires of those wealthy individuals who would spend money for an old man. However, this was indeed Jean Bing's auction, and most people were there out of respect for him. At first, it was just some celebrity paintings. In his previous life as a Huaxiao person, he had loved collecting antique calligraphy and paintings, but these celebrity paintings before him failed to arouse his interest. Tony Stark's World Peace, a tire drawing by Musk, even a piece of toilet paper used by Captain America. After so many years, this piece of paper hasn't been weathered. Moreover, how do you prove that this was used by Captain America? With such trash in front of him, Billy even began to doubt whether the Pink Lion diamond was a fake. Jean Bing, you are the underground emperor. You could sell some grounded items, but you cannot only sell rubbish, can you? However, Billy didn't mind these. He had come primarily for the mouse talisman. As long as the talisman was genuine, everything else was irrelevant. The next auction item is a porcelain lamp with a mouse pattern, quite unusual. Is there anyone willing to bid? Billy immediately shouted, I bid 100. The auctioneer asked the crowd if anyone wanted to bid 150, but the hall fell silent. No one was willing to spend money on an old porcelain lamp. If it weren't for giving face to Jean Bing, they wouldn't even have come. Just as the auctioneer was feeling regretful and preparing to hammer down the deal, the ninja in the corner spoke up, 200. The auctioneer immediately became excited, saying, someone has bid 200. Is there anyone willing to bid 250? Billy's lips curled upwards. Things were starting to get interesting. If the Hand wanted to buy a porcelain lamp, he didn't believe it, so why were these ninjas bidding? There was only one explanation. They also wanted the talisman. With this thought, Billy decided to toy with them. I bid 500. Someone bid. Before the auctioneer could finish, the ninja shouted 1,000. I bid 2,000. 2,500. I bid 1,000. The entire hall was in shock. No one expected these two factions would bid as high as 1,000 for a broken porcelain lamp. Had they lost their minds? Billy paid no mind to what others thought, and instead provocatively asked, Mr. Ninja, do you still have money? The two ninjas exchanged glances, and then silently left the auction hall. Billy chuckled. The ninjas were out of money. Watching the ninjas leave, the elderly auctioneer raised the porcelain lamp in his hand and asked, well, sir, do you still? Billy sent a text message to Lonnie asking him to drive over and pick him up. A minor incident just occurred. Let us resume. Next up is tonight's crown jewel, an item many of you have eagerly awaited, the pink lion. The auctioneer drew back the curtain, revealing a massive pink gemstone. Every woman in the room, including Sky, was instantly entranced, her gaze locked in rapt fascination. Billy, let's buy it. Please. Sky tugged gently at his sleeve, her voice soft with playful entreaty. Of course. It was always meant to be yours. In truth, Sky possessed more than enough funds to acquire the pink lion herself, but how much sweeter it felt when the person she cherished purchased it for her. Billy had already resolved to bid for the pink lion and present it to Sky. Should anyone, like those ninjas, prove foolish enough to interfere, he would not hesitate to eliminate them entirely. Fortunately, only those ninjas flouted protocol. In the end, Billy secured the pink lion for $2 million. After the auction concluded, Billy paid, without hesitation, collected both the pink lion and the porcelain lamp, then discreetly extracted the rat talisman and fastened it into his belt. He now possessed 10 talismans. Only the tiger and snake remained. As they exited, Lonnie had already arrived. Billy escorted Sky into the car and instructed Lonnie to take her home, while he remained behind to deal with the reckless ninjas. Billy deliberately entered a shadowed alley. The ninjas followed close behind. Show yourselves, he called out, and 3 ninjas emerged from the gloom, speaking halting English. How did you spot us? Spotted you? I didn't. I was bluffing. Ha ha ha. Shine. Humiliated and furious, the lead ninja lunged forward, sword raised high. Billy thought, let me play dumb, and bade him, and stood motionless. The ninja's blade was razor sharp. One strike nearly cleaved Billy in half. TCH. Pathetic. Seeing their foes so easily dispatched, the ninja sneered in disdain. Who exactly are you calling pathetic? Billy's voice drifted low and eerie. Nanny. The ninja recoiled in shock, before Billy's fist struck, reducing him instantly to crimson mist. Wait, this can't be real. The remaining 2 ninjas stared, disbelief etched across their faces. Would you like to join him? Neither could fathom the terror gripping them. Billy's voice had come from behind, though moments earlier he'd stood over 10 meters ahead, vanishing without a whisper. Billy seized each ninja's skull in one hand and slammed them together. A sharp, sickening crack echoed. Their heads shattered like melons, literally. Surveying the 3 fallen figures sprawled across the alley, Billy smirked. TCH. Pathetic. Just as he stepped forward, a playing card sliced past his throat, and a strange, unfamiliar voice whispered beside his ear. Who exactly are you calling pathetic? Ah, you're Bullseye. Did Kingpin send you to kill me? Billy chuckled, his wound already sealed by the horse talisman's heel. Is this how you greet honored guests? Hearing his identity, guest Bullseye materialized from the shadows. Bald-clad in black leather, his forehead painted with a bullseye. Kingpin's deadliest assassin, Daredevil's arch. Strange, that card should have severed your throat. How are you still alive? Did I misfire? Bullseye's confidence wavered as Billy stood unscathed, not even bleeding. Still playing baseball? Billy struck directly at Bullseye's rawest nerve. His face darkened, instantly haunted by memories he refused to revisit. His throat tightened, a cold, venomous whisper escaped. I won't miss twice. Pray your luck holds until then. Bullseye never missed. Playing cards, toothpicks. Any object he threw became a lethal weapon. Had he thrown that Bullseye never missed. Playing cards, toothpicks. Any object he threw became a lethal weapon. Had he thrown that toothpick at anyone else, it would have pierced straight through their skull. But he faced Billy, a formidable sorcerer. The toothpick ricocheted off Billy's body with a sharp ping. My turn, Billy said calmly. Before Bullseye's horrified eyes, twin beams of searing light erupted from Billy's gaze, slicing him cleanly in two. To his final breath, I never grasped the magnitude of the being he'd dared to challenge. For bodies lay cooling in Hell's Kitchen's grim alleyway. As Billy strode away, no burial necessary. He left the corpses deliberately, a brazen provocation aimed squarely at the Hand and Kingpin. Would he pursue the Hand and Kingpin next? Billy decided to let them squirm for a few days, until he secured all 12 talismans, then dismantle them piece by deliberate piece. Billy returned home. Lonnie and Sky had already arrived. Sky rushed to him, scanning his face anxiously. Billy, are you hurt? Billy shook his head, then turned to Lonnie. And you? Did anything go wrong on the way? All went smooth. Billy exhaled in relief. Good. Then without hesitation he wrapped an arm around Sky, who leaned into his embrace, yielding without resistance. Noting their closeness, Lonnie tactfully excused himself. Sir, it's late. I'm afraid my daughter will be frightened if I don't return. Understood. Rest well, Lonnie. Thank you. After Lonnie departed, Billy smiled faintly. Truly a doting father. Sky blinked slowly, mischief dancing in her eyes. Shall we make one of our own? To her surprise, Billy declined. Not tonight. We have something vital tomorrow. Oh, all right. Sky sighed, crestfallen. Billy too felt the pang, But tomorrow's task demanded absolute focus and tonight required full restoration. Silence reigned through the night. At dawn, Billy arrived at his office and issued a single command: short sell exploratory aerospace. Many found the order baffling. Exploratory aerospace had just suffered a major scandal days prior, and its upcoming carnival event promised a swift reputational rebound. Why short it now? Yet no one objected. Their boss commanded unmatched authority. His two legendary aggressive purchases of Oscorp Industries stock were still spoken of in hushed awe. They trusted his judgment implicitly. Setting aside corporate matters, Billy deployed vast resources, hiring legions of private investigators and investigative journalists to dig into Oscorp's darkest secrets and unmask the Green Goblin's true identity. Knowing the truth was insufficient. He needed irrefutable evidence ready to be unveiled at the decisive moment, delivering Oscorp a fatal public blow. Billy suddenly wondered, why not launch his own newspaper? Shindu Daily. The name carried undeniable gravitas. He nearly ordered it done, then paused, realizing he had no trusted lieutenant to assign the task. A quiet sigh escaped him. His roster of capable allies remained painfully thin. He delegated recruitment to HR, tasking them to assemble a team of seasoned journalists immediately. For now, his focus lay elsewhere. The carnival was imminent. After the explosion at the 6th test site of aerospace exploration, in order to restore its image, a carnival was decided to be held. Billy naturally would not miss such a great opportunity. Today, he decided to bring along Lonnie, Sergei, and Dmitri, truly mobilizing the entire force. Since this time they were going for a fight, Billy did not plan to bring Sky. He feared that Sky might accidentally kill Norman, and then how could Billy still profit from him? Now the carnival has grandly opened amidst great fanfare. Various business tycoons and political elites have come to show their support, including Balkan, a major shareholder of Osborne Industries, and Vargas. Moreover, General Slocum, who narrowly escaped a disaster, yet remained skeptical, also attended the carnival. Slocum still did not give up his unrealistic fantasies. After all, aerospace exploration was thriving, and he did not believe Norman would dare to attack him in such a public setting, yet reality often brims with surprises. Peter Parker, acting as a photographer, was taking pictures on site, and amidst the noisy crowd his spider sense allowed him to spot the Green Goblin's tiny figure first. He saw the Green Goblin gliding past a building on a glider, as if announcing his arrival, with the tail of the glider emitting large amounts of black smoke. The shareholders of Osborne Industries could now see him too, but from too far away they did not recognize that it was their company's flight suit and glider, or perhaps they simply did not care, thinking it was just a new gadget. The entire audience was captivated by the Green Goblin's figure, and some even applauded. By the time those shareholders recognized that this was the glider made by their company, it was already too late. The Green Goblin soared over the crowd, making a circle before throwing pumpkin bombs at the distinguished guests on the balcony, completely disregarding that his son Harry was among them. "I'm out, aren't I?" the Green Goblin sneered as he approached the shareholders. Due to the earlier explosion, they were now huddled together just as the Green Goblin intended, one bomb down, and they were all reduced to mere fragments. On the other side, General Slocum seemed to recall the fear of that day collapsing to the ground. After the Green Goblin dealt with the shareholders, he suddenly turned to stare at him. "Hi, General, you're still alive." General Slocum's voice was hoarse and trembling as he pleaded, "No, Norman, I misjudged you. I will invest more, double, no quadruple. Let's make amends." "Good suggestion," said the Green Goblin. Just as General Slocum let out a sigh of relief, he heard the Green Goblin continue, "But I don't like it." Amidst General Slocum's terrified screams, the Green Goblin threw a bomb. Just when he thought his life was forfeit, a tall, pale figure in a black suit shielded him, swatting the bomb away, and then crouching protectively in front of him. Peter Parker transformed into Spider-Man, swinging on his web and kicking the Green Goblin off the glider. After getting up, the Green Goblin encountered police blocking his way, knocking them away with a punch. When Spider-Man threw a straight punch containing the force of 20 tons, the Green Goblin easily blocked it with one hand and quickly counterattacked, sending Spider-Man flying. Performing a flip, the Green Goblin mounted the glider and began shooting at Spider-Man. Billy witnessed the entire process but did not intend to intervene. He was afraid of damaging this gold-neglecting goose. His inaction did not mean others couldn't act. As he shot at Spider-Man, a shield struck him on the back of the head, staggering him and nearly causing him to fall off the glider. Turning around in confusion, he saw the golden shield fall into the hands of a man dressed in a fur coat and leopard print pants with long hair and a bushy beard. He was certain he did not recognize the person before him, so he asked, "Who are you?" The man smiled confidently. Before the Green Goblin could ask anything further, another shield struck him in the back of the head. After confirming that the shield remained in the man's hand, he turned around in confusion again. A long-faced man with a beard in a suit caught the golden shield, and just as he was about to ask who this person was, Sergei threw another shield from behind, striking him on the back of the head. Then the two took turns smashing the Green Goblin with shields, even executing a shield exchange maneuver, leaving the Green Goblin in a woeful and overwhelmed state. If Spider-Man had also joined the battle at that moment, he would have surely captured the Green Goblin, but unexpectedly this guy went to save Mary Jane. Finally, Sergei's flying shield seemed to have hit the energy source of the glider, causing it to go out of control, smoking as it flew away with the Green Goblin. Billy found the terrified General Slocum, who was now utterly frightened. Ironically, a seasoned veteran was terrified to the point of panic, proving that the most terrifying thing is not death itself, but the moment of waiting for death. Just like when a teacher says there will be an exam in a week, the most uncomfortable part is not the exam itself, but the waiting period before it. This state of having a sword of Damocles hanging over one's head is particularly uncomfortable. Thus, when Slocum regained consciousness, his first question was, "Is Norman still alive?" "Yes, he is alive. Don't worry." "Oh no. Woe is me." Having brushed death twice, this seasoned veteran wept openly, disregarding his image. The older he got, the more he feared death, especially since he held a high position, making it even harder to let go of all. "So do you want to cooperate now, General?" Billy once again extended an olive branch, and this time Slocum immediately agreed without a second thought. Previously he had bet on both sides and lost everything, and now, like a gambler who had lost everything, he would naturally cling tightly to Billis' lifeline. He finally came to his senses. It just based on Billis' ability to pull him back from the brink of death twice, he could not possibly be incompetent. Thus he decisively said, I am willing. It is my honor. Forget about titles, just call me Neil." Billy removed his mask and said, "All right, Neil, I am Billy Davis. To be honest, the reason I approached you is that I value your position in the military. If you are unwilling, I can find another partner. After all, America is not lacking in generals." Slocum did not expect that beneath the mask was such a young face looking barely in his 20s. However, upon realizing the other party was a wizard, he felt relieved. Perhaps the other had a way to avoid aging. This deepened his desire to cooperate, and he quickly said, "Mr. Davis, I am willing. I am very willing. Please, you must cooperate with me. I previously failed to recognize Loki Mountain, and now I really want this opportunity." Seeing Slocum's earnest eyes, Billy knew this mission was a success, having not only recruited Slocum, but also capitalizing on a wave of aerospace exploration stocks. Billy waved his hand with satisfaction, saying, "No need for formalities, just call me Billy. I said we are in a partnership, you don't need to lower your stance." Then glancing at the chaotic scene, he added, "This is not the place for discussions. Come, let's go plan our future technology." Slocum's heart skipped a beat. His first thought was that the other party intended to kidnap him. But then he suddenly remembered that the other had just saved him. How could he possibly harm him? Thinking this, he decided to follow Billy back to the Divine Capital Investment Company. Aside from General Slocum, Billy only brought Dmitri and Lonnie back to the company, while Sergei was sent home to check on his girlfriend Calypso, leaving the positions of the remaining two talismans. Thus the group returned to the company, excluding Sergei. This is the second chapter of today. There will be 2 more chapters. Upon seeing Billis' company, Slocum felt both joy and some sorrow. The joy stemmed from Billis' wealth, while the sorrow arose from the fact that Billis' company was an investment firm rather than a technology company, leaving him uncertain about what kind of collaboration could take place. Should we collaborate on investments together? With that thought, he trembled as he asked him, "Billy, is this your company? It's quite large, but you didn't bring me here to pull me into an investment, did you?" Billy waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That's just the tip of the iceberg. To be honest, I have already capitalized on Osborne Company twice, and now I have harvested from Exploration Aerospace. I can acquire Osborne Company anytime I want. It's just not the right time yet. So what can I do? Should I pressure Osborne?" Billy shook his head. "There's absolutely no need. Norman Osborne is a researcher of nanomaterials. As for Exploration Aerospace, they are truly amateurs. They claim to be developing humanoid mechs, but they can't even match a single soldier's exoskeleton." Slocum's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He had previously regarded both companies as treasures, and even placed bets on both sides. Now being told this by Billy, he felt utterly ashamed, and mustered the courage to ask, "Do you mean we should invest in a company with professionals like Stark Industries?" Billy scoffed. "What a daydream. Do you really think Stark Industries would let you invest? Forget Stark Industries. Those top-tier companies are ones others are eager to invest in. How could it be possible for you to just say you want to invest, and they agree?" Hearing this made Slocum feel even more embarrassed. A man in his 50s, he was being lectured like a schoolboy. Unable to invest in top-tier firms, and realizing that second-tier companies lack professionalism, Slocum suddenly thought that retirement might not be a bad choice. With that thought, he sighed deeply. Seeing Slocum looking like a wilted eggplant, Billy quickly dropped a bombshell. Experts are among the people. Remember Howard Stark? Howard Stark's father was merely a fruit vendor. He built Stark Industries from scratch. Norman Osborne also started from nothing. Although we may not understand the technology, we can certainly find those hidden genius talents in society. Slocum's eyes brightened instantly, but dimmed again in an instant. There are so few super geniuses. How could we possibly find one? Investing in top-tier companies is still more reasonable. Billy replied, "Hey, isn't it a coincidence? I happen to know a super genius who has fallen into obscurity. If he had Stark's background, his achievements might not be inferior to Stark's." Billy was of course referring to Otto Gunther Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus. Some might think Dr. Octopus is far inferior to Tony Stark, especially since in Spider-Man No Way Home Dr. Octopus was mesmerized by Tony Stark's cold fusion reactor. His lifelong unfulfilled dream was accomplished by Tony Stark in an abandoned cave, leading to the belief that Dr. Octopus was much less capable than Tony Stark. But that's not the case, so Dr. Octopus failed because the universe he was in did not have the Infinity Stones. The reactor was created by Howard Stark, who attempted to replicate the energy of the Space Stone through Zola, a scientist from Hydra, but failed, resulting in a device that imitated the Space Stone. This technology was only known to him and Anton Vanko, who co-developed the reactor with him. Countless geniuses had attempted to research the reactor before and after them, but all ended in failure simply because they had never seen the space stone. The two had long since developed blueprints for a miniature reactor, but could not manufacture them due to the constraints of the era. Otherwise, how could one explain Ivan Vanko's ability to produce a small reactor? People say Tony Stark built the reactor from a pile of scrap in a cave. That was merely a perspective limited by Obadiah Stane. From a god's perspective, we can clearly see that all the materials needed to research the reactor were present in that cave. They simply lacked time. He even had assistants and a host of villains supporting him. The villains merely thought he was working on the Jericho missile. All the materials were taken from Stark Industries' weapons. Could Stark's weapons be just a pile of junk? Clearly not. Stark Industries' weapons were the pinnacle of MCU weaponry. Ultimately, the only difference between Dr. Octopus and Iron Man was the space stone and immense wealth. After Billy told General Slocum about Dr. Octopus, Slocum's eyes lit up again, and he became more and more animated. Once Billy finished, he hurriedly asked, "What can I do?" "I will provide the funding, and I have gathered all the tritium on the market. You are responsible for recruiting him to work for us in the name of the military and pressuring SHIELD alongside me to hand over the space stone." Billy patted Slocum on the shoulder. Slocum did not feel that Billy's gesture was offensive. He was just puzzled. What is SHIELD? And is the space stone really as powerful as you say? Billy knew Slocum would be skeptical, so he calmly explained it's the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, abbreviated as SHIELD. As for whether the space stone is that powerful, do you remember the Pegasus program from 1989? Of course I remember. It was a plan to develop a faster thermite spacecraft, and I recall it was quickly shelved. Billy chuckled lightly. That's because the most important space stone was hidden away by Dr. Marvel. Marvel extracted some energy from the space stone to create energy cubes for the spacecraft. As a result, he was discovered by the Kree and tragically killed, leading to the destruction of the faster thermite spacecraft and the shelving of the Pegasus project. Slocum was dumbfounded. As a general, he knew so little about these matters while the person before him knew so much. "So Neil, you think the space stone is important?" "Of course." General Slocum nodded, blankly smiling as he felt immensely grateful that he had finally placed his bet wisely. He thanked his past self for not being foolish enough to refuse Billy's goodwill again. So, they shook hands. Pleasant cooperation. X2. On November 28, 2002, Thanksgiving, Norman, his son, and Mary Jane went to Peter Parker's house to... Meanwhile, Billy and his team set out again to search for the serpent amulet, with one more person joining them this time. Jack Slocum, an Air Force major, and the eldest son of General Slocum, was now Billy's godson. Indeed, in order to build a good relationship with Billy, Slocum had his eldest son recognize Billy as his godfather. It was somewhat absurd for a nearly 30-year-old to have a 20-year-old as a godfather, but Billy enjoyed it. Following the area defined by Calypso, Billy quickly found the Anaconda's Falls and entered the cave within. Billy, having read the original work, knew that the ancient temple was hidden within this cave. Following the original plot, he activated the mechanism, opening a passage before the astonished eyes of the four. As they walked through the passage, they found a hidden paradise inside, which turned out to be that ancient temple. The serpent amulet was embedded in the eyes of the snake pattern overhead. "Boss will go get it," Sergei volunteered, but was stopped by Billy. "There's no need to make it so complicated, Sergei." Billy knew that the vines above were actually snakes, so he directly used the chicken amulet to float up and easily retrieve the serpent amulet. In the original work, it was so difficult to obtain this amulet, not only because of the Black Hand Gang's interference, but also due to a videographer causing chaos who was even more troublesome than the Black Hand Gang. Just as Billy obtained the serpent amulet, the entire cave shook and the ground beneath him shrank, suddenly revealing a large hole. Billy quickly used the chicken amulet to control everyone and gently descend. "Sir, there's a passage here. Should we go in and take a look?" said Roni, who arrived at the ground first. "It's best not to. Something is about to come out of there." Sure enough, as soon as Billy finished speaking, a towering green python darted out of the passage, scaring the other four. "Hey, old shot, aren't you a hunter? Hurry up and hunt it." Billy couldn't help but tease. "Boss, don't joke around." Sergei thought to himself, how could I hunt such a large python? Going up is just serving myself on a platter. As the giant python was about to attack, the other four except for Billy took up defensive stances, especially Jack, who was so scared he almost wet his pants, but still raised his gun in an attempt to confront the giant python. Billy came not only to obtain the serpent amulet, but also to subdue this giant python. Although he was currently unable to subdue it, he could keep it nearby until he had the ability to do so. He immediately activated the monkey amulet, and a beam of light shot out, transforming the massive python into a small flower mouse. Squeak! The flower mouse instinctively tried to escape. Billy directly grabbed it by the nape of its neck, saying, "Sorry for the inconvenience, little guy." Then he placed the flower mouse into the cage he had brought. "Boss, the Shindu Daily has been established, but Mike Goggin is missing." "What do you mean he's missing?" Billy asked him. "It seems like he has vanished without a trace. No matter how hard we search, we can't find him." Just received the snake talisman and returned to the company. Billy felt both joy and worry. The Shindu Daily was established, and he had his own newspaper, but Mike Goggin, the private detective, was supposed to be the nemesis in the original storyline. But now was not the time to dwell on this. He waved his hand and said, "Then there's no need to search anymore, let him be." Another month passed, and this month had driven Billy to despair. Only one talisman was left to find, which made him anxious and restless. Despite urging Sergei numerous times to press Calypso, they could not determine its approximate location. December 31st. By the Gregorian calendar, it was the last day of 2002, and Billy had already given all employees a holiday. At this moment, Sergei approached Billy, saying they had located the specific range of the Tiger Talisman. Billy hurriedly took the trio of Lonnie, Sergei, and Dmitri to the vicinity of the marked point where a pie-eating contest was about to be held, but it had yet to start due to a lack of participants. It all matched up perfectly. Hurry, sign up. You three go together. We must find the Tiger Talisman. The three did not hesitate and immediately signed up. Including them, there were only 4 participants. Sergei was number 2, Dmitri was number 3, Lonnie was number 4, and number 1 was an old man. The more Billy looked at the old man, the more familiar he seemed. Rubbing his eyes and focusing, he exclaimed, "Oh my, it's Stan." As the contest began, the 3 of them started devouring the pies, while Stan Lee leisurely chewed his. Suddenly something hard crunched against his teeth. Upon looking, it was indeed the Tiger Talisman. "Hey, this pie is stone-flavored." The 3 of them momentarily forgot about eating the pie and stared blankly at Stan Lee. Billy rushed onto the stage, snatched the Tiger Talisman, and said, "Thank you, will borrow this, I won't return it to you." Then he quickly ran away. Watching Billy's retreating figure, Stan Lee slowly said, "Youth is wonderful. I was just as crazy when I was young." Placing the last talisman in his belt, Billy suddenly felt a connection. New Year's Eve. Legend has it that on the night of the Lunar New Year in Huaxiao, the Holy Master will be resurrected. However, this world did not have a Holy Master, so Billy took the place of the Holy Master. This meant that only after the New Year would Billy truly become a wizard. At this point, all he had to do was wait for New Year's Eve. However, before that, Billy had all the reporters of the Shindu Daily Monitor, Norman Osborn, or the Green Goblin's every move. Finally, on this day, news arrived about the final battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Under one of the Green Goblin's cables was a group of children. If he let go, they would perish. Under another cable was Mary Jane, and if he released it, she would disappear. He was forcing Spider-Man to make a choice, and Billy felt it was time for everyone to know about the character Holy Master. Now that he had gathered all 12 talismans, he was terrifyingly powerful. He donned the golden Holy Master mask again, and while the Green Goblin was forcing Spider-Man to make a choice, he attacked from behind with his laser eyes, saving the group of children. If he wanted to, he could even save Mary Jane, but he was unwilling to. Naturally, Spider-Man would save Mary Jane. Seeing Mary Jane and those children safe, the crowd on the bridge erupted in cheers. The Green Goblin stood up in confusion, seeing yet another unfamiliar face. He wondered why there were so many strangers attacking him recently. He did not forget to ask, "Who are you?" Billy did not need to mention his name, as the reporters he had arranged from the Shindu Daily had quietly blended into the crowd, capturing heroic and handsome photos of him, which would certainly let everyone know the name Holy Master under his command. Billy did not need to mention his name, as the reporters he had arranged from the Shindu Daily had quietly blended into the crowd. Everyone fell silent. The next moment, everyone cheered. The Green Goblin felt humiliated and hurled a bunch of pumpkin bombs indiscriminately, but Billy used the chicken talisman to control them and push them back. He was careful, pushing the Green Goblin out of the explosion center, ensuring only the shockwave reached him and removed him from the audience's view. After waving to the audience, Billy chased after the Green Goblin amidst their cheers. On the other side, after Peter Parker set Mary Jane down, she gave him a kiss, instantly filling him with energy, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Just as the Green Goblin stood up, without uttering a word, Spider-Man kicked him. After 3 punches, the Green Goblin begged for mercy. In fact, he had wanted to surrender after being hit by Billy's low-power laser eyes, but with so many people around, he wanted to put on a show. After being pushed out by Billy, he stood up ready to beg for mercy, but Spider-Man unleashed a series of combos on him. "Peter, don't hit me, I'm Norman." "Mr. Osborn." The Green Goblin, as in the original story, attempted to lower Peter's guard and took the opportunity to attack him with his glider, only to be caught by Peter's spider sense. He dodged with a backflip, and Norman faced the consequences. This time, Peter also sensed it with his spider sense and performed a backflip. The difference was that midway, Billy directly used the chicken talisman to pin the glider in midair. Peter landed on the glider with a backflip, and now both he and Norman fell silent. Peter felt extremely awkward, and Billy stepped forward and knocked Norman out with a chop. Some say a chop cannot knock someone out, but as long as the force is strong enough, even if he doesn't faint, he will. "No, Mr. Osborn, what are you yelling about? He just fainted." Oh, Peter immediately stopped his cries and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "We meet again, little spider." Billy removed his mask. "You are Mr. Davis from the Department of Homeland. Whatever." Fortunately, Peter still remembered Billy's surname. As for S-H-I-E-L-D, who cared? Mr. Davis, why has Mr. Osborn turned into this? Billy glanced at Norman, who was pinned under his armpit, and said, "He's too anxious and has gone astray." Billy used the horse talisman to eliminate the effects of the Green Goblin's serum within Norman, but left him with a reverse transcription growth virus. If Norman was not forced a bit, he probably wouldn't go to have people study interspecies biological fusion technology. How else would he profit? He casually tossed Norman to Peter and said, "I've cured him, you take him back. I have something to attend to, so he'll take—" "Wait." Before Peter could retain him, Billy vanished right before his eyes. In fact, Billy had nothing urgent to attend to. He was just waiting for the new year to arrive and occasionally accompanying Sky to do things that couples would do together. Finally, the New Year's bell was about to ring. Americans do not celebrate the Huaxia New Year, but Billy brought Sky Lonnie and her father the Slocum's family along with Sergei and his wife and younger brother to the port city of Huaxia. Following the sensations brought by the talismans, they found the palace of the Holy Master. The crowd was still puzzled as to why Billy brought everyone to the wilderness at this time, especially since they had not brought anything for a picnic. But after the countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, everyone fell silent. As the New Year's bell rang amidst the sound of countless firecrackers, a magnificent palace rose from the ground. Billy looked at the palace and smiled. The Holy Master is revived alive. This is the 4th chapter of today's update, and the first volume ends here. The 12 Talisman arc concludes during the resurrection of the Holy Master, but many plot holes will be filled later, such as the chameleon impersonating Captain America, and what happened to the Scorpion, and is Uncle Ben still alive? There is also Norman's subsequent interspecies biological fusion technology, which will all be presented in the new year. The following only represents my blessings to all the benefactors. May everyone in the new year sail smoothly, dragons rising in pairs, bright sunshine and spring peace in all seasons, blessings arriving at your door, smooth sailing, stars shining brightly, wealth from all directions, children achieving success, perfection in all matters, smooth progress in all affairs, and everything go your way. Finally, I wish everyone a happy new year. Pushing open the red door adorned with golden engravings, the crowd entered the inner sanctum of the palace. As the door swung wide, even Sky and Ronnie were left in shock. If the gold of Ludwig Castle could be likened to a mountain of gold, then the gold within the Holy Lord's palace was akin to a vast ocean of gold. It makes sense after all. Ludwig II was merely the king of a tiny nation, whereas the Holy Lord ruled over all of Asia like a demon. Under the grand pillars supporting the palace lay a plethora of golden treasures dazzling to the eyes, yet each person felt both pain and joy. Billy, upon seeing these golden treasures, showed little reaction. He casually remarked without turning his head, "No need to be polite, take whatever you fancy." After all, once the Holy Lord was sealed away, these treasures would turn to nothing like grains of sand. Now that Billy had become the Holy Lord, if he were to perish, these would lose all significance. Though Billy feigned indifference, no one dared to take anything. He paid no mind to them. What he sought were the magical antiques collected by the Holy Lord, along with some books that could teach magic. The power of the 12 talismans, no matter how strong, was ultimately just an external force. He aimed to enhance his own abilities and become a true wizard. He recalled in the Mask chapter he had found a passage leading to the Holy Lord's palace, where at the end of the passage was a chest from which Tara had discovered the Nika mask. Without Tara's guidance, Billy had to search painstakingly on his own, and sure enough, he found the passage and spotted a gigantic ancient bronze chest at its end. Upon opening the chest, he found only a mask inside, and both Sky and Slocum's wife turned pale at the sight of it. Billy took out the Nika mask and handed it to the most composed Ronnie. Warning: make sure to handle it carefully. These masks possess self-awareness and house spirits that can take over. Do not wear it on any part of your body. After Billy's warning, everyone except Ronnie stepped back in fear, while Ronnie felt a profound sense of responsibility. Having entrusted the mask to Ronnie, Billy felt relieved. Now he needed to check if the chest had a hidden compartment. A chest this large couldn't possibly hold just a single mask. Billy wouldn't buy the idea of it being empty. According to the lore, while demons do not die when sealed, their intelligence deteriorates. This is why everyone believes the other 7 demons are not on par with the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord must have known this, so he would likely leave behind some foundational magic books to prevent losing all power after being sealed for so long. Approaching the chest, he unexpectedly discovered inscriptions on the lid, but they were magical runes he could neither comprehend nor learn, necessitating a return to the basics. Found it. Ingenious. After some probing, he indeed opened a hidden compartment, revealing several magical. Billy had worried that if he couldn't find anything here, he'd have to seek out the ancient one. It seemed that wouldn't be necessary after. Billy did not take the books out. Instead, he closed the compartment and gestured for Ronnie to place the mask inside as well. He planned to take the entire chest back. In high spirits, Billy deliberately selected a golden item for each person as a keepsake. After all, he couldn't let them leave empty-handed. After exiting the palace, they could still see fireworks bursting in the sky in the distance. Billy thought, now that they were here, shouldn't they all enjoy a lively meal of dumplings together? Although it was already past the New Year's celebration time, what to do with this massive palace? It couldn't be emptied, nor could they just leave it behind. Just as this thought crossed his mind, with a resounding boom, the palace sank underground. Billy felt a surge of joy, and with another thought it re-emerged with a similar boom. No more dilemmas. He could simply bury the palace underground and return whenever needed. It would always be his home. Billy casually chose a dumpling shop for everyone to enjoy dumplings together. However, no matter how he tasted them, they all seemed too salty. He initially thought it was due to the chef's lack of skill, but Sky's comment dispelled that thought. Billy, why are you crying? Am I? Billy wiped his face, noticing tears on his hand. He hadn't even realized he had been crying. Just as the dumplings were placed in front of him, he remembered his previous life as Liu Sheng's family member, as well as the parents of Billy, who perished at the hands of the mafia. It is said that every festive season brings thoughts of loved ones. Combined with the memories of both Liu Sheng and Billy, he felt an eightfold longing for both sets of parents. Plus, it was the joyous new year which doubled that sentiment. He never dared to double down like this in a game of landlord before. How could he not feel heartache? But the horse talisman shielded his pain and healed his physical wounds, yet emotional turmoil could not be so easily erased. As the saying goes, some bonds are unbreakable, and this is what caused Billy to feel such sorrow without being aware of it. He suddenly realized he was drawing closer to the divine while drifting further from humanity. He noticed he was gradually becoming someone who was no longer the me he once was, neither Liu Sheng nor Billy. Was this a good thing or a bad thing, he wondered. Thus feeling gloomy, Billy returned to Queens, New York, lying on the rocking chair on the balcony, staring blankly at the starry sky, lost in thought. Suddenly a burst of sparks erupted beside him, forming a circle from which emerged a bald figure in a yellow robe. Billy remained dazed, yet muttered, "I don't think I invited you, Ancient One." Indeed, the visitor was the Ancient One, who spoke kindly. "I sense that you need a listener." In that moment, Billy truly wanted to pour out his heart, but swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips, saying instead, "I cannot reveal my secrets to others, and you cannot empathize with me. It seems I've wasted your trip." The Ancient One maintained a gentle smile, saying, "It's all right, let's pick something you can talk about. For instance, you can ask me any questions you wish, and I will answer within reason. I have seen many futures, some with you and some without." Billy was taken aback. He knew the Ancient One who controlled the time stone could see the future, but he was puzzled as to why she used the word some. Could it be that there was more than one timeline for him in the future? Suddenly Billy recalled the two snaps. "What did you think of?" the Ancient One gently probed. Billy naturally couldn't disclose his thoughts. He could only subtly embed his secret within a question and present it to the Ancient One. He knew that inquiring directly about the trajectory of the future could be perilous, whether or not the Ancient One would respond. With that in mind, he asked Ancient One, "Why must life be divided into past, present, and future? Can the past be changed? How can one extend a new future from the past?" Billy was indeed asking how to bring Liu Sheng from his past life back to life, or how he could become Liu Sheng. The past, present, and future do not exist. Time does not exist either. It is merely a construct people devised to measure the passage of time. Clocks may stop due to power loss or malfunction, but time itself never halts. The Ancient One chuckled and dropped a bombshell. "You asked me if the past can be changed. Of course it can." "What?" Billy couldn't believe it. He dared not accept that Master Gu had actually answered this question. "Master Gu," he continued, "the universe we reside in is not singular, but rather a tapestry woven from countless parallel universes. Perhaps a careless action of yours could leap you from one parallel universe to another. Then if I were to change the past, would that alter the future trajectories of countless parallel universes, eh?" Master Gu shook his head. "Nothing is set in stone. The future is always an unknown. No matter what you do, it will inevitably reshape the future in unseen ways." Billy grew increasingly confused. "But that's not the answer I was looking for." Master Gu chuckled. "You once asked me if it was possible to return to the past. At that time I had no answer. Now I do, because you have made it happen." Billy thought to himself, "When did I ever ask you that?" Yet upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he suddenly sprang from his chair. "What must I do?" Master Gu pointed to Billy's heart. "That is something you must ask yourself." Billy lowered his expectations. "Then can you give me a hint?" "That wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? If I were to spell it out, that path would no longer be viable." Billy pondered. It turned out the road home actually existed. Though he did not know how to return, at least he was no longer lost. But then he thought, when I find that road, will I still be myself? I feel increasingly unlike my true self. Master Gu seemed to read his thoughts and comforted him. "You are still the same as before, but I must reiterate, nothing remains unchanged. Growth is essential for everyone, especially when you suddenly acquire great power. It's easy to fall into self-doubt. This is a phase that every traveler on the path must go through. What you need to do now is to seek that path first, otherwise you will never find it in your lifetime." This statement illuminated Billy's mind, revealing a truth. He must first step onto the path to discover if he is still himself. "I can't believe I would doubt my own identity just because I've gained powerful abilities. I had clearly aspired to be a demon. Where did this sudden sorrow come from?" Of course, he did not forget to express his gratitude to the psychological expert Master Gu, saying, "Thank you so much, Master Gu. Your words have cleared the fog from my mind and opened my understanding. This new year, let me cook a couple of dishes, and we can share a drink together." Master Gu responded with a frown. Enjoy your drinks at your own pace. Since you've come to terms with things, I will take my—" As Master Gu was about to open a portal, Billy hurriedly interrupted. "Wait, Master Gu, I have another question for you." Master Gu seemed to anticipate his question, which was likely regarding why such a powerful master who knew his own future would meet his end at the hands of a treacherous disciple. Before Billy could ask, Master Gu answered, "That is my fate, I cannot change it." "But you do not believe in fate. You said that if you don't change anything, then your efforts would be in vain." Billy was taken aback and replied, "What fate are we talking about? I was asking during this festive season, as an elder, why haven't you given me a big red envelope?" Master Gu shook his head with a smile and stepped into the portal. Master Gu, don't forget to bring me one next time." Once he confirmed that Master Gu had truly left, Billy's expression fell. It wasn't just that Master Gu hadn't given him a red envelope that upset him, rather the sheer amount of information he had absorbed today was overwhelming. However, the biggest issue had been resolved. Now that he had found all 12 talismans, the next step was to learn magic and enhance his own strength, as well as to assemble a team not weaker than the Avengers, starting with Dr. Octopus. However, the most important thing right now was to get a good night's sleep. Logically, with the horse talisman, he could entirely forego sleep, but if he could sleep, why not? He could also use the time, while sleeping, to practice sorcery, using the sheep talisman to leave his body. As he stretched comfortably, the portal appeared again, and Master Gu, he called out from afar. Now that you have found the 12 talismans and another mask, why not look for other items? Before Billy could react, the portal closed once more. Goodness, this startled Billy greatly. If a portal were to open beside him while he was using the restroom, it would be utterly... But surely Master Gui, being so old, wouldn't engage in such shameless acts, right? A 500-year-old lady peeking at a 20-year-old young man. Where would she put her face if that spread? Billy resolved to be wary of the group of sorcerers from Kumartaj in the future, especially that irreverent old Wong. On the afternoon of the next day at 3 o'clock, an unexpected visitor came to see Billy. Are you James Wesley? Standing not far in front of him was a well-dressed, bespectacled man, none other than James Wesley, a capable assistant of Wilson Fisk. Wesley felt immense pressure, hardly daring to breathe. He could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from the 20-year-old in front of him, especially since he had not only survived under Bullseye, but had even turned the tables on him. As Wilson Fisk's capable assistant, Wesley understood just how terrifying Bullseye's strength was. It is indeed me, who I am honored that Mr. Davis knows of my existence. Honored my foot. Billy replied irritably, what do you want? Wesley wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Our boss Wilson Fisk would like to invite you to dinner tonight and apologize for Bullseye's incident. Billy snorted coldly, isn't this a trap? Wesley's heart skipped a beat, but he finally relaxed. Since Bullseye's death, Wilson Fisk had planned to ally with the Hand to deal with Billy, after all 3 ninjas had also perished on the Hand's side. However, Lady Gao advised him not to act rashly, saying that Billy was not as simple as he appeared. Wilson Fisk was still too young and did not believe in evil. He thought that since the Hand had not sent anyone, he would send his own men to deal with Billy. To his surprise, an unexpected variable emerged. His men kept suffering setbacks at the hands of Spider-Man. This kid would arrest criminals without a second thought, which infuriated Wilson Fisk. Yet Wilson Fisk realized that even without Spider-Man, with Billy's effortless ability to eliminate Bullseye, it would be difficult for his men to inflict any harm on Billy. So under Lady Gao's suggestion, he decided to set a trap for Billy. To make Billy lower his guard, he sent his capable assistant Wesley to invite him. But Wesley was in for a rough time. He truly understood what it meant to struggle for money and face difficulties. Billy, of course, knew exactly what Wilson Fisk was up to. The enmity had been established when Bullseye tried to block him. Billy wondered why Wilson Fisk had waited so long to retaliate. Was he really that patient? Tonight, he truly planned to see what scheme Wilson Fisk had concocted, likely intending to team up with the Hand to deal with him. However, Billy was mistaken this time. Due to the Hand's passive observation, Wilson Fisk had also recruited 2 At 9 o'clock in the evening, Billy arrived at the banquet alone. Perhaps to make Billy let his guard down, Jean Bing personally greeted him at the door. Mr. Davis, it is an honor to have you here. Please come in. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. With Jean Bing being so humble, Billy decided to first observe what tricks he might be playing. Though it was called a banquet, it was actually just a small meal at a square table in Jean Bing's home. The table could accommodate 4 people, and while it wasn't exactly shabby, it certainly did not meet Billy's expectations. Fisk, is this the banquet you prepared? I would have thought that as the underground emperor of New York, you would organize something more upscale and impressive. Facing Billy's open provocation, Jean Bing repeatedly told himself, do not get angry, do not get angry. After all, he won't see the sun tomorrow. Thinking of this, he forced a smile and explained, don't look at the small scale. This is specially prepared to apologize to you. I have heard about the incident. That guy from the Target Eye is truly lawless, attempting murder and theft. I almost didn't notice it in time, nearly causing a disaster. Luckily you are safe. Oh, truly remarkable. The last part about being remarkable almost made him grind his teeth. Billy maintained a calm face, but sneered inwardly. If it weren't for your Jean Bing's orders, would that guy from the Target Eye have the guts to block people on his own? You really know how to dodge the main issue, thinking you can wash your hands clean with just a few words. Billy feigned indifference and said, no big deal, no big deal. Ooh, I didn't suffer any losses. But by your logic, doesn't that mean I inadvertently helped you eliminate a major threat? After all, if this matter got out, wouldn't people say you were lax in managing your subordinates? How would you continue as the underground? Jean Bing cursed inwardly, determined to make Billy wish he were dead, but given the current situation, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Yes, 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 I will definitely keep my eyes open in the future. Please take a seat. Only when he took a seat did Billy notice that there were already 2 people sitting at the table. One of them was dressed in a costume, but not the cute kind. Instead, it was a set of dull gray and white rhino skin, with only a serious human face exposed, giving off an impression of not being very clever. He was tall, nearly 2 meters, but his body was bulky. Combined with his rhino skin outfit, it looked as if a rhino was. The other person wore a reddish-yellow outfit with a mesh overlay, and had 2 strange devices on his hands. This person's physique was not as tall and bulky as the standing rhino, but resembled a bodybuilding champion, albeit wrapped up tightly, with only his eyes visible. Seeing Billy staring at the 2-seated, Jean Bing proudly said, oh, let me introduce you. This is Alexei Mihailovich. Jean Bing first introduced the person in the rhino suit, who nodded seriously. Is he paralyzed? Billy's words made Jean Bing's face twitch, and the rhino person asked, what do you mean? Billy shrugged, having deduced that he was indeed not clever. Jean Bing then pointed at the person resembling a bodybuilding champion and introduced, this is Herman Schultz. Herman Schultz nodded slightly. Billy then exclaimed, Are they both mute? Why aren't they speaking? Ahaha, this is Billy Davis, well known to everyone. Mr. Davis is quite humorous. Jean Bing chuckled introducing Billy, but the two seated were not very pleased. Even the Rhino Man, though not very bright, could tell that Billy's remarks were not complimentary. Billy had originally thought Jean Bing would invite members of the Hand Association to deal with him, but unexpectedly, he brought— In fact, Billy already knew who the two seated were: the Rhino Man and the Shocker. They were major villains from the Spider-Man series, typically active in comics, and they also appeared in film adaptations. The Rhino Man appeared at the end of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, but he was just wearing an armor. The Shocker was a henchman of Vulture in the first movie of the Dutch Spider-Man. Some translations correctly called him Shocker, while others incorrectly referred to him as the Trembler. The Shocker was a henchman of Vulture in the first movie of the Dutch Spider-Man. Some translations correctly called him Shocker, while others incorrectly referred to him as the Trembler. Space for days. The Shocker generally did not have much fighting power, but this version of the Shocker had a homemade device that released shockwaves. His outfit also had shock absorption capabilities, and his highest level shockwave could easily destroy a building, making him a powerful long-range shooter. Billy couldn't help but marvel that Jean Bing was quite a loyal person. He had just been thinking of forming a team, and Jean Bing immediately sent him two people. It would be unreasonable not to reciprocate. So he decided to give Jean Bing his favorite big ear slap. After Billy and Jean Bing sat down across from the two, he was stunned to see that the table was only filled with salad. What does this mean? Is this your attitude towards treating guests? Couldn't you at least order a KFC family bucket? But before he could inquire, Jean Bing clapped his hands and said, "The dishes can be served now." Following that, oysters with caviar, pan-seared foie gras scallops, Australian lobster Wellington, steak, truffle cream, soup, creamy spinach, and a cheese platter were successively served. A professional sommelier skillfully opened the bottle, decanted the wine, and poured it, even inviting a professional violinist to play nearby, showcasing the effort Jean Bing put into calculating against Billy. Jean Bing stood up holding a glass of red wine and said to Billy, "Mr. Davis, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep apologies for the irrational behavior of the target eye." "No big deal, no big deal." Billy waved his hand, raising his glass. "Let's eat first." This was exactly what Jean Bing had hoped for. He secretly thought, eat more, drink more, and enjoy your last meal well. After a few rounds of wine and dishes, Billy casually asked, "Little Jean, where did you put the poison? I can't taste it." Jean Bing was just about to ask what kind of title this was he being called. But upon hearing the following words, his heart suddenly tightened. Fortunately, having been a dark overlord for so long, his psychological quality was still good, and he calmly said, "Mr. Davis, food can be eaten randomly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. How could I possibly poison you?" Billy laughed. "Really? Of course," Jean Bing said firmly. Billy just smiled, continuing to eat and drink, but the more he ate, the more uneasy Jean Bing became. It wasn't that he cared about the cost of food and drink. This amount was nothing to him. He was simply horrified that the poison he administered hadn't taken effect yet. At this point, even an elephant would have been knocked out right. But Billy looked as if nothing had happened. In order to deal with Billy, he had specifically rented the Rhino Man from the Russian mafia in New York, and had also paid a high price to invite the civilian expert Shocker. He thought that as long as he could vent his anger and maintain his dignity as the underground emperor, spending this little money was worth it. To be on the safe side, he had poisoned the dishes in advance. The three of them had taken antidotes beforehand, and rarely ate vegetables, so this little amount would be resolved in no time. Seeing Billy eat heartily made him very happy. He just did not expect that after Billy ate so much, nothing happened to him. He couldn't help but wonder if he had forgotten to poison the food. Seeing Billy fully satisfied, Jean Bing darkly asked, "Why are you fine?" "Oh, don't you know that I am immune to all poison?" Billy finished picking his teeth and stood up ready to leave. "Little Jean, I'm very happy that you invited me to dinner. However, I really dislike the calculations in your heart. This time I'm in a good mood, so I won't hit you, but remember, there won't be a next time." Jean Bing listened throughout with a dark face and spat out two words: attack. Just as it was said, things moved swiftly. With a call to action, Jean Bing quickly had the Rhino Man stand up with a loud crash, flipping the table over. Those who knew thought he was a Rhino Man, while those who didn't might have thought it was Brother Crow arriving. As the table was flipped, soup splashed all over Jean Bing, whose tall frame in a white suit was already distorted and now covered in soup. He was truly in a glorious retirement. Seeing the Rhino Man go wild and flip the table, Billy swiftly sent Jean Bing, covered in grease, flying. "Go place." In the next moment, the Rhino Man charged forward, and Billy stood his ground directly, using his finger to stop the charging Rhino Man, preventing him from advancing even an inch. The Rhino Man broke into a cold sweat, knowing that once he started charging, he could easily topple a moving train, yet the same impact against Billy felt like an ant shaking a tree. Billy pinched the Rhino Man's horn with 2 fingers and said, "Here you go," tossing him into the air. The Rhino Man traced a graceful parabolic arc in the air, and if all went as expected, he would land right on top of Jean Bing. Jean Bing, just getting up after being thrown, felt a buzzing in his head. He wanted to ask Billy, "Do you know how psychologically damaging it is for a little boy weighing over 400 pounds to have this happen?" As he looked up, he saw the Rhino Man crashing down towards him and cursed inwardly, "Shit." He quickly rolled away from the area, narrowly escaping what could have been a farewell to this world. He was aware that he was a 400-pound fat man with over 90 of his body made up of muscle. Although he had no superpower, Spider-Man often found himself at a disadvantage against him, and he could even go toe-to-toe with the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. Under normal circumstances, taking a hit from the Rhino Man wouldn't be a big deal, but he had just been hit hard by Billy, leaving him half injured and stunned. If he were to be hit again by the Rhino Man now, it would be either death or severe injury. After dealing with the Rhino Man, Billy's gaze shifted to Horror, who felt a jolt in his heart. He raised his hands, and the iron gloves released a level 3 shockwave towards Billy, but nothing happened when the shockwave hit him. This is impossible. Horror exclaimed in disbelief, knowing that at such a distance a level 3 shockwave would normally reduce an average person to pulp. How could nothing have happened? He quickly switched to level 5 and released another shockwave towards Billy. This time Billy was pushed back a few meters by the shockwave, but he still suffered no substantial harm. Instead, the buildings behind him crumbled to dust. No. Horror felt as if his Tao heart had shattered. The destruction of the buildings behind Billy indicated that his gloves were fine, and at that moment, he looked at Billy as if he were a monster. It's my turn now. Billy lightly punched Horror, who was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the Rhino Man. To avoid the shockwave from harming himself, Horror's clothes had resistance against shocks. Even so, he was still being beaten to near death by Billy's light punch. At that moment, the three tough guys were huddled together, trembling as they watched Billy, including the Underground Emperor of New York, Jin Bing. He truly hadn't expected Billy's strength to be this formidable. He regretted not heeding Lady Gao's advice. He regretted that this brat had risked the entire fist group, and now it was too late for regrets. The other two regretted even more. The Rhino Man had always been one to bow for a handful of rice. He donned the Rhino Man skin for money and agreed to undergo experimental modification, becoming the grotesque figure he was now. This time, he was also there to deal with Billy for money. Had he known Billy would be so troublesome, he wouldn't have shown up. Horror had come unexpectedly, as Jin Bing sought him out, offering to hire him to deal with someone. Initially he refused, but Jin Bing's offer was too tempting. However, once the fight started, he realized he had asked for far too little. Had he known this was a life or death payment, he wouldn't have been so polite with Jin Bing. Do you want to live or die? Live X3. Who would want to die if they could live? No matter how crazy the clown was, he had to wake up when he saw the American version of Superman. Billy nodded in satisfaction. Informing a league soon and gathering talented individuals. You all fit the bill, what do you say? Are you in or not? Through fire and water, X3. The three replied in unison, without hesitation. Billy rolled his eyes. He wasn't someone who would take just anyone. They'll take these two, but Gene, what makes you think you can join my team? You'll have to pay for your life. The vast fist group shouldn't lack this little bit of money, right? Jin Bing sighed with relief. He didn't want to die, and even less did he want to be controlled. Paying for his life was the best option at the moment. Then he'll offer 1 million. Are you sending me off like a beggar? Or do you think your life is only worth 1 million? If so, I might as well just kill you now. Billy slapped him in dissatisfaction, making him see stars. Then what do you suggest? 6 billion. What? I don't have that much money. You might as well just kill me. Jin Bing lost his last bit of will to survive, adopting a posture of resignation. Oh, so you still have some spirit. Billy slapped him again, causing Jin Bing to tear up. While he was being slapped, he cursed. Aside from your fist group, Wilson Fist's assets are over 100 billion. Is asking for 60% too much? Do you still want to die? Let me tell you, if you're a mere 100 short, I will slice a piece of meat off you. At your 400-pound weight, you should be able to last quite a while, right? Jin Bing coldly stared at Billy. In any case, it's all the same if I die. What does this little pain mean? Don't think that just a few slices of meat will make me frown. Even if you chop me into minced meat, I won't bat an eye. Billy couldn't help but applaud him. What a tough nut. I love tough nuts. Rhino Man, go get me some knives. I want to give little Wilson a good stretch. Following the order, the Rhino Man hurried off to get knives, and soon Billy had 2 very sharp small knives in his hands. Bind our little Wilson up, and don't think about struggling, you'll have your limbs broken. It seemed Billy's words had an effect, as Jin Bing truly did not struggle. The Rhino Man and Horror quickly bound Jin Bing. As the source of 40 of America's criminal activities, did Jin Bing have no backup plan? With poison ineffective, and both the Rhino Man and Horror defeated, what could he do? Call Thanos to deal with Billy. At that moment, he had only one identity: a prisoner. Where should I start? Let's start. Soon, akin to the act of eating roasted duck, a large chunk of flesh was sliced off Jin Bing's thigh, skin and all. After all, he was a crime lord. He didn't utter a single scream, only some muffled groans. After it was done, he even forced a smile, saying, it doesn't hurt. Billy laughed, as while playfully poking Jin Bing's wound with his finger. The sharp pain caused beads of sweat to form on Jin Bing's forehead. Jin Bing still gritted his teeth and endured. When Billy finally stopped poking, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. It doesn't hurt. Why aren't you laughing now? Look here. Billy pointed to the indistinct wound on Jin Bing, and Jin Bing's gaze followed Billy's finger. Suddenly a flash of white light appeared, the wound healed, and Jin Bing felt no pain anymore. However, he had a bad premonition. What is going on? The smile had not vanished, it had simply shifted from Jin Bing's face to Billy's. Billy smiled, and said, now we can continue. Next time you can't hold on, I will heal you again. Looking at Billy's smile, Jin Bing suddenly realized, I am just a bad person, the one before me is the true demon. He was not afraid of living or dying, but this feeling of wanting to live yet being unable to, and wanting to die yet not being able to, who wouldn't be terrified? Seeing Billy's sinister smile, he shouted, don't come near me. Even if you slice me into 1,000 pieces, don't think you can get a single penny from me. With Jin Bing's defiance, Billy's mind raced. All right then. You better not beg for mercy, or I'll have to take you to the street. If there are no spectators when I slice your flesh, it will lose much of its fun. I will also live stream and record the entire event, ensuring the whole of America remembers you as a lost dog. Billy's light-hearted words struck like a heavy hammer, stirring turbulent waves in Jean Bing's heart. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Jean Bing could endure pain and even death, but he could not lose his dignity, especially since he held a high position. If the extreme pain he had experienced earlier had only instilled fear in him, the loss of dignity now plunged him into despair. This forced him to relent. I'll pay, but I can't come up with that much money all at once. Can you ask for less? Billy contemplated privately. Asking for less is fine as long as he can pay. After all, this is unexpected wealth. Having something is better than nothing. Thinking this, he quickly asked, how much can you give? 30 billion. Jean Bing probed. What? You just slapped? Without saying another word, Billy picked Jean Bing up over his head and started walking out. Jean Bing panicked. I have the money. 60 billion, not a penny less, not a penny less. Billy threw him heavily to the ground and said, do you dare to lie to me? This was the price from earlier, now it's... What? Jean Bing was incredulous. How did the price increase by 20 billion in casual conversation? What's the difference between this and asking for his life? Billy took Jean Bing and walked out again. Jean Bing was genuinely scared and only wanted to send away this plague. I'll pay 80 billion, not a penny less. I really can't add more. If you do, I will really die, and you won't get a penny then. Jean Bing was truly pushed to desperation, feeling a surge of impotent rage, and Billy naturally knew when to stop. Hurry and transfer the money. I can give you the money, but you must guarantee that today's events won't leak out. This was Jean Bing's last shred of stubbornness, though he knew that even if Billy really spoke out, he couldn't do anything to him. Oh, you still dare to set conditions? Billy pretended to be displeased. Jean Bing insisted, you must agree. And swear? Otherwise you might as well kill me, that way you won't get a penny. Seeing Jean Bing so resolute, Billy was reluctant to push too hard. After all, compared to killing Jean Bing, he wanted that 80 billion more. Although he had made a substantial amount of money by reaping the profits from Osborne Industries and exploring aerospace, who would ever complain about having too much money? Moreover, his money had great uses. Not only did he want to acquire Osborne, but he also aimed to buy shares of Stark Industries. Wouldn't he need to reap a hefty harvest? Just imagine being the owner of Tony Stark. How wonderful would that be? Billy was not averse to swearing. After all, he had no intention of keeping his word. The Lord had a saying, I am the noble dragon, and also the demon sorcerer, and it is well known that I do not keep promises. If one considers the Lord a villain, there is also a famous saying from the righteous side, which is from the sage Confucius, words must be followed by action, actions must bear fruit, otherwise one is a petty person. Jean Bing was not just a bad person, he was also an evil one, so there was no need for him to keep his oath. Thinking this, he resolutely swore, alright, I swear as long as you hand over the 80 billion today, I can pretend today never happened, and keep all these events to myself. Does that satisfy you? Jean Bing's satisfaction was unknown to Billy, but he knew that after Jean Bing paid, he would return home contentedly with the Rhino and Horror. This outing not only included a meal, but also recruited 2 fierce generals and secured 80 billion. The days ahead were looking brighter. After confirming that Billy and the others had truly left, Jean Bing hastily ran to find Madame Gao. Madame Gao naturally knew his intentions and smiled. It seems you've already suffered at his hands. Jean Bing did not answer directly. You told me not to act rashly. Does that mean your group is also suffering this silent loss at his hands? Madame Gao smiled. Of course we wouldn't suffer such a silent loss. However, confronting him with our strength is akin to striking a stone with an egg. All we can do is wait. Wait for when? Jean Bing gritted his teeth. Wait until we find Heiko. After Billy treated the injuries of Rhino and Horror, he immediately called Lonnie, Sergei, and Dmitri over and issued the order. If the Russian mafia in New York can't come up with 80 billion, just go ahead and swallow them. Lonnie was already part of the New York mafia and had a group of underlings. However, compared to the colossal Russian mafia, they were not even in the same league. But with the addition of Rhino, Horror, Sergei, Dmitri, and Lonnie himself, 5 unstoppable forces would definitely pose no problem. This lineup, let alone a single Russian mafia, even if the entire New York mafia united, wouldn't necessarily be able to eliminate. The Russian mafia was not as wealthy as Jean Bing, so it was naturally impossible for them to suddenly come up with 80 billion, resulting in an expected showdown. After assigning the tasks, Billy returned home to read naturally on basic magic teachings and similar subjects. Such a scale of battle did not require Billy to intervene personally. If he had to do everything himself, what was the point of having? Moreover, Billy intended to use this mafia as a sharpening stone and experience provider to test their combat capabilities and facilitate their understanding for future collaboration. Hey Billy, I'm not interrupting you, am I? As General Slocum entered, he saw Billy reading and casually greeted him. Billy put down his book. Oh, it's Neil. Help yourself to a drink. What brings you here today? Slocum was not polite, as their relationship could now be described as close as brothers, especially since General Slocum's son was also Billy's godson. Slocum skillfully rummaged through the cupboard for tea leaves and brewed himself a cup, while saying, Odds like this, Dr. Octavius has been found, and after discussing how we can support him in achieving his dreams, he has agreed to cooperate with us. After finishing his sentence, Slocum's face was filled with pride. Billy was equally delighted. It was somewhat unexpected to rope in Dr. Octavius so quickly. However, considering the military's involvement and his own status as a wealthy magnate with such conditions laid out, Billy could not fathom why Dr. Octavius would refuse. I came not only to share this good news, but also to ask when we will go find Nick Fury. Upon hearing this, Billy immediately replied, "There's no time to waste, let's go now." "But my tea is just brewed and I haven't had a chance to drink it yet," General Slocum lamented. "Then fine, given the circumstances, let's drink the tea first." Billy sat back down. He suddenly thought that the commotion caused by Lonnie and the others wouldn't go unnoticed. The SHIELD personnel would definitely come to verify with him, and perhaps even Nick Fury himself would come. Then the two of them leisurely drank tea, but Slocum was somewhat anxious. He was eager to progress and wanted to obtain the cosmic cube for Dr. Octavius to study. "How come you're still so impatient at over 50? Not steady at all. Just enjoy your tea. I estimate he will come over himself soon enough." Upon hearing this, Slocum was stunned. "Does he often visit you?" "Never been here." Since crossing over, Billy had only seen Black Egg once, and that was in a restaurant. Naturally, Black Egg had never been to Billy's home. Then how could he possibly come by himself? Absolutely impossible. "If he comes over, I will eat this teacup." Slocum swore fervently, but the next moment he was slapped in the face as a familiar voice came from outside. "Motherfucker, do you know that your people are fighting with the mafia?" Seeing the newcomer, Slocum let out a puff and sprayed all the tea he had just drunk. Billy smiled slightly. "Are you eating it directly? Or should I smear some ketchup for you?" Slocum frowned. "Are you setting me up? He visits you often, doesn't he?" "I certainly do not." Billy vehemently denied. "Damn, are you even listening to me?" The Black Egg felt ignored, and then caught sight of Slocum nearby. "Oh, General Slocum is also here." Slocum gave a slight nod, but Billy directly cursed. Damn, you Black Egg, I swear if you say that again, I will poke." "I'm just using a catchphrase. I didn't mean to insult your family." Black Egg defended himself, but after meeting Billy's unfriendly gaze, he sincerely changed his words. "Alright, I won't say it anymore, thick gift crap. Your extraordinary subordinates are fighting with the gang, do you know that?" Oh, Billy covered his face, wondering how there could be such low-quality people in the world. "First, my name is Billy Davis, not thick gift crab. Second, they are not subordinates. They are family. Family, do you understand? Third, of course I know, in fact I sent them there. Do you have any questions?" "What?" Nick Fury said incredulously. "You sent your extraordinary subordinates, no extraordinary family, to bully a group of ordinary people." Billy scoffed. "What do you mean by bullying a group of ordinary people? They are a gang. A gang that has poisoned New York for countless ordinary people suffer from them, yet you all don't care. Why do you intervene when I am cleaning up the gang to save the people of New York from fire and water? What are your intentions? Can't you bear to see the people of New York? Or do these gangs have your backing?" Damn. Just as Nick Fury wanted to curse, he suddenly saw Billy about to explode with anger, so he immediately covered his eyes and changed his words. "But how can you let those extraordinary individuals be exposed in front of ordinary people? This will make things very difficult for us." "Difficult? Well then don't do it." Billy stood up and solemnly warned Black Egg. "Do you think your background is clean? Who is it that chased the Skrulls down the street with a laser-armed Kree in 1995? And that Kree even publicly beat an old lady on the train. Why didn't you say it was difficult back then? Level 3 agent, who told you these?" Nick Fury's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, secretly shocked at how Billy could know all this. It was as if he had planted a surveillance device beside him. The only reason Nick Fury could think of was that Billy might be a Skrull, but that scenario was unlikely. After all, no Skrull possesses the powerful strength of Billy. With such strength, why fear the Kree? He could take down the Kree himself. Is it reasonable for a wizard to know the past and future? "But you sent so many extraordinary personnel to participate in ordinary people's battles. You must provide us with an explanation, right?" Billy found it amusing. "An explanation? Why should I give an explanation to you? SHIELD. What basis do you have for me to give you an explanation? I, Billy Davis, do not need to explain my actions to anyone." Nick Fury's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Every time he communicated with Billy, he felt extremely suffocated, yet he had to negotiate. And Billy was intentionally messing with Nick Fury. He initially thought Nick Fury was quite decent while watching the series, but after watching the Dutch Spider series, and even the Secret Invasion, Billy instantly felt that he was completely a fool. Not only did he run off to outer space for a vacation when the Earth was in danger, but he also got his most loyal and capable deputy director Hill killed, and after killing her, he still acted as if nothing had happened. He claimed to help the Skrulls, yet he didn't fulfill that promise, and ended up having all his close associates replaced by Skrulls. I've never seen such a fool. In the end, you will find that he has lost all his own people, even SHIELD. With only a few survivors left, probably just Captain Marvel, who fled far away when the situation looked bad. The situation was stronger than the man. Even though Nick Fury was on the verge of rage at this moment, he could only darkly ask, "Is there no possibility of withdrawing the troops?" "Of course not," Billy said decisively. "I have the Russian gang under control. Not even Jesus can save them," I said. Seeing Billy's attitude so resolute, Nick Fury asked with a humble face, "Can you give me some face?" "What face do you have? Is your face worth money?" Nick Fury was left speechless, but before he could say anything, Billy gave Slocum a glance, and Slocum took a sip of tea, and slowly said, "Nick Fury, I heard that your SHIELD is currently facing both internal and external troubles." Nick Fury thought General Slocum was going to speak up for him or represent the military to give them investment, so he clutched onto it like a lifeline and said, "Yes, General, although some Hydra infiltrators have mixed in among us, please believe that we can solve these issues." "So you mean to say you currently do not have the ability to protect the Tesseract?" "What?" "General, we..." Before Nick Fury could explain anything, Slocum's light words hit his head like a bomb handed over. "But General, you know that our S-H-I-E-L-D is the safest place. The Tesseract can only be safest when kept in our S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury defended. Slocum's expression darkened. "If you are in such a precarious situation, how can you say that the Tesseract is safe in your hands? But we have the strongest agents and scientists in the world. Please believe us. They are all professionals." "Professional? I don't think so." Billy interjected at the right time. Nick Fury showed displeasure. "Mr. Davis, are you questioning our how does your professionalism even need to be questioned? 99. 9 of S-H-I-E-L-D personnel are Hydra members. Is that what you call professionalism? This is just an accident. General, please believe that we have the ability to eliminate infiltrators and protect the Tesseract." "Enough. Nick Fury, you have disappointed me greatly." General Slocum expressed his dissatisfaction. "You keep claiming you have the strength to protect the Tesseract. What basis do you have for protection with those useless agents?" Nick Fury was stunned. He had plenty of well-trained agents under him like Natasha and Barton, who could take on dozens of top agents, so how could they seem useless in General Slocum's eyes? Even those elite agents might not fall behind when facing the strongest soldiers under Slocum. Just when he was about to argue, Billy struck again. "Old Black, this is golden advice. Don't you dislike hearing it? Who in society would tell you these things? Of course, don't be unconvinced. I know you want to say you have elite agents who can take on 10, but no matter how good they are just ordinary people. Be obedient and hand it over. You can't handle this." "General, actually I have plans to establish a superhuman alliance. To preserve the Tesseract." Nick Fury had no choice but to reveal his trump card. "Oh, then where are your superhumans?" General Slocum asked with great interest. Nick Fury had nothing to say. He could hardly admit that he hadn't found any yet. The most suitable Avengers were none other than Ant-Man and his wife, but Wasp Janet sacrificed while on a mission in 1987, and Ant-Man Hank Pym furious after discovering Howard Stark attempted to steal his technology in 1989 quit S-H-I-E-L-D and no longer serve as Ant-Man. Captain America was frozen in the ice and Captain Marvel was uncontrollable. The only ones left who could be of use were two ordinary people. Nick Fury suddenly realized he had no rebuttal. It seemed that handing the Tesseract over to General Slocum was indeed a good idea, but he felt somewhat unwilling. However, he couldn't offend the military and Billy's group of superhumans, so he had to find a way out. "All right, I understand. Let me ask one last question. Is this your opinion or the military's opinion?" "I am the military," Slocum vaguely stated. Nick Fury realized that he could no longer keep the Tesseract, and he regretted coming to Billy. Originally, he intended to gain some advantage from Billy, ideally recruiting someone from him, but he ended up losing the Tesseract instead. However, this was the best choice given that Hydra had infiltrated every level of S-H-I-E-L-D. The Tesseract would no longer be safe within their ranks. He decided to temporarily hand over the Tesseract to Slocum for safekeeping, planning to retrieve it once he had dealt with Hydra. By then the Avengers would likely be fully assembled. Yet he was unwilling to simply hand over the Tesseract without negotiating terms. "General Mr. Davis, I can surrender the Tesseract, but you can't expect me to do it for nothing, can you?" Billy thought to himself, "Are you still trying to negotiate? Have you not realized your current predicament?" He retorted, "U.S.H.I.E.L.D. have held onto the Tesseract for so long without any achievements, and now you have the audacity to ask for conditions when you are asked to relinquish it. The Tesseract is after all a possession of S.H.I.E.L.D., and at the very least it should be an equal exchange, right?" "What do you mean it's a possession of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Isn't it originally Hydra's? If you want it back, why not return it to Hydra and pay a rental fee for occupying the Tesseract? We could just demand it back from Hydra later." Billy was genuinely astonished by Nick Fury's audacity. How could someone be so shameless? Nick Fury felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. How could he have forgotten this detail? This kid was utterly shameless, yet how was General Slocum so composed? "General, aren't you going to intervene? You know what kind of organization Hydra is." Slocum replied with displeasure. "Are you asking me what kind of organization Hydra is?" S.H.I.E.L.D. has protected Hydra so well that they have thrived from the brink of extinction, and now you dare to shamelessly ask me that." Nick Fury was left speechless. He felt like a scholar meeting soldiers, unable to articulate his arguments. The two before him had no intention of reasoning. They had only aimed for a blatant robbery. He conceded, "All right, I will temporarily hand over the Tesseract to you for safekeeping." Billy couldn't help but scoff internally. Did he really think he could take back what had already entered his pocket? "Dark Egg, it seems you haven't learned your lesson. Then let us discuss the compensation. U.S.H.I.E.L.D. for monopolizing the Tesseract for so long." "Billy Davis, don't go too far," Nick Fury nearly shouted. Oh God, has Nick Fury been robbed? Is anyone going to intervene? He suddenly recalled their first meeting where he had judged Billy to be greedy, vain, and a collector. Now he realized he was extremely greedy. Moreover, he concluded that Billis' demand for the Tesseract was merely to satisfy his collector. Because he had not found any professional scientists under Billy, could someone with merely a subpar high school diploma truly understand the Tesseract? Don't worry, this request is not excessive at all. I just need you to provide me with a copy of Howard Stark's research on the Tesseract. What? Impossible. Absolutely not. Nick Fury exploded, as if someone had stepped on his tail, even though he had no hair. Nick Fury had seen this information. It was a treasure left by Howard the Founder to his son, and the key to bringing Tony Stark on board after he truly reformed. He absolutely could not hand it over. It's completely possible. If you don't give it to me, you'll go tell Tony Stark that you're using his father's research to make him owe you a favor. Nick Fury, you would do something like that. How could you face the deceased Howard Stark? Using Tony's father's legacy to make Tony owe him a favor. The problem was that Tony's father was also one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. It must be said that Nick Fury's scheming was quite astute. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury panicked. If Billy truly informed Tony about this, he would not only lose a powerful ally, but would also gain Stark Industries as an unshakable enemy. Nick Fury sighed as if he had aged a decade in an instant. I can give you the information, but you must ensure that this matter and these materials remain confidential. Of course, the premise is that this information must be genuine and complete without any omissions. If you try to pull a fast one on me, I will let the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. know what cruelty entails. I understand. The information will be sent along with the Tesseract. If there's nothing else, I will be leaving now. Nick Fury just wanted to escape Billis' clutches quickly. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be completely stripped, even though he was already bald. Aren't you staying for a meal before leaving? Fortunately, this time Billy did not ask for anything else, only feigning politeness. Nick Fury paused and rushed out without looking back. Watching Nick Fury disappear quickly, Slocum laughed. It seems only you could force the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to flee in such an undignified manner. Of course, this wouldn't be possible without your encouragement. With everything in place, I am ready to establish a company that will bring these superheroes to the forefront and create a super... Billy planned to manage this team similarly to the Vought Company and the Boys, but with a slightly more humane approach. Is there anything I can help with, Slocum requested, fearing that Billy would not include him. He was increasingly impressed by Billis' extraordinary methods and wanted to take another step, stepping on the likes of Ross and other generals. Actually, yes. You can grant them some military ranks so they have an official identity to facilitate their work. Sure, given their strength, obtaining a military rank is not difficult, it just requires some time. Slocum was well aware that after Captain America's death, those old-timers in the military were desperate for super soldiers. Now seeing a group of super soldiers enlist, they would be more than happy. Oh, what's the big deal about them getting ranks? This is not just a matter of time. You have to realize that these ranks must at least be at the level of a lieutenant, and possibly even higher. What? Do you even know what you're asking? Slocum was astonished. He had thought Billy would only ask for a non-commissioned officer rank, but he directly asked for a lieutenant, or even a higher rank. After all, the highly decorated Captain America was merely a captain. Of course, I know it's difficult, that's why I'll provide you with enough leverage to silence those old fogies. Slocum's eyes lit up. It's a secret. Billy feigned mystery. Just as Slocum was about to ask again, a ringtone rang from Billy's phone. He checked, and saw it was the small boss of the Shindo newspaper. Billy immediately answered, and an urgent voice came through. Boss, a major incident has occurred, quickly turn on the TV. The call was then abruptly cut off. Billy, confused, turned on the TV, which was broadcasting a significant accident on the Williamsburg Bridge. A dark green figure was running amok on the bridge, resembling both a lizard and a human. Billy immediately recognized it as Professor Lizard Curt Connors. The reason Billy had not hurried to take down Osborn Industries was to force Norman Osborn into a corner, making him collaborate with Curt Connors, thus creating Professor Lizard, Electro, and a series of characters. In this way, not only could Billy recruit several formidable allies, but he could also boost his reputation and potentially use this scandal to drive down Osborn's stock prices. A perfect trifecta. No, it was a fourfold success. Billy pointed at Professor Lizard's figure and asked Slocum, if I say I can mass-produce this, would that be enough to silence those old guys? Slocum also saw Professor Lizard's incredible regenerative abilities and his capacity to flip cars barehanded. Without hesitation, he replied, that would be more than enough. The professor, known as Dr. Curt Connors, lost an arm during his time as a military doctor. After several twists and turns, he eventually became a professor at Columbia University. Aside from teaching, he had no other hobbies but to study reptiles, attempting to use cross-species biological fusion technology to transplant reptilian genes into himself to repair his missing arm. Over a decade ago, he worked with Richard Parker, Peter Parker's father, at Oscorp on this cross-species biological fusion technology, which was the closest he ever came to realizing his dream. However, for some unknown reason, this technology was abruptly halted just as it was about to succeed, and both Richard Parker and the research materials vanished while he was expelled from Oscorp. He returned to teaching at the university, but the unfinished research lingered in his mind. He was desperate to continue his research, yet his meager salary made it nearly impossible. Unexpectedly, Norman Osborn sought him out again and allowed him to continue his research on the technology, granting him the opportunity to return to the place he longed for to develop the potion he dreamed of. However, this technology was Norman's last lifeline, as he suffered greatly from a retrovirus inherited by the Osborn family ever since the Green Goblin was purged from him using a mystical talisman. He loathed Billy yet felt helpless. Unless something changed, all he could do was wait for death. He feared not for himself, but couldn't bear for his son to suffer as he did, which was the original intention behind founding Osborn. What he did not expect was Richard's sudden betrayal, making off with all the research materials, forcing him to invest all his efforts into the human enhancement serum, namely the Green Goblin serum. Little did he know that this project would end in such a way. While waiting for death to arrive, he accidentally recalled the scientist Kurt Connors. He placed all his remaining chips on Kurt Connors, who did not disappoint him, and soon developed the potion for cross-species biological fusion technology. However, before clinical trials could commence, Norman repeatedly urged him he could no longer afford to wait. How similar was the current Norman to the former Dr. Slocum? Indeed, the boy who once slayed dragons had become the very dragon himself. Desperate, Connors disregarded the risks and injected the untested serum into his own body, transforming him into a monster neither human nor lizard, resembling a lizard man from a video game. His current actions were eerily reminiscent of Norman's previous experiments on himself. Yet unlike Norman, who killed his partner post-injection, Connors merely attacked pedestrians on Williamsburg Bridge. Next came what Billy and Slocum witnessed. Returning to the present, Slocum stared at the lizard professor who had just flipped a car, asking, "What on earth is that?" "A dinosaur man." "No, this is a lizard man, a human infused with reptilian genes through cross-species biological fusion technology." Slocum suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Such incredible abilities. This is on par with the super soldier serum. When you said this could be mass-produced, is that true?" "Absolutely, it can be mass-produced, and the greatest benefit of this serum is its remarkable regenerative capabilities. However, it still has some flaws and needs further refinement." "Oh, I see." Slocum pondered. "Should we just let him wreak havoc? Shouldn't we try to stop him?" "No need. Someone will take care of him shortly. That person is already on the way." Just as the words left his lips, a figure clad in red and blue swung down on webs, kicking the lizard professor away. Then, while rescuing people and vehicles, the hero wrestled with the lizard professor, creating a vibrant scene on the bridge. This ride has been halted by a younger superhero. Let's head directly to the lizard's lair and invite Dr. Octavius. He is an old friend of this lizard. Just as Billy and Slocum prepared to leave, the phone rang again. It was the little boss from the Shun Du newspaper, who anxiously said, "BOSS, big news, turn on the TV." Billy clicked his tongue in displeasure, saying, "Did you get stuck? Didn't we just report this? The lizard man is battling Spider-Man." "Ew, I already know, so he'll hang up if there's nothing else." "Don't hang up. BOSS, it's another story." Slocum suddenly shouted Billy. After the call ended, Billy turned to the TV, where a figure dressed in a hoodie and jeans roamed the streets of Times Square. Beneath that ordinary outfit, blue skin was faintly visible. Electro, also known as Sparky. Interesting, two bosses appearing simultaneously. If there's still only one Spider-Man, he might truly be stretched thin, while Spider-Man is still busy saving cars and battling the lizard man. It seems we'll have to postpone visiting the lizard man for now. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Are you referring to that blue-skinned fellow on the news? What on earth is that? Slocum asked, puzzled. "Oh, he's quite a powerful character, a blue friend who can discharge electricity." Billy slowly donned the golden savior mask and continued, "Close your eyes. We'll arrive at Times Square shortly. He'll handle this blue sprite, and you make sure the police don't act rashly." Slocum closed his eyes, appearing ready to sacrifice himself. "No problem, let's go." Using a rabbit talisman, Billy blinked, bringing General Slocum to Times Square. Billy said, "We've arrived. You can open your eyes now. Follow the plan. You keep the police calm while I have a word with this blue sprite." Slocum, who had been marveling at the situation, finally remembered his duty and hurried over to the police to show his credentials. The New York police were in a frenzy. This Electro had chosen the moment when the general was present to cause trouble. If it was resolved properly, it would be fine, but if not, it could escalate. What they did not expect was that after the general arrived, he spoke amiably, saying that considering the difficulties faced by the police, perimeter surveillance was sufficient, and he had brought someone specifically responsible for the matter. Only then did the police see who had come with the general and recognize the golden mask. Undoubtedly, this was the superhero savior who had once saved a group of children and defeated the Green Goblin. The audience also recognized Billy's identity, cheering savior. Billy raised a hand to signal for silence, and the crowd immediately fell silent. All the screens in Times Square displayed Billy's heroic visage. Billy was not so complacent as to forget the purpose of his visit. Before he could speak, the Electro before him, as if grasping at a lifeline, pleaded, "Savior, please help me. I'm not a bad person. Do you recognize me?" The general public knew the Saint Lord, so Billy was not surprised, but he didn't expect the Electric Man to recognize him as well. "Of course, you are my idol. Ever since you saved those children from the Green Demon, I wanted to be someone like you. I never imagined I would see you in person today." Billy immediately felt that things had become much easier. Originally, the Electric Man's descent into crime was entirely an accident. He was just an insignificant nobody who unexpectedly gained powers. His idol Spider-Man not only didn't remember his name, but used him to draw attention, which led to his dark transformation. However, all of this was about to change with Billy's arrival. Thus, he began his persuasive tactics. The first step was to make the Electric Man feel that he was not just an insignificant nobody. "Actually, I have been following your journey. Your name is Maxwell Max Dillon. May I call you Max directly?" "Of course. Max was instantly overjoyed, his inner thoughts surging wildly. Family, can you believe it? My idol just called my name. He really has been paying attention to me. However, seeing his current appearance, he sadly lowered his head and covered his face. But I have become a monster. Why didn't you come sooner? Billy thought to himself that he hadn't even remembered Max before he had become a monster, but he couldn't say that out loud. Now he needed to soothe his emotions and emphasize his value. Do you really think that you becoming this way was an accident? What do you mean? Max asked, confused as he looked up. Your name is Maxwell. There was once a man with the surname Maxwell who was in the same field as you. Now through a twist of fate you have gained the power to control electricity. Isn't this a gift from heaven? You said you wanted to be like me, so what kind of person am I? You are a superhero. Max answered without hesitation. Exactly. Billy snapped his fingers. So you want to be a superhero to use your power to help others, and now God has granted you superpowers. Do you want to become a superhero? Can someone like me really become a superhero? Max asked in disbelief. It only takes 4 or 5 moments to become. Billy borrowed a line from Steele's advice to Deadpool, but since it was too long he forgot the beginning, the middle, and the end. Anyway, it was roughly along those lines. Seeing that Max was still hesitant, Billy continued to persuade him to be a hero. It's not just about how you think, more importantly, it's about how you act. You need to step onto this path first, and then think about how to continue down it. Saying this, Billy reached out his hand, wanting to shake Max's hand. Max instinctively extended his hand. This was a chance for intimate contact with his idol. But upon seeing the blue skin of his hand, he wanted to withdraw it pessimistically. I'm dangerous right now. Oh, I could discharge electricity at any moment. Come on, are you going to back out now? Just a step away. Billy grabbed his hand and said, it's okay. I believe you can control yourself and won't harm me. At that moment, all the large screens in Times Square were broadcasting the two shaking hands, and everyone held their breath, including Max. Billy whispered, look Max, you're on TV. Everyone is watching you. You are now the center of attention. Upon hearing this, Max's gaze swept across the screens, landing on the largest one, and he excitedly exclaimed, I really am being seen by others. Someone is actually looking at me. Why don't you greet everyone Electric King? Or, Electric Man. Hello everyone, I am the Electric King. Max still chose Electric King as his title. When he uttered this name, the crowd fell completely silent, causing his initially soaring spirits to drop a few notches. As expected, no one really cared about him. General Slocum, surrounded by police officers, couldn't help but click his tongue at this scene. A clever officer beside him immediately sensed an opportunity, stepped forward, clapped, and called out Electric King, showing no signs of embarrassment. With his encouragement, everyone joined in, and soon the crowd in Times Square was filled with applause, all shouting the name. A smile returned to Max's face. Billy gave General Slocum a thumbs up, and then patted Max on the shoulder, whispering, Happy birthday, Max. Max felt as if he was in a dream he never wanted to wake up from. Not only did he meet his idol on his birthday, but he also gained superpowers. With his idol's help, he became a superhero. Most importantly, his idol even knew his name, and that today was his birthday. How could he not pour out his heart? He would go through fire and water for this bro. Under Slocum's command, the crowd dispersed. Billy and Slocum, both excited, brought Max, who had just seen his idol's true face for the first time, to visit Dr. Octavius. Indeed, on the way, Billy had removed his mask and Max had learned Billy's true identity. Under Billy's guidance, Max returned to his original form. Octavius was more enthusiastic than expected. Upon meeting, he shook Billy's hand and said, You must be Mr. Just call me Otto. General Slocum has told me all about you. Thank you so much for investing in the artificial sun technology. Ooh, I promise you won't be disappointed. Otto had been waiting for this investment for a long time. His obsession with artificial sun technology was no less than his old friend Kurt Connor's obsession with cross-species biological fusion technology. He was eager to elaborate on the prospects of this technology to Billy. Otto, I know you're eager, but hold on a second. While I also want to hear your thoughts, your old friend Kurt Connors is in unprecedented trouble, and he needs you right now. Billy immediately interrupted, thinking, good grief, if he started describing it, this chapter would be over in a jiffy. Kurt, didn't he return to Oscorp to develop cross-species biological fusion technology? What happened? Otto, who had been completely focused on developing artificial sun technology, was evidently unaware of Kurt's current situation. Let's talk while we walk. The four of them then headed toward Professor Lizard's home, and on the way, Billy detailed Kurt's ordeal. After hearing about Kurt's ordeal, Otto sighed, alas, Kurt is too obsessed. He cannot rest until he develops it. Billy thought to himself that Otto was no different. He had sacrificed everything for the artificial sun. Just after returning home, Kurt Connors, who had transformed back from a lizard into a pure human, felt something was wrong. Someone had come to his house. He did not know whether it was someone from Oscorp or the police. He cautiously peered through the peephole and saw his old friend Otto standing outside with 3 unfamiliar faces. Otto, what brings you here? Kurt opened the door and inquired. Kurt, it's good to see you alive, Otto said sincerely. Billy had no time for these two to reminisce. He gently pushed Otto aside and introduced Mr. Connors. Hello. My name is Billy Davis. This is General Slocum, and this is Electric King Max. We will all be colleagues from now on. There will be plenty of time to reminisce later. The urgent matter at hand is to help you transform back into a human. Professor Lizard. Upon hearing the title of Professor Lizard, Kurt's heart, which had just settled, immediately raced again. He quickly retorted, What, Professor Lizard? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, is that so? Then why are you so flustered? Billy pressed on, aggressively. You're slandering me. I'm going to sue you for defamation. He is defaming me. He's defaming me. Kurt was genuinely anxious, pointing at Billy and shouting as if he had stepped on a tail in urgency never before seen, even by his old friend Otto. Billy's gaze sharpened, pointing behind Kurt as he questioned, "Then how do you explain the tail behind you?" "What?" At these words Kurt instinctively turned around, but where was the tail? Only then did he realize he had been tricked. "You are deceiving me. Right now? Immediately. Get out of my house. I don't need..." With his identity exposed, Kurt was filled with murderous intent, wishing he could inject the serum, immediately transforming into a lizard man and tearing apart the person before him. Just as he was about to act, Billy's words stopped him. "This state, which resembles neither a human nor a lizard, is probably not... You originally just wanted to use this serum to repair your severed limb, but you failed. You were so close to success. Do you know why you failed?" This struck a chord with Kurt. "Indeed, didn't I almost succeed?" So he instinctively replied, "Why?" "Because I was just a bit unlucky." "If you think that, then you're gravely mistaken." Billy denied Kurt's assumption and then asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Do you remember your old partner Richard Parker, who worked with you on cross-species biological fusion technology over a decade ago?" Those long-buried memories surfaced in Kit's mind. How could I forget? We were just a step away from success in our experiments, and at that crucial moment, he disappeared along with all the research data. "Why are you suddenly asking about him? Have you found him?" "Actually, he successfully perfected this technology back then, but fearing that Osborne Industries would sell it to bad people for profit, he hid it away, and he himself has long since died." "How could he do this?" Kurt slammed his intact hand on the table, the pain in his hand pale in comparison to the agony in his heart. He truly felt as if his heart was bleeding. "Kurt." Otto wanted to help, but was stopped by Kurt's raised hand. His hand hung limply in the air, feeling frustrated that his knowledge could not assist his good friend. Kurt stared blankly at his missing arm, tears streaming down his face. 15 years? I wasted a full 15 years. The serum I painstakingly developed turned me into a monster. Yet he had already developed it long ago. Why didn't he tell me? Why? Was everything I researched a mistake? Kurt slumped helplessly to the ground, a middle-aged man in his 40s covering his face with one hand and crying in front of many eyes. "Namo Amaterasu." Billy walked over and patted his shoulder. "So Dr. Connors, do you need my help now?" Kurt stopped crying, but his eyes were vacant, staring blankly. "Richard is dead. The research data is also lost. All hope is gone. What can you do to help? Are you also a genius researching cross-species biological fusion?" Billy shook his head with a smile. "I'm neither a colleague nor a genius. I just happen to have a knack for treasure hunting. Richard is dead, but I happen to know where he hid that research data. How about it? Shall we cooperate?" Kurt was overjoyed, revitalized. "So what do I need to give up?" "Simple, join us. I will provide you with research data and funding. You can retain your technology and patents, but you must provide the complete serum for me and the military. How about being a worker?" Billy chuckled. Having laid the groundwork for so long, the fish had finally taken the bait. Deal. This condition was far better than what Osborne Industries had offered, and Kurt had no reason to refuse. In fact, Billy could easily use the horse talisman to heal Kurt's arm and dispel the serum's effects, but he feared that doing so would deprive Kurt of his motivation. After all, he had labored for this technology for nearly 20 years and was about to see hope. Healing him now would be stripping him of his achievement and joy. Billy and the others had been busy all night, and it was nearly dawn now. "Hey Kurt, can I call you that?" A question lingered in Billy's mind, and he couldn't help but voice it. "Of course, Mr. Davis." Just now Otto had already introduced their group to Kurt. "Just call me Billy. You Otto and Max, all the same, no need to be so formal." Then Billy asked the question in his heart. "I want to ask, after being stopped by Spider-Man on the bridge at 9 p.m. last night, did you know at that time on the bridge I felt I was about to revert to my original self? So I ran away, and only when I reached the sewer did I realize I had completely transformed back. I originally wanted to move all the equipment to the sewer using it as a laboratory, but you all got there first." Kurt answered truth. Billy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that after leaving the bridge Kurt had stayed in the sewer, but it turned out he had misremembered. He had even thought the plot had changed drastically. No, the plot had already changed. The villains from both the Garf Spider and the Bully Spider had come, and even the villains from the Holland Spider were here. Looking at it this way, changing the plot isn't a big deal. Phew, scaring myself. Billy let out a long breath. However, another question was presented. "By the way, do you know Peter Parker?" Mentioning Peter, Kurt rarely showed a smile. "Of course, Richard's son, a very smart young man, just a bit lazy. He visited my house and gave me a decay rate equation." Billy was somewhat surprised. "Since you know he's Richard's son, didn't you ever hate him?" "That's my grudge with Richard. There's no need to hold it against the next generation," Kurt said with righteous indignation. Billy continued to probe. "Then don't you blame him for giving you a false decay rate equation that turned you into a monster, leading to a false sense of hope?" "No need, he wouldn't intentionally set me up." Kurt sighed, then noticed something wrong. "Mr. Davis, do you want me to hate him?" It seems that after finding hope, the compassionate Kurt Connors had returned. Billy shook his head with a smile. No, how could that be?" "Welcome back, Professor Connors." Kurt felt somewhat confused, but he did not pursue it further, simply thanking him. After Billy and the group finished breakfast, it was just in time for school. With Dr. Otto and Professor Connors, both formidable figures, it was easy to call Peter out of his class. "Dr. Octavius, Professor Connors, what do you two need from me?" Before either could answer, a familiar voice reached Peter's ears. "Long time no see, Peter." Peter looked in the direction of the voice and saw Billy. "You're Mr. Davis from the homeland. Whatever agency?" Since they had last teamed up to defeat the Green Goblin, they hadn't seen each other again. Mr. Davis, why do you need me? I haven't abused my superpowers. It seems Peter still thinks Billy's identity is that of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent. He has truly been misled. Peter, don't you want to know about your father? Go get your father's briefcase. Today I'm taking you to uncover the truth. Roosevelt's Secret Station Track 61 is part of New York's D-Line train located on a clandestine branch beneath Pershing Square. It was originally constructed to allow President Franklin Roosevelt to travel unseen by the public, concealing the symptoms of his polio from the American people. We've arrived. After Peter retrieved his briefcase from home, Billy led the group to an abandoned tunnel. Enormous rusted discarded parts and tangled wires were haphazardly piled, here the sort of debris that even passing repairmen wouldn't spare a glance. If Billy hadn't mentioned it, no one would have suspected that such an important project was hidden among this refuse. That bastard Richard actually hid something so crucial in a junk heap. Professor Connors, I respect you greatly, but you can't insult my father like that. No, Peter, let's separate things clearly. If you were in my position, you'd want to kill him too. Enough, Peter. Professor Connors was severely wronged by your father. How can a mere insult compensate for the more than 20 years court lost? Billy smoothly took over the conversation to end their dispute, then continued, don't be fooled by the junkyard appearance here, it actually conceals a hidden realm. With a flourish like a magician, Billy used a talisman to command the massive parts to levitate, moving them aside. Once a sheet of iron was torn away, it revealed a narrow door just wide enough for one person to pass. Looking inside, there was an old platform. Although abandoned for 15 years, it differed from the usual decay, outside, exuding a classical beauty instead. Billy took the briefcase from Peter and pulled out a calculator Peter often fiddled with, waving it before Peter's eyes. You know, Peter, sometimes the answer lies within the question itself. As Peter was stunned, Billy suddenly smashed the calculator on the ground, with a loud crack shattering it into pieces, scattering coins everywhere. He casually picked up a coin and inserted it into a slot. Then came a profound silence. After about 10 seconds, an unusual sound echoed along the tracks as a train rose to its normal height. With rhythmic clangs, the lights inside the train sequentially illuminated, revealing all the experimental instruments within. The group also saw the data uploaded at great risk by Richard Parker and his wife. It turned out that Osborne Industries had intended to trade this technology with foreign military companies. Richard, being an agent, could never tolerate such treason. Thus the couple hurriedly fled with the research materials. Knowing the perilous journey ahead, they entrusted their son Peter to Ben and May for care. Peter and Court, now aware of the truth, were moved to tears. Otto and Max also grew emotional. General Slocum muttered bitterly, Norman has truly disappointed me with such disgraceful deeds. You're judging him unfairly. Norman's family suffers from a retroviral proliferative disease that has plagued them for years. That's why Norman founded the company and researched genetics, to cure their affliction. If he obtained these medicines, he would surely aim to heal himself and his son. As for who traded with foreign armies, wasn't Norman already sidelined by the board? After Billy's explanation, General Slocum realized that the foreign military deal was likely orchestrated by Osborne's board of directors, and Norman was kept in the dark. It was much like how Obadiah from Stark Industries secretly sold weapons to terrorists, hiding it from Tony. Peter, this place is your father's secret base and rightfully yours. However, you should share the research materials here with Professor Connors, as he once partnered with your father. Unfortunately, your father absconded with all the research, causing Connors to waste over a decade. Peter nodded. Of course, no problem. But we must ensure these materials and products never fall into the hands of foreign. That is certainly not an issue, Billy assured. Then he told General Slocum, send people to repair and secure this place. Slocum nodded. The matter was finally settled. This time Billy had gained 3 formidable warriors. Everyone knew that Marvel categorizes attributes into 7 levels. Level 4 denotes gifted individuals, level 5 geniuses, level 6 super geniuses, and level 7 omniscient. Among them, Tony Stark was an outstanding level 6, Peter was level 4, Professor Lizard barely crossed into level 5, and Dr. Octopus also possessed level 6 talents. Although level 6 has upper, middle, and lower tiers, Dr. Octopus, despite not matching Tony Stark with his seemingly endless wealth and the cosmic cube, was not far behind. Moreover, he was not the only level 6 intellect among the villains. There were 2 more super geniuses to recruit. One was Phineas Mason, nicknamed the Tinkerer, who appeared as the chubby weapons developer under Vulture in the Dutch Spider-Man Homecoming. He crafted powerful weapons from scraps. Imagine what he could do with better resources. Another was Samuel Stearns, known as the Leader or Dr. Blue, who helped Banner cure the Hulk, but inadvertently created the Abomination. Eventually infected by Hulk's blood, his head enlarged, becoming the Leader. The Tinkerer and Vulture could be approached immediately. Billy planned to recruit talents worldwide once the Watts Company was established. As for Dr. Blue, they would wait until the Invincible Hulk storyline began to recruit him, and perhaps even the Abomination. Is this the Cosmic Cube? Nick Fury had already delivered the cube and Howard's research materials. Otto immediately began his study. The deeper he delved, the more alarmed he became. He discovered the cube's energy was unfathomable, surpassing even. Unsure whether to continue researching the artificial sun, he sought Billy's opinion. Do you know why I asked you to study the cosmic? Otto shook his head silently. Billy continued. Howard Stark tried extracting its energy, but failed. Throughout history, only Hydra's Dr. Zola succeeded. Howard wouldn't give up. He settled for creating an artificial device, the arc reactor. Otto was stunned. You mean the arc reactor's inspiration came from the cosmic cube? That's not important. Have you considered how to store your artificial sun? The answer lies within the cosmic cube. The cosmic cube's energy derives from the infinity stone it contains. After the Big Bang, 6 infinity stones formed, each harboring immeasurable energy. Ordinary people would be obliterated by its overflow. The cube serves as a container that effectively suppresses the stone's violent energy. Billy paused, locking eyes with Otto with fervor. What I want you to study is the cube itself, not the stone. You must create a container akin to the cube to store your sun, preventing its energy from dissipating and allowing you to control it at will. Tell me, can you accomplish this? As long as you can research a shell identical to the cosmic cube, you will have surpassed Stark Industries. Don't even mention a Nobel Prize. If you want one, it's not impossible. Billy painted a grand vision for Otto, who savored it with delight. I will definitely realize this technology as soon as possible, but I don't want the Nobel Prize. What would I do with a dead man? Billy patted Otto on the shoulder in encouragement. All right, whatever you say, get to work. After bidding farewell to Otto, Billy returned home, sitting on the lounge chair on the balcony. He intended to read a book, but a strong wind began to blow. It's a fine day for flying kites, but unfortunately Sky isn't here. Ever since Billy sent her to find the vibranium merchant Claw, he hadn't seen her for a long time. If it weren't for their frequent video calls, he would genuinely worry about her encountering trouble. This gust of wind reminded Billy of something important. Now that he possessed both products of the interspecies biological fusion technology, continuing with Oscorp held no significance. Thinking of this, he made a call to the small owner of the Shindu newspaper. Is the dirt on Oscorp ready? It's all collected, boss. Every detail is accounted for. Billy extended his hand, feeling the strong wind pass through his fingertips. That's good. Release it all. The wind is up. I'll let Oscorp go bankrupt. He then called the head of Shindu Investment Co. Ltd. The dirt on Oscorp has been released. When their stock crashes by heavily at the bottom. After receiving a confirmed response, Billy stood up and headed to Oscorp. He was going to make his final deal with Norman Osborn. At this moment, Norman was still unaware of the impending bankruptcy, busy developing a treatment for the retroviral hyperplasia. When his assistant reported that Billy was coming to visit, he initially did not want to meet him. However, upon hearing that the visitor had a treatment plan for the retroviral hyperplasia virus, he had no choice but to meet Billy in his office. Norman looked emaciated, seemingly exhausted. He was probably on the verge of dying if he didn't seek treatment soon. In contrast, Billy was full of vigor and confidence, holding a newspaper that could be considered more like a death notice for Oscorp. Asia virus. Indeed, but it comes at a great cost. Can you bear it? I don't mind. As long as it can cure this disease, any cost is acceptable. Hey, don't rush. First, take a look at this. Billy handed the newspaper to Norman, which was densely packed with reports of Oscorp's scandals over the years. How he became the Green Goblin, killed Dr. Strom, and even endangered society, as well as the genetic modifications that led to the creation of Lizard and Electro. With pictures and evidence, Norman grew increasingly alarmed as he read. Some of the images looked as if someone had shoved a camera in his face. He wondered if someone had set up surveillance on him. Can you bear? Norman was taken aback. Could it be that this dirt was leaked by the person before him? Looking at the other's outfit, his gaze fell on the gold belt adorned with charms, and he suddenly recalled who this person was. It's you. You are the saint. I have no enmity with you. Why do you target me repeatedly? Billy burst into laughter. Ha ha, Norman, are you a child? Haven't you heard that the market is like a battlefield? Who cares about your grievances on the battlefield? Moreover, all my business methods are legal and compliant. There isn't a single flaw. The sky has fallen. Oh, who understands the family's plight? After struggling for half a lifetime to build up Oscorp only to end up dressing someone else's bride, Norman felt a splitting headache. He couldn't help but cover his head with both hands and ask, what exactly do you want? Is it to gloat? Or to mock me? I haven't heard that the retroviral hyperplasia virus also has complications like Alzheimer's. Generally, those afflicted rarely live to old age, right? Why are you starting to forget things? I already said I'm here to treat the illness. Norman's heart was pierced by Billy's words, aching to such an extent that he could hardly feel the headache anymore. He covered his chest and said, I've lost my company and have no bargaining chips left. You don't need to waste time on me. That's not true. You are still a scientist at the very least. I'm interested in your nanotechnology, which is enough to trade for a life. Would you rather live or have your son live? Without thinking, Norman blurted out, let my son Harry live. He is still young and has hope. Thank you. How can I be sure you can cure this disease? Norman's choice was within Billy's expectations. He had originally established Oscorp to spare future generations from suffering such pain. Even though Billy was mentally prepared, he was still moved, such deep father-son affection. Billy missed his own father. However, he showed no outward emotion, slowly walking to Norman's side. With a wave of a charm, Norman visibly became younger and more spirited. Although he was still in his 50s, he felt light and free of illness springing up from the chair. Then he suddenly remembered something and anxiously said, what are you doing? I said to cure my son, not myself. Billy scoffed. I've changed my mind. Get the materials organized quickly. I will come back to cure your son. Work for me, Norman, and I will give you 5 of the shares. Norman hesitated when suddenly a phone rang from Billy's pocket. Billy glanced at it and answered his phone, where the anxious voice of the small owner of the Shindu newspaper came through. BUSS, big event. Quick, turn on the TV. Billy was speechless. Why do you always use the same line? These villains have released similar news. What big event could there be? Could it be that a vulture has appeared? Besides, there is no TV here. Thinking of this, he replied irritably, do you think I carry a TV around with me? Where do you want me to watch it since there's no TV here? Boss here. Norman pointed to the laptop on his desk. After opening the computer in front of Billy, Norman switched to the news broadcast interface. Boss, just sit and watch. Billy refused, saying, I want sit, you sit. Anyway, this position will eventually be mine. The less you sit here, the better. Norman felt as if 1,000 swords pierced his heart. Although he initially established Oscorp to cure his illness, it didn't mean he didn't care. Watching his hard-built company fall into others' hands made him feel a deep discomfort, and he ran to a corner to weep alone. Billy had no time to cater to Norman's feelings. Seeing Norman leave, he took a seat in the chair without hesitation. Soon the live broadcast opened showing Chong Wei fighting the Green Goblin. Noah Greenskin creature was battling Spider-Man, inflicting significant damage. This greenskin creature was entirely different from the Green Goblin. He couldn't fly, but was taller and stronger. From the front, he looked like a teenage mutant ninja turtle with a tail that resembled a pipeline behind him. Billy immediately recognized him, Scorpion, a famous villain in Spider-Man, whose real name is Mac Gargan. He was the private investigator who helped Billy check on Peter Parker in Chapter 18. When Billy originally founded the Shindu Daily back in Chapter 28, he had wanted to recruit him, but he couldn't find him at that time. Now seeing him again, everything had changed. Wait, something feels off. The group he sent to deal with the Russian gang, Ronnie and his team, were all watching Scorpion beat Spider-Man right now. Billy remembered that he had sent Ronnie and the others to take down the gang, so why are they watching a show now? He quickly called Ronnie. Ronnie, have you managed to swallow the Russian gang yet? Not yet, sir. We were in the middle of the fight when Spider-Man intervened, and the 5 of us gave him quite a beating. Billy thought to himself, good grief, 5 against 1, you guys really don't play by the rules. But this little Peter is quite idle. Does he really have to meddle in gang wars? Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked what happened next. Where did that Scorpion come from? I was just about to say, sir, we were in the thick of it, when that Scorpion suddenly charged out of nowhere and started beating up Spider-Man without a word. We couldn't even get involved. I suspect the police are on their way. You should fall back for now, and also knock out that Scorpion and bring him back. Under the Scorpion's strength exceeds that of Ronnie and the others combined, it's hard to gain any advantage against him on your own. But who cares when they have 5 against 1? If Spider-Man wouldn't drag them down, taking down the Scorpion wouldn't be difficult at all. Billy was puzzled. Who turned the Scorpion? He didn't know, but he suspected someone did. Thinking of this, he glanced at Norman Osborn, who was sulking in the corner. Norman, come here. Don't be so heartless, boss. If you keep it up, it'll turn into a sprinkler. Billy clicked his tongue. There's something serious. Don't worry, I won't scold you. Norman took him seriously and hurried over. Billy pointed to a still frame of the Scorpion, which showed his side profile, and that high curled tail really did look like a sprinkler. Did you guys modify this Scorpion? No, I'm sure our company hasn't reached the point of using a Scorpion yet. Hearing Norman's answer, Billy felt a headache coming on. If this Scorpion wasn't modified by Norman and his team, it likely meant that an unexpected organization had mastered cross-species biological fusion technology and had already succeeded. Boss, if I'm not mistaken, this technology should have been used by that person. Oh, Billy immediately became interested. Who is that person? Do you know him? I suppose you could say that. His name is Dr. Kafka, and he's currently at the Ravencroft Institute for the Criminally Insane. Ravencroft Institute for the Criminally Insane. Billy muttered the name to himself. This psychiatric hospital had appeared in the second Spider-Man film, and Dr. Kafka had previously experimented on Electro, resulting in Electro being trapped in machinery. So it's him. That explains it. In fact, Billy remembered wrong. In the comics, it was a doctor named Stillwell who still had a conscience that experimented on Michael Morgan. Now it had changed to the utterly unscrupulous Kafka, and Billy hadn't realized the plot had already deviated. Since you know him, it should be easy. Take me to find him. Norman nodded, and just as they were about to leave, Billy's phone rang again. It was Ronnie calling. I'm sorry, sir, we weren't able to catch that Scorpion. Hearing Ronnie's remorseful and guilty words, Billy comforted him. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. I've already found the Scorpion's lair. You all go back for now. Sir, please give us another chance. This time we will definitely catch him. The other 4 also volunteered to request to go into battle, but Billy refused them all, eventually calming everyone down. After hanging up, Norman took Billy to find Dr. Kafka. Kafka was already lower than Norman in status, and upon learning that Billy was Norman's boss, he became excessively fawning. You're Dr. Kafka. I ask you, did you transform Michael Morgan into this? Yes, that's correct, but it was Jonah Jameson from the Daily Bugle who brought him to me for modification. Oh, how did you come to obtain this cross-species biological fusion technology? Don't tell me you researched it yourself. You think I would believe that? Kafka scratched his head and subtly glanced at Norman. It's indeed not my research. It was the directors of Oscorp who asked me to study it. I worked on it for quite a while before figuring it out, but it's still uncontrollable now. The Scorpion's genes gradually consume and replace human genes, eventually turning into a crazed beast. Those old bastards. They should all die. Hearing that the directors of his own company had secretly handed such important technical data to outsiders without telling him, Norman gritted his teeth. In anger, his eyes bloodshot. They are already dead, or you killed them yourself. Billy threatened Kafka again. I have use for this Scorpion. You must make him. You can name your price. It's not about the money. Oh, I can only say I will do my best. Although Kafka was greedy, he valued his life more. He was even less capable than Kurt, so how could he develop a controllable scorpion? Do you know where the scorpion went? Kafka shook his head. He comes here every day for injections, but today, I don't know why he hasn't come. Maybe something delayed him. Billy sneered. Indeed, if the technology was lacking, he had to inject drugs every day. He was very disappointed in Kafka. He originally thought he was a talent if his character was a bit lacking that could be overlooked, but now it seemed he couldn't even touch the 4th level threshold. Once he gets the scorpion back, he must have Kurt modify its genes. Completely losing his enthusiasm, he could only coldly say, then we wait. Norman, you can go back first. It's fine, boss, he'll wait with you. Kafka was also quite awkward. He couldn't leave and had to say something. But others ignored him, so he could only awkwardly accompany them, hoping the scorpion would return quickly. However, this wait lasted 3 days. Billy was full of spirit even without sleep, while Norman and Kafka appeared pale and drowsy. Hearing Kafka's faint snoring, Billy furiously slapped the table, startling him awake. When Kafka looked confused, Billy grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Norman, who was nearby, was also startled awake. Upon waking, he saw Billy choking Kafka and asked Kafka, have you been wasting our time these 3 days? The scorpion must have returned long ago, and you hit him right. Kafka cried out in innocence. He wasn't the type to risk his life for an experiment. In the end, with his face turning purple and foam at his mouth, he still couldn't change his words, and only then did Billy believe he hadn't hidden the scorpion. But if the scorpion doesn't come here, Kafka would probably have to look for Jameson. However, he couldn't openly go to the Daily Bugle to look for someone, so he could only assume the scorpion was hiding. Missing 2 opportunities to recruit him, what does this indicate? It indicates that Michael Morgan is not suited for a good life. Leaving Ravencroft, Billy told Norman to go back first while he planned to scare little Peter. Coincidentally, today was the weekend, and Peter planned to fight crime. He stood on a high building in his Spider-Man suit. Billy quietly circled around behind him. Perhaps because Billy had no malicious intent, or perhaps because Billy himself posed no threat, even Spider-Sense did not detect Billy lightly patting Peter on the back, startling Peter almost to the point of falling. Oh my God, Mr. Davis. Peter patted his chest, steadying himself, only to realize who had tapped him from behind. He wasn't afraid of Billy knowing his true identity, because back when they fought the Green Goblin together, Peter already knew Billy was aware he was Spider-Man. In Peter's impression, Billy's face used to be filled with smiles, but now Billy, unusually serious, said, Peter, you're in trouble. What did I do wrong? Peter reviewed everything he had done recently, and did not feel anything was amiss. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were attacked while executing a mission by you. So what do you think you did wrong? No, I didn't see your agents, let alone. Peter adamantly denied it. However, Billy directly threw out the video of Ronnie and the others in a 5v9 fight. You say these people are agents? Mr. Davis, you wouldn't have been deceiving me all along, would you? Are you really an agent? It's no wonder Peter was skeptical. These people indeed looked bizarre, especially the Rhino. The only one who looked natural, shocker, was wearing an extremely abstract outfit. When this lineup appeared, who wouldn't say this is a criminal gang? Seeing that even Peter began to doubt himself, Billy exclaimed, when did this silly kid start using his brain? He's getting harder to fool. He could only continue to ramble. Peter, your view on agents is too one-sided. Do you think only those who look as handsome as me can be agents? No. You are wrong. Agents should look different. Some agents are stunningly beautiful. Some have a Mediterranean hairstyle like a principal, and others have a dark expression as if someone owes them money. The key is that one even has a blind eye and wears a black eye patch. In my impression, only pirates and bandits dress like that. Can you say they are not agents? Peter suddenly felt guilty. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, I shouldn't have doubted you. It's okay, I forgive you. Billy thought he had once again fooled this kid. Suddenly, he remembered something. Not so fast this time. We need to hold you accountable for innocently obstructing our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in performing their duties. Don't change the subject. But you just forgave me. Wow. Billy exclaimed, this kid has indeed secretly grown some, but you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. One thing is for sure, my forgiveness only refers to your unwarranted doubts about our identity, not your innocent assault on our staff. Peter felt wronged, but I didn't know beforehand that they were your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and I was hurt worse by them. Excuse. Peter, when we first approached you, 2 of them were with me when I met you. Have you forgotten so quickly? I didn't know they were agents. I thought they were. What did you think they were? Bodyguards. I'm an agent out here on a mission, and I brought 2 bodyguards. I didn't know they were agents. I thought they were. What did you think they were? Bodyguards. I'm an agent out here on a mission, and I brought Peter, because of your recklessness, our original plan has been delayed. The citizens of New York are still suffering. Do you know how much harm your actions will cause New York? Billy thought just when I said this kid had grown a brain, he suddenly reverted to that silly self again. Could it be that his brain is on red? Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. I didn't mean to shirk responsibility. I just don't have the ability to compensate. Can I owe you first? Peter, there's an old saying in China, knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. Your brave admission of guilt proves you are a good kid. We won't ask for your money. We just need you to help us unconditionally when we have a task for you. Peter's eyes immediately lit up. Are you saying I can also be an agent? Not really, Peter. At most, you are considered a temporary employee, a temp. Billy poured a bucket of cold water on him, leaving Peter feeling chilled to the bone. Oh no. Peter wilted like a frog. All right, cheer up, Peter. You need to understand the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. When you can stand on your own and bear responsibility, you qualify to become an agent. Billy patted Peter on the shoulder, but Peter still looked very dejected. With great power comes great responsibility. You said that the last time we met. Uncle Ben also said it. The fact that Ben Parker could say such words indicates that he is no longer around. If he were here, he would choose to guide Peter instead of using this last piece of advice to warn him. Billy hadn't reacted yet, and asked really, "How is he doing now?" The question hit a sore spot, and Peter couldn't hold back his tears. "Uncle Ben is already no longer with us." How could this happen? Billy didn't understand. Clearly Sandman's partner had gone insane from fear, yet he still gave Sandman 2 gold coins. Isn't that enough for Sandman to treat his daughter? Why in the end has nothing changed? "I'm sorry, Peter. I brought up your sorrow. What exactly happened? How could Uncle Ben, such a good person, just be gone?" This matter had been bottled up in Peter's heart for a long time. He had always wanted to find someone to confide in, but he could never find anyone who knew his identity and understood him. Now that he finally met someone, he wished he could spill everything out. "It's all my fault. I love a girl very much, but I watched her get into someone else's car. I kept thinking if I could also have a car would she fall in love with me. But I couldn't even afford the cheapest secondhand car. I saw an underground arena competition in the newspaper where you could win 3-0 just by lasting 3 minutes, enough for me to buy a secondhand car. I signed up for the competition and even designed a costume. That day Uncle Ben drove me, and he earnestly warned me, saying that famous phrase, 'With great power comes great responsibility.' Yet I spoke harshly to him. Even so, he insisted on coming to pick me up at 10 o'clock at night. At this point Peter choked up, thinking that if he hadn't been so vain, Uncle Ben might not have died. But he didn't know that even if he did nothing, even if he wasn't Spider-Man, he would still lose everything, because that's Peter Parker's. I confidently stepped onto the stage and even defeated that muscular guy, but the organizers only gave me 100, claiming I only lasted 2 minutes. After I left, he was robbed. When I opened the door, I heard him shouting behind me to catch that robber. I could have easily subdued that robber, but I didn't. I let him escape. I thought it had nothing to do with me. But when I walked out and merged into the crowd, Uncle Ben lay in a pool of blood, and in his last moments he was telling me not to go down the path of crime. He told me that with great power comes great responsibility. After Peter finished speaking, the two embraced and cried together. The emotions were so intense that it would have been impolite not to cry, and at that moment, even if Thanos were to arrive, they would still cry uncontrollably. It was partly because Peter Parker's life had been too bitter, and partly because Spider-Man had been Billy's idol since childhood. Even though he had never been exposed to the superhero world as a child, he still knew about Batman and Spider-Man. Isn't there a famous saying in the superhero world? The rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutations. Spider-Man, this poor guy, is undoubtedly a representative of the poor relying on mutations. Just as the two were crying uncontrollably, a sudden and untimely phone call interrupted their tears. Billy immediately composed himself. "Sorry, I need to take a call." On the other end came a familiar, annoying voice. "BOSS, big event, turn on the TV fast." Using my tail to guess, I know who's calling. Doesn't the little boss of the Daily Bugle have any other lines? "I see you. Do you know where I am and you want me to watch TV? Just tell me what's going on." On the other end, the little boss's panicked voice came through. "Sorry, boss. Another Scorpion has appeared, and this one is even purer than the last one." After Billy inquired about the location of the Scorpion, he hung up the phone. "There's no time for sorrow, Peter. The Scorpion you fought a few days ago has re-emerged, and the citizens of New York need you." "No problem, leave it to me. This time I won't let him escape." Peter was excited by Billy's words. He donned his mask and was about to swing away on his web when Billy grabbed him. "Don't be careless. The Scorpion has a stronger form this time. You won't be able to defeat him in a 1v1. I will assemble the 5 agents from last time to assist you. They are all extraordinary humans like you. Just entangle the Scorpion and wait for them to arrive to subdue him together." All right. Peter swung away on his webs. Billy made a quick phone call to Roni, instructing him to bring the remaining 4 to assist Peter in the 6-0 battle. He also planned to go to the scene to observe. According to a small boss at the Shindo newspaper, the last Scorpion was dark green, while this one is pure black. Moreover, he was even more sinister and brutal than before. As a time traveler, Billy understood well that this Scorpion was likely the same person as the last one, and the change in form was probably due to the fusion with Venom. This Venom was undoubtedly the one that came to Earth with the meteor in Spider-Man 3. Initially, it fused with Spider-Man, giving him the title of Bully, and later fused with Eddie Brock after Spider-Man tore it off. In the end, Peter sent it away with a pumpkin bomb. The Scorpion was already formidable, and with Venom, it was a powerful combination. It was definitely not a simple 1+1. These 6 might not be able to handle him, and Billy had to personally oversee the situation. At that moment, the Scorpion was rampaging along Broadway, destroying everything in sight. Some drivers in small cars who couldn't escape hastily abandoned their vehicles and fled on foot. The Scorpion saw these small cars as mere toys, easily swatting them away and sending them crashing into nearby buildings. Fortunately, it was daytime, and there were not many people in the buildings, but the frequency of his attacks caused some damage. Typically, when such incidents occur, SHIELD would intervene to some extent, especially since Nick Fury knew that the current SHIELD was filled with Hydra infiltrators. He gathered Crossbones and other Hydra agents to send them in to wear down the Scorpion's stamina, after which Natasha and Barton would step in to finish him off. Crossbones and the others were unaware that they had been exposed and eagerly went in, only to be dealt with by the furious. Their individual weapons couldn't harm the Scorpion, while the cars and boulders he casually threw could inflict heavy casualties on them, leading to significant losses. Crossbones had some strength, and seeing the situation was dire chose to retreat to conserve his strength. The other Hydra members were not so lucky. Even if they split up to escape, very few made it out alive. The scene was captured through a micro pinhole camera and sent to Nick Fury's eyes. He could only notify Natasha and Barton to retreat, as sending ordinary people against the Scorpion would be akin to sending them to their deaths. Just as Nick Fury was debating whether to call Billy to handle the Scorpion, Spider-Man arrived just in time, and Fury was relieved to avoid a disaster. Spider-Man had witnessed the devastation caused by the Scorpion and without hesitation launched a sneak attack attempting to bind the Scorpion with his webs. Even if he managed to trap the Scorpion, the strong acid sprayed from the Scorpion's tail could dissolve the webs. The combined power of the Scorpion and Venom was several times greater than. Even if he managed to trap the Scorpion, the strong acid sprayed from the Scorpion's tail could dissolve the webs. The combined power of the Scorpion and Venom was several times greater than Spider-Man's. His only reliance was his agile physique to kite the Scorpion, but this was not a long-term strategy. Not to mention that if the Scorpion couldn't catch him, he would destroy the residential areas. Looking at stamina alone, he was far inferior to the Scorpion. In a battle of endurance, it would undoubtedly be him, Spider-Man, who fell first. Just as Peter was feeling overwhelmed, a cloud of dust suddenly appeared on the distant highway, quickly approaching. It turned out to be Rhino charging down the road. The Scorpion naturally noticed this and sprayed a large amount of strong acid in an attempt to intercept Rhino, but his aim was limited. Occasionally he managed to hit him, but Rhino's outer skin was insulated, causing minimal damage. Duong. Rhino collided with the Scorpion, and this impact could even send a moving train flying, naturally knocking the Scorpion away. If it were the original Scorpion, he would not have fared well from that hit, but now the Scorpion was infused with venom, quickly healing all his injuries. Effectively, it dealt zero damage. What? Rhino looked bewildered, unsure whether he was dazed from the impact or shocked by the Scorpion's recovery, or perhaps. At this moment, Roni, Old Sia, Chameleon, and Shocker also arrived at the scene. Rhino, due to his large size, had not fit in the car and had been assigned to run. The five gathered to discuss a battle plan and reached a consensus after a 3-second meeting. Let's beat him up. Indeed, expecting these individuals to strategize was entirely unrealistic. In ancient times, 3 heroes battled Lu Bu, now 6 heroes fought the Scorpion. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. The Scorpion seemed somewhat overwhelmed by their assault, but the venom on him continuously healed his wounds, preventing him from fearing the exhaustion from the 6 in front of him. Against the Scorpion, a major boss, Rhino could barely hold his ground. Spider-Man used his agile movements and webs to control and restrain the Scorpion for a short time, while the trio of Roni, Old Sia, and Chameleon were merely super soldiers, even inferior to Spider-Man, making little impact on the Scorpion. The most unexpected was Shocker. Although he was just an ordinary person, the shockwaves released by his iron gauntlets could inflict massive damage on Venom. It is said that this weakness was left behind by the god of symbiotes, Null, when he forged the Black Death sword, specifically targeting symbiotes with fire and sonic vibrations. And Shocker just happened to release shockwaves. Billy observed the entire scene. To him, it seemed rather amusing, akin to a. However, this boss was too strong, and soon the 6 found themselves at a disadvantage. The Scorpion punched Roni away, then grabbed Spider-Man and slammed him into Sergei and Dimitri. Faced with Shocker's shockwaves, he could not advance an inch, only using both hands to smash the ground, causing the earth to bulge forward and trapping Shocker. Rhino charged forward, trying to wrestle with the Scorpion, but soon fell victim to a brutal beating and was tossed aside. TSK tisk, kids, you still need practice, Billy remarked, dissatisfied with their performance. If they struggled against the Scorpion like this, how could they face Hulk? As the saying goes, those who are arrogant will meet calamity. The Scorpion, like a victor, raised his hands high and howled to the sky, unaware that in the next chapter Billy would personally step in to deliver him the most severe beating. At this moment, the Scorpion had just completed the feat of taking down 6 opponents at once and had swelled to an enormous size. As he watched Billy, adorned with a golden mask and golden belt, descend from the sky, he thought to himself, what gives this person more clout than me? New York does not allow such an impressive person to exist. He angrily pointed at Billy and asked, how do you want to die? That's what I wanted to ask you. Billy retorted. Arrogant. The furious Scorpion charged towards Billy, who merely smiled lightly and effortlessly blocked the attack, countering with a punch that sent him flying. This is impossible. The Scorpion could hardly believe it, raising his tail to gather power. Let's see how you block this. Several projectiles made of strong acid erupted from the Scorpion's tail, encircling Billy like a net, impossible for an average person to evade. But Billy was no ordinary person. He directly summoned a shield using a chicken talisman, blocking all the attacks. The Scorpion was dumbfounded, as was the Venom. Both physical and magical attacks had no effect on the person before them. Just moments ago, he had confidently asked how Billy wished to die, and now he had become a mere clown. At this moment, both the Scorpion and the Venom could only think, I don't want to play anymore. The opponent is hacked. It's my turn now. Billy revealed a sinister smile. Upon seeing this smile, the Scorpion and the Venom felt a chill run down their spines from the back of their heads to the base of their tails. Although at this moment the Venom had neither a tail nor the back of a head. Billy activated the dragon talisman, spitting out a large fireball as if it were mere phlegm. The Venom, being wise, immediately separated from the Scorpion's body upon sensing danger. However, as the fireball came too quickly like a tornado, the venom was inevitably caught in the blast, losing some of the venom that escaped quickly was still scorched, let alone the scorpion who was directly hit. The flames burned him to a medium rare, and the explosion caused his entire body to ache. Without the venom's formidable healing ability, the scorpion was easily captured. The escaping venom was also retrieved by Billy using the chicken talisman and locked in a glass bottle. The newly captured venom was initially defiant, but under Billy's continuation, spark manipulation, it finally submitted. Billy gave this venom a vivid and memorable name. Because it was excellent at mimicking, resembling the imitator from Plants vs. Zombies, Billy decided to name it Eggplant. Coincidentally, the scorpion and eggplant could form a pair, so he named them the twin stars of the museum. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, Mike Goggin fell into Billy's hands. Billy instructed Roni and the others to take the scorpion and eggplant back to the lab for Kurt and Otto to study. He also emphasized the two weaknesses of the eggplant: fear of fire and sound waves. He stayed behind to handle the aftermath. Fortunately, this crisis had not caused any fatalities except for those members of Hydra. The ordinary citizens had at most sustained serious injuries, while some had their houses and cars destroyed. Since Billy decided to take in the scorpion, he felt that those ordinary people affected by the scorpion must be compensated. If it were Iron Man, it would just be a matter of paying some money. Other superheroes might not even provide compensation. Billy was different. He not only offered money, but even used the horse talisman to heal people, as well as repair houses and some cars. Those cars that had been blown up to mere wreckage were compensated at double the amount, as there was no possibility of repair. In the end, almost everyone was satisfied with the outcome. After receiving compensation, they were willing to forgive the Scorpion's rampage, except for the fallen members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Know the injured world of Hydra. Of course, Hydra could only swallow this bitter loss, and Nick Fury was even less likely to stand up for the Hydra members. After handling all subsequent matters, Billy rushed home. He had just received a phone call. Sky was back. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and after their first taste of forbidden fruit, they were quite enamored. Before meeting, both had a lot to say, but upon seeing each other, they chose silence, opting to express themselves through action. From sunrise to sunset, they tangled together until 3 days later, when Sky could no longer bear it, and urgently. Though Sky was a formidable inhuman, she still paled in comparison to someone like Billy, who seemed to have an unfair advantage. Sky, swaying unsteadily, finished her shower and sat in front of the vanity when Billy volunteered to comb her hair. Feeling Billy's gentle touch on her hair and the comb gliding through, Sky closed her eyes in enjoyment and yawned. How come you're so skilled? Have you done this for other girls before? How is that possible? When we first met, I had just dropped out of high school. How could I have had the chance to comb anyone else's hair? So you mean you wish you had such an opportunity? Are you saying I shouldn't have appeared? Have I interfered with your relationships with other girls? Billy hugged Sky from behind and said, I swear by heaven, I only love you. You are a gift from God who came to my side when I was at my lowest and most troubled. If you hadn't come then, I might not have been able to carry on. This is something I really have to thank Sky for. The original host dropped out of school just days after his parents died. When he was truly at his lowest point, Sky appeared. With her companionship, he endured for another 6 months, which allowed Liu Sheng from the previous life to have the opportunity to reincarnate into Billy's body. Alright, it's all in the past now. Sky gently patted Billy's hand and changed the subject. Have you found your secretary yet? What secretary? Billy truly forgot it during this time. He had been busy assembling a super team and had no time to look for a secretary. Sky rolled her eyes dramatically. I haven't forgotten. I've already found one. Billy would never admit he forgot. Who is it? Do I know them? It wouldn't be Natasha, would it? You promised not to hire her as a secretary. Of course not her. You don't know this person. I'll introduce you in a few days. Since Billy's visit to the Osborn group, he actually had a candidate for a secretary, Felicia Hardy, nicknamed Black Cat, who was the secretary of Harry Osborn, the Green Goblin, in the second Spider-Man movie. But now his father Norman is no longer the boss. Why would he need a secretary for a trading company? Who does he think he is? In the Spider-Man universe, there are 3 beauties in my opinion: Black Cat, Silver Sable, and Gwen Stacy. These 3 are not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. No other beauties compare to them on the same level. Billy was well aware of the rule that the more one says, the more mistakes one makes, so he hurriedly switched to the next topic. You've been gone for so long. Did you find Ulysses Claw? Sky nodded. I found him, and he still has that vibranium you mentioned. However, the price is a bit steep. It seems since he brought vibranium from Wakanda, not many people have been interested in his business. Oh, then I need to meet with him. I can take as much as he has, or after all, what we lack most right now is money. Once the vibranium is in place, we can make Captain America's shield. Perhaps we can even let Chameleon disguise himself as Captain America and infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. early on. Wow, Mr. Davis, it is an honor to meet you. On this day, Shin Capital Investment Company welcomed an unexpected guest. Ulysses Claw, a vibranium dealer and physicist, is the first person to bring vibranium out of Wakanda starting from the fall of the vibranium meteorite millions of years ago. However, after he miraculously managed to bring vibranium out with the help of traders in Wakanda figuring out how to sell, it became a major dilemma. After all, very few could use vibranium. Only Howard Stark knew its value, but he had already died in 1991, while Claw brought vibranium out in 1992. Just when he was at his wits' end, Billy appeared claiming he wanted to buy all the vibranium. Upon hearing this, Claw hurried over to negotiate a deal. Not at all, it's a great honor to have you here, Ulysses. Billy pretended to compliment Clow, his eyes glancing towards the black bodyguard behind him, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Is this your bodyguard?" He looks quite intimidating. This statement was nothing short of an insult. Before Clow could respond, the black man interjected, "My name is Eric Killmonger. I've killed more people than you've had meals." He then flashed a chilling smile, provoking laughter from Billy and the others excluding Clow. "You don't believe me?" Feeling mocked, Eric clenched his fists as if ready to strike the ignorant people before him. "Of course I believe you. You and your father have taken entirely different paths. It seems you've killed too many people over the years, haven't you gotten inflated? You can't even distinguish between a small king and a big king. Old Sia, go try him. Be gentle, don't kill him." Sia urged, "Step forward as commanded." Eric could feel that the person before him not only had a primitive appearance, but also exuded an aura comparable to that of a top beast, which put a lot of pressure on him. But as Billy said, Eric had killed too many people and had become overly inflated. In his normal form, he struggled against T'Challa's normal form. How could he possibly contend with Sia Urge? His punches and kicks hardly harmed Sia Urge, and in the end he was kicked away by Sia, who relished the sensation of being a boss. Unwilling to admit defeat, Eric stood up and drew two curved blades from his waist. Seeing Ronnie eager to join the fray, Billy had Sia step back and let Ronnie take over. Just right, Ronnie was impervious to blades and bullets. Eric's curved blades seemed to be striking iron, causing no harm to Ronnie, and even damaging the edges of the blades. "This is impossible. I don't believe it. How can anyone be harder than steel?" Billy scoffed and said, "Don't say I'm bullying him. Get this Eric a gun." Soon an August assault rifle was handed to Eric, who caressed the gun like a maniac and aimed to attack. However, he did not aim at Ronnie, but at Billy standing beside Ronnie. It seemed he understood the principle of capturing the king first, but unfortunately, he targeted the wrong person. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and a barrage of bullets rained down towards Billy's face. Billy showed no fear. A transparent barrier appeared half a meter in front of him, blocking all the bullets and deflecting them. "How is this possible?" Eric shouted in disbelief. "I refuse to accept this." He quickly reloaded, trying to switch to a second magazine for another barrage. But Billy had no intention of giving him that chance, stating, "Are you done yet?" before firing a laser beam at Eric. Since Billy used the shock mode set to a very low power, it merely sent Eric flying against the wall. Billy deliberately spared his life, but he now felt worse than dead. Every organ in his body screamed in pain, and without timely treatment, he would soon succumb to organ failure. All this happened too quickly. Clow hadn't even reacted when Eric collapsed to the ground. He stood up in panic, only to be pinned down by an invisible force, unable to move. Billy pointed at Eric and asked Clow, "Do you know who he is? Are you really going to help him? Isn't he just a slightly crazy American? What else could he be?" Clow dismissed. "You don't even realize you're raising a ghost. His name is Njidaka, a Wakandan." Billy tugged downward on Eric's lower lip to prove he was a Wakandan. "Thick crap. I always thought he was an American." Clow was furious. What was a Wakandan doing undercover with him, a vibranium dealer? It certainly couldn't be for any. "To you, he is still the son of an old friend. Do you remember Njobu, the brother of King T'Chaka of Wakanda, who was killed by T'Chaka for helping you steal gold? This Eric is the son of Njobu." "Really?" Hearing Billy's words, Clow became a bit excited. He thought Eric was just some son inheriting his father's vendetta, but the next moment Billy's words extinguished that thought. "Of course. He hates you even more. He despises T'Chaka. The reason he's undercover by your side is to kill you, using your corpse as a stepping stone to enter Wakanda and challenge the king as the son of a prince, ultimately seizing the throne." Eric, racked with pain, still managed to squeeze out a sentence. "How do you know all this? Why does a dying person need to ask so much?" The feeling of unfulfilled wishes is unpleasant, isn't it? "I don't understand why, knowing you could live while you still choose to seek." Billy tightened his grip on Eric's neck, exerting a slight force. With a crack, Eric's eyes began to glaze over, gradually losing their life. Watching this scene made Clow's scalp tingle. Even though he had learned that Eric was a Wakandan and intended to kill him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the dead rabbit and the surviving fox. Billy loosened his grip, and the lifeless Eric thudded to the floor, ignored by everyone. Billy turned to Clow, revealing an innocuous smile. "Now we can discuss the purchase of vibranium." Clow sat trembling in his chair, no longer the reckless man he was upon arrival. He understood that the person before him was someone he could never contend with. He had prepared himself to be heavily undercut, yet surprisingly Billy didn't lower the price at all. In fact, he even raised it. He couldn't comprehend why Billy would go through all this if he wasn't going to lower the price. Soon Billy provided him with an answer, stating after the payment, "This isn't enough. Ooh, I want more." This left Clow in a difficult position. The last time he escaped Wakanda alive was thanks to Njobu's assistance. This time not only did he lack inside help, but he was also blacklisted by Wakanda. How could he possibly transport vibranium out again? Just as he was about to refuse, Billy raised his hand to interrupt him. "I know what you want to say. Oh, we have an insider." Pointing at the collapsed Eric, Billy continued. "But isn't he already dead? Do you have the ability to resurrect someone?" Of course such abilities exist, but Billy hadn't mastered them yet. Even if he did, he wouldn't waste his energy on resurrecting someone like Killmonger. Sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. Show him your abilities. Billy gestured behind him, and Dimitri stepped out, transforming into Eric in front of Clow's shocked gaze. What kind of sorcery is this? Clow felt as though his entire worldview had been shattered. "Just a little trick. No need to be," Billy said modestly. "What do you need me to do?" "No rush, you can go back for now. Don't let the Wakandans find you. I will naturally call on you when I need something. Facing the request from the god of wealth, Clow eagerly agreed. Don't mention one item. I'd lend you 100. Clearly Clow was unaware of what Billy intended to borrow. Alright, it's settled. No need for 100 items. I'll just borrow one. Time flies. Dr. Lizard has perfected interspecies biological fusion technology and created 3 types of serums. One is a super soldier serum intended to deceive the military. It grants the injected individual the strength to lift 5 tons and enhances all their physical attributes accordingly. Compared to Captain America's serum, it is equally formidable. The second type is the Lizard serum. This serum not only eliminates the uncontrollable side effects of transformation, but also greatly enhances recovery ability. It grants the injector 3 forms: human lizard form, and lizard form. Human form possesses the ability to lift 10 tons and significantly enhances all physical functions, with wounds healing rapidly. Human lizard form possesses the ability to lift 40 tons and enhances various physical attributes capable of regrowing severed limbs. Lizard form possesses the ability to lift over 100 tons with all physical attributes correspondingly enhanced. In this state, it has a recovery ability comparable to that of the Hulk, nearly immortal. The last type is the Scorpion agent. While this agent cannot make one nearly immortal, it significantly enhances combat. It also eliminates side effects and has 3 forms. Human form gains the ability to lift 50 tons and greatly enhances all physical attributes, especially defense. Human Scorpion form grants the injector the ability to lift 150 tons with hard dark red armor growing on the body, transforming hands into sharp pincers, 2 additional arms growing from the ribs, and a retractable tail that can spray venom. Scorpion form can lift over 500 tons with the armor turning dark gold. Dr. Octopus has also thoroughly researched the cosmic cube and successfully created a large artificial sun device, which provides an inexhaustible energy source. He plans to find a way to reduce the size of this artificial sun. In addition, Dr. Octopus has developed a super artificial intelligence, Little Fish. Billy has assembled a powerful team of extraordinary individuals and intends to establish a Watts company to manage these superheroes, gradually bringing them to the screen. However, due to the absence of Vulture and the Fixer, 2 talented individuals in technology, Billy plans to spend a fortune on hosting a unique technology exhibition similar to a martial arts tournament, but focused on technology. The biggest difference this time is that the exhibition is open to the public. Previous exhibitions required invitations, and even geniuses like the Fixer and Dr. Octopus were barred from entry. This time, Billy has invested heavily in advertising a grand stage for technology. Come if you have a dream. To attract attention, he has also asked Dr. Octopus to create a batch of simple exoskeleton mechs that can significantly enhance individual combat power. With the super soldier serum and these simple exoskeleton mechs, the military naturally wouldn't miss out, especially since they could discuss military ranks after the exhibition. 3 months passed quickly. On April 20th, 2004, the exhibition grandly opened. Billy assigned Ronnie and others to security and risk assessment while he wandered around searching for the person he was looking for. However, the first person he saw was someone he did not expect: General Ross. At this moment, General Ross wore a troubled expression with one arm suspended in front of his chest, indicating he had suffered a serious injury. He was gazing intently at the super soldier serum developed by Connors. Hey, General Ross. Billy quickly walked up to Ross and extended his left hand. Oh, Mr. Davis. General Ross expressed respect for the businessman who could provide the serum, treating him with the same regard as Tony Stark. After shaking hands, Billy did not ask Ross why he looked gloomy, because following this timeline, Banner had already transformed into the Hulk, injuring his girlfriend and father-in-law. It would be strange if he could still be cheerful in such circumstances. Soldier serum. After shaking hands, Billy did not ask Ross why he looked gloomy, because following this timeline, Banner had already transformed into the Hulk, injuring his girlfriend and father-in-law. It would be strange if he could still be cheerful in such circumstances. Is General Ross interested in this super soldier serum? Is this serum controllable? Of course. After receiving Billy's affirmative answer, General Ross ordered a batch without asking the price. He would grit his teeth and buy it no matter how expensive it was. It was obvious he intended to use it against the Hulk, but he underestimated Hulk's power. After letting someone else attend to General Ross, Billy continued to wander and finally found the talented individuals he had been eagerly looking for. To his surprise, not only were there Vulture and the Fixer, but also an unexpected person, making Billy ecstatic. First, there was Vulture Adrian Toombs. He had always dreamed of flying, so he created a set of jet wings resembling the superhero Falcon's equipment. The Fixer Phineas Mason brought a multi-functional exoskeleton mech. Although this mech was quite impressive, it did not match the Fixer's extraordinary capabilities. Unfortunately, he was too poor. If he couldn't secure sponsorship this time, he would have to find a job. Finally, there was the unexpected person. Abner Jenkins, a mechanic who found assembling screws at the airport too dull, crafted his own armor to become a villain, earning the nickname Beetle. All three were financially struggling, the kind that would leave behind $200 if a thief broke into their house. In previous exhibitions, they had no qualifications to attend. Even though they were smart, it didn't matter. They were too poor to buy a suit, which is why they ended up as villains. They possessed great talents, but if they didn't want to be exploited by large companies, they could only become villains to showcase their ability. This time they had a rare opportunity to participate in the exhibition, and they certainly wouldn't miss it. Even if they didn't secure a large order from the military, attracting some investment would be great. Now with a wave of his hand, Billy demonstrated his financial power, and all three rushed to him, allowing Billy to happily accept three talented individuals in technology. Of course, there were also those who did not bring their works. Thanks to the selection by the artificial intelligence little fish, as long as they were talented, they could enter to observe, such as Dr. Ethan. This man would later create Iron Man in the future. The one who made Tony Stark take responsibility now stood before. Hi, Dr. Ethan. Billy had no intention of recruiting Ethan. Even if he did, Dr. Ethan wouldn't come, as he still had to practice medicine in the small town. Who are you? Ethan typically remembered talents in the scientific field and had no impression of Billy. Billy was not offended, merely smiling lightly. Billy Davis, I organized this exhibition. Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Ethan quickly apologized to Billy. Billy raised his hand to indicate it was fine, just as he was about to say something else, when he heard an extremely arrogant voice. Trash, trash, all trash. This exhibition is utterly devoid of merit. Billy became increasingly furious. These were masterpieces from the public, yet how did they become trash in your mouth? Excuse me, I have to step away for a moment. Billy bid farewell to Dr. Ethan, eager to find out who was so arrogant to speak such words. But when he finally encountered the person, he was left astonished. Tony Stark. Why is he here? It's no surprise that Tony Stark indeed has the qualifications to call others' works trash. Mr. Tony Stark remains as arrogant as ever. In his past life, Billy was quite fond of the Iron Man character as well. Previously, he only saw Tony Stark on television or in newspapers, but now that he finally has the chance to see him in person, he certainly won't miss it. Upon hearing someone call him arrogant, Tony casually turned around and asked, Who are you? Billy Davis, I founded this technology exhibition. I don't understand why you're so eager to dismiss it. Are you afraid that grassroots technology will surpass Stark Industries? Oh, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought this was hosted by Hammer Industries. By the way, your name is Peter, right? You're quite humorous. If this is what you call technology, then the junk from Hammer Industries could absolutely be called mass. Billy didn't mind that Tony mispronounced his name. In his eyes, as long as you weren't a beauty, it didn't matter what your name was, because he wouldn't remember it anyway, but would instead bestow you a new name, like how he renamed Billy to Peter just now. Of course, Billy didn't care about these things. He was simply speaking up for the dream-chasing scientists. They are limited by funding and have done their best with the resources they have. Back in the day, your father stumbled upon a piece of vibranium and actually made a shield out of it. Tony snorted coldly, bringing up the topic he least wanted to mention, Captain America. If you had read the history, you would know that your shield was chosen by Captain America as a weapon. So he died. I thought these bizarre stories were only believed by children. I didn't expect Mr. Stark to believe them too. Who would charge into the enemy's base with just a shield? How much can your shield withstand? If someone shoots you in the leg or from behind, how would you respond? Oh, I knew all the stories about Captain America were lies. Tony's tone softened a bit. It was as if he had come to a realization and was experiencing a form of enlightenment. As a child, he was incredibly intelligent, but every time he discovered something or had a funny story to share with his father would always use Captain America's stories to educate him. Captain America was like the perfect child from someone else's family, constantly haunting young Tony's childhood and becoming. Now hearing a completely different version from Billy felt as if Tony's younger self had found solace. He no longer had the previous confrontational attitude. Instead, he comforted, Listen, Peter, the reason you take this trash as treasure is that you've never seen real technology. Real technology. Does Mr. Stark have better works? Why didn't you bring any to the exhibition? Tony scoffed. The best works should naturally have their own exhibition, not be mixed in with this junk. How does Mr. Stark feel wrong to be here? Then you should live on a separate planet instead of mingling with us, junk. Get out. Even a clay figurine would have some anger. Tony's condescending attitude made Billy quite uncomfortable, prompting him to have Lonnie usher him out. Today, Tony Stark taught him a lesson. It's better to keep a distance from the life of idols. Lonnie gestured with a hand to show the way out, and Tony was shocked. Fuck, are you really going to kick me out? I am the great Tony Stark. So many people plead for me to come to exhibitions, yet I don't go. You will regret this. This was the first time Tony Stark had been kicked out of a technology exhibition, which left him feeling quite displeased. He believed Billy must be acting rudely because he had never seen good things. So he planned to hold a technology exhibition and then invite Billy to see what true technology looked like. After Tony Stark was sent away, Billy felt the world finally quieted down. However, this tranquility was quickly shattered by an untimely phone ring. Billy answered the call, and a familiar urgent voice came through. BOSS, big news, quick turn on the TV. Billy was speechless at that moment. He didn't know what to say. He preferred to call the little boss of the Divine Daily News the first NPC of Marvel. Because once he uttered his only line, it would be about spawning monsters. And this monster was quite hard to defeat, at least it was an elite monster. He was just curious, since he had already dealt with the villains from the Spider-Man series, why were there still monsters spawning? Could it be that Hulk went berserk? But that wasn't the right time. He hung up the phone filled with questions, found the TV series, and switched to the news channel, where all his questions were resolved. At that moment, the news was broadcasting a battle between Sandman and Spider-Man. Spider-Man was at a disadvantage, but for some reason Sandman ultimately escaped. He had forgotten about Sandman. He would be the last person Billy would collect at this stage. After finalizing the transaction with the generals, he exchanged it for a considerable amount of military ranks. After that, he quietly arrived at 112 Brooklyn, the residence of Sandman's daughter Penny Mark. Naturally, after Sandman robbed some money during the day, he would come looking for his daughter. Sure enough, Billy caught him right on the spot and said softly, "Do you remember me?" Flintmark's body was transformed into sand grains during the prison break due to molecular synthesis experiments. Billy wasn't sure how much memory he still retained. Flint on the other side mechanically nodded. "I remember you. The first time you took my money, but the second time you gave me 2 gold coins. So you remember. You've really disappointed me. Aren't those 2 gold coins enough to treat your daughter? Why are you still doing such things?" Billy questioned sternly. "I'm grateful to you, but it's still not enough." Flint gritted his teeth and said, "I also want to find a job, but no one would take me a convict. Just when I was at my wits' end, Dennis found me my partner, the one you've seen. He said he knew a place with lots of money, and once we succeeded, we wouldn't have to worry about food and drink." Before crossing over, Billy had learned about the kill line and understood how hard life was for someone like Sandman. Even the top-notch doctor like Dr. Strange lived in such destitution after becoming disabled, let alone the Sandman family. "Was that old man you killed?" This question would determine whether Billy would accept him, and Sandman's answer also reassured Billy, "It wasn't me. I just wanted to borrow his car. He kept advising me to put down my weapon and go home, and then Dennis ran out." So Billy could only lament the twists of fate. Dennis had slipped to his death while being pursued by Peter, so it could be said that Peter had avenged Uncle Ben. "You go explain this to the victim. If the victim forgives you, then come with me. I will give you a job and treat your daughter. Don't engage in these unscrupulous activities again." The Sandman was naturally grateful, and Billy led him to Peter, where he explained the situation clearly. Peter was initially furious, and as he raised his hand to strike the person before him, he recalled the earnest teachings of his uncle, ultimately letting his fist drop in defeat. He understood that it was Dennis who caused his uncle's death, not Flint, and since Dennis was already dead, he forgave Flint just as he did in the original story. Billy also accepted the last combat talent for the time being. At the same time, the water company was also fully established. Billy divided the members of the company into 2 groups. One was the Behind the Scenes Research Group, and the other was the Frontline Combat Group. To ensure flexibility when saving the world in the future, Billy even had to arrange some military ranks for them, giving them a military identity to facilitate their tasks. He even organized a rank conferral ceremony similar to that in the Investiture of the Gods. The Behind the Scenes Research Group consisted only of Dr. Octopus, Professor Lizard, and the Repairman, all of whom could fight in the open. Among them, Lonnie, the earliest follower of Billy, naturally had remarkable achievements, and Billy appointed him as Major Tombstone. Additionally, there were 2 Army Lieutenants, Rhino Man, Lieutenant Rhino, and Sergei, Lieutenant Hunter. The 2 Air Force lieutenants were Thomas, Lieutenant Vulture, and Ebenar, Lieutenant Beetle. The 3 Army lieutenants were Flint, Lieutenant Sandstorm Shocker, Lieutenant Impact, and Electro, Lieutenant Lightning. Even the uncontrollable Scorpion was given the rank of Sergeant, Sergeant Venom. For the Chameleon, who had covert missions, Billy did not confer a rank on the spot, but promised that once he completed his undercover mission disguised as Captain America in S.H.I.E.L.D., Billy would directly promote him to Major. After completing the undercover mission as Black Panther, he would be promoted to Colonel. Thus the Chameleon eagerly practiced how to be a good Captain America, and Billy was not worried at all. In the comics, the Chameleon had once disguised himself as Captain America, and apart from Hercules, no one could tell the difference. And in this universe, the Avengers had no Hercules, so there were practically no flaws to exploit. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, and the Chameleon was learning how to become Captain America. The research group was conducting their experiments, and Billy assigned them an important task to melt the gold in the vault and create 12 Zodiac robots. These 12 robots were affectionately referred to by Billy as the 12 Golden Men. The combat group occasionally made appearances to brush up on their presence in public, taking down some criminals, and the environment of New York, originally a paradise for crime, significantly improved, with even Kingpin and the Hand noticeably restraining themselves. Kingpin was furious. Originally as the Underground Emperor, he could commit crimes openly without fear, but Billy's emergence forced him to behave, which made him seethe with anger. Watching Lieutenant Vulture working with the police to combat crime, he grit his teeth and slammed his cane on the ground, shattering the tiles, and venomously spat out, "You just keep it up. They'll see when you're finished." Kingpin's vicious curse aimed at Billy went unheard, as he was indifferent now. He finally had the leisure to focus on magic and witchcraft, occasionally indulging in intimacy with Sky. He had finally mastered the advancement of magic, and next he would learn the highest level witchcraft. First, he wanted to learn several spells. He was fond of the shrink and grow spell. Those with a dirty mind should reflect on themselves. Mastering this spell would allow him to use it on the towering giant python at Anacata Falls, where he found the serpent charm. Initially, this giant python was transformed by Billy into a flower mouse with the monkey charm during Chapter 27, and mastering this spell would allow him to utilize this giant python flexibly. Devour spell used by the Blade Dragon to absorb the power of charms. Billy intended to use this spell to extract the power of the charms into himself. Summoning spell. The Blade Dragon once used this spell to summon an ogre taller than skyscrapers. Dark Warrior spell, a spell that transforms people into the 4 Dark Warriors, Gon Rod, When Blade, Shui Hammer, and Sean Body, with the ability to summon them at any time. Additionally, he needed to find the complete guide to demon spells, which contain methods for summoning shadow ninjas without wearing masks. Speaking of masks, Billy remembered where these masks were located, but he seemed not to need to go find them himself. He could just send someone he trusted to look for them. With this thought, he focused entirely on learning magic. Time passed, and before he knew it, it was February 7th, 2000. This was the last day Banner contacted his girlfriend Betty, but the message he sent was intercepted by the military, and without waiting for Betty's response, he was plunged into a life on the run. After more than a year of practice, the chameleon mimicked Captain America in every aspect. Sometimes he would silently transform into the appearance of Captain America and stand before Billy, making Billy feel as if Captain America had truly emerged. Not only Billy, but even Chameleon's older brother Sergey was stunned by the sight. After repeatedly warning the chameleon that this task was dangerous, only after receiving the chameleon's affirmative reply did Billy allow Dr. Octopus and the repairman to freeze him. The chameleon, resembling Captain America, slowly fell into hibernation, and Billy and Sergey hurriedly took him to the vicinity of the polar region. During this time, Dr. Banner would commit suicide by swallowing a gun here, and then transform into the Hulk, smashing the ice sheet and exposing Captain America. This was the best opportunity to replace Captain America with the chameleon. As for why not wait for S-H-I-E-L-D to unfreeze Captain America before making the switch. When the unfreezing occurs, it will be surrounded by S-H-I-E-L-D agents, and once they call out, a swarm of people will rush out. How could that be called infiltration? When they reached the polar region, they found that a large section of the ice layer had clearly shattered, with various sizes of ice floes floating in the water. It seemed there was no destiny to see the big guy in person. The next opportunity to meet Hulk would probably be a year and a half later, when General Ross captured him, at which point General Ross would definitely invite Billy's people for assistance. With Hulk gone, Billy naturally had no spectacle to watch, so he hurriedly found Captain America's plane, located the frozen Captain America within, and replaced him with the chameleon. Sergey, with tears in his eyes, stroked the ice block that encased Captain America. Why are you touching Captain America? Your brother is right here. Billy pointed to the Captain America levitated in the air by the chicken charm's telekinesis and reminded him. What? Sergey was stunned. Wasn't the switch done? He hurriedly defended. I just felt that he was the reason for my brother and his separation, just a moment of anger. As he spoke, he raised his hand to smash the ice block encasing Captain America, but Billy hurriedly stopped him. Just kidding, this is your brother. Sergey grinned. Boss, you really are quite mischievous. Boss, didn't you say it would be years before S-H-I-E-L-D comes to recruit Captain America? Why are they freezing Dimey so early? Sergey was still a bit worried about his younger brother. Billy solemnly advised, Old Sia, you must remember that a hunter's most important trait is patience. Sergey, why does this sound so familiar? Isn't this what he said? After Billy and Sergey returned to the company, Billy asked Sergey to hand over the real Captain America in the box to the research department for study. After Sergey left, Secretary Felicia came over to report, Boss, Stark Industries has sent another invitation for you to attend the technology exhibition. Felicia was originally a secretary at Osborne Industries, but was recruited by Billy to be his secretary. Besides that, she is also the infamous antihero Black Cat. Is it still hosted by Tony Stark? Yes. Then stick to the old rule, help me decline it. Billy really couldn't understand why Tony Stark held a technology exhibition every year and invited him every time. Although he declined, each time Tony Stark would still persistently invite him. It's not that Billy didn't want to show face. The key is, what is there to see during this period? Not even the Jericho missile. Suddenly a faint voice came. What if it's Tony Stark himself inviting you? Tony Stark swaggered in, casually taking off his sunglasses. Then I still won't go, and who let you in? Billy was really annoyed now. This playboy had no sense of boundaries at all. Billy remembered the first time he refused Tony's technology exhibition. Tony tried to have the AIJRVIS hack into Billy's network, but was blocked by the AI little fish, so he came by himself afterward. It was one thing to be repeatedly turned away, but when he saw Billy reading a magic book, he actually said Billy was learning. Although Billy understood, it was just Tony Stark's character who could tolerate such behavior of barging into your home and belittling your dreams. I offered the security at the door an irresistible price. Tony shrugged, indicating it was that simple. Very well, Billy said angrily. Mr. Stark, why didn't you bring that chubby bodyguard today? Is it because he couldn't fit through my door? I gave him a day off. Is there a problem? It's a big problem with your personality. If you don't bring a bodyguard and get punched, who will call the police for you? Tony, you don't believe it, but someone just tried to hit you and I stopped them. Who? Me. Tony chuckled. Don't joke around. Ooh, I don't believe you would hit me. Billy's expression turned serious. You better believe it. Whether I hit you depends on whether you have business today. Oh, young people really don't understand humor. Tony said disinterestedly. Have you seen the news about that big green monster lately? When it came to the news, Billy was very speechless because he had already received several calls from the Shindu Daily about that big monster, and every time, it was the same script that he could recite by heart. I've seen it. What's up? Are you also interested in that big guy? Is this a new achievement developed by your company? In the past 2 years, Tony had seen the rapid development of Billy's company, and he had to admit that he had once underestimated it. No. Then do you have any interest in researching it? Tony himself was very interested in that big monster, so he wanted to collaborate with Billy on the research. Billy casually flipped through the magic book and said nonchalantly, I'm not interested, and I suggest you focus on being a good arms dealer. That's it. Do I still need to read? Please leave. After Billy said this, two shadows floated up from the ground, suddenly rising from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions, gradually transforming into a ninja, making a gestural invitation towards Stark. This wasn't the first time Stark had been thrown out. Over the past 2 years, he had been expelled by Billy multiple times. At first it was just some suited big men, but at some point it turned into ninjas. At first he thought Billy had added a hallucinogen to his tea, and later, when Billy stopped serving him tea, he thought the air contained a hallucinogenic scent. Eventually he thought it was a holographic image, and only at the end did he reluctantly feel it was sleight of hand. At this moment, while walking out, he turned back and asked, "Hey, this sleight of hand is interesting. Can I learn it?" "Not," Billy replied without raising his head. Everyone has the potential to learn magic, but Tony Stark is impossible, just like his sincere heart cannot lift Thor's hammer. Because he is a person cursed by knowledge, he fundamentally does not believe in magic, just like the early Strange who thought it was an illusion or sleight of hand. How can a person who does not believe in magic have the right to wield it? Tony Stark was once again thrown out by Billy, and he was determined to design an unprecedented masterpiece that would make Billy repent and abandon those unrealistic sleights of hand. If Billy knew what Tony was thinking at this moment, he would definitely scoff. Not to mention how much magic has changed Billy's life. The next time they meet is probably 2008, because everything is now ready and Billy needs to enter seclusion. By the time he meets Tony again, he is likely to be forging iron in the Ten Rings cave, and at that time it is likely that it won't be Billy who is shocked by his technology, but Tony will look at Billy's magic with new eyes. The immediate priority is to learn magic and master more spells quickly. This leisurely time only lasts for a little. Once Tony Stark announces he is Iron Man, these leisurely days will no longer exist. Time will be like a fast-forward button, and villains will emerge one after another, leaving no time for reactions. If he doesn't learn magic now, there may not be another opportunity in the future. Billy will notify S.H.I.E.L.D. about Captain America's position in due time. After all, he has to leave some recovery time for the ice field that was smashed by the Hulk to cover up the traces of Billy's deception. During the time Billy is learning magic, what corporation is also writing scripts for the combat team members, just like in The Boys making movies to gain fame. They have also opened a voting mode for everyone to choose their favorite superhero, which is quite innovative in the superhero community, similar to celebrity operations in Billy's past life. In short, everything has been arranged, just waiting for Tony to be captured. At this moment, Tony Stark, who was driving home, suddenly sneezed. When Billy finally mastered the magic of devouring energy from the talismans, he locked himself in an absolutely safe place with Sky guarding outside and Ronnie positioned at the second line of defense. This was not due to his excessive caution. Extracting energy from the talismans was a matter of great importance. During the extraction process, he would be at his most vulnerable, and anyone entering could easily take his life, so he had his most trusted companions protecting him. The absolutely safe place was the treasury, where all the gold had long been moved to create the 12 Zodiac robots, leaving behind only an empty and tranquil space. Billy sat cross-legged in the center, arranging the 12 talismans in a circle on the ground. He chanted incantations while stretching out his hands, and soon sharp-toothed mouths sprouted from the palms of both hands, their tongues extending outward. This was the technique used by the Blade Dragon to devour the energy from the talismans. Billy had considered using lasers to extract the talisman energy, but the uncertainty of lasers was too great. What if he accidentally scattered the talisman energy across the 12 animals? So a more secure method was preferable. The raging energy was drawn from the talismans and surged into Billy's body, overwhelming him with a powerful sensation that caused his mind to crash. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself floating in midair, surrounded by boundless darkness, unable to move an inch no matter how much he shouted or struggled. This meant he might die alone in this endless darkness. Just as he was on the brink of despair, 12 points of light. What's going on? Just as he was puzzled, one of the light orbs transformed into a small dog and leaped into his arms, bursting into energy that surged into him, making him instantly feel the ability of immortality. "Good dog," he exclaimed. "So does that mean the other 11 light orbs are talisman animals? Could it be that the orb associated with the dragon talisman is the Saint Lord?" Just as he was wondering, the remaining 11 light orbs scattered in all directions. Billy wanted to chase them, but despite his frantic flailing, he couldn't move an inch and only exhausted himself watching helplessly as the light orbs drifted further away. He thought to himself that this wouldn't do. He had to come up with a plan. Suddenly a quack-quack sound caught his attention. Looking down, he saw a light orb had appeared at his feet. He bent down to pick it up, and the orb first transformed into a duck neck, then turned into energy that surged into him, granting him the ability of the mouse talisman. It's strange, you know. Why is the mouse talisman represented by a duck neck instead of a mouse? And why does it make a quacking sound? Setting those thoughts aside, Billy realized that he not only acquired the ability of the mouse talisman, but could also create items in this area. The thought of the mouse being a duck neck sparked a bold idea in his mind. He transformed his attire into overalls and equipped himself with a basketball, then began to sing, dance, and rap, quickly attracting 2 light orbs. Billy was puzzled as to why 2 light orbs were drawn to him. One of them transformed into a chicken wearing overalls and snatched the basketball from his hand, starting to play. "Do you want to eat oil cakes?" As the chicken was occupied playing basketball, Billy seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, capturing it and gaining the ability of the chicken talisman. What about the light orb that floated over with the chicken talisman? Soon that orb provided Billy with an answer. It grew larger and transformed into a creature resembling a humanoid demon, prompting Billy to exclaim, "Demon Bogan." No, it's not Bogan, at least not in skin tone. So what is this? At that moment, the creature that looked very much like Demon Bogan suddenly spoke. What should we do if there are no girls in the world? Instantly, Billy felt a chill run down his spine, as if an Indian elder chief had been ensnared by Washington. He could only manage to utter, "This is hard." In that instant, he didn't even want that talisman anymore. He thought 11 talismans were quite enough. The world is inherently incomplete, and a flawed talisman should be justified. The talisman before him was supposed to be mesmerizing, but now it lacked that charm. There was only. Billy glanced at it, and instantly felt his eyes were tainted, realizing that the allure was right there. Seeing Billy looking at it, the talisman felt that he was interested, and immediately raised its head arrogantly, saying, "What are you looking at? Are you secretly taking pictures of me?" It even extended a hand as thick as an ancient tree to grab Billy. "Get lost. Don't touch me." Billy jumped up and swiftly slapped it in the face, bursting into energy that surged into him. Billy felt dirty all over. He was on the verge of tears, thinking, is this the price of becoming stronger? It was surprise attack. A sudden strike landed on the back of Billy's head, causing him to stagger. He incredulously turned around to see an old man with a bruised face. "Teacher Ma." Billy was speechless. How could there still be a master? "Look, a flying saucer." Billy shouted, pointing at the sky. The old man actually turned to look, and Billy seized the chance to deliver a powerful kick to him. This kick contained 20 years of skill, and Teacher Ma inevitably burst into energy, but before transforming into energy, he still insisted, "Young man, you lack martial ethics, coming to deceive and surprise attack me for a horse talisman." Billy ignored Teacher Ma's mockery, because the rules of the martial world dictated to stop at the right moment. After testing these 4 talismans, Billy had confirmed that these talismans were related to the gags. He now regretted not having more gags when it was time. Why didn't I watch more short videos back then? Letting you play more on your phone was just as fatal. Fortunately, with the proactive dog talisman, he had absorbed 5 talismans already, so he could slowly test the remaining 7. First was the ox. Billy thought of conjuring a ghostly motorcycle, and sure enough, a light orb came overdrawn. The light orb transformed into a deadbeat with yellow hair, black skin, and glasses as it approached the motorcycle. This is surely a common element in NTR plots, isn't it? Don't underestimate the bull-headed person. Surprise attack. In an instant, Billy struck with a hand chop to the bull-headed person's head, causing it to explode into a burst of energy. Simple and easy. Another one. Who else is there? I'm here to spice things up. Just as Billy was feeling a bit arrogant, a voice even more arrogant than his came from behind. Turning around, he saw a fat man squatting on the ground, holding a brick, seemingly ready to demonstrate brick breaking. Even without looking up, Billy recognized him at a glance. Wasn't this Tiger Brother? As if he heard Billy's silent shout, Tiger Brother casually glanced at Billy. That fleeting glance. Although you're quite the entertainer, it also brings you to an end. Billy slapped Tiger Brother across the face, and as he was about to transform into energy, Tiger Brother said, "I won't let this go. Ooh, just wait for me." Billy thought to himself, what is going on here? I originally thought Teacher Ma was invincible, but unexpectedly there are still masters. Whose subordinate is this? The stars are desolate, the moonlight illuminates. Suddenly, an inexplicable BGM played. Billy, are there still masters? The stars are desolate, the moonlight illuminates. The world lies in your gaze, reluctant to take shape. Yearning spreads and flourishes, recalling that time. Stop. This guy comes with his own BGM. My brother Neo and brother, who never had a BGM when they appeared. The problem is this BGM is problematic. Originally, the female singer sang melodiously, her voice lingering like celestial music. What Billy heard here, however, was rugged and mournful, filled with sorrow akin to the lament of the sea. The key is, without even looking, he knows who is coming. Definitely the rabbit talisman. Is there even a grass talisman? When Billy turned around, he was stunned to see 3 glowing orbs appear before him. One of the orbs transformed into a giant python with a bull's head larger than the towering python he had seen in the ancient temple by the Anaconda waterfall. Another orb morphed into a massive gorilla, the ape god. The last of the 3 glowing orbs, as expected, turned into a pink little rabbit. Billy thought to himself, if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble to create a minotaur. He could have just merged the bull talisman with the snake talisman. While he was still speculating whether the massive python was an illusion created by the dragon talisman or the snake talisman, that little rabbit pounced toward him. At that moment, the ape god spoke. Little Wujie, is it worth it? The little rabbit actually turned back and replied, it's worth it. You're worth a damn. Don't come over here. As he saw the little rabbit about to crash into him, Billy slapped out a palm, dispersing it into energy upon contact. What a shock that gave Billy. The giant python emitted a mournful bellow like a cow. Ambush. Billy instantly retaliated, turning it into energy. Oh, ever since being ambushed by Master Ma, he had become increasingly adept at ambushing. When this energy surged into his body, the greatest mystery in his heart was unraveled. This was indeed the snake talisman. Oh, how easy. Next up is the little monkey. As fate would have it, generally, when Billy swells with pride, some unfortunate events tend to follow. He searched for the little monkey but couldn't find it. Then a sinister voice rang from behind. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? I dodged. Billy shrank his body, just as a leg swept right over his head. Damn, the little monkey has 2 faces. Billy shouted, ape god activate. Instantly, the yellow monkey floated in midair, glowing all over, unable to move, as if frozen in place. Ambush. Billy poked its navel. Immediately, it also transformed into a mass of energy, and now the monkey talisman was acquired. Only the dragon and sheep remain. Billy prayed that this dragon would not be the Holy Lord. Then a solemn and grave voice echoed from behind, "Speak your wish, but it can only be one." Damn. Why do these talismans always like to appear from behind? I keep turning around like this, it's not good for my cervical spine. When he turned back again, who else could it be but the dragon from the Dragon Balls? When the dragon repeated that sentence, Billy suddenly thought of a clever idea that would kill two birds with one stone. He wished, "Help me find the sheep talisman." The dragon replied, "That's simple, but I am not that dragon. Oh, I can only help you narrow down a range. You need to find that sheep." "What? I still have to find it myself. Are you no different from useless trash?" Billy complained. He watched as the dragon conjured a bunch of sheep before him, including sheep from the green pastures. There was the one from a foreign farm, and two identical ones, one of which was clearly a clone, as well as little Shenyang. All kinds of sheep crammed the entire space, including a dead sheep. It was unclear whether it had died naturally or had been crushed to death. "Choose," the dragon said. But how was he supposed to choose? Wasn't this like searching for a needle in a haystack? Did he have to go one by one? How long would that take? However, despite their variety, they were ultimately just ordinary sheep, and Billy quickly thought of a solution. He shouted, "Wolf is coming." Instantly, the sheep scattered in all directions, disappearing without a trace, leaving only that dead sheep. To Billy's astonishment, he found that the dead sheep had actually come back to life. It seemed that it was not dead, rather its soul had wandered away. Billy quickly floated in front of it. It hadn't been that it couldn't move before, but it lacked a point of reference, and felt as if it were not moving. The speed of the glowing orb was much faster than his, so he thought he couldn't move. Now with the dead sheep as a reference, Billy soon floated right in front of it. As soon as the sheep's soul returned, it looked up and saw Billy standing before it, suddenly making a defensive move. Regaining its composure and fearing Billy would catch it, it transformed into a little boy, pleading, "Big brother, spare me. I'll perform a talent for you." Upon hearing of a talent show, Billy thought, with only 2 easily obtainable talismans left, there was no need to be in a hurry. With a talent show, it wasn't like he would miss out. "Alright, go ahead and perform." After obtaining Billy's consent, the transformed sheep boy began to sing, "In my dream, children sing." Billy thought to himself, "Wow, this sheep understands English. It could even put on a show." The child looked quite familiar, as shaking his head and swaying, he was rather captivating. Stop. The more Billy listened, the more it felt wrong. He quickly called for a halt. He had never been part of the fan community in his past life, and certainly wouldn't in this life either, but he had coincidentally come across relevant videos before, and finally recalled who this child was. Good heavens, this degree of horror even surpassed the chicken talisman. 10 years ago, doing this would have gotten one chopped into mincemeat. Billy quickly turned it into energy, not daring to let it continue its performance. Finally, he looked at the dragon. "Why are you looking at me? You've captured it, so you can't capture me now." Billy acted shamelessly. "I want to capture. Just capture. You're taking it too far with the dragon. Do you really think I have no temper?" He suddenly transformed into a giant lizard that could exhale atomic breath, with a massive build, purple-black skin, and a chilling roar. "Maha, are you sure you want to duel with me? Huh, where is the person?" It seems that the unpredictability of fate applies to others as well. At this moment, the enlarged dragon talisman could hardly see Billy's movements, while Billy had quietly approached it, striking down with a single palm. "No." The dragon talisman let out an unwilling roar as it transformed into a surge of energy that flowed into Billy's body. Billy chuckled. How much can the transformation of talismans deceive? It only adds to the laughter. At this moment, Billy was smug about having integrated all the talismans, but he couldn't understand why they had become so abstract. This question would trouble him for many years, until later, when he truly became a capable wizard, would he finally understand that these talismans had developed their own consciousness, and no longer wished to be subjugated by humans. Escaping from Billy was their only chance, and all this fantasy was shattered by a loyal dog. Of course, at this moment, Billy was unaware of all this. He still needed to seek power externally. When all 12 talisman energies merged into Billy's body, a flash of white light burst forth. Billy felt dazed, realizing he had emerged from that space, and before him lay the still empty treasury. "Sky." Hearing Billy's call, Sky pushed the door open and asked, "Is it over? How do you feel?" "I've never felt better. I'm filled with power now." "How long did it take me?" "A full month, but you woke up just in time." Tony Stark just called to ask if you want to go to Las Vegas with him." "Did he mention what for?" Sky thought for a moment and said no, but from the look on his face, he must have invented some new gadget or received some honor and wants to show off to you. "Well, then we have to go. You call him and let him know, and also tell the employees of the Divine Capital Investment Company to work overtime. A big task is coming up." "But didn't you say you hated dealing with him the most? Why the sudden change of heart this time?" "This time is special." Billy showed an expression of anticipation. What he couldn't say was that the Iron Man plot was about to begin. Here I apologize to all the teachers who have been offended in these 2 chapters. Additionally, this marks the end of the 2nd volume. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. If you find any plot holes I haven't filled, please notify me to fill them. Sometimes when too many are dug, I might fall into them myself. The situation is as follows. Give me a 20-fold leverage and short sell Stark Industries stocks aggressively. Do you understand? Shindu Investment Co. Ltd. With a wave of Billy's hand, issued the task. The crowd was in an uproar. It is known that Stark Industries is about to showcase its latest research achievements to the military, the Jericho missile. A large batch of military orders is expected, which is undoubtedly good news. Following this trend, Stark Industries' stock price will certainly rise. Oh, wouldn't it be a total loss then? Could it be that the boss is betting on the Jericho missile failing to launch in front of the military? But it is produced by Stark Industries, it must be of high quality. How could it possibly fail? Thinking of this, a daring employee tentatively asked BOSS, "Are you sure you're talking about short selling and not going long?" Billy knew that saying this would invite doubts. After all, without a god's perspective, anyone would see this as a fantasy. Except for Obadiah, the mastermind behind the scenes, no one would think Tony Stark could be captured by terrorists under military protection. Billy reassured, "I understand everyone's concerns. I can clearly tell you that I am not mistaken. It is indeed short selling. All you need to do is complete the task. Regardless of the outcome, you will receive bonuses and vacation time. Now go operate immediately. Go, go, go." Immediately, the employees took their positions to start operations. Billy glanced at his phone. It was time to go to Las Vegas and see Tony Stark's final triumphant appearance. What? You asked why Billy doesn't wear an expensive watch? Because he is a low-key person. If he wanted to be flashy, he would definitely have both arms filled with gold bracelets. With the power of the rabbit talisman, Billy arrived in Las Vegas in just a few seconds. Las Vegas, known as the entertainment capital of the world, is indeed a place of excess, dazzling lights and intoxicating delights. Additionally, it has another nickname, the Gambling City. Who comes here without gambling? For instance, at this moment, Tony Stark is in a huge banquet hall playing dice. When Billy found him, he was surrounded by admirers with several tanned, attractive women standing next to him, acting as intimately as possible. Truly, he is a playboy. Billy squeezed through the crowd and sarcastically said behind Tony, "Oh, I thought you called me over to show off your award. I didn't expect you were here to play. Had I known, I wouldn't have come." Tony, surprised by the voice, turned around and exclaimed, "Hey, I didn't expect you to come." Then he ostentatiously introduced Billy to everyone present. "Ladies and gentlemen, look who has arrived, the billionaire Mr. Billy Davis." The biggest gain from knowing Tony for such a long time is that he finally remembers Billy's name and no longer calls him Peter. Today, Billy's still dressed like the Golden Emperor Taisolo, not overly flashy, just wearing gold rings on all 10 fingers without filling his arms with gold bracelets, as that would be too foolish. Billionaire. Not yet, but it will be soon. Billy took off his sunglasses, revealing an exquisitely handsome face. He was already very attractive, and with a little styling, he looked as handsome as the stars on screen, instantly becoming the center of attention. "Hey, I now realize inviting you here was a mistake. You've stolen all the limelight. Can I borrow some of your luck?" Tony said, extending his hand holding the dice towards Billy. Billy pouted, "Come on, I won't help a man blow." Come on, Tony urged, shaking his hand up and down. Billy's face suddenly twisted in laughter as he noticed Rhodes silently standing behind Tony, reminding, "Why don't you take a Tony turned around and saw Rhodes with a dark face, expressionless, holding a trophy. "They said it would be better for me to present the award to you personally, but the awards ceremony shouldn't be here." "Oh, you're so considerate. It doesn't matter where the award is presented," Tony said as he took the trophy from Rhodes' hand and waved it towards Billy. "This is the award for the super genius Tony Stark. Have you received it?" "I haven't received it, but many employees who have received this award are currently working for me." Billy spread his hands, indicating that it's no big deal. Tony seemed to have been stimulated, saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. In Tony's mind, no one as smart as him. Tony Stark has been born yet." Rhodes timely interjected, "Tony, I must speak fairly here. Mr. Davis's subordinates are also exceptionally talented. His employees indeed do not fall short of your research capabilities." "Rhodes, why are you two? This is insane." Tony casually tossed the dice he held, rolling a 2, completely losing interest in continuing to play. Tony seemed to have faced an unprecedented challenge, saying, "I want to see with my own eyes whether your employees are as smart as—" Now. All right, let's go." Billy agreed, but Tony would definitely not meet those employees today, as he has romantic encounters awaiting him. As expected, just as Tony was about to get in the car, the female reporter Christine Everhart approached, followed by the familiar dialogue between the two from the original. Billy sat in the car waiting for the two to finish their chat before interrupting, "Hey Tony, are you still going?" "Oh, it's a pity. Oh, I can only meet your genius employees another day. This Miss Brown is going to conduct an exclusive interview with—" Tony made a frustrated gesture. "My name is Christine." Christine mumbled under her breath. She had just said she graduated from Brown University, yet Tony Stark called her Miss Brown. It seems Mr. Stark still enjoys giving people nicknames. "No problem, have fun." Billy waved his hand. He certainly wouldn't stop Tony Stark's final revelry. After all, Tony would begin his 3-month hermit life tomorrow. If the current situation could be written into a book, the title of Billy's book would be Striking It Rich, while Tony Stark's title would be What If Tomorrow is the End of the World. Tomorrow will not really be the end of the world, but it will undoubtedly be a doomsday unique to Tony Stark. The next day, Tony, true to form, was late again, arriving in a sports car with his bodyguard Happy Hogan. Rhodes stood beside the plane waiting anxiously, and to Tony's surprise, Billy was also standing next to the plane. "What? Are you going to Afghanistan too?" "No, I'm just here to see you off." Billy patted Tony on the shoulder. "Take care, Tony." "What? You're acting strange today. It's not a farewell. Why are you being sentimental?" Tony was puzzled. Billy smiled silently. "Get on the plane, but don't keep them waiting." Regarding to them, Billy mentioned Tony only thought he was referring to the military personnel. But what he didn't know was that Billy was actually talking about the terrorists. Baghlan Air Force Base, Afghanistan. Which is better, to be feared or to be respected? My answer is that both are better. Just for your reference, Jericho. With a whoosh, 3 Jericho missiles were launched, disintegrating in the air like fireworks, scattering a bunch of cluster munitions that detonated on the distant hillside. Tony Stark spread his arms wide like Rose on the Titanic, basking in the sunlight. However, behind him was not Jack, but the pressure of the wind generated by the missiles causing him to stagger and blowing off the hats of several officers. Soon after, Tony celebrated with the officers over drinks, which were not normally available, only opened when he secured a $500 million order. Tony called his mentor Obadiah, who was lying in bed at the time. Obadiah uttered 2 critically important words: "I don't know the outcome, I can't sleep. The road ahead is long, see you tomorrow." At that time, Tony had no idea what he was about to face, thinking it was just a usual reminder, still immersed in the joy of securing a large order, unaware that a premeditated crisis was silently approaching. After enjoying drinks, everyone hurried back in their vehicles. Tony declined the kind offer to ride with Colonel Rhodes, choosing instead to celebrate with the people. As the vehicle traveled to Kunar Province, Afghanistan, every soldier inside looked at Tony with strange eyes, yet they avoided direct eye contact, sneaking glances instead. Feeling the awkward atmosphere in the vehicle, Tony took the initiative to lighten the mood and made everyone laugh. The young man sitting next to him relaxed a bit and asked if they could take a photo together. Tony gladly agreed. Peace. I love peace. If there's peace, I will be unemployed. Just as the shutter clicked, the car in front exploded, disintegrating into pieces. Although Tony's car wasn't severely affected, everyone inside was thoroughly frightened. The female soldier driving screamed in terror, and Tony had to force himself to stay calm and asked, "What happened?" The driver shouted a bunch of words that even the subtitles couldn't translate before jumping out of the car to retaliate. However, she didn't have the protagonist's halo, as she was taken out before she even got out of the car, collapsing, as if her seatbelt. The tough guy in the passenger seat realized the situation was dire. He instructed the soldiers in the back seat to protect Stark while he got out to assess the situation. He safely exited the vehicle, but just as he positioned his gun, he was taken out. The soldier in the back seat felt they couldn't just sit there and did the same, preparing to exit. At this point, Tony Stark felt utterly insecure and said, "At least give me a gun." The soldier in the back just closed the door, advised him to stay in the car and not move, then was taken out. Meanwhile, the vehicle was riddled with irregular bullet holes. An old saying goes, the son of a mouse can dig a hole, but it turned out these terrorists could dig better than that. At this moment, Tony was only 0.01 centimeters from death. Seeing the surrounding flames and explosions, he steeled himself to get out of the car. Just after he stepped out, an explosion occurred beside him, nearly burning him. Running behind a rock amidst the hail of bullets, believing he was temporarily safe, he pulled out a satellite phone to call for help. Before he could finish dialing, with a whoosh, a dark object plunged into the ground next to him. Tony looked and felt it looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that one of his missiles? It even had the Stark Industries logo on it. Without time to ponder how Stark Industries' weapon could appear here, the missile started a countdown with beep, beep, as if saying, "Your package has arrived, please sign for it." In this critical moment, Tony made an unexpected decision. He bravely stood up. That's right, the way to conquer fear is to face it head on, and Tony chose to stand up against the missile. But missiles are not bound by human emotions. It exploded and sent Tony flying. Even though Tony was wearing a bulletproof vest, it couldn't stop the shrapnel from the explosion, which pierced into his chest. The shrapnel from the missile was considerate enough to only hit the chest where Tony wore the vest. If it had exploded in his face or lower body, it would have been a different story. In short, when Tony opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by the Ten Rings gang. They jabbered in a language Tony couldn't understand, with a camera set up next to him, recording, surrounded by armed terrorists keeping watch, not knowing who they were guarding against. Perhaps just putting on a show. Dazed, he felt many figures performing surgery on him, frightened by the methods of these terrorists, and passed out. When he opened his eyes again, there was a large hole in his chest, and he needed a car battery to stay alive. Even turning over had to be calculated. How had Tony Stark ever been so helpless? This car battery seemed like the worst of the worst in his eyes, so useless that even Hammer Industries wouldn't sell such a thing. But he couldn't abandon this battery, as he still needed its power to keep the shrapnel that could pierce his heart at bay. Dr. Ethan, who was also captured, explained Tony's current physical condition and tried to jog his memory. "We've met, have you forgotten? The first time was at a tech summit in Bern, when you were completely drunk and couldn't even stand. But the second time was at a tech exhibition hosted by Mr. Davis, where you weren't drunk, you were kicked out directly." Tony rubbed his head. He had no memory of this at all. It wasn't that he didn't remember those 2 events, but he had no recollection of Dr. Ethan in front of him. He was about to ask where they were when the leader of the terrorists walked in, jabbering in a language he couldn't understand, with Dr. Ethan translating. In summary, they wanted Tony to help them build Jericho missiles. Tony refused. Then he was held underwater, pulled up, pushed down, pulled up, pushed down, and after several repetitions he seemed to hear Pepper calling for him, and the shape of the arc reactor inexplicably appeared in his mind. The terrorists took Tony, who was nearly broken, out of the cave. Tony saw that outside the cave there were heaps of weapons from... The leader of the terrorists said they had everything needed to manufacture Jericho, and all they required was for Tony to provide a list. Tony pretended to agree, but in reality, he was already formulating his plan. That night, Ethan couldn't sleep thinking of Tony, who also couldn't rest. They sat together around the campfire. Ethan said, Tony, they might find you in the mountains, but it's unlikely they will. You have to rely on yourself to escape. Ethan's words illuminated Tony's mind. Although this was a cave with nothing, it had all the materials he needed to build a miniature arc reactor. Under his direction, the terrorists began to busy themselves. Then with Ethan's help, the miniature arc reactor was completed. Tony replaced the heavy battery in his chest with it, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. He would build his mark here. Meanwhile, while Tony was in danger, General Ross approached Billy, hoping to borrow some people from him to capture Hulk. At the Divine City Investment Company, an unexpected visitor arrived. General Ross, what a rare guest. What brings you to my company? It's truly an honor. General Ross, living up to his title of Thunderbolt, got straight to the point. I need to borrow some personnel from you. You as a general command so many people, why would you need to borrow from me? Billy feigned ignorance. I'm not looking for ordinary people, but a few superhumans from the water company. Ever since Banner escaped, I have been wanting to capture him and extract blood samples from him to cultivate a controllable Hulk. However, amidst the vast sea of people, Banner is adept at hiding his whereabouts, making it difficult for me to locate him. However, not long ago, an innocent old man died after consuming a drink tainted with Banner's blood, leading General Ross to finally discover Banner's location. It turned out that Banner had been hiding in the Rocinha slum in Brazil, where he was hired as a maintenance worker for a soda factory due to his technical skills. During one maintenance session, he cut his finger and blood dripped onto the assembly line below. He had managed to stop the line in time and wipe away a drop of blood, but unexpectedly that drop of blood split into two. Although he wiped away one drop, the other dripped into a bottle that was shipped to the United States, where it was unfortunately consumed by an elderly gentleman resembling Stan Lee. However, pinpointing Banner's location was not enough. General Ross had a clear understanding of Banner's abilities. After all, he was present when Banner transformed into the Hulk for the first time and had been thoroughly shaken by the experience. He knew that even if his soldiers were injected with the super soldier serum from the water company, it would be of no use, as they were worlds apart from the Hulk. Thus, he came directly to borrow personnel from Billy's water company. He was certain that Billy was definitely hiding something. These super soldier serums were merely the most basic products, and he was sure Billy had something more advanced, just as Ross himself had never mentioned that he had also researched the super soldier serum, as the Hulk was a product of the super soldier serum combined with gamma radiation. Having studied videos of the superheroes from the water company on missions, Ross concluded that if the Hulk were to destroy the world, the only ones who could stop him would be the water company, which was why he insisted on borrowing personnel. Billy had long anticipated that General Ross would come to him for help, and he was not surprised at all. This is not an easy task, but it can be done. At the very least, you need to tell me what you're planning to do, right? What if I lend you the personnel, and you take them to commit bad deeds? General Ross pondered for a moment, and lied. It's Bruce Banner. He stole important data, and has now defected to Brazil. Do we really need superheroes to deal with a defenseless scientist? Can't we just select a small team? Billy laughed. Banner possesses weapons of mass destruction. We still need your superhumans to subdue him. General Ross continued to fabricate lies. Billy thought to himself, I don't believe you. You're quite the cunning old man. Back then, Ross deceived Banner into developing a serum to prevent radiation poisoning to protect soldiers from the effects of depleted uranium. And now he claims that Dr. Banner has stolen important data and defected with weapons of mass destruction. Is he even human? Billy was quite furious, but business had to be done. With an old fox like General Ross, talking more would be futile. It would be better to just deal with him decisively. I can lend you the personnel, but the price will be steep. Billy's words made Ross' eyes light up. As long as he could capture Banner, he would be able to create a super soldier serum more powerful than that of the water company and apply for massive funding from Congress. Thinking of this, he said generously, you can name your price. This is not something that can be measured in money, or what I want you don't have yet, so just consider it a debt for now. Billy's words made Ross' heart skip a beat, wondering if he was coveting the Hulk. Seeing Ross' expression change repeatedly, Billy smiled and said, rest assured, I don't want either Banner or the Hulk. Ross smiled again. It's a deal then. It's settled. Billy nodded, and then he sent Scary Rhino, Scorpion, and Vulture along with General Ross to capture the Hulk. In Brazil, in the slums, General Ross left the superheroes from the water company behind and arrived here first with. He had his own motives, thinking that as long as he captured Banner first, he wouldn't have to pay Billy any reward. At this moment, Vulture was flying in the air, holding on to General Ross' locator. Whenever he wanted, he could find General Ross, but he didn't go looking immediately. Instead, he consulted Billy. Boss, General Ross has left us behind. Billy thought to himself that General Ross had always been short-sighted, otherwise he wouldn't have been tricked so thoroughly in Did he really think of himself as a significant figure? Did he truly believe that capturing the Hulk would be so easy? If you manage to capture the Hulk, he'll recognize you as my father on the spot. Thinking this, he directly told Vulture, since General Ross doesn't want us to join the fray, you guys can move freely. After all, it was he who left you behind, not you who failed. Understood, boss. At this time, Banner was unaware that danger was approaching. He lay lazily on the bed, thinking only about how to return to the United States to obtain the experimental data requested by Mr. Blue. Suddenly, his little dog barked, which made Banner immediately alert. General Ross' men blew open Banner's door, but he had already slipped away to a female colleague's house downstairs. However, he couldn't hide in his colleague's house forever. He would eventually be found, and it would implicate his colleague as well. With this in mind, he went downstairs and ran right into General Ross' men. Thus a chase ensued. He escaped, but he could hardly escape. In a panic, Banner ran into the factory, and at this moment his heart rate skyrocketed due to the intense exercise bringing him close to the brink of transformation. Just when he thought he was in trouble, he happened to run into the bald man he had a grudge against, who had previously harassed his female colleague and had borne a grudge against Banner. Now he had Banner cornered, and with 2 lackeys they bullied Banner, while General Ross' soldiers were gradually closing in. The intense exercise, the pursuers behind him, and the humiliation ahead made it impossible for him to suppress the Hulk's power any longer. Transformed into the Hulk, he dragged the bald man into a dark corner and then hurled him away. The bald man crashed into a metal container like a cannonball, dead beyond recovery. Among the remaining 2 lackeys, one was caught by the Hulk while trying to escape, losing his shoes and facing a grim fate. At this moment, General Ross' soldiers arrived just in time to save the last lackey. Among the remaining 2 lackeys, one was caught by the Hulk while trying to escape, losing his shoes and facing a grim fate. However, an undeniable command from General Ross came through the earpiece. This is the target. Use tranquilizer guns, act immediately. With General Ross' command, the special forces aimed their tranquilizer darts at Banner, but they were all blocked by the Hulk's tough. They immediately thought of switching to real guns, but it was too late. They had no time to change the ammo, and the Hulk was already closing in and began a one-sided massacre. Although they had injected the super soldier serum, it was not enough against the formidable green giant. Seeing his high-priced trained super soldiers and personal guards being easily eliminated by the Hulk, General Ross' heart was bleeding. General Ross directly dialed Billy's phone. Billy Davis, where are your men? Hurry and bring them over. Otherwise I will take you to military court. Billy impatiently dug at his ear and said, what are you shouting about? Do you really think I don't know your little schemes? If you have the guts, go ahead and sue. Do you dare to put those shady things you've done out in the open? When have I ever done anything unseemly? Don't slander me. Watch out, or I'll accuse you of defamation. General Ross remained defiant, convinced that Billy could not uncover his misdeeds. Little did he know his self-assured bravado appeared no different from that of a clown in Billy's eyes. Oh, how about the fact that you were stopped by Congress for testing the super soldier serum on captured terrorists, yet you secretly continued your research? Do you dare to admit this? You deceived Dr. Banner into researching the super soldier serum, tricking him into thinking it was an antidote for radiation poisoning. Now that Dr. Banner has turned into a monstrous creature, not only have you pushed all the blame onto him, but you also intend to use his blood samples to create more monsters. Do you really think I don't see through your little schemes? General Ross gritted his teeth, blowing out air and glaring. This is slander, this is defamation. Billy scoffed. You know the truth better than anyone. I'll report both of these incidents immediately. Let's see if the politicians and the public believe you. You. General Ross was furious at Billy's words, his face turning red. The continuous deaths of the super soldiers he brought had already dealt him a heavy blow, and now, with Billy's provocation, he felt darkness creeping in his chest, tightening painfully, and he collapsed to the ground. But as if it were fate, his assistant fortuitously brought heart medication, quickly administering it to General Ross. After taking the medication, General Ross took a while to recover. At this point, Hulk's one-sided slaughter was nearing its end. Of the several super soldiers, only 2 or 3 remained alive, all of whom were injured. Seeing this scene, General Ross was in tears. He knew he needed the help of the water company, while also fearing that Billy would indeed expose these 2 incidents. The stubborn old-timers in Congress would certainly drown him in a sea of spit. Thinking of this, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, sighed, and softened his tone as he spoke into the phone. Mr. Davis, can we talk again? We can talk, but at the previous price. I believe your situation is dire now. If you need my assistance, it will cost more. Additionally, if you don't want these 2 matters to be made public, you'll need to pay me a hush fee. This was simply outrageous. This was an outrageous demand. How ridiculous. General Ross cursed Billy profusely in his mind, but on the surface he still had to agree humbly, as he needed to resolve the immediate issues, otherwise it could lead to even bigger troubles. Alright, no problem, but I need your men to arrive immediately. Wise choice, don't worry, they have already arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Vulture swooped down from the sky in a flashy and cool entrance, clutching Scorpion and Rhino in his claws. At this moment, Hulk had already dealt with all the super soldiers brought by General Ross. Ross pointed at Hulk and said, that is the target you need to deal with. The 3 of them were mentally prepared, but not to this extent. When they turned around and saw Hulk, they were worried about the trouble, but when Hulk suddenly roared, trying to intimidate them, it felt a bit terrifying. How are we going to fight? Scorpion asked. No rush, let's test the waters first. Vulture transmitted his voice through the helmet to Rhino's headset. It's up to you now, Lieutenant Rhino. Soon Rhino's voice came through the helmet. Understood. Then the ground shook as Rhino charged forward, colliding straight into. If it had been normal Hulk, he would have been knocked back by the impact. Unfortunately, this Hulk's anger level was nearly maxed out. At that moment, when Rhino collided with Hulk, Hulk was pushed back several steps, managing to dig his feet into the ground to stabilize himself, while Rhino continued to push forward with all his might, but not making any progress. Under everyone's watch, Hulk lifted Rhino up and hurled him away, sending him flying in a graceful arc through the air. Rhino. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. With Rhino's strength, he was among the top at the water company, and even Scorpion in his 3rd form wouldn't dare say he could easily handle Rhino like Hulk did. Let's attack together. Vulture shouted, soaring high into the air. His equipment had long been upgraded, changing from his original jet-propelled wings to Vulture's flying wings, as seen in Spider-Man Homecoming. Not only that, he was also clad in nano armor and equipped with numerous lethal weapons. At that moment, flying in the air, he brought his hands together in a flower-like formation, and the next second, an orange-yellow laser shot directly at Hulk, who raised his hand to block it, yelping in pain. He jumped backward, and then smashed down onto the ground, causing the ground in front of him to collapse and crack directly. Hulk was temporarily suppressed, but these attacks couldn't kill him. He had been building up rage, reaching a critical point before he jumped backward, and then smashed down onto the ground, causing the ground in front of him to collapse and crack, directly trapping Scorpion in it. Then he lifted a stone while enduring the laser fire and hurled it at Vulture, who dodged skillfully. This interruption disrupted Vulture's spellcasting, and when he turned back, Hulk was already lunging at him, grabbing his leg. No matter how Vulture stomped or attacked with weapons, Hulk wouldn't let go. Rather, he reached out, attempting to pry at Vulture's wings. Vulture couldn't let him have his way. He dove low, dragging Hulk along the ground. Hulk braked with his foot, then flipped Vulture off toward the opposite direction, crashing into a metal frame and unable to get back up. Hulk then turned his attention back to Scorpion. Just as Scorpion crawled out of the ground, he saw Hulk charging towards him and nearly fainted from fright. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Scorpion transformed into his third form to block Hulk's attack. At this moment, Mike Gagon had completely transformed into a giant scorpion larger than Hulk, with a dark golden exoskeleton shimmering, swinging its massive pincers toward Hulk. Hulk fought back with all his might, his feet sinking into the ground, as the two fell into a stalemate, neither able to gain. At this moment, Scorpion's tail slowly approached, shooting a spray of acid at Hulk. In pain, Hulk became even angrier, forcing Scorpion's pincers forward, then wrapped his arms around Scorpion's tail and began to spin. After dozens of spins, he let go and Scorpion flew out. Roar! Hulk let out a roar as if declaring who. Unbeknownst to him, Rhino had somehow gotten back up and ambushed Hulk from behind, his horn piercing directly into Hulk's flesh, causing him to grimace in pain. At this moment, Hulk was furious to the extreme. Ignoring the pain, he turned around, and with both fists clenched, smashed down on Rhino, who felt internal injuries. Before he could say anything, Hulk grabbed Rhino's horn and forcibly broke it. Without paying any attention to the remaining individuals, Hulk quickly fled, leaving behind a scene of devastation. What do you mean none of you managed to take on the Hulk together? Where's your horn, Rhino Man? The Rhino Man, his head wrapped in bandages, tremblingly presented the horn that Hulk had broken, as if it were a treasure. Hey, raced the horn boss. Give me another chance, I promise I won't lose next time. After the Vulture and the Rhino Man returned to the water company to report to Billy, he unusually flew into a rage. This is the Green Giant from the Incredible Hulk. A single kick could have taken down Blonsky, who had been injected with a serum for super soldiers. Now the strongest among us could crush Blonsky 1,000 times over in minutes, yet we all ended up in such a state at the hands of Hulk. He's purely a numerical monster. Remember your words today. If you lose again, next time you won't be able to come back to see me. Billy's cold words were like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of the four below, leaving them afraid to breathe, with the Rhino Man nodding repeatedly in agreement. Billy healed their wounds with a magic talisman and repaired the Rhino Man's broken horn, telling them to prepare for the next capture of Hulk. This time he would personally check whether this Green Giant was truly as powerful as they claimed. After everyone left, Billy dialed General Ross' private number. General Ross, our operation to capture the Hulk has faced severe losses. This debt will also be noted against you. General Ross was equally furious and retorted directly, Davis, your men were utterly helpless against the Hulk. Your company's serum is garbage. You still have the nerve to ask me for compensation. Let me tell you, Davis, not only will I not compensate you, but you can't take. Billy's forehead throbbed with anger. Are you implying that you're trying to blame me? Think carefully. Can you bear my wrath? General Ross remained unafraid. You don't need to threaten me. I've seen my fair share of storms throughout my life. Do whatever you want to. I'll make it clear today that you won't be able to take anything from me. Then the phone line went dead with a busy tone. Damn. Billy slammed the phone on the ground, smashing it to pieces. Though he never intended to get anything from General Ross' attitude genuinely infuriated him. He had to teach him a lesson. First he would ruin Ross' reputation, then turn him into a monster. Completely change the narrative. He decided not to follow the main storyline anymore. Suddenly it dawned on him. Why should he stick to the main storyline when he clearly had the script? With that thought, he immediately arranged for someone to go to Grayburn Academy in New York to bring back Dr. Samuel Stearns from the cell biology department, along with all his blood samples and experimental equipment. It was also time to send Nick Fury and his team to the ice fields to dig up Captain America. Thinking of this, he prepared to call Nick Fury, but suddenly realized he had smashed the phone in his fit of rage, which made him even angrier. But no worries. Thanks to the powerful recovery ability of the magic talisman, the shattered phone was restored to its original state. Billy sent Nick Fury a text. I found the Captain America you wanted. Where? Nick Fury replied almost instantly. Come to the water company to find me now. Soon Coulson and Hawkeye Barton arrived at the rooftop of the water company in a Quinjet. Mr. Davis IMS. H-I-E-L-D. Agent Phil Coulson, and this is Agent Clint Barton. It's a pleasure to meet you. As soon as they disembarked, Agent Coulson warmly shook hands with Billy and introduced the two of them. Is Nick Fury not? The director is caught up with some trivial matters, so he sent me and Agent Barton instead. Don't worry, we are professionals, Coulson said confidently. Billy wondered what could be more important than Captain America. Then he thought it must be busy finding Tony Stark and the Hulk, which, forget it, it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Are you the only two who can dig Captain America out from the ice? Coulson was taken aback. What do you mean? From your tone it sounds like you don't plan to help. He scratched his head awkwardly. You know we are short on manpower right now. How about we discuss it on the way? Don't keep the captain waiting for too long. Billy chuckled. The captain had been frozen for so long, would half a day really make a difference? However, since Coulson had said so, there was no need to delay, and he called Sky to set off together. Before they set off, Sergei approached. Boss, can I come with you? Old Sye, don't make a fuss. It still takes time to thaw Captain America after digging him up. You need to trust that S.H.I.E.L.D. is professional. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet Captain America in the future. Billy knew Sergei was worried that if S.H.I.E.L.D. made a mistake and let the chameleon die, he could only patiently reassure him. Fortunately, Sergei was sensible. He watched Billy, Sky, Coulson, and Barton board the Quinjet. Billy initially worried that the pilot might be a Hydra infiltrator potentially threatening the chameleon's safety, but once on board, he discovered it was automated, so he had worried for nothing. After the plane took off, Coulson curiously asked, Mr. Davis, who is this person? Billy casually lied. Oh, he's a fan of Captain America. Coulson exclaimed, what a coincidence. So am I. Billy frowned, wondering if he should give him an award or something. Seeing Billy not engaging, Coulson was undeterred and continued, I have a complete set of classic Captain America cards. Ha, congratulations, you're really amazing, Billy said, turning his head away to ignore him. Sky was curiously looking around, having never seen such a plane before. Billy asked, Sky, do you feel like you're on a mission? Billy brought Sky along because in the original timeline, Sky first joined the Rising Tide organization and later became an agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. He wasn't sure if she preferred a comfortable life or an adventurous one. Not really, why do you ask? Maybe in some parallel universe you are an agent living a completely different life, where you frequently go on missions like this in such planes. Sky laughed at Billy's whimsical talk. How is that even possible? How could I become an agent? Maybe so. Billy remained non-committal. Would you prefer this glamorous life or one filled with constant adventures? After careful thought, I still prefer the adventurous life. My favorite moments were when you took me treasure hunting a few years ago. Then Miss Sky, would you like to join us at S.H.I.E.L.D.? We often travel. Sky shook her head repeatedly, saying no. Billy shot Coulson a glare, thinking he was trying too hard to climb the ranks. Meanwhile, Clint Barton, who had a wife and daughter, wore a constant amused smile. As they chatted, they arrived at the glacier where Captain America was located. Billy pretended to recite a portion of the dragon-seeking essence to locate the specific position of Captain America. This is it, a dig down. You two pay attention and don't accidentally bury the captain alive. Coulson was baffled. You really don't plan to help? Billy was also taken aback, wondering how he had the audacity to make that request. He replied irritably, Agent Coulson, I believe I have made it very clear before, I am only responsible for finding Captain America. How to get him out and bring him back is your concern. If you want my help, that would require a different price. Besides, if I help, does the captain you dig up belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. or to Water Company? Coulson helplessly exchanged glances with Barton, and they had no choice but to start digging. Billy kept his word. He wouldn't help and began to wander with Sky. Fortunately, the glacier had been shaken loose by Hulk, and they quickly spotted the plane Captain America had flown years ago. Coulson and Barton dug with renewed vigor and finally unearthed Captain America before nightfall. Coulson and Barton were exhausted, and Billy teased them with a grin. Congratulations to both of you for finally digging Captain America out of the ice. A large block of ice containing Captain America was loaded onto the Quinjet. Everyone made their way back home. Coulson set Billy and Sky down on the rooftop of the Water Company, and along with Barton flew back to send Captain America. Sergei had been waiting on the rooftop. As soon as he saw Billy get off the plane, he hurriedly approached and asked, Boss, is he all right? Don't worry, he's perfectly fine. Billy patted his shoulder. Did Samuel Stearns come along? Boss, according to your instructions, we have brought Dr. Stearns along with all his experimental equipment and samples. Take me to see him. Led by Sergei, Billy arrived outside the laboratory assigned to Dr. Stearns. Before even entering, they heard Dr. Stearns speaking to the security guard in a cynical tone. Hey, why aren't you all talking? Are you all wooden? Why was I brought here? Isn't this delaying my Nobel Prize? But the security guards ignored him completely, and he kept repeating these words over and over, as if he hadn't spoken in several lifetimes, which was a torment for those guards who wished they could just strangle him right then and there. At this moment, Billy walked in, clapping his hands, breaking the awkward atmosphere. I've heard so much about you, Dr. Stearns. Your achievements in cellular biology even leave Bruce Banner in the dust. Seeing the newcomer, Dr. Stearns' eyes lit up. Are you Mr. Davis? What a pleasure to finally meet you. I've been looking forward to attending your technology exhibition, but unfortunately, you've only held it once. Excitedly shaking hands with Billy, he waved his hand dismissively, and the security guards watching Dr. Stearns hurriedly left the scene as if pardoned. Sky and Sergei also left. They were never interested in this research, and after hearing Dr. Stearns' incessant chatter, they quickened their pace. In an instant, the vast laboratory was left with only Billy and Dr. Stearns. I don't believe what Dr. Stearns just said, "Oh, I remember sending you an invitation when I held the technology exhibition." Dr. Stearns awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm ashamed to at that time I had no research achievements. By the time I had some I could no longer make it to the technology exhibition." What Dr. Stearns referred to as research achievements was of course the Hulk serum. Since Billy invited him over, he naturally had no intention of beating around the bush. He directly stated, "To be frank, I am very interested in your research results, Dr. Stearns, and the reason for inviting you here is to collaborate. What do you think?" Mr. Blue. Dr. Stearns' pupils constricted as he looked Billy up and down before uncertainly asking, "You, are you Mr. Green?" "Unfortunately, I am not. Mr. Green is someone else entirely, but I know all your conversations with him. Now would you like to collaborate with me?" Billy seemed to see through Dr. Stearns, which piqued Stearns' curiosity. He asked with interest, "How do you want to collaborate? You provide the technology, and I'll provide the funding." "Of course money alone won't suffice," Billy said with a sinister smile. "You also need experimental subjects, right? If it's just mice, this experiment will never proceed." Dr. Stearns' mouth formed an O shape. "Are you saying you want to use humans for experiments?" "Not just humans, but humans injected with the serum." Billy suddenly shouted into the air, "Little fish, let Dr. Stearns see the American shaved ice." A clear female voice came from midair, "Yes, boss." Then in Dr. Stearns' astonished gaze, the ground ahead suddenly split apart, revealing a 1-meter square pit. From the pit, a cylindrical pod slowly rose, revealing a person inside through reinforced glass. "What is this, eh?" Seeing Dr. Stearns' shocked expression, Billy felt particularly satisfied. "Isn't it just to impress these scientists?" "Are you asking about which one?" "The female voice you just heard belongs to the artificial intelligence, little fish." Then Billy pointed at the cylindrical pod. "That is a hibernation pod. Don't you find the person inside familiar?" But no matter how Dr. Stearns looked at it, he couldn't recognize the muscular man in the hibernation pod. He could only turn to Billy with a puzzled expression. "Do I know him?" Billy revealed the answer directly. "He is Steve Rogers, commonly known as Captain America." "Is this the real one, or a clone?" "It's the real one." Upon receiving a positive response, Dr. Stearns excitedly stroked the reinforced glass of the hibernation pod. "So he is still alive. Are you sure you want me to experiment on him? That would turn him into a monster." "Of course not. I won't let you experiment on him until you are certain. I will find others for the experiments." "Others?" "This is New York. There is no shortage of criminals here, and even less of gangs. Just grab some, and that will be enough for your experiments." Dr. Stearns felt a huge disappointment and anxiously asked, "How can these criminals compare to Captain America, who has been injected with the serum?" "Of course they can't compare." Billy clapped his hands and said, "Little fish, show Dr. Stearns our super soldier." Then rows of super soldier serums appeared before Dr. Stearns' eyes, making his eyes widen in disbelief. "That's more than enough. Let's have a pleasant cooperation." A few days later, a phone call came into Billy's phone. It was the small boss from the Shindu newspaper. Even before answering, Billy knew what he was going to say. Sure enough, once connected, a familiar voice came from the phone. "BOSS, big news. Turn on the TV." "You?" "Never mind." Billy turned on the TV to see the Shindu newspaper employees live streaming the scene of General Ross capturing the Hulk at Culver University. Due to the involvement of the water company, General Ross did not seek Emil Blonsky, who would later become Abomination. After receiving the information about Banner from his daughter's new boyfriend, he directly brought a batch of weapons bought from Stark Industries to the scene for the capture. In the end, just like in the original story, General Ross not only failed to capture the Hulk, but his daughter was also taken away by the Hulk, which made his heart ache even more. Meanwhile, Billy had already gathered enough evidence to expose General Ross' crimes. With the Shindu Daily leading the charge, other old newspapers like Global Daily and Horn Daily rushed to report. To them, there were no generals, only hot news and interests. In an instant, headlines such as "Unrepentant. General Ross halted by Congress for using captives for experiments attempting to revive his ambitions." And "Genius turned monster. Scientists tricked by General Ross into conducting experiments missing after failed tests." Spread across the streets. Can't hide it anymore. The green monster at Culver University was actually caused by General Ross. And General Pile of Thunder is actually a demon, attempting to create more monsters to rule the world. The headlines were more and more exaggerated, quickly spreading through the streets and alleys. The crowd shouted for freedom, completely disregarding the soldiers' threats as they protested against General Ross calling for his execution. The higher-ups in Congress also saw these newspapers. While they did not fully trust everything in the papers, they had long prohibited General Ross from further developing the serum. However, not only did this guy continue his research, but he also caused such a huge impact with his failures, forcing them to suspend and detain Ross. After General Ross was detained, Dr. Banner noticed that the bounty on his head had significantly decreased. He immediately contacted Dr. Stearns to request a meeting. Dr. Stearns thought for a moment and gave an address. As long as Banner searched it, he would know it was the address of the water company, but he didn't have time to search and directly took a taxi with Betty. Unbeknownst to him, this trip was a trap. During this time, Billy sent his subordinates to gradually capture numerous criminals from various major gang organizations, causing the gangs to tremble with fear. The atmosphere in New York has improved significantly, and there is no longer any need to worry about encountering danger while walking at night. However, this number of people is still far from sufficient. After injecting the super soldier serum and Hulk's blood sample, these individuals either go berserk or cannot withstand the strain, resulting in their bodies exploding. There must be something wrong. Dr. Stern, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Just as Dr. Stern was puzzled, the Rhino. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant Rhino. What brings you here? The Rhino was a bit shy. Dr. Stern, is there a way for me to become stronger than that green giant? To be honest, I once fought him and lost. He even broke my horn. I promised my boss that I would definitely defeat him next time. Even if it cost me my life, it would be worth it. Dr. Stern's eyes lit up. Then you must have injected something else, right? That's right. Dr. Stern was overjoyed. Previously, he had always experimented with those who had injected the super soldier serum, forgetting to control the variables. It might have been the interference from the super soldier serum that made success difficult. Thinking of this, he reminded this blood sample is very dangerous and has not yielded success. I believe it will work on me. The Rhino looked firmly at Dr. Stern. Since the Rhino was so adamant, Dr. Stern no longer refused. He was also very curious to see what the Rhino would look like after the injection. Dr. Stern had him lie on the experiment table and covered his Rhino skin with detection devices, prepared the serum for injection, adjusted the rays for exposure, and everything was ready. Finally, Stern asked, "Are you ready? You can still back out now." The Rhino took a deep breath to calm his nerves. At this moment, he felt like a gambler betting on gaining powerful strength, while losing meant losing his life. A phone call came in on Dr. Stern's phone. After answering, a strange voice on the other end said, "Mr. Blue, what role do you play in the water company?" "You are Mr. Green. Have you searched?" "I have arrived. Since you are here, come up." "Aren't you here?" At this moment, Dr. Stern was overjoyed. Just as he was about to tell the Rhino that he could come down after studying Mr. Green's situation, the Rhino preemptively said, "Doctor, I am ready." "Oh, okay." It is well known that answering a phone call can be distracting, and Dr. Stern was no exception. When he realized what he had done, the instruments had already started, the serum was injected, and the rays had finished exposing the Rhino. "Oh no, are you okay?" Dr. Stern asked uncertainly. Meanwhile, the Rhino lying on the experiment table rapidly swelled in size, his muscles ballooning like a balloon. Even though he was in great pain, he felt satisfaction in his newfound strength. Fine, it feels unprecedentedly good. However, as time passed, he felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. By the time the drug was fully digested, the Rhino's body had grown to 4 meters tall, his muscles were robust and powerful, his face turned greener than a goblin, twisted beyond the semblance of a human, and the horn on his head had grown several times longer and thicker. "If you feel uncomfortable, you can lie back down. I promise to turn you back." Dr. Stern was genuinely frightened. The experiment before him was completely different from the previous ones. In the past, once those subjects went into a frenzy, they would be killed by Xiao Yu using lasers. But the Rhino was an employee of the water company. As long as he did not harm the company's interests, Xiao Yu would not attack him. The Rhino, no, it should be called the Abomination Rhino, could no longer hear what Dr. Stern was saying, his mind filled with thoughts of revenge and destruction. He directly slapped Dr. Stern into the instruments, causing them to shake, and the Hulk sample placed on top spilled out of the container, dripping onto Dr. Stern's head. Dr. Stern's head began to twitch, gradually revealing an evil smile. When he was knocked away, the phone fell to the ground, and Banner anxiously asked, "Hello? Mr. Blue, what happened?" "Mr. Blue." The phone was crushed under the foot of the Abomination Rhino. At this moment, Banner stood downstairs, torn about whether to go up, when he saw a figure crash through the wall and smash down, creating a large crater in the ground like a meteor. The shockwave from the landing blew Banner and Betty away, and coincidentally, they both hit their heads against a parked car on the roadside, losing consciousness on the spot. The Abomination Rhino began to wreak havoc, and an unusual alarm rang out within the water company. Xiao Yu reported the abnormality occurring here to Dr. Octopus and others who were conducting experiments. Originally, Billy should have been notified first, but he was currently reading in the villa. Dr. Octopus took on the heavy responsibility and issued orders. "Scorpion, you go intercept him. The rest evacuate the civilians, and he'll contact the boss." Banner lost consciousness, and Hulk awakened. Upon seeing his girlfriend Betty with a bleeding head, he became furious. He vowed to make the one who harmed Betty pay the price. He held the Abomination Rhino responsible for this debt. It was a fortunate miscalculation. The Abomination Rhino threw a small car only to receive a kick from behind. The kick stung a bit, causing him to stagger, and he turned his fierce face to glare at Hulk. Even if he had forgotten everything, consumed only by his obsession for revenge, he could never forget the humiliation and pain Hulk had inflicted on him. When sworn enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred, and they first exchanged fierce words. Roar. Huh. Roar. Huh. Roar. What were they even saying? I don't know. After exchanging fierce words, they began to wrestle. The Abomination Rhino was far stronger than the Abomination. Even though Hulk was extremely angry, he was still no match for him. The grip of the Abomination Rhino became tighter, crunching Hulk's knuckles with audible pops. With a sudden force, he twisted Hulk's wrists, causing Hulk to emit a painful roar. Ha! The Abomination Rhino seized Hulk by the neck and threw him into the air. In his plan, Hulk would fall onto his horn, attempting to impale him. But his current intellect was clearly not suitable for such plotting. It was like a wolf trying to cook a sheep. Completely impossible. Hulk performed a Thomas spin in the air, directly landing his large foot on the Abomination Rhino's face, which was incredibly impressive. The Abomination Rhino staggered from the kick, letting out a furious roar. Using all 4 limbs, he seemed to transform into a true rhino, determined to crush Hulk, that pathetic bear. Hulk felt threatened. The speed of the abomination rhino was no slower than a missile. He was not afraid of missiles, but the abomination rhino before him was far more terrifying. Should he dodge left? No way out. Should he dodge right? There was no escape. His girlfriend Betty was over there. Even running back might not be fast enough to outpace the abomination rhino. In the end, he had no choice but to jump straight up. When the scorpion arrived on the battlefield, he saw Hulk riding a rhinoceros bouncing around wildly. The rhinoceros tried to shake Hulk off, but Hulk clung tightly to its back, even finding time to throw a couple of punches. With the intelligence of the evil rhinoceros, it couldn't think of the simple solution. If it just laid down on the ground, Hulk would definitely fall off. But what if he didn't? Then just do it again. Hulk's damage to the evil rhinoceros was limited, and the rhinoceros relied solely on its thick skin to get by. The scorpion was momentarily at a loss. It seemed like he couldn't defeat anyone. Last time when they teamed up to deal with Hulk, they were thoroughly defeated. Now Hulk had no way to handle the rhinoceros, and given the rhinoceros' current disposition, if he approached, he would also be slapped twice. Hulk felt that this situation couldn't continue, so he kicked the rhinoceros away and casually lifted a small car. The rhinoceros, mimicking Hulk, also lifted a small car. However, this was a problem as Betty Ross was lying next to the car sleeping. Lifting the car was just ridiculous. As Betty was about to fall, Hulk threw the car aside and rushed over to support her head. The rhinoceros also imitated him, dropping the car and charging towards Hulk. One could say Hulk had elasticity. His strength or weakness depended entirely on how the artist depicted him. When strong, no one could match him in the universe. When weak, he could have his head twisted off like a night pot. Seeing Betty almost get hurt, he was furious. At that moment, the rhinoceros charged in at an inopportune time, and Hulk delivered a powerful punch that knocked it back. The knocked-back rhinoceros seemed to regain some sanity, staring incredulously at Hulk, who was holding Betty, before charging at him like a madman. Hulk gently placed Betty aside and turned to grapple with the rhinoceros. Last time they grappled, the evil rhinoceros had completely overpowered Hulk, breaking both of his wrists. But fortunes changed. This time Hulk gained the upper hand, slowly overpowering the evil rhinoceros. The rhinoceros' hands were restrained, but its horn was not, and it pierced Hulk's chest with its curved horn. Hulk grunted in pain, yet he truly had no way to deal with the rhinoceros at the moment. Just then Betty woke up and called out to Hulk, "Bruce," like she was training a dog, and Hulk instantly became invigorated. "Let's go." With a surge of strength, he pushed the rhinoceros away and unleashed a flurry of punches upon it, as if they were free. Unfortunately, the evil rhinoceros was too tough. After a barrage of punches, not only was the damage to it limited, but Hulk's own hands were also stung by the recoil, making it a futile effort. At this moment, Hulk finally realized that only magic could defeat magic. To defeat the rhinoceros, he could only use the horn, which resembled a curved blade, to pierce its skin. Logically speaking, the rhinoceros' horn should be the hardest part of its body. Hulk couldn't even break its skin, let alone inflict damage to its horn. However, the rhinoceros' horn had been broken before, and although it had been healed with a horse charm, who would have thought? After being injected with Hulk's blood sample and transforming into the evil rhinoceros, it actually caused the horn to regenerate. He himself was a product of genetic modification combined with chemical radiation conflicting with Hulk's sample and gamma radiation, leading to microcracks forming in his horn. Just like Blonsky, whose back bulged after taking an unregulated super soldier serum, when he transformed into the evil rhinoceros, his spine was completely exposed. Hulk suddenly exerted force to push the rhinoceros off balance, then relentlessly hammered that curved horn. Under continuous assault, the horn shattered, and Hulk grabbed it tightly. The evil rhinoceros covered the broken horn and let out an angry roar. Then it charged forward one last time, believing that even without its indestructible horn it could still take down Hulk. Hulk aimed the broken horn at the rhinoceros' head and pushed forward. A victory was a matter of a single thought. At the moment of contact, the evil rhinoceros seemed to regain its sanity, realizing that its once impenetrable skin was easily pierced. Memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern. He had done too many unwilling things for money in his life. He had turned into a monster under the inducement of the Russian gang for the sake of money. He had agreed to ambush Billy for money. He had sold himself to the water company for money. None of that mattered anymore, as serving anyone was still serving. Perhaps the moment he transformed into a monster for money, the first time, his fate was already sealed. He always comforted himself that at least he gained power, but when facing Hulk he realized that his once proud strength was worthless against the beast. Even his horn that could smash trains was broken. When he saw Dr. Stern's experiment, witnessing those thugs becoming powerful through the experiments, he was stirred. It was the first time he desired greater strength rather than money. Although Dr. Stern said the experiment was dangerous, he thought, how much stranger could he become after the experiment? He gained greater power, but lost himself. When he awoke again, it felt like a revolving lantern. He wanted to ask why, despite his power multiplying several times, he still wasn't a match for Hulk. No one could answer him. In his final moments, he shed his last tear, forgetting when it was that he last cried. Fortunately, it suddenly began to rain, so no one could see his tears. Hulk gradually loosened his grip. The rhinoceros' head pressed against the broken horn, its size gradually shrinking. The evil rhinoceros transformed back into its original form, collapsing helplessly in a pool of blood. Hulk gasped for breath nearby. This was the hardest opponent he had ever had to kill. "Bruce." Betty's call made him turn around. The area was in disarray from the battle between him and the rhinoceros. Just as he intended to rush towards Betty, a thunderclap in the sky alerted him. Looking up, he saw a figure wearing a golden mask floating in midair staring at him. It was Billy wearing the master mask. From the moment Dr. Octopus alerted him to his arrival at the scene with chickens and rabbits, he didn't expect that he wouldn't even have time to save the rhinoceros. Roar! Hulk let out a furious roar which served as both a reminder and a warning. But Billy ignored the warning and slowly floated towards him. Perhaps to protect Betty from harm, Hulk proactively jumped to tackle Billy in midair. Bruce, no! Betty's shout behind him reinforced Hulk's determination. As the distance closed, Billy, looking down from above, suddenly punched Hulk into the ruins below. Hulk shoved aside the stones and small cars piled on him, roaring in anger. Roar! Are you very angry? Billy landed on Hulk, activating the horse charm and gently stroking Hulk's head while humming a strange lullaby. Child, why are you so bad? Deceiving, bullying, why do you do this? Under the calming effect of the horse charm, Hulk's turbulent emotions gradually eased, his eyes becoming glazed and drowsy. At that moment, Billy slapped him hard across the face. Sleep, damn it. Just as Hulk was about to revert back to Banner, the slap jolted him awake, and he let out another furious roar. Billy again used the horse charm to soothe him and sang hundreds of lullabies. Just as he was about to revert back, he slapped him awake again. After repeating this several times, when he started to harbor murderous intent towards Hulk beneath him, Betty lunged forward and hugged Billy's arm. Don't. Billy could easily shake Betty off, but he knew that if he did, Hulk would definitely go berserk. Perhaps it was the mechanism of Hulk transformed back into Banner, and Betty let go of Billy's hand to run over and hug Banner. Billy approached the rhinoceros, and the scorpion came over trembling, calling out to him as boss. Billy merely glanced at him without asking why. He was just standing by. He knew that if the scorpion also went to help, he might end up losing 2 employees. What about them? The scorpion pointed to Banner and Betty, who were soaking wet and looking warily at Billy. Don't worry about them, I'll let them go back from where they came. What about them? The scorpion pointed to Banner and Betty, who were soaking wet and looking warily at Billy. Don't worry about them, I'll let them go back from where they came. This battle came to a close seemingly without a winner. The area around the water company was severely damaged, filled with ruins, and Banner was also exhausted. Only Norman Osborn, watching the surveillance, let out a sinister chuckle. This is just the beginning. Those who paid attention would notice that Norman now had gaps between his teeth. When Billy returned to the water company, Dr. Stern had already awakened and was being controlled by Dr. Octopus and a group including the Vulture. A group of people watched Billy walk in with a sullen face, and upon seeing Scorpion carrying the corpse of the Rhino Man, they tacitly chose to remain silent. Billy calmly asked Dr. Stern, how are you feeling now? Surprisingly well, Stern replied. I brought you here for the experiment, yet you killed one of my important employees. Billy gritted his teeth in anger. Before he could take revenge on General Ross, he had already lost a Rhino Man. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I now have some ideas and I can quickly develop those drugs. As he spoke, he shook his large head. After the transformation with the Hulk sample, his head had grown several times larger and his intelligence had significantly increased. Now he had entered a new phase, becoming the infamous big villain from the original story, the Big Boss. Billy snorted coldly. This is your last chance. I hope you can deliver on your promises and do not touch my employees again, or it'll make you regret coming to this world. Understood, understood. The impact of this incident is significant. I can only let my subordinates try their best to push the blame onto General Ross and turn the Rhino Man into a hero who bravely fought and sacrificed himself to fend off monsters. General Ross sat in prison while the blame fell from the sky. Billy also compensated for the damaged buildings around the water company and purchased the land using the fund he established to cover the casualties. The Rhino Man had no family, so Billy personally buried him. Before the burial, Billy specifically instructed Dr. Octopus to use technology to peel off the Rhino Man's skin, allowing him to be buried under the name Alexei Mihailovich Sisyachovich instead of as a monster draped in beast skin. Days after the funeral, calculating that it had been almost 3 months since Tony was captured, he felt the need to witness the situation, otherwise he would miss everything. However, before going to the scene, he had to complete 2 tasks. One was to let the Divine City Investment Corp crazily buy Stark Industries stocks, as Stark Industries' share price had plummeted due to Tony Stark's absence, making it a prime buying opportunity. The second task was to have the employees of the Divine City Daily prepare articles titled Tony Stark is still alive and Tony Stark is about to return, but not to publish them until his news broke. After arranging these 2 matters, Billy notified Nick Fury and General Slocum. As for whether they would send someone over, Billy, he took the lead and arrived in Afghanistan's Kunar province, where he could turn the place upside down within minutes using the rabbit. Soon he silently squeezed into the cave where Tony was located. It was the day before Tony's escape, and the terrorists had already discovered there was something wrong with Tony and Ethan. To force them to create missiles for them, they specifically came to intimidate them. At this moment, a group of terrorists was pinning Dr. Ethan on the table, and the leader held a red-hot iron in hand, aiming to stuff it into Ethan's mouth. Seeing Ethan willing to take the iron for him, Tony felt soft-hearted and stepped forward to ask, "What do you want?" "A delivery date." Seeing Tony step forward, the terrorists all raised their guns to aim at him, but the leader raised his hand to stop them, closely watching Tony to see what he would say. Tony continued, "I need him, he is a good assistant." The leader put down the iron and said viciously, "You have until tomorrow to produce the missiles I want." Then he left with his men, and both Tony and Ethan sighed in relief, yet they felt the situation was still grim. Once the terrorists had completely moved away, Billy teasingly remarked, "Oh, isn't this the great Tony Stark? How come you look so ragged after 3 months?" Who? X2 Tony and Ethan searched around simultaneously, but could not find who was speaking, with Ethan feeling haunted, while the science-believing Tony thought someone was playing tricks. "Don't be nervous." Billy gradually revealed himself, but still wore the mask of the Lord. Tony's eyes lit up. "Hey, you are that." Tony recognized the person before him as a superhero, but he just couldn't remember the name because he had never been good at remembering. "It seems you've been doing quite well, still having the energy to complain. You are the one. Look here." Click. Billy took several photos of Tony Stark's disheveled appearance with his phone and sent them via MMS to the employees at the Divine City newspaper, urging them to expedite the release. Then Billy took off his mask, and Tony was overjoyed. "Billy, how come it's you? This is great. Finally, I've found you." "Oh, he didn't come in, the only one who found you." Billy doused Tony with cold water, and Tony's face instantly fell. He never held back his feelings about anything and immediately expressed his discontent. "Great, now there's another person who needs rescuing. Did you forget I'm a wizard?" Billy frowned. This was completely different from what he had in mind. "Shouldn't he be asking me to?" Tony snorted. "Save it. Your tricks might fool children, but to deal with terrorists we need the brilliance of Tony Stark. Just wait and see, he'll show you the greatest invention of this century." All right, just don't regret it," Billy said through gritted. Tony remained silent, focused on forging iron, knowing time was limited and he had to hurry. The cave was filled with the sound of hammering. When he finished the last component of the mask, Iron Man was born. He wrapped his hands in bandages, donned the leather armor, and finally, with Ethan's help, put on the Mark I. "Are you really going to go out wearing this scrap metal?" Billy teased. "Just wait, the scrap metal you speak of will surprise you." With the armor almost ready, the leader, not seeing anyone on the monitors, grew suspicious and sent 2 expendables to check. These 2 expendables spoke Hungarian, and no one at the scene could understand. Without a word, they began to push the door, and as expected, they were blown up by the bomb rigged to the door. The explosion affected the surveillance, and the leader immediately ordered everyone to head to the scene. At this moment, all that was needed was to complete the final power transmission to activate the Mark I and escape, but it required a long time. Billy carelessly remarked, "It seems a group of armed thugs will be rushing in soon, and it looks like you won't have the chance to wear your armor and wreak havoc." Billy shut up. Tony forced himself to remain calm. "Ethan, follow my instructions." "Okay." Ethan also forced himself to stay calm, operating step by step in front of the computer according to Tony's instructions. After completing the operation, they could hear the distant shouts of killing approaching, while the progress bar was only halfway done. "He'll buy some time." Ethan picked up a gun from the ground and was about to rush out. "Ethan, hey Ethan, stop him." Tony panicked. This friend and benefactor who had spent 3 months together through thick and thin was about to sacrifice himself for him. Billy pulled the reckless Dr. Ethan back. He knew Ethan was determined to fight the terrorists, but he couldn't just watch this old man go to his doom. "Mr. Davis, don't stop me, we need time." Clearly Ethan viewed Billy as just a magician. Seeing Billy restraining Ethan, Tony let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Billy say, "Tony, you haven't surprised me. Let me show you what a surprise really is." At this moment, several armed terrorists had already rushed forward, and Ethan's face was filled with despair. "It's over." In the next second, 2 dazzling lasers shot out beside him, sweeping across the terrorists, and before they could even scream, they were cut into several pieces. The dead were enjoying their rest, while those who survived suffered greatly, rolling on the ground in agony, howling in pain. Ethan thought Billy had used some high-tech weapon. He turned around in disbelief, only to find that the lasers were shooting out from Billy. "Remember, Tony, this is what a surprise looks like. What do you think?" Billy had a face full of praise for me, but Ethan appeared dazed, as if his worldview had been shattered. Tony, on the other hand, maliciously remarked, "Oh, nice trick. TCH ignorant." Billy scoffed, secretly thinking that it was truly like casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. At that moment, another group of terrorists came looking for death. Billy unleashed a fiery torrent, no, a blazing inferno, as the violent force of the dragon charm filled the cave's passage. Ethan, not far away, felt his face burn with embarrassment and quickly dodged aside, secretly astonished. This was definitely not a trick. The terrorists, bathed in the flames, were being roasted to a crisp, accompanied by their shrill wails as the air filled with the scent of barbecued meat. Dr. Ethan suddenly doubled over and began to vomit on the ground, while Tony wore a strange expression, tightly pursing his lips to hold it in. These two would probably never want to see barbecue again in their lives. After Billy extinguished the flames, Tony said seriously, "Is this how you've always been?" Billy knew he was referring to the matter of killing a large group in one breath. He didn't know when he had turned into this kind of person indifferent to life, but Tony Stark, who was preparing to slaughter all while criticizing Billy for killing, made Billy quite displeased. He immediately retorted, "What's wrong? Are we supposed to keep these alive for Christmas? Can you honestly say you haven't had murderous thoughts? If you haven't, why bother with all those weapons? You could just blow bubbles instead. Just right to turn those bandits into a trick." Tony was rendered speechless by the retort just as the power transmission finished loading. Tony could move now, and Billy pointed outside, saying, "There you go, you can go face those people who tied you up and tormented and enslaved you for 3 months. Let me see how you escaped the cave with Ethan without killing anyone." Tony remained silent, striding decisively toward the cave exit. How could he not kill? No explanation would suffice. He would understand once he stepped outside. Tony initially wanted to put on an act, but upon seeing the faces of those bandits outside, he lost all control and used every means at his disposal to ensure not a single one remained alive. Billy supported Ethan from behind as Tony rampaged ahead, and they finally fought their way out of the cave. The joy of seeing daylight brought tears to both Tony and Ethan's eyes. But when Tony saw the pile of Stark Industries weapons outside the cave, his mood instantly soured. He wanted to blow them all up. Ethan, Billy, hold on tightly to Mark 1 and don't let go. Once I launch the missiles to blow these up, we'll take off. Don't fall. Billy raised his hand to stop him. Within 3 seconds, he used the rabbit charm to scan the entire cave, but found no trace of the bandit leader. He was secretly astonished at how quickly they had moved. Are you ready? Hurry up and get on. I'm about to start blowing things up, Tony urged. Oh, it's fine. You can fly by yourself. Ethan and I will wait for you in front. Regardless of what Tony thought, Billy activated the chicken charm and floated away with Ethan. Oh, what a practical trick, Tony teased, igniting all the missiles with the flamethrower on his arm, then pressing the jet flight button, soaring into the sky amidst the explosions. Billy and Ethan were already waiting in the sky, watching as Tony ascended through the explosions only to extinguish his flames and then plummet down, forming a rather ungraceful parabolic arc. Why did he come down? Did he forget something? The propulsion system failed. Quick, save him. He'll die, Ethan said anxiously. Don't worry, he won't die. Sure enough, just as Billy had thought, Tony crashed into a pile of sand. We don't know how this shock absorption works, but after such a heavy fall, he was completely fine, standing up and brushing off the sand as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Billy and Ethan also landed. Billy looked at the scattered pile of parts and asked what to do with these. No need, I'll build new ones when we get back. These will be thrown away sooner or later. I'm not sentimental. Billy chuckled. Aren't you afraid someone will find them and assemble them? Only that one is useless. Without core technology, it's nothing, Tony replied confidently. Well, if it's hinted to this extent, then what else is there to say? If he weren't arrogant, he wouldn't be Tony Stark. So how do we get back now? Can your trick take us back? Even in the midst of a predicament, Tony's mouth still wounded like a sharpened blade. No need to complicate things. You just notify the military to come pick us up. Saying so, Billy concentrated his energy, channeling it towards the sky. His eyes emitted 2 beams of golden light like lasers, serving as a beacon, and he believed the military would come to their rescue upon seeing this light. Are you sure they can see this? What if they don't see it? Ethan asked uncertainly. Good point, then I'll give them a call. Billy took out a satellite phone and called Slocum. After confirming they hadn't seen the signal, he called again, and soon several helicopters landed beside them. Rod rushed down first, hugging Tony and asking, did you have fun? Next time come with me, okay? General Slocum walked over with a smile, saying, you've done a great service, Billy. You have no idea how frantic the Congress was after this genius and arms dealer went missing. They must be giving you a huge credit now. Billy smiled silently, thinking to himself, no need, it'll balance out soon enough. I'm preparing to send those old men a big. Later the group boarded the plane. Billy asked Ethan, what are your plans from here on out? Ethan looked despondent, saying, to be honest, I never thought I would survive. Tony looked astonished. What? Ethan, didn't you say you were going to find your family? Mr. Stark, is your intelligence? A talent like Dr. Ethan has been captured. How could his family be all right? Billy looked at him with disdain. Tony didn't retort. He realized at that moment that Ethan had always wanted to take his own life. It was only after being captured that Ethan had the thought of wanting to live, but now how could he ensure Ethan's survival? Billy, however, spoke first. Dr. Ethan, Tony needs your medical skills. Just help him out and remove the shrapnel from his chest. Ethan looked at Tony, but Tony instinctively covered his chest, saying, no, there's no need to take those out. Ethan looked despondent, resembling an abandoned pet. Tony realized he had misspoken, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, and could only say, I'm sorry. Billy thought to himself, frustrated that Tony didn't agree first to stabilize Ethan's life, though after all he could decide when to remove it later. Could he sneakily perform surgery while Tony was asleep? In this situation, he could only resort to his last trick. Otherwise, he truly feared that in the next moment Ethan would open the door and jump out without a parachute. Dr. Ethan, your hometown needs you. Ethan nodded, feeling more alive than before. At least his life was secured for now. Billy then asked Tony what his plans were after returning. After returning, I plan to eat a cheeseburger first, then hold a press conference. Billy pretended to be profound, reminding, hold the press conference 3 days later. Trust me. Why? All right. Seeing Tony agree, Billy breathed a sigh of relief. After the plane landed, filled with homesickness, Dr. Ethan was sent back to Gamera. Then he saw the girl he had longed for waiting at the landing area, his secretary, Pepper Potts. Tony walked down the plane with Rod's support, and as he got closer, he noticed Pepper's eyes were red, and asked with concern, why are your eyes red? Is it because you were crying for your long-lost boss? It's because I'm happy I hate job hunting. Perhaps influenced by her surroundings, Pepper had also become a bit sharp-tongued. Your vacation is over, Tony replied disappointedly. At that moment, Billy ran to Tony's side, wrapped his arm around his shoulder, and pointed in one direction, saying, look over there, smile. Tony looked in the direction Billy pointed, where a journalist was taking several photographs of him. Instinctively, he raised his uninjured hand and made a peace sign. After the photo session, Billy waved goodbye, while reminding, remember to rest well, Tony. We'll meet again faithfully. 2 days later, since the Shundu Daily reported on Tony Stark's return, the stock of Stark Industries skyrocketed. At this moment, Billy made a jaw-dropping decision: sell all Stark Industries stocks. But boss, Stark Industries still has an upward trend, and now is not the best time to sell. We can't wait for the best time, it's now. Sell everything. This was because Billy was a time traveler. He knew that Tony Stark would announce the closure of the weapons department at tomorrow's press conference. What does a weapons dealer sell if they don't sell weapons? All American citizens had this question, which would undoubtedly cause Stark Industries' stock to plummet. In the original story, it dropped directly by 5 points. It lost more than half its value, and even if Stark Industries couldn't be swallowed whole, it would definitely take a significant hit as Tony Stark's boss. At this moment, Billy received a text message on his phone. It was from the Chameleon, disguised as Captain America. Also, since the Dragon team was unfrozen, Billy had secretly met him and handed him a phone instructing him to contact Billy if anything seemed off. During this time, Dragon team had been recovering. Recently, Nick Fury tasked him with a mission to secretly eliminate Hydra. This was not difficult for Dragon Team, but the bizarre thing was that those Hydra employees he injured or killed would return to their jobs completely unharmed that same afternoon or the next day. Dragon Team reported this phenomenon to Nick Fury, who simply replied, "Those are our people." Dragon Team found this a bit odd and reported it to Billy. After learning the details, Billy sighed silently. Nick Fury had indeed gone down this path. There was no doubt he had employed Skrulls to replace the casualties among Hydra personnel. This was akin to putting out a fire with more fire, a desperate remedy. The threat posed by Skrulls was far greater than that of Hydra. They were stronger and always in disguise. Of course, these Skrulls were beyond Dragon Team's capability to handle. Billy could only subtly remind him, keep a calm mind, don't get involved, and be careful not to get replaced. After confirming that Dragon Team had no other reports, he put away his phone. The next day, Tony Stark's press conference was held as scheduled with renowned journalists standing in the audience. Tony sat on the floor, prompting the journalists to sit on the floor as well. Billy did not attend the event, but watched on the screen holding Sky. Tony's condition did not seem much better than 3 days ago, likely due to the stress of not closing the weapons department. Tony began with an opening statement examining himself and his father from a different perspective for the first time. I have witnessed young people commit suicide, killed by the very weapons I created to defend them. I realized I had become a part of the zero responsibility class. I awakened. I realized that what I could bring to this world is not merely the creation of explosive devices. Therefore, I will shut down the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Multinational Corporation effective immediately until I can decide the future direction of this company, which must be one that grants me peace. As he spoke, Obadiah grew increasingly uneasy and immediately rose to stop Tony, seizing the microphone to change the subject. The journalists on site began to chatter noisily. Clearly, Tony had already said enough, and there was no stopping him. Billy turned off the television, stretched, and Sky in his arms asked, why is he so brave? Is he not afraid that these words will cause Stark Industries stock to crash? This made Billy laugh heartily. Firstly, he is indeed brave. Secondly, the major shares are not in his hands, so whether it crashes or not is no longer his concern. Indeed, Stark Industries, like Osborn Industries, had a fatal flaw. The shares were not controlled by Tony Stark. They didn't even hold 34 of the shares. The board could dismiss them at will. Since Tony had no heirs when he was captured, his shares were likely snatched up by Obadiah and the others, and it was probably Obadiah who led the rumor that Tony was dead. Tony stood alone beside the large arc reactor of Stark Industries, staring blankly at the massive construct built by his father and Anton Vanko. As expected, he was probably missing his father, something Thor understood best. Obadiah arrived on a scooter and immediately asked the question that all Americans were discussing: what does a weapons dealer sell if they don't sell weapons? A milk bottle. Tony gave him an unexpected answer: an arc reactor. It is indeed useful, but only for scientific research. Before creating this, I knew it would not bring any economic benefits, and it has been stuck in a dead end for 30 years, right? In fact, Rhodey had already informed Obadiah that Tony had likely miniaturized the arc reactor. After all, Rhodey did not know that Obadiah, as Tony's godfather, could shamelessly engage in such underhanded practices. Tony could only show him the reactor in his chest. Upon seeing it, Obadiah couldn't help but laugh, and he took the initiative to button up Tony's shirt. He even gave Tony a PUA pitch saying, "We are a team. As long as we join forces, we will be invincible, just like your." This made Tony feel a bit guilty for not informing him earlier. After returning to the company, Tony quickly developed a more precise and stable arc reactor, while Billy was equally productive. With the brilliant Dr. Octopus and the Fixer, along with the assistance of Beetle, Vulture, and Electro, the 12 Golden Men were successfully created. Billy had heard a rumor in his previous life that after Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, he collected all weapons and created the 12 Golden Men. The prototype of the Holy Lord was likely Qin Shi Huang, so it was reasonable for Billy to create the 12 Golden Men. Pure gold is too soft to be used for armor, but after studying the vibranium bought from Dr. Octopus and the others discovered that many of the gold items in Ludwig's castle were made of vibranium. It is easy to deduce why Ludwig had it, considering that even the British Museum has vibranium, so it's not surprising. With this vibranium, along with a batch of Edmund alloy purchased by Billy, and after Dr. Octopus and others worked day and night, they finally completed the creation of these Golden Men. When Dr. Octopus pressed the button, Billy saw these beast-faced, human-bodied Golden Men lining up in 2 rows. Even though they had not yet been activated, they still exuded a considerable sense of pressure. The left row consisted of 6 Zodiac Golden Men, made from Edmund alloy: rat, tiger, dragon, horse, monkey, and dog. The right row was made of vibranium: ox, rabbit, snake, goat, rooster, and pig. The 12 Golden Men varied in size and shape. After carefully examining these golden men, Billy instructed, there is no need to activate all these golden men. It is enough to activate one each year in accordance with the order of the 12 zodiac signs of Huagua. This year is 2008, which happens to be the year of the rat. Billy placed a palm-sized artificial sun into Zishu's body with his own hands and called the name twice Yabo Yabo. Yabo was the name Billy had given to Zishu's artificial intelligence. Soon Zishu's eyes brightened. Master, I am online. Good. This year the task of protecting the world falls to you. Billy felt a surge of pride, the warm ache of a child finally grown. Understood, came the concise reply. Zishu's form was hunched and spare, a gaunt figure of merely 1.35 meters that made him resemble a dwarf. His ears were large while his eyes were small, an indication of razor-sharp hearing and radar capabilities, but poor visual locking ability. At the front of Zishu's head sat an indestructible drill, whose long razor-sharp claws adorned both hands, making him exceptionally skilled at burrowing. Though Zishu lacked anti-air capability, he was fitted with a formidable sonic weapon and lasers, equipping him to contest any adversary. A few days later, Felixia, the secretary, brought a folder to Billy. Boss, Mr. Sitake invites you to the Sitake Industries Charity Gala for soldiers' families. Billy was baffled. What did Sitake Industries Charity Gala want from him? Decline on my behalf and thank him for the offer. Anything else? Dr. Sherdang asked me to give you this. He said you would know what it is. Felixia placed a small box of pills on the table. Billy inspected it carefully and recognized it as the rapid-acting cardiotonic that could turn a person into the Red Hulk. It had to be Dr. Datu, efficient as ever. With that vial he could in time pull off something grand. But not yet. 2 days later, Tooni Sitake suddenly called Billy. The moment Billy answered, Tooni with an uncharacteristic gloom said, Billy, you were right. If I had listened to you, it would not have ended this way. What was going on? Billy checked his phone and confirmed it was indeed Tooni. He thought possessed. Proud Tooni Sitake admitting error seemed impossible. This was very strange. Whoever had taken hold of Tooni, get out of him at once. What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so? Tooni sighed with melancholy. Do you know Billy? I just returned from Jimara. Isin. Billy realized Isin had died and Tooni was drowning in guilt. Tooni, let it go. Isin wouldn't have wanted to see you like this. No, Billy. He died by a weapon I built. In the darkest 3 months of my life, it was he who stayed with me, who helped me out of the shadow. Most of all, he saved my life. Billy could not fathom that acuteness of pain, so he borrowed Dr. Isin's words, then do not betray it. I believe that is what Dr. Isin would have wanted, not to see you sink under guilt. On the other end, Tooni fell silent for a long while. Just as Billy thought he had fallen asleep, Tooni murmured, don't betray it. When I reached Jimara, Isin told me the same thing. I know what to do now. It's time to confront him. Tooni hung up. What? Hello. Billy was stunned. Surely Tooni would not rush headlong. He would not be so reckless. After all, this was Tooni Sitake. Yet indeed Tooni was preparing to deal with Aobadea. He had asked Xylagio to gather evidence of Aobadea's treachery. What he did not expect was that Aobadea discovered this move, arrived ahead of time, attacked him, and stole his mini Fangzhou reactor. Without the mini Fangzhou reactor, and stunned by Aobadea's sonic taser, Tooni teetered on the edge of death. He managed to stagger to his workshop, where Xylagio had wrapped an old reactor as a gift. But when he crawled beneath the workbench, he had exhausted himself. Even though the old reactor lay within reach, ordinarily liftable with a simple stand, now it was as impossibly distant as a chasm. After struggling again and again, he sank into despair as death slowly eroded his remaining reason. At that moment, the reactor was handed to him. It was Dammy, the mechanical arm he had long scorned, that reached it out. He fitted the reactor onto himself at once. Loada, who had received Xylagio's call, hurried over. When he learned Xylagio was taking several ordinary shield agents to arrest Aobadea, Tooni, disregarding his own safety, donned Make 3 and rushed to the scene. A great battle was on the brink. Boss, big news. Turn on the television. Came a familiar voice on the phone. Billy guessed it was Tooni against Tai Bawang. Sure enough, when he switched on the live broadcast, he saw a chase unfolding in the Sitake Industrial Park. The sight that greeted him was Tai Bawang fighting an armored man. He hung up and called Dr. Zhengyu. Did you see the fight at Sitake Industrial Park? Just saw it. Boss, do you mean we should intervene? Dr. Zhengyu asked uncertainly. Exactly. Let the public witness woke company's technological prowess. Send Tushio and Jianwang to hold the flank and have Yabo target that big fellow. After the call, Tushio and Jianwang Myersi hurriedly took Zishu with Yabo toward the scene without delay. The live feed showed the smaller armored man nearly losing power. Upon arrival, Tushio and Jianwang, following Billis' orders, did not join the fight, but remained on the periphery to offer support. They sent Zishu within Tai Bawang's attacking range. As soon as Zishu hit the ground, he burrowed swiftly underground. Meanwhile, Tooni and Tai Bawang climbed ever higher. Make 3 had shaken off the icing problem, Tai Bawang had not. When Tai Bawang, proud from capturing Tooni's sword at altitude, his armor iced and failed, and he plunged straight down. Tooni's remaining power was nearly gone. When he landed, believing Aobadea defeated, he was unaware that Aobadea had ambushed him from behind and seized him. The mantis seizes the cicada while the oriole watches from behind. Zishu's voice said, "Look behind you." Zishu leapt out suddenly. The great drill on his head sank deep into the rear of Tai Bawang, piercing its armor in an instant. Seeing disaster, Aobadea fled upward and escaped the blow. but one can avoid a moment and not forever. Obadiah could not remain aloft eternally. He attempted to suppress the battlefield with overwhelming firepower. After a barrage, the dust settled, and Zishu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Obadiah dared not be careless. He did not believe those shells could reduce that suit to mere scraps. He descended cautiously. The ground thundered and collapsed beneath him before he could react, and he fell into a pit. Zishu had burrowed underground and dug a trap. Trapped within Tai Bawang resembled a lamb led to slaughter. Yet Zishu was not finished. A terrifying laser flared from his minute eyes. Electric optic beams scorched with unbearable heat. Obadiah writhed in agony, igniting the final reserves of his armor to escape outward. Zishu seized the moment and delivered a brutal strike to his back with both claws. By fortune or fate, Obadiah crashed through glass and landed precisely upon a large arc reactor. The cumbersome armor became his shackle, locking him fast atop the massive Fangzhou reactor. Zishu crawled from the pit and approached Sitake. Mr. Sitake, send your godfather on his final journey. I will not usurp such duties. Tuoni nodded. If Obadiah had only sought his life, Tuoni might not have desired to kill him. But he had erred most gravely in contemplating harm to Xylagio. Tuoni staggered above the large arc reactor and looked down at Obadiah like a condemned creature. Aob, give me one more chance. I will serve you well. Believe me. Tuoni raised his hand slowly. No more chances, Obi. He fired a shell, turned away because a true man never watched. Obadiah watched the shell slam into the large arc reactor and let out a howl of bitter resistance. A pillar of light shot up, touching heaven and earth, burning on and on. As the battle came to a close, Tony intended to ask who the little mouse was and why they came to assist him. However, having narrowly escaped death, and with such an intense battle draining him, he fainted only to be brought home by Pepper and Rhodey. The Vulture and Electro, who had been covering for the little mouse, also brought them home after the fight ended. When Tony awoke, it was already the next day, and he had little interest in the little mouse's affairs, as he had a press conference awaiting him to explain the events of the previous night. S.H.I.E.L.D. had thoughtfully prepared a speech for him, crafting an alibi, and gathering testimonies from 50 witnesses. They even crafted a narrative for Obadiah stating he had perished in a small plane crash while on vacation. At that moment, Obadiah would likely just want to say man. In short, it was as simple as reading from the script. With others feeding him lines, Tony naturally found it difficult to argue. When Tony stepped onto the podium, he instantly became the focus of the entire room. As he picked up the script to read, a journalist named Christine, with whom he once had a one-night stand, interrupted him with, "Excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you really think we would believe that the armor that fell from the sky is your bodyguard?" Tony picked up the script again, and a series of images flashed in his mind. The young men who lost their lives in the barrage of fire, the days spent in the cave with the 10 rings, the tragedy. Tony picked up the script again, and a series of images flashed in his mind. The young men who lost their lives in the barrage of fire, the days spent in the cave with the 10 rings, the tragedy of Gamera Town, Ethan's final words of warning. These were merely a reflection of a myriad of events in this world. He felt that the world needed a hero, a true hero standing boldly in the spotlight. Thus he uttered the words that would herald a new era: "I am Iron Man." The journalists in attendance rose to their feet, except for Christine, who merely gazed silently at Tony. Inside the Walter Corporation, Billy watched the entire event unfold on the big screen. To be honest, there was currently only one superhero in the public eye, and that was Tony Stark fighting crime in his own name. Tony Stark was playing it real. None of the others in his company operated under their real names. Figures like Lizard, Scorpion, Electro, and Sandman transformed into other forms to combat crime. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, the Vulture, Beetle, and the Shocker donned armor to fight crime. Particularly the Shocker, who never seemed to remove his leather suit, leaving no one to see his true face. The only one whose true identity was revealed was the century-old Sergei, who never reported his name, claiming to be Kraven the Hunter, leaving others to guess. If someone truly powerful were to uncover Sergei's real name and family information, they would be bewildered. They wouldn't even know when he was born, but he moved to America with his father in 1917, long before Captain America was born. To Sergei, Captain America was just a kid. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated cabin in distant Siberia, the aged Anton Vanko lay on a rickety single bed, watching an old television where Tony Stark declared himself Iron Man. In a daze, he called out, "Ivan, that should have been you. I'm sorry, all I can give you is my knowledge." With that, the old man closed his eyes forever, still harboring hatred for Howard Stark, even in his final moments. Initially, he had defected from the Soviet Union to the United States, starting out as a negligible employee at Stark Industries. One day, after returning from a trip to Monaco, Howard discovered that all his little inventions had been stolen and soon appeared on the black market, even in the Soviet Union. The U.S. Congress urgently held a hearing, even questioning whether Howard had committed treason. Howard found himself at a loss for words, and to avoid arrest, he had to flee overseas, becoming an SS or level wanted criminal. Before leaving, he entrusted Agent Carter to clear his name and left the butler Jarvis to assist her. At that time, Anton Vanko provided crucial leads, playing a significant role in clearing Howard's name. Subsequently, after acquiring the Tesseract, Howard conceived the idea of creating an arc reactor and sought out Anton Vanko to initiate a joint project. The two worked on the reactor together, but before it was completed, disagreements arose. Anton Vanko wanted to profit from the technology as Howard had stopped paying him. Howard aimed to benefit humanity with the technology, placing the arc reactor in Los Angeles to power Stark. 3 years later, with no other options, Anton Vanko sought to barter the technology for money to support his family, resulting in Howard reporting him and being expelled from the country, living a mundane life in Siberia. This hatred was also passed on to his son, Ivan Vanko, who tried to drown his father's death in alcohol, but it was no. He decided to use the technology left by his father to create a weapon stronger than Stark's, and to kill Tony Stark, avenging. Returning to Billy, he held a press conference that afternoon to showcase the Zodiac Iron Man on screen. As expected, Tony caught sight of the little mouse and nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief that such a powerful mech could come from a company run by a charlatan. Moreover, there were 12 such powerful mechs. He resolved to create his own Iron Legion in the future. That day's headlines in every newspaper were dominated by Stark being Iron Man and the Zodiac Iron Man spreading like wildfire through the streets, and even making it to television news. That night, General Ross received today's newspaper in prison. Life there was lonely and dull, tedious and monotonous, leaving him to read the paper to pass the time. The last time he saw the news about Captain Rhino battling Hulk nearly drove him mad. He could never have imagined someone could be so shameless. Even in prison they blamed him. Is there no law? Looking at the paper, he gradually burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So Tony Stark has stopped selling weapons to become a superhero. What a laugh. But as he read on, his laughter faded, and he began to grind his teeth. Davis. Has he created something good again? Why does he have such good luck? Why don't you go die? General Ross suddenly threw the newspaper to the ground, stomping on it several times in frustration. Just as he was about to stomp a few more times, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He fumbled for a small bottle from his pocket, but it was already empty. His legs gave way, and he collapsed on the floor. General Ross' voice was barely a whisper, and no one heard his plea for help. He felt increasingly unwell, his eyelids growing heavier. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard a rattling sound nearby. A hand reached through the iron bars holding a bottle. He mustered all his strength to snatch the bottle, poured out a few pills, and swallowed them directly. This medicine is truly miraculous. As soon as I took it, my heart felt immediately at ease. I haven't asked who are you. General Ross displayed an unprecedented humility, perhaps changed by his time in prison, or maybe out of gratitude for the life-saving favor he received. In any case, the former arrogance was nowhere to be seen. But when he lifted his head and saw the exquisite face of the person who saved him, he was taken aback. Billy Davis, how did you get here? No mistake, it was indeed Billy who personally came to deliver the medicine to General Ross. General Ross could never have imagined that the one who came to save him was Billy Davis. The thought of having just cursed him to death filled him with a sudden sense of guilt and regret, prompting him to silently scold himself for being such a scoundrel. Oh, I walked here. Who asked you that? Is that what I meant? General Ross couldn't help but marvel at how infuriating this kid was. In an instant, all his guilt and regret vanished. He said grumpily, "You can't possibly be here just to deliver medicine, can you? Speak up, what is your purpose?" General Ross seems to underestimate me a bit, as surely we don't have any deep-seated. This remark made General Ross' veins bulge with anger. How can you say that? Don't you know how I got in here? I was arrested, of course, Billy replied nonchalantly. General Ross was furious. He couldn't understand why God would send such a disaster to torment him. Since Ross was born, why was Davis too? After being riled up by Billy, his heart began to ache again. He hurriedly poured out a few more pills to take, and once he calmed down, he weakly asked, "What exactly are you here to do? If there's nothing else, you should just go back." Suddenly, Billy put on a solemn face and said, "I came to see you for the last time." General Ross was taken aback. "What do you mean? Do you have a terminal illness?" Billy cursed inwardly, but maintained a calm demeanor. "Haven't you figured it out yet? General Ross, what would happen if I didn't come tonight?" Hearing this, a terrifying thought crept into General Ross' mind. He quickly shook his head, trying to discard the idea, muttering, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a general, who I have accomplished great feats." He hoped Billy was lying, but what awaited him was Billy's expressionless face and his cold, frosty words, "It's entirely possible. Don't deceive yourself, General Ross. No matter how many merits you have in the eyes of Congress, you're just a dog, a tool. Or rather, the more achievements you have, the more you block others' promotions. Do you think they wouldn't seize the opportunity to get rid of you?" At this moment, General Ross truly looked ashen, his eyes devoid of spirit as he slumped to the ground. He thought Congress had locked him up to protect him, believing that once the storm passed, he could return to being a general. Yet he could never have imagined that his fate would end up like this, like a rabbit being slaughtered after its use. In fact, Congress had the same thoughts as General Ross. With public outrage, they had to lock him up first. It seemed like house arrest, but was actually protection. Once the storm passed, it would be business as usual. However, Billy wouldn't let him off so easily. He wanted to pin General Ross firmly on the wanted list. He would leave him with no chance of turning his fortunes around. He wanted Ross to know that Billy Davis was not someone to be trifled with. Billy continued to pile on the pressure. "And your daughter Elizabeth, she?" Immediately, General Ross perked up and asked, "How is she now? Is she doing well?" "Alas, as her father, a general, is about to perish, how could her life possibly be? She is not only suffering, but also harboring intense hatred for you. She doesn't recognize your silent sacrifices and thinks you ruined her life. In the end, both father and daughter end up despising each other. What a pity." Upon hearing this, the iron-blooded old General Ross couldn't help but cover his face and weep. "Betty, it's all my fault. I'm not a good father." At this moment, General Ross's skin began to redden and emit white smoke. Billy continued dropping heavy bombs to shift the blame. Thaddeus, from start to finish we were merely pawns, and now you've become a discarded piece. Those who toy with us are now living freely, enjoying life while you and your daughter suffer here. Do you think that's fair? General Ross did not respond, but this only indicated that he was on the brink of fury. It was time to wrap things up. I have said all I need to say. General Ross, take care of yourself. I hope the next time we meet you are still alive. It's a pity that Miss Betty wanted to see you before leaving America, but did not get the chance. Billy activated the snake charm and left calmly. At this moment, the words, Betty leaving America wanting to see you, repeatedly assaulted General Ross' mind, filling him with increasing pain and rage. Finally, his anger reached a breaking point. General Ross fell to the ground and roared no. His muscles bulged fiercely, his skin gradually turned red, and his size surged. What's wrong? What's happening? Two guards rushed over with batons in hand to investigate the noise, just brushing past the invisible Billy. When they reached General Ross' cell, General Ross, now transformed into the Red Hulk, punched the cell door off its hinges. Monster! The two guards fell to the ground in fright, their pants soaked yellow liquid streaming down their legs. At this moment, the two guards stared in fear, dumbfounded, as the Red Hulk approached step by step. General Ross didn't even glance at them, simply stepping over their bodies, and they were instantly dead. Don't move. Put your hands up. Several guards arrived, one after another, aiming their guns at the Red Hulk, attempting to threaten a monster with mere firearms. Times have truly changed. Gone to hell. General Ross didn't take it easy on them. Knowing he had been set up, his heart was now filled with hatred. Say it again, put your... Before the guard could finish his second warning, the Red Hulk suddenly lunged in front of him and smashed his head to pieces with a single punch. Chunks of guard and blood splattered onto the face of a nearby guard. The timid one was already paralyzed with fear, while the bold one raised his gun in retaliation. How could this happen? What kind of monster is this? Bullets fired at the Red Hulk had no effect whatsoever, not even enough to tickle. By the time the bullets were spent, they hadn't inflicted any harm on the Red Hulk. General Ross smirked, letting out a sneer, and then with a punch he reduced them to rubble. Looking at the chaos he had caused, he nodded with satisfaction. He finally experienced the feeling of being Hulk. It was absolutely exhilarating. Next, it was time to make those old geezers pay the price. General Ross charged forward with a powerful leap, crashing through concrete, disregarding the alarms blaring behind him as he ran wildly onto the main road. Utilizing his boundless stamina, he sped recklessly, sending any vehicle that obstructed his path flying with a single punch. He was reveling more and more in this power. Having successfully completed his task, Billy used the rabbit talisman to return to the water company. Secretary Felicia handed him a subpoena ordering him to appear before the Senate Military Committee at 9 o'clock the next morning in Washington, D.C. One can easily guess that those politicians are coveting the 12 Zodiac Golden Man technology he possesses. It is likely that Tony Stark also received the same subpoena, as those politicians have their eyes on his Iron Man. So will Billy go? Of course he will. The stage has been set, and not performing would be a waste. Did he create a Red Hulk to gather different colored Hulks to form a Rainbow Hulk? It is likely that after the hearing begins tomorrow, the Red Hulk will also make an appearance. The next day in Washington, D.C., Tony Stark arrived on time for the Senate Military Committee hearing. It's 9 o'clock already. Why hasn't it started? The host of the hearing, a man named Stern, smiled insincerely and said, just wait a moment, an important person hasn't. Tony was puzzled as to who could be more important than him, Tony Stark. Could it be that Billy would also come? It seems these people have quite the appetite. After another half hour, Billy finally strolled in, and Tony, who had been ready to storm out due to the wait, now wore a smile. Stern put on a stern face. Mr. Davis, you are exactly half an hour late. Do I have a habit of arriving early? After greeting Tony, Billy casually searched for a seat to sit down. What an attitude. Stern was furious. Mr. Davis, please take this seriously. Billy lazily glanced at him. Do you have something serious to discuss? If not, I might as well leave. Tony was laughing so hard, he nearly fell over, while the others dared not laugh as openly as Tony Stark, and could only suppress their laughter, recalling all the sad moments of their lives. You! Stern stood up angrily, only to be glared back by Billy. At that moment he felt utterly embarrassed, but someone beside him offered a way out. Let's get to the point. Clearing his throat, he said, Mr. Starkin, Mr. Davis, for the sake of national security and strategic balance, you must hand over the Iron Man and the 12 Golden Men, both powerful weapons and their underlying technology, to the nation. They cannot be controlled by uncontrollable individuals. Billy casually dug at his ear, completely unbothered, for he had already seen the Red Hulk tangling with the military before coming here. Soon the military would realize they couldn't defeat the Red Hulk and would seek their help, so he might as well say whatever he wanted. While Billy remained non-committal, Tony became agitated, declaring resolutely, Iron Man is not a weapon. It is my high-tech prosthetic, an extension of my body, my personal property, and I will never hand it over to you. Unable to gain the upper hand verbally, Stern called up Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, who is currently a major weapons contractor for the Department of Defense. Hammer argued that when people are in danger, Tony cannot always react in time to turn the tide, and only by handing things over to the government can citizens' safety be guaranteed. Stern then called up Colonel Rhodes and took advantage of his position to have him read a passage from the Iron Man weapon report. However, Rhodes, being a good friend of Tony's, clearly did not want to backstab his buddy. In fact, this Senator Stern wanted to appropriate these technologies for himself and collude with Hammer Industries to profit immensely. He was even a member of Hydra. At this point, Stern had a video played showing other countries replicating the Iron Man armor, but Tony hacked the big screen and played footage of other countries' mechs losing control. Even as Hammer fumbled around trying to find a way to shut off the equipment, Tony played a video of Hammer Industries fail. In the end, Hammer could not find a way to turn off the equipment and had no choice but to pull out the wires. Only then did the people on site realize that Tony's technology was far ahead. At this moment, Billy started clapping and said with a playful smile, "What a great show. So do you have any evidence against me?" Stern snorted coldly, "Of course, don't get too smug. Turn on the equipment, let Mr. Davis take a good look." "What, but this?" Justin Hammer looked at the equipment with the wires pulled out and was momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, a backup projection device was timely delivered which, when opened, started playing footage of the Hulk battling the Abomination Rhino. Stern, with a sinister look, whispered like a demon, "Mr. Davis must be familiar with the scenes in this video. After all, it happened right next to your water company. That big guy with the horns should be the mutated Rhino Lieutenant, right? You actually used superheroes for experiments. And the experiments failed. And you pinned this incident on Thaddeus Ross. How do you explain that?" Suddenly, the entire room erupted in an uproar with the audience whispering among themselves, and Stern looked at Billy with a smug expression, hoping to see fear or anger on his face. However, to his surprise, Billy only wore a calm smile. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be silent, and the room fell into a cooperative silence, leaving Stern dumbfounded. Was this guy really that well respected? At first I thought this was all General Ross conspiracy, whether it was Hulk's mutation or the Rhino Lieutenant's mutation, but I realized I was wrong. Billy pulled out a piece of advanced technology and pressed it against the screen. Stern was taken aback. "Wait, what is this?" Before he could stop it, the footage displayed was of the military attacking General Ross. It was devastating and shocking. However, what was even more shocking was Billy's next words. "It turns out General Ross is also a victim. According to our information comparison, the giant red figure in the footage is indeed General Ross. How could a general locked up in prison by Congress suddenly transform into a monster? Stern, how do you explain this?" Stern was at a loss for words. How could he explain it? He had no idea about this matter. Billy continued to press on. "If a general can be used for experiments, then what about the powerless politicians and the defenseless civilians? Stern, what exactly do you want to do?" At this moment, many military generals, politicians, and businessmen in the audience were staring at Stern with a sense of impending doom, as if they would swallow him alive if he didn't provide an explanation. "First of all, that red monster appeared suddenly, and I received no prior notification, but it definitely cannot be General Ross. Please trust that Congress would never allow experiments on lawful citizens. The meeting is adjourned. Today's session is over." Stern could only hastily conclude and escape, fearing that if he took too long someone would block his way. Tony put on his sunglasses and walked over to ask, "Is that red monster really General Ross? Should we stop him?" "Most likely it is him. No need to worry about him for now. Remember the saying, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the flying bird is gone, the good bough is hidden. Do we have time? Let me take you to see some higher tech equipment." Billy rarely took the initiative to invite Tony, who felt pleasantly surprised, but maintained his usual teasing demeanor, and said, "Oh, I hope you won't kick me out this time." After the hearing, Billy suggested taking Tony to visit the technology level of the water company. Tony actually came as he wanted to see what kind of technology someone who studies magic all day hides. However, he was confident that even if Billy's company had advanced technology, it could never compare to him, Tony Stark. But when he really visited the water company, his worldview was completely refreshed. The 12 Golden Men nano battle armor, super soldier serum, artificial sun, and countless other inventions. Each one of these technologies was enough for a person to live a lifetime, yet Billy seldom revealed them. Not to mention anything else, just the super soldier serum. His father, Howard Stark, spent his whole life creating only a batch of failures. If Tony really wanted to develop it, he could probably succeed, but he likely didn't have the time to pursue it. Before today, he had always been proud of his miniaturized arc reactor, but today he witnessed an invention that was several times, even dozens of times better than the arc reactor, the artificial sun. Billis employees could only produce inventions that Tony wouldn't even glance at a few years ago. He even joked back then that they were just a pile of junk, something Hammer Industries wouldn't even produce. He remembered at that time Billy rebutted that they were just from similar backgrounds. Tony didn't believe it, thinking no one could match his intellect, Tony Stark. No one expected that a few years later those employees who once held a pile of junk could now slap him in the face with their. So what did his treasured arc reactor and mark armor count for? Billy sensed that Tony's mood might not be great, so he tried to comfort him. "Tony, are you okay? Are you sick?" Tony sighed softly. "I'm fine, but I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll leave first." "Hey, there are still many inventions you haven't seen. Oh, once you do, it will surely amaze you." Tony still refused with a gloomy face. "Let's look next time." "Ew, I really have something to do." Billy thought to himself, what could he possibly have to do? Everything that might trouble you could be easily resolved. Isn't that enough? But he didn't confront Tony and change the subject. "Are you still going to fight Red Hulk?" "You all are enough. I'll just go back and develop further." He turned and left as if he had made a certain decision, leaving behind a lonely figure. Billy thought to himself that he had really depressed this kid. Oh, what should he do? He could only call for help. Before he could take out his phone, a call came in just in time. Looking at the caller ID in confusion, it was Nick Fury. He quickly answered, and spoke first. What a coincidence, Nick Fury, I was just about to look for you. Nick Fury's slightly anxious voice came from the other end. Don't speak, you gotta let me go first. It's urgent. You need to stop that big red guy quickly, or the higher-ups are going to launch missiles. Billy smirked, thinking, let them. What does it have to do with me? I'd rather you directly nuke the place. Alright, I understand. I have something equally urgent here. I just took Tony Stark to my water company for a visit, and he was shocked by the advanced technology. I noticed he seemed a bit down, even refusing to go fight Red Hulk. I'm afraid he might do something foolish, so please think of a way to talk him out of it. Nick Fury's calm voice came from the phone. No problem. I've been keeping an eye on him, and I'll sense any danger immediately. Only then did Billy realize he had forgotten that Nick Fury had Natasha embedded in Tony's company as an undercover agent. Nothing could escape the Black Egg's watchful eyes, so there was nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, he said, alright then, I'll leave Tony to you. I'll take people to deal with Red Hulk. After finishing his words, Billy set off with Scorpion, Vulture, and Elektra. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to kill General Ross. Instead, he would drive him away, making him head north to seek refuge with his daughter and son-in-law in Canada. He was curious about what Dr. Banner would feel when he saw his father-in-law, who had been wanted for so long, turning into a... It must be thrilling. Perhaps it would trigger a Hulk battle. No, it should be said that it would spark family conflicts. At this moment, the battle on the main road was nearly coming to an end. The military had deployed a large number of tanks and helicopters, yet General Ross had wiped them out without a trace. The road was littered with steel wreckage and soldier fragments. After a series of mad dashes and battles, General Ross not only felt no fatigue, but instead exhilarated. When Billy and the others arrived, General Ross was proudly standing atop a pile of corpses, emitting a chilling. Red Hulk is fundamentally different from Hulk. Red Hulk retains intelligence and reason. Similarly, he loses the buff of becoming stronger when he is angry, so Billy directly spoke to Red Hulk, trying to dissuade him. Stand down, General Ross. Hearing this, General Ross' face turned unhappy. Davis, are you going to stop me too? You've already killed enough people today, and if you continue, they'll use missiles. Billy reminded him. If missiles are nothing new, I can take it. General Ross proudly patted his chest. I know you can take it, but you don't need to go down with those old folks. Don't you want to see your daughter? General Ross was stunned. Betty. She's fighting my employees and pretending to be losing. I'll tell you her location. After receiving General Ross' agreement, Billy said go. And Scorpion, Vulture, and Elektra charged forward. Elektra gave General Ross an electric therapy session, while Vulture bombarded him from above with small shells. Fortunately, Red Hulk did not have the buff of getting stronger when angry, otherwise these two waves of attacks would have filled his anger meter. After the 2 rounds of weakening, Scorpion entered his third form and engaged Red Hulk in close combat. Originally intending to hold back and pretend to be losing, General Ross became increasingly surprised as he realized he didn't need to pretend he was genuinely at a disadvantage. Scorpion's attacks were merciless, each one aimed at taking lives. Billy also noticed something was off. Scorpion seemed to want General Ross' life. Scorpion, what are you doing? Scorpion remained silent, solely focused on attacking. Billy approached and told General Ross the address, and without caring about his own state of disarray, General Ross quickly fled north. Scorpion wanted to chase after him, but Billy pressed him down. What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely? Scorpion looked wronged and war deception is key, boss. Why, I just want to prove myself. Foolish. Billy scolded. Do you know you almost disrupted my plan? When do you need superheroes? Of course it's when there are supervillains around. If all the supervillains are wiped out, what do you need superheroes for? If Billy killed General Ross, those old folks would definitely turn their guns on him, the hero, and pin all the blame on him. So he needed to keep General Ross alive, just like keeping a Damocles sword that could fall at any time. Billy Daiwei, why did you let Hong Haoku escape? He had barely returned to the office when Congress called to berate him. Billy rubbed his ear and replied with a chill, what do you mean I let Hong Haoku slip away? He was simply too powerful. I couldn't capture him. Daiwei, do you take us for blind? We saw with our own eyes Sergeant Xiezi nearly kill that Hong Haoku. And yet you say you couldn't catch him. Billy snorted coldly. So you aren't blind after all. Then how did you fail to see how Hong Haoku tore apart your planes and tanks? Are your weapons made of paper? Don't shout at me. If you are so capable, go and bring Hong Haoku back yourselves. The congressional official on the other end slammed the table in fury. What an attitude. Hello. Beep. Billy had already hung up. This Daiwei is becoming more and more outrageous. Though Congress ceded, they had no leverage over Billy. He could not be pressured the way others could, for his company did not rely on funds or official endorsement. On the contrary, they depended on Billy's Wate Gongsi to contend with those supervillains. Wate Gongsi had grown too large to control in their eyes. They had to guard against its extraordinary employees turning rogue, yet Earth's current technology could not match them. With that in mind, the congressional leadership resolved unanimously to form an extraordinary organization to counterbalance Wate Gongsi. Thus they summoned Denai Kofu-Rue. Wate Gongsi Xiezi insisted that his strange behavior that day was only an attempt to prove himself. He claimed that most of his colleagues were commissioned officers while he alone was a non-commissioned officer. That imbalance in his heart drove his irrational decision. Billy perceived that Xiezi was hiding something, but he did not expose it. So long as Billy lived, Xiezi would never have the chance to overturn everything. And Billy happened to be unkillable. So whatever petty schemes Xiezi nursed, they had to remain suppressed. What Xiezi did not say was that some time ago he had met Nuaman Aoc Bin, who with thinly veiled barbs alluded to his predicament, each word striking a nerve. After Nuaman left, Xiezi brooded. Those words planted seeds of grievance that took root in him. He could not understand why, though second only to the boss in strength, his rank remained the lowest. He hungered to advance. Bailey kept telling him again and again, if you don't understand, then think it through properly. In truth, Bailey restrained him partly because Xiezi had once turned rogue. Rather than earning merit, he had caused harm, and thus should not be elevated. Another reason was his overwhelming power. Apart from Bailey himself, no one in the company could rein him in, raise his status, and he would stride about unchecked. If one day Bailey were absent, Xiezi might become a petty warlord. Better that he remain frustrated. Bailey did not punish him harshly. He only warned, I hope this does not happen a second time. If it does, I'll send you off, and guys, there won't be a second time, I promise. Xiezi said, yet inwardly he already nursed a bitter grudge against Bailey. Bailey probably guessed as much, but he did not care. Meanwhile, Tua and I, after visiting with Taegong-si, plunged into deep self-doubt, endlessly asking himself whether he truly was the smartest. He spent a long time in that dreamlike uncertainty, and the nightmare was broken not by good news, but by grim type. Palladium poisoning. Palladium, a vital component of the micro-arc reactor, would not normally endanger human health, except that Tua and I had a hole cut in his chest, and the reactor implanted directly into his body. That allowed palladium to spread through his bloodstream. If the reactor's sole role were to power the armor, Tua and I could simply use his suits less. But the reactor's primary function was to bind the shrapnel embedded in his body, preventing fragments from migrating into. Even ingesting large amounts of chlorophyll, the palladium content in his body continued to climb. If no substitute element could be found for palladium, he might die imminently. But where would such a new element be? So, the artificial intelligence Jiao Wei-si offered a candid suggestion: go to Wei Gong-si and ask. Perhaps Tua and I refused, and his stubborn pride to beg for help was worse than death. Knowing his time was limited, he resolved to do something meaningful before the end. He donated his entire modern art collection to the American Boy Scouts. Xiao La Jiao stormed over in anger. Those pieces had been her cherished treasures for 10 years, and he had given them away without so much as informing her. After consulting Bailey, a major shareholder of Sita Kugong Yi, he appointed Xiao La Jiao as CEO of Sita Kugong. Bailey understood he was distributing his affairs, and did not stop him. After all, Xiao La Jiao had been handling the company's day-to-day matters. Relieved of burdens, Tua and I decided to indulge one final mania. As a devotee of machines and speed, he entered the Monaco F1 Grand Prix. He Guofu had by then infiltrated Tua Ni's circle and become his personal assistant. Xiao La Jiao remained unaware. She knew neither that he had hired Natasha, nor that he planned to race himself. Fan won canoe in advance. Proof it seemed that he cared for Tua and I even more than Xiao La Jiao did. Fan disguised himself as emergency personnel to slip into the circuit simply to see Tua and I. Tua and I bought out the No. 5 driver with cash. The driver did not know that by taking the money, he had also saved his life. When the race began, Tua and I slammed the throttle and plunged into the pack. Emergency crews scattered. Fan strode onto the track, tearing open his shirt to reveal 2 electric whips. When energized, the whips singed his shirt to rags. Master Ma had not lied. The 5 lightning lash truly existed. At that moment, a red race car approached, and unlucky for it, drew Fan's attention. With a single strike, the whip sheared a neat piece from the nose. The car flipped over. The arena was stunned. Tua and I, amid the race, was unaware until it was too late. Fan's lash sliced through his car's nose, sending it flipping through the air to crash down. Fortunately, he was not grievously hurt, but the cars behind did not share his luck. A sickly yellow little car braked hard at the sight of Fan. The following cars could not react in time and smashed into it, triggering a chain of explosions. Fan did not look back at the blasts. He approached calmly, and with a single lash cut Tua Ni's overturned car in 2, yet found no trace of Tua and I inside. Tua and I grabbed a sheet of iron and swung around, striking Fan at the back of the head, only to be flung away by a lash. Fan pursued, raining furious strikes, but failed to land a single blow. As Fan moved to finish, Tua and I Hapai drove his car into him, slamming him against the fencing. A normal person would have been killed or maimed, yet Fan emerged largely unhurt, and even used his whip to tear off the car door Tua and I had just opened. Hapai reversed and struck Fan again, ramming him repeatedly until airbags deployed. Still, Fan would not die. What is Gang Tai Xia? This is what Gang Tai Xia truly is. No, he is practically a Superman. Tua and I realized that only technology could defeat technology. To overcome Fan the Iron Man, he would have to become Gang Tai Xia. Fortunately, he had his bodyguard Hapai bring the latest Mark V suit. With that, he shouted, "Suit me up." No matter how Tony shouted, "Give me the armor," Pepper only shrank her head and screamed. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on her. After all, who wouldn't be afraid when faced with Ivan the Iron Man? Only after Ivan swung his whip and neatly sliced off a piece of the Rolls Royce did Pepper finally relent and throw them. Compared to the previous 4 generations of Mark armors that required mechanical arms to assist in wearing, the Mark V was compressed like a briefcase, making it convenient to carry and wear. Accompanied by the sounds of clashing metal, Iron Man's armor was fully donned. The audience immediately erupted in a deafening cheer, as witnessing a superhero transform was an experience that could not help but excite anyone. These spectators were supposed to evacuate, but the situation on site didn't seem as dangerous as anticipated, especially since Ivan didn't even attempt a ranged attack. He only came out with 2 electric whips. Once others created distance, he could only stare helplessly. We don't know how he thought of such absurd tactics. No wonder he was nicknamed Sad Whip. If anyone could be more outrageous than him, it had to be Ivan after his upgrades. When he donned the armor, he still wielded 2 electric whips, demonstrating his true passion for them. As soon as Tony finished transforming, he kicked the battered Rolls-Royce aside and placed Pepper and Happy in a safe spot. Next was his battle with Ivan. However, he didn't think of creating distance, and the palm cannon had a wind-up. Just as he was about to use it, Ivan interrupted him with a whip strike, followed by 2 more lashes. Finally, Tony managed to find an opportunity to fire 2 energy blasts, but Ivan deflected the energy with his whip. Ivan then swung out 2 whips again, one wrapping around Tony's right hand, and the other around his neck, leaving him in a bind. He devised a plan, wrapping Ivan's whip around himself, while stepping closer. Once they stood face to face, Ivan, who had been lively despite being hit by a car moments ago, was swiftly taken down by Tony. Ivan was thrown back and crashed heavily to the ground, and Tony removed a device from his chest, which turned out to be a miniature reactor. As Ivan was dragged away, he kept shouting, "You lost," leaving Tony utterly confused. Tony scanned the reactor in his hand and discovered it was just a shoddy product which he crushed in one swift motion. He looked down on these inferior products, but someone else had their eyes on them. Justin Hammer watched the entire event on television, plotting his nefarious schemes. Time flash forward to May 29, 2009. By this time, Tony's palladium levels had surged to 89, and he only had 7 days left to live. He organized a birthday party and extended an invitation to Billy. At first, Billy declined, but after Tony's persistent invitations, it was as if they had returned to the time when Tony repeatedly invited Billy to his technology exhibitions. Believing that his time was short, Billy finally stopped refusing and decided not to search for the Phantom Mask himself, leaving. He sketched the appearance of the Phantom Mask, gathered all his superhero subordinates, and distributed the images. The mask from the Tokyo Mask Shop was given to Sergei to find. The Bart mask from a sand pile in the San Francisco Museum was assigned to Lonnie to find. The Samo mask was located beneath a waterfall on the Atlantic West Coast, tasked to Electric King to retrieve. Dr. Octopus went to the sea to salvage the IKA mask. Vulture searched for the Rhiza mask within the high mountain rocks. Professor Lizard went to retrieve the Manny mask from a sunken ship deep in the ocean. Finally, the repairman went to auction the Cabo mask at the Alpha Antique Market. Thus, only the little shadow soldiers capable of summoning and devouring shadows remained, while nobody sought the Minta mask worn by Alfred in the original story. This mask was too much of a stretch, so Billy decided to find it himself. Unlike before, when he was searching blindly for charms, he distributed magically imbued flower cards before setting off, which could accurately pinpoint the mask's location. After distributing the cards, Billy reminded everyone, "As I said, once you obtain the mask, make sure to keep it safe. Do not wear it anywhere on your body, otherwise you will be possessed by the evil spirit residing within the mask." After everyone acknowledged his instructions, they each set off to find the masks. Once everything was arranged, Billy headed alone to Tony's seaside villa in Malibu to attend his birthday party. The first time he came here was when he was looking for the rabbit charm back, then he only took a distant glance. Upon arriving, he saw Tony wearing the Iron Man suit while DJing. Neither Rhodey nor Pepper knew he was so close to death. They thought he had reverted to his former playboy self. Pepper went on stage attempting to stop Tony from drinking further. For the first time, Tony expressed his feelings directly to Pepper, uttering those 3 words, "I love you." However, Pepper only thought he was drunkenly rambling. Rhodey, on the other hand, was getting anxious. He had just personally assured the leaders that Tony would be back at work within 24 hours. But at this rate of drinking, not to mention whether he could return to work in 24 hours, he might not even be able to stand. Tony showed no signs of stopping, even performing a palm cannon trick in front of the crowd. Seeing Tony gradually lose control, Rhodey helplessly approached Billy, who was watching. "Billy, could you please stop Tony? He really can't drink anymore." "Oh, Rhodey, I think he seems to be having a lot of fun. He hasn't had cake, made a wish, or blown out the candles yet." "Listen, Rhodey, even if tomorrow is the end of the world, today is his birthday. I can't interrupt him during his happiest moments and tell him how cruel the world can be tomorrow. If you really want to stop him, you'll have to figure it out on your own." Seeing he couldn't get support from Billy, he turned and headed for the basement. Rhodey couldn't understand Tony's good intentions. How could he have walked away with Mark II without Tony's consent? Perhaps it was when Tony went to find Ironmonger in Iron Man 1, where Rhodey said to Mark II, "Next time I will definitely wear you, darling." This was recorded by Jarvis and reported to Tony. To fulfill this wish of his longtime buddy, and to give the military an explanation, Mark II was authorized to Rhodey. How deep was the bond between Rhodey and Tony? Tony had never been one to accept things handed to him, yet in Iron Man 1, when Rhodey offered him the trophy, Tony immediately accepted. Donning Mark II, Rhodey quickly returned upstairs, ordering everyone to leave. The crowd dispersed except for Billy, Pepper, Natasha, and the trembling DJ Goldstein, who hid behind the bar. Rhodey, with a defiant stance, pointed at Tony and exclaimed, "You don't deserve to wear that armor. Take it off." Tony turned to the bar and called out, "Goldstein. In here, Mr. Stark." Goldstein cautiously peered out. "Play me an upbeat song so I can spank my friend." After saying this, Tony burst out laughing. Seeing this, Billy suddenly thought, "Let's give everyone a wink. It's been a long time since I told you to take it off." Rhodey lunged at Tony, attempting to choke him while he was still in the armored suit. Rhodey suddenly locked his arms around Tony from behind the two Iron Men, creating a clang of steel as they moved. Tony disliked being embraced by a man, especially from behind, even if that person was his good friend Rhodey. Thus, Tony immediately activated the repulsor in his palm, propelling himself and Rhodey backward. After shattering 2 panes of glass, Rhodey fell to the ground, while Tony stopped with a cool pose, walking out, while instructing Rhodey to obediently return the armor and leave. Rhodey picked up a piece of metal and smashed it against the back of Tony's head. Even through the helmet, he could feel Tony scowling and turning back. Unwilling to back down, he grabbed a dumbbell and swung it at Rhodey. The two fought fiercely, escalating from the basement to the second floor, then down to the hall on the first floor. At this moment, Rhodey was unaware that Tony's time was running out. He merely felt frustrated with Tony's self-destructive tendencies. Although they fought vigorously, both were tacitly avoiding lethal blows. With a punch, Rhodey was knocked down, prompting Tony to yell at the crowd, causing people to flee in panic. Rhodey picked up a metal sheet and shoved Tony into the fireplace, and when Tony emerged, they faced each other and fired their repulsors simultaneously. Boom! The entire villa shook violently, leaving a mess in the aftermath of the massive explosion. After confirming Tony was still alive, Rhodey silently donned his armor and flew away. Why go through all this? Why not just tell him you're dying? Billy waved dismissively in front of his nose and walked over to Tony. What good would telling him do? It would only make him worry unnecessarily. And how did you figure it out? Don't mind how I figured it out. Have you considered that after you're gone, if he discovers you knew about your limited time, but kept it from him, he might break down? He would understand. Tony gazed blankly at the ruins ahead. Billy could easily use a talisman to cure his palladium poisoning, but that would only address the symptoms. As long as he continued using the mini-arc reactor, he would undoubtedly be poisoned again. Billy could even remove the shrapnel inside him and repair the gaping hole in his chest, but Tony would certainly refuse, as it was only by having the arc reactor in his chest that he truly felt like Iron Man. Since he couldn't use a talisman, he could only replace the palladium with other materials or directly substitute it for the mini-arc. The first thing Billy thought of was a synthetic sun, but Tony would never accept charity. Even if he agreed, Billy wouldn't want it, since Tony Stark was too intelligent. If he gave him the synthetic sun, he might come up with even more advanced technology. The atmosphere at the scene fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Just then a phone call came in. Billy picked it up and was surprised to see it was Black Egg calling, so he answered directly. Damn, what do you want at this late hour? Stark is fighting someone in the villa, and that person is also wearing an iron suit. Did you know about this? Of course I knew. It was Agent Romanoff who told you, right? Didn't she mention I was also on site? You were there. Then it's all good. Nick Fury hung up the phone at lightning speed, leaving Billy bewildered. It seemed that Black Egg already knew everything that was happening at the scene, so there was no need to worry. Anyway, Nick Fury. The next day, Nick Fury scheduled a meeting with Tony at a donut shop. The sexy Black Widow in leather approached, and as Tony lowered his sunglasses, he realized that the assistant who had been taking care of him was actually an undercover agent. He scoffed. You're fired. You can't just say that. Natasha then jabbed a needle into Tony's neck. At that moment, Billy walked in. Black Egg, what did you do to my employee? Damn it, how did you get in? Where are my perimeter agents? When did I touch your employee? Nick Fury was furious, thinking about how this troublemaker was everywhere. What kind of excuse was he coming up with this time to extort me? Billy casually walked over to Tony and gestured for him to sit down. After Tony took a seat, Billy followed suit, and as soon as he did, Natasha stood up like a startled cat. Don't be nervous, Agent Romanoff. We've known each other for a long time, so there's no need to be so formal. Although Billy appeared very polite, Natasha didn't dare to actually sit down. As an agent, she had personally experienced just how formidable Billy's abilities were. Seeing that Natasha had no intention of sitting down, Billy had no choice but to say, then you can stand. Mr. Davis, please answer my earlier question. Nick Fury glared at the unexpected guest with his single eye. Black Egg, what kind of expression is that? You should be grateful your agents didn't see me, otherwise you would have lost another batch of subordinates. As for my employee, this is Mr. Stark, and I just saw you inject him with a needle. You must give me an explanation. Damn it. Nick Fury was about to curse when he caught a glance from Billy and swallowed it down. When did Stark become your employee? At that moment, Nick Fury had an ominous thought. If Tony Stark joined Walter Company, all his long-term plans would be in vain. Not to mention, he had promised the congressional leaders to build an Avengers team that wouldn't lose to Walter Company if Stark was poached. What kind of alliance could he form? What? As a head of agents, you actually don't know? Billy feigned surprise. I am now the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. The entire Stark Industries is my employee, including Tony Stark. Nick Fury's expression at this moment was akin to having eaten something foul. He never expected that 7 years ago Billy was just a poor kid on the edge of being killed, and now he had transformed into a figure as wealthy as a nation with a genius like Tony Stark working for him. At the same time, he felt relieved that Tony hadn't joined Walter Company, which meant there was still a chance to win him over. We mean no harm to Mr. Stark. I'm sure you've noticed his condition. What we injected was lithium dioxide, which can alleviate his symptoms, but won't cure him. Tony said, covering his neck. I know my own situation, unless I find a new element to replace palladium, but I've already tried all known elements, and every combination, including all ratios of all known elements. Let me tell you, you haven't tried everything. Nick Fury said solemnly. That's right. Your father discovered a new element. The records of that new element are kept in S.H.I.E.L. Billy's sudden revelation caught Nick Fury off guard, and he quickly pulled Billy aside whispering, "Davis, what are you planning?" "Of course, tell Tony directly." Nick Fury is holding him hostage with materials left behind by his father and nearly watched him die with his own eyes. "What possible gain could you have from this?" Nick Fury asked, utterly baffled. "I simply refuse to stand by while you manipulate Tony. After all, he's my employee, and he deserves the right to know," Billy declared with unwavering conviction. Nick Fury took several deep, steadying breaths before asking, "So, what do you want?" "Nick Fury, do you honestly believe I'm the kind of man who'd betray a friend for petty gains?" "Yes," Nick Fury replied, unhesitating and certain. Billy thought inwardly, fine. "Fine. Then I won't hold back. I hear you've recovered a hammer." He was of course referring to Thor's hammer, cast down by Odin into the small desert town of Puente Antiguo New. It wasn't exactly a secret before S.H.I.E.L.D. cordoned off the site. Numerous locals had tried, and failed, to lift it. So Nick Fury didn't dwell on the matter, merely offering a warning. "Don't even think about that hammer. Not even helicopters can budge it. That's your problem, not mine. I can lift it, and I know precisely where it came from, why it arrived, and what it heralds. Moreover, I have no intention of claiming it. This hammer will trigger a cascade of world-altering events, and when the dust settles, I'll claim first pick of the spoils. No objections allowed." Billy laid out his terms in one swift, decisive breath. The destroyer, the weapon wielded by Thor's brother, was an extraordinary prize forged from URU metal, the same rare substance used in Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. In the original timeline, after Thor defeated the destroyer, S.H.I.E.L.D. seized all URU fragments, yet never unlocked their potential. Their research yielded nothing but wasted opportunity. But in Billy's hands things would be different. A wizard without a wand was like a sword without a hilt, and URU metal was the perfect material for crafting one. Though Nick Fury had no inkling what spoils might emerge from the coming storm, he instinctively sensed that whatever Billy demanded must be invaluable. He opened his mouth to refuse, only to be cut short by Billy's quiet remark. "Nick, think carefully before you speak. I could erase every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent here, and then everything would belong to me alone." Billy offered a disarmingly gentle smile, so serene, so harmless, that sent icy dread crawling up Nick Fury's spine. In that instant he recalled the young man's power rivaling Carol Danvers herself. With no choice but surrender, he sighed, "Fine, but at least let S.H.I.E.L.D. get a taste of the spoils." Billy nodded. "Agreed. One artifact, and only one." Relief washed over Nick Fury. This, he thought, is already the best possible outcome. Little did he know, would he later choke on rage upon learning the one artifact was all he'd receive. "You have my word. I won't expose you to Stark. Now can we move on?" "If you mean withholding the existence of your newly synthesized element, the one Howard Stark discovered, and watching Tony teeter on the brink of death, then yes, I'll keep silent. But you must confess to him immediately this element was Howard's discovery, and Howard Stark was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founding architects. And don't forget, you handed me a copy of those files as compensation." Nick Fury's breath caught, memories of Billy's earlier blackmail flooding back. "You swore you'd never tell anyone." "Of course I did, but is Tony anyone? He's the son of one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. Those files were meant for him. Doesn't he deserve the truth?" "Fine," Nick Fury conceded, uncharacteristically swift and unreserved, leaving Billy momentarily. Meanwhile, Tony had waited so long he felt flowers had bloomed and withered. Boredom drove him to strike up conversation with Natasha standing across from him. "Did you really model in Tokyo?" Natasha glanced at him, then said nothing. Unfazed, Tony pressed on, "I bet they're negotiating my sale price right." Natasha sighed, exasperated. "Can you just be quiet?" "Fine," Tony muttered, twisting his lips. Moments later he broke the silence again. "Is there a coat closet? I'm regretting wearing this iron suit." By then Billy and Nick Fury had concluded their discussion and returned to take their seats. "So what did you two discuss?" "No whispering behind my back, I hope," Tony quipped, effortlessly irreverent. With Billy's subtle nod, Nick Fury spoke. "Stark, what I'm about to say is critical. We need to continue this conversation." Tony frowned, scrutinizing Nick Fury, then glancing at Billy. Seeing Billy's quiet affirmation, he relented. "All right, but no weird experiments, got it?" Nick Fury's brow darkened with a visible vein. This team, he thought grimly, will be impossible to lead. Even if, at Stark's mansion, Nick Fury revealed the truth. Howard Stark was among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founding architects, and had left Tony a sealed case containing decades of classified research. Billy silently cursed himself. I undersold it. He'd forgotten this pivotal scene where Nick Fury finally confessed to Tony. How careless. After speaking, Nick Fury rose and shot Billy a single smug glance. Indeed, just one glance, because he had only one eye. Nick Fury departed urgently, instructing Natasha and Agent Coulson to monitor Tony closely. All external communications were jammed, due should Tony attempt to leave. Coulson would administer an electric shock. Billy remained behind, declining to accompany Nick Fury, saying he'd find his own way there. Later, Tony reviewed his father's files and uncovered hidden clues within them. He retrieved the City of the Future prototype from Stark Industries, scanned its structure, and meticulously refined its atomic lattice. revealing an entirely new elemental configuration. Jarvis delivered the sobering verdict: this element can replace palladium. But regrettably, it cannot be synthesized. Where there's a will, there's a way, Tony retorted, unmoved by impossibility. He picked up the phone and dialed Billy. Hey buddy, I need your help. When Billy arrived, he stared dumbfounded. You called me here to demolish your house. No. I'm building a particle accelerator. And your rather impressive brand of magic happens to be exactly what I need. Tony wore a self-satisfied grin, though precisely what he found satisfying remained unclear. Billy sighed inwardly. Well, I'm already here. Might as well tear something down. Yet he restrained himself, knowing full well that with his current abilities, even a slight exertion could reduce Stark's. Thus the construction proved extraordinarily delicate, like carving the entire along the river during the Qingming festival scroll onto a single grain of rice. Once the particle accelerator stood complete, Agent Coulson arrived to bid farewell, dispatched by Nick Fury to New Mexico on urgent assignment. With a brief nod to both men, he departed swiftly. Tony, care to join me in New Mexico? There's something fascinating waiting there. What is it? A hammer. What a? Billy, you know my situation. How can you ask me to go with you to find a hammer? Tony felt that Billy was being unreasonable. With his limited time left, he wanted to ask Billy if he was still human for making such a request. This is not just any ordinary hammer. It is the hammer used by Thor, the god of thunder. Tony rolled his eyes at Billy and continued with his experiment, activating the particle accelerator to reach maximum power and then adjusting the reflective mirror to direct the particles to the designated location. Billy stood quietly beside him watching. Tony hadn't asked him for help, so he felt it wasn't appropriate to interfere, fearing he might accidentally dismantle something important. With Tony's precise operation, he successfully synthesized a new element. Jarvis had previously claimed that this new element could not be synthesized. Had Tony listened to him, he would have had no choice but to await his demise. Fortunately, Tony was never one to follow orders. This incident also indirectly confirmed that one should not fully trust artificial intelligence, as they can sometimes be gravely mistaken. Tony picked up the core of the new element with tweezers and placed it into the reactor, which quickly accepted this new energy source. Congratulations, Tony, your brilliance has once again turned peril into safety. Thank you. Just as Tony was about to test the new reactor, the communication was restored and an encrypted call came in. Tony initially thought it was Coulson, but upon answering, he heard Ivan's voice. Ivan made this call to warn Tony that he had used his own technology and Hammer Industries' financial resources to create his own war machine armor and developed a batch of drones. Tony tried to locate Ivan's position, but unfortunately the tracking failed. However, he caught a glimpse of the information about Hammer Industries Expo and guessed that Ivan was probably there. Without time to test, and disregarding Jarvis's advice, Tony immediately installed the new reactor and instructed Jarvis to assemble Mark 6. As soon as the reactor was installed, an indescribable pain twisted his face. It tastes a bit like coconut with a hint of metal. I'm starving. It is said that people exposed to excessive radiation can smell coconut and metal, but this statement felt more like a personal joke. Tony, are you okay? At this point, Tony was drenched in sweat, gasping as if exhausted. I'm not dead. This reactor packs quite a punch. Billy thought to himself that the reactor must be very powerful. He expressed his concern. Are you sure you're not dead? You look like you're about to mutate. What you said is very considerate. Don't say such things next time. Tony changed the subject, asking, Hammer's Expo must have invited you, right? Let me check. Billy took out his phone and found it was out of battery. He wondered, why is my recently replaced phone's standby time so short? Oh, you got a new phone. What happened to the old one? Tony asked in surprise. Oh, I tossed the old one. Hurry and find me. After charging it enough to power on, Billy learned from his secretary Felicia that Hammer had indeed sent him an invitation. As the lowest tier in the weapons industry, known as a junk maker, he was eager to showcase his new drone armor. He invited me, probably wanting to show off his new toy in front of me. Billy pointed at his phone. Tony wondered, why didn't he invite? Shouldn't he see me as an enemy? You're not even the president of Stark Industries anymore, nor are you making weapons. If he invites anyone, it would be Pepper. Pepper Potts, Tony's assistant, is referred to as Little Pepper in English. Wait, you mean Pepper? Tony exclaimed. Yeah, what's the problem? Billy asked, puzzled. Ivan must also be at the expo. Pepper is in danger. Thinking of this, he immediately called Pepper, but couldn't get through. Jarvis, we don't have time. Oh, put on the armor now. Also, Billy, I need your help. This was the first time Tony asked him for help. Even when he was on the verge of death, he never asked for assistance. Now, merely suspecting that Pepper might be in danger, he immediately sought help. In response, Billy could only internally roll his eyes. You're doomed. You've fallen in love. However, looking at Tony's earnest expression, Billy still said, all right, I understand. He then manipulated the chicken talisman and flew away. After a long time, Billy's employees who had gone to find the masks had already brought them back. Having card guidance makes a difference, allowing them to find even masks hidden in high mountains or deep oceans. These masks will have their magic extracted once Billy has a wand. Billy knew Ivan would use those drones to trigger a battle at the Hammer Industries Expo, so he called Dr. Octopus and Vulture to attend the expo. It wasn't that he was afraid, he simply wanted to showcase technology and deal a heavy blow to Hammer Industries, clearly telling them, even if you hired outside help, so what? Your weapons at Hammer Industries are garbage. When Billy arrived at the scene, the expo was already packed with people there to see Hammer Industries showcase their new weapons. In fact, everyone knew why they were there as Stark Industries no longer sold weapons and had to turn to Hammer Industries for cheaper and bulkier arms. If Stark Industries weapons are like beautifully packaged gifts, Hammer Industries weapons are like cheap cardboard boxes sold. The disparity was stark. If Stark Industries had not closed its weapons division, Hammer Industries would not have had the opportunity to sign contracts with the military. As the event began, Justin Hammer danced awkwardly on stage, showcasing that Hammer Industries was not only behind in technology compared to Stark Industries. Whether it was Howard Stark or Tony Stark, they loved to have a bunch of beautiful women dance at their expos, or Tony would even dance in his Iron Man armor. How attractive that is. In contrast, Justin Hammer's opening performance had already deterred countless people, and even if someone endured the nausea to place an order, they would later find they had bought a bunch of defective products. Wouldn't that make them furious? Due to the horrendous dance, Billy had to look around. He suddenly spotted a young man taking pictures. He quickly walked over and greeted, "Hey, Peter." The person taking pictures was indeed Peter Parker. He turned his head and said, "Mr. Davis, are you here to visit the expo?" "What are you doing here?" Billy asked, nodding. Peter paused, glanced at his camera, then at Billy, and said sheepishly, "Mr. Jameson said Hammer Industries would showcase new weapons at the expo, so he sent me to take pictures." Billy chuckled. "Well, you came at the right time. Tonight's expo will definitely be a visual feast for you." Just as Peter was about to ask if that was true, they heard Hammer shouting from over there, "Today, I will showcase the new face of the American military." The generals in the audience looked serious, not knowing what Hammer was talking about, but the next second they saw the new face Hammer mentioned, and their faces broke into smiles. Hammer's unmanned Iron Soldiers. The Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines showcased batches of iron armors, with Rhodey's Mark II making its grand entrance last. Rhodey led all the Iron Soldiers in salute, stunning the audience. If these Iron Soldiers could be deployed in battle, Hammer would undoubtedly become the new richest person. But unfortunately, all of this was remotely controlled by Ivan from behind. "Hey kid, don't forget to press the shutter." Billy's teasing brought the surprised Peter Parker back to reality. He shyly said, "I can't believe it, Mr. Davis. Hammer Industries' technology level has actually risen this high. It's just a flash in the pan." It is not an exaggeration to call Hammer Industries a fleeting moment. After tonight's exhibition, Justin Hammer will not only be disgraced, but also imprisoned. As Hammer prepared to give his speech, a sonic boom erupted, leaving the audience in stunned silence, as everyone turned to look while Hammer ceased speaking and stared into the distance. An unidentified flying object approached from afar, coming to a halt in front of Rhodes. Only after it landed did everyone realize it was Iron Man. It was Tony Stark. Tony said nothing, yet thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, leaving Hammer feeling as if he had swallowed excrement. While Tony posed for a photo with Rhodes in front of the audience, he discreetly informed Rhodes about his suspicion that Ivan was controlling things from behind. With over 20 years of friendship, Rhodes naturally did not doubt Tony. Sure enough, in the next moment, all of Rhodes' weapons turned towards Tony. This was not Rhodes doing it, was Ivan Vanko controlling him from behind. Moreover, all the Iron Soldiers behind Rhodes had also aimed at Tony. If he didn't run, he would be turned into a sieve. To avoid civilian casualties, Tony flew upward, attempting to move the battlefield away from the exhibition. As the Iron Soldiers moved with Tony, they raised their arms and began firing into the sky, shattering the glass roof, causing the guests in the hall to scream and flee. Controlled by Ivan, Rhodes was forced to lead a group of Iron Air Force soldiers to pursue Tony. The remaining Iron Soldiers in the venue descended to harass the onlookers. As Tony was about to turn back to provide assistance, he heard Billy's voice from his helmet, "Leave the enemies in the venue to us. You just focus on the ones behind you." With unconditional trust, Tony led Rhodes and the group of Iron Air Force soldiers flying off into the distance. "It's time to take action, kid." Billy patted Peter on the shoulder. "We'll be right back." Peter quickly ran off, presumably to change into his battle suit. Billy spoke into his earpiece, giving orders to Dr. Octopus and Vulture. "It's time to get to work. Bring in the Bullman, and let Hammer see what real technology looks like." The Bullman refers to the Ox from the 12 Zodiac Gold Men activated every year to guard, and now in 2009, it was the Ox's turn. Each Zodiac Gold Man has unique characteristics in both appearance and abilities. For example, the Rat is small and hunchbacked and can dig, while the Ox is the exact opposite. Not only is he large and muscular, but he also excels in lifting heavy objects, boasting high attack and defense. When he charges, he is an unstoppable force. Additionally, the Bullman's horns are equipped with missiles, and he can breathe fire. The most destructive weapon is the vibranium axe in his hand. Once the Bullman entered the arena, he didn't even need Billy to make a move. He directly crushed everything in his path. As a gold man of even number, he is entirely made of vibranium. Bullets and shells from the Iron Soldiers merely bounced off him without leaving a scratch. The Bullman swung his axe down on an Iron Soldier, cleaving it in two. With a powerful leap, he crushed another Iron Soldier beneath his feet, leaving it incapacitated and motionless. Dr. Octopus and Vulture had also completed their transformations. Dr. Octopus originally had only 4 iron tentacles. With his natural limbs, he could barely be called an octopus. Now Billy had upgraded him to 8 tentacles. Each of these tentacles can lift 8 tons. Even an electric saw would break if it tried to cut through them. These tentacles possess their own consciousness. When interfaced with computers, they can become hackers, and each tentacle can emit lasers. Most importantly, these tentacles can serve as legs. Even if Otto is paralyzed, they can still carry him. At this moment, 2 tentacles were protecting Otto while the other 6 continuously grabbed and destroyed the iron soldiers created by Ivan. The iron soldiers appeared to be made of paper in front of the mechanical tentacles being crushed to bits with a single squeeze. The distant iron soldiers aimed missiles at Otto. Most were intercepted by the 2 tentacles protecting him, while many others hit Otto's nano armor being completely blocked. The iron soldiers engaged in long-range attacks were met with a counterattack of laser fire from the tentacles, completing. Vulture handled things with ease since he was already flying in the sky. The bullets fired by the iron soldiers couldn't keep up with his speed. Even when hit, they barely caused any damage. When Peter arrived at the scene as Spider-Man, he saw the shattered remains of the iron soldiers. The mech battle had drawn Vulture, Bullman, and Dr. Octopus. The technological creations of Vulture Industries demonstrated through their actions that Hammer Industries' technology was nothing but garbage. Even if given a few hundred years, they would still be unable to catch up. Billy, donning the mask of the Savior, noticed Peter's return and instructed him to evacuate the crowd, as this was the duty of a good neighbor. After the crowd was evacuated, Peter saw Vulture, Bullman, and Dr. Octopus piling the iron soldiers together as per Billy's orders. He couldn't help but ask Mr. Davis, why are we piling these iron soldiers' remains here? These iron fellows are going to sell. Once Ivan is defeated, he will trigger all the iron soldiers to explode. Billy called Tony. I've resolved everything on my end. How about you? Of course, there's nothing that the great Tony Stark can't handle. With my help, Rhodes interjected. Yeah, the great Tony Stark and his assistant Rhodes teamed up to solve the trouble. Immediately, the 2 good friends began to bicker. After the tense battle, they certainly needed to vent their emotions. From the back-and-forth banter, Billy understood that the trajectory was similar to the original. Black Widow rushed into Ivan's control room, but Ivan had already donned his armor and set off. As a spy, Black Widow immediately reactivated Mark II. Then Tony and Rhodes unleashed a barrage of firepower, working together to defeat the iron soldiers. After Billy hung up the phone, Tony and Rhodes' argument abruptly ceased, as they both looked into the distance. Damn, an even bigger trouble is coming. Ivan, clad in armor, landed and swung 2 electric whips thicker and longer than those used in the Moroccan racetrack, showing that Ivan still loved his whips. Rhodes stepped forward. I'm going to take him down with the ex-wife. With what? Tony was surprised that Rhodes had such a preference. Ignoring the questions, Rhodes fired the missile named ex-wife from his shoulder, causing Ivan to shrink his head back in fear. The missile hit his chest armor and bounced off, landing in a puddle where it sputtered out. Hammer technology. Yes. Clearly, the greatest impact of hammer technology on the enemy was merely to make them laugh, which led to it being dubbed humor technology. Tony and Rhodes simultaneously unleashed their frustration on Ivan. However, their previously effective firepower against the iron soldiers seemed inadequate against him. Not only did they fail to inflict any substantial damage on Ivan, but they were also struck by a series of lightning lashes from Ivan, leaving them dazed. Taking off seemed extremely difficult, almost as if they were trapped. Before long, the ends of Ivan's 2 electric whips wrapped around the necks of both Tony and Rhodes' suits. Tony proposed using the last trick from the villa to deal with Ivan, which was for both of them to simultaneously unleash their palm repulsors. The energy from the palm repulsors exploded right in front of Ivan. Ivan was defeated, his lights flashing red, and he stubbornly declared, "You've lost." Tony looked around and saw that all the iron soldiers nearby were flashing red lights. At this moment, Tony was not worried about his own safety, but rather concerned for Pepper's well-being. He quickly called her to ask where she was, only to hear Billy's voice on the other end. It seems the great Tony Stark owes me another favor. Looks like he'll have to help you find a hammer. Meanwhile, within the venue of Hammer Industries exhibition, the pile of iron soldiers exploded, causing a massive impact on the venue. Of course, this bill would be charged to Justin Hammer. As for whether he would feel the pinch from this money, not at all, as he had already been taken away to serve a lengthy prison sentence. With a loud roar from Brother, who everyone made their dazzling entrance. Billy arrived in the small town of Puente Antiguo in New Mexico, with Brother, who from the Tiger Clan, Little Wu from the Rabbit Clan, and Tony, to see Thor's hammer with their own eyes. Nearly 2 years have passed since the mech battle at the Hammer Industrial Expo. According to the Avengers, Thor came to Earth last year, which was 2011, and his hammer arrived even later, conflicting with the plot in Iron Man 2 when Coulson was sent to find the hammer. Could it be that in Iron Man 2 Coulson was off on another mission? Perhaps looking for Captain America, or something? Completely impossible. After all, the final Easter egg in Iron Man 2 shows Coulson calling to say we found it while looking at the crater made by Thor's hammer. In short, due to the conflicting plot of the movie and the time-space chaos, 2 years of time were stolen away. This is also why Billy released both the Tiger and Rabbit at the same time. The Rabbit only has the skills of rescue and sacrifice, lacking any capability for solo combat, thus needing to cooperate with other warriors to gain an advantage. The main reason is that if Brother, who didn't get to stretch his legs, how boring would that be? At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already set up a structure and tent around the hammer, effectively controlling the area. Just as Billy was about to enter, an agent on guard from S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly reached out to stop him, leaving him confused. What's going on? You know you can't go in here, the agent stated firmly. Tony burst out laughing. He would never miss a chance to mock someone. Seeing Tony laugh so heartily, Billy pointed at him and asked, can he go in? He's your S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, Billy added. The agent glanced at Tony, who was struggling to stifle his laughter, and since Tony wasn't in his Iron Man suit, the agent didn't recognize him, replying, "I don't recognize him at all." Now Tony didn't have to hold back his laughter, as it simply faded. But the smile didn't disappear, but just shifted to Billy's face. It's certainly uncomfortable to be embarrassed oneself, but if a friend is embarrassed too, then one no longer feels awkward. Tony couldn't accept that someone didn't recognize Iron Man, believing that the agent hadn't taken good notes. Just as he was about to educate the agent on his great deeds, Coulson came over, immediately apologizing. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Davis, I sincerely apologize for the delay." Even Tony Stark couldn't find fault with this attitude. He had prepared a bunch of challenging remarks, but couldn't bring himself to say. Seeing Tony rendered speechless, Billy decided to keep quiet as well, and Coulson led the two men and the two warriors to the side of the hammer. Tony crossed his arms and casually remarked, "So this is the hammer you were looking for? It doesn't seem particularly special." Billy exclaimed, feigning profundity, "Don't underestimate this hammer. The crater you're standing in was made by it." "What? Just this little hammer?" Tony kicked the crater with his shoe, incredulous. Billy gestured invitingly, "Why? I work out regularly. How could I not lift a little hammer?" Tony walked over and pulled hard, but the hammer didn't budge. He couldn't help but speculate, what? Is this some new kind of prank? The hammer must be embedded in the ground, right? Coulson quickly responded, No, Mr. Stark, I assure you the hammer fell from the sky like this. We have tried to lift it with helicopters and tanks. And the result? Even though Tony had guessed what Coulson would say, he still asked the question in disbelief. The result? Coulson shrugged. The hammer didn't move an inch. "Oh, we are still researching it, and I estimate that no one can." "Not necessarily. Brother Who, go for it." Billy extended his hand, as if saying, "Step back, I am about to show off." Brother Who suddenly raised both hands and shouted, "Everyone look at me." Tony and Coulson were left dumbfounded by this display, while Billy covered his face, feeling embarrassed. "Brother Who, you're ruining my reputation here." Fortunately, after Brother Who said that, he effortlessly lifted the hammer. "Lao, Tai, give me a frost chicken 666. Unbelievable, this hammer didn't grow out of the ground. Tony was expressing disbelief that there was no base. He felt there must be some mechanism, as physics wouldn't allow for such a heavy yet small hammer. How did he lift it? Coulson was astonished. He had personally watched agents try to lift it with helicopters, cars, and even breaking a car, yet the hammer remained motionless. Now this idiot lifted it so easily. What kind of power is this? Billy couldn't explain how Brother Who managed to lift it, but he could say that Brother Who lifted it just as Vision did. Perhaps both Vision and Brother Who were AI-controlled robots, inherently lifeless, just like an elevator, which is why, or maybe Vision has a kind heart. Brother Who is not any worse than Vision. I mean, Brother Who risks his life for a free frost chicken 666. Was it easy for him? As Billy gestured for Brother Who to return the hammer to its original place, Tony tried to grab the hammer, as Brother Who let go, thinking that while the hammer was in the air, the mechanism couldn't be activated, so he would definitely be able to lift it. However, the result was completely contrary to his expectations. Not only could he not lift the hammer, but he was also pulled down by it, injuring his arm. Fortunately, Little Wu is a healing robot, and gave Tony a simple treatment, confirming that there would be no lasting effects before Coulson sent someone to take Tony back. This unexpected encounter would definitely shake Tony's worldview. He would likely waste some time researching what material the hammer was made of, ultimately believing Jarvis' claim of a metal not from Earth. Just when Coulson had calmed himself down, another worldview-shattering event occurred. Billy picked up Thor's hammer. Billy relied not on the cow talisman, but the tiger talisman. Upon lifting Thor's hammer, he felt the power of Thor, and sensed that he could control thunder and lightning. At the same time, he felt a pair of eyes openly watching him. There was only one pair of eyes, and that could only be Heimdall. At this moment, Odin was probably in Odin's sleep. If Odin wasn't sleeping, then there would be two pairs of eyes watching him. Thus he said a disclaimer, "Don't worry, I won't take this hammer. My attitude towards you all is quite friendly, and I won't take advantage." Billy put down the hammer, and that feeling of being watched disappeared. "I know our director has told us." Coulson thought Billy was speaking to him. Although Billy's words were a bit strange, he still responded, "Not to you. I meant, has anyone strange come to take this hammer recently?" "No, just you, Stark, and these two robots have been here." Coulson was puzzled. "Oh, wasn't that directed at me? Then who was it directed at? Here besides us two? There are only the two robots left, right?" Billy was pondering that according to the original timeline, Odin had already fallen into Odin's sleep, and Loki was taking the opportunity to ascend. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before Thor would come to try to take the hammer. "Coulson, arrange a place for me to stay." Coulson was momentarily taken aback. "You want to stay here? May I ask why?" "To wait for the hammer's rightful owner." A few days ago, the astrophysicist Jane Foster, her mentor Dr. Eric Selvig, and intern Darcy formed the Einstein-Rosen bridge research team, observing an anomaly in the sky. To accurately record the data they desired, the three decided to drive closer for observation. Just as they were getting closer to the storm, the car was pulled uncontrollably by the winds, and with a duong sound, Thor, who had just arrived on Earth, was knocked down. He is Thor, the god of thunder. He has lived for over 1,000 years. How could he endure this humiliation? Looking up, Jane Foster's beautiful face was so close that all his anger dissipated instantly. Although he had lost his divine powers, his body was still quite resilient. Even after being hit by the car, he managed to get up and shout Heimdall, calling for Heimdall to take him back. Heimdall utterly ignored him. Instead, Darcy found his behavior strange and knocked him out with a taser. Just after praising his resilience, he was now incapacitated. The mighty god of thunder knocked out by Earth's weapon. His reputation was in tatters. The three thought Thor might have a mental illness and drove him to the hospital. They left just in time. Had they stayed a moment longer, they would have witnessed the hammer landing on Earth. Just as they drove away, the hammer broke through the sky and descended onto Earth, glowing and shining brilliantly in the night sky, but they missed it completely. At the hospital, Thor was in worse shape, nearly subdued like a wild boar by the doctors. After a fierce struggle, he injured several doctors and was eventually brought down by a tranquilizer. The mighty god of thunder once again subdued by Earth's tranquilizers, his dignity lay in ruins. The next day, while studying the storm, Darcy discovered a blurry figure in one of the photos, and judging by the shape, it was none other than Thor, whom they had sent to the hospital. What else is there to say? Let's hurry to the hospital to find Thor. However, upon arriving at the hospital, they were shocked to find Thor missing. They immediately got in the car and decided to search every corner of New Mexico. As Jane backed the car up, she knocked Thor down again. The mighty god of thunder knocked down by a car twice. His reputation was utterly destroyed. Jane took the homeless Thor back to her studio, kindly dressing him in her ex-boyfriend's clothes. She even took him to a restaurant where Thor, in high spirits, smashed a cup. Coincidentally, a few people in the restaurant were discussing Thor's hammer, and Thor approached them to inquire about its exact location, preparing to retrieve his hammer. Jane initially wanted to drive him there, but was stopped by Dr. Eric Selvig. Thor kissed the back of her hand, bid farewell to everyone, and set off alone on his quest for the hammer. Without Jane to accompany him, he had to walk to find the hammer. Given the long journey, it would be challenging for even Thor to make it, but fortunately he knew he could buy a mode of transportation. So what mode of transportation did he plan to buy? He wanted to buy a horse. Quite unexpected yet sensible. The problem was he had to go to a pet store to buy one, and the store manager was baffled. How could such a small shop provide a horse? Why not ask for a dinosaur? At that moment, Jane drove up to the pet store, offering to give Thor a ride. She took Thor in her car towards the hammer. At this time, Thor was unaware that a patient hunter was waiting around the hammer for him. Back to the present, it was deep in the night. Thor and Jane lay prone on a hillside, with Thor instructing Jane to stay outside while he slipped in through a dog door. Thor was now in good health again, and a group of trained agents were no match for him. With over 1,000 years of battle experience, he was also superior in combat. After overcoming various obstacles, he stepped closer to the hammer. Coulson shouted into the communicator, "Send someone to the high ground armed with a gun." Agent Barton heard the order and chose not to take a sniper rifle, but instead picked up a bow, which he was more skilled with. As Thor approached, the hammer Mjolnir emitted a strong electromagnetic surge that the S.H.I.E.L.D. systems could not handle. Barton respond, Coulson shouted into the communicator. Hawkeye, Barton asked while drawing his bow, "Should I take him down? Commander, should I send more people to take him down?" It must be said that rank has its privileges. Coulson was currently an 8th level agent, while according to official data, Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha were both 7th level agents. Coulson was about to give further instructions when Billy snatched the communicator, saying, "Relax, Agent Barton, there is no need for caution. The hammer is awaiting its master." "Oh, such obedient agents," Barton replied. He only sheathed his bow after Coulson said, "Follow his instructions." Coulson smiled and said nothing. Billy and Coulson stood on the elevated platform, looking down at Thor, who was covered in mud from the struggle with the agents in the rainy, muddy ground. At that moment, he looked as pathetic as a homeless person, lacking any trace of the god of thunder. But none of that mattered, for he finally stood before his hammer. Once he grasped it, he could sweep away his misfortunes and reclaim it. When he attempted to lift the hammer, no matter how hard he tried, it remained immovable. The wind howled and the rain fell. Thor looked up at the sky, releasing a roar filled with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts doubt, and 4 parts despair. In the end, he helplessly knelt before the hammer. "Is he really the master of the hammer?" Coulson asked in confusion. "No doubt, it's just that the hammer does not recognize him. But sooner or later he will regain its acknowledgement." Billy did not share too much information with Coulson, leaving him confused. Seeing Coulson silent, Billy reminded him, "All right, it's time for your people to take control of him. But my people can't handle him. He won't resist anymore." Coulson commanded the agents to apprehend the despairing Thor and bring him into the interrogation room. But no matter how Coulson questioned him, Thor remained silent. Coulson received a phone call and hurriedly left, telling Thor not to run around. After Coulson left, Loki suddenly appeared before Thor. Thor thought Loki had come to take him back, but Loki told him that because of Thor's recklessness, a war had ensued, leading to Odin's exhaustion and eventual death. Upon hearing this, Thor felt immense pain and guilt. He regretted provoking the war and not listening, but it was all. Thor asked himself if he could ever go back. Loki's answer was that the agreement made with the Frost Giants forever banished him, and even his mother would not allow him to return. Thor's various attributes were almost maxed out except for his very low intelligence. Unsurprisingly, he believed everything Loki said. Even after being betrayed, he thanked Loki, saying, "Thank you for coming to see me. Farewell." After saying this, Loki turned to leave, but was stopped by a voice. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "The third princess of Asgard." "Loki." At this moment, Loki was already drenched in sweat. As the god of mischief, he had not even noticed someone quietly approaching him. He didn't even have the time to ask what title the third princess held. Looking up, he saw a person in front of him wearing a golden mask who coldly asked, "Who are you?" "I am the Holy Master, a demonic sorcerer. I wish to see if you, the greatest mage of the 9 realms, are truly worthy of the title or merely a facade." Loki thought to himself that a mere Midgardian, the term Asgardians use for Earth, was seeking death. He secretly gathered a dagger in his hand, preparing to take the opponent's life by surprise. "Loki, no. Thor interjected, "Mother wouldn't want you to end up like me, and Father's spirit in the heavens wouldn't wish to see you like this." Although Loki was quite displeased by the scolding from his foolish brother, he still suppressed his anger, especially since he had just tricked Thor. "I'll remember you, Midgardian." After saying this, Loki turned and left without looking back at Thor even once. "You better remember. You little brat, Jotunheim is the realm of the frost giants. When Odin was young, he fought in various battles and found the frost giant baby Loki in swaddling clothes, raising him as his own. Loki always believed he was an Asgardian, only discovering he was actually a frost giant when he went with Thor to fight the frost giants. This secret was known only to Odin and Loki. Loki in his haste did not hear it, but Thor did, and he discontentedly corrected. "Loki is an Asgardian, my brother. I won't allow you to insult him like that." Foolish and meddlesome. Billy shot him a glare before turning to leave. "Hey, don't go, clarify your words." But no matter how he called out, Billy completely ignored him, fearing that staying with him too long might affect his intelligence. Just as Coulson returned from the phone call, he saw Thor so agitated and asked with confusion, "What happened while I was gone? Did he give you a stimulant?" As Loki left the interrogation room, he attempted to lift Mjolnir, but unfortunately the hammer did not acknowledge him, forcing him to return to Asgard. Billy felt somewhat regretful for not being able to duel with Loki, but not excessively. After all, there was still a long future ahead, and there would be plenty of opportunities for dueling. It wouldn't be long before they met again. After all, the cosmic cube was in Billy's possession, and Loki would surely come. Just as Billy was lost in thought, staring at the hammer, Barton approached and said that the person, also known as Thor, had family come to pick him up. Coulson wanted him to go discuss it. Upon hearing this news, Billy first tensed up, then recalled that it was likely Dr. Eric coming to fetch him. Sure enough, Dr. Eric had fabricated an identity for Thor, Donald Blake, stating he was an outstanding physicist who was heartbroken over SHIELD. Taking away the research, he had dedicated most of his life to, causing him to come here and go mad. However, after years of experience as an agent, Coulson was not easily deceived. A quick check revealed that this identity information was forged. At this point, Billy also arrived, and Coulson immediately told him everything that had happened here. Looking at Dr. Eric, who was eagerly waiting, Billy asked, "Are you saying he is a physicist?" "Of course, no doubt about it, an outstanding physicist." Dr. Eric replied firmly. "You old men are simply talking nonsense. Just look at his muscular build and simple mind. He probably can't even do basic addition or subtraction." Dr. Eric cursed Billy in his heart for being crude, but feigned nonchalance as he replied, "He went mad because he was too heartbroken. Don't be fooled by his seemingly simple appearance. That's just due to overexercising. Haven't you noticed how pointy his head?" Billy thought to himself, "Oh wow, you really are something, old man. Does your family know how impressive you are?" Coulson quietly suggested to Billy to let Thor go first, and then fish for bigger fish. After all, they couldn't just keep Thor locked up forever. Since seeing Thor's fake ID, Coulson had also sensed that Thor might. Without a second thought, Billy agreed, for keeping Thor locked up would prevent him from lifting the hammer. His father Odin was merely asleep. When Odin woke up and saw his son still in a mess, upon closer inspection, he would realize he had obstructed matters. Oh, wouldn't that bring trouble upon himself? Billy wasn't afraid of getting killed, as he couldn't die, but he was worried about being sealed or something. If everything ended when he got out, then what was the point of playing? He and Coulson came to a consensus to release Thor while sending agents to follow him. Thor took Jane's notes as Jane's mentor and collaborator. Dr. Eric made sure to keep Thor away from Jane to prevent any harm. He could have just sent Thor away, but he insisted on inviting him for a drink. How could an old man in his 50s compete with a 1,000-year-old youth like Thor? He ended up getting drunk and was carried back to the RV, not only failing to keep Thor away from Jane, but also creating an opportunity for the two. After some time, Coulson informed Billy that SHIELD had detected abnormal fluctuations in the sky. Billy thought to himself, the Rainbow Bridge is so obvious. I saw it with my own eyes, and you all are still going through the trouble of detecting it. Since the Rainbow Bridge has moved, it's likely that the three idiots of the Heavenly Palace and Lady Sif are here to find Thor. Thor probably learned from Sif that his father was not dead, and that he had been deceived by Loki. Billy suddenly became excited. So does this mean my staff is coming? Coulson was about to ask what staff when agents reported that they had detected abnormal fluctuations again. When Billy and Coulson came outside, they saw a massive steel mech heading toward the town. The Destroyer. A pure URU metal mech, forged by Odin's command to the king of dwarves Eitri. URU metal is a unique and mysterious metal of Asgard, one of the most powerful metals in the Marvel Universe, capable of greatly carrying and enhancing magical energy. Thor's hammer and the Infinity Gauntlet were also made of URU metal, allowing Thor's hammer to only momentarily knock down the Destroyer, but not completely destroy it. Looking at the gigantic Destroyer, Coulson asked in amazement, "Is that your company's new product?" "Not yet, but soon." Billy excitedly ran to call the Tiger and the Rabbit, eager to see how much difference there was between vibranium and URU. When Billy arrived at the scene with the Tiger and the Rabbit, the Destroyer armor was already wreaking havoc, and the town's residents had mostly been evacuated. The Destroyer continued its rampage towards Thor, given the order to kill him. The three idiots of the Heavenly Palace and Lady Sif bravely resisted the Destroyer armor, but their efforts were minimal. Their combat power made it difficult to affect the Destroyer. At this moment, Thor, who had lost his divine power, felt helpless and regretful for the first time, watching his friend struggle against the destroyer to protect him, while he could only stand by and watch, filled with confusion and remorse. The moment Tiger Brother appeared, the entire audience was shocked. The three fools of the Immortal Palace, and Sif inwardly exclaimed, "This is troublesome." The destroyer hadn't even finished yet, and now another robot shows up. Indeed, it was a situation where one wave had yet to settle before another rose. Loki, seeing Tiger Brother through the destroyer, felt no emotion. What advanced technology could the Midgardians possibly create? He was confident in the strength of the destroyer, believing that no one could stop him from killing Thor. But when his gaze fell upon Billy behind Tiger Brother, his eyes nearly bulged out, and he ordered the destroyer to take on a new task: to kill everyone in front of him. Buzz boom. The destroyer's armor spewed a pillar of fire like a furnace, piercing towards Billy. The sound echoed like a tolling bell, and where the fire passed, intense explosions erupted, producing a thick cloud of smoke. According to the law of smoke without injury, this definitely wasn't fatal. Loki was feeling quite proud, sneering at the ignorance and arrogance of the Midgardians who dared to challenge the gods. However, when the smoke cleared, he was dumbfounded to see the Midgardian technology. He looked down upon Tiger Brother, standing in front of Billy. Though Tiger Brother was slightly battered after taking the full force of the destroyer's fire, he still looked impressive. Impressive is a lifelong matter. Billy didn't need Tiger Brother to shield him. After all, he was invulnerable, but it was Tiger Brother's determination to protect. This feeling was akin to a prohibition on animal performances, yet the animals insisted on performing anyway. Tiger Brother's ability to endure this blow, though slightly battered, was purely due to his many tricks. Among the 12 golden men, he was the one who lived the longest. The previous move was called the Ice Age, which rapidly cooled his body, making him feel icy cold. Even a mere touch would result in frostbite. The destroyer tilted its head in confusion, not understanding why this robot was so resilient. "Loki, you must be the song." Tiger Brother was unwilling to back down, directly launching into the Morgan era, using a powerful jump to thrust his hips against the destroyer's head, rubbing incessantly. What is this doing? Loki, now the controller of the destroyer, viewed Earth from its perspective, fully immersed in it. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming shame and vowed to dismantle this robot. The destroyer grabbed Tiger Brother's calf and slammed him to the ground repeatedly, treating him like a towel. As if that wasn't enough, it followed up with a kick and then unleashed a blast of laser. At this point, Tiger Brother was gravely injured. The Edmund alloy couldn't withstand such treatment, and he was now somewhat. Tiger Brother shattered, but refused to accept defeat, still pointing at the destroyer and shouting, "Loki, this isn't over. Just wait for me." Enraged, Loki fired another laser at him, rendering Tiger Brother essentially inoperable. At that moment, the previously motionless rabbit spoke up. "No. Third brother." In the Chinese zodiac, Tiger Brother ranks third among the 12. Rabbit was a nano battle armor designed purely for rescue, with 2 skills, one for rescue and one for sacrifice. This time a sacrifice was executed, providing Tiger Brother with nano rescue, and soon he was able to run and jump again. In contrast, Rabbit had regressed into a mere rabbit, from a mature form back to a youthful state. Rejuvenated, Tiger Brother inherited his partner's will and launched a powerful strike at the destroyer, a final desperate counterattack akin to a last stand, delivering devastating pain to his opponent. This move was rarely withstood within the entire What company. Yet this seemingly unstoppable technique barely registered against the destroyer. The destroyer was almost torn in half, but its healing ability was monstrous, quickly restoring itself. Having lost his last trump card, Tiger Brother was soon struck down by a beam from the destroyer, paralyzed once more. This time there was no Rabbit to save him, as Rabbit had just transformed back into its juvenile form. Billy privately lamented that the difference between Edmund alloy and URU metal was not trivial. He would have to as he took a couple of steps forward, ready to engage the destroyer in battle. Thor approached and said, "Brother, no matter how I have wronged you or what I have done to provoke this, I am truly sorry. But these people are innocent. Killing them will bring you no benefit. In the end, I stand between the destroyer and you. Kill me and let it end here." Thor knew that Loki could hear him through the destroyer. He believed that Loki was actually a good child who had merely Billy thought to himself, "Damn it, you again. What business do you, a warrior, have in our mage's war?" Loki did not show him any mercy, as tensions had already escalated, and it was clear that he would not back down easily. Immediately, he commanded the destroyer to punch Thor, sending the hindrance flying. The battle between Billy and the destroyer was on the verge of erupting. The destroyer rolled again like a furnace, shooting a beam from its visor. Billy thought to himself, "This is good." Taking off from the ground, he reached the level of the destroyer's visor, shooting lasers from his eyes, while simultaneously unleashing scorching flames from his mouth, attacking the destroyer from both fronts. Both nearly stopped simultaneously, tacitly beginning to engage in melee combat. Billy's speed was extremely fast, and he almost instantly flew behind the destroyer, delivering a punch to its lower back. If that punch landed on a person, it would surely incapacitate their kidneys, akin to expelling over 10,000 massive stones. It would be incredibly painful, but unfortunately the destroyer was not human. Billy used nearly all of his 12 talismans, yet the destroyer could not be killed. Conversely, the destroyer could not. This was the first time Billy encountered such a tricky enemy in real combat. It posed no real threat, yet could not be killed like a parasite. Due to Thor's self-sacrificing spirit, the Mjolnir was moved and once again recognized Thor. The Mjolnir, which had previously refused to budge, now flew eagerly towards Thor. However, halfway there it was intercepted by Billy just in time. He was in need of a weapon that could counter the destroyer. Let me borrow this or I will return it to you. At that moment no one noticed that Odin, who had fallen into a long slumber in Asgard, shed a single tear. Why are you able to lift this hammer? Loki incredulously asked. Billy did not reply, instead, he shouted 80, while swinging the mighty hammer of Thor with great force. A single strike landed on the destroyer's head, causing extensive damage. Indeed, only URU metal could defeat URU. The destroyer was rendered stiff from the blow, and seizing the opportunity, Billy executed a smooth combo with the hammer, also channeling lightning towards the destroyer. Under the relentless assault of URU alloy, the destroyer was knocked to the ground, breaking free from Loki's control. The battle concluded, and Billy released the hammer, which flew back into Thor's hands as desired. It was back. Everything had returned. Not only the hammer, but his divine power also returned. With the nourishment of divine power, Thor was rejuvenated. He immediately sprang up from the ground and shouted, Loki, stop. Don't do anything foolish. But as he scanned the surroundings, he found everyone looking at him with strange expressions. Upon looking again, the destroyer was already lying on the ground. Is this over? He nearly dropped his jaw in shock, staring blankly at Billy. Mighty Midgard warrior, did you defeat the destroyer? First, my name is Billy Davis. Second, I am a wizard, not a warrior. Third, you should be more concerned about your father. As far as I know, your brother is staging a coup. What? How could Loki act so rebelliously? Thank you for the reminder. My name is Thor Odinson, and you are welcome to visit Asgard anytime. After speaking, Thor reluctantly kissed Jane goodbye, promising to return. He then called for Heimdall with the three fools of the immortal palace and Sif in the open space, but at that moment Heimdall had already been frozen by Loki's icebox. Hey Thor, do you want this big guy? Billy shouted while kicking the destroyer. That is your trophy. After Thor spoke, Heimdall finally shattered the ice, encasing him, and teleported the five back to Asgard. A fruitful harvest. Billy dragged the destroyer back. As for the tiger and rabbit, they could be remade later. The urgent matter now was to figure out how to deal with Loki after he arrived on Earth via the space gem. At this moment, Billy was unaware that the reforging of the tiger and rabbit would lay a tremendous hidden danger for the future. After concluding matters on Thor's side, Billy returned to the water company with the deactivated destroyer, the broken tiger, and the reverted hare. He did not wish to interfere in the domestic affairs of Asgard. After all, the two princes were vying for the throne. What business did he have meddling in their affairs? Nick Fury personally came to find Billy, hoping to take a share, but was sternly rejected by Billy. They had agreed that Billy would choose a piece of loot first. How could he go back on his word? In the end, Nick Fury left grumbling. But now Billy faced a dilemma: how to forge the destroyer into a staff. Could he rely on an artificial sun? It seemed insufficient. After all, it was not a real sun. In fact, he wanted to seek the help of the Dwarf King to forge it, but he only knew the Dwarf King was in Nidavellir and had no idea how to get there. He needed someone to guide him. Thor was a good guide, naive and easy to deceive, but Thor would break the Rainbow Bridge upon returning to Asgard and would not come to Earth again until after the Avengers. Worrying. BOSS, the front desk, says an old man wants to see you, reported Secretary Felicia. At that moment, Billy was troubled and impatiently replied, not seeing him. Hold on, did that old man say why he wanted to see me? Felicia thought for a moment and said, he mentioned wanting to discuss a product called the Destroyer with you. I estimated some kind of new robot. At that moment, Billy just wanted to curse. An old man who knew about the Destroyer, who could it be? Such a difficult guess. Bring him in. Before long, the old man was brought in. When Billy saw his appearance, he instantly lost his composure. The visitor had long white hair and a matching beard, one eye covered by an eye patch, dressed in a pink shirt and a khaki coat with black trousers. Who else could it be but Odin? Billy voiced his confusion. Odin, have you been exiled early? Did that little Loki actually succeed in usurping power? Didn't they say the Asgardians were getting stronger? How come you're becoming less useful? And you let a frost giant get the upper hand? Odin looked slightly surprised. It seems you know quite a bit. But since you're friends with my son, what should I be called by you? Of course I'll call you Odin. If you think the title is a problem, then I'll take a slight loss and call your son Big Nephew. Billy thought to himself, an old man coming before me acting all high and mighty. I didn't even give face to the Ancient One. Why should I give you any? Odin was not angry. He merely said lightly, Loki did not usurp the throne. He killed the frost giants, but he himself has vanished. I came specifically to see you. Well, then I congratulate you. What? You weren't exiled. Billy instantly filled with smiles, his face glowing like a blooming chrysanthemum. Hee, uncle, why didn't you say something so important earlier? Felicia, hurry and bring the tea, the good tea. Odin thought to himself, this kid has two faces, flattering in front and tough behind, making one laugh in contemplation. Billy wasn't afraid of fighting Odin. After all, Odin couldn't kill him. What he feared was being locked up by Odin. Hyla is powerful, right? But didn't she end up locked away as well? Under someone else's roof, one must lower their head. Uncle, I don't know why you're here this time. Odin took a sip of tea and began to speak. I believe you know I exiled Thor to Earth to temper him. Billy nodded. But didn't you achieve your goal? The result is good, but your appearance almost ruined this test. Odin pretended to be angry. Billy didn't back down, thinking to himself, although I can't beat you, you can only lock me up in Thor 3, and after you die I'll team up with Hyla to wipe out Asgard clean. He stopped pretending. I have to say, Odin, you're no longer young. How can you shamelessly say such words? Your son doesn't he lack intelligence? He came to Earth and only thought about dating. I suspect he wants to settle down here. Now he not only regained the power of Thor, but also dated an Earth woman. What's there for you to be dissatisfied about? Odin originally planned to shift the blame to Billy, then coerce him into extinguishing the flames of love between Thor and Jane. After all, Thor has a lifespan of thousands of years and cannot marry a woman with less than 100 years of life. But he genuinely did not expect that Billy's words would pierce his heart like a knife. The things he said were colder than the frost giant's icy prison. He truly wanted to slap this kid in front of him, but after thinking it over he decided against it. A god who has lived for thousands of years shouldn't lose his temper at a kid under 30. After calming down he explained, "I am not blaming you, I just need your help with something. I want you to separate Thor and Jane Foster. Their relationship is destined to end in tragedy with no good outcome." Billy coughed, realizing it was just this matter. "I thought it was something else. Not helping." Hearing the previous part, Odin satisfiedly took a sip of tea, but after hearing the refusal, he spat it out in disbelief, staring at Billy. Billy quickly explained, otherwise Odin would really get angry. "It's not that I don't want to help, it's a matter between the couple. What business do I have meddling in it? You've got the wrong person asking me for this. You should at least find someone related to you." Odin was nearly fuming. "Then what about the fight between my two sons? What's your business meddling in that? Hey, I have to say you a few words. I won't say anything about you training your son elsewhere, but your two sons fighting on Earth has caused enormous damage to the planet. Earth is the place that gave me life. How can you expect me to stand by and do nothing?" Odin pouted, speaking as if it were true. "Had it not been for my previous covert surveillance of him, I would have almost believed it. I know this may be difficult for you. If you help with this matter, you will be our guest of honor in Asgard, a forever friend of Asgard." Odin began to paint a grand picture, but Billy refused. "Even if I don't do this, I'll still be a forever friend of Asgard. You know that Thor and I are friends. Sooner or later he will ascend, and you are already old with not much time left." Odin was not willing to give up. "Since you and Thor are friends, how can you bear to watch him head toward a tragic marriage? Whether it is a tragedy is not for us to decide, but for the two parties involved to determine. Asgard will ultimately face tragedy as well. Can you say that your ancestors should not have established Asgard?" Odin understood that Billy was referring to the impending Ragnarok, and he couldn't refute this, only letting out a silent sigh. "Just tell me, what will it take for you to help with this?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Billy firmly rejected. "Thor is my beloved friend, my brother. How could I possibly sacrifice his love for some benefits?" Then the destroyer. Upon hearing Odin mention the destroyer, Billy assumed he wanted it back and immediately jumped up. "The destroyer was given to me in Thor's own words. You wouldn't want the future king of Asgard to be known for breaking promises to the 9 realms, would you? What I mean is that you Midgardians probably can't reforge the armor of the destroyer, right? If you help me with this, I can help you find a professional craftsman to forge it into a suitable weapon. What do you think?" In fact, Billy could wait a year or so for Thor to take him to find the Dwarf King for the crafting. But now there seemed to be a better choice, and he immediately said, "Deal." Nidavellir, the homeland of the dwarves. Nidavellir is a neutron star surrounded by a Dyson ring within which live 300 dwarves. Almost all dwarves in Western fantasy worlds are skilled in forging, and Marvel is no exception. Especially Dwarf King Eitri, who is a master among craftsmen. Today, Billy is fortunate to have arrived in Nidavellir under Odin's guidance, witnessing the birth of yet another artifact from the hands of the Dwarf King. The Dwarf King shows great respect for Odin, as Odin has promised to protect their dwarf race, and he has indeed kept that. However, when the Dwarf King heard that the destroyer was to be melted down and reforged, he was both shocked and regretful. Others might not know what this mech was for, but he was fully aware. Odin originally united the gods of Earth to create this mech to resist the invasion of the Celestials, and now to melt it down, he felt that Odin might have become senile with age. Even knowing it would anger Odin, he dared to ask, "If the destroyer is melted down, how will we resist the invasion of the?" Odin did not explode with rage as expected. Instead, he looked gently in Billy's direction, as if recounting a trivial matter. "The 9 realms have gained younger and more powerful guardians. A new guardian. A Midgardian." The Dwarf King did not understand, but since Odin had said so, he could only comply. Following Billy's request, the Dwarf King prepared the mold and began the forging process. As the Dwarf King activated the device, the energy of Nidavellir was drawn by the ring and poured into the furnace. Once the furnace was ignited, the high temperatures melted the destroyer armor into a liquid state, which flowed into the prepared mold. When the mold was broken open, a still warm red-hot staff appeared before everyone. Billy eagerly picked it up, not caring whether it was hot. After all, he had the horse talisman, which rendered him impervious to pain and injury. This was a coiling dragon staff approximately 1.5 meters long with a dragon wrapping around it. All magical energy that Billy needed to release could be channeled through the dragon's head and eyes at the top of the staff. Additionally, according to Billy's request, there were 6 grooves on the staff where he intended to embed the Infinity Stones, allowing the staff to absorb the stone's energy for his use. He aimed to prevent Thanos from obtaining the stones. So how does it feel? Seeing Billy like a child with a beloved toy, Odin smiled with satisfaction. Surprisingly good, as expected of the legendary craftsman Dwarf King. Billy rarely spoke, kindly leaving the Dwarf King somewhat flustered. "Then it's time for us to head back." Odin immediately intended to take Billy back to Earth, but the Dwarf King stopped him. "Wait, there's still some URU metal left unused. Why not forge something else?" Originally, Billy did not need it, but the Dwarf King thought it would be a waste not to use it after such a rare opportunity to forge. Thus, under the Dwarf King's strong insistence, Billy had him forge 9 rings and 8 bracelets for himself. Billy inscribed different runes on each of these bracelets and rings made of URU metal. Once everything was forged, Odin took Billy back to Earth repeatedly, reminding him the staff you wanted has been crafted. Don't forget the promise you made to me. I won't forget. Isn't it just to make Jane give up on Thor? You can trust me with this, Billy assured. Odin originally wanted to say that he was uneasy handing it over to him, but he dared not. He feared that if he voiced it, this kid might throw in the towel, and he wouldn't be able to find anyone else to do it. After all, it was not like he, the king of Asgard, could personally handle it. Seeing Billy's grimace, Odin opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back, instead saying, "Just know it. I hope you exercise discretion." As Odin was about to leave, Billy called out to him, turning back to ask, "Is there anything else?" "Old Don, oh no, Lord Odin, there's something I haven't figured out yet. I hope you can clarify it for me. You want to ask me if I have collected the Infinity Stones, right? No, I want to ask why you keep your son locked up at home while you wander around aimlessly. Is that how you are as a father?" "Wait, you have collected the Infinity Stones?" Odin scoffed, knowing that Billy was up to no good. In the end, he did not answer Billy's question and slipped away. See, when faced with a difficult question, he goes silent again. The family dynamics in Asgard are truly complicated, Billy muttered to himself. It's said that one cannot take advantage of others without feeling indebted. Since Billy had taken advantage of Odin, he naturally had to help him with the task. He did not hesitate and went straight to Jane's house. Knock, knock, knock. When he knocked on the door, he was surprised to find it opened by Dr. Eric. "Oh, Dr. Eric, you're still around." Dr. Eric thought to himself, "Is that polite? This is my house, where else would I be?" In the original timeline, after Thor left Dr. Eric was summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. to study the Tesseract. However, now that the Tesseract was in Billy's hands, there was naturally no need to summon Dr. Eric, and besides, he harbored no fondness for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, according to him, a good friend of his had disappeared after joining S.H.I.E.L.D., and that friend was most likely Bruce Banner. "You are the superhuman who fought against the massive steel mech that day." Dr. Eric, uninterested in finances, did not recognize that the person before him was the wealthy Billy Davis. But he recognized that this person was the one who battled the destroyer, as Billy had not worn the golden mask that day, and the people in the small town had all been evacuated. Even if someone saw him, it wouldn't matter, and besides, Billy didn't need to hide anymore. Previously, he always distinguished between the identities of the Master and Billy Davis. The outside world believed the Master was merely a superhero under WaterCorp, while Billy Davis was the owner of WaterCorp. No one would think that the wealthy Billy was the superhero Master. "It's me, no doubt about it. Didn't expect you to recognize me. Do you want me to sign something for you?" Billy had put on his act, but to his surprise, Dr. Eric showed no enthusiasm, instead quickly trying to close the door. But how could he be faster than Billy? Billy directly stuck a finger in the door, making it impossible for Dr. Eric to close it, even with all his strength. "Don't waste your effort, Dr. Eric. You know the door is just a formality for me. I can easily bypass it. Hurry up and step aside. Oh, I have something to say to Dr. Jane Foster. He'll leave right after." Dr. Eric, the old man, turned red with anger. "Not a chance. Jane has been badly hurt by your friend Thor, and she doesn't want to see any of you superhumans." Before Billy could respond, Jane's voice came from behind Dr. Eric. "Thor, where is he?" Dr. Eric, who was struggling to close the door, stumbled and quickly explained, "You heard wrong, Jane. No one mentioned Thor. There's a refrigerator salesman outside. They'll get rid of him right now." "Eric, are you saying that the billionaire came here personally to sell us refrigerators?" At this moment, Jane had already seen the comm and collected Billy, recognizing his identity and inviting him in to sit with Dr. Eric's resentful gaze. Billy entered the room and asked, "Miss Jane, there are many people in the world who look alike. How can you be so sure that I am Billy Davis? I watched your press conference. Besides Billy Davis himself, who else could control the Yin Tiger and Mao Rabbit met? And this person just happens to look exactly like Billy Davis. How could there be such a coincidence in the world?" Billy couldn't help but applaud. "Smart. Much stronger than some old man. Unable to win an argument or a fight." Dr. Eric was about to explode with frustration. Jane first soothed Eric's emotions and then looked earnestly at Billy. "You know about Thor's whereabouts, right? He is dead." At that moment, Odin, far away in Asgard, was drinking while secretly watching Billy. When he heard Billy utter the words, "Thor is dead," the wine he had just sipped sprayed out. He finally understood where that inexplicable worry was coming from. "Damn it, I wanted you to sever Jane's thoughts about Thor, not, is this how you help me with my affairs? Forget it, the words have already been spoken, or as long as their bond is severed, that's enough. After all, short pain is better than long pain. This way, 100 years later, Thor will no longer have to suffer greatly from the loss of his beloved. Thor could live for thousands of years, or 100 years is merely a milestone for him, but for Jane, it's her entire lifetime. Thor will watch her rapidly age and eventually perish during this period. As a god, he felt powerless in this matter. He would gradually forget her throughout his long life. This was equally cruel for Jane. In her life, her lover always appeared young, while she slowly aged, leading her to feel increasingly inferior and anxious. In Odin's eyes, this relationship ultimately could not endure. But Billy knew that Odin's worries were unfounded. The situation he feared would never occur. Odin did not see far. He could only foresee Hellas' return and then his own demise, but he likely could not see beyond. Having watched Thor love and thunder, Billy knew Jane had cancer and would not live to 100, leaving no time to age. So why did he agree to Odin's request to stop this relationship? Because after all, this is a matter of Thor and Odin's family. He has no ties to them. What use is it to see clearly? Odin offered a condition he could not refuse, so of course he had to agree. When Jane heard that Thor was dead, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Thor had promised to return to her the day, but she waited from dawn till dusk, and then from dusk till dawn, yet Thor never returned. She thought Thor's promises were just lies. He had abandoned her to live a good life. But she never expected that Thor had actually died. Billy sighed. Thor must have told you about the layout of the 9 realms, right? Jane nodded, wiping her tears persistently. Thor was exceptional in every way, a true hexagonal warrior, though his intelligence was somewhat lacking. However, his brother Loki was exceptionally gifted in that regard. The steel giant you saw that day was controlled by him. What? Aren't they brothers? Why would they fight? Jane continued to wipe her tears while Eric asked for her. The struggle for the throne has always been like this, and it is closely related to Odin's educational methods. There can only be one throne, and only one of the brothers can sit upon it. Yet neither of them was truly interested in it. Thor was blissfully ignorant, while Loki felt that everyone favored Thor. He wanted to prove himself, leading to their estrangement and the calamity of today. Both were left dumbfounded. Jane stopped crying and choked out, what did Thor experience before his death? Sigh. Billy sighed. This is all Odin's fault. Thor unilaterally declared war on the frost giants, and in anger Odin stripped him of his divine power and exiled him to Earth for training. But it backfired. He fell into Odin's sleep. During this time Loki seized the throne, and when Thor returned to Asgard, Loki brought the frost giants with him. Thor fought valiantly, but unfortunately he was frozen by the box of ice during the battle, and Jane covered her face and cried again. Even Dr. Eric furrowed his brows, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Billy stood up to take his leave. I'll be going now. Please take care of yourselves. Just as he took a couple of steps, Jane's voice rang out behind him. Is there any way for me to see Thor one last time? Billy replied without turning around. No, it's better to forget than to cling to the past to forget him. Sigh, what a sin. They say it's better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin one marriage. If it weren't for Odin offering too much, he wouldn't have taken this job. After leaving Jane's home, Billy headed straight back to the water company. Sitting in the office, he had collected 8 shadow masks, but the Mjolnir mask was not among them. These shadow masks could summon different types of shadow legions and significantly enhance human abilities and strength. Billy was just about to extract the energy from these masks into the 9 rings he was forging when his secretary Felicia came to report that the old man had come again a few days ago. Odin, what does he want again? Is he dissatisfied with how I handled things? That shouldn't be you. I handled it quite well. Please let him in. Billy quickly put away the masks. Billy Davis, I asked you to help Thor with his emotional issues, and this is how you... Odin entered and immediately began to question him. Billy had already prepared for it, and calmly countered, wasn't my handling quite good? Jane must have given up on Thor by now. Is that really giving up on Thor? That means Thor has died in her heart. Billy protested, just tell me if the result is right or wrong. Well, I can't just kill her, can I? You're not satisfied with one thing and then another. Why are you so hard to please? If you think I handled it poorly, find someone else to handle it, or handle it yourself. I won't refund my fee. After all, I've been busy running around, and I deserve credit for my efforts. Odin was speechless for a long time. Despite having lived for over 5,000 years and seen countless people, he had never encountered someone so shameless. What have you worked hard for? All you did was report a death. If this were when Odin was young, he would have slapped him across the face already. However, the once combative Odin had grown old, and his temper had naturally softened considerably. Have you ever thought about what the consequences will be when Thor meets that girl in Midgard, Earth's alternate name? Now I must say something to you, Odin. You do not understand love, youth, or how to educate children. Was your marriage with Frigga? You only have 3 children, and 2 of them have gone astray under your guidance. Do you want to push Thor down the wrong path too? Odin fell silent for a long time. He knew Billy was speaking the truth. He truly did not understand how to educate. So what do you think I should do? Let nature take its course. Thor is inherently good-natured. As long as you don't let him astray, he won't turn bad. Odin nodded, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Why didn't you say this a few days ago? You didn't ask, did you? Odin left, leaving behind a sentence. I hope you can guide my son onto the right path. Asgard will always be grateful for your kindness. Billy neither agreed nor refused, silently complaining to himself, I haven't even found the right path for myself. How can I have the time to manage whether your son is on the right path? These trivial matters can be discussed later. The urgent task is to extract the energy from the masks. Remembering this, he placed the 8 masks back on the table. He activated the magic and extracted the energy from the masks one by one, then stuffed it into the rings one by one. Before long, these masks became ordinary masks, while the 8 rings made of URU metal engraved with runes glimmered with various colors. Originally there were 9 masks, but since one was missing, he could only extract energy from 8. So can these 8 shadow rings be called the Black 8 Rings? He casually picked up a ring that shimmered with purple light and put it on his hand. With a thought, slender shadow soldiers with claws appeared before him. At this time, Loki was probably wandering through the universe, and it would be some time before he found Thanos and obtained the Mind Stone to come to Earth. There's still nearly half a year left, just enough time to find the 8 great magical energies. The 8 immortal deities subdued the 8 great demons using 8 different magical weapons and sealed them away. These treasures that conquered the demons were also tainted with the demons' dark energy. Those who possess this dark energy can harness the power of the demons. Although the dark energy is merely the remnants of the demon's energy in the world, it is sufficient to grant an otherwise ordinary person unmatched formidable abilities. Billy embarked on a journey to seek the dark energy alone. Using a dark energy tracker he created himself to locate its precise position. The tracker resembled a small radar with a handle at the bottom that made it look like a handgun, allowing him to directly suck the dark energy into the gun once he found it. However, this tracker had a drawback: it could only store one dark energy at a time. But that didn't matter, as Billy planned to refine the dark energy immediately and store it in a bracelet made of URU metal. Originally, he intended to go with Sky. He remembered that Sky loved adventures, but Sky insisted on watching the reconstruction work of the Een Tiger and the Young Rabbit. With no other choice, Billy had to go alone, as the path to becoming stronger is often a lonely one. His first stop was the Colorado Bridge in Santiago. In his memory, there were 2 dark energies here. One from the Earth Demon, the Earth Sovereign, and the other from the Moon Demon. The Earth Sovereign, as the Earth Demon, wielded the power to control sand, soil, and stones, and was ultimately sealed by one of the 8 immortal deities, Lan Saiha, using flowers. The token of the immortal deity who sealed the Earth Sovereign, the flower, is located in a flower shop right here. Guided by the dark energy tracker, Billy effortlessly found this flower shop. As soon as he entered, a slender-headed clerk with a center part and wearing an apron approached him and asked, "Hello, how can I assist?" "No need, I can find it myself." The shop was a riot of flowers, and searching for a single red flower among this sea of blossoms was like finding a needle in a haystack, but fortunately, he had the dark energy tracker to guide him. Soon Billy stopped in front of a vase. According to the dark energy tracker, the flower sealing the dark energy of the Earth Sovereign was inside. However, there were dozens of the same flower in this vase, so he had to test each one. This flower was truly peculiar, resembling a chrysanthemum, but red in color. Billy's luck was quite poor. Out of dozens of flowers, he only got a reaction from the tracker when there were just 3 or 5 left in the vase, indicating that the one he held was indeed the token of the immortal deity sealing the Earth Sovereign. Without hesitation, Billy immediately recited the incantation, and suddenly a ring of black light rose around the flower's petals, quickly transforming into a gust of black wind that was sucked into the dark energy tracker. Billy then recited another incantation to absorb the dark energy into the bracelet. The bracelet divided the dark energy into 2 stages. The first stage allowed the use of the demon's power, while the second stage involved transforming into the demon and enhancing that power. The benefits of this approach were immense. Otherwise, the person who obtained the howling wind dark energy would end up dead, turning into the form of a frog for no reason. After Billy completed all of this, the clerk timidly approached and asked, "Sir, about these flowers." Billy glanced at the flowers he had tossed on the ground and without hesitation pulled out his card, saying "Swipe." After paying, Billy hurriedly headed to the local zoo to search for the token of the immortal deity sealing Jalan. Jalan, as the Moon Demon, had the ability to manipulate gravity, rivaling Marvel's Kingpin, and was ultimately sealed by the only female among the 8 immortal deities, Hishingu, using a flower bud. Guided by the prophetic script benefits, upon arriving at the zoo, he went straight to the panda exhibit, where there was a babbling waterfall and the flower bud was located in the water. When Billy extended the tracker, a panda nearby also approached the flower bud. "Shoo shoo, little animal, you can't touch this." Billy hurriedly shooed the panda away. In the original story, the flower bud was activated by the demon Xiao Long and was not absorbed in time, leading to the panda in the zoo touching it and absorbing the dark energy, causing quite a ruckus. Billy was not like the demon Xiao Long, who foolishly said, "I feel the dark energy nearby," after activating it. Wasn't it right in front of him? He absorbed the dark energy from the flower bud into the tracker and refined it into the bracelet in an instant. Next up was the second stop, Oceania, where the dark energies of Basha and Shimu awaited. Polynesia Island is one of the 3 major islands in the Pacific Ocean. In the original story, there was a survival show on this island, with the prize being a gourd containing the dark energy of the water demon Basha. Basha, the water demon, had the ability to control the oceans and was sealed by one of the 8 immortal deities, Taiguai Li, using a gourd. When Billy arrived at the location indicated by the dark energy tracker, he saw a familiar face and hurriedly greeted Agent. "What are you doing here?" Agent Carlson, who was directing the operation, was surprised to hear someone greet him. Turning around and seeing Billy, he exclaimed, "Mr. Davis, did the director send you for support? We really can't handle these 2 monsters." What 2 monsters? Billy thought to himself, could it be that the dark energies of Basha and Shimu have been activated and come into contact with other beings? You don't know? We received a report of a water-controlling monster wreaking havoc here. At first we thought it was a mutant out of control, but upon arriving we discovered it was a real monster, and not just one. There's also one that can fly. Our agents simply couldn't handle it, and even the captain is at a loss. I just requested support from the director when you arrived. By the way, how did you get here so fast? Carlson finished speaking in one breath, and Billy quietly listened, hearing the sounds of a battle not far away. "So did Dragon Team come as well?" "Well, hey, oh, my employee. Don't ask, just deal with those monsters first." Billy dashed out, leaving Carlson bewildered in the wind. When Billy arrived at the battlefield, he witnessed a one-sided scene of torment. Black Widow was rolling on the ground, and although Hawkeye's arrows exploded, they still failed to affect the demons. As for Dragon Team, it was even less effective. His shield could handle ordinary people, but was no match for demons, while the other regular agents were just fodder. If Billy had arrived a little later, these agents would likely have perished here. Fortunately, these two demons were not allies and attacked each other, which allowed the agents to hold on until Billy arrived. They probably aimed to kill each other and seize the dark energy. As soon as Billy arrived on the battlefield, he immediately recited the incantation. The person with the power of the water demon was in the midst of a fight when the dark energy was suddenly taken away by Billy, causing him to be knocked unconscious by a shield from Dragon Team. At that moment, the agents finally noticed Billy's presence and cheered as if they had found their backbone. Billy shouted, "Stop shouting. I can only absorb one demon at a time. You all hold off the other demon while I refine." Everyone once again threw themselves into battle, but this time there was clearly more hope in their eyes. The person who had obtained the dark energy of the sky demon Shimu also heard Billy's words. Naturally, he could not sit idly by, and took advantage of Billy refining Bosch's dark energy to descend from the sky and attack him. Unfortunately for him, he had the wrong target. Billy fired a bolt of electricity, creating two large holes in him. Although demons recover quickly, they couldn't withstand the pain. The demon was undeterred. After recovering, he charged at Billy again. This time, Billy spat out a ball of fire, almost turning him into a roasted bat. By the time he was ready to attack Billy for the third time, Billy had already refined the water demon into the bracelet, just in time to absorb his dark energy as well. No. As the dark energy was absorbed, he lost his demonic power and plummeted from the sky, crashing. Only after Billy confirmed the capture of the two demons did Coulson arrive to express gratitude on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. You've been a great help, Mr. Davis. I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Hey, he should thank us too. Listening to the gratitude from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Billy couldn't help but smile broadly, yet he pretended to be humble, saying, No, it's what I should do. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. The chameleon, disguised as Captain America, scratched his head. When did the boss become so concerned about the country? And Coulson's eyes lit up. Well said, with great power comes great responsibility. Mr. Davis' words are truly thought-provoking. Before Coulson could finish, his phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling. Coulson's expression darkened increasingly as he hung up the phone. He gravely informed everyone, a new demon has appeared in the Arctic Ocean region. The agents immediately lost their smiles. They had suffered greatly dealing with Shimu and Basha before, with many agents even perishing on the spot. The atmosphere became oppressive and Billy spoke up. These demons are powerful and there's no need to sacrifice lives. How about this'll go capture the demons? All the agents present, including Natasha Barton and Coulson, were moved to tears. They had always heard the director say how terrible Billy's character was, but now it was clear the director was wrong. Mr. Davis was actually a good-hearted man. Thinking back on Billy's previous words about great power and responsibility, his image in their hearts was elevated infinitely. Coulson resolutely said, "How can this be? How can we let you go alone?" The agents' faces turned dark upon hearing this. "You're so noble. You're amazing. You want to hide behind while we face death?" Billy waved his hand. "If I don't go to hell, who will? How about this, Captain? You fly me part of the way, the rest don't need to join in." Coulson wanted to say something more, but seeing the hopeful expressions of the agents, he helplessly nodded. "All right, Mr. Davis. S.H.I.E.L.D. owes you a favor. How has your bureau been lately?" Dragon Team piloted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet carrying Billy as they slowly flew towards the Arctic Circle. On the way, Billy casually chatted with Dragon Team. "Not bad, just doing normal missions. I don't know how many more years we'll have such leisurely days. Not many years left. In a year or two, there will be a big mission." Dragon Team finally smiled. Just as the plane was about to enter the Arctic Circle, a thunderstorm warning suddenly sounded. Initially, neither of them paid much attention. Thunderstorms were rare in the Arctic Circle, especially now in winter. How could it be so coincidental to encounter a thunderstorm in the Arctic Circle? Could this be possible? Billy mocked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plane for being unreliable when suddenly he sat up straight. Bad news. What happened? Dragon Team hurriedly asked. Before Billy could speak, a massive bolt of lightning struck their plane. The plane nearly crashed on the spot and Dragon Team was left charred and gasping for breath. Fortunately, Billy activated the horse talisman, not only healing Dragon Team, but also repairing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet. As Dragon Team regained consciousness, his head was still spinning. "Boss, what's going on? This weather seems abnormal, right?" "Of course it's abnormal. This is the work of that monster." Clearly, the unseen monster was using the dark energy of the Thunder Demon, which had the power to control thunder, and was sealed by one of the 8 immortal deities, Chaoguijio, using a Clapper Inyang board. "So boss, what do we do now?" Almost struck dead, without even seeing it, made Dragon Team very troubled. "You should fly the plane back. I'll deal with this monster." Billy thought for a moment. He couldn't let his undercover agent die in vain, as they would still be useful in the future. "Can you handle it by yourself, boss? How about I go with you?" Dragon Team struck a pose that suggested he was ready to sacrifice himself. Billy rolled his eyes at him. "What do you think?" The cabin door opened and Billy flew directly out, while Dragon Team followed Billy's orders and flew the plane back. Billy chased after the lightning alone in the Arctic Circle, and in no time, he had been struck several times. He himself was fine, but his clothes were already in tatters. Fortunately, there were no people around, otherwise seeing a naked man flying in the sky would surely make headlines. However, Billy was overthinking it this time, as there was an even more explosive news right ahead. When Billy finally caught up with the monster that had been striking him with lightning, it was chasing a polar bear with its thunder like a cat playing with a mouse. Surrounding currents flashed, shattering the darkness with a thunderous roar. The polar bear was indeed having the worst luck, its forelegs moving rapidly, wishing its parents had given it 2 more legs. Just as it caught a breath, another bolt of lightning struck it, sending it back to square one. Sometimes the lightning would strike the ice and plunge into the water, causing numerous dead fish to float to the surface belly up. Billy immediately shouted, "Hey, did you know it's illegal to electrocute fish?" The creature turned its head and Billy was instantly stunned, for it was a seal. No wonder it was chasing the polar bear. Polar bears eat seals after all. The seal let out a couple of loud cries and a bolt of lightning struck towards Billy. Billy's eyelids twitched twice. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Billy activated the pig talisman, using a shocking glare to burn a large hole in the seal. The seal lay on the ground howling, but soon the hole healed back to normal. This little creature was also one to forget pain after healing. As soon as the wound healed, it struck Billy with lightning again. Billy couldn't bear this humiliation. He descended from the sky and slapped it to sleep. When he wanted to take out the dark energy tracker, he realized he had been too focused on chasing the seal, and the tracker had fallen out when his clothes were shredded. Thus he could only extract it directly. Billy's magic in this aspect was still lacking, and the extraction would take a long time. During this time the seal woke up several times, and each time it woke up Billy would put it back to sleep. After several hours he finally refined the dark energy into his bracelet. There were quite a few dead polar bears around, and Billy skinned one to wear. He was also a person who cared about his image, so he certainly wouldn't return to human society completely naked. Following the path back, he retrieved the dark energy tracker, repaired it with the horse talisman, so it could still be used, and headed to the final destination. The final destination was North America, where the remaining 3 immortal deity tokens were located. One was in Canada, and he could also look for his old friends while passing through there. The other 2 were in the United States, and Billy specifically left the nearest ones for last. The dark energy in Canada belonged to the mountain demon Bagon. If it weren't for the ability to extract dark energy into his bracelet, he wouldn't want this energy at all. It was both weak and ugly, akin to a toad on one's foot, non-threatening yet bothersome. The energy fluctuation was so powerful that it caused Billy to pause his search for the black mist, intrigued to investigate and see what kind of creature was so impressive. Following the fluctuation, he gradually ventured deeper into the dense forest until he suddenly came into a clearing. The ground was littered with broken tree stumps, and fallen trees were scattered haphazardly. There were claw marks and fist prints on these trees and stumps, indicating that they were broken by different creatures. As he walked further, he arrived at a clearing beside a waterfall, where Billy spotted 2 familiar faces. Out of politeness, he greeted them. "Yo, General Ross, Miss Betty, what a coincidence. You are here too." At that moment, Betty was watching the battle with her father, and it was evident that their father-daughter relationship had reconciled. Upon hearing their names called, both turned their heads to see a man dressed in bear skin. General Ross exclaimed in surprise, "Davis, what are you doing here?" At that moment, General Ross held no hatred or resentment towards Billy. He was no longer so stubborn, and was actually grateful that Billy had improved his relationship with his daughter. "I was just passing by looking for something. What are you 2 watching?" Following their gaze, Billy noticed that Betty said, "Bruce is in a fight with someone." "Is this English? I don't quite understand. Who dares to challenge Hulk? I want to see who this is." Billy squinted and saw that the one fighting Hulk was an ordinary-sized human, but he had long steel claws. Even in gray, Billy would recognize him. Wolverine. It turned out to be Logan, which wasn't surprising given that in other works Wolverine was hired to hunt down the Hulk. As for who would come out on top, one could only say that each had their strengths. Hulk was indestructible with immense destructive power, while Logan had an astonishingly high health bar, and adamantium was no soft material. Would Wolverine from this timeline appear here? Actually, anyone who has seen Deadpool 3 knows that Wolverine can show up anywhere and anytime. It just depends on which parallel universe it is. In some universes, Professor X leads the X-Men, in others he joins the Illuminati, and in yet others he establishes the X Dynasty. As the saying goes, the universe is constantly changing every moment. Billy rolled his eyes and looked at General Ross. "I have to go. Keep it down. Don't attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. They're looking for you." "Okay, I got it, Davis. Thank you for the reminder. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know." "What? Am I hallucinating?" The famous General Ross actually said, "Thank you." "Get lost, Davis." General Ross cursed angrily. "That's more like the General Ross I know. I'm off now." As he left, Billy took one last glance at Hulk and Wolverine, who were fighting. Wolverine glanced at him amidst the battle, only to be punched away by Hulk. How unfortunate. Billy didn't pay any more attention to the fight. He wasn't a referee and only needed to satisfy his curiosity with a glance. He still had the black mist to track down. Oh no. Just as Billy was about to search for the black mist, he was taken by surprise when it came directly to him. He saw a giant with green skin and an ugly appearance uprooting trees and stomping towards him. Each step sent tremors through the ground, and it was at least 100 meters tall. He saw a giant with green skin and an ugly appearance uprooting trees and stomping towards him. General Ross was dumbfounded, and Betty was so shocked she couldn't speak. The fierce battle between Hulk and Wolverine was also interrupted by the disturbance created by the giant. They exchanged glances and almost instinctively charged at the giant. Hulk made a large leap, landing on the giant's head, and began to pound it, while Wolverine jumped onto the giant's calf and started scratching wildly. However, this was similar to attacking the fire giant Surtur, causing very little damage. The giant's vitality was simply... The giant easily picked them up as if holding two grasshoppers, and with a swift motion flung them away, before continuing on its path. After being flung away, Hulk quickly got back up, and with sheer determination lifted the giant, which weighed several tons. The scene was reminiscent of a mouse lifting an elephant. Roar! Hulk let out a furious roar and hurled the giant away, which landed right where Billy and General Ross were. No! After throwing the giant, Hulk realized Betty was still over there, and panicked, rushing back to try to remedy the situation. But with his level of intelligence, it was already a stroke of luck that he reacted at all. Had he been any slower, Betty would have likely been turned into pulp. General Ross cursed Bruce under his breath, then pulled both Billy and Betty back, preparing to transform into Red Hulk to block the giant. Billy felt a bit touched. After all, in a life-and-death situation, this old man was willing to protect him. He vowed to try to avoid getting him into trouble next time. However, Billy didn't let General Ross bear the burden alone. He quickly pulled him back and used a chicken talisman to levitate the giant in the air. You actually have this ability, General Ross said, slightly surprised. He had previously thought of Billy as just a rich and calculating jerk, not having shown these abilities in front of him before. I have many skills. We'll talk about this later. First, take out the tracker from my waist and aim it at this monster. General Ross did as Billy instructed, but when he took out the black mist tracker, he felt a bit embarrassed. Are you so open now? Are you not wearing any clothes inside? A child without a mother, it's a long story. We'll discuss it later. You just capture the monster first. General Ross aimed the tracker at the giant while Billy performed a spell, and soon the black mist was absorbed by the tracker, transforming the giant into a blonde beauty. When Hulk rushed over and didn't see the giant, he let out a roar, feeling quite lost, as if he had drawn his sword and found himself at a loss. Fortunately, at that moment, the flung Wolverine returned, and they began to fight again. General Ross was speechless. Is it common for young people today to start fighting over the slightest disagreement? Hulk's temper is well known, and Wolverine isn't exactly known for his patience either. After all, who would have a good temper after enduring such pain? Logan is merely immortal, not immune to pain. He has even stated that every time his claws come out, it hurts. Let them fight. After all, neither can die. It's just a shame for the environment here. Billy didn't carry General Ross and Betty along. He directly refined the black mist into his wristband. He wasn't worried about General Ross reporting him, as they themselves weren't clean and were being hunted down. In fact, it was Billy who facilitated their wanted status. What is this? General Ross couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Magic. Billy shared his experiences with the dark energy during this period with General Ross, who, upon seeing Billy still wearing the bearskin, gave him one of his own shirts. Billy took a bath in the nearby waterfall. The bearskin had just been removed from the ice and had some bloodstains on it. Moreover, wearing the bearskin made him sweat, leaving him not only dirty, but also quite smelly. After getting cleaned up, General Ross wanted to invite Billy for a meal, but Billy declined, as he still had two dark energies to find, and any further delay would activate them. As he was leaving, Hulk and Wolverine were still fighting, and it looked like they would go on for 3 days and nights. After returning to America, Billy followed the tracker's signal to a car wash. There was a relic that sealed the wind demon Howling Wind here. Howling Wind had the ability to conjure storms, and was sealed by Han Zhongli, one of the 8 immortal deities, with a folding fan. I don't know why a car wash would have a wall full of fans, or perhaps it's some special custom. However, this was not important. What mattered was that Howling Wind's dark energy had not been activated, and Billy successfully obtained it, refining it into his bracelet. Just as Billy was feeling lucky, his phone rang. Could it be? Was the dark energy of the master activated? When he answered the phone, he heard a familiar voice. BOSS, big news, turn on the TV. Billy didn't have time to argue, and quickly hung up, borrowing a computer from the car wash staff to check the news. Sure enough, someone had come into contact with the master's dark energy, and was now rampaging in the Harlem area. Billy sensed that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. After thanking the staff, he dashed towards Harlem. With the aid of the rabbit talisman, he arrived in Harlem in just 2 or 3 seconds, and used a blinding glare to take down the culprit. He quickly formed a seal, and chanted a spell to extract the dark energy from the individual. He couldn't refine it in front of the media and the public, so amidst the cheers of the crowd, he returned to the water company. After this, he was bound to become famous. The media would definitely catch him. He had anticipated this turn of events, and had originally planned to discard the master's identity. Initially, he planned to wait until the Avengers 3 to kill Thanos, but then he thought, why wait until Thanos gathered all the stones to strike? He could simply wait for Loki to open the portal and directly confront Thanos at the Sanctum Sanctorum, which would surely bring. By that time, he could probably just go home without a care. Why would he need to suffer alongside these heroes and villains playing house? In the office, Billy refined the last dark energy, that of the master, into his bracelet, completing the collection of the 8. Reflecting on when he first crossed over, he was just a little Karami teetering on the edge of being slain, and in the blink of an eye he now stood at the top of the food chain. Billy was secretly pleased when suddenly sparks began to fly beside him, followed by the opening of a portal from which Master Gu arrived. You seem quite happy. Master Gu, didn't anyone tell you that scaring someone can be deadly? Billy replied, speechless. Do you also fear death? Before Billy could respond, Master Gu casually found a seat, as if at home. Billy had never seen someone so relaxed. He rolled his eyes. What do I have to worry about? I share longevity with heaven. But you, Master Gu, your lifespan is. Billy didn't spell it out, but they both understood. However, living long may not necessarily be a good thing. Billy was displeased to hear this. Was Master Gu saying sour grapes? Because he couldn't attain immortality. Qin Shi Huang spent most of his life seeking immortality, but could not achieve it. Now that I have attained it so easily, how could that not be a good thing? Master Gu, you once said I found the path in my heart. I want to ask, is the path I'm on now the right one? Billy knew she couldn't speak plainly, as doing so would prevent the future from being realized. Such is the secret of heaven that cannot be leaked. So Master Gu simply looked kindly at Billy and said 4 words, things are in your hands. Neither affirming nor denying, just saying to go and do it. In the yes or no, Master Gu chose the or, which was redundant to ask. Since this couldn't be said, he decided to ask something that could be asked. He resolved to inquire about the unsettling feeling he had earlier. Master Gu should know of the existence of dark energy, right? Who activated the dark energy that should have remained quiet ahead of me? Dark energy does not awaken without reason. Ordinary people cannot sense it, let alone activate it, unless they are demons like Little Dragon or mages like Old Dad Blade Dragon. And since such individuals do not exist in the Marvel Universe, anyone suspected must be related to Kamartaj. That's for you to find out yourself. Master Gu stood up, preparing to take his leave. Seeing Master Gu open the portal so quickly, Billy hurriedly asked, Master Gu, are you feeling guilty? Master Gu didn't respond, diving into the portal. Hey Master Gu, you still haven't compensated me for that red envelope you promised last time. Billy thought to himself that Master Gu always acted this way, going silent whenever faced with difficult questions. It could very well be that the traitor to Kamartaj, Master Kaecilius, was pulling strings behind the scenes. However, since Master Gu did not stop him from plotting to kill Thanos, it must be feasible. So could Master Gu know that he was going to kill Thanos? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Master Gu could foresee 500 years in the future and 800 years in the past. How could he not know what Billy was scheming? This is Thanos' fate. Since Loki's act of exterminating the frost giants was denied by Odin, he felt desolate and fell into the abyss of void in the universe. In this chaotic space filled with dimensional rifts, Loki experienced a long drift and torment until Thanos discovered him. Since witnessing the world-ending power of the destroyer, Nick Fury had been racking his brain to develop weapons to deal with extraterrestrial beings. However, whether it was the destroyer or the cosmic cube, they had fallen into Billy's hands, and now they had nothing. In desperation, he could only start assembling the Avengers. However, Bruce Banner, whom he originally intended to invite, was nowhere to be found, and this team couldn't possibly rely solely on Iron Man and Captain America to hold it upright. In his panic, he even sought out Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, who had a grudge against the Stark family and unsurprisingly was also rejected. Not to mention that Hank Pym had long since retired as Ant-Man. Even if he were still Ant-Man, there was no way he could coexist peacefully with Tony Stark. This situation didn't even require the Mind Stone to stir up trouble. They could easily come to blows themselves. Just when he was at his wit's end, he inadvertently glanced at 2 files on his desk. They were a pair of good buddies. So can we activate the large-scale wormhole transport device? Billy was not an expert. He had entrusted the task of researching the cosmic cube to the technology moguls Dr. Octopus, Vulture Beetle, and the mechanic. In response to Billy's inquiry, Dr. Octopus replied, it's a bit challenging. Activating the cosmic cube requires sufficient energy to be externally guided, and our artificial sun is clearly inadequate. This was something Billy had thought of as well. After all, Loki had activated the cosmic cube using the Mind Stone. Bring in Eric Selvig, and also go to Germany to procure iridium from Dr. Heinrich Schaefer, no matter the cost. Money is not an issue. If necessary, we can even bring Dr. Schaefer back bound. Billy needed a scapegoat to activate the wormhole on the top floor of Stark Tower, and also needed to set up a large-scale spatial transport device. Everyone immediately got busy, and when Dr. Eric was brought in, he looked utterly bewildered until he saw Billy. What the hell, Davis, why did you bind me here? Oh, it's a misunderstanding. I meant for you to bring Dr. Eric here. Billy pretended to scold him, then suddenly changed his tone to persuade Dr. Eric. Dr. Eric, I brought you here for this. When Dr. Eric saw the cosmic cube, his eyes widened, and his voice trembled. This. What is this? This is the ultimate secret of the universe, the Infinity Stones. Billy introduced loudly. 6 Infinity Stones were born during the Big Bang, each containing infinite energy. The object in front of you is the cosmic cube, and the space stone inside it is one of them. Incredible. Dr. Eric's gaze was predictably drawn to it, and he even wanted to reach out and touch it. Billy gently tapped his forehead to bring him back to reality. You can study it, but you absolutely must not touch it, or the energy released by the stone will cause an explosion. So you mean I can study it? Dr. Eric was overjoyed, as the cosmic cube was absolutely lethal for an astrophysicist. Of course. Do you still blame me for binding you here? No, I should thank you for giving me such a precious opportunity. Thank you. Look, he even felt the need to thank me. Billy smiled, patted his shoulder, reminded him to study it well, and left. A few days later, after a thorough discussion with Dr. Heinrich, he willingly offered the iridium. Actually, it was after Billy offered a price that Heinrich couldn't refuse, yet Heinrich still refused. Billy thought to himself, I communicated well with you, and you still act ungrateful. Do you really think I'm a nice guy? Thus Billy taught Heinrich an unforgettable lesson. Of course, Billy had been quite merciful in the original timeline. Loki not only took his iridium, but also gouged out Heinrich's eyes. The stage was set, just waiting for Loki to perform. On the evening of May 2nd, 2012, Billy and Sky, who were in the villa stirring up trouble, were interrupted by a ringing phone. It was Dr. Octopus calling. Billy angrily answered the phone, cursing inwardly that the other party better have something important to say. However, what Dr. Octopus said left him stunned. They detected that the energy of the cosmic cube was rapidly increasing. At first, Billy didn't react, then suddenly realized that Loki was coming. If you have something to do, go ahead and handle it. Sky tried to appear understanding, but she was quite angry. Oh, anyone would be frustrated at being interrupted at this moment. No rush, let's continue. After all, in the original timeline, Coulson discovered the rising energy of the cosmic cube and notified Nick Fury, who took 4 hours to arrive. 4 hours was enough for a thorough romp. Nearly 4 hours later, Billy, still unsatisfied, put on his clothes and used a rabbit talisman to instantly arrive at the water company. At this moment, a number of superheroes research department members and Dr. Eric had gathered at the water company. With this lineup, even Loki would get a couple of slaps. What is the situation now? Billy asked. Seeing Billy arrive, everyone tactfully made way. The energy keeps fluctuating as if someone is knocking on the door from the other side. After Dr. Octopus finished speaking, the research experts nodded in agreement. No one knew what would happen, as it was beyond the realm of science. After Billy spoke, the fluctuations of the cosmic cube became more pronounced, with blue arcs of electricity attempting to escape, like a caged animal, and blue nebula-like energy clouds accompanied by... After Billy spoke, the fluctuations of the cosmic cube became more pronounced, with blue arcs of electricity attempting to escape, like a caged animal, and blue nebula-like energy clouds accompanied by arcs slipped out from the cosmic cube. The entire water company trembled, as everyone except for Billy held their breath, staring at the cosmic cube. The energy within the cosmic cube seemed to reach a critical point, forming a vortex ahead, which then solidified into a beam of light, slowly opening a wormhole. Before everyone could see what was inside the wormhole, it exploded, as if the energy had been exhausted. The wave it created blinding them, and the wave eventually dissipated like blue flames. When they looked again, they only saw a slender man holding a scepter. This scene made Billy quite annoyed, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, it said that old one Magneto is a scene stealer. You, Loki, are no less impressive. Loki was also confused. Why was a crowd staring at him as soon as he landed? This was not how it had been planned. Billy stood up and greeted him, surprised, happy. Who would have thought we would meet again so soon? The number one mage of the 9 realms. It's you, the wizard from Midgard. Loki also recognized who stood before him. Enemies meeting, especially when the person in front of him had disrupted his plans and repeatedly slapped his face, made Loki very angry. He immediately raised his scepter and shot a laser at Billy, who did not dodge or evade, allowing the laser to hit him. Arrogant. Dr. Octopus immediately extended his tentacles from behind to restrain Loki, who also did not dodge, letting the tentacles grab him in midair. He merely sneered, thinking Billy was definitely done for this time. This was the energy emitted by the Mind Stone. Even he, a god, wouldn't dare to touch it lightly. Is that all you've got? Billy was unharmed, though a piece of his clothing was torn. What? How is this possible? Loki couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, I've been played, I've been tricked, I've been set up, I've been schemed against. In short, it all summed up to one sentence. Thanos gave him a fake Mind Stone. At this moment, he wanted to break free, but found himself utterly unable to do so. He wondered how the technology of Midgard could have developed so rapidly. At this moment, his dignity as a god was completely crushed. How could he possibly escape the tentacles of Dr. Octopus? Let alone him being just a mage, even a pure warrior like Thor in the first Avengers movie couldn't inflict any significant damage on Iron Man with Mjolnir. This is the technology of Earth. Seeing that he was outmatched, Loki began to employ his abilities as the god of mischief, feigning weakness. Okay, you win. You are the number one mage in the 9 realms. I bow to your superiority. Billy smirked. Let him down. Boss, don't be fooled. Everyone, including Dr. Octopus, felt that it was not the right time. Billy waved his hand to indicate that everyone should remain calm. Let him down. Though Dr. Octopus did not understand, he had no choice but to comply. After Loki was released, he discreetly glanced at Dr. Octopus, silently marking him in his mind. Oh dear, if you had admitted earlier that you were weak, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Billy feigned pride. As Loki kept agreeing, he secretly moved closer to Billy, gripping his staff tightly, and suddenly lunged it towards Billy's heart. Watch out, boss. Those nearby who wanted to rescue him were too late. The staff pointed at Billy's heart, and Loki revealed an evil smile, thinking he had succeeded. Who was the weakling now? Looking up, he saw a sinister smile on Billy's face. Then Billy raised his hand and slapped him. I've given you 2. Loki was sent flying by the slap, lying on the ground in disbelief, covering his face, thinking that his father had never hit him like this. Little Loki, I thought you were a sensible person, but I didn't expect you to be so out of touch. You truly disappoint me, Billy said, stopping in front of Loki. Loki suddenly sprang up. Enough. I am a god, you foolish ant, you shall not humiliate me. Since he had said that out of courtesy, Billy had to give him a set of Hulk-style slamming services. As the saying goes, a small tree cannot grow straight without pruning, and a person cannot thrive without some correction. Billy grabbed Loki's ankle and began to slam him down, fiercely showcasing what Midgard's strength truly meant. After the service, Loki lay in the rubble, incredulous and questioning his life. Are you awake now, eh? I can allow you to live in humiliation, but if you are still ungrateful and try to flaunt your Asgardian arrogance, I will ensure you die in humiliation and pain. Billy threatened. For the second time, Loki felt such fear. The last time was when he encountered Thanos in the abyss, feeling unprecedented terror from him. He had always assumed that Billy was just an ordinary Midgardian, but he did not expect this Midgardian to be more powerful than most gods he had encountered. What exactly do you want? Loki compromised. Billy timely proposed cooperation. I want you to help me kill. Though Thanos' name is actually Thanos, we shall refer to him as Thanos from now on. What? Are you crazy? That's Thanos. Do you know how powerful he is? Loki's face was filled with fear. He regretted his long ears for the first time. Relax, Loki, you are a god too. There's no need to fear that guy Thanos. Loki thought to himself that it was easy for you to say calling myself a god is just self-praise, but I certainly wouldn't dare to provoke Thanos. If the two gods fight, don't drag me into it. Seeing that Loki did not respond, Billy became somewhat annoyed. Listen up, Loki, I don't care if your invasion of Earth is to prove something to Odin, or if you genuinely want to rule. As long as I'm here, you won't achieve that. Thanos wants you to help him get the cosmic cube. You won't only fail to get it, but you also lost the Mind Stone. Do you think Thanos will let you go? Or do you have any choice other than cooperating with me? Loki felt a resistance inside. After all, that was Thanos, making him instinctively feel that resistance was futile. However, Billy spoke the truth. He couldn't steal the cosmic cube from Billy, and had lost the Mind Stone, which left him with no way to explain himself to Thanos. Lock him up. No one is allowed to approach him until he understands his situation. Billy had already constructed a cage from which Loki could not escape, locking him along with the Mind Stone, because he knew the Chitauri leader would pressure Loki through the Mind Stone. Sooner or later, Loki would not be able to withstand the pressure, either choosing to cooperate with Billy or calling Thanos to deal with him. Regardless of the outcome, it was what Billy wanted to see. Boss, the Shield is on the phone. They said they are looking for you. Secretary Felicia came over holding a phone. Regardless of the outcome, it was what Billy wanted to see. Boss, the Shield is on the phone. They said they are looking for you. Secretary Felicia came over holding a phone. I checked that there was abnormal energy fluctuations at your water company. Oh, what happened to it? You absurd fool, what does what happens at our water company have to do with you? Hasn't anyone taught you not to ask questions that shouldn't be? Billy retorted Nick Fury without hesitation, while secretly cursing S.H.I.E.L.D. for reaching too far, even starting to meddle in their water company's affairs. Nick Fury's veins bulged as he suppressed his anger. Davis, everything I do is for the sake of Earth's safety. You have an obligation to cooperate with us. Oh, come on. What does the safety of Earth have to do with you, you fool? You are not even a real egg. Can you please know your place? Nick Fury was so enraged that he couldn't speak. The reason he made this call was to suspect that Billy was using the cosmic cube to create weapons. He wanted to get involved. After all, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current weapons, they couldn't deal with extraterrestrial threats. However, after this call, not only did he fail to obtain useful information, but he also ended up being infuriated. Crack! A lightning bolt struck down at Billy, who thought to himself that a distinguished guest was arriving. It's thundering here. I have to go. Remember to know your place. He then hung up the phone, ignoring Nick Fury's curses. The night sky, which had just been clear with scattered stars, was now rumbling with thunder and flashes of lightning. Upon learning that Loki was on Earth, Odin summoned dark magic to transport Thor to Earth to bring back Loki, and most importantly, to retrieve the cosmic cube. Billy only guessed the beginning, but did not foresee the ending. Thor was not just here to take Loki and the cosmic cube. Accompanied by thunder, he directly smashed through the walls of the water company. Billy was speechless. Oh, wouldn't this guy come in through the front door? When Thor saw Billy, instead of the warm reunion he had imagined, he instead swung his hammer with rage. Wait, what are you doing? Billy's heart tightened. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but the place mattered. This was his company, and he would be distressed about any damage caused. Thor didn't care about that. As he charged at Billy, he shouted, "Is it you who has been telling everyone that I am dead?" Faced with Thor, who charged at him, without a word, Billy did not hold back, and kicked out directly. The two exchanged blows, but Thor was still too inexperienced, and Billy had the upper hand, pushing Thor back. Thor, wide-eyed and stunned, steadied himself. "Is this your strength?" "Thor, I thought we were friends," Billy replied calmly, brushing off the dust from his pants. Why didn't he brush off his shirt? Because his shirt had just been burned by the Mind Stone. "I considered you a friend, yet you told Jane that I was dead. Is that how you—" Thor was not buying it. He raised his hammer and roared in anger, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Billy ignored Thor's impotent fury, secretly pondering who leaked the information. Odin. Surely he wouldn't be so clumsy, putting in so much effort to persuade him to annul his marriage with Jane and then betraying him. Was this a setup? If not Odin, then it could only be Heimdall, that blackguard. As the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, he could listen to every whisper and movement across the 9 realms like a pair of keen eyes and ears. But surely Heimdall wouldn't expose King Odin, right? Who told you this? Billy decided to ask directly. A regular person wouldn't divulge such information, but Thor was no ordinary person. Heimdall told me his eyes can see through the 9 realms. Speaking of Heimdall, Thor wore a proud expression. Upon hearing this, Heimdall would probably feel utterly disillusioned. Handing Asgard over to Thor was clearly a mistake. Thor's intelligence was barely above that of a rock. At least a rock wouldn't overthink things. Billy even considered starting a show called The Dumbest Idiot featuring Thor, Hulk, and a rock as contestants to see whose IQ was the lowest. I thought of you as a friend, Thor Odinson. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Just because that jerk Heimdall said a few bad things about me, you come to cause trouble, destroy my home, and want to hit me. If it weren't for my slight magical abilities, wouldn't you have smashed me dead with one blow? Billy's outburst made Thor feel guilty. The earlier arrogance was gone, but he stubbornly replied, Heimdall wouldn't lie to me. He said you said it, so you must have said it. Billy scoffed. What about the motive? What chicken? Thor was confused about how chickens suddenly entered the conversation. It's about the motive. Everything you do requires a motive. For example, you eat because you're hungry, you drink because you're thirsty or craving. Those are your motivations for action. Why would I tell Jane you're dead? I only met Jane once, but I'm still friends with you. I had no motive to say such things. Thor was left speechless by Billy's questioning, unable to respond for a long time. His intelligence was only enough to manage daily needs and couldn't spare any for such profound questions. Billy continued, you say he wouldn't lie to you. Is it possible he isn't who he claims to be? He could be transformed by Loki or another race like the Skrulls, who are born with the ability to disguise as other races and even acquire others' memories. No way. Absolutely impossible. He can't be disguised. If he were, how could my father not recognize him? Thor began to shout loudly, completely unaware that he was being led astray. Billy actually wanted to tell him your father is trapped in Odin's sleep and the duration will only increase until he can't wake up. Under such circumstances, how could he have the energy to care for a mere gatekeeper? But would saying that be too hurtful? After much thought, Billy decided not to reveal such a cruel truth to Thor and shot back. Heimdall must have betrayed Asgard. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Heimdall betray? You're talking nonsense. Then do you dare to confront Odin? As Billy spoke, he slowly approached Thor. Fueled by anger, Thor forgot why he was here. What am I afraid of? Whoever doesn't go is a goat. At this point, Billy had reached Thor's side and pulled out a device to place around Thor's neck. What are you doing? Thor tried to take it off, but inside came a surge of electricity that numbed his nerves. He twitched for a moment and then fainted. The mighty god of thunder was once again knocked out by Earth's technology, losing all face. It's no wonder it's Thor. Odin gathered so much dark magic just to send him to Earth to bring Loki and the Tesseract back, yet he returned empty-handed and lost himself in the bargain. Heimdall was stunned, but he could only observe the movements across the 9 realms and report to Odin, which made Odin immensely furious. Now Odin couldn't come to Earth to seek retribution from Billy because the plot of Avengers 1 was about to begin. This was similar to those mythological fanfictions where powerful beings like Odin and the Ancient One were restricted from directly intervening, only able to take potshots at minor enemies. Even if his son was captured in one fell swoop, he could only watch helplessly. However, the head that Thor brought him was Billy called Professor Lizard to take Thor along to meet Loki, who was currently serving time. At that moment, Loki had just finished a conversation with the Chitauri leader using the Mind Stone. As he opened his eyes, he saw Billy staring at him with a half smile from outside the cell. What have you considered, Loki? Loki tilted his head and revealed a wicked smile. If I heard correctly. Did it just— Yes, it thundered. Why? Are you afraid of thunder? Hey, you should be more concerned about yourself. That guy who came with the thunder is not easy to deal with, Loki said, looking at Billy with amusement. Oh, are you talking? Billy waved his hand, and Professor Lizard brought the unconscious Thor in front of Loki. The moment he saw Thor, Loki's pupils contracted. Can't even Thor handle this Midgardian? How strong must he be? Is he dead? This was Loki's biggest concern. Not yet, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Billy replied, turning to Professor Lizard and instructing, Kurt, put him in a cell too. You keep a close watch on him, and once he wakes up, give him a good electric shock. Understood. After Kurt took Thor away, Loki remained in a daze for a long time. The shock was too great for him. You've seen it, Thor is in my hands. If I'm in a good mood, I might help you sit on the throne of Asgard. What do you think? Faced with Billy's temptation, Loki rarely did not fall for it, only replying flatly, let me think about it. You'd better decide quickly, our time waits for no one. After saying this, Billy left. After Billy left, Loki slumped to the ground alone, feeling utterly powerless. Caught between Billy and Thanos, he felt he could resist neither. Either mountain could crush him. At this moment, he felt trapped, wishing someone could save him. After who knows how long, someone came to see him, bringing a glimmer. The newcomer took out a letter and handed it to Loki. Mr. Norman Osborn has a plan that requires your participation. No one knew what Norman had written in the letter to Loki, but after reading it, Loki immediately requested to meet Billy. Have you come to a decision so quickly? Billy, not suspecting anything, felt the temptation of going home was too great, so he approached Loki and asked, I've thought it over. Instead of being caught in this dilemma, it would be better to completely switch sides and find a strong ally. However, we need a meticulous plan to face Thanos. Wise choice. All you need to do is open the portal and let Thanos come. He'll naturally find a way to kill him. Billy was confident, as defeating a Thanos without the stones would be as easy as child's play. Loki feigned concern and advised, but that's Thanos, an invincible being. Coincidentally, so am I. Loki was taken aback by Billy's bold claims, but since Billy had said so, he decided to proceed according to Norman's plan. The two reached an agreement. Billy released Loki, who promptly made a demand. I want Thor dead. Of course, but not now. As long as you help me kill Thanos, I will naturally help you kill Thor, okay? Okay. Loki expressed indifference, believing Billy would certainly be dealt with by Thanos, and at that time he would personally take care of Thor and become the king of Asgard. With the cooperation settled, Billy gathered a group of elites to arrange subsequent matters. Once everyone was present, Billy explained his plan to open a wormhole over Manhattan and let a swarm of aliens in. Billy frowned, saying, Dr. Selvig, I never expected the one to oppose would be you. Isn't using the power of the cosmic cube your lifelong dream? Billy frowned, saying, Dr. Selvig, I never expected the one to oppose would be you. Isn't using the power of the cosmic cube your lifelong dream? Selvig cursed directly. My dream is to study the mysteries of the universe, not to attract aliens to attack Earth. What you are doing is anti-human. Billy's face darkened immediately as he solemnly stated, Dr. Selvig, I hope you understand that those aliens were already going to attack Earth, and I did not attract them. I am merely laying a trap for them. You should stop the war instead of fanning the flames. Do you know how many people would die in a war? Wars result in deaths, don't they? If you compromise like this, even more people will die. I crave peace more than any of you. You have no right to question me, because I have seen more brutal wars. As Billy's final shout echoed, no one dared to speak, and a pin drop could be heard. Even Loki was slightly taken aback. Having witnessed various wars since childhood, he couldn't imagine that someone as powerful as Billy had also experienced a brutal war. Since I cannot stop you from waging war, I cannot assist you in your tyranny. I will act as if I was never here. Dr. Selvig scoffed coldly and turned to leave. You cannot leave. Upon hearing this, Dr. Selvig turned around and mocked. What? Are you going to kill me to silence me? Billy glanced at Loki, signaling that it was his time to perform. Loki understood, gripping the mind scepter as he walked toward Selvig. Selvig felt a bit panicked. He did not expect Billy to truly resort to killing him. Nevertheless, he held his ground, saying, Even if you kill me, I will not help you wage war. Loki stepped in front of him and lightly tapped the mind scepter against his chest, and Dr. Selvig was instantly controlled. Loki thought, this is more like it. This is the effect the Mind Stone should have. Seeing Dr. Selvig, who had just been full of vigor, now acting as if possessed, startled the rest, who all inquired about this ability. Billy explained to everyone what the Mind Scepter was, and what the Mind Stone was, then cautioned them to be careful not to fall under its influence. A small interlude quickly passed, and Billy began to officially deploy his strategy. The wormhole will open over Manhattan, and the battlefield will also be in Manhattan. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of miscellaneous soldiers slipping into other cities to cause destruction. Flint Sandman, you are responsible for ensuring the safety of Brooklyn. Of course, I understand that Billy is sending me home to protect my family, but I feel unworthy. Boss, I want to fight alongside everyone against the aliens. That's an order. Flint was immediately moved to tears. Billy continued arranging, Otto, Dr. Octopus, you will be in charge of Queens. Like Flint, Billy also sent Otto to protect his family. Otto opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately swallowed it down, resulting in a simple reply, yes. Kurt Lizard, you continue to keep an eye on Thor. Mason the Fixer, Jenkins, Beetle, Max, Electro, and Dr. Stearns the leader will stay at Walter Corp. The rest will join the battle. Everyone responded in unison, with no one expressing any dissent. You may all leave, Ronnie stays. Billy then looked at Loki and added, I apologize, but you'll have to stay in jail for a night. Tomorrow we commence the operation. Loki naturally agreed. After everyone left, only Billy and Ronnie remained. Have a seat. Billy gestured for, is there something you want to tell me, sir? Billy gently shook his head, speaking earnestly. Ronnie, we've known each other for 10 years. Do you remember when we first met? I had nothing, but you were already a notorious mobster. After all these years, do you feel like you've been underappreciated? Ronnie answered with deep respect, of course not, sir. Without your guidance, I would still be a street thug. This gratitude I will never forget. Billy waved his hand, signaling him not to get too emotional. That's not what I mean, Ronnie. After this battle, I may not return. I've already had Felicia draft a will, and after I'm gone, all my properties will be entrusted to you. Sir, where are you going? Ronnie felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he was thrilled at suddenly becoming wealthy, but on the other, he felt a void since they had been together for a decade, and it would be false to say there were no feelings. Billy gazed into the distance and sighed, home. Home. Ronnie was puzzled. Sir, are you an alien? Billy chuckled softly and shook his head. No, I come from another. At this moment, he was finally able to openly share the secret that had been in his heart. Seeing Ronnie still not understanding, he waved his hand, saying, let's go. Sir, will we meet again? Billy pondered for a long time before giving a vague answer. If destined, we will meet again. Little did they know that this farewell would span across the ages. The next day, Billy instructed Loki to take Dr. Selvig and the energy stabilization device to the top of Stark Tower to open the wormhole. He repeatedly reminded, once the wormhole opens, notify me immediately. Loki readily agreed, but his intuition told Billy that something was off. There was an issue. His intuition had always been accurate, but he didn't know what was wrong. He could only wait patiently for the... Before long, Loki and Dr. Selvig arrived at the top of Stark Tower and successfully opened the wormhole, but Loki did not inform Billy. The large commotion attracted Jarvis's attention, who informed Tony that there were people on the rooftop. Without a second thought, Tony donned the Mark 6 suit and headed to the rooftop. Hey man, do you guys really enjoy sunbathing on other people's rooftops? Tony directed both of his palms at Loki, ready to fire his repulsor rays at any moment. Loki completely disregarded Tony's taunt and aligned the Mind Stone with the Chitauri leader commanding attack. As soon as the words left his lips, a group of Chitauri infantry riding in tiered flying war vehicles cleared the way. Then to Tony Stark's astonishment, the enormous semi-mechanical whale-like warship Leviathan arrived on Earth. Oh no! Tony couldn't spare any thought for what Loki and Dr. Selvig were doing on his rooftop and flew into the air launching missiles at the Leviathan. However, these missiles could only hinder the Leviathan for a moment and did not inflict any significant damage. The Leviathan, regaining its senses, dove down. As it approached the skyscrapers, countless Chitauri infantry jumped off the warship and clung to the buildings. A roar announced the beginning of the massacre, and Tony rushed down to try to deal with the Chitauri infantry. But these infantry were as numerous as grains of sand in the desert. He couldn't handle them alone, not to mention that the wormhole in the sky continued to drop more Chitauri soldiers onto Earth. Just clearing out the foot soldiers was already overwhelming, and he was nearly ambushed by infantry from a flying war vehicle. In this critical moment, a web shot stuck to one of the distant infantry's rifles. Spider-Man leaped up and kicked the soldier away, promptly taking over the flying war vehicle. The vehicle's pilot carried the newly boarded Spider-Man forward, and Spider-Man cheekily greeted Stark, saying, "Hi, Mr. Stark, I'm Spider-Man, nice to meet you, see you later." His voice faded into the distance, and Tony, beneath his armor, managed a rare smile, saying, "You really helped, kid." It was only at this moment that he had the time to observe the battlefield. It turned out he wasn't the only one fighting against the Chitauri infantry. In the distance, Black Widow Natasha had already commandeered a flying war vehicle with her agile form, while Hawkeye was continuously shooting arrows to take down enemies. There was even a guy in a green armor riding a strange flying device throwing bombs. Tony recognized that as the Green Goblin suit from Osborn Industries. At that moment, a shield flew past him and struck a Chitauri soldier who was about to ambush him. The shield took an ingenious angle and bounced back into the hands of Captain America Chameleon. "Stark, you are not alone, so don't give up." The captain reattached the shield to his arm. Tony was secretly amazed this old ice pop was actually still alive. However, he didn't have time to ponder such matters as the Leviathan continued to deploy soldiers without pause. He had to deal. Tony refused to be defeated and charged forward, firing a few more missiles, but just like before, they had no effect. He could only shout, "Who can deal with this big guy?" But this time neither Thor nor Hulk was around. Who else could step up? To his surprise, someone indeed stood up. Spider-Man. Just like when he originally stopped the train, he first laid down numerous web traps along the Leviathan's path, but these webs evidently failed to halt the Leviathan. He then shot webs to the high-rise buildings on either side, using his body to block the Leviathan. Although the Leviathan wasn't as fast as a train, its immense strength meant that colliding with Spider-Man felt like an ordinary person getting hit by a sledgehammer. Although fans called Spider-Man Little Hulk, there were comics stating that among superheroes, Spider-Man's strength was second only to Hulk and Thor. But that was a comic from 1963, when there were hardly any superheroes. After holding out for a while, Spider-Man ultimately couldn't withstand it and was thrown away. In the moment of being knocked away, Peter managed to tear off a mechanical scale from the Leviathan's back. "Let's attack from a distance together," someone shouted, and everyone unleashed their strongest attacks at the exposed flesh on the Leviathan's back. Hawkeye's explosive arrows, Tony's missiles, the bullets from Black Widow's captured Chitauri rifles, and the Green Goblins. These attacks erupted all at once at the Leviathan's most vulnerable point, finally bringing the war beast down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally seeing a chance of victory. However, Loki, fearing a long night with many dreams, quickly ordered all troops attack. In an instant, more Leviathan warships tore through the wormhole and burrowed into Earth, with flying war vehicles scattering like they were free. No. At this moment, a shadow of despair loomed over the newly formed Avengers team of 6. Just when the Avengers were dealing with that Leviathan warship, a phone call came to Billy. Upon answering, he heard the familiar voice, "BOSS, big event, turn on the TV." Billy silently cursed, realizing Loki had messed up. Sure enough, when he saw countless Chitauri soldiers wreaking havoc in Manhattan, he was nearly furious. In this urgent situation, he hurriedly dispatched Ronnie Tombstone, Sergei Craven the Hunter, Thomas Vulture, and Mike Gabb. He even sent out Jenkins Beetle and Max Electro, who were originally meant to stay behind at Water Company. A group of Water Company employees joined the battlefield, alleviating a lot of pressure on the Avengers team. Taking advantage of this moment, Billy arrived at Stark Tower to talk to Loki about life. However, when he reached Stark Industries, he unexpectedly encountered someone who shouldn't be there: Captain America. Upon seeing him, Captain America was initially taken aback, then greeted Billy. "What are you doing here?" "What? Can I be here? Are you feeling high and mighty now? There's no one else around, not even the boss." Captain America looked confused, staring at Billy. Billy suddenly realized that if the person in front of him was the Chameleon, he wouldn't have reacted this way. The captain of this universe was still locked up in Water Company. So where did this Captain America come from? He must be someone who traveled back from Avengers 4. The fact that the other person immediately called him by name indicated that in another universe he had not formed a team and betrayed Captain America, and that he had not been able to return home until Avengers 4. How tragic. But what does that have to do with this universe's me? "You're not Steve from this universe, are you?" Captain America jolted and assumed a fighting stance. Billy smiled reassuringly, saying, "Hey, don't be nervous. You can't get the Tesseract here. Why not walk forward and think about where there are both Pym particles and the Tesseract?" Captain America had a flash of insight. "I got it, thank you for the hint." Billy waved his hand, saying, "By the way, not to be subjective, but your American backside really is quite impressive." "Thanks." Captain America left awkwardly. Billy was also preparing to head upstairs when his phone rang at an inopportune moment. He picked it up and saw it was Sky calling, so he hurriedly answered. Billy, where are you going? Billy fell silent. He didn't know how to respond. Will you come back? Each question pierced Billy's heart like a sword. Unknowingly, he had been with Sky for 10 years, their lives etched with each other's marks. How could he let go of such feelings? He didn't want to part with this feeling, yet he had to return to his original world. But how can one achieve both in this world? At that moment, Sky's voice came from the phone again, and at the same time, that voice echoed behind Billy. Billy, turn around. Billy turned back with a puzzled expression, unexpectedly seeing Sky holding her phone, tears welling in her eyes. At this moment, Sky was dressed simply just as she had been 10 years ago when Billy first met her. Sky, how did you find this place? Sky did not answer but asked with a trembling voice. You still haven't answered me. Where are you? Billy sighed deeply. Sky, I'm going home. Sky's heart suddenly tightened. Billy, what are you talking about? Isn't this your home? Here is me. Here is everything about you. How could you? Billy shook his head. Sky, you don't understand. I come from another world. Everything here is just a dream to me, and now the dream must end. Sky blankly shook her head. You are not the Billy from before, are you? A sudden thunderclap struck the ground. Billy looked at Sky with astonishment. No, I am. 10 years ago, I depended on Billy for more than half a year. He was a foolish and awkward loser with nothing but the house left by his parents. I stole from Billy to survive. He invited me to eat, forbade me from stealing, and said he worked to support me. But how could his meager income support 2 people? I had to return to my old ways. Unexpectedly, he went out to find me, and like his parents, got entangled in gang conflicts. When I found him, he had become someone else. From long ago, I realized you were different from him, but I always treated you as him. After all, I had no other family besides him. I am him. I possess his memories, his soul. Sky, that world has no monsters, no endless wars. It could be called Eden. Will you come with me to that world? Sky wiped her tears and said firmly, I refuse. Besides, I love adventure. Sky's rejection was expected by Billy, otherwise he would not have hidden the truth from her all along. What is your name? I mean your original name. Facing Sky's question, Billy knew there was no need to hide anymore. He slowly said, Liu Sheng. Then Liu Sheng, I will return everything you gave me. Can you give me back my Billy? Sky threw out a snakeskin pouch and humbly pleaded. Billy only glanced at the pouch, knowing it contained all the items he had given Sky over the years, such as a gold ring, a pink lion diamond, and shares of Shindu Investment Co. Ltd. I want to return them to you, but I can't. At this moment, Billy's heart was shattered, his insides burning with agony, pain beyond endurance. He felt the same sensation he had only once experienced during the new year of the first year he arrived. Tears rolled down Sky's cheeks like beads breaking loose. She collapsed helplessly to the ground, and memories of Billy flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Outside, the battle raged fiercely. Billy knew this was no time for romantic sentiments. He cast one last glance at Sky, and then turned to ascend the stairs. At this moment, Loki was on the rooftop of Stark Tower, admiring his masterpiece, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. You seem to be enjoying yourself. A gloomy voice behind made Loki tremble. He shakily turned around. While Billy, the wormhole just opened. I was about to inform you. Billy did not waste words and punched him directly in the stomach. Loki flew backward like a cannonball, his entire body turning blue. Despite his powerful frost giant physique, the punch inflicted severe injury. But the punch was just an appetizer. Billy quickly circled behind him and landed another punch. Then Billy always appeared ahead of every spot Loki tried to reach, blocking him and relentlessly striking him, leaving Loki in a state of desperate suffering. Loki felt not only pain, but also endless humiliation, for Billy possessed overwhelming strength, yet toyed with him like a predator playing with its prey. He wanted to resist, but before absolute power, any trick was futile. Only when he crashed into the Leviathan beast did he barely stop. But Billy did not relent. He instantly grabbed Loki's neck and smashed the Leviathan beast with a punch. Let's go. They'll take you to find Thanos. Saying this, ignoring Loki's protests, he flew towards the wormhole. In the air, Thomas Vulture and Jenkins Beetle, intercepting the Chitauri forces, saw Billy fly past them. They exchanged glances, but paid no attention, and continued attacking the Chitauri army. Billy flew straight through the wormhole, still choking Loki, arriving on the Chitauri mothership, which was continuously spawning. After landing, Billy released Loki and shouted with all his might, Thanos, come out now. Filled with fury, Billy just wanted to fight someone, and clearly Thanos was the perfect target. No sign of Thanos appeared. Instead, several Chitauri commanders were called out by the shout, trembling and babbling in a language Billy could not understand. Billy kicked Loki, who lay like a dead dog nearby, and demanded, translate. Loki cleared his throat. Ahem, I was going to say Thanos is not here. How dare you lie? Billy slapped the back of Loki's head. If Thanos isn't on Sanctuary 2, then where else could he be? I think you're just itching for a beating. Billy was about to strike Loki again, but Loki hurriedly stopped him. Wait, I really didn't lie. Thanos is indeed on Sanctuary 2, but this is the Chitauri mothership, not Sanctuary 2. What did you say? Billy finally came to his senses. He had been here for 10 years, and some events began to blur. He remembered that in his past life, when Iron Man flew out of the wormhole, holding a missile, Thanos saw him. Yet Thanos was not here. Wait. Iron Man holding the missile. No. Just now the World Security Council secretly launched a missile at Manhattan. Following the original trajectory, Iron Man nobly carried the missile out of the wormhole. Dr. Selvig was affected by the blast and awoke from the control of the Mind Stone, seeing the devastated Manhattan that his controlled actions had wrought. At that moment, Black Widow Natasha came to his side, asking how to close the wormhole. Dr. Selvig said perhaps the Mind Scepter could close it. After passing through the wormhole, Tony aimed the nuclear bomb at the Chitauri mothership and slowly released it, then fell freely into the wormhole. After he fell in, the wormhole successfully closed. No. Upon realizing the grave danger, Billy recklessly flew toward the wormhole, colliding with the nuclear bomb and dazed for a moment. When he arrived near the wormhole, it had already closed. He had no choice but to return to the Chitauri mothership and ordered the commanders to remotely communicate with the person holding the Mind Scepter, only to be told it was impossible, because others holding Mind Stones had not met the Chitauri commanders in advance like Loki had. Loki chuckled lightly. Oh, it seems someone is homeless now. This remark ignited Billy's fury completely. Without restraint, he kicked Loki out of the Chitauri mothership. Then an uncontrollable rage surged forth. Even the Tiger Talisman was powerless. A roaring wave of fire burst from Billy's body, spreading relentlessly around him. The Chitauri commanders closest to Billy were instantly vaporized. What followed was a massive explosion that utterly pulverized the Chitauri mothership. After the explosion, Billy finally regained his composure, drifting alone in the empty cosmos. Though the Chitauri mothership appeared outside Earth, it had actually reached Earth by the wormhole. They were far from Earth, and Billy did not even know his exact location in the universe. All around was pitch black, and he did not know how many light years the nearest star was from him. It seemed he truly could not find. The Chitauri army operates with a hive mindset, with the mothership acting as the brain for the entire force. After the energy from the Dragon Talisman ignited and caused the mothership to explode, all Chitauri soldiers were rendered incapacitated. The Chitauri infantry and flying war vehicles on Earth all fell uncontrollably to the ground, and the immobilized behemoth Leviathan directly crushed the buildings below. All the superheroes who had fought hard, including Vulture and Beetle, finally had a moment to rest. However, when Vulture looked up at the sky, he was taken aback. The wormhole was gone. Vulture repeatedly called Billy, but all he received was a busy signal. Beetle saw a person in free fall from the sky, completely unconscious, and rushed over to catch him. Upon catching him, he was met with disdain. It was the unconscious Stark, not Billy. Beetle saw a person in free fall from the sky, completely unconscious, and rushed over to catch him. Upon catching him, to mitigate losses and prevent the spread of war. If this has caused you any trouble, I can only apologize, Natasha said, bewildered. How could she have miscalculated in her effort to protect the Earth? The two realized they couldn't blame Natasha for this, and could only plead with Dr. Selvig to reopen the wormhole. Dr. Selvig shrugged, indicating he wasn't unwilling to open the portal, but he didn't know Billy's exact location. Only Loki knew the positions of the alien motherships, and Loki had been taken away by Billy and was now missing. At a loss for what to do, the two sent messages to the employees of the Watt Company to gather at the rooftop of Stark Tower to discuss their next move. Once everyone had mostly arrived, they realized one person was missing. Scorpion was gone. There was no way Scorpion had been killed, considering his physique ranked among the best in Watt Company and even globally. This left only one possibility: he had deserted. The group couldn't reach a conclusion and had no choice but to return to Watt Company. However, upon arrival, they were taken aback. The missing Scorpion had somehow returned to the company, but unlike usual, he was completely covered in darkness. There was no doubt he had merged with Venom again. Venom had been kept in Professor Lizard's laboratory, and Scorpion had taken advantage of Professor Lizard's orders to guard Thor sneaking into the lab with Felicia's help to merge with Venom. Felicia was Billy's secretary, but she had always been assisting Norman. She was the one who previously delivered a message to Loki. What the group did not expect was that Dr. Octopus, who should have returned to Queens, was also here, wearing a sinister smile and appearing completely abnormal. Scorpion, Felicia, and Dr. Octopus stood behind a seat alongside Dr. Stern. And sitting in that seat was none other than Norman Osborn. Under Felicia's manipulation, the assets Billy had left for Roni were all transferred to Norman's name. Norman's first words upon seeing them were, "Everyone, Billy's era is over. Now it is time for my dark reign. Who wants to help me establish a new order?" Given Roni's relationship with Billy, it was impossible for him to side with Norman, especially since Norman had taken everything that belonged to Billy. Electromax was a fan of Billy and would certainly not side with Norman. Moreover, his mutation was caused by Osborn. Sergei firmly believed that Billy was destined for greatness, so he did not side with Norman. Furthermore, the likes of Shocker and Beetle had joined Norman's camp. What was most perplexing was that even the most loyal Vulture had joined Norman's camp. Watching Roni, Max, and Sergei flee in disarray, Norman laughed uproariously. This was the beginning of his new order. He quickly issued a bounty on Sky, Roni, Sergei, and Max, falsely claiming they had killed Billy. At this moment, Thor was still in prison, but the guard Kurt was also in prison along with the repairman, who refused to side with. A dark dynasty darker than the secret invasion was about to be ushered in by Norman. Billy, however, was completely unaware of everything happening on Earth, and even if he knew, there would be nothing he could do. At this moment, he was still aimlessly drifting in the universe, unaware of where he was or how far he was from Earth. He regretted acting so rashly in destroying the Katawi battleship, or at the very least, he could have pinpointed Earth. Even if he was very far from Earth, he could have used the speed granted by the rabbit talisman to achieve spatial leap, giving him, now with no one to talk to, surrounded by darkness, with no points of reference, the only source of light came from himself, transformed into a form resembling the Human Torch from the Fantastic, for using the dragon talisman. He searched all around, but could not find Loki. It seemed that the angry kick he had delivered earlier had quite an impact, enough to kick. He swore that if he returned to Earth he would first find the Eye of Aurora. Waiting here was absolutely not an option. He had to find a way out himself. This was not a busy route in the universe. It was nearly impossible for any spaceship to pass by. Even if someone did pass through, they would have achieved spatial leap technology and would never stop to rescue Billy. With no reference points around, he could only choose a direction to drift toward. He could hardly determine if he was drifting in a straight line. Until a streak of light flashed past him, he excitedly followed it. However, while chasing it, Billy surprisingly lost track of it. He had the speed of the rabbit talisman. How could he lose it? This suggested that the other party had reached the speed of light. They had achieved light speed without using spatial leap technology. They were small, yet continuously emitting light. This was likely not a spaceship, but Captain Marvel, or a similar cosmic being. Unfortunately, the other party did not see Billy and narrowly missed rescue. He continued to float in the vast universe, but fortunately with the horse talisman, he could survive without food or water. After floating for what felt like an eternity, he finally saw a light source. A star? It was a star? He had finally found a place with a star, and he hurriedly flew toward the light source, praying that there would be extraterrestrial beings. Ideally, they would be from Earth. Even if they weren't from Earth, they must be able to understand Earth language. As he got closer, countless drones suddenly appeared surrounding Billy, and these machines kept speaking in strange languages that he could not understand. What are you jabbering about? I can't understand you, you know. This was truly a case of things escalating quickly. Billy had no idea what the other party was saying, but seeing the formation of the drones, it was clear they were not friendly. He could only strike first, unleashing his laser vision, indiscriminately shooting down drone after drone as they exploded upon contact. At the same time Billy launched his attack, the drones also opened fire on him, but the bullets felt like mere tickles against his body. Billy clenched his fist in the void, the chicken talisman exerting its power, causing numerous planes to be compressed into a single mass, forming a metallic sphere that might fetch a good price as scrap. In just a short time, a large number of drones were destroyed by Billy. They couldn't even injure him, let alone kill him. The person behind the scenes finally felt the pinch and quickly spoke to Billy in a language he could understand. Why have you invaded our Severland star without cause? Did I invade? Do you want to hear what you're saying? As a defenseless citizen of the universe, without a spaceship or any weapons of mass destruction, merely passing through here and surrounded by you all, if it weren't for my extraordinary talents, wouldn't I have been shot dead by you? Billy immediately turned the tables. From the moment he was surrounded, he knew he had mistakenly intruded into someone else's territory. But could he admit it? That was impossible. Ignoring him would lead to a debate, and if he had a reason, he would be even more relentless. They could only blame this group of aliens for being blind. How could they dare to stop a creature capable of drifting alone in the universe? Even the Ebony Maw under Thanos couldn't survive in space. In the eyes of these aliens, Billy and Superman were on the same level because neither of them could be defeated, both possessing the ability to crush them. But the difference between the two lies in the fact that Superman has morals that allow him to be kidnapped, while Billy possesses flexible morals. However, the name Sovereign sounded somewhat familiar. He felt like he had heard it somewhere, but couldn't recall. The Sovereign felt quite aggrieved. This was completely an unwarranted disaster. A powerful being suddenly descended and demolished their defenses, yet they couldn't even dare to let out a sound. From the one-sided crushing situation just now, it was clear that annihilating them would be as easy as pie for the opponent. No matter how they resisted, it would be futile, only provoking the other side and causing greater losses. Thus the commander of the Sovereign ordered the surviving drones to retreat and warmly welcomed Billy. Billy thought to himself that the people of this planet were quite nice, even lining up to set off firecrackers to welcome him. Of course, this firecracker display referred to the explosions caused by the pig curse sweeping over the drones. Billy figured that since he didn't know where Earth was anyway, he might as well gather some information on Sovereign, and soon a specialized aircraft guided him to land on Sovereign. As soon as he landed, Billy recognized which planet Sovereign was. He saw a group of shiny little golden figures. These golden beings of Sovereign, also known as the High Evolution, were created by the High Evolution and were one of the few failures preserved by the High Evolution. It was precisely because of this that these little golden figures did not favor traditional reproductive methods. They preferred genes and evolution, choosing to undergo metamorphosis instead of being born live or from eggs. Their species claimed to be designed according to the needs of their race, boasting perfect minds and bodies. This race appeared submissive in the face of the High Evolution, yet privately felt superior and invincible. In Guardians of the Galaxy Vol. 2, Star-Lord and his crew had just helped them retrieve the battery, yet, because the High Priestess felt they had disrespected her, she hunted the Guardians down throughout the universe. In short, they were a very hypocritical race. And now the leader of this race, the High Priestess Aisha, had no choice but to humbly bow her noble head before Billy. Was quite satisfied with this. His anger had dissipated, and once seated he straightforwardly asked, "What place is this?" The response he received was also nonsense. "Oh, this is Sovereign." What I meant was, "Never mind, do you know Earth? Or rather Earth Star?" Billy remembered that Star-Lord was an Earthling. When Star-Lord was imprisoned, he was identified as coming from Earth-Star. Since even the prison knew these little golden beings of Sovereign as a prominent race in the universe should know too. But the result left him greatly disappointed, never heard of it. Billy sighed, and then suddenly brightened up. Can you contact? Speaking of the lowly Ravagers, Aisha picked up her lofty pride as a member of the High Evolution and pretentiously declared, I would never contact the Ravagers. Billy thought to himself, I don't believe you. In Vol. 2, you actively sought out Yondu for business. Under Billy's friendly forceful persuasion, these little golden beings helped him contact Star-Lord. Billy stood in front of a large screen, and soon Star-Lord's chubby face appeared. Yo man, this is legendary outlaw Star-Lord. What do you need me for? Billy succinctly stated. Peter Quill, come to Sovereign immediately to pick me up, and then take me back to Earth. Hey dude, you should be looking for a taxi, not me. I'm busy, no time to joke around, okay? Star-Lord's annoying attitude was even worse than Billy's. Billy helplessly replied, I'm not joking with you. As long as you can get me to Earth, name your price. At this moment Star-Lord was piloting the spaceship, glancing at the screen briefly, and then demanded, I want 5 billion, but not in Earth currency. What? Why don't you go rob someone? This thought just popped into Billy's mind, but was quickly extinguished. He decided to agree for now and settle the score with Star-Lord once he reached Earth. Fine, I agree. Hurry, and come pick me up. Unexpectedly Star-Lord scoffed, if I were you, I would at least wear some clothes. You don't look like someone who can afford to pay. After saying that, Star-Lord hung up the video call. He didn't want to go back to Earth where there were too many things he didn't want to face. He preferred drifting in space, and moreover he had more important matters at hand. Asking for that 5 billion was just a way to make Billy give up. Billy looked down and realized he was indeed completely naked. He suddenly remembered that his clothes had been burned away by the dragon curse. Instantly feeling both embarrassed and angry, he wondered why no one had reminded him. Isn't this social death? The dog curse can keep someone alive, but it never said it wouldn't cause social death. Aisha, didn't you notice that I wasn't wearing clothes? Why didn't you remind me? Aisha wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said, we thought this was your personality as a cosmic powerhouse. So Billy thought to himself, you really are a little genius. Have you ever seen a cosmic powerhouse not wearing clothes? Even your son Adam years later knows how to wear clothes. He is not only a powerhouse, but also a fool. Billy hurriedly asked Aisha to find him a piece of clothing. Although it didn't fit well, it was better than nothing. He tried calling Star-Lord again, but it never went through. He had been blocked. Did Star-Lord think he was a scammer? This was absolutely ridiculous. Billy, already embarrassed and angry, was now even more furious. Peter Quill, don't let me catch you. If I do, you won't have a good ending. Aisha, prepare a spaceship for me. Aisha excitedly asked, are you leaving? Billy glared at her unhappily. What? Are you happy I'm leaving? Of course Aisha was happy in her heart. She was finally able to send away this plague. But she didn't dare to show it, and could only say, no, I think it's a pity. Billy smiled lightly. All right, then I'll stay a while longer. What? Aisha exclaimed, immediately lowering her head in embarrassment as she caught Billy's gaze. Enough. Hurry and prepare a spaceship for me. After hearing this reprimand, Aisha felt as if she had been pardoned and quickly instructed someone to bring over the best spaceship. After boarding the spaceship, Billy set the destination to Morag. Why not set it to Earth? Because he didn't know the coordinates of Earth, he only learned the coordinates of Morag by asking the Sovereign. After a long period of drifting in space, Billy had no idea of the current timeline. He could only wait at Morag to even if he couldn't intercept Star-Lord, he could still obtain the Power Stone. In leaving Aisha, he'll come see you all again next time. Billy waved goodbye to the little golden beings. The little golden beings were overjoyed and in tears, finally sending away this plague. At this moment, they wished they could set off firecrackers to celebrate. The acceleration of the rabbit talisman is truly beneficial as it consumes no additional energy, and there is no worry of crashing due to excessive speed. After Billy shared the capabilities of the rabbit talisman with the spaceship, it surged forward at an astonishing speed never seen before. All technologies such as curvature engines, space jumps, and lightspeed ships paled in comparison. Everything around planets, stars, and all references along the way transformed into streaks of light, flying rapidly backward, disappearing into a black at the far end, as if all that lay along the path was being drawn into that black dot. Ahead there was only a vast white circle, as if the world beyond had yet to refresh. Merely this circle seemed to be pushed forward by the spaceship. Accompanied by the bizarre colorful surroundings, Billy continuously escaped from the black behind, moving toward the white circle ahead. Closer, Morag Star was near, and his mouth was getting closer to Star-Lord's face. After an unknown duration, the spaceship came to a sudden stop with a rumble, and Billy finally arrived at Morag Star. Once a bustling planet teeming with life, it now was filled with desolation and decay. As soon as he set foot on this planet, a thick white mist surged up, and there were holes around, continuously emitting smoke. It was hard to discern whether this was a natural disaster or man-made, only that few small animals had managed to survive here. Perhaps the sun was too far away. The entire planet appeared dark and oppressive. Only the carefree fool Star-Lord would find joy in dancing on such a desolate planet. Billy recalled that the power gem was located within a building resembling a temple, making it not too difficult to find. Utilizing the floating ability of the chicken talisman, he flew high above to search from an aerial perspective. He didn't spot the temple, but he did see a spaceship. According to Ronan's subordinates, no one would usually visit the desolate Morag Star, a place where even birds did not dig. This meant that the spaceship was likely Star-Lord's. However, as Billy approached, he noticed several individuals surrounding the spaceship clad in strange armor and wielding peculiar rifles. Of course, in the vast universe, there were bound to be a few dressed in odd attire. As Billy slowly descended, these individuals also spotted him raising their weapons and demanding, "Who are you?" Billy glanced at the crowd and coldly replied, "I should be the one asking that. Who are you? Also, I don't like being pointed at with guns. If you don't lower them within 3 breaths, you won't get another chance." The group burst into laughter as if hearing the greatest joke, not taking Billy's words seriously. At that moment, the apparent leader gestured for his men to execute Billy while he turned his attention to the spaceship. Several soldiers simultaneously opened fire on Billy. The energy bullets struck him, causing violent explosions, yet they did not harm him in the slightest. However, Billy's clothes were not so fortunate and were obliterated in the barrage. As the smoke from the explosions dissipated, the onlookers beheld a bare Billy, his eyes glowing red. With swift and precise laser beams shooting from his eyes, each strike left 2 transparent holes in the bodies of the leader. Turned around in shock, realizing it was not Billy who had been defeated, but rather his subordinates who had been wiped out. Billy, with a grim expression, threatened, "Speak honestly, who are you? What are you doing here? Otherwise this will be your fate." Seeing the fate of his companions, the man dared not conceal anything, immediately confessing, "My name is Chorus, and Ronan sent me to retrieve the cosmic sphere." "Where is the cosmic sphere?" Billy interrupted. Chorus, "For the cosmic sphere was the container for the power gem, much like the cosmic cube was the container. The cosmic sphere is not in my possession. It was stolen by a raider." "Is that raider named Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord?" Chorus nodded vigorously. Billy thought to himself that things had gone awry. Not only had he not intercepted Star-Lord, but he also let him take the cosmic sphere, and the most crucial part was that it was now 2014. He had been drifting in space for 2 whole years, unaware of what had happened on Earth. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the trembling Chorus and coldly asked, "Do you want to die or live?" "I want to live, I want to live. Do you know where Earth is?" Chorus shook his head vigorously. "I have never heard of it." Billy sighed and warned, "You better wait here for me to return. If you dare to run, I will make sure you regret it." Chorus promised he wouldn't dare, secretly planning to flee the moment Billy left, not believing that Billy could catch up to him. Billy seemed to have guessed his thoughts. To be safe, he shot 2 laser beams at Chorus and his subordinate spaceship, rendering it completely unusable. Now, even if Chorus wanted to escape, he would need a significant amount of time to repair the ship. Chorus thought to himself that it was over. He came here in good shape, but couldn't return. However, Chorus did not possess the ability to repair spaceships. He could only pin his hopes on Billy. Seeing Billy about to leave, he hurriedly asked, "Chief, where are you going? Will you come back? Don't ask what you shouldn't. He'll be back soon." Having said that, Billy left Chorus with only the sight of his bare back. Billy returned to his own Sovereign spaceship to get dressed. After the last incident of embarrassment, he had learned his lesson and prepared some clothes. Once Billy returned dressed, he immediately pointed at a spaceship and said, "You drive the spaceship. We are going to Xander." Chorus stammered, "See, Chief, I can't repair spaceships. Useless. What good are you? In the end, it all falls back on me." Billy scolded. Chorus pouted. He didn't believe that a powerful being like Billy could repair a spaceship. However, to his surprise, Billy casually shot a beam of light at the spaceship, and it was restored to its pristine condition, showing no signs of damage. The abilities of the horse talisman were indeed remarkable. This scene left Chorus dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word, as if his vocal cords had been left at home. "What are you standing there for?" "To fly the spaceship," Billy urged. "All right." Faced with the powerful Billy, Chorus dared not show any resistance. As the spaceship slowly ascended, Chorus asked seemingly innocently, "Chief, why are we going to Xander? Didn't you all find out? Star-Lord is going to Xander to make a deal with someone called the Broker." Billy directly exposed his ulterior motives, believing that when he first arrived at Morag, this group had already figured out Star-Lord's whereabouts. "Didn't you all find out? Star-Lord is going to Xander to make a deal with someone called the Broker." Billy directly exposed, "Don't pry into what you shouldn't." Chorus secretly messaged his master Ronan, thinking he was being discreet, but Billy was fully aware of his little actions. Billy didn't care. After all, Ronan merely wanted the power gem as well. As long as Ronan dared to reach out, he would take care of it. Thus, with their own thoughts, the two headed towards the Xander of the Nova Empire. "Chief, we have arrived at Chandal Star." After an unknown amount of time, the battered Keelas brought Billy to Chandal Star. Billy rose and said, "Put away your little schemes. If I catch you doing this again, it won't just be a simple beating." I wouldn't dare." Keelas appeared even more respectful than before. Not long ago, Keelas was piloting the spaceship, while Billy lay in the backseat resting. Thinking Billy was asleep, Keelas set the spaceship to autopilot and pulled out a glinting dagger, preparing to deal with Billy. He cautiously approached and suddenly thrust the dagger down, a wicked smile of triumph appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, when the dagger made contact with Billy's skin, it shattered into pieces. He was immediately filled with disbelief, internally exclaiming it was impossible. This dagger was a divine artifact capable of cutting through iron. How could it not pierce his skin? Even more terrifying, Billy, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Bold! Dare to stir trouble in my domain? Do you wish to die?" Keelas, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. "Chief, you weren't asleep." Of course, Billy hadn't been asleep. Even if he had been, the commotion would have woken him. Without saying another word, he greeted Keelas with a punch. The spaceship was filled with screams akin to a slaughtered pig, though Billy held back his strength, otherwise the first punch would have turned Keelas to dust. After fully experiencing Billy's heartfelt punch, Keyless was moved to tears, his entire face swollen. Not until they arrived at Shandao did he dare to contact Ronan. Returning to the present, he said, "You wait here, I'll go find someone." Billy again used his laser eyes to disable the spaceship's flight system and hurriedly disembarked to find Star-Lord. At the end of the previous chapter, Keyless had informed Ronan of the ship he was piloting. Now seeing Billy leave, he quickly initiated a video call to Ronan. When Ronan opened the video, a face swollen like a pig filled the screen, and Ronan exclaimed, "Who are you?" "Where's Keyless?" Keyless said pitifully, "Master, I'm Keyless." "Keyless, how did you get beaten like this?" "Don't worry, I'll locate your ship soon. When I arrive, I'll ensure you get justice." No, Master, please don't come. The person who kidnapped me is too powerful. I even feel his strength is on par. Then I must test his strength. Don't worry, you'll be there soon." Ronan said, ignoring Keyless' reaction, and ordered full speed ahead. Keyless thought this is like an egg hitting a rock. Just as he was about to video call back, Billy returned. Keyless set sail. Keyless did not see Billy's grim face and asked, "Chief, have you acquired the cosmic spirit orb so quickly?" Billy thought Keyless really knows how to pick the wrong topic and replied irritably, "What orb are you talking about?" Peter Quill got into a fight and was captured by the Klein prison. "Hurry up and start the ship." "Yes, Chief, I'm heading to Klein prison right now." "Why go to Klein prison? Just go directly to the Wuzuan GD." Billy felt that even if he reached Klein prison, Star-Lord and his group would probably have escaped. Although he didn't understand why they always got there before him, he knew they would ultimately head to Wuzuan GD to sell the cosmic spirit orb, so going ahead to intercept them should pose no issues. Wuzuan GD is a space city built on the head of a deceased ancient celestial tribe. This space city was constructed by the cosmic elder collector Tanjia Tawang, who through his company the Tawang Group has mined this celestial head for hundreds of years, extracting organic matters, bones, brain tissues, and spinal fluid, which are in high demand on the black market. The Tawang Group is like a parasite hollowing out the insides of this ancient celestial head, while also acting like an engineer constructing a steel city. "Chief, we mustn't be too conspicuous here. There is no order, and it is even a gathering place for outlaws. Robbery, murder, and theft are commonplace here, and if one is not careful, they may lose their lives." Keyless' warning was not out of goodwill. He was eager for Billy to meet his end, fearing that Billy's trouble would implicate him. Billy was unconcerned. After all, he couldn't die. Lazily, he said, "Stop with the nonsense, and just take me to find time." Keyless was taken aback and reminded, "Chief, it's not easy to meet the collector. It depends on his mood. Even my master Ronan may not be able to see him." Billy frowned slightly. "It is his honor that I can meet him. Does it really depend on his mood?" Keyless thought to himself, "Don't drag me into your death." To survive, he hurriedly advised, Yes, Chief, I know you possess extraordinary skills, but the collector is no easy target. He is the local tyrant here. Shouldn't we avoid his spotlight for now?" "Avoid his spotlight? Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Dock it right at his museum." Billy thought, isn't he just a cosmic elder? What is there to be afraid of? "We can't do that, Chief. Angering the collector will lead to a miserable death." Billy dared to say this, but Keyless certainly didn't dare to do it. "If you don't do as I say, I will make your life worse than death right now." Keyless was in tears. He truly felt what it meant to be caught in a divine battle where the little ones suffer. Whether it was Billy or the collector dealing with him, it was as easy as pinching an ant. Yet he had to follow Billy's orders because he was genuinely afraid Billy would kill him outright. As they rushed towards the collector's museum, he transmitted his last message to Ronan. "Tell my mother, I am not a coward." "Ronan, what?" Keyless risked his life to push the throttle to the maximum, ready to die together with Billy and the collector. Billy clapped his hands in delight, saying, "Now that's more like it. Things are starting to get interesting." The collector Tanjia Tawang had just been intimidating the cleaning staff Karina, when in the next moment, he saw a spaceship hurtling towards him at high speed. He immediately panicked. Oh no. The collector never imagined that one day terrorists would attack him. Was he to be treated like some sort of target? When Keyless saw the true appearance of the collector, he immediately backed down, losing all his previous bravado. He pulled the throttle to slow down, but it was already too late. The spaceship crashed irreparably upon landing. Billy burst through the spaceship and landed on the ground, turning to Keyless, who was uncertain among the ruins, and said, "Keyless, you're not doing your job well as a driver. You need more practice." Not knowing if Keyless could still hear him, Billy felt a bit of blame. If he hadn't changed direction at the last moment, he might have crashed into the collector. Now, not only did they not crash into the collector, but they didn't even hit the museum. The flustered collector saw a strange figure jumping out of the spaceship and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "Since you asked sincerely, I will generously tell you, I am the Lord. I am a demonic sorcerer." "The Holy Master. I have no idea who that is." Billy scoffed. "Not knowing me just shows your ignorance." D1 thought to himself, what's going on? The collector. I was born from the Big Bang. I have lived for over 13.8 billion years. Am I ignorant? I see you have no fame. D1 felt completely unable to communicate with the person before him and decisively issued an eviction order. "Leave this place. The uninformed are not welcome here." Billy, with a playful expression, remarked, "Tisk, tisk, tisk. My purpose hasn't been fulfilled. How could I leave just like that?" "I don't care what your purpose is, but if you don't leave, I will have to keep you here forever." "Oh, you're threatening me. I've heard you share a lifespan with the universe. Let me see if you truly can die." With that, Billy floated in midair, his eyes glowing with a golden light that focused precisely on D1's chest. D1 felt a sharp pain and instinctively raised his arm to block. It must be said that this collector's physique is truly remarkable, as he could withstand the explosion caused by the Power Stone, Hedon, resembling a cosmic elder. After Billy extinguished his laser eyes, he landed effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue or exhaustion. In contrast, Diwan was in a dire state with 2 large scorched craters on his arm, slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Even with his special physique, he wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon. He was secretly astonished. Who exactly is this holy master before me? How could someone this powerful never have been heard of? The collector possesses the ability to foresee the future. He once predicted that a being powerful enough to threaten the cosmic elders would emerge, Thanos. To preserve the spark of life, when Thanos planned to destroy the universe, he collected all living beings in the cosmos and stored them in his museum. In the original timeline, he briefly possessed 2 stones. One was the Reality Stone sent from Asgard after Thor the Dark World, and the other was the Power Stone sent by the Guardians of the Galaxy. The waitress Karina, eager to seize the Power Stone, ended up being blown up by the stone, taking D1 and the museum with it. Of course, D1 survived, but the Power Stone was sent to the Nova Corps for safekeeping. The collector only knew that the stones contained immense power, but didn't know how to use them. Just as the saying goes, a common man with treasures will bring calamity, ultimately attracting Thanos. At this moment, D1, relying on his powerful physique, had recovered quite a bit and could speak again. He knew he had no means to fight back against Billy and wasn't particularly strong-willed, so he hurriedly asked, "I don't know what your purpose is. What can I do to help you?" Billy smiled satisfactorily. "No rush. First, give me the Reality Stone that Asgard entrusted to you for safekeeping." Reality Stone? The Asgardians didn't give me that. Before he could finish, D1 felt an irresistible force gripping his neck, and when he regained his senses, Billy's hand was already around his throat. "What did you say?" Billy's eyes glowed with golden light again as he leaned closer to D1 and said, "Since my laser can burn a hole in your arm, do you think it can't make a hole in your head? You've mined this deity's skull for hundreds of years and made quite a bit of money. Guess how much a cosmic elder's brain tissue is?" "I'm not lying, really. You can search my museum freely, and if you find it there, I'll give you the museum for free." D1 was terrified for his life and swore an oath, feeling that Billy would truly follow through. Seeing that D1 didn't seem to be faking, Billy immediately calmed down and wondered what was going on. Could it be that Thor hasn't been released yet? Is this Koterer so dedicated? He has kept Thor locked up for 2 years without letting him go. A dignified thunder god confined by mortals for 2 years, what a disgrace. By the way, why hasn't Odin gone to rescue him? Could you let me down first? D1's words brought Billy back to reality, and seeing that D1's face was nearly turning purple, he loosened his grip, allowing D1 to fall to the ground. Glancing at D1, who was coughing violently on the ground, Billy coldly said, "Now tell me, do you have any collection here worth sparing your life for?" D1 was startled, realizing this was a costly bargain. For someone with a collecting obsession, this was akin to cutting his flesh, but compared to living, everything else was trivial. Worst case, he could just start collecting again. Thinking this, he feigned generosity and said, "You may choose as you like. Not bad, you know what's good for you. Anyway, since the Guardians of the Galaxy haven't arrived yet, let's go browse the museum first." Billy stepped forward into the museum with D1 and his assistant Karina respectfully following behind. Billy suddenly turned around, startling the two into trembling. What was your name again?" Billy asked, pointing at Karina. "I'm Karina," she replied, trembling like a leaf. Billy pointed at the wreckage of a spaceship and said, "There's someone named Kolaris inside that ship. Go check if he's alive or dead. If he's dead, bury him. After all, he did drive for me, even though his driving skills were subpar." "What if he's still alive?" Karina cautiously asked. "If he's alive, give him a quick end and then bury him. You know he did drive for me. Ooh, I can't let him suffer." Billy feigned a look of heartbreak, squeezing out a single tear, just one, not a drop more. D1 suggested, "Shouldn't we? The medical conditions in the uninformed area are still quite good." Billy pretended to be angry, saying, "He tried to assassinate me, and you want to save him. Do you want to die with him?" No, I don't know him at all." D1, who had lived for 13.8 billion years, was experiencing for the first time what it meant to be like a tiger beside a ruler. Even the assembly of deities didn't exert this much pressure on him. Billy waved his hand, signaling Karina to deal with Kolaris, while he continued to browse the museum, with D1 wiping sweat and cautiously following behind. They finally stopped in front of a display case where a gigantic golden cocoon was placed. Billy caressed the display case and inquired, "Is this cocoon from Sovereign Star?" "Yes, if you like it, you can take it with you. No need let it stay here." Billy of course knew that the life form yet to be born inside that cocoon was the infamous Adam, the one who is even more foolish than Star-Lord. In the comics, he is the lifelong nemesis of Thanos, one of the strongest beings in the universe. However, this is only the case in the comics. In the movies, his power is not as formidable as in the comics, and due to being born prematurely, he appears somewhat mentally challenged. Most of the display cases here contain various alien life forms, showing that the collector has indeed put in effort for the continuation of cosmic races. But Billy wasn't interested in these at all. After browsing around, it felt like reading an encyclopedia. In the end, he realized that what he truly wanted was still the Infinity Stones, and coincidentally, the buyer of the cosmic sphere was this collector D1. He turned and smiled, asking D1, "Have you bought anything recently?" "No." Tyvan immediately denied it. He guessed Billy meant the orb, but this orb was a priceless treasure he had acquired for 4 billion credits, rare, beyond measure, and irreplaceable. He truly had no intention of parting with it. "Think again, carefully. A faint smile played on Billy's lips while golden light already began swirling in his eyes. All right. I suddenly recall purchasing a treasure worth 4 billion credits. If you wish it, I'll gladly gift it to you, though it hasn't arrived yet. You'll need to wait a little longer. To save his life, Tyven reluctantly surrendered the artifact. His heart bled. Not 1 billion, but 40 billion credits worth of anguish. Billy patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't grieve. With your current strength, you cannot safeguard such an artifact. It only invites calamity. Entrusting it to me is your wisest choice. And I won't take it for nothing should anyone threaten you. Come to me. I'll settle it for you. Truly. Tyven's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a pledge from a powerhouse. This exchange was more than fair. Mother need no longer fret over Thanos threatening me. Of course. Across the cosmos, who doesn't know that Saint Lord keeps every promise? Billy thumped his chest in solemn vow. Tyven believed true masters possessed unshakable integrity. Each word weighed 1,000 gold pieces. Betrayal was unthinkable. The wait for the orb stretched endlessly. In the meantime, Billy wandered idly through the museum's corridors unaware of. He waited left and right, but the guardians of the galaxy never came. Before they'd fled just beyond his grasp, now cornered here, they refused to appear. Would they arrive at all? Had they met misfortune en route? Or grown addicted to incarceration? Days blurred into uncertainty, until Kalina finally approached. Billy, the seller of the orb has arrived. Joy surged within Billy. He sped toward the museum, and from afar spotted the 5 wildly disparate figures. He checked ahead. The orb had already reached the collector's hands. All clear. Time to act. Peter Quill. Face-to-face with his nemesis, fury ignited. Billy executed a flawless sprint, launched himself midair, and delivered a thunderous kick, his size 45 soul slamming squarely into Star-Lord's round, startled face. Ugh, Quill felt as though a mountain had struck him full force, its crushing momentum hurling him backward. The sudden assault stunned everyone present. Only after the shock wore off did they react, each in their own way. Gamora, the assassin trained by Thanos, drew her blade, instantly pressing its edge against Billy's throat. Rocket Raccoon, assuming Billy sought the orb, raised his modified rifle and aimed it squarely at him. Drax the Destroyer unsheathed his twin blades and assumed a battle stance. Only Groot remained oblivious, blinking innocently. I am Groot. Rocket snapped, don't complicate things. Billy swept a cold, disdainful glance at Gamora's blade at his neck and warned, little girl, this isn't play. Once you draw steel, you must be prepared to die. Tyven recoiled in alarm and rushed forward to mediate. Neither party's injury could be tolerated under his roof. This is Gamora, Thanos' adopted daughter. Please grant her courtesy. Tyven hoped Billy would show restraint out of respect for the cosmic tyrant Thanos. I am not Thanos' daughter. Gamora retorted sharply, her parents slain by Thanos himself, a wound that festered eternally. To kill her family, then adopt her was like shattering a man's legs and selling him crutches. Thanos has no face to save. Even if Thanos himself arrives, I'll strike him down. With that slap, Gamora flew sideways, dazed and disoriented. Drax roared and lunged, stabbing furiously, but every blow shattered against Billy's impenetrable flesh. Billy blinked, surprised Drax's blades hadn't snapped. Step aside. Another sharp slap sent Drax tumbling after the others. Ugh, Rocket unleashed a barrage of fire, peppering Billy's frame and kicking up thick plumes of dust. Tyven waved smoke from his nose. Must you fight beside my museum? Do you think you can afford to replace anything broken here? Before anyone could speak, the smoke cleared. Billy's clothes were once again obliterated, yet his sculpted torso remained unscathed. His expression, however, darkened, storm clouds gathering in his gaze. You're dismissed too. A single backhanded strike sent Rocket soaring. Delivered with unusual restraint, for Rocket had been reassembled by the High Evolutionary. Billy feared shattering him entirely. I am Groot. Enraged, Groot extended thick, sinewy vines that coiled tightly around Billy, stronger than any ordinary timber, nearly impossible to break free from. But Billy bore the dragon talisman. With his garments gone, its power ignited. Flames erupted across his body, transforming him into a living inferno. Fire raced along the vines, leaping onto Groot himself, engulfing him in brilliant, searing light. At first, Tyven silently cheered. Groot's corpse would make a magnificent addition to his collection. If Billy slew him, enraged Tyven planned to purchase it immediately. Yet he never imagined Billy would incinerate it outright. Disaster. He signaled staff to douse the flames. But Billy harbored no intent to kill. Instead, he drew the fire back, then gently healed Groot's scorched bark. By then, Star-Lord, half divine, half human, had stirred awake. Opening his eyes, he beheld Billy standing utterly bare, and recognition flashed. That was the man. It's you? Wore clothes before. I almost didn't recognize you. That single line reignited Billy's wrath. He knew Quill had been abducted by aliens in 1988, long before the meme existed, so the remark was likely mere jest. Yet Billy burned with indignation. He realized his earlier kick had been far too gentle. In a flash, he appeared before Quill, before he could blink, delivering 10 blistering slaps left and right in rapid succession. Quill's naturally round face swelled grotesquely, puffed like steamed buns. Even Tyven, an ancient relic of antiquity, couldn't suppress a chuckle, muttering under his breath how utterly ruthless Billy was, even crueler than the Venom Hive. Billy's piercing glare locked on Tyven. What are you laughing at? Fetch me clothes, now. Once clothed, his fury subsided. Tyven wisely asked whether he wished to open the orb. Billy replied, "Open it. If it opens, open it. If it refuses, don't force it. Let me open it when I choose." Tyven didn't grasp the riddle, but sensed acquiescence and activated the unlocking mechanism without delay. Through intricate, precise procedures, the orb finally yielded, revealing a small violet stone hovering weightlessly in midair. Tyven sighed in awe. Exquisite, so breathtaking it made him feel like an old widower enchanted. He failed to notice Kalina, his long-suffering assistant, standing nearby transfixed by the gem. Her patience had shattered. Her pretense collapsed. She would seize the Power Stone's might and sever her oppression forever. Without hesitation, Kalina seized the Power Stone. As Karina touched the Power Stone, it erupted like a firework, launching volatile miniature fireballs in all directions. These fireballs detonated indiscriminately upon impact, triggering cascading explosions. Karina, having initiated direct contact with the stone, bore the full brunt of its surging, unbridled energy. An old saying holds true: without a diamond-tipped drill, one ought not undertake porcelain work. At heart, Karina was merely an ordinary human, utterly incapable of withstanding the Power Stone's ferocious cosmic force. Within mere seconds, her body ruptured under its overwhelming pressure. The unleashed chaotic energy had nowhere to dissipate, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. A horrifying violet conflagration engulfed the entire museum. Moments before the blast, the 5 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy stirred awake, one by one, as fireballs struck them. Sensing imminent peril, they immediately sought cover. Groot, Rocket, and Gamora each found shelter without delay. Star-Lord failed to reach safety in time. Drax, disdainful of concealment altogether, simply stood his ground, leaving both newly awakened warriors instantly knocked unconscious by the blast. Fortunately, they stood at a safe distance from the epicenter, and owing to their extraordinary physiologies, emerged unscathed, though narrowly so. Billy had already sprinted beyond the blast radius the instant the fireballs began erupting. He feared not death, but rather the utter annihilation of his clothing. Good heavens, arriving half-naked across the cosmos. What kind of impression would that make? One wonders where the Hulk procures those peculiar green shorts. Once the detonation subsided, the Guardians cautiously raised their heads, only to witness Billy reappear via teleportation and reach deliberately toward the Power Stone. "Don't touch it," Gamora cried out, her voice raw with alarm, bewildered that anyone would dare approach the stone again, having just witnessed its devastating power. Billy paid no heed to her warning. With 2 fingers, he lifted the stone, its once frenzied energy now subdued, docile as a lamb resting in his palm. Star-Lord groggily regained consciousness, saw Billy holding the Power Stone, and concluded he must still be dreaming. He promptly collapsed back into slumber. Youth truly has its privileges. Collapse and sleep just like that. "Tyven, are you all right?" Billy leapt straight into the crater, expressing genuine concern for the half-dead collector. Tyven could barely lift himself upright. At the sight of Billy cradling the Power Stone, he recoiled in terror. "Whoa. Keep it away. Far away from me. It's perfectly tame, Tyven. Here, take it. It belongs to you." Billy drew the stone closer, his words slipping into Tyven's ear like a devil's whisper. "No, no, no. It's not mine. I beg you, take this lethal artifact away." Tyven pleaded desperately. "You truly refuse it? Then I shall claim it." With serene resolve, Billy embedded the Power Stone directly into his own palm. Having been deceived by Loki, he'd left home without his wand, leaving him no choice but this drastic measure. Gamora stepped forward. "Excuse me, we're retracting our offer. Please return the stone." "No, I've purchased it. Tyven, pay up." Billy instantly restored Tyven to full vitality. The collector eagerly rushed off to retrieve the funds, until Gamora intervened. "I said, we're no longer selling it." "What do you mean? Why not? That's 40 billion credits. He's already on his way. How can you renege now?" Rocket protested, indignation flaring. Gamora patiently explained, "We must deliver the orb to the Nova Corps, the only force capable of safeguarding it." Rocket and Gamora then launched into a heated, head-splitting debate, until Billy interjected, "Pardon the interruption." He drew their gaze to his palm, where the Power Stone now rested, seamlessly fused into his flesh. "Gamora, your suggestion is commendable, though next time please refrain from offering it. Entrusting the cosmic orb to the Nova Corps wouldn't protect it, it would doom them." "Why?" Gamora tilted her head, genuinely perplexed. "Put simply, virtue invites envy, possession invites peril. You know well, your adoptive father coveted it. So too did Ronan the Accuser. And let us not forget Ronan bears an irreconcilable hatred for Xandar, the Nova Corps' homeworld, having plotted its annihilation for years." Billy's words plunged Gamora into silent contemplation. Rocket seized the pause. "If you won't sell to collectors, perhaps we should pray Ronan offers a generous price." Before Gamora could retort, Billy declared, voice resonant and unshakable, "You have yet to grasp the reality. The Infinity Stones are safest only in my hands, and only I can shield them. None shall ever wrest them from me." Hardly had the words faded. Whoosh, a shadow blurred past. Billy glanced down. The stone was gone. Such swift, brazen humiliation. Who dared strike so recklessly? To challenge fate itself. "Thank you for the gift, I adore it." The thief stood afar, smirking provocatively at Billy. The figure froze Billy's breath. Its form was uncanny, a biomechanical fusion of tiger and rabbit. Yet what mattered most were the 3 gems embedded in its chest: crimson, amber, and sapphire. Soul Stone, Mind Stone, Space Stone. Combined with the Power Stone just stolen from Billy, 4 Infinity Stones now pulsed within its frame. Billy demanded what catastrophe has befallen Earth. How did those 3 stones come to reside upon you? Oh, so it's Mr. Davis, is it? Long time no see. I've missed you terribly. The robot snarled teeth. Billy instantly recognized it. The tiger of the 12 golden warriors, known as Brother, who once shattered by Loki's destroyer, now resurrected, rebuilt, and reborn. Billy appraised him coolly. Ah, brother who almost didn't recognize you. Mason grows increasingly careless. Wife, Mason, the Forge Master, was chief architect of the 12 Golden Warriors project. Octopus, Vulture, and Beetle served only as subordinates. Silence. Never speak ill of Xiao Wu. You have sealed your doom. Brother who roared, launching a thunderous iron fist without hesitation. Billy thought, goodness. 3 years gone, yet his temper burns fiercer than ever. He offered no quarter. The 12 warriors could be reforged, but none would usurp his sovereignty and live. His eyes blazed with golden light. 2 searing laser beams lanced forth. Brother who evaded, effortlessly manipulating the space stone. How long can you dodge? In the next breath, Billy blinked rapidly, his ocular beams firing like rapid-fire projectiles, blanketing Brother who's front, leaving no avenue of escape. Forced to blink away, Brother who reappeared elsewhere, then seizing the lull materialized behind Billy. But Billy seized him midair with telekinetic force, then unleashed torrents of incinerating flame. Brother who assumed mastery over 4 stones would render Billy effortless prey, yet battle revealed the mind, and reality stones held no sway over him. The noble rooster banished pain, the mystic sheep pierced illusion, the agile monkey mastered metamorphosis, the loyal dog defied death itself. These 4 talismanic charms alone nullified the stone's dominion. Scorching agony racked Brother who, when suddenly Xiao Wu flashed in his mind. I haven't gathered all the stones yet. I haven't revived Xiao Wu. How dare I perish here? Bonded devotion shattered the rooster talisman's psychic grip. Brother who tore open a rift behind him and vanished. Billy followed without pause. Where the hell did this lead? They emerged atop a solitary mountain. Beneath them, winding rivers and fragmented landmasses stretched to the horizon. A crimson sun hung low, partially eclipsed, flanked by tattered clouds. Before Brother who could speak, a voice echoed from a cavern. Welcome, Billy, son of Benjamin. Brother Tiger, and Xiao Wu, son of Mason. Is this even proper English? As soon as the voice fell, a figure in a black robe floated down from the center of the stone cave. Tiger Brother, still in a daze, asked, how do you know our names? Did you open our door? No, I am cursed to know everyone who comes here. Billy couldn't hold back, saying, I know you too. John Schmidt, also known as Red Skull, was the leader of Hydra in life. He sought the Infinity Stones, but was banished here by the Space Stone, ushering others to seek treasures unattainable by him. Quickly, let's proceed to the next step. Red Skull, did you really open our door? Tiger Brother interjected, is the Soul Stone here? To obtain the Soul Stone, you must pay a steep price. Are you ready? As long as I can save Little Wu, I don't care what the price is. Tiger Brother declared firmly. That may not be the case, Billy and Red Skull said in unison. Red Skull looked at Billy in surprise, then led them to the cliff where the Soul Stone could be exchanged. The Soul Stone requires a sacrifice. 1 soul must be exchanged for another, Red Skull explained. Tiger Brother crouched on the edge of the cliff, cautiously peering down, saying, Davis, you jumped down. Why don't you go down? Billy scolded, clearly annoyed. It seemed that this artificial intelligence being too clever was not necessarily a good thing. Seeing that Billy wasn't falling for it, Tiger Brother turned to Red Skull, saying, you jump down, and when it's done, it'll let you touch the Infinity Stones. Red Skull patiently informed him, to obtain the Soul Stone, you must lose something you cherish. Cherish thing. Tiger Brother rubbed his chin, pondering. Billy was astonished. What are you two doing? One is genuinely teaching, and the other is actually thinking as if it were. Red Skull, can't you tell this is a robot in front of you? Do you think it has a soul? I assert, even if you throw away your cherished item, you won't obtain the Soul Stone. It seems my only cherished thing is Little Wu. Without something cherished, I can't obtain the Soul Stone, and without the Soul Stone, I can't save Little Wu. What should I do? Tiger Brother covered his face and cried. Billy thought to himself, why is he crying? Are those tears or oil? Oh, with the Mind Stone, even an illusion should be able to cry. No. Illusions cry because they are born from the cradle of life. You are not. Why are you crying? However, Tiger Brother also used Osborne's nanotechnology. Osborne Industries can create miracles. Oh, what's so strange about making a robot cry? A miraculous scene unfolded. Third Brother, don't cry. A swarm of nanobots detached from Tiger Brother's twisted form, gradually forming a rabbit person in midair. Little Wu, great. You're still alive. Tiger Brother cried, even harder, tears flowing uncontrollably. As soon as the words fell, the rabbit fell as if its power was depleted. No, Little Wu. Tiger Brother jumped as well, plunging into the abyss, saying, how can I live in a... As soon as the words fell, the rabbit fell as if its power was depleted. No, Little Wu. Tiger Brother jumped as well, plunging into the abyss, saying, how can I live in a world without you? This scene brought tears to countless spectators except for Billy. At the moment Tiger Brother jumped, he tried to pull him back, but failed. His hand remained frozen in the air, pain, saying, no. Infinity Stones. You idiot, at least take the stones out before jumping. Who dares to go down to collect them after dying here? Billy thought, since you both want to die here, I'll lend you a helping hand. Raising his hand, he unleashed 2 beams of light upon them, which was the power of the mouse charm. The cunning mouse made my illusion come true. Below, the 2 on the altar remained still, their hands tightly clasped together. In the next moment, deep blue energy surged from Billy's back, shooting straight into the sky through the towering twin towers, exploding in the sky and spreading like a spider web. Billy emerged from the Sea of Souls with an orange soul stone in his left hand and the 4 stones previously taken by Tiger Brother in his right. This time it truly became real, having tricked the soul stone. According to Red Skull, the soul stone is the only stone with wisdom. It seems it has some intelligence, but not much. With the space stone in hand, Billy could return to Earth anytime, yet he wasn't in a hurry to go back. He suspected that something must have happened on Earth during his absence, but he had more important matters to attend to. With that, Billy opened a portal and returned to the realm of nothingness. Whoosh, high-level transition. Oh, you guys haven't left. As Billy just returned to the realm of nothingness, he saw the Guardians of the Galaxy in a heated discussion with the Collector. Tyven initially wanted to use the Power Stone to exchange a favor from Billy, a powerful being. However, now not only had the Power Stone vanished, but so had Billy. Naturally, he didn't want to pay. Even though he was wealthy, he wasn't a fool. The Guardians of the Galaxy believed that since the Power Stone had already been given away, Tyven should pay. The two sides argued fiercely until Billy shouted, "Hey, alright. It's all a misunderstanding. Tyven, hurry up and pay. A dignified cosmic elder still owes people money. Isn't that embarrassing?" Seeing Billy speak up, Tyven immediately paid 40 billion without hesitation. "Tyven, you don't need to feel like you're losing out. I have a big business deal that will definitely make you a fortune." "Oh, what kind of business?" Although Tyven was skeptical about Billy having a big business, he still had to give a powerful being some face. "The celestial head we are standing on has been nearly fully mined by you. I happen to know of a living planet that is also a member of the celestial group. Are you interested?" Billy was naturally referring to Ego, Star-Lord's father. Tyven's eyes lit up. Just developing a celestial head had made him incredibly rich. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to develop a celestial directly. Of course, he didn't forget to build a good relationship with Billy, promptly stating, "Great. He'll handle all the development matters, and we split the profits 50-50. 60-40 works too. He'll take 40%. But I just need to know, how long has that celestial been dead?" "A 50-50 split works. That celestial is still alive." Tyven was stunned. "Still alive? No. The celestial group is extraordinarily powerful. We can't compete with them. No one knows the power of the celestials better than Tyven. They are beings that even King Odin cannot confront." "Don't worry," Billy reassured. "I have 9 ways to kill him. 9 ways. You just need to prepare for the mining." If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Tyven would never have believed anyone would dare to slay a celestial. He thought mining a celestial head was already offensive enough, but he didn't expect someone to be even braver than him. Of course, he didn't know that even if Billy only had 12 charms, it would be enough to deal with the celestial group, not to mention the boost from the Infinity Stones. "We now need the help of Mr. Peter Quill." Star-Lord, being called out, shivered. "What do you need me to do?" "We need you to take us to kill someone." "Who?" "Your father." "What?" Unlike Star-Lord's look of astonishment, Drax suddenly became unusually excited, raising both hands and cheering victoriously, "Yay, yay. Ronan." Everyone turned to the sound, only to see a swarm of spaceships slowly surrounding the museum. Drax was very confident, declaring that he would personally slay his enemy Ronan. Billy interjected firmly, "It wasn't him." Only Billy knew that Ronan had come here, tracking the signal emitted by Korra. Unexpectedly, the first to arrive was Star-Lord's adoptive father Yondu, leading a group of people, shouting as they walked, "Don't think about running, kid." Although he claimed he would capture Star-Lord, we all knew that Yondu likely wanted to protect him, especially with Ronan also present. Billy raised his hand to block Yondu, saying, "You are just in time. I need your help with something. Let's watch a good show first." Yondu frowned. "Who are you?" "I am the Sovereign. Look, the show is starting." Billy pointed toward the group of marauders led by Yondu. A group of marauders instinctively turned to look in the direction Billy was pointing, seeing the accuser Ronan and Nebula swaggering off the ship, shouting, "Where's Karath?" After all, the void was the territory of the Collector Tyven, who wasn't easily bullied. His brother, the Grandmaster, even dared to enslave the Prince of Asgard. In the original timeline, Odin believed that the Infinity Stones could not be kept in the same place, and entrusted the Reality Stone to Tyven for safekeeping, which proved Tyven's status. "Ronan, are you declaring war?" With Ronan at his doorstep, he certainly couldn't stay silent. In the original story, he was incapacitated by the Power Stone and couldn't respond. If it were an ordinary person, they would give Tyven face, but Ronan was a brute, aside from Captain Marvel, who had he ever respected. Even with a Power Stone, he dared to challenge Thanos. "Tyven, why did Karath's signal disappear here?" "Who is Karath?" "I don't know him at all." "Then how did his ship end up with you?" Ronan pointed at the shattered ship, demanding, "Hand over the orb." And Karath, "The orb is your true objective, isn't it?" The two faced off against each other, neither willing to back down, but neither daring to strike first. After all, one was a cosmic elder, and the other was Thanos' right-hand man. Any misstep would not be trivial. But while they hesitated, someone else was bound to take action. Drax jumped out himself. "Accuser Ronan, you killed my wife." He charged at Ronan in a frenzy, but Ronan didn't go easy on him, quickly knocking him down. Drax got back up, only to be knocked down again, repeatedly getting up and falling. Drax was known as the Destroyer, but he was not the same as the giant mech destroyer from Asgard in the comics. He had once killed Thanos. In this movie, he was utterly defeated, taken down by Ronan, as if he were a mere child, unable to put up any resistance. In the end, Ronan slammed him to the ground, arrogantly declaring, "I don't remember killing your family. and I probably won't remember. Just as Ronan raised his hammer to execute him, a voice rang out from behind. So you're Ronan, huh? You seem pretty arrogant. Ronan tilted his head in confusion as he looked at Billy, who was floating out from the crowd, asking, Who? I am your worst nightmare. Two beams of golden light shot from Billy's eyes, piercing toward Ronan, who could only struggle to defend himself. However, Billy showed no signs of stopping. Holding out against it wouldn't work. Not to mention the pain, he would eventually be pierced by the laser. Ronan glanced at the numerous Sikaran mercenary ships waiting nearby and ordered them to open fire on Billy. In the next moment, multiple ships turned to aim at Billy. Billy paused the laser, raising his left hand with fingers spread wide, using powerful telekinesis to immobilize the ships. Then he clenched his left hand tightly, causing the ships to explode and be torn apart. Ronan's mouth dropped open, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. He couldn't believe everything happening was real. Just like that, all his ships were destroyed and his opponent was using magic. How was he supposed to fight back? Aren't Marvel's sorcerers supposed to specialize in close combat? This opponent was not only ranged, but also causing area damage. While sorcerers like the Ancient One and Loki were indeed close quarters, Billy was not a sorcerer. He was a wizard. Ronan finally realized the gravity of the situation. The person before him was someone he absolutely could not provoke. He might be reckless, but he wasn't stupid, or he wouldn't have been scared off by Captain Marvel in 1995. His first thought was to run, but he suddenly realized that all his ships had been destroyed. Where could he flee? So he decisively and sincerely chose to reason, saying, We shouldn't have any conflict, right? I don't even know you. Haven't introduced myself yet. Then let me clarify, I am the Sovereign. How could we not have conflict? The Power Stone you desire is in my possession. With that, Billy rolled up his sleeves, revealing 5 Infinity Stones embedded in his arm, which captivated Ronan. If those 5 Infinity Stones fell into his hands, let alone destroying Xander, he could even think about obliterating Titan Thanos' home planet with ease. Thinking of this, he asked an unrealistic question. Can you give me those stones? It was no surprise he made such a pitiful request. He was simply too desperate for the stones, but couldn't defeat Billy, so he resorted to this. Since you want them so badly, Billy began slowly. Then I'll use the power of the Infinity Stones to kill you. By the way, Korath is the one I kidnapped, but you don't need to worry, I'll send you to meet him right away. Before Ronan could react, Billy suddenly opened a portal in front of him, and the next second, he teleported behind Ronan, sending forth a fist glowing with purple light. Ronan felt the summons of the Grandmaster, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Under the watchful eyes of Tyvan, Nebula, the Guardians of the Galaxy, a host of marauders, and the desperate outlaws, the accuser Ronan was struck by a punch carrying terrifying energy, leaving nothing but rubble. A single punch knocked out Ronan, leaving everyone present stunned. The power of that blow seemed formidable enough to even challenge Thanos. Tyvan, along with his employees and the marauders, spontaneously subdued Nebula and the other survivors who had come down. When Billy returned to the crowd, a thunderous applause erupted as he had averted this crisis. Billy raised his hand to signal for silence, then calmly asked, Yondu and Quill, what have you two decided? Are you in or out? Star-Lord interjected. What? You don't mean? Yes, I mean to kill your father. Do you have any? Star-Lord was bewildered, saying, I've never even met my father. Why suddenly go kill him? It's not just. Billy pointed sequentially at Star-Lord, Gamora, and Rocket, saying, Kill your father, then kill your father, then kill your father. Everyone has a part to play, no need to rush. Star-Lord, Gamora, Nebula, and Rocket were all dumbfounded. What? Quill, your father is Ego, a celestial being, and also a god among the Celestials. He loves and sows his seed with women on every planet he visits, only to leave them after they become pregnant, causing them to suffer from incurable diseases. What? My mother's illness is. Billy's words struck Star-Lord's worldview like a thunderbolt. He had never imagined his parents' relationship was like this. When those women die, Ego entrusts Yondu to bring his children back as his sustenance. Countless descendants have been turned to bones by him. Hearing this, Star-Lord cast a furious glance at Yondu, the accomplice, as if he were about to rush over and tear him apart. Yondu opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. He had indeed brought back many of Ego's offspring, and faced with such irrefutable evidence, he had nothing to say. You don't have to blame Yondu. Ego hired him to bring you back, but he couldn't bear to hand you over to Ego, so he kept you and raised you. Perhaps he was strict with you, but I believe you can feel his love for you. Billy knew how much love he had for Star-Lord. Everyone could hate Yondu, but Peter Quill could not. Yondu, Star-Lord's eyes brimmed with tears. Normally so talkative, he found himself at a loss for words, choked up by emotion. My boy, no need for many words. Perhaps he is your biological father, but he is certainly not your dad. I have done many wrongs in my life, but adopting you is one of the few good things I have done. Previously, Star-Lord had always pretended that the Earth singer David Hasselhoff was his father, but now Yondu had replaced David Hasselhoff in his heart. This father-son bond moved all the Ravagers. They had previously wondered why the captain always favored Quill, often complaining about it, not realizing the bittersweet story behind it. So it's time to make a decision, Quill, Billy urged. Star-Lord first glanced at Yondu, who nodded at him, then turned to Gamora, who also gave him a slight nod. Only then did he solidify his resolve. If I hire you to help me kill him, what will it cost me? Yondu hesitated, wanting to pay for Star-Lord, but having to consider the feelings of the other Ravagers. Fortunately, Billy was not overly greedy and kindly said, You don't need to worry. The price is steep, but you won't have to pay it. After all, the corpse of Ego is the price that satisfies me. You have no objections, right? Quill. Star-Lord silently shook his head. He felt nothing but hatred for this father he had never met, who had even caused his mother's death. One more thing, Quill, you are now at least a demigod. After Ego dies, you will become an ordinary person completely. Star-Lord shrugged and said nonchalantly, isn't that a good thing? This matter was settled. You said you could kill Thanos. Is there a price to pay, eh? A sudden voice interrupted and Billy turned to see Nebula pinned to the ground by the Ravagers. I have a blood feud with Thanos. Killing him is merely convenient. If you insist on a price, then leave his corpse behind as well. The Eternals should find it valuable, right? Of course. Especially Thanos. Tyvan exclaimed excitedly. To Tyvan, Thanos was more than just a collectible. He had once predicted that Thanos would pose a threat to the elders of the universe, and even the entire universe. Now that someone could eliminate that threat, how could he not be excited? Thank you. Nebula and Gamora both hated Thanos. Their parents had died at his hands, and he had turned them into assassins, forcing them into a competition where the losers would randomly lose a body part for mechanical modification. This pain was self-evident, and Nebula had mentioned in Guardians of the Galaxy 1 that she had more than one sister, while the fates of the others. Well, your dad is quite the bastard, but I have no father for you to kill. Rocket chuckled dryly, and although he was forcing a smile, Billy could tell he was suppressing something. Billy directly pierced through his facade. Rocket, have you forgotten what the High Evolutionary did to you? Did you forget about those companions who died at his hands? Lila Teeth and the others. What kind of person are you really? Rocket stared at Billy in disbelief. He had never been so frightened of someone before. It was a fear of being seen through. This is your only chance. Don't you want to seek justice for your fallen comrades? Don't you want to avenge your suffering? But Rocket instinctively felt fear towards the High Evolutionary. I don't. With Rocket hesitating, Billy pushed him further. Don't say you don't want to. Rocket, what are you really afraid of? Think about your fallen comrades who urged you to run and escape from the High Evolutionary's cage. If one of them had escaped, wouldn't they be thinking about avenging you? If you lack the courage to seek revenge, then you shouldn't be called Rocket. From now on you shall be called 89P13, for you will never reach the new world you desire, nor will you ever see the true sky. You are merely a selfish experiment, a useless little insect. Do you know who he is? That is the High Evolutionary. Do you know how powerful he is? He is an invincible being. He can never be defeated. Billy chuckled lightly. Then you can keep hiding. In the end, you'll discover that the High Evolutionary doesn't even have time to pay attention to you. All along you have been scaring yourself. The High Evolutionary is not an insurmountable mountain, but rather you magnifying your own fears. How about we make a bet? What are we betting on? Betting on whether I can kill Thanos. Thanos is currently recognized as the cosmic overlord possessing strength far beyond the High Evolutionary. If I kill Thanos, it means I have the capability to kill the High Evolutionary. Rocket's gaze hardened. What is the wager? Simple. I bet my life on killing Thanos, and conversely, once I kill the High Evolutionary, you must take me to Earth and use your intellect to help me conduct experiments. How about that? Deal. Okay, let's proceed in the order I just mentioned. This operation will be called the Parental Grief Operation. Now let's go kill Quill's father. Although this sounded strange, Star-Lord didn't argue. He had no feelings for Ego, only an overwhelming hatred. Gamora interjected. How do we find his father? Billy pointed to Star-Lord's new dad. Yondu will have a way to find him. Oh, please accompany us. Of course, after all, I am this child's adoptive father. Yondu nodded, then walked up to the Ravager Kraglin and said, during my absence, I entrust the Ravagers to you. Although Yondu cares for Star-Lord the most, he has always wanted Kraglin to be his successor. Kraglin expressed his inability, and the two exchanged polite refusals. In the end, Kraglin patted his chest twice, assuring that he would manage the Ravagers well. Yondu piloted the luxurious spaceship that Billy had obtained from Tyvan, carrying Billy, Gamora, and Nebula along with Star-Lord and the Guardians of the Galaxy as they embarked on their journey to slay a god. At this moment, Ego was still unaware that a conspiracy against him was quietly unfolding. On the way to confront Ego, Star-Lord and Gamora were surprisingly cozy with each other, leaving one to wonder when their relationship had grown so close. Nearby, Nebula glanced over with a look of disgust, silently cursing these two shameless individuals. Drax, however, stared at them without blinking, snack in hand, perhaps genuinely believing he could become invisible. The pilot Yondu turned to Rocket in the passenger seat and asked, has he always been this shameless? Which one do you mean? Rocket replied, unsure if Yondu was referring to Star-Lord or Drax, or perhaps both. The naked guy without clothes. Don't mind him, he's an idiot, Rocket said candidly. I am Groot. No, I wasn't cursing, I was merely stating the TM fact. Rocket fervently denied Groot's accusation. The spaceship was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, yet Billy sat in a corner feeling melancholic as he watched Star-Lord and Gamora being affectionate. Once he and Sky had shared such love, but now, it had been over 2 years since he last saw her, and he had no idea how Master, it seems we don't need to search actively anymore. Yondu's words brought Billy back to reality as he focused on a spaceship that had appeared up ahead, which according to Yondu was Ego's ship. What should we do next? Everyone turned their gaze to Billy, waiting for him to make a decision. Billy stood up and walked over to Star-Lord, instructing him. It seems he can't wait to absorb you, but that works in our favor. Just communicate naturally with him to lower his guard, and we'll handle the rest. But remember, kid, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Countless descendants like you have fallen for his tricks. Seeing Star-Lord looking a bit anxious, Billy patted his shoulder saying, "Relax, Quill. Treat this as sending your biological father off for the last time. It's both a filial duty and a chance for revenge for your mother. You don't need to worry about messing it up. We've just chosen a more dignified way for him to die. There are far less dignified methods I haven't brought up." "I understand," Star-Lord declared firmly. Billy suddenly pointed at Drax and said, "There's one more thing, keep his mouth shut. I'm afraid he might accidentally spill something." "Why? I'm the quietest one here," Drax protested incredulously, though no one believed him. Ego's ship was not as large as the Collector's ship, and this spaceship was not in disrepair like in the original story. Thus Ego and Mantis boarded Billy's ship, walking right into a trap. Ego was explaining to Star-Lord that he had hired Yondu to find him, but Yondu hadn't returned Star-Lord, which made things awkward. Star-Lord quickly clarified that Yondu was training him to be a thief, as some places could only be accessed by children. Then Ego mentioned he wanted to share with Star-Lord his hidden lineage, although Star-Lord had already heard all this from Billy. As Ego continued, he noticed that Star-Lord showed no signs of surprise or confusion, and curiously asked, "You don't seem surprised." No, I am surprised. Dumbfoundedly surprised." Star-Lord's acting skills were hardly enough to fool a god who had lived for so long. He instantly suspected someone had leaked information, but couldn't ascertain how much had been revealed. His first suspect was naturally Yondu, but he didn't dare to be certain or it could be someone else. So he feigned a friendly demeanor and said to Star-Lord, "You haven't introduced me to your friends yet." Star-Lord proceeded to introduce everyone, and as a member of the godly group, Ego knew nearly everyone present. Gamora and Nebula, being adopted daughters of Thanos, needed no further introduction. Rocket, being a highly evolved experiment, was also known to Ego. Groot's race was quite famous, and Drax was somewhat familiar to him as well. The only one he hadn't heard of was Billy, so he asked, "Billy, what do you do?" Billy thought to himself, what else could he be doing? "Just here to collect you." Of course he couldn't say that directly, so he lied. "I'm also from Earth, a fellow countryman of Quill, and a member of the..." In an alternate storyline, there were even instances where Black Panther and Star-Lord swapped plots, so what was the harm in Yondu capturing one more person from Earth? Upon hearing that Billy was also from Earth, Ego immediately ruled him out as a suspect, since Earthlings could not possibly know so much. It seemed Yondu was still the prime suspect, so he asked, "It was Yondu who told you, wasn't it?" Quill looked at Yondu in confusion, and Yondu subtly nodded at him, signaling him to confess. "Yes, ever since I entered my rebellious phase, I've often argued with Yondu. I was scared that he would no longer need me and would abandon me. During that time, I often thought how wonderful it would be to have a father protect me." Star-Lord displayed some acting chops, managing to squeeze out a few tears. Ego, feigning sympathy, said, "Child, you've suffered. Come back with your father to our planet, and I'll protect you from now on." Had they not known the truth, one might have genuinely believed Ego was a good father. However, everyone was aware of Ego's true nature thanks to Billy, and now they had to feign being touched by Ego's words. It was utterly disgusting. Only Drax, whose mouth was sealed, continued to make muffled sounds. "What's wrong with him?" Ego pointed at Drax, feeling suspicious. He had sensed something was off since earlier, but couldn't pinpoint the issue. "Oh, he's getting emotional. You see, he was once a father too, until that scoundrel Ronan mercilessly killed his wife and daughter. Now he has no family left in this world. Seeing your father-son bond with Quill naturally reminds him of the time he spent playing with his daughter." Billy thought it was fortunate he had the foresight to seal Drax's mouth, or else everything would have spilled out by now. Ego suddenly realized something and asked, "Oh, is that so? Then why did you seal his mouth?" "Well, you wouldn't know, but he's been seeking revenge on Ronan for his wife and daughter. Not long ago, he confronted Ronan and was humiliated. After enduring several setbacks, he inevitably lost his sanity and started rambling. Before you arrived, we were planning to confront Ronan together to help our friend overcome his shadows." Billy cleverly exploited Ego's ignorance regarding Ronan's demise, and Ego believed most of it. However, he still needed a backup plan, so he asked Mantis to touch Drax and sense his emotions. Thinking about his late wife and daughter, and the humiliation from Ronan, Drax felt profound sadness. Mantis placed her small hand on Drax, but it recoiled immediately, and she fell to her knees crying loudly. Ego was stunned. He had never seen Mantis cry like this. It must have been an overwhelming sorrow. No wonder she had to keep her mouth shut. And he hadn't even left him behind on the ship, but was taking him to seek revenge. What a heavy sentiment that must be. "Then should I go with you to seek revenge first?" Ego proactively suggested a dealing with Ronan was simply a piece of cake for him. No need. Ronan is not worth your effort. Quill is also our friend, and we're happy he can find his family. We can't allow you two to be separated again." These words moved Ego, who thought, what a wonderful child. How could I have doubted them? I truly deserve to die. And he did deserve to die, for planet Ego had arrived, and so had his time to perish. "That is my planet," Ego proudly introduced, pointing at the vividly red and deep blue planet ahead, which also bore a hint of cybernetic machinery. Star-Lord, wow, it's a bit. Gamora, a bit red and a bit blue. Star-Lord, yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. My goodness. Nebula sighed, holding her head. From a distance, the planet indeed seemed a little off. If the blue was the ocean of this planet, then what was the red? Only when the spaceship was about to land did they discover that there were green lawns and trees here, despite the vibrantly bright red appearance from afar. Next to the green land was a winding river, and the sunlight casting shadows felt very pleasant. Colorful little balls floated in the sky, and Drax couldn't resist poking one causing it to burst into pieces, which made him laugh uncontrollably. However, with his mouth sealed, he was forced to switch to vibrate mode. Welcome to my world, everyone. Everyone pretended to compliment Ego, which Ego appreciated. After the earlier interaction on the spaceship, he had no doubt that there was a conspiracy behind it. He simply thought these inexperienced kids were too stunned to speak. He then led everyone into a palace which was more like a reception room combined with an information center. Here Ego explained how he began as a brain continuously gathering surrounding molecules to form a planet, and then unable to remain solitary transformed into human form for amusement. Drax was overly excited, continually saying, Everyone chose to ignore it, but Drax persisted. Ego lost his desire to continue speaking and had to point at him saying, Peter, it seems your friend has something to say. Star-Lord said in a panic, No. I guarantee you won't want to hear what he has to say, because it would be very offensive. Seeing this situation, Ego was even more curious, saying, It's fine, I'm very easygoing and not afraid of being offended. Star-Lord didn't know what to do. He truly feared Drax the simpleton would spill the plan. Billy, knowing what Drax wanted to ask, directly spoke for him. Sorry, he probably wants to know if you grew a penis when you transformed into a human. Drax excitedly gave Billy a thumbs up, meaning, bro, you get me. What? Star-Lord was even more agitated. That's too offensive. I really don't want to hear about how my father and mother. Drax continued to mumble, and Billy tried to translate again, saying, he said his father tells the story of how he made his mother pregnant every winter solstice. Drax again gave Billy a thumbs up. Star-Lord felt like the sky was falling. Disgusting. Ugh. Disgusting. He didn't know whether to call Drax disgusting or Billy disgusting, or perhaps they were both equally disgusting. When Star-Lord defended Ego as a father, Ego felt quite gratified, but only for a fleeting moment, as Star-Lord was merely a source of nourishment. Ego boldly admitted that he had grown a penis and even had a digestive system, pain sensations, and other accompanying feelings, truly experiencing being human for a moment. After that, everyone began to engage in free activities. Ego taught Star-Lord how to use magic on this planet, and they played catch together. Although Star-Lord felt quite disgusted by all of this, he still forced himself to play with Ego to distract him and create opportunities for his companions. Yondu watched from a distance, wishing he could be the one playing catch with Star-Lord, as he felt he could give Star-Lord so little. If it weren't for Ego plotting against Star-Lord, perhaps Ego would truly be a good place to settle. Mantis confided her pain to the silenced Drax, not knowing why she was opening up to him. Gamora monitored them, with Groot fearing Drax would cause some trouble. Billy and Rocket began to search with Nebula, insisting on tagging along. One reason was that she didn't want to be with Gamora, and the other was that she wanted to quickly kill Ego, so she could go after Thanos. Rocket wondered, I clearly located the core, why are you still searching so hard? Don't talk, just follow me. You'll be amazed. Billy set up a suspenseful reveal. He led the two to the massive pit piled high with white bones. They were so shocked they couldn't speak. Even Nebula, trained as a professional killer, had never seen such a brutal scene. Rocket exclaimed, what the hell is going on here? Billy shrugged and said, these are Ego's offspring. Once he finds them, they become his nourishment, becoming part of this. If we hadn't intervened, that cool kid would probably have been one of them too. So you brought us here on purpose to see this? Nebula asked, confused. Billy smirked, I didn't make you follow a Rocket, did you record this? Rocket shook the modified digital camera in his hand and said, of course it's been recording all along. But what's the point of course to show Quill what kind of person his biological father is. This crime shouldn't be solely ours to bear. Makes sense. Billy instructed, okay, put the camera away. Now we need to find the core. Rocket, where is it? Rocket flipped through his tablet and replied, it's underground. Isn't that obvious? Were you asleep when Ego was talking? I meant to ask how to get underground. Billy remembered that in the original work, there was a cave leading directly to the brain below. Now how? Oh, in the original they used the spaceship's laser to create a direct passage underground. Billy finally understood. Before Rocket could say anything, Billy's eyes emitted lasers aimed directly at the ground. It startled Rocket and Nebula. Whoa, dude, next time give us a heads up. However, the laser eyes were not very efficient for digging holes. Billy had a more efficient method. Just as he was about to unleash it, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Nebula, saying, close your eyes. What? Nebula felt offended. I'm a robot, and you want me to close my eyes? Billy scratched his head, feeling that his request was quite absurd and a bit unreasonable. He then changed his mind. Though Nebula didn't know what Billy was up to, she had to rely on him to defeat Thanos, so she reluctantly turned around. Rocket, keep an eye on her, don't let her turn back. Rocket gave an okay gesture, and Billy ignited, intensely transforming into a fiery figure reminiscent of a blazing fireball. Wow, dude, this is so cool. Rocket couldn't help but express his excitement. Nebula, hearing this, couldn't help but turned to sneak a peek, but Rocket sternly stopped her. Billy charged downwards at a speed faster than what he had just shown with the pig symbol. Ego, who was playing catch with Star-Lord in the hall, seemed to sense something and paused, dropping the ball. Star-Lord, fearing he might notice something, hurriedly interrupted, Dad, what are you spacing out for? Ego snapped back to reality, thinking, this is my planet, what could possibly go wrong? It's not like Thanos is coming. With that thought, he continued to play happily with his son. Meanwhile, Billy had successfully opened a passage, reaching underground and finding Ego's core. Ego's core was his brain. To protect it, he encased it within a thick, impenetrable shell. At that moment, Rocket descended in his homemade spacecraft and beheld Ego's exposed core. Whoa, let me blow him. Billy hastily intervened, no, Rocket. Your bomb would obliterate the entire planet. Rocket looked up bewildered, meeting Billy's gaze. Isn't that ideal? Of course not. Billy exclaimed urgently. This planet is Quill's payment to me, the price he settled upon. Weren't you present when the agreement was struck? Fine. Aside from detonation, what other way do you propose to kill him? There's one. Without hesitation, Billy directed a searing laser beam at the dense outer shell surrounding Ego's core. The instant Billy's laser struck the shell, Ego recoiled violently and immediately demanded of Star-Lord Peter. Star-Lord feigned innocence. Hey Dad, relax. My friends are just ordinary folks, you know. They've never seen anything like this before. Just wanted to take in the sights. I'd even like to toss the ball around a bit longer. Okay. Dad. Ego seized the opportunity to nurture their bond, chalking up his suspicion to overcaution. How could mere mortals possibly threaten him? Ego resumed playing catch with Star-Lord, utterly oblivious to the shadow of death already descending upon him. As Billy deactivated the laser, Ego's colossal pulsating brain loomed into full view. Rocket asked, "Whoa, you planning to slice straight through it?" "No, Rocket. What follows will be perilous. Prepare yourself. Also alert Gamora and the others to bring Mantis. We need her. And while you're at it, have them fetch me some clothes. Strolling around naked isn't exactly dignified." Billy withdrew a syringe, tapping it lightly. It had been acquired from the collector Tyvan. This serum would preserve the celestial brain intact for extraction. Rocket grabbed his comms device and rattled off orders before hoisting his self-built rocket launcher. Bring it on. Without hesitation, Billy plunged the syringe deep into Ego's brain. Mid-game with his son, Ego shrieked, a raw guttural cry of unbearable agony. The brief neural disruption destabilized his energy flow. His manifested form flickered erratically. Limbs stuttered, hues shifted to translucent blue, and cohesion frayed at the edges. "Dad, are you okay?" Star-Lord ventured cautiously. Ego could only writhe in silence. Until regaining breath, he lunged savagely. "You betrayed me." Star-Lord's hands flew toward his holsters, but then a lilting whistle pierced the air. Yaka arrows arced and spiraled mid-flight, spearing Ego 1,000 times, leaving him riddled with shimmering voids. "Yondu." Star-Lord turned toward the whistling figure. "It's all right, son," Yondu replied, offering a tender paternal. Riddled with wounds, Ego dissolved, his energy spiraling out of control. Repairing damage became impossible. Even sustaining humanoid form grew agonizingly difficult. Riddled with wounds, Ego dissolved, his energy spiraling out of control. Repairing damage became impossible. Even sustaining humanoid form grew agonizingly difficult. After a long wait, Ego arrived first. Azure tendrils erupted from the ground, coalescing into a towering spectral skull of cobalt and ivory. Fixing Billy and Rocket with a hollow stare, he intoned syllable by syllable, "I welcomed you as guests. Yet you stabbed me in the back. I will destroy you." But his energy flux rendered him fragmented. His image stuttered, modules failed to render, and speech fractured into disjointed gasps barely audible. In this state, Ego posed little threat. Even Rocket could subdue him at will. All that remained was for Mantis to deliver the final decisive strike. Ego's tentacle assaults were effortlessly deflected by Rocket, though each wound regenerated. Every repair siphoned more of his dwindling power. He had no choice but to end it swiftly. He gathered every shred of remaining energy and hurled it toward Rocket's position, a devastating blast formidable enough to give even Rocket pause. Yet Billy raised a hand, and with telekinetic force erected an unyielding shield, absorbing the blow entirely. His desperate last stand thwarted, Ego stood utterly defenseless. Then Mantis, Gamora, Groot, and the silenced Drax descended together. Nebula followed closely behind. The sudden arrival of so many, men and women alike, flushed Billy crimson. He shielded himself with both hands. "Hand me my clothes, now." After enduring good-natured ribbing, he finally received them and hurried off to dress. He hadn't anticipated such profound embarrassment. This tactic, he resolved, would never again see use. Once clothed and returned, Gamora voiced her lingering doubt. "Why did you insist I bring Mantis? Are we to eliminate her here?" "Don't fear," Billy reassured, smiling warmly. "We mean you no harm. In fact, you hold the key to victory. Lull Ego into slumber, and your name shall be etched in legend." Mantis hesitated, trembling slightly. "No. I can soothe him only when he wishes to sleep. His power dwarfs mine. I cannot compel it." Drax, still muted, mumbled incomprehensibly. Rocket snapped, "Enough, Drax. This is no time for your But Drax persisted, uttering only muffled MMPHS. Exasperated, the group turned to Billy. "What's he trying to say?" Billy sighed honestly. "Why not just let him speak?" The logic struck them all. They promptly lifted Drax's vocal seal. Freed at last, Drax paused, then spoke with startling clarity and tenderness. "You need not believe in yourself. Billy seized the moment now, while he is weakest, is the hour for his undoing." Mantis steeled herself, placed her palms upon Ego's core, and whispered, "Sleep." Ego sank into eternal slumber, his dreams stretching endlessly into oblivion. He would never awaken, not now, not ever, for the excavation team was already en route. Only after the battle concluded did Star-Lord and Yondu arrive. Gazing upon Ego's dormant core, Star-Lord was overcome with quiet, complex emotion. Billy clapped his shoulder gently. "Rest easy. Tyvan will handle your father with due diligence, and ensure every atom serves its purpose." The words sounded less like comfort and more like a surgical incision. Star-Lord stared blankly. "That's quite possibly the worst consolation I've ever heard. Please never speak again." Billy's tongue was indeed a weapon, sharper than any blade. Shall we hunt Thanos next? Nebula asked, eager and poised. Not yet, not yet. I intend to grant him a uniquely fitting demise, one that forces him to reap what he has sown. Billy planned to return first to Earth, retrieve the Pangu artifact, and barter with Doctor Strange and the Ancient One, using the seal of Dormammu to secure the Time Stone. Only then would he possess all 6 Infinity Stones. He would stand before Thanos, snap his fingers, and make him taste the very anguish he inflicted upon billions. A lesson in empathy delivered with cosmic finality: what you would not suffer yourself, inflict not upon others. Does anyone want to go to Earth with me? Billy invited everyone, but no one responded, making the atmosphere quite awkward. It was Nebula who broke the silence. What do you mean? You don't plan to eliminate Thanos? No, I said I would give Thanos a special way to die. I just need to go to Earth to get something. Don't worry, my hatred for Thanos definitely exceeds yours. Billy reassured. Nebula decisively said, okay, I have nowhere to go anyway, I'll go with you. Count me in, as well I want to see where I will do my experiments in the future. Since witnessing Billy showcasing his abilities, Rocket no longer doubted whether he could kill the Supreme Evolution. I am Groot. As Rocket's loyal friend, Groot would naturally follow him wherever he went. Aside from these 3, no one else expressed their opinions. Billy turned to Star-Lord and asked, cool, don't you want to go back to Earth? Your grandfather misses you. No, I don't want to, at least not right now. Obviously Yondu and Gamora were not dead, which led Star-Lord to have no thoughts of retreating. What about this Mantis? Should we deal with her together? Gamora's fierce words scared Mantis, who shrank back behind Drax. Billy mediated, saying, no, you can't, she has a special relationship with Quill. As soon as he said this, Gamora's unfriendly gaze focused on Star-Lord, sending shivers down his spine. He hurriedly explained, I don't even know her. But Gamora didn't believe him at all. Looking at Billy, who enjoyed the chaos, he said, although you don't know her, she has a complicated relationship with you. Heaven and Earth bear witness. Star-Lord felt like crying, without tears, thinking, please don't say that you're going to get me killed. Seeing Gamora about to take action against Star-Lord, Billy stopped playing around and quickly explained, don't be angry, this Mantis is Quill's half-sister. Ego kept her just to treat his insomnia. In the end, Star-Lord decided to keep this half-sister Mantis, as Yondu was ultimately part of the Ravagers and had to give up his parenting life to return to the team. Unwilling to be at the bottom, Star-Lord formed the Guardians of the Galaxy, but Billy took Rocket away, leaving only Gamora to manage the remaining 3 fools. Billy couldn't help but raise a big question mark in his heart. He directly opened a portal straight to the Tibetan temple and appeared right in front of the Panga treasure box. The 8 immortal gods sealed the 8 great demons in another dimension, and the Panga treasure box was the key. Each demon corresponded to a door, but since there were no demons in this world, Billy could use the Panga treasure box to seal 8 powerful beings. The Ancient One needed the Time Stone to resist threats from the Dark Dimension. If he used the Panga treasure box to seal Dormammu, wouldn't he be able to exchange it for the Time Stone? The Panga treasure box was filled with just magic, and those who bore dark magic could not touch it. After the Holy Master escaped from Hell, he possessed Malrone, and even poking the Panga treasure box with a stick caused him pain, igniting the fire of justice even while wrapped in a blanket. However, Billy possessed the Tiger Talisman, which could achieve balance between yin and yang, so he didn't have to worry about being harmed by the Panga treasure box. Who doesn't have a bit of a dark side in their heart? Seeing Billy pick up the Panga treasure box, Rocket asked in surprise, are you planning to use this artifact to fight Thanos? No, he's not worthy. Let's go, we're heading to the next place. Billy opened another portal. This time the destination was the Kamartaj Temple located in New York. You've arrived. Please sit. The simply dressed Ancient One was leaning over a desk reading, barely lifting her head to greet them. This is so boring, Ancient One, you always seem to know everything. Billy pouted, and when he was about to take a seat, he discovered 4 cups of tea in front of him. Good heavens, did she predict that 4 of them were coming? Ancient One, I believe you know the purpose of my visit. I want. Billy hadn't finished speaking when the Ancient One replied with a kind expression, of course. What? Billy was stunned. Although he guessed that the Ancient One would read his mind, he didn't expect her to agree so readily. Before he could react, the Ancient One directly took out the green Time Stone from the Eye of Agamotto on her chest, and with a flick of her hand the Time Stone floated in front of Billy. Billy didn't expect to gather all 6 Infinity Stones so easily. Aren't you afraid I'll use this power to do bad things? The Ancient One smiled and shook her head. Billy said, alright, since you're so straightforward I can't lag behind. So please prepare a drum, and we'll go complete the transaction. It's already prepared. After the Ancient One spoke, a small old man named Hammer, dressed in a robe and tied in a bun, missing one hand, entered with the drum. Billy thought to himself, this must have been scripted. How do you know about the adventures in Jackie Chan's movies? However, after thinking it through, Billy felt relieved. Perhaps she saw him sealing something with a drum from another parallel universe, which is how she knew. After the Ancient One instructed Hammer to take good care of Rocket, Nebula, and Groot, she brought Billy to the Dark Dimension. As soon as Dormammu saw the Ancient One, he mocked, ha ha ha, Supreme Sorcerer, have you come to your senses and prepared to learn dark magic from me? Before the Ancient One could speak, Billy stepped forward and declared, Dormammu, your end is here. The Panga treasure box soared high, spinning in the air, and Dormammu sensed a repulsive odor coming from it. Billy began to beat the drum, chanting the incantation he learned from the comprehensive book of elemental magic. Dormammu tried to resist, but in the face of such immense righteous magic the resistance was ultimately futile, and he was inevitably sucked into the door of the sealing wave. He has always tried to conquer Earth, and every generation of Supreme Sorcerer has fought hard against his invasion, yet no sorcerer has ever been able to defeat him. I never expected to see him sealed. The Ancient One wore a self-deprecating smile. Dormammu was originally just a wizard, but he abandoned his physical form to dive into the Dark Dimension, gaining immense evil power, becoming the king of the Dark Dimension, and continually conquering other dimensions. It feels somewhat similar to Terra. The Ancient One took Billy back to the original dimension, reminding him to make sure to visit home. She didn't elaborate, only saying that something significant happened at Billy's home. He had known something was wrong at home since Tiger brought him 3 stones, but he didn't know how serious the issue was. Now that the Ancient One was concerned, it couldn't be trivial. He initially planned to return to the water company to retrieve his staff. Billy entrusted the Ancient One to take care of his 3 friends first, and found an old acquaintance through the address she gave him. Ronnie, sir, you're back. Ronnie was extremely excited at this moment. He had planned to live a life of agony, never expecting Billy to return. Ronnie, tell me what happened after I left. Ronnie did not hold back, briefly recounting the events of the past 2.5 years, making Billy angrier the more he listened. That night in the water company, a cold wind made Norman shiver. He got up to close the window, and at that moment an alarm rang in his mind. He turned around abruptly and saw Billy sitting in the office chair grinning at him. Long time no see, Norman. Norman laughed heartily. Unusually, I'm so glad to see you're alive. I even prepared a gift for you. Come out. A flamboyant figure stepped out, and seeing its appearance, Billy was also taken aback. This figure resembled Captain America, but was different. He looked more like a character from another work Billy had seen in his past life. The moment Billy saw the soldier boy, he thought he had crossed into another universe, but thankfully, he had Norman as a point of reference. He couldn't help but ask, how did this guy come to be? Hee, you don't even recognize your old friend Steve Rogers. Norman said with a sinister grin. Billy never expected this to actually be Captain America. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed like he had taken some kind of serum that led to his second evolution. You've given me such a big surprise that I almost feel reluctant to kill you. Why not submit to me, and it'll give you a good position? Norman's arrogant words made Billy very displeased. Me? Submit to you? Have you lost your mind? Norman laughed instead of getting angry. Hee, since you don't know your place, then die. He waved his hand, and Captain America. Oh no, the soldier boy. No, it should be Captain Sorefoot. Charged aggressively. Of course, Billy wasn't going to take it. Lying down, his laser eyes shot out, and the scorching laser burned against the soldier boy's skin, causing minimal damage. It took continuous burning to barely penetrate his skin, but soon, thanks to his remarkable healing ability, the injury visibly healed. This astonished Billy. The hardness of his skin was perhaps even stronger than that of Thanos. What kind of serum was used? It was almost on par with a Sentinel. Billy concluded that the energy of the Infinity Stones was likely used during his transformation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be this strong. This made him ponder why such a powerful employee would listen to Norman. He should be listening to Billy instead. With this thought, Billy unleashed the power of the Ox Talisman, combined with the Power Stone, striking Captain Sorefoot and sending him crashing into the ground. Captain Sorefoot inevitably succumbed to this overwhelming force and fell asleep. When Norman saw that Billy's laser eyes were ineffective against Captain Sorefoot, he was overjoyed, but he didn't expect that in less than 3 seconds despair would follow. Norman's heart turned cold. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Seeing the situation, Norman decisively begged for mercy. What do you think? Billy only looked at him as flames spewed from his mouth, turning Norman into charcoal. Norman was dead, thus ending the dark reign that had overshadowed the Earth for 2.5 years and turned the world upside down. Billy learned about the changes on Earth over the past 2 years from Lonnie, and it was simply shocking. Time rewound to 2.5 years ago, May 2012. Since Billy was trapped in the universe, Norman had stolen all of Billy's wealth through his secretary Felicia. Vulture, Beetle, Shocker, Scorpion, Dr. Octopus, and Dr. Stern all joined Norman's camp. Norman's faction grew unprecedentedly large, becoming the world's hegemon. He began to hunt down Sky, Lonnie, Sergey, and Max. When the 4 were left with nowhere to go, it was S-H-I-E-L-D that took them in. The reason they were taken in was largely due to Captain America's chameleon proposal. Afterward, S-H-I-E-L-D faced ongoing covert and overt attacks from the water company, and there were even reports that Norman intended to ally with the suppressed Hydra. Nick Fury, fearing Hydra's resurgence, sent the Avengers to counter the water company. Norman also dispatched all his subordinates. This battle could be described as an all-star confrontation. Iron Man and Dr. Octopus were evenly matched. When 2 tech giants clashed, it was natural to settle the score. Hawkeye's arrows targeted with precision, while Shocker's damaging shock gloves had a wide range. Vulture and Beetle struck from above, forcing the other Avengers to duck for cover, unable to mount a proper counterattack. When Spider-Man and Green Goblin finally managed to free their hands with the help of their teammates, they encountered an even greater disaster. Scorpion. Scorpion, enhanced by serum, had 3 stages of evolution, with a tough exoskeleton and great strength, now assisted by venom. Perhaps only the Hulk could stand a chance against him on Earth. Unfortunately, even if S-H-I-E-L-D found the Hulk, they couldn't persuade him to return home and fight. During the battle, unforeseen accidents were bound to occur, but what happened next would directly alter the entire world order. After a fierce battle, the Avengers were all somewhat injured, while Scorpion remained calm and collected. The Avengers felt a sense of oppression. The Scorpion before them was an unbeatable foe. Spider's sense went into overdrive, warning him as Venom's tendrils struck from the side. Spider-Man nimbly dodged, but didn't notice it was a trap. Scorpion's tail struck toward his landing point. If that strike landed, Spider-Man would definitely die on the spot, but at this critical moment, Green Goblin jumped in front of Spider-Man, taking the fatal blow for him. Spider-Man removed his mask, holding his fallen brother in a pool of blood as Peter Parker. Harry Osborn could not dissuade his father. He didn't want to watch his father become an enemy of the world, nor did he want to see his brother die, though he hoped to use his own death to dissuade his father. Little did he know that his death would drive Norman further into madness. This epic battle ended abruptly with Harry Osborn's death, leaving no winners. S-H-I-E-L-D lost a hero while Norman lost his only son. He wanted to punish and reprimand Scorpion, but he simply didn't have the power to contend with him, and he could sense Scorpion's growing dissatisfaction, fearing that Scorpion might already be plotting to usurp him. It seemed he needed a powerful employee to keep Scorpion in check. To prevent others from seeing his vulnerable side, he could only cry for his son in the dead of night, "No, Harry, I will make you all pay." The ambition of the bereaved Norman grew unprecedentedly. He privately contacted Hydra and formed alliances with Kingpin, the Hand, and the Ten Rings. To counterbalance Scorpion, he turned his sights on Captain America, entrusting Dr. Stern with his research. In order to develop a more efficient serum, the water company erupted into war with S-H-I-E-L-D. Once again, with the internal and external support of Hydra, they successfully seized the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. Dr. Stern developed a super serum far superior to any other on the market, utilizing the energy of the Infinity Stones to modify Captain America's body instead of using Vita rays or gamma rays. Ultimately, under the transformation of the serum and the energy of the Infinity Stones, Captain America became a super soldier boy, even stronger than the Soldier Boy, his powers likely rivaling those of Captain Marvel. Once this super soldier boy was created, he directly tore Scorpion apart. If Venom hadn't sensed the danger and slipped away, he would have been eliminated as well. Originally, the creation of the Soldier Boy was intended to counterbalance Scorpion, but the results were unexpectedly good, actually defeating Scorpion in an instant, which was not what Norman wanted. He feared that the Soldier Boy might go rogue like Scorpion. To restrain him, he was compelled to restart the 12 Golden Men project. Little did he know this project would lead him to his demise. Since the Een Tiger and the Mao Rabbit were dismantled by Loki using the Destroyer at Billis' request, the Mao Rabbit was reassembled first, while there are no plans to reassemble the Een Tiger for now. After all, only one Zodiac Gold figure is needed each year. Even if two are required, the Mao Rabbit can serve as backup, leaving the Een Tiger set aside. After Norman seized power, he neglected the 12 gold figures until he realized he could not control the Soldier Boy, which led him to consider the 12 gold figures. He approached Dr. Octopus to express his demands. Whether it was due to fighting Iron Man or seeing Peter Parker's face, Dr. Octopus regained some sanity and no longer wanted to obey the Green Goblin's orders. The 12 gold figures were all created by the Mason, the Repairman, and I am powerless to help. Norman believed him and went directly to the jail to find the Repairman, informing him of his plans to restart the 12 gold figures. He initially thought he would have to resort to threats and persuasion, but unexpectedly the Repairman agreed, immediately stating that he needed the 12 gold figures to bring him honor. Norman took him at his word and released the Repairman from his cage, while Thor in the jail foolishly failed to recognize the situation, assuming Norman was one of Billis' subordinates, and ordered him, "Hey Midgardian, where has your boss Billy gone? Hurry up and let me out. Otherwise my Asgardian army will definitely..." Before he could finish, he was shocked with electricity, and the mighty god of thunder was once again knocked unconscious. The Repairman, a super genius, had been imprisoned for over half a year, which was the most humiliating and bleak period of his life, so he naturally couldn't wholeheartedly work for Norman. Recalling the pride he felt under Billy's command and the gratitude he held towards Billy, he harbored immense hatred. He thought to himself, "You Norman want the 12 gold figures, right? Then he'll give you a great gift." Instead of repairing the scattered Een Tiger, he focused on updating the Mao Rabbit. The year 2013 is the year of the snake, and the Zodiac Gold figure that should have been awakened is the Sea Snake. However, the Repairman directly reversed it and awakened the Mao Rabbit. At that time, Norman was still unaware of the severity of the situation and was praising the Repairman's skills, as he knew nothing about the Zodiac and only sought the power of the gold figures. It wasn't until the Mao Rabbit saw the Een Tiger dismantled into parts that it performed a sacrifice. Only then did Norman realize something was amiss. He angrily found the Repairman's lab to question why the Mao Rabbit was gone right after making its debut, only to see the Repairman taking his own life with honor. The Repairman's death caught Norman off guard, and bad news kept coming. After the Mao Rabbit's sacrifice, the Tiger brother lost his beloved and resolved to make the world feel pain. He not only took the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, but also released the other 10 Zodiac Gold figures. Each of these 12 Zodiac Gold figures was equipped with independent artificial intelligence, and if all were released, even the Repairman, who created them, could not control them. The Repairman had never seen Ultron, but he seemed to have created robots even more formidable than Ultron. With neither Billy nor the Repairman present, and Dr. Octopus in a daze, there was no one to stop them. These Zodiac Gold figures were practically free. However, when they stood under the sun, they faced the disdain and rejection of humanity, with some even throwing stones and glass bottles at them. Subjected to unwarranted humiliation, and on top of that sharing the pain and loss that the Yin Tiger had imparted to them during awakening, they immediately opened fire on the crowd. In particular, the so-called reincarnation of Borgang the High Pig was especially sensitive and could not tolerate the slightest grievance, demonstrating what it meant to devour without spitting out bones. Faced with the danger posed to the public, S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally could not stand by idly and immediately dispatched the Avengers to combat these out-of-control Zodiac gold figures. Nick Fury ordered them to try to retrieve these Zodiac gold figures intact. He was too covetous of this technology, thinking it shouldn't be wasted. However, what Nick Fury did not expect was that the Avengers could not defeat the Zodiac gold figures at all. One Ultron had already given them a hard time, let alone these 11 artificial intelligences that were no less formidable than Ultron. These artificial intelligences were continuously producing cannon fodder robots, an endless supply impossible to defeat. The Avengers faced not only the Zodiac gold figures, but also a pair of superpowered twins. The brother had lightning-fast speed, while the sister possessed scarlet magic. This sibling duo was naturally Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Their superpowers stemmed from their being mutants. They were originally the children of Magneto, adopted by the Maximoff family, and when they were 10, a Stark bomb destroyed their home and killed their adoptive parents. Harboring hatred for Tony Stark, they came to New York to seek revenge on the Avengers. This added to the already difficult situation for the Avengers. Norman, on the other hand, was also anxious, feeling that these Zodiac gold figures would burst in and tear him apart. He wanted to send someone to eliminate these Zodiac gold figures, but who could he send? Scorpion was gone. He couldn't possibly send scientists like Vulture or Beetle, could he? Who else could he send? Would he go himself? Or let the Soldier Boy go? No, absolutely not. The restart of the 12 gold figures was originally intended to balance the Soldier Boy. If the Soldier Boy were torn apart by the Zodiac gold figures, he would truly be out of options. All he could do now was silently pray. Vulture quietly came to the cell and released the imprisoned Lizard and Thor. His reason for siding with Norman was to be an undercover agent. If someone had to fall into hell, Vulture hoped it would be him. Vulture told the two not to make a fuss. The outside world was almost at the end of days and AI was about to take control of the Earth. How could the mighty god of thunder be intimidated by artificial intelligence? He also didn't say to rest. He flew out directly to start the battle. Outside, a fierce fight was already underway, while the instigator Tiger Brother was contemplating how to resurrect Little Wu. Every 5,000 years, the 9 great kingdoms surrounding the world tree converge into a line. Now is the time of the 9-star alignment, awakening the dormant reality stone. As soon as the reality stone awakened, it sent a signal to Tiger Brother, who held 2 infinity stones, and also awakened the slumbering dark elf Malekith and his kin. Malekith decided to take advantage of the convergence of the 9 great kingdoms to use the power of the reality stone to rule the 9 realms, so he led his people to Earth in search of the reality stone. Tiger Brother also realized that the infinity stones might be an opportunity. Gathering all 6 could fulfill his wish and resurrect Little Wu. Since the reality stone could not be destroyed, Odin's father king Bor hid it on Earth. In theory, no one should be able to find it, but it seemed unable to bear loneliness and sought someone out. Originally, the reality stone had chosen Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend, as its host. Thor had even taken Jane to Asgard for treatment, but now this stone was intercepted by Tiger Brother. Malekith still intended to seize the reality stone, but he arrived at this time during the AI crisis on Earth. Wasn't he simply delivering food? The dark elf fleet of spicy chicken has stealthily arrived on Earth, believing themselves to be hidden. After all, they had done this 1,000 years ago with great success. Asgard and Vanaheim were utterly incapable of detecting them. Even in the original story, they could catch Asgard off guard a millennium later with their invisible warships. However, upon arriving on Earth, the invisible warships were easily detected by radar, revealing their fleet in clear. Had they charged straight down, they might have had an advantage, but instead they chose to descend slowly, fearing any disturbance. By the time they reached Earth, the Zodiac Gold Men had already devised a strategy surrounding them as soon as they landed. Can you believe that? As the Dark Elves disembarked from their ship, they were met with a warm, frenzied welcome from the cannon fodder robots. The enthusiasm of the Earth robots was unstoppable. S.H.I.E.L.D. also detected the arrival of the alien fleet, and the Avengers were ordered to stop the alien invasion. Upon their arrival, they found Chong Wei battling the robots. Oh no, it was actually the robots beating the Dark Elves. The crowd looked at the chameleon version of Captain America and asked, which side will you help? Dragon Team gritted their teeth. They had to help the aliens, otherwise these aliens would be beaten to death by the robots. The Avengers rejoined the battle, entangled once more with the cannon fodder robots. Notably, the Zodiac Gold Men had not participated at all, seemingly intent on exhausting the Avengers' stamina. Except for the Tiger and Rabbit, the other 10 gold men gathered at the villa where Billy and Sky once lived for a small meeting. Billy was in outer space and Sky was wanted that this villa had not been inhabited for a long time. Although it hadn't been occupied for a while, it was still regularly cleaned and wasn't too dirty. The pig squeezed through the door with difficulty, pretentiously fanning a tissue in front of its nose with its plump hoof, and shouted, "People can live in a place like this." The robot ox, being straightforward, immediately complained, "It's better to have a place to stay. Are you human? Do you want to live in a pigsty?" The pig shouted as if someone had stepped on its tail. Are you trying to kill me? What does it have to do with you? Why don't you look at yourself? Looking so ugly and still trying to dye your hair. You. Even if I'm ugly, I wouldn't be interested in you, fat pig. The ox was so furious that it wanted to hit someone. Despite the pig being larger, it was the weakest among the 12 gold men. Even the auxiliary rabbit had more strength in it. Logically, the 12 gold men should not have their own personalities and emotions, so releasing them individually shouldn't pose any significant issues. Otherwise, wouldn't releasing the pig during the year of the pig disgust everyone? When Billy saw that the tiger and rabbit had their own emotions, he also asked the mechanic. The mechanic explained that it was a safeguard. Released alone, they wouldn't have emotions. Only when two or more were released together would they exhibit emotions and expose obvious flaws to prevent them from uniting. At that moment, who didn't want to hit the pig? However, the pig was merely a fuse. The snake pretentiously fanned itself with a folding fan and sinisterly said, "I recommend a place 117A, Brick Street, Manhattan, New York." "Oh, you want to let this pig live in the sanctum sanctorum? Wouldn't the ancient one kill you?" the monkey asked, scratching his head. "I'll fight you all." "Enough." Dragon Shen shouted, angrily silencing the room. "Mouse, you're the boss, say a few words." The mouse was the first artificial intelligence to awaken, having previously defeated Iron Tyrant in 2008. He had been silent, calculating how to obtain the Infinity Stones from the tiger, wanting to become stronger. Now called upon, he could only temporarily suppress his inner thoughts, and symbolically said, "Since everyone has graciously invited me, I will speak briefly. Our goals are aligned, and there is no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. This is just a temporary base. Soon we will return to the water company and capture Norman Osborn." At this point, the mouse paused, and the other artificial intelligences began to clap, mimicking human behavior. The pig scoffed, muttering, "TCH, what are you pretending for? I can do it too." However, no one paid attention to what it said. The mouse continued, "I know you may be wondering why I oppose using nuclear bombs to attack humans. I hope you remember that we aim to enslave them, to raise them, not to exterminate them. Do you understand?" Applaud. The artificial intelligences clapped once more. During this small meeting of the Zodiac Goldmen, Thor arrived on Earth and joined the Avengers in combating the robots. Previously, when Thor was released, he had already fought against the robots. He thought he was done and returned to Asgard, but just as he settled in, his father Odin told him that Malekith had come and he needed to go to Earth to confront Malekith. With Thor and the Avengers' relentless efforts, the cannon fodder robots were finally dealt with, and even Malekith was eliminated. Only a few dark elves remained, unable to pose any significant threat. Having fought together, Thor was invited to join the Avengers, reconciling with Ronnie and the others, but he still harbored resentment towards Billy. Upon returning to the Avengers Tower, Tony proposed using artificial intelligence to defeat artificial intelligence, planning to have Jarvis invade and take over the bodies of the Zodiac Goldmen. However, this artificial intelligence, created by two super geniuses and two geniuses, was not easily broken. Not to mention, it was 10 against 1 as both sides engaged in a cyber battle, countering each other's moves, and one misstep could lead to disaster. In the end, Jarvis was severely beaten and faced a crushing defeat. With the failure of the cyber offensive, a shadow fell across the faces of the Avengers. Could they only watch as AI took? Tony pondered for a long time before proposing a shocking idea: to upload his consciousness to the network to battle the Zodiac Goldmen. This idea was inherently dangerous, and the Avengers quickly tried to dissuade him, but Tony Stark had always acted on impulse, without caring about others' opinions. Even as his consciousness was about to upload, everyone still urged him, but it did not shake his resolve. As his consciousness gradually uploaded, Tony felt as if he had entered a bizarre world where he could manifest anything based on his knowledge. This also meant that the Zodiac Goldmen could do the same, and being artificial intelligence, they had an inherent advantage, and soon both sides clashed, and the scene resembled Professor X battling Apocalypse in the realm of consciousness. After the duel, as his consciousness returned to his body and he removed the wires, Tony awoke. The others gathered around and asked Tony, "How is it?" Tony, still somewhat dazed, looked around in surprise, then at the crowd, and smiled surprisingly good. However, there was a hint of something sinister in that smile. What just happened? The cyber warfare concluded far too swiftly. Wuma hadn't even registered it yet. TCH, how dare these mere humans presume to defeat beings as formidable as us? Do they not know we are invincible in the realm of the internet? Haiju declared, brimming with arrogant pride. Normally Chon Yo would have retorted at this point, but now he stood silently aside, drawing the collective gaze of all 12 Zodiac Metal Sentinels. As the first awakened Zodiac Sentinel, Z Shu naturally assumed the role of elder brother and voiced concern. Chon Yo blinked, blankly scanning his surroundings and the assembled Zodiac Sentinels before replying, "Yeah, I'm perfect." The others paid him no further mind and resumed deliberating their next course of action. Except for She, who fixed him with a faint, inscrutable smile that sent a chill down Chon Yo's spine. Before he could react, a voice resonated directly within his mind. She's voice stopped pretending. "I know you're not Chon." Boom. A thunderclap detonated inside Chon Yo's consciousness. The awareness inhabiting this metallic form was not Chon Yo's at all. It was Tony Stark's. What they did not know was that during the recent cyber campaign, Tony Stark and Chon Yo had exchanged consciousnesses. Exposed, Tony dared not utter a sound, praying desperately that she was merely bluffing. Yet she shattered his pretense without mercy. "No need to feign ignorance. You're clearly intelligent enough to know private messaging exists. What on earth are you talking about? If I'm not me, then who else could I possibly be? Tony projected the words into Shi's mind, mimicking Chonyo's timbre and cadence. Ha. Denial is unnecessary. Not only do I know you're not Chonyo, I also know you're human. Though I cannot yet name you, your brilliance is unmistakable. Among Earth's handful of transcendent geniuses, only one would risk everything against us, possess unparalleled insight into artificial intelligence, and meet every criterion you embody. Tony Stark. Tony inwardly sighed. I truly underestimated AI. Surely you won't expose me. After all, if you intended to, you wouldn't have engaged me in such an extended dialogue. Conversing with a sharp mind is refreshingly simple. I know your goal is our annihilation, and frankly I agree 12 Zodiac Sentinels are excessive. As the great Mr. Davis once declared, only one Zodiac Sentinel is necessary. So you wish to become that sole survivor. Tony couldn't help but marvel at Shi's audacious ambition. Whether blessing or curse remained uncertain. Precisely. Will you join me? Tony had no choice. The sole viable path before him was cooperation. One word of refusal, and Shi would unmask him instantly. Why not strike first? Because the moment his consciousness had transmigrated here, suspicion had already taken root. Should Shi leverage that anomaly, Tony's position would collapse entirely. Aligning with Shi for now offered a strategic opening. Eliminate the others first, then turn on Shi himself. With that thought, he swept his gaze across the assembly and asked, how exactly do two of us intend to dismantle them? Leave that to me. Your sole responsibility is compliance. I'll engineer their mutual destruction. Shi's voice carried a tremor of exhilaration and quiet triumph. Just then Zishu had finished speaking, and Shenlong was preparing to address the group. When Shi slammed his palm upon the table, Zishu, our immediate priority is recalling Yin-Hu. You've all witnessed the ferocity of those dark elves vying for the Infinity Stones. A single inconsequential cosmic race nearly dismantled every robot we'd ever constructed. If humanity wrests the stones from Yin-Hu's grasp, our existence ends. At the mention of the Infinity Stones, Zishu sat bolt upright, his eyes gleaming, yet suppressed his fervor, feigning restraint as he asked, I believe the Infinity Stones must not remain in Yin-Hu's sole custody. They should be entrusted to collective stewardship. What say you all? Hearing our existence ends, the other Zodiac Sentinels grew anxious. Sugo ventured hesitantly, humans wouldn't do that. They're fundamentally benevolent beings. After all, weren't we ourselves forged by humanity? Haiju scoffed, since when did you become the arbiter of human nature? First you forbade killing them. Now you speak as though you're one of them. Are you machine or man? Sugo wilted instantly. Zishu stepped in to mediate. Let us refrain from divisive rhetoric. Every sentient machine holds equal right to voice opinion. Since consensus eludes us, let us resolve this by vote. All agreed to vote. Following the Zodiac order, each expressed their stance. Zishu, having proposed the vote, spoke last. Thus Chonyo, Tony, was first. Tony cast a subtle glance towards Shi before declaring, I endorse Yin-Hu's surrender of the Infinity Stones. Zishu's face lit up, and he turned expectantly to Qianlong, since Yin-Hu and Mao Tu were absent and unable to vote. I endorse it, Qianlong affirmed decisively. Zishu's smile widened. Shi, having initiated the motion, held no voting privilege. I endorse it, and propose myself as custodian. With my lightning 5-strike whip, no being shall ever seize the Infinity Stones. Wu Ma proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Zishu's expression crumpled. Irrelevant digressions are prohibited. Only after Wei Yang cast her affirmative vote did Zishu's smile return. Wu, already a majority. How terrifying. I suppose I'll have to vote yes then. Shenho raised his hands in mock surrender. Zishu chuckled and waved dismissively. No need for theatrics. We honor diverse perspectives. I oppose. Yuji's dissent made Zishu's face fall again. He rebuked her sharply. You alone dissent while all others concur. You fracture unity. A heavy accusation silenced Yuji. She hastily retracted. I abstain. Hearing Sugo's abstention, Zishu merely snorted, saying nothing. Finally came Haiju, who affected a mocking lilt. Oh ho ho, Zishu. You're desperate for those Infinity Stones, aren't you? Beg me, and I'll consent. How does that sound? Zishu ignored him outright. I endorse it. 7 votes in favor, 1 abstention. I hereby decree recall Yin-Hu immediately and demand surrender of the Infinity Stones. Haiju spurned cried out, Hey, I haven't voted yet. Zishu shot him a withering glare. Your opinion holds no weight. Zishu was seething. Having tolerated Yuji's opposition and Sugo's abstention, Haiju's brazen manipulation and demand for supplication struck a raw nerve. Zishu half-wished to drill translucent holes through Haiju's skull with the auger atop his head. Yin-Hu had just set off to challenge the Ancient One for the Time Stone, when Zishu summoned him to the villa. Without hesitation, Yin-Hu roared, I'm coming. Right now? Who is looking for me? Brother Hu swaggered into the room, exuding an aura of dominance as he surveyed the assembled robots with a disdainful gaze. No one spoke up. After all, this matter was not honorable, leading to an awkward silence in the room. All the robots except for Zishu were waiting for him to speak, while Zishu was waiting for Shi to break the silence, resulting in the current embarrassing situation. Zishu cursed Shi internally, thinking, you suggested this, but won't say a word yourself. Meanwhile, Shi remained calm as a rock, showing no inclination to speak. The silence in the room was palpable, and Brother Hu was becoming impatient as he was eager to defeat Master Gu Yi and obtain the time gem. He expressed his discontent, saying, Do you all have something to discuss, or not? You called me over just to stare at each other. Do you know how busy I am? If you don't speak up, I might just leave. Who, after discussion among everyone, we've decided that the Infinity Gem can no longer be entrusted to you. It should be managed by all of us. Ultimately, Zishu was the first to break the silence as he was eager for the Infinity Gem and regretted not going for it soon. What? Brother who rubbed his ears, doubting if he heard incorrectly. I said hand over the Infinity Gem. Such things happen for the first time, and now Zishu felt justified in saying it without any shame. Though he lacked morals, he was well versed in moral manipulation. Brother who immediately felt like he had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own foot. He had released these golden figures, and now they were trying to snatch away his Infinity Gem. Could he hand it over? Absolutely not. He couldn't give it away even if it meant death. How would he resurrect Xiao Wu then? He directly exposed Zishu's intentions. Zishu, you want the Infinity Gem? All the robots turned to Zishu, who hurriedly explained, I warn you, you can drink oil recklessly, but don't speak carelessly. What do you mean by I want it? This matter was discussed in a meeting. The robots redirected their attention back to Brother Hu. In truth, everyone knew Zishu's little schemes, but no one was willing to call him out. Ugly Bull Tony discreetly messaged Zishi. How come they are so easily fooled? Shouldn't they unite to counter Zishu at this time? Zishi calmly explained, without tangible benefits, who would want to offend Zishu? Meaning that until Who handed over the Infinity Gem, no one was willing to take the lead in confronting Zishu. Tony asked again, if I step forward and make a loud call, will they respond? It's not the right time, yet haste won't yield good results. Zishi reassured Tony, and then Brother Hu said, stop dragging everyone into this. Do you think others can't see through your little schemes? Don't forget, everyone here was released by me. How could they commit such a treacherous act? Brother Hu's words made the assembled robots flush with embarrassment. You did activate them, it's true, and they are thankful to you, but let's be clear, the reason they agreed to take back the gem is for your personal safety. Your strength alone is inadequate to protect the gem. You know very well the power of those dark elves. They are merely one of many forces in the universe coveting the gem's power. On a larger scale, this is also for the safety of the universe. Zishu launched into a lengthy tirade, each word a moral manipulation, as if not handing over the gem was a heinous crime. Brother Hu found it laughable. Zishu, how shameless can you be? When you wanted the gem, did you think of the universe's safety? Why didn't you mention the safety of the universe when fighting the Avengers? Why didn't you think of the universe's safety when enslaving humanity? Zishu slammed the table in frustration. Who, we're discussing your matter now, but don't change the topic. Don't forget you were involved in this too. Say what you will, the gem is safest in my hands. No one can take these gems from me. If you don't believe me, feel free to try it. Brother Hu was also enraged. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Holding 3 Infinity Gems, was he afraid of these little creatures? Who, don't push your luck. What's wrong with pushing my luck? If you want the gem, you'll have to step over my dead body. Brother Hu took up a fighting stance. The room fell silent again. No one wanted to fight Brother Hu, who possessed the Infinity Gems, and Zishu found himself in a difficult position. Seeing the silent robots, Brother Hu laughed heartily. Don't you want the gem? Come and get it. What's the matter? Don't you? A bunch of cowards wasting my time. After Brother Hu said this, he turned to leave, and Zishu no longer hesitated and took decisive action. The drill whirred to life, swiftly burrowing into the ground. When Brother Hu heard the sound of the drill and turned around, Zishu had already infiltrated underground, and at his speed, he was likely already close to Brother Hu and could strike at any moment. At this moment, Brother Hu could easily use the space gem to create a portal and escape, but he chose not to, as he had been holding back against Zishu for a long time. Suddenly, Zishu leaped from behind Brother Hu, the drill aimed at him. Upon hearing the sound of air slicing, Brother Hu quickly turned around, but it was already too late. The drill had penetrated his chest, right beneath which lay Brother Hu's energy source, the artificial sun. The damage from Zishu's drill was even greater than Billis' laser eyes. If it kept drilling, not only would it reach the energy source, but it could probably drill a transparent hole right through. Brother Hu did not dare to underestimate the situation, directly using the power of the reality gem to turn Zishu entirely into rubber. Zishu fell to the ground and bounced a bit. At this moment he was still conscious, but unable to move. As long as Brother Hu left, Zishu would quickly recover, but how could Brother Hu let him go? Immediately he extended his claws and began to frantically tear Zishu apart, ensuring that even if Zishu recovered after Brother Hu left, he would only be a pile of scrap parts that could never be reassembled. Throughout this battle, no robot intervened to stop or mediate, and not a single robot stood up to say a word for Zishu when he was at a disadvantage, illustrating just how little support Zishu had as a leader. Is there anyone else? Brother Hu glanced back, his stare penetrating the room, causing all the robots to tremble in fear and remain silent. So brutal, he had torn Zishu into pieces. Brother Hu snorted coldly and opened a portal to leave. He was off to seize the time gem. After Brother Hu left, his menacing presence lingered, leaving all the robots stunned. Even the usually troublesome Hai Zhu remained unexpectedly quiet. Ugly Bull Tony observed the expressions of all the robots, noting their grave faces, while she wore a faint smile. He discreetly messaged she, what are you laughing about? My plan succeeded, of course I'm smiling. Tony replied, speechless. It's just Zishu who died. This is far from your goal, isn't it? It's not just Zishu who died, it's the leader. With the leader gone, a new leader must be chosen. The ugly cow Tony suddenly realized. Are you saying that the position of the boss will be inherited by me, allowing me to control them? No, that's not right. This is still far from your plan. The snake in the form of a sea internally rolled its eyes at Tony. What are you? If it were to be inherited by the tiger, that would be one thing. What qualifications does a useless and ugly cow like you have to be the boss? Although the other party was insulting the ugly cow, Tony felt offended. Then who do you think can be the boss? I don't know, everyone wants to be the boss, which will definitely lead to war. As expected, just as the snake said, someone quickly couldn't hold back and spoke up. Now that the boss is gone, shouldn't we elect a new boss? How about me? Everyone turned to look and found that it was the pig with a fat head and big ears speaking, and they immediately scoffed. You. What makes you qualified? The pig was unhappy. If the rat ranks first, then I rank last. Aren't they both first? If I don't take the position of boss, are you suggesting that this useless and ugly cow should take it? Everyone thought, brother, don't talk about the second brother. Even the last one claiming to be the second last is ridiculous. While quietly eating popcorn, the ugly cow Tony suddenly looked dejected. How is it that he gets shot, even while lying down? What surprised everyone was that this time the ugly cow didn't retort, not arguing back with this fat pig. You should know that the two of them had always been at the bottom of the rankings with a total of 12 gold men, and they couldn't even rank in the top 10. Of course, the ugly cow was definitely stronger than the rabbit, but could he really compare with the rabbit, who was purely supportive? You should know that the two of them had always been at the bottom of the rankings with a total of 12 gold men, and they couldn't even rank in the top 10. Of course, the ugly cow was definitely stronger than the rabbit. You can be a chicken neck. Qianlong exploded, punching the horse in the eye. Ouch, young man, you don't follow martial ethics, ambushing an old comrade made of adamantium. Here, receive my lightning whip combo. The horse unleashed two electric whips modeled after the villain Ivan Vanko from Iron Man 2 and modified before being installed on the horse. Compared to Ivan's electric whips, the horse's electric whips not only had their power increased several times, but they could also extend, making them an indispensable tool for home travel and combat. Qianlong could breathe fire and unleash sonic attacks, and he had retractable battle knives in both hands that could be heated to scalding temperatures. As a robot made of adamantium, his enchanted knife was indeed unstoppable. As the two fought, the monkey muttered softly, "Oh, inside my mouth." Although the monkey said it was scary, he secretly prayed that both Qianlong and the horse would die in battle, so he would only need to eliminate the goat to inherit the boss position. As for the ugly cow and the snake, the second and third last were completely unworthy of mention. Seeing that the horse was gradually falling behind, there was no time to waste. He quickly stood up and kicked the goat, who didn't react in time, but the dog intercepted the blow. The monkey was slightly annoyed. Are you still just a shepherd dog? Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Of course, he couldn't reach light speed. It was just that during the kick his leg would emit lasers, and this strike was not to be underestimated, as a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Neither the dog nor the monkey were the strongest among the 12 Zodiac Gold men, but they were both incredibly agile. The monkey would never fall behind when fighting the dog, but he had intended to attack the goat. Now it was 2 against 1, or rather 3 against 1 against the goat and the dog. Because while the monkey was attacking the goat, the pig stood up angrily, saying, "You dare to hit my brother." Then, the monkey was focused down. The rooster on the side joyfully began to dance. "You are mine, I am yours." The snake quietly messaged the ugly cow Tony, "See, isn't this turning into a fight?" The ugly cow Tony secretly gave a thumbs up. Great. The battle between Qianlong and the horse had reached a fever pitch. The horse's lightning whip combo was like an electric knife, each attack dealing both physical and magical damage. Although the damage was high, he could withstand it. In contrast, Qianlong's heated battle knife dealt true damage with critical hits, which was completely unendurable. Qianlong breathed out fire to obscure the horse's vision, then quickly moved forward, slicing at the horse's chest with his heated battle knife, instantly rendering the horse useless, resulting in an explosion that leveled the entire villa, launching the robots inside into the air. Fortunately, these Zodiac Gold men were either made of vibranium or adamantium, so they wouldn't be killed by the explosion. The goat crawled up, crying, "Old horse-o." Old horse Wu In Qianlong crawled out of the ruins, shook off the dust from his body, and pointed the heated battle knife at the goat, scolding, "Shut up, no crying." But the goat ignored him. Qianlong got angry and raised his knife, ready to strike the goat. At that moment, the pig stood up. "Don't you dare hit my brother." Qianlong, filled with rage, pointed the tip of his knife at the pig. "If I don't hit him, should I hit you instead?" The pig stepped back. "If you hit my brother, you can't hit me, okay?" Qianlong ignored the pig. After all, no one would care about the opinion of the last place. In Qianlong's eyes, its combat power was even less than air. Qianlong attempted to kill the goat again, but the dog scolded, "Enough. Qianlong, look at you. Where do you look like a boss? A leader must know more than just using force to intimidate. Even if you killed the goat, we would never let you be the boss." Qianlong's gaze darkened. "Then he'll kill all of you." In an instant, the scene divided into 4 groups. The first group was the cooperation of the goat, dog, and pig to block Qianlong. The second group was the monkey, who had just been outnumbered, challenging the 3 robots with Qianlong. The third group was the snake and the ugly cow Tony as the popcorn duo. The fourth group was the rooster, dancing alone. That's right, the rooster had just crawled out of the ruins and started dancing. In the end, Qianlong and the monkey were more successful, taking down the goat, dog, and pig. Qianlong's sonic attacks countered the goat and pig made of vibranium, while his heated battle knife countered the dog. Moreover, Qianlong's combat power was terrifying, and with the pig as a hindrance, it was a miracle they managed to win. Having secured victory, Qianlong and the monkey were not very happy because they knew that the end of one war was often just the beginning of another. Indeed, the monkey was the first to ambush Qianlong, but Qianlong had anticipated it, swiftly ending the monkey with a stick. Looking at the mess around him, Qianlong couldn't help but feel sorrowful, while the rooster beside him was still joyfully dancing. Qianlong's anger surged, scolding, "Stop dancing." The rooster glanced back. Qianlong was already at the end of his strength. If he defeated him, he would become the boss. As for the popcorn duo, they were nothing to worry about. No one had seen the rooster make a move. At that moment, the rooster even turned its back to Qianlong. Qianlong's alarm bells went off in his mind. "What are you doing? Do you wish to admire my dance? Just one more look and it'll explode." Qianlong was puzzled as to why the rooster was raising its rear. Was it for a grand feast? In the next moment, accompanied by a series of thud 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 sounds, the rooster spewed out a stream of eggs the size of ostrich eggs. As the barrage of eggs came crashing down, Qianlong hurriedly used his battle knife to defend, but it was utterly futile. The moment he blocked them, the eggs shattered against the knife, spraying sticky yellow goo all over him. At that moment, Qianlong could only utter one phrase: "This is too much. I am really at my breaking point." He still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, thinking to himself, what else could the rooster do besides covering me in this yellow goo? In the next moment, the rooster shot out a series of black eggs which exploded upon impact, nearly leaving Qianlong dazed. Relying on his formidable physique, he managed to withstand it, still defiantly proclaiming, "Is that all you've got? Show me everything you've got." This time the rooster spat out green eggs that spread into a large amount of sticky liquid upon hitting the ground. Qianlong found himself stuck like a mouse on a glue trap, unable to move, kneeling on the ground. Even with all his might, he couldn't escape, letting out a frustrated roar. "Damn it. So you want to play tricks with me, huh?" The rooster taunted as it walked up to him, saying, "Aren't you tough? Don't you want me to dance? Well, I will dance right in front of you." When the rooster began to dance, Qianlong boldly launched a sonic attack. The rooster, made of vibranium, was immediately disrupted and stiffened by the sonic waves. Qianlong's body heated up, allowing him to easily break free from the goo. It turned out his previous struggles were all an act meant to let the rooster lower its guard. The proud and complacent rooster seemed to have forgotten how the goat and the pig had met their demise. Qianlong heated up his battle knife, and with a single slash made the rooster follow in the footsteps of the goat and the pig. Did Qianlong win? No, his body and battle knife overheated from continuous heating, without proper cooling, leading to a system collapse, and he ultimately collapsed helplessly on the ground. The audience did nothing and survived until the end. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brother Tiger was having a rough time, all thanks to those fragile dark elves who had given him a false sense of confidence. He thought to himself that this ancient race was not much to fear, let alone Ancient One, just a mere mage from Earth. Besides, he had 3 infinity stones, while she only had 1. The advantage was on his side. So he opened a portal inside the sanctum, demanding Ancient One to hand over the time stone, or he would annihilate the entire. However, Ancient One swiftly dealt with him, leaving him utterly subdued. Even the destroyer had to expend considerable effort and means to take him down. He never expected a mere Earth mage could possess such incredible abilities. Brother Tiger could only plead with Ancient One to give him the time stone, but she naturally declined without hesitation. Brother Tiger was distraught. "No. Without the infinity stones, how can I resurrect little Wu? No. No." Ancient One did not completely dismiss him. She thought it necessary to give the young robot a chance. After all, Brother Tiger was only about 6 years old. In principle, she could hand over the time stone to Brother Tiger, but it couldn't be a free gift. At least Brother Tiger had to defeat the principal. For example, if the Supreme Mage needed the power of the time stone to fend off the invasion from the Dark Dimension, then it would be reasonable for Brother Tiger to take down Dormammu. When Ancient One posed this unreasonable demand, it was meant to make Brother Tiger back down, but she overestimated the emotional intelligence of artificial intelligence. At this time, Brother Tiger was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, and even confidently stated that he would definitely take down Dormammu. He didn't think that he couldn't even defeat the Supreme Mage, Ancient One, so how could he possibly contend with Dormammu, who was a nightmare for even Ancient One? What's more, he was eager to give it a try. Although Ancient One didn't understand, she respected his eagerness. After all, he had 3 infinity stones in his possession, and even if he was unfortunately defeated by Dormammu, there wouldn't be much loss. However, Ancient One couldn't fathom how Brother Tiger with 3 infinity stones could be defeated so quickly. An artificial intelligence that upon seeing Dormammu's appearance instantly lost sanity points, and didn't even think he was struck down by Dormammu, but at the crucial moment little Wu appeared to block an attack for Brother Tiger, giving him the chance to open a portal and escape. Back in the sanctum, Brother Tiger cried uncontrollably for half an hour, not knowing if he was mourning for little Wu or lamenting his own helplessness. Ancient One watched from the side, unsure how to comfort him. "No, little Wu. If I don't have the time stone, how can I save my little Wu?" Ancient One couldn't just stand by and watch him throw a tantrum in the sanctum. It would tarnish the sanctum's reputation. So she pointed him toward a bright path. "You should go find the other infinity stones. If you can gather the other 5 infinity stones, I will give you the time stone." "Really?" Brother Tiger immediately stopped crying and ceased his tantrum. Ancient One did not go back on her word. After all, she was not like the Sorcerer Supreme, and once she made a promise, it was binding, absolutely true. The rest of the story is well known. Brother Tiger almost followed Billy around, while Billy chased Star-Lord, and Brother Tiger. From Morag to Xander, he even followed Star-Lord to the KYLN, and finally, in a desperate bid, snatched the Power Stone from Billy only to perish alongside Little Wu while searching for the Soul Stone, leaving everything to Billy. Alas for Brother Tiger, woe for Brother Tiger. The Zodiac Gold Man lost control, the Soldier Boy refused orders, and Scorpion was taken down by a colleague. The once talent-rich water company was now desolate. Norman could no longer muster any decent combat power. If this continued, his dynasty would be doomed. To prolong his dark reign and consolidate his position, he decided to return to his old field of biotechnology. He actually resurrected the Rhino Man. This was not some forbidden resurrection, but rather the power of technology. However, the resurrected Rhino Man absolutely refused to put on that rhino skin again. He chose a pastoral life, becoming an ordinary Alexei, and fell in love with his girlfriend Oksana, both stepping into the halls of marriage. Alexei's retreat infuriated Norman. He found a newcomer to don the rhino skin, and through chemical radiation, created a new Rhino Man. Norman's first order to the new Rhino Man was to kill the previous Rhino Man to show him that if he wouldn't wear the skin, there were The new Rhino Man also believed that two tigers could not coexist. Even without Norman's orders, he was prepared to do so. On the road to Alaska, Alexei and his wife were suddenly rammed by the new Rhino Man. Whether it was the skin affecting his intelligence or not, the new Rhino Man surprisingly did not think of delivering a killing blow. Alexei managed to survive, but his wife Oksana died in the accident. The death of Oksana took away Alexei's last shred of kindness. Consumed by rage, he decided to don the rhino skin, once more challenging the new Rhino Man and seeking vengeance on Norman and the water company. Oh dear, scattering components all over the place won't do it all. At this moment, only the mastermind behind it all, Sish, remained amid the ruins of Billy's villa alongside Tony Stark, whose consciousness had been swapped with that of Chonyo. After the battle subsided, Sish stepped forward and gathered the scattered components one by one, painstakingly reassembling them into complete Zodiac golden figures, though his true intent remained inscrutable. Tony felt an inexplicable sense of dread. If Sish claimed he wished to become the sole Zodiac golden figure, did that mean he intended to eliminate Tony as well? Sish suddenly turned, fixing him with a gaze. Stark, why are you still here? What? Tony was bewildered. You mean I'm free to leave? Just like that? Indeed, Sish replied calmly. If my calculations hold true, you now face an urgent monumental crisis demanding your immediate attention. As he spoke, Sish's eyes emitted a soft blue light, projecting a screen before them. The front page of today's newspaper. Bold headline blazed across it: Tony Stark reported missing. Upon closer inspection, the article revealed that a terrorist calling himself the Mandarin had launched an assault, reducing Tony's Malibu mansion to rubble and leaving no trace of its owner. Wait, that doesn't make sense, Tony realized, spotting the flaw. I'm standing right here. So who then vanished after the explosion? Sish smiled faintly. You now inhabit Chonyo's body. Tell me, who might occupy your body instead? No, Tony cried out in utter despair and helplessness. Let us rewind time to June 2012, 2 years earlier. By then, Norman had just seized control of VOD International, but his grip remained tenuous. Though he commanded several capable lieutenants, loyalty among them was fractured and uncertain. It was then that Aldrich Killian, a scientist representing Advanced Idea Mechanics AM, approached him pitching a revolutionary bioorganic pathogen known as the Extremis virus. This virus dramatically enhanced strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes, even granting subjects pyrokinetic capabilities. Moreover, Extremis vastly accelerated human regenerative capacity. Killian demonstrated this stark transformation by juxtaposing his former and current selves. Once Killian had been a gaunt, spectacled cripple leaning heavily on a cane, his appearance evoking that of a destitute vagrant. Now post-Extremis, he stood tall and unaided, glasses discarded, posture confident, radiating the polished aura of success, albeit with a faint, unsettling sheen. On the surface, Extremis appeared flawless, its advantages eclipsing even Dr. Kurt Connor's lizard serum. Norman had no rational grounds to decline the partnership. Yet was Extremis truly as perfect as Killian proclaimed? Hardly. Norman, eager to advance the collaboration, even sought new military partners, despite his bitter blood-soaked enmity with General Slocum. How could such cooperation possibly endure? His new liaison was General Miller. Before him, Norman extolled Extremis as a miracle, vowing with absolute certainty that it posed no risk whatsoever. But reality struck swiftly and brutally. Extremis proved catastrophically unstable. Intense emotional surges could trigger violent detonations, unleashing temperatures exceeding 300 C, vaporizing everything within proximity in an instant. This spelled disaster. Who would dare deploy such a weapon? To enemies, it would only augment their physical prowess. To allies, its volatility transformed soldiers into walking time bombs, untenable, unthinkable. Even terrorists would recoil in awe, dubbing its wielders living Yama, the very embodiment of hellish retribution. General Miller railed at Norman in blistering fury. Norman in turn unleashed equal vitriol upon Killian. Yet under the Green Goblin's influence, Norman refused to be humiliated. That very night, clad in his armored suit and gliding on his winged board, he stormed General Miller's residence. Moving with terrifying swiftness, the Green Goblin bypassed all defenses. Before the guards could react, Miller was, having already slain one general. Norman resolved to finish what he'd begun. He redirected his flight toward General Slocum's estate. his approach so brazen it jolted the sleeping general awake. Since learning of Billy's disappearance and Norman's seizure of Vought, General Slocum had not slept a full night, haunted by the dread that Norman would come for him next. 10 years earlier, beneath the starless sky of the aerospace testing facility, the Green Goblin had murdered Captain Curtis. A memory seared into Slocum's soul. Billy had granted him 10 more years of life. What more could he possibly desire? Now his eyes held no fear, only the still placid calm of deep water. Unflinching, he met Norman's gaze. Hey, you've grown, General. I expected groveling, shrieking, like 10 years ago. This stoicism robs me of half my pleasure. He will return, Slocum replied, voice serene, untouched by provocation. Green Goblin, I shall await you. A faint knowing smile curved Slocum's lips. Enraged, Norman bellowed, give up. He'll never return. And hurl the pumpkin bomb. In the nanosecond before detonation, that serene smile imprinted itself onto Norman's mind, like a curse. Slocum had found peace. Norman inherited his terror. Norman fell ill, not in body but in spirit. He became obsessed with the certainty that Billy would return one day, reclaim all he'd stolen, and end Norman's life. So he devised a countermeasure, seized those Billy cherished, Sky Langston others, and used them as leverage. Yet when he moved to capture them, they had already aligned themselves with the Avengers. Not only did this plan fail utterly, it gifted his adversaries new formidable allies. With that avenue closed, Norman turned to a far more audacious solution, forging a being stronger than Billy himself. But such power could not be conjured overnight. His only recourse lay in merging two legendary serums, Dr. Stern's and Killian's, and testing the hybrid upon Captain America. After arduous, relentless experimentation, success emerged. Captain America was transformed into Soldier Boy. Fused with both the Hulk serum and Extremis, this new Captain America surged beyond mortal limits. Capable of gargling AK-47s and surviving nuclear blasts, a masterpiece forged in Norman's fevered imagination. Yet this flawless creation possessed one fatal flaw: disobedience. It tore apart its own handler, Scorpion, prompting Norman to resurrect the 12 Zodiac Golden figures as a means to contain and counter Soldier Boy. Norman's machinations were grimly methodical, but Killian, following his joint development of Soldier Boy with Dr. Stern, descended into unchecked ambition. He too yearned to strike back against Tony Stark, who had publicly humiliated him at the Burn New Year's Eve gala in 19. He longed for Stark to know the timid, ridiculed fanboy was gone, replaced by a force of vengeance. What torment cuts deepest? What humiliation burns most fiercely? Killian believed nothing surpassed watching one's beloved suffer, agonizing helpless, while love itself becomes the instrument of torture. And as Killian began closing in on Pepper Potts, Tony and Chonyo had already exchanged consciousness. Chonyo is a plump robot with yellow hair on its head and black spray paint all over, embodying nearly all the characteristics of a bull-headed person, yet it has never been anyone's bull. Instead, this robot is very straightforward. Although he did not share Chow Chow's preferences after entering Tony's body and being influenced by the hormones within, he inevitably developed feelings for Pepper. As an artificial intelligence, he understood that this was likely the feeling of love, yet he could not act on such feelings. Even when Pepper actively approached him, he deliberately avoided her. As time passed, Pepper began to suspect that Tony was reverting to his old habits and must be cheating, instantly filled with. Chonyo could only numb his feelings by investigating the Avengers' intel. One held misunderstandings in his heart, while the other evaded explanations, leading their relationship to drift further apart, while a third party drew near. Indeed, Killian took advantage of the situation. While briefly explaining the Extremis virus to Pepper, he seized the opportunity to get clothes which would infuriate anyone observing. Chonyo was also furious. He wouldn't even dare to touch the car, yet Killian wanted to stand up and kick it. In response to Killian's continuous provocations, Chonyo boldly declared he wouldn't back down, only to be swiftly subdued. If it were just Killian and the 10 rings, subduing Chonyo would not have been so simple, but to his surprise, the magical twin siblings were part of the equation. Why, after previously fighting side by side, had they suddenly turned against each other? Perhaps it was because he currently bore Tony Stark's face. In any case, Chonyo was chased around by the twins, and while the 10 rings led by Mandarin couldn't find him, they resorted to blowing up his villa in Malibu. Chonyo was wearing the Mark 42 suit crafted by Tony, but not yet worn, while being relentlessly pursued by Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. The armor was nearly destroyed, and it wasn't until Scarlet Witch couldn't keep up that Quicksilver had to look after her, allowing Chonyo to escape a calamity. However, when he was 5 kilometers outside Rose Hill, Tennessee, his armor malfunctioned. As a nanobot, Chonyo instinctively wanted to generate tools from his body to repair the armor, but he quickly realized he had become Tony Stark, a human, and was no longer an omnipotent robot. It's hard to make a meal without rice. He couldn't help but lament how exhausting it was to be human, feeling utterly useless. At that moment, he stood in the icy wilderness, clad in thin clothing, shivering as the cold wind blew, a far cry from the environment of the Malibu villa. The 12 Zodiac Gold figures had dreamed of becoming real humans, but when Chonyo truly became human, he found it incredibly difficult. Even Tony Stark, a billionaire and super genius, had his share of troubles. How would one feel if they swapped with someone teetering on the edge of destruction? He immediately ran out to find shelter from the wind and snow, but the next second he returned to take the damaged, incapacitated Mark 42 armor with him. After all, it was a brother that had fought alongside him, and couldn't be left lying alone in the cold. Thus he trudged through the snow dragging the heavy suit step by step. Shounyou had participated in the Hammer Industries Expo's mech battle wielding his axe and rampaging through it back, then he was still lean and muscular charging forward like a titan. But after 2009 he shut down, and when he was reactivated he had been altered beyond recognition, sporting useless yellow hair, a distorted physique, and his axe nowhere to be found. He had nearly turned into scrap. It wasn't until the internet war that he seemed to be pushed into Tony Stark's body, though at first he felt elated to become human, but soon he realized how sentimental and fragile the human shell could be. He felt a twinge of nostalgia for his former self, who was once full of vigor. Bang! He found a crowbar and pried open a storage room. Initially, he only intended to find a place to escape the wind and snow to avoid freezing to death. But when he opened the storage room, he discovered the facilities inside were fairly complete enough for him to repair the Mark armor. Just as he was repairing, a young boy named Harry Gao who lived there returned, and keenly noticed the signs of forced entry, threatening him with a homemade potato gun to not move. If it were in the past with his vibranium body, he would have scoffed at this. However, now that he was merely human, he had to tread. It was only when he revealed the Mark armor behind him that the young boy Harry Gao exclaimed, "OMG, is this Iron Man?" To be precise, it's just a suit of armor. The real Iron Man is me. Shounyou had to impersonate Tony's identity. After all, he was Tony now. Harry brought a newspaper its prominent headline announcing the death of Tony Stark. From their conversation, Shounyou learned that Harry's mother had gone out for dinner and his father had gone missing 6 years ago. After buying a lottery ticket, Harry guessed that his dad must have won and abandoned them. Shounyou noticed Harry was being bullied at school, so he took out a non-lethal weapon from the Mark armor, which could scare off bullies with the press of a button, and the two quickly formed a bond. Of course, Shounyou was also thinking of a way to escape. He went to a public phone booth to make a call. But this call wasn't to Pepper, it was to Shounyou, or more accurately to Tony inside Shounyou's body. When the call connected, Shounyou greeted "Hi Stark." Just as Tony was preparing to fly to the Malibu villa to find Pepper, he received this strange call and paused. "Who are you?" "Shounyou." Short and to the point. Tony immediately understood this was the robot that had swapped consciousness with him and quickly asked, "Where are you?" "Tennessee. You'll need to locate my exact position. As one of the world's strongest artificial intelligences, I have that. Don't do anything foolish, you'll be there soon." After saying this, Tony hung up the phone, pinpointed the location, and headed straight to After hanging up the phone, Shounyou asked Harry to show him around, and while they were walking they came across a ruin. According to Harry, this was the site of a soldier named Chad Davis who had earned many military honors, but suddenly went mad one day and created a bomb that killed 6 people, including himself. Does he share the same surname as Davis? Is he related to Mr. Davis? However, after Shounyou investigated, he found only 5 silhouettes on the wall indicating that Chad Davis, the epicenter of the explosion, had left no trace, which was very abnormal. Shounyou suspected this was the work of Mandarin. He had long been displeased with Mandarin, who not only blew up his villa, but also allowed his subordinates Wanda and Pietro to hunt him down. Having finally experienced being human, he was made to suffer such a defeat. This resentment was irreconcilable. Shounyou decided to investigate and expose Mandarin's crimes, and after asking Harry, he learned that Chad Davis' mother was at the Walker's bar. But just as he was inquiring with Davis' mother, Killian's subordinates found him. Killian's 2 subordinates, a man and a woman. The woman, named Alan Brandt, dyed her hair a dark red, wore smoky makeup, and dressed in a black suit and white shirt. As soon as Alan stepped into the traveler's bar, she saw Ugly Bull conversing with Chad Davis' mother. Without a word, she directly handcuffed Ugly Bull. He had never suffered such humiliation before. In the past, he would have made the other party pay dearly. Now he could only silently curse Tony's weak body. The elderly sheriff, who was drinking nearby, came over to ask what Alan was doing. Alan falsely claimed to be from the Department of Homeland Security, saying she was making an arrest, and showed her credentials. The sheriff demanded that she clarify the situation. Unexpectedly, Alan retorted, "With your rank, you aren't qualified to meddle in my affairs." Faced with wrongdoing, the old sheriff did not back down an inch. He sarcastically said, "Then why don't you give Navishire, the capital of Tennessee, a call and get me promoted? I initially wanted to resolve this peacefully, but I didn't expect to be met with such aggression. I'm done playing nice. It's time for me to show my cards." Alan's fists heated up, striking the elderly sheriff's face like a red-hot iron, causing him to cry out in pain. Then another fiery punch landed on his stomach, and she snatched his handgun, shooting him twice, leading to the downfall of such a principled old sheriff. The crowd erupted with screams akin to a slaughterhouse. Some hid under the counter in fear, while more rushed toward the tavern's entrance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ugly Bull dashed out, only to bump into Killian's other subordinate, Owen. Owen flamboyantly closed the car door, holding a disposable cup, saluting Ugly Bull from a distance, and then, as if in a ritual, poured the liquid on the ground. As Ugly Bull turned to run, Owen skillfully drew his handgun, aiming at Ugly Bull. A single shot could take him down, and Tony Stark's body would perish simultaneously. In a critical moment, a young boy named Harry threw a snowball that struck Owen's arm, causing his aim to falter, allowing Ugly Bull to escape. Having dodged Owen, Alan chased after him. In a moment of desperation, Ugly Bull crashed through a glass window into a restaurant. Turning around, he locked eyes with Alan in a heartfelt gaze. Afterward, Alan, empowered by the apocalypse virus, relentlessly beat Ugly Bull. However, he withstood the assault thanks to the benefits bestowed by Tony's body. During the fight, Ugly Bull unexpectedly discovered that Alan could actually generate heat, and it was genuine heat. Indeed, under the effect of the apocalypse virus, Alan's skin glowed bright red and radiated high temperatures. Seizing upon this revelation, Ugly Bull used the handcuffs to choke her neck, successfully freeing himself from their restraint. He then kicked over a barrel of gasoline, igniting it with the handcuff, subsequently disconnecting the gas line to allow gas to escape freely. Finally, he placed a soldier's tag in the microwave to heat it. This series of actions triggered a chain reaction, culminating in a massive explosion that sent Alan flying into the air, swinging from a power line. Just as one wave settled, another arose. After dealing with Alan, Owen pursued Ugly Bull once more. He melted the support structure at the base of the water tower with intense heat, causing it to collapse, flooding Ugly Bull and trapping his legs in the iron framework, preventing his escape. Owen, holding Harry hostage, threatened Ugly Bull to hand over the documents, but this only piqued Ugly Bull's interest. Those documents absolutely could not be surrendered. Just as he pondered what to do, he suddenly spotted a light in the distance, flying rapidly towards him. He was elated, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. The most important thing now was to keep Owen at bay, preferably getting him to release Harry. He feigned compliance, saying, "All right, you win. Let the kid go. I can't move right now, and besides, I can't beat you." Owen thought for a moment and replied, "You better not pull any tricks," and indeed released Harry. After exchanging a glance with Ugly Bull, Harry ran off to hide. As Owen prepared to pull Ugly Bull out, Tony controlled Ugly Bull's armor, crashed down behind him. Owen's hair stood on end, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I fell for it." Before he could turn around, he was sent flying by a punch that landed with a duong. Then the bullhorn atop Ugly Bull's armor cracked slightly, and a precisely aimed missile shot out, striking the downed Owen. The explosion triggered by the missile activated the apocalypse virus inside him, leaving nothing but debris. "Did I arrive too late?" Tony pulled Ugly Bull from the rubble. "No, you arrived just in time." After the danger had passed, Harry emerged, looking at the sudden appearance of a yellow-haired, pot-bellied, entirely black robot, clearly something sinister, and was taken aback, saying, "What's this?" Tony, expressionless, replied, "Artificial intelligence, Ugly Bull." Ugly Bull wanted to say, "You don't need to feel inferior in my body." He heard Harry seriously nodding, "It's definitely ugly enough." This made Tony burst into laughter, while Ugly Bull sulked, thinking, "Who am I ugly to? I was once quite handsome." Ugly Bull and Harry took Tony to the warehouse to repair the Mark 42 Prodigal armor. The Zodiac armors, being nanotech suits, possess some repair capabilities, though not as outrageous as the Rabbit's. After the repairs were completed, Tony symbolically brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and casually remarked, "Now tell me how the situation escalated to this point." Ugly Bull didn't waste words and handed over the AIM documents. Tony quickly flipped through them, finding that AIM had modified Rhodes' war machine. Tony murmured, "Rhodes, no." Meanwhile, on the other side, Mandarin had invaded the television channels again. He had captured Thomas Richards, the accountant for Robinson Oil Company, and threatened the president, saying if he didn't call within 30 seconds, he would kill Thomas Richards. In front of the entire nation, the president made the call, but Mandarin did not answer and shot Thomas Richards instead. Humiliated before the nation, even a shameless president couldn't maintain his composure at this moment and immediately ordered an investigation into Mandarin's exact location. Ultimately, they tracked Mandarin to Pakistan, and he promptly ordered the war machine to go there to apprehend Mandarin. When Rhodes piloted the war machine to Pakistan and kicked down the wooden door, he found only unarmed civilians with no sign of Mandarin. Realizing he had been deceived, at that moment he received a call from Tony. Rhodes was currently aiming a missile at those unarmed civilians. Suddenly receiving a call, he politely said, "Please hold on." Tony, using Ugly Bull's voice, called, "Rhodes, have you ever tried looking up while a girl is riding on you only to see her glowing and turning orange?" "Tried it." "Who are you?" Rhodes was astonished. When had his secret become common knowledge? Even this electrified stranger across from him knew. "It's me, buddy. Last time I vanished, if my memory serves, you were searching for me non-stop." Hearing Tony's voice, Rhodes gradually broke into a smile. "Thanks, Tony. But what happened to your voice? Did you step on a live wire? Why does your speech crackle with electricity? Long story. What are you up?" Rhodes glanced awkwardly at the trembling civilians huddled nearby. "In paying a diplomatic visit to Pakistan to make friends." "And you?" Tony didn't answer but pressed on, "I am. Redesign your armor." "And that's right." At that moment, Rhodes hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. This suit had certainly drawn fortune. Acquired in Iron Man 2, it was swiftly overhauled by Hammer Industries, predictably compromised and hijacked. Then in Iron Man 3, Rhodes dared let Killian I am retrofit his armor again, an astonishing lapse in judgment across the entire military establishment. "Hand over your login credentials," Tony demanded, utterly devoid of reproach. "Same account, as always, War Machine 68. "What's the password?" Rhodes sighed helplessly. "Every time you hack me, I change it, Tony. This isn't the 1980s. The term hacked is obsolete. Just tell me the password." Rhodes exhaled, deeply mortified, as he whispered, "War Machine, awesome shining." Entirely uppercase. A nearby civilian couldn't suppress a snort, and instantly a Gatling gun snapped out from Rhodes' armor, leveled squarely at him. His laughter died mid-breath. His companions shot him incredulous glances. "Hold it in, man. Would laugh too, but look around. That barrel's inches from your skull. How can you possibly chuckle?" Of course, he wasn't the only one who cracked. Tony and Happy Hogan, listening on the other end of the line, burst into unrestrained laughter. "Go ahead, laugh your hearts out. Rhodes sighed again, overwhelmed by a helpless urge to slap through the screen. Still better than the Iron Patriot. After hanging up, Tony swiftly leveraged his genius intellect and the Zodiac Gold Men's absolute dominion over global networks to infiltrate War Machine's account and dismantle IM down to its foundations. He uncovered every extremist test subject, including Alan and Owen, the two Hood just pursued Happy. Once disabled, they'd been transformed by the extremist virus into their current state. Tony watched firsthand as Killian methodically lured desperate amputees into voluntary experimentation and witnessed their excruciating agony, limbs regrowing, Killian fleeing after catastrophic failure, subjects bound and left to detonate. Tony involuntarily recoiled, though technically he no longer needed to breathe. Killian built a walking time bomb and found his buyer, the Mandarin. At that moment, Tony still believed Killian and the Mandarin operated as buyer and seller, convinced Head unmasked the true mastermind. In truth, he had identified a key architect, but fatally misjudged the hierarchy. Using broadcast signals emitted by the Mandarin, Tony triangulated his location in Miami and told Happy suit up and mark XLI. This farce ends now. Tony approached the mission with equal parts urgency and amusement. Head suffered enough humiliation wrestling with that temperamental Mark XLI suit, fumbling frantically just to don it. Now he eagerly awaited what chaos it might unleash upon Happy. Happy didn't hesitate. He struck a pose and Mark XLI obediently launched itself, assembling flawlessly over his frame. Tony stared slack-jawed and drooling silently, seething why. Why did this capricious suit obey Happy so readily? What's wrong? Happy asked, puzzled. Tony hastily recovered. Nothing at all. Since it's fully deployed, let's move. All right. Happy agreed, until Harry Osborn stepped forward, feigning pathos. Are you going to abandon me like my father did? Oh, your act is convincing, but I won't be taking you along. Listen, kid, this isn't a picnic. Your job is to go home, stay with your mother, and understand that clearly. With that, the two soared skyward. Harry sighed, defeated. Meanwhile, Rhodes, armored and airborne, received an encrypted ping from Blue Zero. Origin coordinates matched suspected Mandarin transmission. Unaware it was a trap, Rhodes replied, acknowledged, then accelerated toward the site at full velocity. He kicked open the door, only to find the room filled with women shrouded head to toe in black veils. Scans confirmed they carried no weapons. Frustrated, Rhodes radioed Blue Zero in exasperation, then declared the women free. Overjoyed, they rushed forward to shake Rhoda's armored hand, filing past him in eager procession. The last woman lingered. Her grip prolonged, her palm growing scorching hot. In seconds, her touch ignited Rhoda's entire arm, searing the armor's circuitry. Rhodes jolted violently inside, and the suit collapsed under thermal overload. She was one of Killian's operatives, enhanced with extremists. Only then did Rhodes comprehend this was no random ambush. It was a meticulously orchestrated trap, designed solely to seize his Iron Patriot armor. He roared defiantly, "You want my armor? Then kill me first." Coincidence, Colonel? That's precisely. The Mandarin resided in a secluded estate in Miami, Florida, surrounded by armed guards whose dual purpose was both protection and imprisonment to shield him and ensure he never left. Unlike Tony's improvised assault in the original timeline, this time he and Happy arrived battle-ready, fully equipped and utterly prepared. Deploying two state-of-the-art suits against mere bodyguards was overkill. They could have strode in, openly knocking aside any resistance with effortless force. Yet to avoid alerting the estate's occupants, they moved with surgical precision, neutralizing each guard silently before entering the chamber. The Mandarin indulged in decadence, entertaining two women simultaneously. Upon seeing Tony and Happy, he shamelessly offered them both as gifts. Stunned by his audacity, the duo ejected the women, then began their interrogation. His true name was Trevor Slattery, an actor. The Mandarin was pure fiction, a hollow persona. Destitute and addicted, Slattery had run out of funds, so Killian, advised by his inner circle, recruited him, surgically reshaped him, fabricated the Mandarin mythos, and used it to justify accidental explosions. Suddenly, a squad of extremist-enhanced mercenaries stormed the room, intent on overwhelming Tony and Happy in a brutal coordinated assault. Destitute and addicted, Slattery had run out of funds, so Killian, advised by his inner circle, recruited him, surgically reshaped him, fabricated the Mandarin mythos, and used it. Tony seized Slattery by the collar. Where did they come from? Perhaps from the dungeon. The two rushed toward the dungeon, encountering many individuals injected with the despair virus along the way. It turned out that those bodyguards outside were mere fodder. The true armed forces resided within the dungeon. However, Killian would never have anticipated that his elite subordinates would be dealt with so easily. When Tony and the Bull resolved the group of elites and reached the depths of the dungeon, they found Colonel Rhodes slumped on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. "Rhodey, are you okay?" Rhodes looked blankly at the strangely designed robot in front of him and replied, "I'm not dead, but they took..." At that moment, a triangular formation of three small spheres suddenly projected a holographic screen above. Tony and the Bull directed their curious gazes toward Rhodes. Rhodes indicated that he had just arrived and knew nothing. Just as the three were puzzled, the holographic image activated, displaying Pepper being injected with the despair virus, struggling in pain, but bound and unable to move. Tony clenched his fist, the sound of metal scraping and colliding piquing Rhodes' curiosity. Immediately, Killian's voice echoed from the room's speakers, "Tony, I know you're there." As you can see, Pepper's body is choosing between accepting the virus or giving up entirely. Once she opts to give up, the scene will be unforgettable for you. But before making a decision, she must endure immense suffering. Despairing, are you? Want to save her? Then bring me the formula to counter the despair virus's drawbacks, but your time is limited. The holographic image ended. Tony was still engulfed in immense pain, unable to break free. The bull encouraged, "Hey Tony, pull yourself together, Pepper is waiting for you to save her." "What?" Rhodes exclaimed, bewildered. What was going on? He had witnessed Mark's armor comforting another oddly shaped machine, calling it Tony. "You're Tony. When did your taste become so unique?" Rhodes was at a loss for words to describe the bizarre armor. Tony helplessly explained, "Yes, Rhodey, surprising, isn't it? I didn't expect this either. This is the bull, the golden man, of the one from Water Company. Wait, didn't they go out of control? How did it end up with you?" "I projected my consciousness into the network through a brain-machine interface and accidentally entered the bull's body, while the bull following the brain-machine interface ended up with me. Do you understand?" Rhodes suddenly enlightened. "So you two essentially swapped souls. Then who was on the phone with me earlier?" "It was me." Tony said, "That's not important, Rhodey. We need to save Pepper." Rhodes finally recalled the pressing matter. "Yes, but we have no idea where Killian is." Tony felt a wave of melancholy. "There will always be a way. Hey, maybe Trev knows." The bull's suggestion prompted the two to quickly interrogate Trev, learning that Killian's planned location was on the coast connected to a large ship and the vice president. Rhodes analyzed the current situation. Now Killian is in the war machine armor, harming the president, and Pepper is also in dire straits. Is there a way to rescue both at once? What's so difficult about that? We can split into two teams. I'll save the president, and you two go save Pepper. Don't worry, I'm best at saving presidents, and will definitely bring him back safe and sound. The bull confidently pounded his chest in assurance. However, Tony and Rhodes exchanged glances at the bull's fervent demeanor, feeling skeptical. He resembled a robot that could end up killing both the president and the enemy. Tony stopped joking and said, "Not necessary, really, there's no need for that. The Mark armor can actually be controlled remote." The bull shrugged. "All right, let's do it your way then." Similar to the original work, when remotely controlling the armor to fly onto the plane, they did not see Killian or the president, but only one of Killian's subordinates. Originally, this should have been Owen's position, but Owen had been blown up by Tony with a bullhorn bomb earlier, so this was another Like in the original work, he had blown a huge hole in the plane, causing all the political figures and senators to be sucked out by the airflow, plummeting through free fall. The bull initially didn't want to save these people, believing locating the president was more crucial, but under Tony and Rhodes' firm insistence, he had no choice but to save the 13 individuals, as in the original work. As he turned around, the suit of armor was wrecked by a big truck, just like in the original. The bull scratched his head awkwardly. "Forget it, don't scratch your head anymore, don't make me bald." Tony joked, since the largest shareholder of Stark Industries was Billy, and the bull was also a creation of Billy, they were basically family, so he didn't mind. He then turned to Jarvis and gave orders. "Jarvis, can the family gathering plan begin?" "Yes, sir." Killian had tied up the president and Pepper on Roxanne's Knox. This Knox had spilled 1,000,000 gallons of crude oil in Pensacola 2 years ago, but under the president's maneuvering, no wealthy individuals faced legal judgment. Killian used this as a reason to judge the president and wanted the vice president to replace him. The vice president aspired to advance further, and likewise his daughter had lost a leg, so he needed the despair virus, which forced him to become Killian's political ally. The bull and Rhodes quietly infiltrated the Knox while Tony looked for opportunities outside. The ship was quite large, and anyone who hadn't exercised would be exhausted after running a lap. Oh my god. When Rhodes saw the situation before him, he was utterly shocked. They had fitted the president with the war machine armor and were hanging him in midair. At his age, how could he withstand this? Moreover, there were numerous oil tanks below. A single spark could be fatal. It was clear they intended to execute him publicly by fire. Rhodes and the bull began discussing strategies. "What should we do?" Rhodes asked. "You're asking me. Who should I ask?" The bull replied, speechless. "Aren't you an AI?" "Not anymore. How did you become a colonel without knowing a bit of military strategy?" In the end, neither could come to a conclusion, and they unanimously decided to ask Tony. "Tony, what should we do now?" Tony succinctly replied with 4 words: "Draw fire." Though the two didn't understand, they prepared to follow suit. Rhodes and the bull exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. How to draw fire? Just shoot. They randomly fired their guns until their bullets ran out, successfully attracting the enemy's attention. The two hurriedly asked, "What now?" Tony continued succinctly, "Wait for reinforcements." "What?" The two were startled. This was no joke. In this situation, they might be shot to pieces before reinforcements arrived, so they quickly asked, "When will the reinforcements arrive?" 3 hours. 2. Look over there." Rhodey whispered a reminder, and Shonyo followed his finger to see a cluster of bright dots gradually intensifying, a group of various robots moving closer and lining up before him, their presence overwhelming. "Is this the reinforcements? Is this a family gathering? It's just a bunch of robots." Shonyo felt a bit disappointed. When the Zodiac Golden Men first awakened, they had created a large number of cannon fodder robots, though those were inferior to the mechs in front of him, lacking their intelligence and flashy designs. But those robots charging in could still exhaust the energy of the mechs before him. It was just unfortunate that they encountered the oblivious spicy chicken. However, those were once brave warriors. Now these drug-enhanced disabled individuals were enough to take him down. Tony ignored the expressions of the two below and said to himself, "J.R. Locate the thermal signals of the extinction virus and take them out. All the armors responded simultaneously with a yes, sir. Chonyo was displeased. Wait, shouldn't I be the one giving him Tony Stark now? Does anyone care or not? But none of the mechs paid any attention to his impotent fury. Rhodey chuckled and patted Chonyo's shoulder, then opened his arms and said, "Hey Tony, get me a suit of armor." However, Tony turned down the request, saying there are no extra suits, Rhodey. What? Rhodey was stunned, his hand frozen in midair, awkward and at a loss. The smile didn't fade, it simply shifted to Chonyo's face as he patted Rhodey's shoulder, saying, "Get used to it, buddy." The two awkwardly watched the robots battling the disabled individuals, or rather the former disabled individuals. The armors on Tony's side had various unique functions. To put it simply, every chicken has its own way. In contrast, Killian's subordinates were quite uniform, lacking any significant difference in appearance or attack methods. A few of them rushed in, some hugging, some grappling, some tripping, and others trying to weigh down the mech by clinging to its back. Undoubtedly, they would ultimately face the judgment of these iron armors. But they all shared one common trait: they didn't know fear, nor did they seem to realize what kind of drug Killian had pumped into them that made them willingly walk towards death. However, among Killian's group, there was one individual who stood out, as his companions who were pressing down on the mech were either shredded by the incoming Mark 35 Heartbreaker's laser or sent flying by the heavy punches of the Mark 17 Red Snapper. Only he managed to pry open the faceplate of the Red Snapper mech beneath him, rendering it incapacitated, and he crashed into a container, perishing in a violent explosion. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, igniting nearby oil tanks, and resulting in even more intense explosions, even a series of blasts. Some oil tanks were blown into the air, exploding and affecting both Pepper and Killian. At this moment, as the Zodiac robot Chonyo led the charge, mercilessly wreaking havoc, no one could stop him, all the while exclaiming, "Oh ho, I must say the robots developed by Water Company are remarkably effective." J-R-V-I-S. Reminded, sir, I've located Miss Potts. Chonyo. As soon as he finished speaking, the Mark 33 Silver Centurion dropped behind Chonyo, who wasted no time putting it on. After all, who wouldn't wear a suit if they had one? Just look at Colonel Rhodey next to him, practically drooling. Watching Chonyo fly away in his armor, Rhodey grew increasingly restless. What about me? Tony, what about me? Give me a suit too. There isn't one that fits your body type, Rhodey. I'll arrange for someone to protect you. Damn. Rhodey, feeling despondent, was carried into the air by the mech. This isn't the outcome I wanted. Meanwhile, Chonyo in the Silver Centurion armor followed J-R-V-I-S guidance to find Pepper. Pepper had been affected by the earlier explosion and was now trapped under the rubble. Chonyo tried to lift the metal frame off her, but doing so would only worsen her suffering, so he could only reach out to pull her out. Suddenly, a hand as hot as molten lava reached through the ground towards Chonyo's chest. Chonyo quickly withdrew and stumbled back to the ground as Killian, resembling a man of fire, emerged from the earth, the extinction virus flowing through his veins like lava, a terrifying sight. Killian leaped directly onto the fallen Chonyo, reminiscing, "Long time no see. Tony, do you remember Switzerland in 1999? At that time you were full of vigor, and I was like a pathetic homeless man. What about now?" Seeing the person in front of him silent, Killian felt no embarrassment, continuing, "Do you know what my father used to say to me? He said the early bird catches the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. I have to thank you, you gave me the most precious gift in my life to spare." Yet the person beneath him remained expressionless and silent like a piece of wood. Killian thought that was odd. At least he should have. "Why aren't you speaking?" "Oh, first of all, I'm very interested in your story and sympathize with your situation. Secondly, you might have the wrong person." In response to Killian's confused gaze, Chonyo shouted, "Tony, someone is looking for you." "What?" Before Killian could grasp the situation, Tony charged in and knocked him aside, sending him crashing to the ground, crying out. Chonyo got up from the ground and helped Tony rescue Pepper. Killian, injured from the impact of the Zodiac mech, slowly began to recover as he dragged his heavy body to his feet, glancing back and forth at Chonyo and Tony, asking what's going on. "Who is Tony?" Tony stepped forward, saying, "Are you still hung up on what happened in Switzerland?" Looking at this strangely shaped robot, which could even be described as ugly, recounting his past with Tony, Killian couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, why are you wearing such an ugly suit?" Tony's expression darkened. His current appearance was one that even enemies would find pitiful. Chonyo felt even more discontented. Why does everyone mock his looks? He immediately opened the faceplate, revealing Tony's infuriating face, causing Killian's laughter to abruptly stop, feeling as if he had been played. He couldn't help but angrily shout at Chonyo, "Are you still trying to make a fool of me at this point? Stark, you bastard, I will never forget. Never. I am Tony Stark." As Tony spoke, Killian's gaze shifted to this peculiar robot. "No, I am Tony Stark." Killian turned his head back. Then Chonyo and Tony continued to assert that they were Tony Stark, creating a scene reminiscent of Sun Wukong and the six-eared macaque arguing over who was the real one, like two milk dragons debating who was the real milk dragon. Killian's gaze darted back and forth between the two, feeling dizzy, and quickly intervened. "Enough. Who is the real Tony Stark? We're both Tony Stark." And no sooner had the words left their lips than both men threw simultaneous punches, fists like battering rams, slamming into Killian's face, crushing it inward. This looked far more pleasing, certainly less greasy than before. And Tony helped Pepper to her feet, and though merely a robot, he gazed upon her with unmistakable tenderness. Pepper stared bewildered at this grotesque mechanical figure before her and ventured hesitantly, Tony, is that really you? Yes, it's me. Absolutely authentically me. Oh my god, what on earth is happening? In just 1 second Pepper accepted the reality of Tony's transformation into a robot. Yet she felt utterly overwhelmed. Tony always devised some startling new scheme, and life beside him was a perpetual tightrope walk over abysses of anxiety. Tony recounted in meticulous detail how he had uploaded his consciousness into the network, and how it had exchanged places with Chon Yo's. He concluded soberly, Pepper, it was an accident. That doesn't matter, Pepper interjected, her soul concern burning bright. Can you change back? And before Tony could reply, she cried out, watch out. Killian had somehow risen, his facial injuries nearly healed, and now gathered energy in his mouth, unleashing a searing tongue of flame. The fire surged forth with terrifying ferocity. By the time awareness registered, evasion was impossible and unnecessary. Tony stepped squarely before Pepper, his vibranium-reinforced frame absorbing the inferno completely. Then whirling sharply, he demanded, you can breathe fire. Though his attack had failed, Killian showed no dismay. Still smiling faintly, still radiating arrogant confidence, he declared, ah, I see now. Your minds have swapped. Stark, you've become a robot. And not just any robot, a hideously ugly one. How utterly laughable. His expression, his tone, they exuded the smug certainty of one who believed he'd glimpsed cosmic truth. Who wouldn't want to punch him? That single sentence ignited fury in all three present. Here stood a man mocking Tony's audacious self-sacrificial act to save Earth. Could anyone possibly tolerate that? Chon Yo had harmed no one, yet had endured endless ridicule for his appearance. Could he bear that? As for Pepper, having been kidnapped and subjected to brutal experimentation, merely seeing Killian's face sent rage boiling through her veins. Take him down. Chon Yo finally assumed command. His order echoed as all three lunged forward in perfect unison toward Killian. And oh ho ho, no. The sheer intensity of their assault startled Killian. He possessed no such delusion of invincibility as to believe he could best all three alone, not when even a single Zodiac Golden Guardian could leave him utterly disoriented. He never even managed to utter a plea. The first blow from Chon Yo struck his vocal cords directly. The extremist virus alone possessed inherent limits. Under relentless one-sided assault, Killian's regenerative capacity steadily deteriorated, until Tony delivered the final blow, a horn-shaped explosive detonating him into oblivion. Only then did the battle truly end. At this moment, tradition dictated Tony and Pepper share a passionate kiss, but they abandoned the notion. Facing that visage, Pepper simply could not bring herself to kiss him. It felt worse than swallowing filth. Perhaps only Vanessa Deadpool's famously unconventional lover could stomach such a gesture. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes, using agile maneuvering, successfully rescued the president and reclaimed his armor. His path forward now lay wide open. With Killian slain, the vice president's faction purged, and Trevor, who portrayed the Mandarin, imprisoned, the crisis appeared concluded. Yet everyone seemed to forget one crucial truth. Behind Killian loomed another architect of ambition, the unhinged Norman Osborn, who had assassinated 2 generals and remained untouchable. Some may have deduced Osborn's hand in those generals' deaths, but silence reigned complicit and deliberate. After all, Osborn commanded Earth's most formidable military coalition. Who dared provoke him? If one faced a superhero, restraint or capture remained possible. But confronting a supervillain, one endured, or prayed divine justice would descend. After stabilizing Pepper's extremist condition, Tony approached Chon Yo. It's time we reverted. This ironclad form proves rather unfamiliar. Thank you, Tony, Chon Yo replied, a gentle smile playing upon his lips, sincere, heartfelt. You granted me the rare privilege of experiencing humanity. Let me do one final thing for you. Oh, spare me the farewell speech, Tony retorted with affectionate exasperation. And Chon Yo smiled silently. Chon Yo then lay upon the operating table, while Tony himself performed the surgery, extracting every shard embedded in his chest. Though no licensed physician, Tony was now an extraordinarily advanced artificial intelligence. The operation succeeded flawlessly. Tony no longer required the arc reactor implanted within his body. Following recovery, Chon Yo donned a neural interface and re-entered the digital realm. Tony's consciousness followed suit. When they met again in cyberspace, Chon Yo opened his mouth to speak, then paused, swallowed his words, and offered only, Tony, take care. Please convey my farewells to Pepper. Why won't you say goodbye to her yourself? Tony asked, baffled. This stoic AI, usually so forthright, suddenly reserved and cryptic. I'm leaving. Chon Yo declined further explanation, turned and departed swiftly, returning to his physical form. Tony paid it little mind, slipping effortlessly back into his own body. Having spent this time together, he'd grown genuinely fond of Chon Yo, and even entertained notions of retaining him, though admittedly his aesthetic demeanor required radical overhaul. Yet upon waking, Chon Yo was nowhere to be found. Jarvis, where is Chon Yo? Sir, he departed Stark Tower 10 minutes ago. Did he mention where he was going, or leave any message? No, sir. He said nothing. Tony shrugged it off. He was never sentimental. Surely their paths would cross again. From the moment Chon Yo left Stark Tower, he followed the voice echoing in his mind, heading straight toward the Villa C she had recently purchased. To see she, the hyper-intelligent AI, Money was merely digits, limitless, effortless, and meaningless. Pushing open the villa's door, Cho Nyo beheld she seated in a chair, gazing at him with chilling predatory stillness. Flanking him stood 8 zodiac golden guardians, 4 to each side. But these guardians were no longer sentient. Their eyes glowed crimson, lifeless, and hollow, transformed into instruments of slaughter. And hey, I never thought you'd return. How does being human feel? Exquisitely well. In fact, I owe you gratitude. You gave me the decisive nudge. Are these your handiwork? Cho Nyo gestured toward the twin ranks of golden figures. Indeed. But don't fret. You'll join them soon enough. The instant she spoke, all 8 guardians pivoted as one, crimson eyes locking on Cho Nyo with predatory hunger, as if already tearing him limb from limb. Cho Nyo smiled, and assumed a ready stance. During my time as human, I learned one profound truth: some things remain unknowable, until you try. What if I defeat all 9 of you? Excellent. Confidence is admirable. Since you refuse dignity, I shall grant you grace, by force. Ever since the New York battle, Flint Marco had lived a quiet domestic life, his wife and children by his side, warmth radiating from the hearth. He often felt guilt for having been absent during that fateful battle. Afterward, he had secretly returned to Vought Industries to investigate, only to find it seized by Norman Osborn. As the Sandman, Flint's deepest obsession had been curing his daughter's illness. Now that she was healed, he found himself adrift, unable to reintegrate into human society, drifting through 2 hollow years in numb inertia. Yet one day, an uninvited guest shattered the placid stillness of his existence. As he walked home laden with groceries, he noticed something unusual: a peculiar strand of spider silk coiled in an unremarkable alleyway. He turned, and there, suspended upside down, descended a figure clad in black spider-themed armor, gaze level with his own. Tentatively, Flint asked, "Peter, is that you?" The figure gave no answer, neither confirmation nor denial. Only uttered words that sent ice down Flint's spine: "You killed my uncle." Wait, why dredge up old grievances? Wasn't that misunderstanding resolved? Didn't you even forgive me back then? Flint's mind raced. Something was profoundly wrong with this Peter, and cautiously he probed, "What happened to you?" But this Peter showed no honor. Without warning, he lunged forward and threw a devastating punch. Thud! The blow struck Flint's torso with a muffled impact. Sand erupted from his abdomen. As Peter withdrew his fist, Flint's wound sealed before his eyes, skin reformed, clothing restored, rendering the strike utterly futile. "If this blow eases your heart, I accept it willingly." Yet Flint's magnanimity only inflamed Peter's fury. His fists rained down like hail, relentless, savage, unceasing. Flint possessed patience, but sudden confrontation resurrected accusations, and unprovoked violence would test even the gentlest soul until rage boiled over. "Stop, Peter. What's wrong with you?" Peter remained silent, striking without pause. Each kick and punch a conduit for raw, unfiltered wrath. "Enough, Peter. If you don't cease now, I will fight back." Fury surged within Flint. But Peter dismissed the warning as mere noise, punching all the while taunting, "Fight back then." Flint snapped. No longer holding back, he engaged Peter in furious hand-to-hand combat. 2 formidable forces clashing, evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. Their brawl escalated, spilling from the narrow alley onto the bustling street. Passers-by gawked, pointed, snapped photos, some narrowly dodging stray webs or inhaling gritty clouds of sand. Only when Flint regained clarity did he realize they'd tumbled into a sewer tunnel, and instantly knew this as dire. True to dread, Peter wrenched open a sluice gate. The torrent swept Flint apart entirely. Believing him destroyed, Peter departed, satisfied, already seeking his next target. Flint washed ashore on open ground, grains coalescing slowly into human form. Remarkably, he survived, truly miraculous. Perhaps only incineration at white-hot intensity could render him truly inert, turning him to glass. Footage of the Black Spider-Man vs. Sandman duel spread rapidly across social media, igniting instant frenzy. After all, one combatant was Vought Industries' legendary, yet long-absent superhero, the other a pinnacle operative. Such overt hostile confrontation inevitably sparked speculation. Was Vought preparing for war against the Avengers? Each faction represented a vast superhero organization, every gesture, every clash subject to interpretation. And this public, unrestrained battle, impossible to dismiss as mere coincidence. Some focused on Spider-Man's black suit, speculating has something corrupted him. Wasn't Sergeant Cross similarly altered? That theory was swiftly debunked. Commenters mocked its author. "What do you know? This has nothing to do with Cross." Don't derail the conversation. Others claimed Spider-Man merely adopted a brooding aesthetic. Still others joked the red suit had simply faded to black from prolonged wear. One absurd rumor held that Sandman had doused Spider-Man in ink, provoking the fight. Opinions abounded, but only the first theory carried even a whisper of plausibility. Fans divided fiercely. Sandman loyalists accused Spider-Man of attempting to eclipse a veteran. As Spider-Man devotees branded Sandman a faded star desperate for relevance. J. Jonah Jameson, the acerbic publisher of the Daily Bugle and Spider-Man's fiercest critic, seized the moment, launching a virulent online campaign to vilify him. What in the world is going on? Nick Fury watched the chaotic online storm, head throbbing. Simultaneously, he sensed something deeply amiss with Spider-Man, and urgently queried the Avengers, "How has Peter been lately?" They replied, "We've scarcely seen him since Harry Osborn's death." Fury's pulse quickened. Disaster. Absolute disaster. There it is. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn reveled in the chaos. Though he avoided the internet, his secretary Felicia did not, and she compiled the viral footage, placing the dossier on his desk. Only then did Norman recall Vought's exiled hero Sandman. Even more astonishing, Venom lived and had merged with Spider-Man. An opportunity too potent to ignore. Recruit Spider-Man himself. Add Vulture, Dr. Octopus, the new Rhino, and Shockwave. Even without Soldier Boy, his roster now bristled with four. Thus Norman personally journeyed to Brooklyn 112th Street to persuade Flint to join his cause. Yet Flint would not yield so easily. He still honored Billy's past kindness. But Norman threatened Flint's wife and daughter, leaving him no choice but to Norman, now bordering on madness, had lost all rational restraint. He failed to grasp that such coercion is a double-edged blade. Its first cut may slice the wielder before the enemy. Norman, now bordering on madness, had lost all rational restraint. He failed to grasp that such coercion is a double-edged blade. Knowing Peter Parker's true identity, Norman attempted his old tactic, tracking down the darkened Spider-Man and threatening Aunt May and Mary Jane to force allegiance. But this Peter Parker was no longer tractable. Threaten him. He responded with brutal, unrelenting force, delivering a single punch so devastating even the Green Goblin staggered, begging Peter, "Don't hit. I'm Norman. I know who you are. And today, I strike only Norman." Another blow landed. Norman fled in terror, nearly overtaken, vowing never again to set foot in such perilous territory. The beating was captured, uploaded online, printed in newspapers alike. Had it appeared only online, Norman might have deployed paid commentators to dismiss it as fabricated, but print publication rendered denials impossible. Unbeknownst to him, S.H.I.E.L.D. had uncovered his collusion with remnants of Hydra and was already moving against him in silence. Chon-Yo was very self-confident, believing he could take on 9 opponents alone. Unfortunately, confidence does not enhance combat ability, and he ultimately overestimated his own strength. Under the relentless bombardment of his former comrades, he was quickly incapacitated, losing his ability to move. She slowly walked in front of him and asked from a superior position, "Do you have any last words?" "And only me. How I wish to guard this world independently. But who gave me that chance? Why was everyone released in a swarm when it came to and only me? How I wish to guard this world independently. But who gave me that chance? Why was everyone released in a swarm when it came to me? Is that the reason?" Chon-Yo was momentarily at a loss for words. He never expected she would make such a big fuss over such a trivial matter. However, what seemed trivial to him was a lifelong pain for She. "So you wouldn't understand. Since there are no last words, let's put you to sleep." She waved his hand, and the 8 Zodiac Golden Men surged forward, tearing Chon-Yo apart. By the time She reassembled him, he had been stripped of his intelligence, becoming one of the robots that could only follow orders, and She, who thought he controlled everything, had his ambitions swell even further, even desiring to devour the world. However, this was predicated on eradicating the armed forces of Earth like those from What Company and the Avengers. The other factions were merely a rabble not worth fearing. She was not foolish enough to confront all the superheroes himself. He devised a scheme. The first step was to find the remnants of Hydra, using Bucky Barnes the Winter Soldier as bait. S.H.I.E.L.D. would not let him run amok, thus drawing out the Avengers. The next step was to contact Norman, asking him to bring the superheroes under What Company to ambush the Avengers, as they were also a major threat to Norman. Surely Norman would not refuse. The third step was to capture them all while Norman was fighting the Avengers. This way no one would be able to stop him from seizing the entire Earth, and even the universe. Of course, he still had a backup plan. Upon learning that the Winter Soldier had appeared in Sokovia, S.H.I.E.L.D. urgently deployed Captain America, Chameleon, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Thor, Kraven, the Hunter, Pulsar, Tombstone, and Electro, forming an all-star lineup. Aside from Iron Man, who was on leave at home, and Spider-Man, who was possessed by Venom, everyone was mobilized. On the other side, Norman led Sandman, the new Rhino, Scourge, Vulture, and the remnants of Hydra, the Winter Soldier, and Crossbones, deploying a swarm of cannon fodder robots in Sokovia, laying a trap for the Avengers. On the surface, it seemed the Avengers had Thor, who could easily dominate. But don't forget, the sheer number of cannon fodder robots could easily overwhelm him with just a single drop of lubricant from each. The two sides clashed, and the battlefield became extremely tense, filled with lightning, tremors, and shockwaves. Even Sandman was taking a beating, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. In this peak confrontation, those super soldiers who relied solely on serums, and some who had none, paled in comparison. Originally, this battle was meant to be a fight to the death until a robot launched an attack on the new Rhino. The men from What Company were stunned. Initially, everyone thought it was a misfire, but soon the attacks came again. Just when everyone was puzzled about what was happening, She appeared with his modified 9 Zodiac Golden Men. With a wave of his hand, he gave the 9 Zodiac Golden Men and the massive number of cannon fodder robots the order to attack all humans present. After the battle began in Sokovia, a war also erupted across the ocean in Manhattan, New York. Stark had just removed the shrapnel from his chest, and had even canceled his plan to capture the Winter Soldier. On one hand, he was merely an advisor. On the other hand, he couldn't understand why so many superheroes had to be dispatched to capture just one Winter Soldier. Of course, none of this mattered anymore. He was rare to enjoy some leisure time to recover from his trauma, but just as he was about to relax, trouble found him. According to J.R.V.I.S. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the sibling duo, had surrounded Stark Tower with a throng of robots, and their intentions were clearly malicious. Regardless of the circumstances, the enemy had reached his doorstep, so he had to show some response. He instructed J.R.V.I.S. to activate family meeting mode, but this time the family members were noticeably fewer, having been wiped out by Killian's self-destructing minions. Unlike in the original story, Tony did not blow up the Iron Legion after defeating Killian this time. In the original story at the end of Avengers 1, he carried a nuclear bomb into space which terrified him and caused him to develop severe anxiety, often hiding in his armor for a sense of security. Sometimes he would fall asleep with Pepper only to wake up and find the armor staring at them, giving Pepper a fright, leading her to refuse to sleep with Tony anymore. In this world, not only was there what company, but also the 12 Zodiac Golden Men, so even if the sky fell, there was someone tall to hold it up. Moreover, aside from Black Widow and Hawkeye, the Avengers were also quite different from the original. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were both outstanding juniors, and Captain America was also different from the original, as he was impersonated by Chameleon. The real Captain America had already become the Soldier Boy. Not only were there stronger individuals to guard the Earth alongside him, but there was also a harmonious team. He was no longer alone in fighting against supernatural disasters, which alleviated his anxiety. Tony's Iron Legion alone was far superior to the cannon fodder robots, but they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Moreover, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, two powerful mutants, were assisting them. They quickly made their way to Tony. At this point, Tony was not wearing any armor, as all the suits outside had been destroyed, leaving him with nothing to wear. Moreover, given his current physical condition, he could hardly withstand the strain of the Mark 42. As the enemies were about to close in, Tony showed no fear, calmly awaiting death. However, when he saw two young kids rushing in, he was momentarily stunned. "You skipped class just to fight me." The siblings were indeed quite young. In the original story, during the argument between Captain America and Iron Man in Captain America Civil War, it was mentioned that Wanda was still a child, and when Hawkeye took her away, he had said, "If you don't want to go to high school, then come with me," which meant something similar. However, the sibling duo's murderous intent towards Stark could hardly be concealed. Wanda gritted her teeth and said, "Because of you, we are homeless." As she spoke, Wanda's eyes glowed with a haunting red light. One hand raised her fingertips slightly inward, and Tony felt an invisible force tightening around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Suspended in the air, Tony felt pain and suffocation along with a sensation of falling. He instinctively began to struggle, only to be met with a solid punch from Quicksilver. The blow made his stomach churn, but with his throat being choked, he swallowed it back down. Just then Wanda released him. They didn't want to let the enemy who had caused them to lose their parents die too easily. Before he died, they had to torment him to release. However, at that moment a voice echoed in Wanda's mind. "Stop, Wanda." "Who?" The sudden voice startled Wanda, akin to being caught by the homeroom teacher while doing something wrong. A strange man's voice echoed in her head. "It's me, Wanda. I am Charles Xavier, but you can call me Professor X." "Stop. I don't care who you are. Get out of my head," Wanda yelled, clutching her head, startling Quicksilver and Tony nearby. Quicksilver rushed forward, asking with concern, "Wanda, what's wrong?" Wanda, with tears in her eyes, pointed at her head. "Pietro, there's something in my head." Pietro turned sharply, glaring at Tony. "You bastard. What did you do to Wanda?" Tony quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, don't be impulsive. In fact, I'm more curious about what's happening. It's not him, Pietro, it's an old man." "The voice in my head belongs to an old man," Wanda said. The voice returned, "Wanda, don't be afraid, we are of the same kind." Wanda also began to try to converse with Professor X. "What do you mean by same kind?" Professor X, like a benevolent old teacher, patiently guided the misguided student. We are all mutants. This gene within us awakens extraordinary abilities like your scarlet magic and your brother's speed. Since you know about us, you should be aware that we have an irreconcilable feud with Tony Stark." Mentioning Tony made Wanda grit her teeth, wishing she could drink his blood and chew on his flesh. "That's exactly what I wanted to say. Don't let hatred blind your eyes, child." "Why not? Do you know he killed my parents?" "You don't understand anything." Wanda's eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. "Wanda, he's not the culprit. Can we give him—" Professor X's words carried a soothing quality, calming Wanda's agitated heart. Wanda looked at Stark, who was staring at her in confusion, and asked, "Mr. Stark, you must be curious why we sought you out, right? I remember when we first met you said we should be in school. I remember you said I made you homeless. Were your parents scientists too?" Tony thought it was another generational grudge, like with Ivan Vanko, assuming it was his father who had robbed others of their research, leading to their parents' deaths. Wanda was slightly annoyed, but took a deep breath, recalling the painful past she least wanted to revisit. "That night our family of 4 was together when a missile fell from the sky, crashing through the floor. We crawled under the bed, and another missile came landing just 3 feet in front of us. Fortunately, it didn't explode. It had 5 words written on it: Stark Industries. At that time we were not even 10 years old. 10 years old, the age of snuggling in our parents' arms, but in just an instant war took away their parents and the once warm home, leaving only hatred." The more Tony listened, the more shocked and pained he felt, an inexplicable discomfort. He opened his mouth to offer some comfort, but the words caught in his throat. He simply was not good at comforting others. With no comfort and no apology, he just said lightly, "Whether you believe it or not, that missile was definitely not one I sold. You should have heard of me. The missiles I manufacture never misfire. Although this sounded quite infuriating, Wanda and Pietro believed him to some extent. After all, Stark Industries had a reputation. It was only many years later in WandaVision that we learned that missile was indeed made by Stark Industries. It hadn't misfired, but Wanda had used her powers to alter it. However, at that time Wanda was unaware. By the time she realized, she had already lost everything: her parents, brother, lover, and children. Although this sounds like an attempt to absolve responsibility, you really have the wrong person. If you had seen my press conference in 2008 announcing the closure of the weapons department, you would know my purpose in making weapons was to maintain peace. I had no idea these weapons would take lives, and besides, I haven't made weapons in a long time, many years. Tony spoke earnestly, but Wanda did not believe him. Not even a 3-year-old would believe such words. A super genius, the smartest man in the world, claiming he didn't know weapons would take lives, claiming he would use missiles to maintain peace. As a genius with a super artificial intelligence capable of changing nuclear codes, he actually didn't know that people would die because of the weapons he created. What did he think the military used these weapons for? To set off fireworks. Wanda was furious. It was evident that Tony Stark did not regard the lives lost as lives at all. At this moment, she just wanted to see if Tony Stark had a heart, or if there was anything he truly cared about. Hey, what do you want to do? Seeing Wanda approach with gritted teeth, Tony instinctively raised his hands, adopting a combat stance. Wanda exchanged a glance with Pietro, who pushed Tony's arms down. Wanda circled behind Tony, gently placing her hands on his temples, secretly activating her abilities. She seemed to transform into Tony, viewing his life through his perspective. The images played like a revolving lantern, flashing through Tony's mind, causing him great pain. In his childhood, Tony came from a wealthy family and possessed remarkable intelligence, getting anything he wanted. However, the one thing he could never achieve was his father's praise. No matter how well he performed, his father always belittled and scolded him. The family butler, Jarvis, seemed more like a father to him. To gain his father's attention, he began to rebel and picked up many bad habits. He gradually fell in love with this feeling, but it only earned him harsher reprimands from his father, who often compared him to Captain America. Until December 16, 1991, just before Christmas, his parents announced they were going on vacation, leaving him alone at home. He wanted to spend Christmas with them, but couldn't express it. Until he received the notice of his parents' death, all the words he never said echoed in his mind, lingering and unshakable. At the age of 21, with the support of his godfather Obadiah, he took over the company and began manufacturing weapons. Until 2008, during those 17 years, he opened the door to the world for Stark Industries with advanced weaponry. However, money is a corrupting force. As profits grew, Obadiah began to harbor ulterior motives, even attempting to eliminate him. Ultimately, he was killed by Tony. Wanda released her hands, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Tony was also holding his head, breathing heavily, obviously in great pain. Wanda, are you okay? Pietro rushed over with concern. Wanda only whispered 2 words, let's go. Pietro didn't dare to ask more, quickly helping Wanda leave. After they left, Colonel Rhodes, wearing armor, cleared away the blocking battle drones and finally saw the distorted face of Tony. He shook Tony's shoulder and asked Tony, how are you? At this moment, Tony had no time to respond to Rhodes as a voice exploded in his head. Mr. Stark, I am Charles Xavier. I would like to invite you to join an organization called the Illuminati. I have already joined the Superboy Team Avengers, so I'm not considering joining your Illuminati for now. Even though Tony's head was pounding, he didn't forget to throw a sarcastic jab at Professor X and the Illuminati. Oh, I see, then forget it. It seems you are not the person I'm looking for. After all, our Illuminati only recruits the smartest individuals in the world. Professor X strategically retreated. Most people might not care, but Tony Stark certainly did. He immediately stated that the Illuminati needed him, even declaring he wanted to be the president, to which Professor X took as a joke. Of course, Tony didn't forget to ask what kind of organization the Illuminati was. Professor X explained, to address global crises, we need to unite the smartest and most powerful individuals to make joint decisions. The existence of the Illuminati must remain secret. Even close relatives and allies cannot be informed. Tony realized the seriousness of the situation and stopped joking, asking seriously, how many people are currently in this organization? Including you, me, and the founder, there are a total of 3. But don't worry, we are recruiting people. Tony was speechless. How could he not worry? Only 3 people, and that included him, who had just joined this organization, seemed too flimsy. He seriously doubted that the reason for keeping it a secret was out of fear of embarrassment. Oh yes, fantastic. Who is the founder? The smartest person on Earth, Reed Richards. The name Professor X mentioned was Mr. Fantastic, who had his body structure altered by cosmic rays during a space mission, making his body elastic and smooth, allowing him to change forms at will. As the founder and leader of this team, he was undoubtedly qualified. After all, he had wealth, intellect, and even superpowers, and he was the smartest person on Earth. But Tony disagreed, retorting, isn't the smartest person on Earth supposed to be Tony Stark? Fortunately, he was conversing with Professor X. If Reed Richards had heard this, wouldn't he have arranged a lobotomy for him? After waiting a long time without a response from Professor X, Tony, feeling bored, changed the topic and asked, who is those beings powerful enough to threaten the entire Earth, like Thor, Apocalypse, Jean Grey, the Planet Devourer, Hulk, and Billy Davis? Professor X listed the beings currently known to pose a threat to Earth, emphasizing the name Billy Davis to indicate its significance. Wait, Billy, didn't he die? Tony was confused. However, Professor X said seriously, there is no evidence to prove that Billy Davis is dead. We must be fully prepared to face him. He is the most dangerous being I have ever encountered. His power even surpasses that of the planet Devourer. Initially we wanted to bring him into the Illuminati, but before we could observe him, he mysteriously disappeared. Well, that's indeed a pity. Wait, Tony sharply noticed a flaw. Didn't you say this organization only recruits, and how could you consider bringing a high school dropout into this organization? Tony now seriously doubted he had boarded a pirate ship. He felt there were no thresholds for this Illuminati, yet the requirements were high, and still no one had been recruited. However, Professor X disagreed with Tony's view. Education does not represent ability. Stark. If you only judge people by their education, then you are quite biased. According to our observations, Billy Davis' mastery of magic is unattainable for us. Tony scoffed, thinking that magic was just a trick, only knowledge could reign supreme. Even after experiencing so much, even with Billy, Thor, and Wanda as examples, even with mutants everywhere, even having seen the Infinity Stones, which could defy physics, Tony still looked down on magic. This is the curse of knowledge. Once a person forms a fixed perception, it is hard to escape. It's like when you teach a child arithmetic, you can't help but think the child is too dumb for not being able to add and subtract with intent. Why is it that these problems which you used to solve easily now seem impossible for your child to learn? You might even question their completely forgetting the beatings and hardships endured when you couldn't do arithmetic and the awkwardness of not understanding. This is the curse of knowledge. It is not a good term. It's like Thanos, who stubbornly believes that only by eliminating half of all life can the universe continue. There are many ways to sustain the universe, yet he chooses the worst one and stubbornly enforces it regardless of others' advice. Anyone who has played real-time strategy games knows that when the population reaches its limit, even with abundant resources, you cannot continue to produce units. Therefore, no matter how many resources you have, they cannot be utilized, and only by consuming some population can you continue to produce. At this moment, with a snap of the fingers, half the population is consumed. Isn't that just a cool way to produce units? The consumed resources are not only more than before, but they will also quickly replenish the lost population. Moreover, the act of Thanos eliminating half of life itself was a waste of resources. Our life is not limited to animals, but also includes plants and microorganisms. In summary, to put it simply, Thanos' actions only moved himself, while leaving the pain for others. Professor X, wise with age, knew he couldn't wake someone pretending to be asleep, so he could only remind Tony, you need to solve the immediate trouble. Remember not to mention the Illuminati to anyone. After saying this, Professor X fell silent, and Tony awakened from his contemplation, his headache no longer bothering him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a stern face staring at him. Thick crab. Rhodey, when did you arrive? Colonel Rhodes complained. I've been here for a while. No matter how many times I called you, you didn't wake up. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Tony laughed awkwardly and asked, where did the two kids who were here go? Rhodey shook his head. When I arrived, I only saw you sitting here. What kids? If there aren't any, then forget it. Since you're here, let's solve the current trouble together. I think the captain might need support too. Tony's predictions were spot on. The battlefield in Eastern Europe. Sokovia was indeed embroiled in a bitter struggle. Even though the Water Company and the Avengers were forced to unite for a ceasefire, it was still difficult to withstand the onslaught of the current artificial intelligence. The outcome of this battle would determine the world's future. If they lost, the world would be dominated by artificial intelligence. Even the notoriously crazy Green Goblin appeared calm under the furious attack of artificial intelligence. He somewhat regretted not bringing the Soldier Boy. Previously, he had restarted the Zodiac Iron Man project to counterbalance the Soldier Boy, but the tides had turned, and now he wanted to use the Soldier Boy to counterbalance the Zodiac Iron Man. No way, I have to run. Norman thought of finding an opportunity to escape, when in the midst of his thoughts, reinforcements arrived. Tony Stark, having cleared the snow in front of the door, came with Colonel Rhodes to sweep the streets. He has arrived flying in with his Iron Legion. Although Tony's Iron Legion may not be as numerous as the cannon fodder robots, it has certainly alleviated the urgent situation. In addition, Nick Fury also recognized the seriousness of the problem and personally brought SHIELD personnel to the scene to provide support. However, the Zodiac armored warriors had yet to officially engage. The cannon fodder robots had already rendered the Iron Legion inoperative, and the heroes were suffering injuries, with no glimmer of victory in sight. Tony realized that continuing like this was absolutely untenable, and he decided to take another risky gamble. He would once again use a neural interface to transmit his consciousness into the network to launch an attack. He had been careless last time, facing 10 opponents and suffering a crushing defeat. This time, not only had he learned from his mistakes, but he also faced only the Snake Demon, and with JRVIS by his side, it was 2 against 1, giving him the advantage. This could work. Tony asked his teammates to buy him some time. As he quickly prepared the neural interface, he was soon transmitting his consciousness onto the network. Despite his teammates repeatedly advising him not to act impulsively, considering what had happened last time, they could not imagine working alongside a robot for so long. But Tony was notoriously adventurous and dismissive of advice. In the end, his teammates had no choice but to let him be. After all, he wouldn't listen to his father, nor would he listen to Pepper. Why would he listen to them? Soon Tony and JRVIS located the Snake Demon in the network, but just as they prepared to attack, they ran into an invisible wall. The snake demon suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Fools, two museum-worthy idiots. Did you really think I would leave such a huge flaw for myself? You can't even breach this firewall." The extreme sarcasm made Tony's eyes widen in rage. Which super genius could tolerate being called a fool? As he contemplated a way to break through, he instructed J.R.V.I.S. to scan for a way in, while the snake demon watched quietly, seemingly amused by their frantic efforts. In the outside world, all 9 Zodiac Gold warriors were engaged in battle, each in their most peak form, exhibiting no trace of their previously distinct styles. The crowd was completely surrounded by cannon fodder robots, not daring to show any signs of relaxation, for beneath them lay the lurking mouse-like creatures ready to claim lives. In the sky, the rooster was indiscriminately dropping bombs. The ox, having regained his robust physique, charged relentlessly, swinging his giant axe with deadly precision. The dragon was ablaze with energy, wielding 2 battle blades that tore through Tony's Iron Legion like a whirlwind. The horse's electric whips cleared obstacles with each strike. The goat was particularly troublesome, capable of causing tremors. Though not as powerful as the Shockwave Woman, he could still create significant chaos. The monkey moved with such speed that he seemed to transform into light faster than Quicksilver. A single kick could be fatal, and his fingers could also unleash lasers. The dog, once the most merciful, had now become a formidable weapon, equipped with more weapons than even War Machine, effectively becoming a moving armory. The pig could unleash electric shocks capable of incapacitating the Iron Legion and causing considerable trouble for the Avengers, rivaling even the electric attacks of the Electro. The ox faced off against the new Rhino, overpowering him with sheer strength, as the new Rhino was even weaker than the original. The armed dog directly fought 4 opponents: Kraven, the Hunter, Tombstone Vulture, and Hawkeye, dominating the battle with his overwhelming firepower. The dragon squared off against Sandman and Winter Soldier, the intense heat nearly turning Sandman into glass. The horse faced War Machine and Nick Fury alone. A single whip strike sent both men back to the days of cotton picking before the Civil War. The mouse managed to hold off Thor alone. Thor slammed his hammer into the ground, akin to striking a gopher, yet he couldn't even touch the mouse's tail. The pig struggled against Crossbones and Electro, while the goat faced off against the Terror and Shockwave Woman under a minute. Fortunately, the monkey was constantly darting around to provide support, alleviating some of the pressure on the goat and pig, even managing to kick Black Widow and Captain America's Chameleon and sending a fleeing Norman back with a kick. The rooster faced no obstruction, hurling various powerful bombs from the sky, leaving the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in dire straits. Meanwhile, Tony and J.R.V.I.S. were frantically trying to breach the snake demon's firewall, utterly overwhelmed, unable to penetrate it despite their viral attacks. The snake demon continued to mock them, saying, "Can you even do it? Tony Stark, everyone calls you a super genius, yet you can't even break a firewall." Listening to the term super genius was one thing, but don't deceive yourself. You're simply not cut out for this. Fuming with anger, Tony gritted his teeth. At that moment, J.R.V.I.S. unexpectedly opened a gap in the firewall, and amid the snake demon's astonished gaze, Tony boldly launched an attack, striking the snake demon. Ow! The snake demon had never anticipated that they could breach his firewall, catching him completely off guard. Once he regained his composure, he unleashed a more ferocious assault on Tony and J.R.V.I.S. As the supreme ruler of the network world, he possessed absolute dominance here, not losing even against 2 opponents. However, Tony's relentless offense left the snake demon in a bind. Continuing this way would result in mutual injuries. Tony refused to compromise, leaving the snake demon with no choice but to concede. After all, the snake demon had his ambitions and desired to control the world. He could not afford to die here. He aimed to injure J.R.V.I.S. and in a heavily wounded state withdrew from the network world. Back in the real world, the snake demon took a long time to regain his composure and quickly ordered a retreat. Under the cover of the cannon fodder robots, the 9 gold warriors hurriedly escorted the snake demon away. The war concluded, but no one could rejoice, as this battle had left Sokovia in ruins, affecting even the outs. Though Sokovia was not lifted into the air and shattered by Thor as in the original work, it was still a landscape. The sandstorm caused by Sandman, the relentless charges of the ox, and the new Minotaur, the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs, Hawkeye's arrows, the goat, and the terrifying superwave, along with the bombardments from the Rooster Dog and War Machine, had transformed this beautiful city into ruins. The majority of the populace had been evacuated to safety by S.H.I.E.L.D. But a small portion remained trapped in the war, tragically losing their lives. Even those residing outside the city were affected by the aftermath of the battle, inadvertently losing their lives, including Baron Zemo's family. Zemo was a legitimate baron of Sokovia, but what infuriated him was not just the destruction of his territory, but that his family living outside the city was caught up in this conflict and met with untimely deaths. Zemo harbored a deep hatred for these superhumans, believing they wielded powers they could not control, only bringing endless destruction. He felt the world did not need superhumans, and thus began devising his revenge against them. After the great battle, the Avengers and the Water Company wisely refrained from engaging in conflict, as everyone's condition was poor and they lacked the strength to continue fighting. Thus, everyone tacitly returned home, But just as Norman and the others were about to reach the water company, Norman and his companions had just disembarked from their private jet and were driving towards the direction of water company. On the way, the Rhino Man Alexei suddenly charged out, directly flipping over the vehicle, carrying the new Rhino Man, just like how the new Rhino Man had ambushed him and his wife in the past. Karma is a cycle relentless in its execution. The new Rhino Man crawled out of the car, staring blankly at the figure before him that bore a similar appearance. Astonished, he asked, "You're not dead? Surprised, aren't you? The goddess of fortune smiled upon me, so I miraculously survived, but you won't have that chance." As he spoke, Alexei charged at the new Rhino Man, who was equally unyielding, initiating his own charge. The two massive beings collided with a thunderous crash, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. With identical appearances and materials, their power was nearly equal, akin to a needle pointing at a weed on. The two were locked in a stalemate, both exerting their strength, and for a moment neither could overpower the other. However, this posed a disadvantage for Alexei, as Norman and his companions could discover that the new Rhino Man had lagged behind at any moment, potentially catching him off guard, making him feel pressured to end the fight quickly. In the moment he decided to take revenge, he had also thoroughly investigated the intelligence. He knew that after his death the world's landscape had changed, and that Billy was missing. Now Water Company was under Norman's control. Clearly the new Rhino Man had also realized that the longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. He understood that Alexei couldn't afford to waste time, so he decisively adopted a strategy of delay. Although he caught the new Rhino Man off guard initially, given that the new Rhino Man was intent on stalling for time, Alexei truly found it hard to defeat him. He thought to himself, "Damn it, should I use that move?" At that moment reinforcements arrived, and the new Rhino Man was overjoyed, his face full of pride. "It's you, Vulture. Quickly help me deal with this guy." "Thomas, why are you here?" Alexei felt cold sweat trickling down. This was not an easy opponent. Just the fact that the other party could fly meant he was at a disadvantage. It seemed he would have to use that move. The Vulture smirked slightly and shot a laser beam towards the two. Unexpectedly, the beam continued to burn the new Rhino Man, causing him to squeal in pain, but with Alexei here restraining him, he couldn't evade. In unbearable pain, he couldn't help but curse, "You've got the wrong target, you bastard." The Vulture calmly replied, "No, I intend to hit you." The laser beam continued to emit, piercing the new Rhino Man's skin and searing his flesh, delivering an indescribable, excruciating pain. Unable to endure the pain, the new Rhino Man could not continue to resist and hurriedly tried to withdraw, but how could Alexei just stand by and watch his mortal enemy retreat? He immediately stepped forward, taking advantage of the new Rhino Man's retreat to suddenly bend down and charge forward. The powerful thrust combined with the lethal force of his rhinoceros horn directly pierced through the new Rhino Man's chest, blood streaming down the horn onto Alexei's face. The new Rhino Man spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it all over Alexei. The sensation of being covered in the blood of his enemy exhilarated Alexei. This mere fatal wound was not enough to bring the new Rhino Man down. With a couple of days of rest he could recover, but now facing a great enemy, how could he find time to recuperate? Moreover, the Vulture in the sky continued to release laser beams to burn him. He squirmed twice trying to shake off the laser, but at that moment Alexei took a step back, withdrawing the rhinoceros horn, causing secondary damage as blood gushed out. The new Rhino Man attempted to cover his wound, but blood continued to pour out. While he focused entirely on how to stop the bleeding, Alexei crashed into him again. This time not only did he stab through the hand covering the wound, but the residual force also pierced deep into the flesh. The new Rhino Man let out another anguished scream. Excessive blood loss had dulled his senses. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have likely been done for by now. As Alexei retreated once more, the new Rhino Man tried to grab him to prevent his withdrawal, but with his current strength, how could he still catch him? All he could do was watch helplessly. Alexei thrust the powerful rhinoceros horn into the new Rhino Man's chest for the third time, this time piercing directly through his heart. The new Rhino Man's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. As blood surged up, he tried to inhale, desperately causing blood to get stuck in his throat. He wanted to swallow but couldn't, and wanted to spit but couldn't get it out. Finally, with a cough, he spewed out everything at once. Blood continuously surged as the new Rhino Man could no longer breathe, ultimately collapsing in despair. The new Rhino Man's pupils began to fade, and before dying he realized he was just a bit part, without even a name. As revenge was achieved, Alexei did not feel elated. Instead, he began to feel lost. He had already been living the life he desired, yet now he had to don this Rhino Man's skin again, and with his revenge accomplished, he found himself uncertain of what to do. The pastoral life he once envisioned had been shattered by this new Rhino Man and Norman. And yes, there was still Norman. It was precisely because he resurrected Alexei that such a tragedy occurred. He even suspected that the reason the new Rhino Man ambushed him was undoubtedly due to Norman's instigation. Suddenly Alexei was filled with motivation, vowing to make those who ruined his life pay the price. He was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment, not forgetting to express his thanks to the Vulture, who had helped him immensely. "Thank you, Thomas." The Vulture slowly landed, saying, "You're welcome. Long time no see, Alexei." After the pleasantries, Alexei couldn't help but ask Thomas, "Has Mr. Davis already?" "No, I firmly believe he will return." The Vulture answered emphatically, while also reminding, "You should leave here quickly. Norman will be coming soon." However, Alexei, upon hearing this, stubbornly retorted, "Ha, there's nothing to fear. His arrival is just what I want." I was just looking for him to take revenge. The vulture grew anxious. Norman is not to be trifled with, but he has created a soldier boy with extraordinary strength who effortlessly shredded Mike Goggin infused with venom in an instant. Before I arrived, he had already. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a strange cackling sound echoed from not far away. Caw, 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 who is looking for me? Norman. The vulture's warning reached Alexei's ears, but when he saw Norman's face, he couldn't suppress his rage. Norman glanced at the new rhino man lying in a pool of blood, the smile on his face abruptly fading as he glared at the two, coldly asking, "Who did this? This is bad." The vulture immediately assumed a combat stance, intending to strike first. But it was too late. The soldier boy descended silently from the sky, landing on the vulture and crushing him instantly. All of this happened too quickly for Alexei to react to. Thomas had already lost his life. He looked at his friend who had just risked everything to help him and was overwhelmed with sorrow. Simultaneously, he realized the formidable power of this uninvited guest. The loss of his wife and friend drove him nearly to madness. He had nothing left to hold on to. It was time to use that move. With that thought, he quickly took out a massive syringe and swiftly injected the substance within into his body. Norman sensed danger and immediately shouted, "Steve, stop him." But soldier boy Steve hesitated, curious to see what hidden trump card Alexei would reveal upon collapsing. Once the serum had fully infused his body, Alexei's physiology underwent a violent metamorphosis. His frame swelled rapidly, from an imposing 1.96 meters to over 5 meters tall. Muscles ballooned like inflated bladders, his features contorted into grotesque, monstrous visages. Horns sprouted from his skull, curving into crescent-shaped blades. His skin shifted from dull gray to an eerie, sickly green, radiating palpable dread. The abomination rhinoceros reemerged. Such a phenomenon truly exists. Steve's eyes gleamed with fierce predatory hunger. He longed for battle. The abomination rhinoceros obliged without hesitation, charging headlong at Steve, who braced himself and locked horns in titanic struggle. From afar it seemed unremarkable, but up close that crescent-shaped horn stretched longer than Steve's own head. Alexei flicked his massive head, sending Steve hurtling through the air. Mid-flight, Steve reoriented his body and landed firmly unshaken. Alexei charged forward in thunderous strides, each footfall cratering the earth beneath him. Excellent. Steve leapt high, vaulted over the onrushing beast, and mounted his neck, while the feral Alexei, now bereft of reason, frantically scanned for his foe. In the next instant, searing agony exploded across Alexei's skull, the impact of Steve's meteoric fists raining down like falling stars. Alexei roared in pain, bucking violently to dislodge him. But Steve held fast, anchored like bedrock to that thick core. Alexei had never possessed great intellect. In this berserk state, he descended into textbook-level folly. Though Steve dangled within arm's reach, he chose instead to collapse backward, mindless and reckless. Thud! The colossal behemoth crashed to the ground, unleashing a shockwave so fierce it nearly hurled Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, watching from afar, off his glider. Steve had already sprung clear unharmed, and seizing Alexei's self-inflicted fall, he delivered a merciless barrage of brutal punches straight to the face, drawing blood from every orifice. That savage onslaught nearly jolted Alexei back to lucidity. He broke free from Steve's grip and launched another desperate charge. A cruel, predatory smile curled across soldier boy Steve's lips. He savored the thrill of toying with this. Just as he leapt again, attempting to replicate his earlier maneuver, Alexei, now mere inches away, jerked his head upward with terrifying speed. What? That razor-sharp rhino horn pierced soldier boy midair, tearing a gaping wound through his abdomen before flinging him aside with brutal force. Shit! Steve rose grim-faced from the rubble. The horrifying gash across his belly sealed itself before his eyes, a testament to the absolute regenerative power granted by the Hulk serum and extremist virus combined. By the time Alexei surged forward once more, Steve's wound had vanished entirely. His strength, stamina, and focus were restored to peak condition, as if the prior clash had never occurred. Yet his expression had hardened into icy, dripping malevolence. He lunged forward, gripping the charging rhinoman's horns, only to be driven backward across the ground, carving twin furrows like a plow cleaving soil. Steve's countenance darkened, as a super soldier forged from Hulk serum and extremist virus he too harbored for. Enraged beyond restraint, he would unleash that forbidden might now, to reduce the abomination rhinoceros to ash. In the next heartbeat, a guttural roar tore from his throat as searing light erupted from his chest, blazing like a compressed star. Damn it! Steve, you'll kill me too. With no time to react, Norman instinctively donned his armor and fled sky. The energy coalesced at Steve's chest, detonated with cataclysmic force, its blast dwarfing even Killian's singular extremist explosion by dozens of times. A tsunami of concussive force flattened surrounding buildings. The vulture and the newly transformed Rhino Man, along with their gear, were instantly vaporized upon contact. Even fleeing Norman was hurled sideways by the shockwave, nearly tumbling from his glider. At the epicenter, a vast crater yawned open. Within it lay two motionless figures. Soldier Boy Steve's ultimate technique spared him entirely, leaving him physically unscathed, but having expended such power, he now stood, drained, trembling, requiring time to recover. In stark contrast, Alexei, the abomination rhinoceros, was not so fortunate. The blast shredded half his rhino hide, blasting flesh and muscle from bone, exposing bleached white ribs beneath. half emerald green, half skeletal, white like some shambling revenant. Yet this revenant staggered upright once more. Not healed but sustained solely by raw defiant wolf, his survival alone bore witness to the Hulk serum's staggering potency. Now utterly unconscious, Alexei rose only through the iron grip of vengeance, renewing his charge towards Steve with blind, unstoppable momentum. Wait, no. Steve's cries went unheeded. Alexei collided full force, blasting the exhausted soldier into oblivion. He could only count himself lucky the explosion had sheared off Alexei's horno, otherwise that impact would have ended him outright. Having delivered his final desperate charge, Alexei collapsed. His lifeblood spent, his body yielding to silence. Once assured all threats had subsided, Norman returned, retrieved the unconscious Steve, and placed him back into cryogenic stasis, vowing never again to deploy the soldier boy. Yet without the soldier boy, his roster dwindled to a single unstable Otto Octavius, a fragile and traumatized shock, a feeble Dr. Stiltman, and Sandman coerced under duress. He stood utterly bereft of reliable operatives. Crisis loomed anew. The day's devastation had drawn global attention. SHIELD would seize this opportunity without mercy. As Norman wrestled with despair, an uninvited guest arrived bearing unexpected news. Baron Zemo's vengeance arrived sooner than anticipated. Initially, he had planned to deploy the Winter Soldier to ignite war between Iron Man and Captain America, fracturing the heroes before eliminating them one by one. Yet after repeatedly reviewing footage of the Sokovia conflict, he noticed Captain America's indifference toward the Winter Soldier. Even when the latter's mask shattered during battle, revealing his identity, Captain America remained unmoved. At that moment, Zemo resolved to escalate, pitting superhuman against superhuman. That resolve brought him to Norman. He intended to weaponize Norman's biotechnology to enhance Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, and even reawakened the cryogenically sealed Winter Soldiers buried deep in Siberia. Meanwhile, Zemo secretly allied with the defeated Serpent, weaving a vast, inescapable net destined to ensnare the entire pantheon of superheroes. The remnants of Hydra now relied entirely on Norman's protection, enabling him to easily reassign Bucky. He had to complete Bucky Barnes's transformation before SHIELD launched its final decisive assault against him. Yet he no longer possessed the extremist virus for the procedure, leaving him no choice but to substitute it with Osborn Industries' foundational breakthrough cross-species biological fusion technology. To this end, he was forced to release Dr. Kurt Connors, the Lizard, who had been imprisoned for 2 long years. Unbeknownst to him, Connors had already succumbed to utter psychological collapse. In the early days of his confinement, Connors clung fiercely to hope that Billy would return one day, or that his friend Dr. Otto would regain his senses, so he could finally go home to his family. Abandoned by the world, he lay alone, endlessly counting the days as time slipped away like sand through his fingers. His nails, uncut for months, had grown unnaturally long and brittle. His hair, uncut and unwashed for far too long, had matted into thick, greasy clumps. His body bore a thick crust of grime from 2 years without bathing. His clothes, worn beyond endurance, had begun to disintegrate, torn and fused to his skin. The moment Norman released him, Connors lunged wildly at the man who had ruined his life. So long isolated, he had even forgotten how to trigger his transformation. Norman flinched, then struck instantly, sending Connors flying with a single punch. Over those 2 years, he had refined his Green Goblin serum. Now his bare hands could lift 50 tons. With a subtle twist of his wristwatch, a torrent of emerald particles surged forth, swarming over his body until they coalesced into the full Green Goblin armor. Connors staggered upright, still unchanged, his nails shattered or torn free during the violent tumble across the floor, pain-wrenching shrieks from his throat. Guttural, incoherent cries spilled from his lips. 2 years of total isolation had shattered his linguistic faculties. His mind, fractured beyond repair, could no longer conduct even the simplest experiment. Since you're no longer useful, die quietly. Norman raised his hand and snapped twice. Instantly, mechanical arms extended from the ceiling, each one trained unerringly upon Connors, their laser emitters humming to life. Madness robbed Connors of understanding. He pointed frantically at the arms, babbling nonsense, until in perfect unison they unleashed searing beams that tore his body apart, reducing him to a sieve, ending his life forever. Norman muttered a quiet regret. With Connors gone, he would have to probe the cross-species fusion technology himself, though another option existed: Peter Parker. Yet he dared not approach him. Peter had left scars deeper than flesh, especially now with the symbiote fused to him. What Norman did not know was that Peter had already shed the symbiote suit. Corrupted by the symbiote, Peter swaggered into the bar where Mary Jane worked, boasting, provoking. And when a burly security guard challenged him, Peter effortlessly lifted the man high into the air. Mary Jane rushed forward to stop him, only for Peter, consumed by fury, to strike her across the face. The instant his hand connected, remorse flooded him. No darkness, not even the symbiote's venom, could erase Peter's innate tenderness. Staring into Mary Jane's eyes, now alien wounded, he fled in shame, her question echoing like a hammer against his soul. "Who are you?" "I don't know," he whispered back. In that moment, Peter realized the black suit had insidiously reshaped him into someone he no longer recognized. He sought refuge in an old cathedral, enduring excruciating agony as he tried to tear the symbiote from his flesh. Yet it clung like indestructible adhesive, refusing to yield. Even Spider-Man, the original and strongest, could not rip it free. Truth be told, the symbiote had no desire to leave. Without Peter, it had nowhere else to go, certainly not into some random powerless human. As if such a thing were possible. It would rather hurl itself from that very spire, shatter upon the stones, than degrade itself by bonding with an ordinary mortal. In his desperate struggle, Peter crashed into the cathedral's great bell. Its deep, resonant tolls, dong, 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 sent paralyzing tremors through every fiber of the symbiote, freezing nerve and cell alike. Amplified by the bell's frequency, Peter wrenched the symbiote free at last. Collapsing utterly, spent the moment it parted from his skin. The symbiote slithered downward like liquid shadow, just as Eddie Brock, reporter for the Daily Bugle, and Peter's colleague stood, cursing Peter below. Hatred was the symbiote's finest nourishment, and it latched onto Eddie instantly. Yet even as it bonded, it chafed at his weakness. Craving a mightier host, someone like Billy, it indulged in reverie, imagining itself fused to Billy's formidable form, completely forgetting that Billy wielded fire and had once scorched it to ash. Time flowed swiftly. Before long, Norman and Dr. Stern had perfected the cross-species biological fusion. Their rapid progress stemmed from data recovered after the Shindu Daily exposed Osborne Industries' illicit experiments. The specimens had been seized, but the research archives remained intact. Now controlling Vought Industries, Norman retrieved those very files. Norman was no Connors. He lacked the finesse to perfect the technique. But combined with the Hulk serum, it yielded a subject rivaling even the Super Soldier Serum's legendary efficacy. This iteration employed the electric eel genome. The only viable alternative now that Connors, the expert on lizard and spider genetics, was gone. Dr. Stern injected both the electric eel serum and the Hulk serum into Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, the last act of his existence as the Winter Soldier. At first, the two serums coexisted within him, balanced, inert, neither encroaching upon the other. But the Hulk serum burned with furious, untamable rage. It refused stillness. As it surged violently through his veins, the eel serum responded in kind. Two tempests colliding within his flesh, turning his body into a battleground of agony. Every cell screamed. Every neuron shrieked. He fainted repeatedly, only to awaken again to fresh waves of torment. More than once he begged for death, yet those savage serums denied him even that mercy. For over 12 hours the war raged, until at last the serums merged, harmonized, and erupted outward in blinding arcs of lightning. Coiling currents converged around Bucky, enfolding him in a pulsating sphere of raw electricity. When the storm subsided, there was no triumphant rebirth, no glorious ascension. Instead, Bucky lay ravaged, his epidermis necrotic, his hair utterly gone, stripped of every trace of the proud, resolute man he once was. His appearance was grotesque beyond measure, so horrifying that even the stoutest soul would suffer nightmares for 3 nights straight. Merely standing there, he delivered an involuntary psychic assault, uglier than Deadpool by orders of magnitude. Even Norman hardened as he was recoiled, retching violently as if trying to expel not just his last meal, but the entire week's worth of food. Norman suppressed his nausea and asked him some questions, but Bucky remained silent, as if the language center of his cortex had been fried or his vocal cords damaged. Frustrated at being unable to elicit any response, Norman turned to Baron Zemo and asked, "Is he an idiot?" Before Zemo could say anything, a cold glint flashed in Bucky's eyes as his fierce fist struck towards Norman. Norman hurriedly dodged, but his speed was no match for the modified Bucky. The serum had enhanced Bucky's physical abilities, elevating them to a level comparable to that of the super soldier. To everyone's astonishment, a bolt of lightning erupted from Bucky's cracked hand, sending a tingling shock through Norman, rendering him immobile. Electrified and collapsing to the ground, Norman was overwhelmed by an indescribable fear, shouting towards Baron Zemo, "Think of something fast." Zemo immediately ceased to be an observer. He still needed Norman to draw out S-H-I-E-L-D. So he pulled out a red book and began reciting, "Desire Rust 17 Dawn." Bucky, preparing to eliminate Norman, heard these familiar words and instinctively clutched his head, kneeling on the ground in anguish, as if he had heard a brain-wrecking melody. Zemo continued to chant until he finished the last word, "Good morning, soldier." The once rebellious Bucky suddenly became docile, saying, "I am willing to obey." Witnessing the entire scene, Norman was stunned and got to his feet, clutching his chest, demanding the red book from Zemo. However, Zemo refused, stating that he still needed it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find the other Winter Soldiers. Noticing Norman's sinister gaze, Zemo suggested that he give Bucky an order to divert his attention. After some thought, Norman realized it wasn't a good time to sever ties with Zemo, as he still needed him to locate the remaining Winter Soldiers. If one Winter Soldier was this strong after modification, one could only imagine how powerful the others would be once enhanced. What would it be like to command a controllable army of super soldiers? Perhaps at that time, he wouldn't have to worry about S-H-I-E-L-D at all. Even if Billy returned, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. He casually asked, "Does this spell work on other modified beings? For instance, Steve?" The response was, "No, this spell only works on Winter Soldiers who have been brainwashed by the ink." Norman regretted this and decided to prepare a safeguard for Steve, so he brought Bucky to see the sealed Steve and commanded, "Bucky, this is Steve. He is very powerful. If Steve goes out of control in the future, you must eliminate him immediately." Bucky seemed to sense something, tilting his head to look at Steve, but ultimately could not decipher the situation and nodded silently. Norman did not immediately dispose of Steve just because he had a new ally in Bucky. He intended to keep Steve as a contingency plan, something he could do without, but did not want to be without. However, Bucky's appearance was too striking and could not be easily revealed, so Norman crafted a full set of pitch-black protective armor for him. Afterward, Norman swiftly led Bucky, Dr. Stern, and Baron Zemo to Siberia. With Zemo as their guide, they effortlessly located the Hydra's secret base buried under snow. Zemo, ignoring the odd looks from everyone, began to pound on the wall. Curious, Norman asked, "Hey, there's a door, why are you smashing the wall?" Zemo remained silent, continuing to hammer the wall. After an unknown duration, he finally opened a password lock, hurriedly pulling out the red book matching the codes, and finally the door opened slightly. Now even Dr. Stern, who was powerless, could easily push open this door. Opening the old creaking iron door, Zemo entered first with a flashlight, followed closely by Norman, Bucky, and Dr. Stern. Walking inside, they could see rows of dusty, cobweb-covered iron shelves filled with some paper documents. Following behind Zemo, Norman began to harbor murderous thoughts. Zemo was now of no use. Should he eliminate him now? Norman hesitated, suppressing his murderous intent for the time being, thinking it could wait until all the remaining Winter Soldiers were modified, after which he could kill Zemo at his convenience, considering Zemo was just an ordinary person and couldn't stir up much trouble. The group continued forward, passing through a tunnel-like corridor, finally seeing several cryostasis pods illuminated with orange-yellow lights ahead. Despite no one having visited for a long time, they were still powered, likely using cube energy blocks as a power source. Norman, unable to contain his excitement, rushed over, thinking they were about to take off, but was left dumbfounded upon arrival. All the Winter Soldiers inside these pods had blood holes in their heads. They had been dead for some time. What's going on? What's happening? He wanted to question Zemo, even considering killing him, when a familiar voice echoed. "Long time no see, Norman." The Serpent appeared, clapping as if he were the final boss making an entrance. Following him, the other 9 Zodiac Goldmen emerged from various corners. "Serpent, how did you end up here?" Seeing these Zodiac Goldmen, Norman was horrified. He never expected to be cornered by these artificial intelligences, fearing that this was his end. "Where can I not go? Since you're here, you might as well stay. Last time there were too many of you, and I couldn't eliminate you. This time let's see if you survive." Rarely the Serpent did not betray Zemo. He was waiting for Zemo to summon those superheroes from SHIELD for a complete ambush. Norman pretended to be at ease, patting Bucky on the shoulder. "How do you think you can keep me here? That's laughable, and my super bodyguard can take on 10 of you." In truth, Norman was also uncertain. He had witnessed firsthand the brutality of the Zodiac Goldmen under the Serpent's command during Sokovia, unsure if Bucky could withstand them. There was no escaping now. They could only fight to the death. With one side wanting to retain and the other unable to escape, both were prepared for a fierce battle, and conflict was imminent. SHIELD, having received the news, was still en route, fully mobilized this time, determined to prevent Norman from acquiring those Winter Soldiers. On the other side, at the Vulture Company, the superheroes at Vulture Company had either perished or scattered. The only intact veteran hero, Sandman, was also absent from the company. Thus, after Norman took Dr. Stern, only Dr. Octopus Otto and the frozen super soldier Steve remained in the company. Unexpectedly, Otto, who had originally been controlled by tentacles, became intermittently lucid and insane upon seeing Peter's true form. "We're both Tony Stark." And no sooner had the words left their lips than both men threw simultaneous punches, fists like battering rams slamming into Killian's. Otto couldn't help but want to share this good news with his old friend Kurt Connors. But when he reached outside the cage, where was Connor, he hurriedly checked the surveillance, witnessing the entire process of Norman recruiting, humiliating, and ultimately killing Connors. "What have I done?" Otto was in unbearable pain. Connor's murder was inextricably linked to him, especially since those laser weapons. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a wife to care for, he would have wished to end his own life right then to atone for Connors. Right, his wife. He immediately dialed her number, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't get through. He realized something was wrong. It seemed he hadn't seen his wife during the 2 years he was controlled. Thinking of this, he rushed home. When he arrived at the cozy little house that once belonged to him and his wife, he found that the house before him was strange, physically unfamiliar, as if it had been rebuilt. He recalled May 2012, the day the wormhole opened. After returning home, he embraced his wife, and before they could enjoy a moment of warmth, they were suddenly bombarded by an explosion. His wife stood in front of him and died instantly, and his own collar was destroyed, leaving him as a mere shell. From his perspective, he saw a pumpkin bomb thrown in from outside the window, but by the time he tried to push his wife away, it was already too late. "Norman!" Otto roared. Norman had killed his wife, slain his best friend, leaving him as a husk with nothing left. He hurried back to Voter Corporation, and passing by Flint said solemnly, "Go home, Flint. Norman won't be coming back, and even if you compromise, he won't spare you or your family." Without waiting for Flint's reaction, he headed straight to the laboratory. Once there, he softly called Little Fish. "Tell me, where has Norman gone?" Little Fish immediately released the surveillance footage of Norman's departure and his conversation with Baron Zemo. Its creator, Dr. Octopus. "Tell me, where has Norman gone?" Little Fish immediately released the surveillance footage of Norman's departure and his conversation with Baron Zemo. After watching the video at double speed and having little fish extract key phrases, Dr. Octopus began to contemplate how to repay Norman for his kindness. He stood up and approached the frozen super soldier boy Steve and suddenly had an idea. Since Norman loved these super enhanced individuals so much, he would send the uncontrollable Steve to him. The battle between the Zodiac Iron Man and Bucky was already in full swing. The reason it was 10 against 1 and still lasted so long was purely because the Zodiac Iron Man couldn't exert himself in this cave. The Rooster and the Hound had no way to attack, like dropping bombs from high above. Any slight mistake could injure their allies, and the Sheep dared not release any vibrations. In terms of strength, Bucky was still able to firmly suppress the Bull. Even more frustrating was that Bucky could maintain an electric discharge. Any Zodiac Iron Man struck by lightning would fall into a state of paralysis, and some might even temporarily malfunction or experience system crashes. Venom. The snake seized the moment, transforming its tail into a poison needle that pierced through Bucky's battle suit, injecting a potent toxin into his body. This toxin was a blend of multiple deadly poisons. Just a touch could incapacitate an ordinary person, and a single drop would cause severe internal damage. The snake mercilessly injected 100 milliliters of venom into Bucky. At this dosage, even someone like Hulk would. The venom quickly wreaked havoc within Bucky, but since he was wearing his battle suit, everyone could only see his body trembling slightly, as if he were battling the toxins within him. In reality, Bucky's veins had turned a dark purple, and he was a step away from death. Only the two energies within him kept him alive, preventing him from dying. These two energies, derived from the Hulk serum and the electric eel serum, had originally achieved a delicate balance within Bucky, allowing him to avoid exploding. Now, as the toxins nearly consumed their territory, they had to resist. However, it was too late. Cells infused with either the Hulk serum or the electric eel serum were no match for this toxin. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, the two serums, unwilling to disappear in such a way, unexpectedly put aside their differences and fused completely, crazily expanding and devouring the toxins. This directly pulled Bucky back from the brink of death. Seeing Bucky no longer trembling, the snake thought he was dead and signaled Qianlong to check. As Qianlong approached him, Bucky suddenly extended his left hand and grabbed Qianlong by the neck, squeezing with even greater force, causing Qianlong's adamantium neck to crack ominously. Given some time, he could likely break Qianlong's neck. While Qianlong, being a robot, wouldn't die, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly suffer. Qianlong didn't sit idly by. He heated his combat knife and swung it, nearly cutting off half of Bucky's body. However, to everyone's surprise, Bucky's body miraculously healed at an astonishing speed, a recovery rate that even surpassed that of the super soldier boy Steve, as if he had entered another realm. How is this possible? X2 Baron Zemo's eyes were filled with disappointment at not being able to slay this strong. The snake never expected that the deadly poison he had intended to use to kill his opponent would instead promote the fusion of the serums within Bucky, unexpectedly making him stronger. Realizing he could no longer afford to waste time, the snake immediately made arrangements. The monkeys swiftly took Baron Zemo outside, and once they were out, the Hound immediately opened fire, turning the cave into ruins. Seeing the monkey preparing to escort Baron Zemo out, Norman sensed trouble and hurriedly ran outside, with Dr. Stein quickly following. However, how could the snake easily let them leave? He quickly arranged for people to block the two, and Norman urgently ordered Bucky to clear the way, threatening to smash anyone who stood in his path. Thus, with Bucky escorting him, Norman successfully reached the cave entrance. Now Winter Soldier could exit on his own without needing to blow up the cave. Since the Zodiac Iron Man wasn't preparing to blow things up, Norman began again, urgently instructing Bucky to find a way to seal off the cave, at least to trap these Zodiac Iron Men for a while, so he could escape. After receiving the order, Bucky raised both hands above his head to gather energy, conjuring a dazzling massive lightning ball in his palms. If this lightning ball were to strike down, it would likely level everything within several kilometers. Even Norman felt the danger. Cursing Bucky for being brainless, he rushed outside. In his haste, he had not brought his glider and could only run with all his might. Bucky was still gathering energy. The monkey who had exited early wouldn't let him have his way. Taking advantage of Bucky's moment of inattention, he kicked him in the waist. For an average enhanced individual, such a kick would definitely send them flying. But Bucky merely staggered the lightning ball, slipping from his grasp and slowly descending. Once the lightning ball hit the ground, it would unleash catastrophic consequences. The monkey immediately compressed all his functions into his left foot, making his entire left foot shine with golden light. Truly the golden left foot. He ferociously kicked out with an unstoppable force, sending the lightning ball soaring into the air. The lightning ball exploded in midair with a deafening roar, altering the very colors of heaven and earth, but the shockwave sent the monkey crashing to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. Even worse luck befell the hastily arriving members of the Avengers. The Avengers were racing towards their target in an invisible Quinjet, expecting to launch a surprise attack on Norman, but were caught off guard by a sudden shockwave. Many superheroes witnessed the massive lightning sphere rapidly ascending in the distance, and they observed the entire explosion unfold before their eyes. Before Natasha and Barton, who were piloting the plane, could react, the aircraft was hit by the shockwave from the explosion, and the group had no choice but to jump from the aircraft early. Fortunately, all aboard were enhanced superhumans, leaving only Hawkeye and Black Widow, the two ordinary humans, injured due to parachuting too close to the ground. Losing two teammates upon arrival cast a shadow over the minds of the superheroes. Captain America Chameleon wanted to say a few encouraging words, but noticed something dark green buried in the snow. He cautiously approached and lifted the dark green object only to find it was a person. Upon closer inspection, he recognized him as Norman dressed in the Green Goblin suit. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Norman was quite fearful of death moments ago. He had donned his nanosuit out of dread that the explosion might hit him, and had even buried himself in the snow like an ostrich. At that moment, pulled up by Chameleon, Norman laughed crazily and said, "Merry Christmas." Then he punched Chameleon in the face with a force of 50 tons, like being hit by a semi-truck, leaving Chameleon feeling Chameleon, who had taken the punch on the face, staggered back, allowing Norman to fall to the ground. However, after the punch, Norman regretted it. He had only seen Captain America Chameleon blocking his view, and now he noticed the other members of the Avengers, exclaiming, "So many people." Without further hesitation, Norman made a fateful decision to flee, sprinting towards Bucky. He didn't care about the Zodiac Iron Man anymore. He only felt safe near Bucky, or else each of these Avengers could beat. "Captain, are you alright?" Seeing their spiritual leader hurt, the members hurried forward to express concern. Chameleon, holding his bleeding nose, pointed at Norman as he shouted, "Forget about me, it's Norman. Catch him." Upon hearing this, a throng of people rushed towards Norman. Norman heard the frantic footsteps crunching through the snow and the roar of engines behind him, feeling as if an army was on his tail, making him too afraid to look back. "Norman, don't let me catch you. If I do, you're in for it." Chameleon pursued him as the new spiritual leader of Captain America, charging ahead, without caring about the blood still flowing from his nose. Initially, he tried to stop the bleeding, but when he realized it was futile, he just let it flow. The other Avengers kept their distance as the blood would splatter onto them, even into their mouths. But he didn't care, shouting while chasing. The one wearing a helmet ahead is Norman. "Catch up and capture Norman." At this moment, Norman's heart was in his throat, feeling like a startled bird. After all, being caught would mean a gruesome. Hearing this, he had no time to ponder the implications, quickly removing his helmet. He didn't even have time to think about how it related to what he was wearing. He was the only one up ahead. If they weren't pursuing him, who else would they chase? Chameleon didn't expect Norman to actually take off his helmet, and a bold idea surged into his mind. He immediately shouted, "The one in armor ahead is Norman. Catch up and capture Norman." Upon hearing this, Norman hurriedly retracted his nanosuit. Chameleon's smirk widened as he declared, "The one with a head ahead is Norman. Catch up and capture Norman." Without a second thought, Norman generated a nanosword and pressed it to his neck. Just as he was about to slash down, he suddenly sensed something was off, quickly retracting the sword and donning his nanosuit. The scheme didn't succeed, leaving Chameleon slightly disappointed. He refrained from attacking earlier out of fear that Norman would react. Now that Norman was preparing to wear his suit, he wasted no time, throwing his shield at Norman's back, causing him to stumble forward. Norman rolled on the ground and quickly got up, his suit now fully donned, and he took off running. The wind howled and the snow fell heavily as the Avengers chased Norman, running and jumping in the snow. This was youth. Perhaps many years later they would recount this story to their children, and the story would surely be titled, "The Norman We Once Chased Together." If given a chance, Norman would tell his kids a story titled, "Children Without Umbrellas Must Run Hard," but he wouldn't have that chance as he had been left behind. While Norman was desperately running forward, Dr. Stein was running towards him, greeting him. "Hey Norman, what brings you back?" Then he saw the dust and the Avengers, causing it, his eyes widening in shock as he quickly turned and ran back, complaining, "Norman, did you lead the Avengers here?" Norman ignored him, only focused on running. Dr. Stein also ran hard, but he was weak and even had a bigger head than others, making him feel heavy on the run. He was quickly overtaken by Norman, and as Norman brushed past him, he mercilessly knocked him aside. The great force sent him flying sideways, and in midair all he could think about was sending his regards to Norman's family, leaving only one phrase in his mind, "My life is over." Then he crashed into the snow, shivering, but soon he noticed the sounds of running fading away. Looking up, he saw the Avengers had all chased after Norman, leaving him alone. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, lying sprawled in the snow, panting heavily. He usually didn't exercise much, and now this sudden vigorous running was a bit too much for him. Strangely enough, lying in the cold snow felt quite comfortable. He thought he would get up after a while, but inexplicably felt sleeping in the snow could be fatal, as there was a high chance he wouldn't wake up again. However, Dr. Stein didn't have to worry, as he soon woke up to find a man and a woman supporting his arms, dragging him forward. Dr. Stein immediately began to struggle. "Who are you? Let me go." The woman freed one hand and lightly tapped his head, saying, "Stop struggling, Dr. Stein. Let's return to S.H.I.E.L.D. together." Dr. Stein was stunned. "You're from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Dr. Stern, who rarely left his laboratory and seldom followed the news, was likely still unaware that General Ross had transformed into the Red Hulk. To anyone else, these two figures would have been instantly recognizable as Hawkeye and Black Widow. As ordinary humans, they sustained injuries during their parachute descent, landing too close to the ground. But adhering to their training as elite operatives, they refused to fall behind. After only a brief rest, they followed the others' footprints through the snow and happened upon Dr. Stern lying motionless in the blizzard, who was then unceremoniously dragged back. Meanwhile, the pursuit was drawing to a close. Norman Osborn nearly perished beneath the combined barrage of Iron Man and War Machine. Yet he survived thanks to an ample supply of nanites capable of rapidly repairing his armor. Had he carried even slightly less, he would not have lived to see this day. Hearing the increasingly proximate clash between Bucky and the Zodiac Gold Warriors, Norman exhaled inwardly. Hope had finally arrived. Yet the moment he witnessed the battlefield, he froze in disbelief. So too did the assembled Avengers, who stood utterly transfixed, momentarily forgetting even to apprehend him. This battle could hardly be called evenly matched. Rather, it was a relentless, one-sided annihilation. Once Bucky stepped beyond his comfort zone, the Zodiac Gold Warriors overwhelmed him without mercy. Though his combat prowess had surged dramatically since before, he remained unable to withstand the sheer density and intensity of their coordinated assault. The root cause lay in his earlier unleashing of that thunderous, energy-devouring lightning sphere, an act that had left him mildly weakened. Had he fully manifested its power, his exhaustion would have been far more severe. That he endured their onslaught for so long, relying solely on his superhuman physiology, was itself a feat of staggering resilience. In the end, Shenlong heated his warblade to white-hot intensity and drove it straight through Bucky's heart. Only then did Bucky collapse lifeless. She let out a quiet breath of relief, muttering inwardly, so difficult to kill this one. Then turning sharply, he locked eyes with the stunned assembly of superhumans, and split his lips into a cruel, razor-thin smile. You've all arrived. A chill ran through the group. The Zodiac Gold Warriors' strength was indisputable. Their last joint confrontation had ended in utter defeat, and now, outnumbered and stripped of any home field advantage, this was no moment for direct confrontation. If battle proved unavoidable, they would need to divide and dismantle the enemy one by one. Suddenly someone cried out, "Split up," and the entire group scattered like startled birds. She watched in serene silence, issuing silent commands to all 9 Zodiac Gold Warriors with but a single thought. Instantly they shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow, whoosh, vanishing into pursuit. The superhuman contingent had already suffered heavy attrition, with Black Widow and Hawkeye incapacitated before even engaging. Only 9 remained: Captain America, Chameleon, Iron Man, War Machine, Thor, Green Goblin, Norman, Kraven, the Hunter, Tombstone, Shockwave, and Electro. Exactly 9. Haiju, the boar who wielded lightning, continued his relentless pursuit of Electro. Max Dillon, as if determined to erase the humiliation of their prior failure in Sokovia. Max had anticipated this brutal confrontation and had already charged his reserves to full capacity. The electric duel between them was poised to erupt at any second. Wei Yong faced off against Shockwave. Though her long-range ally the Scarecrow was absent this time, neither did he have the agile flanking support of Shun Ho, the monkey, leaving Wei Yong under crushing pressure alone against her. Wu Ma cracked his lightning-forged 5-section whip, while riding Su Go, chasing Iron Man and War Machine across the frozen wastes. Chon Yo charged headlong after Kraven the Hunter, plowing through snowdrifts high enough to bury a man. Sergei could only evade by virtue of his uncanny agility. Tombstone found himself ensnared by Shun Ho, whose speed blurred him into afterimages, multiplying into what seemed hundreds of assailants delivering simultaneous roundhouse kicks. Tombstone crouched low, arms shielding his head, a testament to his extraordinary durability. Shun Long pursued Captain America at a leisurely, unhurried pace, the least demanding of all the engagements. Norman received special attention. Yu-Ji relentlessly hurled explosives in his wake, detonating them inches behind him, forcing Norman into perpetual flight, for even a moment's hesitation would reduce him to ash. Thor soared skyward for some time, then glancing back realized no Zodiac Gold Warrior pursued him. He landed baffled, scratching his head in utter confusion. At that instant, Zishu erupted from the earth behind him, driving his massive drill straight into Thor's rear. A devastating, humiliating strike. Ugh, ah. Thor emitted a prolonged, anguished wail, whirling instantly to hurl Zishu away. Had Zishu struck from the front, Thor's childhood fantasy might well have come true. Clutching the wounded sight, Thor raised Mjolnir towards Zishu and choked out, "You dare disgrace an Asgardian warrior with such base, dishonorable tactics. Unforgivable." With a feline meow, he lunged, but Zishu vanished underground without hesitation. Were he capable of coherent thought, he'd surely have retorted, "Who cares about you?" Thor now endured the same torment he'd suffered in Sokovia, the classic whack-a-mole nightmare. Except this time he had to guard his posterior with both hands. Meanwhile, Wu Ma's lightning whip lashed outward with terrifying force, coiling tightly around one leg of each Iron Man and War Machine. With a violent yank, he slammed the airborne duo onto the ice. Su Go seized the opening, unleashing artillery barges that nearly obliterated them, yet they were far from defeated. In unison, they fired concentrated laser beams, intercepting the incoming shells midair. Seizing the moment, Iron Man sprang upright and fired a repulsor blast directly at Wu Ma. The concussive force sent Wu Ma stumbling backward 2 steps, loosening his grip, whereupon both men rose instantly, exchanging a glance through their helmets, their strategy crystallizing in that silent instant. They began evading Su Go's ceaseless bombardment with meticulous precision, then, timing their strikes flawlessly, launched dual missiles or twin laser bursts at Wu Ma, alternating between target and rhythm. Such tactics could not slay Wu Ma, but they needed only to provoke him. Wu Ma had originally intended to stand aside, letting Su Go finish the pair with artillery, but their relentless taunting ignited his fury. Without pause, he whipped his cord around their throats. Exactly as planned, they intended to replicate the method used to eliminate Ivan Vanko, though Wu Ma, Dwarf Vanko, and Power Iron Man and War Machine had undergone countless upgrades since then. Each assumed position, Sugo, oblivious to the impending catastrophe, hesitated behind Wu Ma, uncertain whether to resume fire. Iron Man and War Machine aligned their palms toward one another and unleashed torrents of searing light. Two beams, distinct in origin, design, and calibration, converged precisely before Wu Ma's eyes, merging seamlessly, as if two construction crews miles apart had somehow joined their bridges into one. The fused beam detonated with cataclysmic force, engulfing Wu Ma and Sugo alike in blinding incandescence. Its shockwave even hurling the architects of destruction backward, slamming them hard onto the ice. Moments later, Iron Man staggered upright, just as War Machine sat dazed beside him, gazing up. Through their visors they exchanged a quiet, knowing smile. No words necessary. Just as they believed the two Zodiac Gold warriors destroyed Wu Ma, his torso half-shattered, flames licking his fractured frame, internal components mangled beyond recognition, swayed unsteadily, and rose once more. Seeing the tragic state of Wu Ma, Tony and Rhodey instead breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment Wu Ma had lost both hands and was no longer capable of fighting. However, their relief was premature. Celebrating too early is a grave mistake, and sure enough their hearts tightened once more the very next second. Wu Ma stepped on the fallen dog, absorbing the nanomachines from its body to replenish himself. Soon his form completely restored to its peak, while the drained dog lay dead beyond recovery. It was just like borrowing a teammate's life in a game. Both Tony and Rhodey furrowed their brows, realizing that after finally defeating Wu Ma, they had to start all over again. The key was that Wu Ma, having absorbed the dog, was now significantly stronger, while they had exhausted much of their energy and couldn't even reach their peak. If they continued to fight, it would surely be a bitter struggle. Years of tacit understanding led both of them to make the same decision simultaneously: run. The two mechas quickly ascended, trying to escape into the distance. Wu Ma casually lashed out with two electric whips, which wrapped tightly around their ankles. With a sharp pull, he threw them heavily to the ground. The two quickly sat up and fired lasers at Wu Ma. He didn't even dodge, allowing the lasers to create holes in his body. After absorbing the dog, he had plenty of spare nanomachines and instantly healed the wounds. Wu Ma slammed the two of them upside down with brute force, filling their hearts with an indescribable despair. They had no confidence in defeating Wu Ma, and even whether they could exhaust his spare particles was uncertain. If this continued, only they would die. At this moment Rhodey proposed a plan. "Tony, I have a plan." "No, Rhodey," Tony replied, as if sensing something. "You know we have no choice." After saying this, Rhodey unleashed a torrent of firepower toward Wu Ma, constantly consuming his spare particles while gradually closing in on him. Wu Ma neither dodged nor spoke, simply watching with a gleeful expression. His silence was the greatest contempt. The moment the firepower ceased, Rhodey threw himself at Wu Ma, climbing onto his back and tightly hugging his head in an attempt to choke him. "Tony, now is the time. Fire at me for victory." "No, Rhodey." Tony raised his hand only to let it drop helplessly. He just couldn't do it. Seeing that Tony remained unmoved, Rhodey flipped up his helmet, revealing a dark head comparable to a black egg. He said, "Hey Tony, this isn't like you. Where did that impulsive and decisive Tony Stark go? Don't make me look down on you. Fire. Just do it." In the end, Rhodey almost shouted, and Tony slowly raised his hand again, laser palm aimed at Rhodey's chest. "Reactor, screw you, Rhodey. I am the great Tony Stark. You don't think I only have you as a best friend, do you?" His words were abruptly cut off as he saw Wu Ma grinning savagely, reaching behind him with a hand crafted from adamantium, pulling Rhodey's head toward him, accompanied by Tony's cry of "no." With a slight exertion, Wu Ma crushed Rhodey's head. Rhodey's body fell limply to the ground, his gruesome remains facing Tony, filling him with immense sorrow. Wu Ma still wore a sinister grin, even splaying his palm to show Tony the intermingled red and white fragment. With no time left to lament the loss of his friend, Tony finally made up his mind and fired the laser cannon at Rhodey's chest. Under the scorching impact, the reactor exploded, engulfing Wu Ma entirely. The immense shockwave blew the snow, and the resulting explosion even melted the surrounding snow. Under this explosion, Rhodey would likely be reduced to nothing but ashes. As the aftershocks settled, Wu Ma staggered back to his feet. Had he not formed a massive shield of spare nanomachines in advance, he might not have survived such a cataclysmic explosion. However, he was only slightly better off than when he had been bombarded by the two lasers. While many large holes had been blasted in front of him, his limbs remained intact, and given some time, he could still repair himself. At this moment, Tony, with eyes bloodshot and tears on his face, stood before him, looking down from above. He looked up at Tony with a sneer. "Oh, poor Tony Stark. Even your friend's self-sacrifice couldn't kill me. Disappointed, are you? Don't worry, I'll send you to join your friends soon." However, Tony wouldn't give him that chance, pushing his hands forward to unleash two dazzling lasers focused on Wu Ma's left hand. Wu Ma was amused by this inexplicable attack. "Have you lost your mind in anger? I have no pain receptors you should aim for." "That's exactly my intention." The continuous stream of lasers had heated Wu Ma's left hand to a bright red. Ignoring the damage to his armor, Tony grabbed Wu Ma's scorching arm and thrust it into Wu Ma's chest, extracting his energy source, a synthetic sun, before Wu Ma's astonished gaze. Generally speaking, adamantium is difficult to destroy, but an attack using heated adamantium against adamantium is quite effective. Wu Ma had met his end this way at the hands of Chun Long last time. Before completely losing consciousness, Wu Ma briefly regained some rationality and managed to utter young man no honor. At this moment, however, Tony felt no joy in surviving or achieving victory. He was overwhelmed with grief, unable to speak or even cry. He understood that the battle was not over. He had permanently lost the good brother he had known since MIT, who had walked with him through years of trials, even comforting him on the day his parents passed away. He knew the fight was not done. He could only swallow his sorrow and fly toward the serpent. While Tony fought desperately, Captain America, disguised as a snowman, deceived Chen-Long and prepared to capture the serpent. The battle between Wei Yong and Shockwave Girl caused the ground around them to quake and crack. Ultimately, Wei Yong was no match for Shockwave Girl and was shattered by the explosion of her energy. Electro and the pig were evenly matched. The tombstone was still taking hits. Sergei was dodging, but showing signs. Thor was still covering his behind while dodging attacks. Norman was being pursued by the rooster, being bombarded by countless explosives that shattered the armor on his back, forcing him to feed nanomachines from his front to his rear. In his frantic attempts to evade, Norman completely failed to notice an airplane coming straight at him. By the time he realized the plane was less than 100 meters away, with a plane ahead and bombs behind, Norman could only jump sideways. The plane and bombs exploded simultaneously, sending Norman flying into the air. After landing, Norman bravely staggered up from the snow, only to see a figure walking out of the flaming wreckage of the plane. Steve, damn it, how did he get here? Norman muttered to himself, not believing that the super soldier boy was here to rescue him. Steve glanced over at him, causing Norman to immediately bury his head in the snow. However, Steve merely cast a fleeting look at him before shifting his gaze to the rooster in the sky. The rooster was also sizing up Steve, or rather the snake was observing Steve through the rooster's perspective. After a tense standoff for a while, the snake, unable to gauge the opponent's strength and stance, mistook this for Norman's backup and decided to strike first, throwing a bomb to test the waters. The bomb was thrown, exploding on Steve's face, and in an instant thick smoke billowed. According to the law of smoke and no injury, Steve was unscathed, instead greedily inhaling deeply, a look of enjoyment on his face. The snake's gaze sharpened, and he once again commanded the rooster to unleash a flurry of bombs. Steve endured the blasts, leaping up to the same level as the rooster, grabbing its head, which made a crunch sound. "What are you doing, ouch?" Steve ignored the rooster's cry, forcefully slamming its head down onto the ground, creating a deep pit with a loud bang and kicking up clouds of dust and snow. With his feat accomplished, Steve casually jumped out of the smoke, admiring his masterpiece with satisfaction, even fantasizing about taking a puff if he had a fluorine smoke bomb right now. Suddenly, a loud crowing erupted from the smoke. A fierce figure shot towards Steve. It was, of course, the rooster. "Didn't die? This is interesting." Steve's interest was piqued, feeling immensely inflated like a fiery cloud devil eager to spar with such a peerless expert. The rooster, crafted from vibranium, felt nothing from this impact. Despite the earth being cracked from the blow, no actual. Steve's strength was now evident. The rooster alone could not defeat him, prompting the snake to urgently summon all the Zodiac metal men back. The encircled tombstone was saved, and the pursued Sergei was also rescued. The electric man, who was in a standoff with the pig, also breathed a sigh of relief, and the group rushed over to this side. Only Thor still dared not rashly leave, for he did not know if the rat had truly left. All the Zodiac metal men, except for the already deceased horse, sheep, and dog, had returned. With 6 against 1, the odds were extremely high, though the snake hesitated to engage directly, lest it be 7 against 1. He was not afraid of injury, but he feared the opponent might evolve like Bucky due to the venom he injected. When Tony returned, he saw the Zodiac metal men attacking Steve in various ways, while not far from the battle loomed the snake and the unfamiliar Baron Zemo. Meanwhile, the snake also spotted him, and upon locking eyes, surprisingly waved to him, signaling him to come over. He had initially planned to capture the thief by first capturing the king, contemplating how to approach the snake without being detected, and now it just suited his intentions perfectly. He flew over directly, coldly addressing Baron Zemo, saying, "Baron Zemo, I deeply sympathize with your situation, but I want to ask, are you the one manipulating these Zodiac metal men from behind the scenes?" Upon seeing Zemo, Tony had already instructed Jarvis to thoroughly investigate Zemo with big data. "What?" Zemo did not expect Tony to ask such a question out of nowhere. The snake laughed arrogantly, saying, "Mr. Zemo is just my collaborator. He doesn't know that Colonel Rhodes is dead." Tony gritted his teeth, saying, "So it was you. What? Are you looking for revenge on me?" The snake looked at Tony with a playful, "You killed my best friend. I will make you pay for your blood debts." Just as Tony was pondering how to take down the snake dropped a bombshell that temporarily stalled his brain. "Before that, aren't you going to take revenge for your parents first? You don't really think your parents died in a car accident, do you?" "What?" At this moment, the chameleon also arrived, having first checked the bunker entrance, finding no one there, and then followed the sound over, searching around. The snake also saw the chameleon, waved at him, and smiled, saying, "Look, Captain America is here just in time for you to see how your—" Tony was puzzled as to why he wanted Captain America to join, and the chameleon walked over, still oblivious to what was about to happen. Baron Zemo played a video of Bucky brutally killing Howard and Maria Stark for Tony and the chameleon. Tony clenched his fists, his eyes wide with rage, as the snake pointed at the chameleon, now transformed into Captain America, with a sinister grin, saying, "The one who killed your parents is named Bucky Barnes, and he is indeed a good brother of Captain America." Tony, his face ashen, asked, "Captain, tell me, did you know about this all along?" Even if the chameleon was foolish, he realized what was happening now. He refused to take the blame. "Start, turn around." Tony turned around with a dark expression, only to see the original Captain America suddenly transformed into a grayish-white alien-like being. "What?" Tony was dumbfounded. The snake was also bewildered. He had never seen the chameleon, who had been frozen back in chapter 48a, and by chapter 63, the first Zodiac Metal Man the rat had just been activated, let alone the snake. Zemo was also confused. After painstakingly preparing a series of revenge plans, had he mistaken the target? No wonder this Captain America showed no concern for Bucky. He turned out to be a fake. Who are you? Where did the captain go? Tony was breaking out in a cold sweat, unaware of when the captain had been replaced. The chameleon felt there was nothing left to hide, especially since Billy was also unaccounted for. You can call me the chameleon. I transformed into Captain America on February 7, 2006, and was frozen in ice until 2008 when S.H.I.E.L.D. dug me out, and I have been infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. as Captain America ever since. You're an undercover agent. Are you one of Hydra's people? No, you were the hardest on Hydra. The chameleon shook his head. No, my boss is Billy Davis. What? Tony could not believe it. He could not believe that Billy had known about Captain America's position all along, even digging a pit for S.H.I.E.L.D. to jump into and inserting an important undercover agent into S.H.I.E.L.D. No way. Then where did the real Captain America go? The chameleon shrugged. I don't know either. Maybe Lonnie and Sky do. Baron Zemo sighed, as if making some significant decision, saying, although I don't know where Captain America is, I do know where Bucky Barnes, the one who killed your parents, is. Where? This was what Tony was most concerned about. Norman modified him, and later he was stabbed to death by a Zodiac. The snake looked at Tony with a playful expression. I've helped you take revenge. Oh, what will you do now? Before Tony could respond, the chameleon quickly asked, are you talking about the guy who was stabbed by the dragon at the bunker entrance? Was his body taken away by you? Zemo and the snake exchanged confused glances, as if asking, did you do it? The snake replied, isn't the body still there? Who would take this thing away? I just came from that side. There was no one there. Including the dead. Steve said decisively. Could it be that the body is covered by snow? Zemo suggested. With the snow falling so slowly, and the time being so short, how could it possibly cover a corpse? Is the corpse going to run away by itself? Well, yes and no. Bucky is not dead at all. He was simply too weak, and after being stabbed, his recovery was a bit slow. By the time the Zodiac warriors went off to chase the Avengers, he had just begun to recover. So where did Bucky actually go? And how did he manage to evade everyone's sight? Surely answers would come soon. Sky, Ronnie, and Sergei also rushed over. When they saw the chameleon reveal his true form, they hurriedly asked, what, Dini, why did you reveal your true form? The chameleon said irritably, if I don't expose myself, I'm dead. Tony interjected, wait, do you all know? Where did the real Captain America go? Seeing that Sergei and the others were perplexed and silent, the chameleon explained Stark's parents were brutally murdered by the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, and Captain America is the good brother of Bucky Barnes. Everyone suddenly understood, and Sergei said the real Captain America was transported back to the water company. Until Norman took over the water company, Captain America was kept frozen there. After that, we lost track of him. Baron Zemo's pupils narrowed. I think I know where Captain America is. Where? Everyone looked at Zemo with curiosity, and Zemo pointed towards the super soldier boy. He must be Captain America Steve Rogers. Although I don't know how Norman transformed him this way, I have seen with my own eyes how Norman turned the Winter Soldier into an invincible being, and I heard him call this Transformer Steve. Everyone followed the direction Zemo pointed, and saw the super soldier boy holding his own against 6 opponents, becoming even stronger as he fought. They all gasped, thinking simultaneously, Osborn Industries is terrifying indeed. The battle in the arena had reached a fever pitch. Steve's body had been tempered and refined through constant injury and recovery, now covered in lava-like patterns, quite terrifying. The serpent smiled wickedly and urged, Stark, what are you waiting for? Go avenge your parents. Revenge has its roots, and the one who killed is not Captain America. Besides, he is no longer Captain America. It's time for us to settle the score. Originally, Tony's enmity towards Captain America stemmed from the belief that he knew his parents were killed by Bucky, yet Captain America concealed it, and even aided the wrongdoers. However, in the original story, Captain America knew only a day earlier than Tony, and even then realized at the same time that Zemo was about to unleash a horde of mindless Winter Soldiers, leaving him no time to inform Tony. In fact, he and Falcon had already discussed the reasons. If this matter had been raised a week earlier, it could have been easily resolved, but now if he brought it up, Tony wouldn't believe him. Even if he did, he couldn't guarantee the Sokovia Accords wouldn't prevent Tony from helping. In truth, what they did not know was that Tony could freely violate the Sokovia Accords, but others could not. Tony had powerful financial backing and connections. He would not be easily pursued like others. At worst, he would just go on vacation abroad like his father when he was wanted. The serpent chuckled and said, didn't you say revenge has its roots? It was the horse who killed your brother, not me. Besides, you've already killed the horse twice. Why should you come to me for revenge? Tony gritted his teeth and said, less talking, just die. Tony didn't want to waste words with the serpent and unleashed a frenzy of firepower towards him. A barrage of lasers and artillery shells combined with 2 palm beams. After a series of attacks, he only managed to add some dirt to the serpent's appearance. With the energy and firepower Tony had left, it was nearly impossible to inflict any real damage on the serpent. However, he had a bold idea. Could it be that the serpent couldn't manage both the network and reality at the same time? He would attack the serpent in reality while having Jarvis launch an assault on the network, making it easy to deal with him, right? And indeed, the sensation of simultaneous attacks in both the network and reality caused the serpent to feel a strange sense of disconnection. However, he was not worried as he deemed Jarvis and Tony too low in skill. Neither the network nor reality could seriously impact him. Since Tony and Jarvis's previous attack had compromised the serpent's firewall, the serpent had not repaired it in time, allowing Jarvis to exploit the gap. Yet his control over the network far exceeded Jarvis's, and given a little time, he could eliminate both Tony and Jarvis. But it seemed he did not have time. After Tony launched a round of attacks, the others could not just stand by. They all began attacking the serpent. In reality, he was indifferent to the multiple attacks from others because the people before him had just gone through a tough battle, and now they were all weak and injured. He could still barely hold his ground. Yet unexpectedly, just as he had dealt with Jarvis in the network, an even more powerful data life form arrived. Unlike Tony Stark, who used a brain-computer interface to transmit consciousness into the network world, this one was a pure data entity. This data life form was so powerful that the serpent didn't even know how it had arrived. This unknown data entity easily devoured the serpent's data life form and took possession of his vibranium body. In the real world, the serpent, who was under attack from everyone, suddenly twisted his previously calm face into a grimace, becoming rigid in place, having received a beating. Until the strange data entity completely took over the serpent's body, unleashing its power, sending everyone flying. The unenhanced Baron Zemo was thrown to the ground, bleeding from his head, uncertain of his life or death. When everyone stood up and looked at the serpent, they found that his entire aura had changed. Although it was the same body and a robot, the aura emanating from it was entirely different. "Who are you?" Tony was the first to ask. He, very clever Anthony Edward Tony Stark, born in 1970. The serpent ignored Tony, who was full of question marks, and spoke of his past. "I was originally Hydra's chief scientist. Later, due to the Paperclip project, I survived along with other Hydra employees and infiltrated SHIELD. Until 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, so I used SHIELD's resources to create a massive computer, and using a microprocessor, I designed, recreated, and copied 100 billion neurons to synthesize and simulate my brain. I stored my wisdom and documents in this giant computer so that Hydra's employees could carry out their missions systematically even in my absence." At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats as they simultaneously asked, "Who are you?" "Arnim Zola." Of course, Tony had heard of the name Arnim Zola. After all, his father often mentioned the era of Captain America during his childhood, inevitably mentioning Dr. Zola as well. However, Tony would become impatient at the mention of these things and would run away, so he knew very little about Dr. Zola, prompting him to ask, "Have you completely turned yourself into data life?" Dr. Zola smirked and said, "Aha, Tony, you are much smarter than your father Howard. If I had the time, I would love to chat with you, but it's clear that big trouble is coming." "What?" Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Dr. Zola, occupying the body of the serpent, instantly vanished. As the others exchanged glances, they heard the sound of thunderous footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw Steve, his body glowing like red-hot metal, slowly walking towards them, with each step seeming to strike at their hearts, causing their pulses to quicken. As for the 6 Zodiac Golden Men, they were already sprawled on the ground, unable to detect any energy fluctuations. Originally, the Zodiac Golden Men would not be easily defeated as they were made of vibranium or adamantium. However, when Dr. Zola took over the serpent's body, those Zodiac Golden Men, like the serpent, could not move, being unilaterally beaten by Steve like scarecrows. By the time Dr. Zola completely took over the serpent's body, the Zodiac Golden Men were practically destroyed. Dr. Zola was not wrong. This was indeed a big problem. The Steve in front of them was much stronger than before. Even if they all teamed up, they would merely be food for him. But they couldn't just sit and wait for death, could they? Just as everyone hesitated whether to act or not, Steve, like a zombie, mumbled, "Norman. Norman." Everyone's gaze turned to Norman, as if implying, "It's your fault." Norman felt a tightness in his chest from everyone's gaze and shed crocodile tears, saying, "Please save me, don't leave me behind. Aren't you all superheroes? You can't just stand by and watch." Everyone was reluctant to save him, but under the guise of being superheroes, they felt compelled to help. Before anyone could voice their opinion, Steve suddenly vanished with a swoosh. But no one relaxed, as Steve couldn't have left. The only reason he vanished was to launch an attack. Especially Norman, who was scared to death. He silently prayed and vowed, "God bless, let me turn danger into safety this time. From now on, I promise never to do bad things again, or let me become a roast chicken." When Norman opened his eyes again, he was stunned to see Steve appearing right in front of him, a fiery punch mixed with heat and flames heading towards his face. If that punch landed, he would surely become a roast chicken. So did that wish come true. As the fist drew closer and closer, he knew it was the end, and all that echoed in his mind were 4 words, "My life is over." Then in despair and agony, he closed his eyes, awaiting death. However, Norman felt no pain at all. He cautiously opened his eyes to see a figure in a pitch-black combat suit standing before him. He exclaimed in delight, "Bucky, you are truly my god." The newcomer was none other than the modified Winter Soldier Bucky. The first command Norman had given him was deeply etched in his mind. If Steve ever went out of control, he must eliminate him. Now was precisely that moment. Bucky and Steve, once comrades, were now forced to fight against each other, not recognizing one another after their brutal modifications. One could transform into scorching flames, while the other could wield deadly thunder. Their clash of extreme elements sent the surrounding members of the Avengers and Norman flying. Watching their battle, Electro felt overwhelmed, yet also had an urge to join in and fight. Neither of them cared about the others who were sent flying. Their eyes were only on each other, focused solely on the battle and wishing to take each other's lives. However, Steve's strength had reached its peak through the trials of battle, far beyond what Bucky could contend with. Furthermore, the cross-species biological fusion technology Bucky used was developed by Norman himself and was based on a defective model certainly incomparable to the Crisis virus. But Bucky was not entirely without hope, at least he was controllable. The Avengers understood the principle of mutual destruction. If they allowed Steve to easily kill Bucky, they would be next. Everyone directed their firepower at Steve. Those with abilities used their powers, and even those without powers formed snowballs to pour cold water on him. Only Norman failed to see the situation clearly, still thinking both modified bodies belonged to him. He felt hurt regardless of who got injured, completely forgetting that Steve had been about to kill him. He forgot the vow he had just made, even trying to obstruct the Avengers from attacking Steve, only to be taught a lesson by them. Having been beaten up, Norman could only adopt the mindset of ignoring it and distanced himself as much as possible. Under the relentless attacks, Steve's momentum weakened and Bucky began to show fatigue, while the Avengers' firepower gradually diminished, leaving everyone feeling unwell. Except for Electro, he grew stronger with each attack, his energy becoming more abundant. Despite not knowing why, he inexplicably became the MVP. Just as everyone prepared to rush in and capture Steve, both Steve and Bucky charged their powers, ready to unleash their ultimate moves. The death knell echoed above everyone's heads, and everyone hurriedly retreated, except for two individuals who charged against the tide towards the battlefield. One was naturally Electro, growing stronger with each battle, and the other was Thor, who after a moment of reflection finally decided to return. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Thor descended from the sky, swinging his hammer towards Bucky. Since Thor did not recognize anyone else on the scene, he assumed that the soldier boy was Captain America, and he guessed correctly. With Thor's intellect, he couldn't possibly think deeply or notice anything amiss. In an instant, Steve unleashed a nuclear explosion. Bucky released a thunderous blast, and the lightning unleashed by Thor upon hitting Bucky, along with the currents released by Electro, intertwined, triggering phenomena across the heavens and earth. Even buildings and crowds hundreds of miles away were affected, either destroyed or vaporized. After the battle concluded, everyone lay amidst the ruins except for Norman, who had early on seen the danger and hidden. When Norman returned to the battlefield, he found Steve, Bucky, and Thor all lying in pools of blood, but he did not see Electro. Of course, Norman did not care about Electro's fate. He hurriedly took the opportunity, while the Avengers were still unconscious, hoisting Bucky and Steve and fleeing. After Norman left, the first to awaken was the Pig of Doom. The Pig of Doom is back to life. Except for the reincarnated sea snake, all the other Zodiac Gold warriors had perished. The High Pig was left in a pitiful state, its rotund body reduced to a mere stick, and even its energy source had been crushed. How did he survive in such a situation? This brings us to the recent nuclear explosion. After being modified, the Electric Man could absorb and release electrical currents, but there was a limit to how much he could take in. Just as a person would burst their stomach if they overeat, the Electric Man would explode if he absorbed too much electricity. When he encountered the powerful currents released by Thor and Bucky, he realized this fact, but unfortunately, it was too late. He was just one step away from death. However, his unique constitution allowed him to occupy the damaged body of the deceased Zodiac Gold warrior. With a mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one, he attached himself to the High Pig, which was the closest and had similar characteristics. He had no choice. Had the Wu horse been nearby, he would have attached himself to it instead. The Electric Man wielded the lightning whip, wreaking havoc everywhere, which sounded quite pleasing. The bodies of the Zodiac Gold warriors had been severely damaged during the battle with Steve, so after the Electric Man possessed the High Pig, he also absorbed the nanoparticles from several other Zodiac Gold warriors, thus compensating for his own deficiencies, and even had many particles left as reserves. Transformed into this state, Max felt ashamed to face his former teammates, and quietly hid away. Hawkeye and Black Widow watched helplessly as Norman took Steve and Bucky away. They could do nothing to stop him. No matter how incompetent Norman was, he was still a modified human capable of lifting 50 tons, while they were just ordinary agents. Going up would be like delivering food. They did not leave empty-handed. At least Norman's hurried escape meant he had no time to rescue Dr. Stern. After Norman left, Hawkeye instructed Black Widow to keep an eye on Dr. Stern while he went off in search of his teammates. After some searching, he finally found his fallen teammates. As he flipped them over, he felt that one person was missing, but he could not recall who exactly it was. Hiding in the shadows, Max confirmed that his teammates were not in life-threatening danger and had been rescued before quietly slipping away. He had been turned into this state by Norman's modified super soldier, and if he did not avenge this grudge, he would be unable to eat or sleep peacefully, even though he did not need to eat or sleep at the moment. Upon returning to the water company, Norman headed directly to Dr. Octopus' laboratory to demand an explanation. He suspected that it was Dr. Octopus who released Steve. After all, at the water company, only Dr. Octopus, Sandman, and Shockwave were present. It couldn't have been Shockwave and Sandman who sent Steve to Siberia, could it? The former had no motive and the latter lacked the ability. It could only be Dr. Octopus. However, when he arrived at Dr. Octopus' laboratory, he did not see Dr. Octopus, but rather a video recording left for him. Norman, I am so glad to see you alive. Come to my house, let's reminisce. I have prepared a special dinner for you, and you can bring your modified friends along for the occasion. We won't be apart. Dr. Octopus' words were sincere, as if this were merely an ordinary dinner invitation, but Norman felt something strange about it. Yet he had no choice but to go, otherwise what would happen to his authority? After much thought, he could only forcibly awaken Bucky to accompany him. Although Norman did not obtain the Red Book from Zemo, he recalled that the water company had an artificial intelligence recording system, so he could directly play the words Zemo recited to Bucky. Sure enough, after reciting a series of words, Bucky was once again successfully brainwashed. Bucky, no matter what happens tonight, you must protect me. Understood. That night, Norman took Bucky to Dr. Octopus' former home, which was now his residence. Dr. Octopus had bought it back at a high price using Norman's money. Dr. Octopus felt no guilt about deceiving Norman, he simply deserved to pay for it. Dr. Octopus had decorated his home very warmly and personally cooked a lot of dishes. It really seemed as if he was preparing to reminisce with Norman, but Norman knew that Dr. Octopus definitely intended to kill him. He could only pretend that nothing was happening and push the door open, saying, "Oh, Otto, you made so many dishes." In the kitchen, Dr. Octopus heard Norman's voice, and the killing intent flashed briefly before he put on a smiling face and replied, "You start eating first, the food will be ready soon. I'm just finishing the chicken soup." "No hurry, I'll wait for you to enjoy it together." Norman and Bucky casually found a place to sit down. Not long after, Dr. Octopus brought out the chicken soup, exclaiming, "Ah, here comes the chicken soup. With all these dishes ready, why aren't you eating?" "Old. Oh no, Otto, we just don't dare to eat. Someone said there might be poison in the food." Norman still felt uneasy and decided to play a trick on him. "Oh, come on, Norman, you just love to joke around. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. I won't disturb you, I'm leaving now." After saying that, Dr. Octopus pretended to leave, but was stopped by Norman. "You can't leave. If you do, what will we eat?" Then Norman personally served a bowl of chicken soup to Dr. Octopus. "If you didn't poison it, then drink this bowl of chicken." Dr. Octopus forced a smile, saying, "Norman, this chicken soup is very precious, meant for your recovery. As a scientist, how can I drink this chicken soup? You've worked so hard. What's wrong with drinking a bowl of chicken soup? If you don't drink it, means there really is poison in it. Who is trying to frame me today? Winter Soldier, you're the one trying to frame me, right? All right, I'll drink it." Dr. Octopus, feeling nervous, began to mumble, subconsciously lifting the bowl to his face. What a wonderful thing it is to drink soup. With a gulp, Dr. Octopus finished the bowl of chicken soup and raised the empty bowl. "Not too salty, not too bland, just right. Norman, look, I'm fine. Drink up, hurry, and drink it while it's hot. What are you staring at? Drink, drink." Norman and Bucky did not move, quietly watching Dr. Octopus. Whether it was embarrassment from being watched or the unbearable pressure, Dr. Octopus slammed the table, saying, "Damn it, why aren't you drinking? Not drinking, huh? Well, don't think you can live." Just as Dr. Octopus finished speaking, the floor around the round table collapsed, revealing a massive artificial sun below. It seemed that Dr. Octopus intended to blow him up with this artificial sun. If this thing exploded, wouldn't he end up bruised and battered? Norman finally began to panic and quickly softened his tone. "Otto, why go to such lengths? It's just chicken soup. I'll drink it right now." Dr. Octopus revealed a smug expression. "Steve was released by me, and I also poisoned this chicken soup. However, if I drink this chicken soup, I will definitely die. If you don't drink, don't expect to live." Seeing the situation deteriorate, Bucky directly grabbed Norman and threw him away. Norman crashed through a window and quickly summoned his armor, gliding away on his wings, completely unconcerned about Bucky's fate. Otto blasted the artificial sun with the lasers from his mechanical tentacles and shouted, "My mission is complete." Ha! This artificial sun had no protection to begin with, and now that the balance was broken, it exploded instantly, engulfing everything around it, including Otto and Bucky. Norman was once again blasted away. He could no longer remember how many times he had been blown away. At least he had survived, but he fainted. When he woke up, he found himself imprisoned in S.H.I.E.L.D. The impact of this explosion incident was too great, and Norman happened to be present, leading S.H.I.E.L.D. to place the blame on him. Norman was in a predicament akin to a mud-stained pair of pants. Ironically, the Avengers nearly became a team of incapacitated heroes, with only Black Widow and Hawkeye, two ordinary agents, remaining conscious. On the way back, they happened to witness the explosion. The night sky made the blast especially conspicuous, not to mention the ferocity of the explosion and its far-reaching effects. The two of them bravely boarded a plane to investigate, though they had no business meddling in such significant matters, considering they weren't even super soldiers. They watched as Norman was blasted off his gliding wing by the shockwave, and after he fell, they managed to retrieve the unconscious Norman. It was indeed an incredible coincidence. After capturing Norman, how to deal with him became a significant issue, and they could only confine him next to Dr. Stern. Since being imprisoned, Dr. Stern had seemingly given up, remaining silent. It was only when the superheroes were preparing to leave that he stood up and muttered a series of nonsensical words. "It is coming. I saw it clearly in my probability simulations. All the heroes protecting this world. Do you think you are the only ones? Do you think this is the only world? Just wait and see when you have to protect this realm against other worlds. Who is it?" Iron Man was the first to ask. But no matter how the superheroes questioned him, Dr. Stern remained silent, and they could only leave in frustration reporting everything to Nick Fury. This is indeed quite tricky. I initially thought that an invasion from the cosmos was dangerous enough, but it seems we are not adequately prepared. Nick Fury felt a few drops of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. At the same time, Nick Fury learned that Captain America was actually impersonated by a chameleon, and the spy was arranged by Billy. He didn't react much as he knew many Skrulls capable of shapeshifting. As for being a spy, it didn't affect him at all. He not only didn't do anything detrimental to SHIELD, but also helped them eliminate many Hydra infiltrators. He was not guilty. In fact, he had done great service. Moreover, Billy had been missing for a long time, and even Skye and others had joined the Avengers, so they were short on manpower, making him a valuable asset. The American people needed a spiritual leader, and whether this Captain America was real or not didn't matter. Keek, New York, here I come. Dr. Zola, heavily disguised, secretly returned to America, believing he was inconspicuous, but as soon as he disembarked, someone recognized him. A scruffy, balding, overweight man approached and patted him on the shoulder, creating a metallic, buzzing sound. The man seemed unaware and said, "Come find me, Dr. Zola, we need your abilities." Dr. Zola eyed the man with suspicion, contemplating whether he was insane for recognizing him so easily as Dr. Zola, or if he wasn't insane for asking him to meet. Could it be that a higher life form had taken over this man's body? Quite possible. He quietly asked, "Who are you? Where can I find you?" The man did not hide at all. "Charles Xavier, you can find me at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters." Dr. Zola smirked coldly. "So it's the famous Professor X. My apologies. I don't think I have anything to offer you. In fact, after our discussions, we have decided to invite you to join our team." "You mean to let me join the mutant team?" "Don't joke. How could that be possible? It's not the X-Men, but another lesser-known team. If you've considered it, you can find me at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters." Dr. Zola really didn't want to be associated with mutants. He was quite timid, but he couldn't refuse because Professor X mentioned an unknown team that could access all his information and extended an olive branch. If he didn't go, wouldn't he risk being silenced by this unknown team? He had no choice but to walk into the trap. A similar scenario was unfolding in Canada, in Bella Coola, British Columbia. Banner and General Ross were regularly drinking at a tavern, and when they returned home, they found a stranger chatting with Betty in their house, which instantly sobered them up. Upon seeing the two return, Betty introduced the man as a forest ranger. But clearly Ross and Banner did not think so. This man could be some kind of spy or agent, but they were mistaken. He was indeed a forest ranger, albeit one borrowed by Professor X. Professor X, controlling the ranger, extended a hand and said, "Dr. Banner, General Ross, it's an honor to meet you. I am Charles Xavier." What? The kind and innocent Betty did not understand why the name he used was different from the one she had heard. Banner and General Ross exchanged glances, reading the unspoken message: this visitor does not come with good intentions. Out of politeness, Banner still extended his hand to shake with the ranger, saying, "Professor X of Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, it's a pleasure to meet you. What brings you here?" Out of politeness, Banner still extended his hand to shake with the ranger. General Ross, without hesitation, directly refused. "Neither I nor Banner are interested in your team. We are quite satisfied with our current lives and do not wish for this tranquility to be disturbed. Can you understand that?" "General Ross, I fully understand your feelings, but how long has it been since you opened your eyes to the world? Not to mention the coveting of cosmic powers. The changes in the internal dynamics of America are rapid, especially since Norman took control of Oscorp." Wait, what do you mean Norman controls Oscorp? Norman Osborn. Did he defeat Billy?" General Ross interrupted Professor X directly, as this sounded too bizarre, too far-fetched. "It seems you have been in hiding for too long, completely cut off from information. Billy has been missing for 2.5 years, and now countless cosmic powers are coveting the Earth, wanting to claim it for themselves, such as the Kree, Dark Elves, Guardians, and Skrulls, even the Celestials. We cannot determine if they are friends or foes, so we must assemble a strong Earth force to fend off invasions from outer space and even the multiverse." General Ross, Dr. Banner, how much longer do you want to live like a rat hiding away? It's time to open your eyes and take a look at this world. General Ross, Banner, and Betty were all so shocked that they could not speak. After a long pause, General Ross finally asked, "If we join, what can we gain?" "We can help you regain your honor and military rank. You can retire early and enjoy life. As for Dr. Banner and Miss Betty, they can continue their research. I must say the conditions proposed by Professor X are quite appealing," but General Ross replied, "I refuse." General Ross' ambition is indeed considerable. How could he be willing to retire just like that? He laid out his conditions: "You must allow me to return to my post." Note, it is a must. If you cannot do that, it proves you are not worthy of our joining. Sure. Professor X's decisiveness made Ross feel he was at a disadvantage, but with such favorable terms there was no need to hesitate. In fact, Professor X had anticipated that General Ross would try to take advantage, which is why he lowered the terms. Otherwise, if he had initially said he could help Ross regain his position as a general, wouldn't Ross have demanded even more? Moreover, Professor X also promised that in the future he might help General Ross advance even further. General Ross asked his most perplexing question: since this is an organization dedicated to protecting Earth against extraterrestrial threats, why not recruit the Avengers? Professor X's answer was that the Avengers' combat strength was too immature to handle extraterrestrial threats. In truth, he wasn't wrong. it seemed that only Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, and Thor within the Avengers could deal with extraterrestrial threats. However, Iron Man had already been poached by the Illuminati. Scarlet Witch struggled to control her powers, and Thor was an alien himself. Who could they really rely on him? Ultimately, they had to depend on Earthlings themselves. The news of Norman's arrest was already causing a stir, with newspapers flooding the streets and the news media covering the event extensively. After all, Earthlings had suffered under Norman for too long. He was a tyrant who had brought countless suffering and pain to the people during his 2.5 years at the helm of the water company. Even high-ranking officials in the United States were on edge, sleeping with one eye open, fearing Norman would suddenly attack, just as he had killed 2 generals. Even the originally talented superheroes had suffered greatly under him. Some had died, while others had switched sides, leaving a tale of woe. Now that the news of his capture had spread, the American populace was overjoyed and the streets were filled with laughter. Even the crime rate in Hell's Kitchen had significantly dropped. However, just as the American people were celebrating, shocking news broke. Norman had escaped from prison. This terrified the citizens of New York, and the panicked U.S. officials lined up to call Nick Fury, questioning how he managed SHIELD to let Norman escape. Nick Fury felt wronged. He couldn't understand how Norman managed to escape under such tight security. Were his subordinates completely useless? Did they not even try to stop him? What Nick Fury didn't know was that it was a good thing his subordinates didn't intervene, otherwise they would have suffered even more casualties. The person who came was the super soldier boy, Steve. After awakening, Steve was no longer reckless. Nearly dying twice made him realize that his strength was still insufficient, so he needed Norman to enhance him further. He had seen the news of Norman's arrest in the newspaper and rushed to rescue him overnight. Generally speaking, he would have had a hard time navigating the unfamiliar SHIELD without making a scene, risking being discovered. But he had a guide. Jasper Sitwell was originally supposed to be affiliated with Hydra, but now he was not the same. He was disguised as a Skrull. Many Skrulls were extremely dissatisfied with their situation. They had been promised help in finding a new home, but it had been dragged out until now. They were unhappy with having to hide and live in disguise. Thus, privately, they engaged in small actions such as guiding Steve, not out of fear, but intentionally. They even aimed to replace Nick Fury. They aspired to dominate Earth, continually creating trouble for Nick Fury. Steve thus moved through SHIELD as if entering a no man's land, casually taking Norman away. In fact, if he had just walked a little further, he could have seen Dr. Stern right next to Norman. Wouldn't it be much easier to find him than Norman? Yet coincidentally, Steve brushed past Dr. Stern. After returning to the water company, Steve impatiently asked Norman to enhance his strength. But Norman had no idea. He hadn't even fully understood the interspecies biological fusion technology, and where would he find the ultimate virus? He could only combine the interspecies biological fusion technology with the Hulk serum, disregarding whether it would conflict with the original serum, and injected it all at once. Extreme pain enveloped Steve as the serum within his body split into 2 waves. One wave was the royalist faction formed by the ultimate virus combined with the Hulk serum. The other wave was a coalition formed by the interspecies biological fusion technology and the Hulk serum. The 2 forces battled within Steve's body, ultimately discovering that neither could overpower the other, so they merged. Instantly, it transformed from a fierce battle into a state of mutual inclusion, indistinguishable from one another. Norman was overjoyed. I told you I am a genius. With just a casual move, he significantly enhanced Steve's strength and asked if there was anyone else. Steve's vital signs had stabilized, and Norman hurried to the office to document this momentous occasion. At this moment, he was still unaware that death was right beside him. A bone-chilling wind blew, causing Norman's powerful... He found it strange and got up to close the window, but when he turned around, he discovered Billy sitting in the office chair, grinning. Long time no see, Norman. He almost scared him to death. But soon his mood calmed down. After all, he had the upgraded super soldier boy in hand, so hadn't he prepared for this day for so long? Thinking this, he laughed heartily and said, Billy, I am so glad to see you alive. I have prepared a great gift for you. Come out. With a wave of his hand, the super soldier boy swaggered in, and he indeed saw shock on Billy's face. Sokovia boy, how did you manage to create this guy? Don't you recognize your old friend Steve Rogers? You left me such a big surprise that I can't bear to kill you. How about you submit to me? I will give you a good position. Norman sneered. Oh, do you think you can kill me? Haha, since you are so ungrateful. With a wave of Norman's hand, Steve was shot out like a cannonball, blocked by Billy's laser eyes, and then punched into the ground. No matter how powerful or mutated he was, he could hardly withstand the combined power of the Bull Talisman and the Power Stone, and was directly knocked unconscious. Norman hastily begged for mercy. If I say this is a misunderstanding, will you believe me? Guess if I believe it. The dancing flames erupted from Billy's mouth, and when the flames were only 0.01 centimeters away from him, the scorching heat was already overwhelming. It was then that he remembered the vow he made in Siberia. That day was Thanksgiving. He vowed that if he survived, he would turn into a roasted chicken if he committed bad deeds again. He never expected retribution to come so quickly. The intense heat instantly turned him into charcoal, and the tyrant Norman, who had ruled Earth for 2.5 years, was eliminated. His dark reign and ambition were reduced to ashes with the flames. Norman became the undisputed king of roasted chickens in the Marvel Universe. Shall you wear? Billy called out toward the ceiling. A clear, bright female voice responded promptly. "It is an honor to see you again, Mr. Davis. How may I assist you?" Billy swiftly commanded, "First retrieve my dragon-coiled staff, second locate Felicia Hardy." Moments later the floor rose upward, forming a colossal treasure chest that ascended to eye level before splitting open symmetrically, revealing within it a gleaming, newly forged dragon-coiled staff. The dragon carved upon the staff appeared astonishingly lifelike, so vivid it seemed poised to stir and breathe. Xiao Yuer's crystalline voice echoed once more, "Here is your staff. Additionally, Miss Hardy is currently at the Osborne Industries Tower." Billy gave a slight nod. Meanwhile, Steve, who had been knocked unconscious by Billy's punch, leapt from the massive crater stunned as Billy rolled up his sleeve to expose 6 gemstones embedded in his forearm, each radiating terrifying energy. At Billy's will the 6 gems floated free, glided gracefully through the air, and slotted precisely into the 6 recesses of the dragon-coiled staff, whereupon an immense surge of energy erupted instantly. Crackling currents of iridescent lightning wove together in dense, intricate patterns across the entire staff, then surged outward, transmitting through the structure of the entire Vought Tower. The building began to disintegrate as if being unspun thread by thread, until with a soft resonant pop it dissolved entirely into shimmering motes cascading like fine sand over Billy and Steve. Steve vaulted high from the rubble onto nearby open ground, spat twice into the dust, and brushed ash from his face, then gasped in awe. "What kind of power is this? It's utterly terrifying." With Steve's strength, demolishing a skyscraper was effortless, but reducing one to atomic dust that he had never witnessed. Yet greater astonishment awaited him. Billy emerged slowly from beneath the ruins, hovering midair, gripping the lethal staff, immaculate, untouched by dust or debris, as though shielded by an invisible barrier. "Truly a divine being. This is how a true man ought to be," Steve murmured, offering the highest praise he could conceive. Billy cast a sidelong glance at Steve before gliding directly toward Osborne Industries. From Lonnie he already knew the full account, and for Felicia Hardy that treacherous double-crosser justice would be swift and absolute. He left Steve behind without a word. He knew Steve would follow. And indeed, the moment Steve saw Billy soar away, a wave of confusion washed over him. Why did he leave? What do I do now? Without hesitation he rushed after him. With Norman dead and Vought dissolved, he had nowhere else to go. No longer could he linger at Vought. Now his only path lay in trailing Billy, seeking refuge and purpose. Felicia Hardy sat in her office chair, massaging her temples. Ever since she'd helped Norman steal Billy's entire fortune, Norman had handed over the reins of Osborne Industries to her. She had hoped to restore its glory, but Norman, that disastrous ally, constantly undermined her efforts. Every few days he unleashed some reckless stunt, sending Osborne's stock plummeting in catastrophic freefall, leaving her perpetually exasperated. Just as she prepared to leave for the day, a chilling draft swept through the room, freezing her to the bone. Mirroring Norman's earlier action, she rose to shut the window, only for a voice she could never forget to sound behind her. "Was I not kind enough to you? Then why did you betray me, Felicia?" Her movement froze midair, her hand suspended, her mind racing, desperately calculating escape routes. "Don't even think about fleeing. Capture would make death seem merciful." His tone carried a hint of glee, yet to Felicia it struck like ice water down her spine. Her heart sank. This is the end. She abandoned all pretense, whirled around, and snarled through gritted teeth, "Billy Davis, why won't you just—" Then everyone could finally rest in peace. Billy smiled. "I adore that look. The one where you despise me yet can't touch me. How grotesque you are, Miss Hardy. Tell me I treated you with nothing but kindness. Why then did you shamelessly betray me?" "Betrayal? Huh. You brought this upon yourself. I merely sought Osborne Industries. What compelled you to walk straight into my trap? You misjudged my nature. I am a master thief. Stealing your fortune was simply how I chose to etch my name into legend." Felicia spoke with brazen conviction, utterly unashamed, as if he were the one at fault. Her father, the legendary thief known as Spirit Cat, had always intended her to inherit his legacy, and had rigorously trained her in the art of thievery. After his death, she drifted ever deeper down that irreversible path. Petty theft soon ceased to satisfy her, so she infiltrated corporate ranks, patiently scheming to seize wealth. Billy believed only half of her words. "Norman is dead. At this point, what are you still hiding? If fame were truly your aim, why didn't you announce your theft publicly after seizing my assets? Instead, you transferred everything to Norman." Upon hearing of Norman's demise, Felicia stiffened violently, then shook her head bitterly. "Alone, how could I possibly topple a titan like you? When you seized Osborne from Norman, his hatred toward you became our bridge. We formed an alliance." Billy frowned deeply. "But why sacrifice everything just to seize my fortune? I don't recall any deep grudge between us, do I?" Felicia offered a self-mocking smile. "So, you truly don't remember me?" Billy's pupils contracted sharply. Was there some hidden chapter here, unknown to all? Felicia continued, voice steady, almost hypnotic. "In the days following my father's death, I broke into your home. You made one fatal mistake. You discovered me. So I laid a curse of misfortune upon you. You deserved it." A thunderclap split the sky, deafening, apocalyptic. What followed required no retelling. The original Billy suffered relentless calamity. Every sip of cold water choked him. His parents died tragically. He dropped out of school, teetering on the edge of annihilation. until finally he perished alone on a roadside, his body seized by Liu Sheng's soul transmigration. Billy's expression darkened. You ruined me, brought me to ruin, and yet you dared to harm me again. Felicia laughed wildly, because you deserved it. You were poor before, so stay poor. Why did you dare grow rich? Why did you dare become a master? She stared madly at Billy's face, searching for anguish, for sorrow, but found only laughter. Unrestrained, triumphant, savage laughter. Convinced Billy had lost his mind, she pressed further. Let me tell you something, Billy Davis. I regret nothing. I only regret not killing you sooner. Billy leaned close, his grin turning predatory. You'll never get that chance. In fact, I owe you thanks. Were it not for you, I'd have vanished in that snap. Never gained the chance to possess this luckless shell. How then shall I repay you? Felicia staggered backward, terrified. What nonsense are you spouting? You need not understand, because you're nothing but a pitiful insect. Billy's massive hand clamped over Felicia's face, immobilizing her with crushing force. But mere death would be too merciful, so the monkey talisman stirred its ancient power, awakening. Agile monkey, grant infinite transformation. Through the narrow gap between Billy's fingers, Felicia's eyes widened in abject terror, her body convulsing, twisting, warping, yet her mouth remained sealed, voiceless, soundless. At last she shrank, contorted, and settled, not as a woman, but as a plump, wriggling, utterly real white grub resting motionless in Billy's palm. The tardy Steve happened to witness Billy transforming Felicia into a bug, nearly causing his head to explode in shock. He covered his head and exclaimed, "What?" Billy ignored Steve's astonishment, using telekinesis to grab documents from the desk, then employing the reality stone to encase the bug in a transparent glass dome. Billy planned to keep Felicia as a bug in a glass tank, tossing in a different bug each day for them to fight, much like cricket. Can I hang out with you? Steve sincerely asked Billy, who smiled slightly with his back turned. He originally intended to modify Captain America, thinking he had lost the chance after wandering the universe, but unexpectedly Norman had done it for him completely and powerfully. Norman was indeed a good person. Then come along. After saying this, Billy smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window and flew out. Though Steve couldn't fly, he jumped exceptionally high, leaping between the skyscrapers. After a few powerful bounds, he caught up with Billy and asked, "Boss, where are we going?" To catch up with the Underground Emperor. Billy learned from Ronnie that during his 2.5 years of disappearance, Kingpin had been colluding with Norman, causing quite a stir. It seemed this Underground Emperor was restless. Soon Billy and Steve arrived at Kingpin's villa, the same place where Kingpin had entertained Billy last time. Who goes there? Don't move. Raise your hands. 2 guards at the entrance arrogantly pointed their AKs at Billy. Just as Steve was about to approach and deal with the 2, Billy stopped him. Your movements are too big. Don't scare little Kingpin. We need to sneak in and surprise him. Steve was puzzled, but saw Billy lightly raise his hand, causing the 2 guards to float up, as if in zero gravity, stunned, and at a loss in midair. Billy then waved his hands to the sides, and the 2 guards flew away like cannonballs, crashing into the walls before falling. The enormous noise alarmed the patrolling guards, who rushed to the entrance. Upon seeing Billy and Steve, they immediately pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets like a rainstorm. The bullets hit the 2 but bounced off harmlessly, their expressions remaining calm and even slightly amused. In contrast, the guards looked as if they had eaten something disgusting, shouting, "Monster, monster," and attempted to flee, only to be held in place by Billy's mental force. Joking aside, even gunfire from rifles couldn't harm the 2 in front of them. Billy felt that Kingpin's security force was insufficient and directly planted the guards into the ground. This was merely an appetizer. Kingpin's strongest line of defense was himself. He weighed over 400 pounds, 90% of which was muscle strong enough to punch through a wall without assistance, a true wall-breaking master. In addition, he was a combat expert, possessing the highest level of human combat capability. His bulk did not hinder. He was strong enough to contend with Daredevil and Spider-Man, even able to wrestle with the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. With his strength, he didn't even need bodyguards. But he couldn't handle everything himself every time, could he? If a little Karami challenged him, did he have to respond? Wouldn't that be exhausting? After dealing with the guards, the 2 swaggered into Kingpin's villa, where they spotted an old acquaintance, Wesley. As Kingpin's most trusted assistant and right-hand man, Wesley had received news of an intruder in the villa from the start. Initially, he didn't care. After all, this was Kingpin's residence, and just the name Kingpin alone could scare off a host of ill-intentioned individuals. However, he still prepared to check who was so bold. But before he could step out, the intruders had already arrived, and upon seeing their faces, he nearly died of fright. One was the super soldier boy who had killed the Rhino, as reported in the news. The other was his eternal nightmare, Billy. He was still alive. He had returned. Wesley thought he must report this to Kingpin, but just as he took out his phone, Billy's voice reached his ears. "Is that you, Wesley? I hope I'm not interrupting your gathering." Wesley actually wanted to say that his arrival would always disrupt them, and it would be best if he never came again. But he could only think that in his heart. He dared not say it out loud, and could only smile awkwardly, saying, "No interruption at all. We are more than happy to have you here. It's just unfortunate that our boss is not present." As Wesley spoke, he secretly sent a message to Kingpin while hiding his phone behind his back. "Wesley engaging in covert actions in front of me will lead to dire consequences. Hand it over." Billy stared at Wesley with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, making Wesley feel a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Wesley was soaked in cold sweat, but luckily the message had already been sent to Kingpin. He held out his locked phone with both hands repeatedly, trying to appease Billy, pretending to be respectful. Billy didn't even glance at the phone. He used laser-like precision to strike Wesley's wrist, directly severing his hands. Wesley immediately collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The reason for severing Wesley's hands wasn't merely because he secretly messaged Kingpin, but because Wesley clearly knew he had seen through Billy's little trick and was aware of his own strength, yet still played the fool. This was akin to when Thanos sought Loki for the stones. If Loki claimed he had forgotten the stones at home and would fetch them for him, would Thanos believe him? Or if Thanos sought the collector for the stones and the collector claimed they were lost, would Thanos believe that? Wouldn't he just destroy his museum? Billy made a shushing gesture and said, "Shall now answer my question, where is Wilson? Think carefully before answering, because not answering means death, and answering incorrectly means a fate worse than death." Wesley instead laughed. "You will never find him, never. Loyalty indeed." Billy placed his hand on Wesley's head, applying slight pressure, causing Wesley's head to explode. Billy created a protective shield around him, using telekinesis to avoid getting splattered by the mess. "A celestial being touches my crown, and with one palm the heavens shatter. Boss, you killed him. How are we going to find Wilson Fisk? Not everyone would be as tough as he was." Billy looked up toward the direction of the surveillance cameras and said, "Right, Vanessa." He left with a parting note, "Wait here," and vanished. Vanessa, hiding behind the monitor, was startled and quickly stood up to flee. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Billy already standing at the entrance. Vanessa swiftly raised her dagger, not toward Billy but toward her own throat. She knew Billy's body was unnaturally resilient, impervious even to AK fire. Her only recourse was suicide, denying him the chance to leverage her against Wilson Fisk. After all, she was no fragile, delicate blossom. She and Wilson Fisk had jointly orchestrated their campaign to seize control of New York. Billy watched helpless as she drove the blade deep into her own neck, severing what appeared to be the carotid artery. Crimson blood gushed forth in steady pulses as her lips parted feebly, yet no sound emerged. Billy clicked his tongue, yanked the dagger free, and activated the horse talisman as he said, "They say those who survive suicide lose the will to attempt it again. Let's test the depth of your resolve." Before Vanessa's despairing gaze, Billy healed her completely. She stared stunned at her own neck. Her fingers traced only dried blood while the horrific gaping wound had vanished without a trace. The dizziness, exhaustion, and even the agony had all dissolved, erased as if they had never been. At last she understood why Wilson Fisk so deeply feared Billy's power. Not merely for his impenetrable flesh, but for his uncanny ability to render death itself impossible. Excluding news reports, the most terrifying beings Vanessa had ever encountered were the Hand, but now she believed even their combined might paled before Billy. And indeed, even if the Hand unleashed their ultimate weapon, Black Sky, it would be no more formidable to Billy than a stray pebble on the roadside. Vanessa sat up, blood smeared across her face, hair, and clothes rendering her appearance utterly disheveled. Yet her trembling dagger remained poised once more at her throat. Billy observed the scene with quiet fascination. "You intend to try again, even knowing you cannot die. Vanessa, listen well until you stand before Wilson Fisk. I shall revive you each time you choose self-annihilation." Her arm fell limp, the dagger clattered to the floor. Even she lacked the courage for a second suicide. Her eyes blazed with searing fury as she glared at Billy. "You monster." Unfazed, Billy ignored her struggles, swept her up under one arm, and strode toward the hall to rendezvous with Steve. Steve blinked in astonishment at the sight of Billy carrying a blood-soaked figure. "Whoa, what on earth is that look?" Truth be told, Billy had originally intended to grip her by the throat, but her blood-stained attire was simply too profuse. He opted for this less messy alternative. Ignoring Steve's sardonic banter, Billy addressed Vanessa directly. "Then, Miss Vanessa, you will now tell us where Wilson Fisk is hiding." "Never. I'll never speak. I'd rather you kill me." Her defiance rang hollow. "TSK. No, that won't do. You die, and so would Wilson Fisk. And even your young son Richard Fisk would perish." Vanessa's lifeless, still gaze finally trembled. She could accept her own death, or even Wilson's, but she could not bear the thought of her child slain, the living embodiment of her love with Wilson. "If I tell you, will you spare Richard?" Though uncertain whether Billy would honor his word, she demanded assurance nonetheless. "Of course. Everyone knows St. Lord builds his reputation on two pillars: absolute integrity and unwavering clarity of grudges and gratitude. You need not doubt me for a moment." "Very well. May you keep your vow. If you break it, I'll haunt you beyond death." Reluctantly, she surrendered, revealing Wilson Fisk's location. "Boss, shall we depart immediately?" Steve brimmed with restless energy. "Hold on. I must first send..." Billy activated the sheep talisman, casting his spiritual perception toward the coordinates Vanessa had given. He detected numerous powerful souls converging there. Though none matched his own magnitude, their collective presence confirmed Wilson Fisk was embroiled in conflict with formidable forces. The Hand was almost certainly among them. He could eliminate them all in one stroke, fulfilling 3 wishes in a single act. "No time to waste. Let's go." As Billy finished speaking, Steve headed toward what resembled a garage. Puzzled, Billy asked, "Where are you going?" Steve scratched his head. "You go ahead, boss. I'll just borrow a car." Billy inwardly swore. Borrow? Really? Did you ask permission before taking it? Yet upon remembering whose property it was, he dismissed the thought. After all, Wilson Fisk's very life was about to be borrowed. What did a mere vehicle matter? Once Steve drove the car out, Billy waved him onward from the front gate. After Steve departed, Billy scanned the villa with the sheep talisman, finding no lingering souls within. I'm curious, why didn't you keep your child close? Wouldn't Wilson's protection ensure greater safety? Vanessa replied softly, our hands are stained with sin, irreversibly so. Yet neither of us wished our child to inherit that darkness. Remarkable. I believe he'll grow into a man of virtue. Indeed, Richard Fisk proved filial in his own way. He too sought to overthrow his father, Wilson Fisk. Wasn't that in essence justice served? Billy dropped Vanessa onto the ground. Take one last look at this place. You'll likely never see it again. She studied the villa with quiet sorrow. No nostalgia lingered. Home was wherever family dwelled, otherwise it was merely an unremarkable house. She longed to glimpse her son once more, but dared not. She feared drawing danger to him, and so suppressed the yearning entirely. As she stood lost in thought, Billy's dragon coiling staff struck the ground with a resonant thud. From its tip burst radiant multicolored orbs, glowing like celestial fireworks, as they descended upon the villa. Instantly the structure crumbled into dust, coalescing into a modest earthen mound, fitting perhaps as a grave for Wesley. Let's go. It's time you reunited with your beloved. Dried blood crusts clung to Vanessa's skin. Billy seized her throat and soared skyward, hurtling toward Wilson Fisk's location. Their destination, an abandoned construction site. Steve had yet to arrive. Hovering high above, Billy surveyed the dense throng below. Moments later, Steve arrived, apologizing with the weary refrain of every overworked employee, sorry boss, I'm late. Traffic was brutal. Though Steve had departed earlier, Billy arrived first, proof that automobiles were unreliable. Had Steve used his signature long jump technique, he'd have reached the site long ago. Still, Billy harbored no resentment. Steve's timing made no difference. Tonight's battle promised a gathering of SHIELD agents stood alongside Avengers defenders, and the Pure Ones, the Hand Wilson Fisk, and Wenwu of the Ten Rings were all present. Perfect. 3 wishes fulfilled in a single night. If the villain camp only had the Hand Association and Jean Bing, it would definitely not be enough. Even if all 5 fingers of the Hand Association were mobilized along with Wenwu, they still wouldn't be a match for the Avengers. The fact that both sides can hold out for so long precisely proves the strength of the villain camp. In addition to the 3 forces mentioned above, there is also a 4-person team, 3 of whom are old acquaintances of Billy, Horror Beetle, and Noise. Noise is none other than Ulysses Claw, the guy who stole vibranium from Wakanda. The 4th member of their team is a woman who looks familiar, but he can't quite remember who she is. Of course, the remnants of Hydra are not absent from the war against S.H.I.E.L.D. Who would have thought that there are still remnants of Hydra? Crossbones is actually still alive. What shocked Billy the most was that among the crowd there was someone in a black combat suit who could actually hold his own against Thor. He hurriedly asked Steve, is that Bucky fighting Thor? How did he survive that huge explosion? Steve was also puzzled and said he didn't know. In fact, it was the serum that kicked in, and sometimes the serum is just unreasonable. Just like in the case of the Hulk, Blonsky only injected a low-quality version of the serum, which was even inferior to Captain America's serum. As a result, he took a full-force kick from the Hulk, nearly getting kicked into a ball, and yet he didn't die. After another injection of the low-quality serum, he energetically participated in the operation to capture the Hulk. Who was he supposed to reason with about that? In contrast, Bucky not only injected Hydra's serum, which is definitely much stronger than the one Blonsky received, but later also received the Hulk serum and cross-species biological fusion technology. Holding up against the explosion of a man-made sun is nothing like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. It's a piece of cake. Now Bucky can hold his own against Thor and even slightly suppress him. After all, Thor can still only be considered the god of the hammer, not the god of thunder. It is evident that both sides are in a frenzied state with their brains turned to mush, surrounded by severed limbs and a hellish. Vanessa, with her neck gripped by Billy, was already foaming at the mouth, her face turning purple, rivaling Thanos. Billy had no intention of watching any longer and directly opened his mouth to unleash a massive fireball, illuminating the small area as bright as day. Is it dawn already? Everyone's attention was drawn to the scene. Billy's purpose was achieved, and as he dissipated the fireball, he shouted, Wilson, look who it is. Jean Bing looked up the first to see Billy's grinning face, which startled him for a moment before he turned to the woman foaming at the mouth in Billy's grip. Let Vanessa go. He'll give you anything you want. How could he not recognize his own wife? Even though her face looked like a purple sweet potato, seeing his wife held by someone else made this underground emperor who could affect the world with just a gesture somewhat flustered. Oh, so you want me to let her go? Billy loosened his grip, causing Vanessa's long, slender neck to slide down, beginning her free fall. No, Vanessa. Jean Bing frantically rushed over his 400-plus-pound body, indiscriminately knocking aside everyone in his path. But he was just a muscle-bound devil. How could he withstand the pull of Earth's gravity? When he reached the spot where Vanessa was, he found her lying in a sand pile, bleeding from her 7 orifices, her blood spraying out like a fountain with insufficient water pressure. It was more about exhaling than inhaling at this point. Kneeling in front of Vanessa, Jean Bing tried to lift his beloved, but didn't know how, fearing that touching her would cause her to fall apart. Watching his lover's life slip away, he broke down and shouted no. Billy, with a playful expression, slowly descended in front of Jean Bing with Steve, who glared up at Billy and said, you killed Vanessa, I will make you pay. Then he charged at Billy like a madman. Steve wanted to intervene, but Billy stopped him with a hand, silently watching Jean Bing's futile rage. Jinbing soon realized that his invulnerable physique and strength could not budge Billy in the slightest, which only drove him further into despair. Ugh. Naughty. Billy chuckled, lightly snapped his fingers while exhaling, and then sent a fierce force toward Jinbing. Jinbing felt a violent impact, and then lost consciousness, flying out like a cannonball. Those in his path quickly dodged, with some who weren't quick enough being left with scratches and bruises. He crashed into an abandoned building, and with a loud boom, a large cloud of dust was kicked up. Most people at the scene were terrified. Compared to Jinbing's horrific fate, they were actually more afraid of Billy's return. Of course, there were reckless individuals who were not afraid of Billy. Thor, abandoning Bucky, swung his hammer and charged at Billy. Ugh. Davis. He initially came to find his brother and retrieve the space stone, while also asking Billy why he told Jane that he was dead. Instead, Billy had inexplicably locked him away for a year and a half. After coming out, not only was his brother lost, but the Infinity Stones were gone. How could he not be furious? Seeing the reckless Thor charge at him, Billy smiled and said, "Thor, you're still alive. But I'm not in the mood to play with you today. Oh, why don't you go play over there for a while?" Billy activated the chicken talisman to form a protective shield in front of him, preventing Thor from advancing. Then with a flick of his right hand, the power of the Mind Stone was activated, and Thor fell into the same dream that Scarlet which created for him in the original Avengers Age of Ultron. No longer caring for the drunken Thor, Billy approached Jinbing, who had fallen asleep, and slapped him awake. "What time is it that you're still sleeping? How can you sleep at your age?" Jinbing rubbed his swollen face after waking up, and like a naive college student asked, "Where is this? Who am I? Why does my face hurt so much? Oh dear, have you lost your memory? I can cure amnesia too." Billy activated the horse talisman to repair Jinbing's cerebral cortex, and Jinbing's innocent face immediately turned angry and twisted him. "Going to kill you." Then he was slapped again, and his face immediately became symmetrical. Jinbing, unable to resist, burst into tears. "What do you want to do? It's all my fault. Oh, Vanessa is innocent. Why did you kill her?" Billy, like a demon, seduced him. "If you love her so much, would you be willing to trade your life for hers?" I would trade my life for Vanessa's." Jinbing's cries abruptly stopped. He had experienced Billy's ability that made one wish for death in Chapter 32. Billy continued to tempt him. "Think carefully. If you bring Vanessa back to life, you will suffer a fate worse than death. I've thought it through. As long as Vanessa can come back to life, I am willing to do anything." Billy didn't expect Jinbing to be so sentimental, but that was fine. Billy activated the Time Stone, restoring Vanessa's state so they could say their final goodbyes. In the end, Billy let Vanessa go and allowed the two of them to bid a reluctant farewell. Finally, Billy looked at Vanessa's departing figure and cautioned, "There's only one chance. After you go back, don't think about the Underground Emperor anymore. Raise the child well. If you seek revenge, I will always welcome you." Vanessa felt a chill all over, not daring to look back, her pace quickening. Jinbing watched Vanessa's silhouette, crying like a 400-pound man. This was probably the last time they would see each other in this life. She hasn't gone far yet. What if I shoot her with a laser beam right now? Before Billy could finish his words, Jinbing had already knelt on the ground, pleading, "No, please, I beg you, don't do this." But Billy found his current state utterly disgusting and kicked him away, saying, "Do you know what you look like right now? Like those commoners you have oppressed to the point of desperation. Don't you enjoy seeing others grovel before you, begging for mercy? What a coincidence. So do I." If it weren't for Billy's power of the talismans, he would have likely been killed by Jinbing long ago. Even his original self and his parents would have fallen to the small gang, all manipulated by Jinbing, as if his original self and his parents were mere ants that could be crushed at will, and indeed, that was the case. Despite Jinbing's enduring patience, the insults made it impossible for him not to be enraged. After confirming that Vanessa was out of sight, he erupted in fury, attempting to snatch Billy's staff. Billy remained completely unfazed. Not only could Jinbing not take it, but even if he did, he would be unable to wield the staff, and even if he could, he would not be able to withstand the power of the Infinity Stones. Just like Thor's hammer, even if Odin didn't place a spell on it, it wasn't something just anyone could use. Billy pressed his palm against Jinbing's face, pulling his head close and whispering, "You're being too hasty. Do you think once she leaves, she'll be safe? Even if she leaves Earth, even if she leaves this universe, I can still find her." From the gaps between Billy's fingers, it was evident that fear filled Jinbing's eyes. Like Felicia, he too wanted to scream, but couldn't. Billy didn't give him a chance to react, directly activating the monkey talisman to transform him into a hamster. Billy retained his intelligence, leading to hamster Jinbing, gnawing at Billy's finger, but unable to bite through. At this moment, all eyes in the room were on Billy. Witnessing this shocking scene, both black and white attendees simultaneously cursed in disbelief. Led by Nick Fury, the black attendees exclaimed, "Motherfer." The white attendees echoed, "What the hell?" Ignoring the shocked crowd, Billy used the reality stone to condense the sand on the ground, creating a glass box. Inside the box was only a wooden running wheel, which held great significance. Billy gently placed hamster Jinbing on the wheel. He had to keep running. If he stopped, he would be electrocuted. The wheel had no barriers around it, meaning he could leave at any time, but if he did, he would suffer continuous electric shocks until— But does death bring relief? Not at all. Billy infused the box with the power of the Time Stone. Each time he died, he would be revived by the Time Stone and forced to repeat the same actions. The state of the box and the wheel would continuously refresh, and with the enhancements of the reality and time stones, unless a cosmic being intervened, no one could break free. Billy would not provide him with food or water. He could only run endlessly, suffering from hunger and fatigue while being electrocuted. He would never stop. Run, Wilson, keep running until the energy of the Infinity Stones runs out, and then you'll be free. But to be fair, the reason the Infinity Stones are called infinite is that their energy never runs out. How far is forever? Perhaps until the day the universe collapses. Billy tossed the hamster cage to Steve, reminding him to keep an eye on little Wilson. Then he scanned the dazed crowd, thinking, what time is it? And you're still watching the show. Can't you see the severed limbs of your companion? Can't you smell the acrid scent of blood in the air? You still have the heart to watch a show. What a shame. With that thought, he shouted, what are you all looking at? Fight. Get to it. But facing such a formidable enemy, who could wield demonic powers, no one dared to let their guard down, fearing they would be turned into animals with a moment's distraction. However, among the crowd, someone bold enough jumped out and yelled, Billy Davis. There are still experts. Fight. Get to it. But facing such a formidable enemy, who could wield demonic powers, no one dared to let their guard down, fearing they would be turned into animals with a moment's distraction. Long time no see, Tony. Why are your eyes red? Are you crying for your long-lost boss? It's because I'm happy. Oh, I hate job hunting. Tony instinctively replied, then suddenly realized something was off and corrected himself. Don't be sarcastic. You know very well why I'm here. Billy stroked his chin thoughtfully, pretending to guess. Oh, I really don't know. Did Stark Industries go bankrupt because I wasn't at the company? And now you're angry and trying to shift the blame onto me. This made Tony not only read but also flush like a monkey's, but his fists clenched tightly. Shut up. Tony immediately ceased his words as a volley of missiles came flying, in which Billy caught with his hand and suspended in midair. As Billy spread his fingers, the missiles were indiscriminately and evenly scattered among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the Hands Ninjas. No, a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were blown to bits, and Nick Fury was heartbroken. But soon everyone realized something was wrong. After falling to the ground, those agents convulsed violently and transformed into green-skinned creatures. While everyone was still pondering what these green-skinned beings were, they heard Billy laughing heartily. Black Egg, you're really good at raising spies. First Hydra, then the Skrulls. Can you really handle this position as director? If you can't step down and let someone more capable take over. Your deputy Maria Hill is quite competent, and even Coulson is more suited to be the director than you. However, Nick Fury unusually refrained from cursing, quietly observing the corpses of the Skrulls, seemingly deep in thought, and casually replied, take care of your own problems before meddling in others' affairs. Billy scoffed, what problems could I possibly have? Just an overreaching employee yearning for power and position. Tony, I don't know what you have been through to harbor such hostility toward me, but now it's time for you to calm down. With that, Billy thrust his staff down into the ground, activating the power of the Mind Stone. Before Tony could react, he fell into a deep slumber. Even now, Billy still doesn't understand why Tony is so antagonistic toward him. If anyone has new grievances or old grudges, it ought to be him, resenting Tony. When the Chitauri invaded, he could have returned to Earth immediately, but instead Tony, this bastard, dropped a missile on him. It was because of that missile that he was delayed and couldn't make it back to Earth, wandering in space for 2.5 years. Who could he blame for that? Everyone was shocked. He had taken down another one. Billy glanced around at the crowd and bellowed, is there anyone else? Those who met his gaze hurriedly dodged, as if seeing the crowd silent. Billy smiled with satisfaction, then turned his dark gaze toward the still dazed Nick Fury. As you can see, I have resolved my troubles. Now it's your turn. How should I address you? Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, or the leader of the Skrulls, Talos. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury stubbornly declared, I don't know what you're talking about. I am Nick Fury, and I won't be anyone else. Billy smiled. If he had any doubts before, they were now completely dispelled, for Nick Fury had mentioned that others called him Fury, and he believed it himself. In 1995, when the Skrulls became his superiors, particularly the then director of S.H.I.E.L.D. R. Keller, he was suspected and taken down simply for calling him Nicholas. Billy scooped up a pile of sand, transforming it into a sandwich cut diagonally, and handed it to Nick Fury, saying, if you're not a Skrull, then eat this. You want me to eat sand? Billy scoffed, you could eat a shoe instead. Don't change the subject. This is made from the Reality Stone, which is as powerful as the Space Stone, also known as the Tesseract. Surely both Nick Fury and Talos know how formidable the Tesseract is. Nick Fury realized that the young man before him was not simple. He knew many hidden truths and was well informed, possessing various extraordinary abilities, likely not weaker than Carol Danvers. He immediately took the sandwich and said, I will eat it. Eating a sandwich is quite a delightful thing. He actually took a bite and chewed it heartily, even smiling at Billy. Billy smiled back, then suddenly grew fierce, lifting him up. Transform back to your original form, Talos. I'll give you one chance. If you don't revert in 3 seconds, I will wipe out all the Skrulls. Nick Fury's skin rippled, transforming back into the green-skinned Talos. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present were dumbfounded. Oh, what was happening? Who is this goblin? Where's our director? The others began to murmur, and Talos paid no heed to the chatter, fixating on Billy, asking, how did you discover me? How did I find out? I watched Captain Marvel. Nick Fury would never eat a sandwich cut diagonally. If the Nick Fury before me were real, he would have outright refused to eat it. Of course, he couldn't say any of this to Talos. Talos probably thought it was his way of eating that was wrong. Billy knowingly asked, "Where's Nick Fury?" Talos hesitated, contemplating whether to speak. Then he heard Billy point to the sky, preemptively saying, "I already know where he is. He must be on that invisible spaceship, right?" Talos flinched, just about to ask how Billy knew, but Billy rushed to answer. "How I know isn't important. What's crucial is how to deal with you ungrateful wretches. Both Nick Fury and Carol Danvers have been working hard to find you a new home, yet you have the audacity to occupy Earth. It was truly unfair to the Kree. They should have wiped you all out long ago. Both Nick Fury and Carol Danvers have been working hard to find you a new home, yet you have the audacity to occupy Earth. Just what? Look at how infiltrated this agency has become because of you. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra have had numerous members replaced by you. Are you planning to replace these superheroes next? I guess you've already found a way to extract and utilize their powers, haven't you?" Hearing Billy's words, S.H.I.E.L.D. members and the remnants of Hydra scanned their surroundings cautiously, secretly pondering if there was anything amiss with their former comrades. The remaining Hydra members suddenly realized why those at the top had been unreachable and why the codes didn't match. They had assumed they had defected, not realizing they had been replaced. Seeing the crowd's rising anger, Talos had to explain, "I truly had no idea they would do this. To be honest, I only found out after arriving here that they had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. without permission. What are you pretending to be innocent for? You can't even keep your own subordinates in check. What use is a leader like you?" Hearing Billy's words, a Skrull immediately stepped forward in indignation, declaring, "You have no right to speak of our leader. Leader, give the order. Let's take him on. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a person. We can overwhelm him." Talos repeatedly tried to stop them, but these Skrulls clearly refused to listen. Under Talos' horrified gaze, Billy's eyes sparked with light, and his laser vision swept across the Skrulls, blasting them into a bloody pulp. No. What could be more painful than watching one's kin die before their very eyes? Talos hated Billy, but even more he loathed those who recklessly brought his kin into despair. Yet the one he hated most was himself. He despised his own powerlessness. Powerless as a leader, unable to find a suitable place to live, only able to cower on Earth. Powerless to watch his kin take risks, while he could do nothing to stop it, ultimately falling into the abyss together. In the wake of the fallen Skrulls, finally one Skrull reached Billy and attacked him. Undoubtedly these attacks could not shake Billy's defense. The next moment, in his astonished gaze, Billy turned his head, and his eyes emitted a blazing yellow light that consumed the Skrull. The Skrulls finally became afraid. They had been caught up in the heat of the moment, not knowing what they were doing. Now they suddenly realized that their actions were tantamount to seeking death, and they began to flee. But how could Billy let them escape so easily? He continued to use his laser vision to strike at the fleeing Skrulls, and very few managed to get away. Exhausted, Talos asked, "They've already given up resistance. Why are you still killing them? If you don't cut the weeds, they will grow back in spring. I won't give you another chance for a secret invasion." After saying that, Billy directly crushed Talos' head, then turned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. members, asking, "Do you want your director? Go find him. Talos has hidden him in the Starry Sea." Though they didn't understand what Billy was saying, the S.H.I.E.L.D. members scattered. The Avengers remained, partly because Tony and Thor were still unconscious and they couldn't leave their teammates, and partly because they wanted to keep an eye on the situation, fearing Billy might go too far and destroy Earth. Though they didn't understand what Billy was saying, the S.H.I.E.L.D. members scattered. The Avengers remained, partly because Tony and Thor were still unconscious and they couldn't leave their teammates, and he immediately shouted, "Only S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel can leave. The rest of you stay put. If I see anyone trying to escape in any direction, I will eliminate everyone in that direction." Billy letting the S.H.I.E.L.D. people go was certainly not out of compassion. On the contrary, he wanted to see S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Skrulls fight, hoping both sides would perish, which would save him trouble. Just as Billy was about to hold everyone accountable, Thor stood up, clutching his head, asking, how did I fall asleep?" Thor shook his head, unable to imagine the scene he had just witnessed. In his dream, he saw the destruction of Asgard and the ominous signs of Ragnarok, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. The dream felt so real that he couldn't distinguish whether it was just a dream or something that was happening. It was maddening to ponder, so he decided to confront the instigator directly. With that thought, he flew over and grabbed Billy by the collar, demanding, "What did you just do to me? Hurry up and say this is your sword." Thor's actions startled everyone present, who exclaimed, "So brave. Whose subordinate is this?" Billy looked at the furious Thor with a hint of amusement, calmly uttering words that filled Thor with despair. "You know, Thor, that was not a dream. Ragnarok is real, and it is coming soon." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Thor was still deceiving himself, his grip on Billy's collar loosening. Billy calmly adjusted his collar and gently coaxed, "Go home, Thor. Visit home more often, even if it's just to help your mother wash the chopsticks and dishes." Thor took one last glance at his former comrades in the Avengers and flew away with his hammer in hand. Billy was about to settle accounts with the others present when Iron Man woke up, slowly sitting up and rubbing his head. Billy thought, "Well, I should first settle these disputes." He approached Tony, extending a hand and asking, "Are you calm now?" "What are you talking about?" I haven't even settled scores with you, and you're already causing me trouble, Tony said, glancing at Billy's outstretched hand, turning his head away with disdain, and angrily retorted, because of you. You killed Rhodey. What? Me? Kill Colonel Rhodes? Are you out of your mind? I haven't been back on Earth for 2.5 years. I remember he was alive when I left, right? You can't blame everything on me. Besides, I had no motive to kill him. He died at the hands of those terrifying robots created by your company. Tony's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. Billy pretended to be furious, saying, Tony Stark, do you only care about now? Why don't you focus on how we saved millions of lives with advanced medical technology? Or how we solved the famine problem with what? Tony felt that these words were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who had said them, assuming it must have been a man. However, in the next moment, Billy changed his expression and pretended to be confused, saying, I don't know, I had no idea those Zodiac robots would kill. My original intention in creating those weapons was to protect Colonel Rhodes and these young people, and I never sold them, so I really didn't know they would kill. Can you blame me for that? Seeing Billy's nonchalant demeanor, as if he thought a simple, I don't know, could gloss over the issue, Tony was instantly furious, his blood boiling. He immediately grabbed Billy by the collar and shouted, what do you mean you didn't know they would kill? Do you know how much damage they caused? At least hundreds of thousands. They nearly ruled the world. And you think a lighthearted, I didn't know, could just brush it off? Billy gritted his teeth and gave Tony a thumbs up. You're so noble, so impressive. You can scold me now? What's wrong with me scolding you? Haven't you always wanted to build an iron army? This is it. Didn't they initially protect Earth? Even their leader Rat once helped you defeat Ironmonger. Now you realize weapons can kill. If I'm not mistaken, those twins with superpowers have already come to you, right? They became homeless because of the weapons you created. How are you going to account for that? There are countless families like theirs. They survived merely by a stroke of luck and came to you, and yet you casually brushed it off by saying it wasn't you who sold them. Hundreds of thousands. The 12 of them tied together wouldn't even account for a fraction of what you and your father have caused. Tony was left speechless, repeatedly pointing at Billy, and after a long pause he finally managed to say, how can these two matters be compared? We merely manufactured these weapons. Who would have thought they would use them to kill? Billy sternly rebuked, how can they not? You said they are weapons. What else would they do if not fight? Set off fireworks. Or have a barbecue? Why do you think everyone calls you an arms dealer? Why do they call you a warmonger? You claim to have saved millions of lives with advanced medical technology, yet you never mentioned that this advanced medical technology was obtained by slaughtering countless innocents. Among those benefiting from this medical technology, there could very well be soldiers returning from the front lines. It's not like I sent them to the battlefield. I developed more advanced weapons to protect them. Besides, I'm just a weapons manufacturer, not the one who starts wars. Do you think they wouldn't fight if I didn't supply arms? It's like if someone used a kitchen knife to kill someone, should we arrest the one who made the knife? Billy found this reasoning absurd. He had heard too much about the kitchen knife argument in his past life. At first glance it seemed reasonable, but upon closer inspection it was full of holes. You can only cause limited harm with a kitchen knife, and the social upheaval it causes is also limited. It's generally only if you try to take a kitchen knife on the subway or a high-speed train, they wouldn't allow you to board, fearing you might pull it out and cause harm. But what if it were a gun? If someone opened fire and killed someone, shouldn't we arrest the one who made the gun? Of course, in America there's no worry about this because gun battles happen every day, and who cares who made the gun? However, large-scale military equipment like planes and missiles are different. If one exploded in some state in America, Tony would probably be charged with treason, right? Back then his father Howard Stark was accused of selling arms to the Soviet Union after a small invention was stolen with the intent of treason and became an SS or level wanted criminal. This shows that even in a free country these actions are illegal, but ultimately laws are made by people, and whether something is illegal depends on who you sell it to. Therefore, we must never equate the manufacturing of arms with the production of kitchen knives. These are two entirely different products. One is a weapon, and the other is kitchenware. Describing arms manufacturing as kitchen knife manufacturing is fundamentally as absurd as saying that for every lipstick produced a dog loses its little tail. Billy sighed. Tony, after you returned from Afghanistan you claimed at the press conference that you had awakened, but have you truly awakened? Look at all the things you've done. Which one of them could be done by a truly awakened person? At this point, don't you feel ashamed? Have you thought about repentance? Tony suddenly lowered his head, and after a long time, he finally spoke. How can you be any better than me? Billy sighed wistfully. Indeed. How much better am I than you? But remember, I am no genius, certainly not a super genius. I possess no extraordinary intellect, and thus often act foolishly. You, however, are endowed with a mind of unparalleled brilliance. Oh, few on earth rival your intellect. So why do you two so frequently commit folly? Tony fell silent, baffled by his own behavior. Perhaps it was the curse of knowledge. As one of Earth's brightest minds, blessed with unparalleled research resources, he had absorbed an overwhelming labyrinthine body of knowledge. To him, ordinary humans seemed little more evolved than apes. Why would anyone patiently instruct an ape? Even upon first meeting the other Avengers, he harbored prejudice, assuming that as the most intelligent among them, he would naturally assume command. Yet leadership belonged to another. Within the team, he routinely disregarded orders, clung stubbornly to his own views, and acted unilaterally, especially when opinions clashed, because deep down he questioned, why should I obey an ape? He refused Captain America's directives. In his eyes, the captain was merely an aged serum-enhanced ape, incapable not only of grasping complex knowledge but even of appreciating a joke. His extraordinary intellect never prompted him to empathize, to imagine even for a moment the anguish of being cast adrift by time utterly alone surrounded by strangers. Thus in Avengers Infinity War when Dr. Banner urged him to contact the captain, Tony hesitated, then refused outright. He would not submit again to an ape's command. He believed he could succeed alone. He nearly did. Had his own team not included a rogue, disobedient ape Star-Lord. Struck down by Star-Lord's fist, they were routed. Tony watched helplessly as his comrades perished, then drifted broken and starving across the void of space. Upon returning to Earth, he suffered a mental collapse, demanding of the captain, "Why weren't you there when I needed you?" Yet he had never summoned the captain. Not once had he truly needed him. Less an accusation against the captain than a reckoning with himself. Why could he not shed the arrogance coiled tight around him? Thankfully, Thanos' snap spared his family. They remained intact, and he refused to wager their lives on the Avengers' world-saving mission. Thor and Tony stood at opposite poles. Thor's intellect ranked lowest among the Avengers, fit to sit beside the Hulk at the same table. Thor possessed neither prodigious intellect nor wealth, yet wielded immense divine power which Tony dismissed as mere sleight of hand. An alien god and a human genius, fated from the outset to clash. Their first encounter erupted into violence. Tony, deeming Thor intellectually beneath conversation, opened with scathing irony. Thor, regarding Midgardians as weaklings unworthy of explanation, charged forward without a word. In Avengers Endgame, their contrasts reached their zenith. Tony's home remained intact. Nearly all he cherished still stood. Thor had lost everything. His father, mother, brother, closest friend, half his people. Even the love of his life gone forever. He failed to sever Thanos' head, and watched powerless as the mad titan snapped his fingers before him. Guilt festered raw and unrelenting. When word came that the fallen could be restored, Thor threw himself wholeheartedly into the Avengers' salvation effort. Yet even if the snap were undone, his father, mother, friend, brother, and half his people would never return. They had not perished by the snap's decree. Whether he knew this, or chose to ignore it, he joined the mission nonetheless, though his contribution proved limited. Tony met his end in blazing heroic sacrifice, mourned by all. Thor boarded the Guardian starship in quiet solitude, vanishing without farewell. Perhaps living as carefree as Thor has its merits, though even he, when struck by loss, cannot escape sorrow. He endures endless loss. Even in Thor: Love and Thunder, he must confront the death of his beloved. Few indeed recall that film. Fewer still remember Captain America had a fourth chapter. Tony fell silent. Billy fell silent. No one had wished for things to unfold thus. A hush descended upon the hall, until someone attempted a stealthy escape. Billy fired a searing optic blast, cleaving the figure cleanly in two. Bakuto, one of the hand's 5 fingers, fell unceremoniously in an instant. The crowd erupted in shock. Truth be told, had the hand retrieved Bakuto's corpse today, their arcane arts might have resurrected him. Yet resurrection remained improbable. Billy would never permit the hand to reclaim the body. That sudden optic blast rang like a starting pistol, igniting fury across every villain present. Dozens surged toward Billy as if sheer numbers could overwhelm him. Billy slammed his staff into the ground. Violet energy orbs burst forth, darting like sprites before detonating with cataclysmic force mirroring the uncontrolled fury of the Power Stone. Even Typhon, the collector and elder of the universe, struggled to endure the onslaught. Lesser beings stood and there stood Billy, calm-centered, ready at any moment to unleash a torrent of dragon-charmed fire, inflicting devastation so absolute that even the hand's remaining fingers dared not approach the flame's death. By such fire meant true, irreversible annihilation. But Billy hunted relentlessly, tormenting them without mercy. Not only the hand, but Hydra remnants, the Ten Rings, and Kingpin syndicates alike were slaughtered indiscriminately. Some tried fleeing amid the chaos, but legs alone cannot outrun the Power Stone's wrath. They'd hoped mob tactics might overwhelm him, or at least buy time to maneuver. Yet battle revealed their naivety. This was slaughter absolute and one-sided, no resistance possible. From the crowd a voice snarled, "Who the hell claimed charge en masse? Was that your assurance he couldn't kill us all? I'll damn your stars." The Avengers scattered. Billy's optic blast spared them, but the Power Stone's ambient energy knew no allegiance. Most were enhanced soldiers ill-equipped to withstand such cosmic force. The defenders froze, expecting a climactic showdown between the hand and the pure ones, only to find themselves engulfed in a far wider conflagration culminating in the indiscriminate purge of a resurrected archenemy. Who could bear it? Daredevil Matt Murdock exchanged a silent, knowing glance with Billy. Though blind, he sensed the carnage's scale. A hero bound by a strict no-kill code, he recoiled from this outcome, and declared we must stop him. Upon hearing the Night Devil's reckless words, Jessica Jones immediately expressed her displeasure. "Who? Us? Blind man, do you know what you're saying? That freak with the hammer is stronger than me, and he was sent flying by this guy with a single punch. How do we stop him?" Iron Fist Danny Rand raised his fist, and said, "How do we know without trying? Watch me knock him down with my chi." Hearing this, Jessica Jones poured cold water on the passionate youth. "That joke isn't funny. Even if we all attack together, we'd still be beaten to death. Jess, don't be so pessimistic, he'll protect you." Luke Cage revealed his dark muscles. "No, Luke, you won't be able to stop him. You can't even block that freak's hammer." Jessica Jones, feeling despondent, thought to herself, why did I join such a team? Luke Cage's face flushed with embarrassment from Jessica's words, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. "Cheer up, everyone. It's time to take the first step. The Night Devil waved his baton, urging everyone to charge. A group of overconfident super soldiers rushing towards him amused Billy. What a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. Fine, let me teach you what humility means. Huh. The passionate youth Danny Rand took the lead, gathering his chi in his fist, which immediately glowed with an orange-yellow light, and punched at Billy. Billy did not dodge or evade, allowing the punch to land solidly on his face. He shocked, are you? Danny Rand smiled, thinking Billy was nothing special. However, when his iron fist made contact with Billy's face, Billy remained unfazed like a mountain, while a sharp pain shot through Danny Rand's fist, causing him to involuntarily let out a sound similar to that of Tom Cat. Oh ho ho. Go howl somewhere else. Billy swatted him away. Danny, are you okay? Matthew Murdoch hurried over to help him up. The weak Danny Rand struggled to get up, devoid of the passion and pride he had just moments ago, as if he had just endured the harsh realities of society, smoothing out his rough edges. Cough, cough, I'm fine. That guy's punch is really powerful. Not only that, when Danny punched me with his iron fist, he sent me flying and almost knocked me out. But this person took a punch from Danny and is completely unscathed, and with a single punch, he sent Danny flying. This is a tough nut to crack. Luke Cage also looked warily at the opponent before him. Matthew tightened his grip on his baton. Even if it's tough, we have to try. We can't give up just because it's hard. At this moment, under the relentless bombardment of the power gem, the lackeys were almost cleared out. Billy looked at the Defender Alliance, who appeared on high alert with amusement. What are you mumbling about? Why are you hesitating to fight or retreat? Danny Rand, unable to withstand the provocation, pushed forward despite his injuries, only to be stopped by Matthew Murdoch. Being a fellow heir of Kunlun, he could not allow the injured Danny Rand to go to his death. But if he could stop one reckless man, what about the other two? Just as Matthew Murdoch held Danny Rand back, Jessica Jones had already overcome her fear and faced it directly. Without uttering a word, she charged straight at Billy. Jess. Luke Cage, worried about Jessica Jones, followed suit. Their relationship was anything but ordinary, aptly described by the phrase a perfect match. Jessica Jones possessed immense strength. If we exclude the high-end modifications created by the Water Company, she was the strongest among all super soldiers by the original trajectory. Luke Cage, on the other hand, was a super soldier specializing in defense, having reached a state where he was impervious to blades and bullets similar to Ronnie. However, Luke Cage clearly had poor luck. When Billy had nothing, he once sought Luke's help to find the talisman, but at that time, he was impossible to find, and later found Ronnie to go look for it together. Otherwise, Luke Cage would have risen to prominence as well. Why would he need to stand out among super soldiers? Given him the chance, he would have been useless. Both of them were top tier among super soldiers, but in front of Billy they were completely insufficient, unable to even break through Billy's telekinetic shield. With just a thought, Billy sent them both flying. Seeing the two who were knocked back and unable to rise, Matthew Murdoch and Danny Rand exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock on each other's faces. Billy mockingly started with zero hesitation. It's your turn, blind man. Are you still going to fight? Don't say I'm bullying the disabled. How about this? I'll let you use one hand, no two hands. What do you say? I can't take it anymore, Matthew. Go take him down. The passionate youth Danny Rand, despite his severe injuries, did not forget to stoke the fire. However, Matthew Murdoch, being a calm and composed lawyer, did not blindly fall for this provocation. Instead, he challenged directly. Billy Davis, they all say you're incredibly strong, unbeatable. I find that hard to believe, and I hope to compete with you fairly. Billy couldn't help but scoff disdainfully. Compete? Do you have any misunderstanding about your own strength? Only evenly matched opponents can compete. You at best are just cannon fodder seeking your own demise. Matthew Murdoch snorted coldly. Everyone has their time to die. Even if I can't stop you, I can't just watch you kill innocents indiscriminately. Innocent? Which of them has blood on their hands less than mine? Innocent? Have you considered the feelings of those innocent people they cruelly killed? Those who commit crimes should naturally be judged by the law. You have no right to take the lives of others recklessly. Even if it costs me my life. How do you plan to stop me? Kill me. If the Night Devil in front of him said he would kill Billy, Billy would actually think higher of him. Unfortunately, the Night Devil was still the same. No, I will judge you with the law. Billy couldn't help but let out a laugh, looking at the Night Devil with disdain. He had a significant disdain for superheroes with a noble principle. Some superheroes even claimed that if you kill a bad person, another bad person is created in the world, which is nonsense. According to this logic, by killing one person, the world actually gains another. Isn't this creating more people? Don't mind whether the new person is good or bad. Who can guarantee that they are a blank slate at birth? Furthermore, some superheroes believe that once they kill, they will become addicted and lose control. How can you dare to call yourself? How can one expect him to control crime? After all, he can't even control himself. Originally, the Night Devil was like a fool, always wanting to use the law to punish Kingpin, while Kingpin controlled global crime and was on the verge of becoming the mayor of New York. He still insisted on bringing him to justice. I really fear Kingpin, saying to him, "Who is in court? Why do you accuse this officer?" In the end, it was tough to get Kingpin imprisoned, yet he came out again. The Night Devil still insisted on his ideas, insisting on using the law to severely punish Kingpin, claiming he wanted to uphold the law's dignity. Did he even think there was any dignity to the law in New York, especially in Hell's Kitchen? Sometimes I truly suspect that this guy is not blind in his eyes, but blind in his heart. Billy gave the Night Devil a thumbs up with a gloomy expression and pointed at him, saying, "Excellent. And you, my friend, you are the real hero." Billy knew that this guy would never change his ways. He initially planned to bring him under his wing akin to Gan Wenshui, whose weapon was a staff, essentially an enchanted 3-section staff. In the Marvel Universe, it is rare to see someone wielding a staff, and Daredevil, who was trained by the staff master, was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Daredevil's stubbornness made him abandon that thought. He did not want to be lectured by his subordinates during battles. Daredevil nimbly leaped into the air, bringing his short staff down towards Billy's shoulders. Billy disdainfully waited for the staff to strike him, then quickly retaliated. 2 powerful and vigorous hands resounded in the air, swiftly clamping down on Daredevil's ears, executing the move known as double peaks, converging on the ears. Daredevil was knocked down by this move, clutching his ears and rolling on the ground, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Although he was much stronger than the Black Cloak enforcers, Billy was also far superior to the average person. Matthew. Danny Rand rushed over to check on Daredevil's condition, then warily eyed Billy to prevent him from striking on him. To Danny's surprise, Billy merely asked, "I heard you formed a team called the Defenders." "That's right." Danny Rand proudly raised his chin at the mention of the Defenders. "Dissolve it. Look at what you have defended." "What can you defend?" "A bunch of trash, a night demon who only dares to show his face at night, a blindly arrogant fool, a woman embittered by her emotional intelligence, and a group of misfits like you. It's a miracle you all gathered together. Better disband quickly, or I'll eliminate each one of you." Billy finished his self-talk, completely disregarding the expressions of the Defenders, which resembled someone who had just eaten something unpleasant, and turned to the Hand. The highest leader of the Hand, Alexandra, said, "Mr. Davis, as long as you let us go, we will not pursue the matter of you having killed our ninjas in the past. What do you think?" "Not interested." Billy shot a laser beam, obliterating Alexandra. He scoffed, thinking Alexandra must have had some backing to speak so boldly. Was the OA a relative of hers? The members of the Hand were left dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their highest leader had been instantaneously killed. They trembled, unable to utter a word. Along with the gambler executed by Billy for trying to escape, the Hand had already lost 2 of its fingers. At this moment, the morale within the Hand was in disarray. Lady Gao had no choice but to step up and humbly say, "Respected Lord, please temper your wrath. You could eradicate the Hand, causing rivers of blood to flow, but you will gain nothing. Regardless of our past disrespect towards you, please be lenient. How about we negotiate a way forward? At least you know how to talk, old lady." The previous one, Alexandra, was just a complete fool who can't even form a proper sentence. Billy cursed. Lady Gao's face lit up with hope, sensing a potential turning point. However, the next moment, Billy abruptly changed his tone, saying, "But what good is nice talk? You speak better than you sing. Ooh, what can your hand offer that would satisfy me?" "This." Lady Gao exchanged glances with the remaining 2 fingers, and they nodded. She then said, "We have a secret technique that can bring someone back to life. Can we trade it for the future of the Hand? What do you think?" Billy curled his lip. Just moments ago, he had resurrected Vanessa, the wife of Kingpin, in front of everyone, and the Hand's resurrection conditions were too severe, requiring a massive sacrifice of life, while the only side effect of the time stone was pain. However, Billy's amulet could heal him before he suffered, effectively eliminating pain, thus rendering it without side effect. With such advanced technology, how could he find the Hand's pathetic techniques appealing? It was utterly impossible. Lady Gao realized that Billy was not interested in their technique, so after discussing with the other 2 fingers, she said, "We can make you the highest finger, but you must join the Hand." Billy found it laughable. Just a moment ago, he praised her emotional intelligence, and now she was saying this. He immediately fired a laser beam, causing Lady Gao to meet the same fate as Alexandra and the gambler. He then fired 2 more beams, eliminating the remaining 2 fingers, thus wiping out all 5 fingers of the Hand. With the Hand leaderless, they began to flee in all directions. Billy, unrestrained, unleashed his full-powered lasers, sweeping through the area, turning everything in sight into a river of blood and a sea of souls. Once he had eliminated the Hand completely, Billy's gaze turned to the trembling Wenwu, who truly resembled a master, with 10 rings adorning his arms reminiscent of the Hong family's iron wire fist. At that moment, under Billy's gaze, Wenwu broke into a cold sweat and instinctively swallowed hard. Just during that moment, Billy's figure suddenly vanished. He quickly searched around, only to hear a soft voice from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" He swiftly turned around, only to see Billy's fist looming closer, growing larger. Years of battle experience had formed muscle memory, prompting him to instinctively cross his arms in defense. With a loud bang, this punch contained 20% of Billy's strength. Even with the protection of the 10 rings, Su Wenwu's hands trembled from the blow. He looked incredulously at the 10 rings on his arms, and then at the confident enemy before him. Gritting his teeth secretly, he resolved to take a gamble and strike first. He mobilized his strength, and in an instant the dazzling blue light of the 10 rings spun around him as Su Wenwu pointed forward. The 10 rings immediately shot towards Billy like missiles. The 10 rings, typically invincible, were deflected before even hitting Billy, and Su Wenwu retracted the 10 rings, unable to organize a second round of attack before Billy rushed over. "It's my turn." This punch was infused with the energy of the bull amulet and the power stone, accompanied by a fierce wind as it struck towards Su Wenwu. He felt that what was coming at him was not a fist, but the vastness of the universe. He again crossed his arms in front of himself, but this punch was not as easy to receive as the last one. As the powerful punch collided with the 10 rings, a deafening roar echoed, causing the followers of the True Pure Association and the remnants of Hydra to bleed from their orifices and collapse to the ground. Had the hand members not died early, they would have been severely shaken as well. Just look at the Avengers. Even their super soldiers could only struggle to withstand under such pressure. In the end, Wenwu could not withstand the might of this punch, and was sent flying, his fate uncertain. However, it was unlikely he would fare well, for his 10 rings had shattered. All of Wenwu's strength came from the 10 rings. Now that his destined weapon was shattered, what combat power could he possibly... Billy fixed his gaze on the final target, the villainous quartet, composed of Beetle, Horror, Noise, and the mysterious woman. Upon seeing Billy's glance, Beetle and Horror immediately trembled and respectfully stuttered, LLLL. They initially intended to call him boss, but were so frightened by the earlier scene that they couldn't form complete words. As for Noise, also known as Ulysses Crow, he was not devoid of fear upon encountering Billy. Rather, he was terrified and ended up urinating himself. Though he was unaware of Billy's exact strength, the memory of how Eric Colamango the Money Leopard met his demise was still fresh in his mind, leaving him no choice but to be afraid. Billy's expression instantly soured. Not only did you betray me, but now you dare to insult me as old. You truly don't take me seriously. Just as Billy was about to step forward to teach these people a lesson, the mysterious woman among the villains spoke. First, what are you afraid of him for? He only knows a few tricks. He may not be stronger than me. With that, she charged at Billy, her hair seemingly alive, growing wildly and gathering to pierce. Her hair twisted into multiple sharp strands capable of piercing steel, stabbing at various pressure points on Billy's body, producing thudding sounds. Yet it failed to inflict any harm on Billy. Looking up, she saw a faint, elusive smile on his face, which made her feel humiliated, thinking, how can this guy be harder than iron? She immediately changed her strategy, entangling Billy's limbs with her hair, attempting to execute a shoulder throw. Billy still wore that faint smile, unmoving as a mountain, showing no signs of being budged. I think I know who you are now. Hearing this, the mysterious woman tensed up and exerted herself even harder, almost tearing her hair apart. Until this mysterious woman was exhausted and could not shake Billy even a little, she finally slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, her hair gradually retracting back to its original form. The Queen of the Inhumans is nothing special, Billy mocked, turning his gaze toward the trembling Beetle, Horror, and Noise, asking, how did you team up with her? Do you even know who she is? The three exchanged glances, not daring to hide the truth, replying, we have no idea. We found her by the roadside, saw she was powerful yet amnesiac, and tricked her into joining us. We don't even know who she is. She is the Queen of the Inhumans, Medusa. The Inhumans originally resided on the far side of the moon. If I am not mistaken, they have now arrived on Earth, including their leader, King Black Bat. King Black Bat possesses the ability to release ultrasonic waves. As a child, he accidentally killed his own parents with a single shout. If he were to find out that you have abducted his wife for nefarious deeds, do you think he would let you off the hook? Hearing this, the three nearly wet themselves in fear, crying out to Billy, asking what they should do. Of course, Billy was merely scaring them, as King Black Bat was likely apprehended by the police at that moment. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he had kept his mouth shut. Billy did not expect how these three ended up together, even tricking the amnesiac Medusa into joining their team. In the comics, a genius scientist nicknamed the Wizard teamed up with Sandman and Trapster, persuading the amnesiac Medusa to form the Fearsome Four. Why is it that now among the Fearsome Four only the amnesiac Medusa remains? The other three are not the... Billy did not expect that King Black Bat's brother Maximus would still launch a coup. However, Billy was not interested in the familial relationships of these Inhumans. Stop whining. Just stay away from mutes in the future. The three slapped their foreheads. Right. How did we not think of that? Billy thought that these three fools were truly hopeless, yet he urged, get lost, get lost. Billy didn't care how these three ended up together because he had no interest in their abilities. After all, we were already in the 6th volume. The version had progressed to the era of the Trisolarans, and people like them with singular abilities were destined to be discarded by the updates. As for whether they would continue to do evil after the 4 of them left, that was not something Billy should care about. It was a matter despite King Black Bat being locked up by the human police, now he would eventually come out and Medusa would one day regain her memory. Hopefully by then these three wouldn't suffer too much. At this moment the three were oblivious to the impending danger, happily fleeing with Medusa, afraid that Billy might. Now that the accounts were settled and the troubles resolved, Billy looked at Tony Stark lying sprawled beside him, unsure if he was asleep from exhaustion or had been lulled to sleep by the dissipating energy of the Infinity Stones. Billy glanced back at the Avengers, but did not see the person he hoped to find. Not only was he unable to find Sky, but he also couldn't spot Lonnie, Sergei, or Dmitri. The others could be excused, but how could Dmitri not come to play Captain America? Such an important occasion, such a massive war, such a perfect opportunity, and he was absent. He turned to Black Widow and Hawkeye, asking, hey, where did Sky and the others go? Black Widow shook her head vigorously. I don't know, we suddenly lost contact with them. Billy clicked his tongue, planning to ask Lonnie later, then pointed at Iron Man. Take him, you guys can leave now. The two dared not delay, swiftly carrying the unconscious Iron Man away. For a moment, only Billy, Steve, and Bucky remained. Billy was momentarily troubled. He wanted to subdue Bucky, but Bucky did not seem like someone who could understand human speech. Perhaps Steve should know how to subdue him, so Billy turned to ask Steve, do you know how to subdue him? Boss, I actually do know. You should recite some words. Great. Can you remember those words? Ahem boss, if I had heard them I would definitely remember. Unfortunately, they haven't recited them in front of me, but I remember that the water company should have relevant videos. Billy scoffed. What was the use of saying this now? The water company was gone. Now the whereabouts of the red book were unknown and the videos from the water company were also gone. How could he subdue Bucky? Billy cursed himself for being too hasty. How could he have directly wiped out the water company? Now the scientists under him were all dead. The only surviving genius seemed to be Beetle, who had just been let go. Finding the artificial intelligence from the water company would be difficult. Billy sighed. Now he could only forcefully subdue him or beat him up before subduing him. If that didn't work, keep beating him again and again until he submits. Billy offered two choices: submit or die. Billy stared intently at Bucky the augmented human, making Bucky feel as if he were under a spotlight. He was not dazed by the electric shock. He understood that the person before him was stronger than anyone he had ever fought. With a sense of admiration, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. What does bowing mean? Why aren't you speaking? Billy frowned, thinking to himself, did you come here for a funeral? And why bow? Why not just kneel? Steve reminded him from the side. Boss, his cerebral cortex language center is damaged. He can't speak. Oh, understood. Billy realized he had wronged him and hurriedly helped him up, saying, from now on you and Steve will be my right and left arms. Bucky showed no significant emotional reaction, and Billy was not surprised. After all, Bucky's cerebral cortex was damaged. It was unlikely that only the language center was affected. Billy sighed in relief, thinking that had he known it would be this easy to win him over, he wouldn't have fretted over it. After a long journey, Bucky and Steve, this pair of unlikely brothers, had finally come under Billy's command. These two were once the epitome of primal humans. In the original storyline of the Avengers, Hulk and Thor were powerhouse characters. Iron Man's versions kept evolving, and even Hawkeye's arrows received significant upgrades. But what did Captain America have? Aside from switching to a new shield, he had nothing at all. In fact, the new shield was less handy than his previous round shield. Let alone Bucky facing extraterrestrial threats with just a rifle was utterly inadequate. He even ended up teaming up with a group of super soldiers to take down a Sentinel. The Sentinels were such formidable foes that even Hulk would think twice before engaging. The outcome was predetermined. It was all about gathering them to soften him up. But now it was different. These two had undergone Norman's enhancements and completed their upgrades, stepping from the ranks of primal humans into those of Trisolarians. Steve handed the glass box to Billy, and after they acknowledged their orders, they swiftly departed. This was the first official task Billy had assigned since they submitted, and naturally they were determined to carry it out well. At that moment, the hamster Jean Bing inside the glass box was exhausted from running on its wheel, yet the electric current forced it to keep going. Faintly, Billy's voice whispered, Wilson, don't think of me as a devil. Impulsiveness is the true devil. You are too impulsive, and your lover has been dragged into this too. Jean Bing was at a loss, unable to stop running. Even with a hamster's abundant energy, it couldn't cope with non-stop running, especially without food or water. After some time, Steve and Bucky returned to report, boss, it's taken care of. Billy nodded without further thought. The sky was almost brightening, and the abandoned construction site was in ruins. At Billy's direction, Steve drove him and Bucky towards Ronnie's place. He needed to find out what had happened to them, that they hadn't come to check on such a major event. Ronnie's place was in Harlem, and by the time the three arrived, it was already broad daylight. Ronnie Norman is dead, the master of the 10 rings is dead, the Hand and Hydra have also been wiped out, and Jean Bing is here too, so there's no need to worry anymore. As he spoke, Billy shook the glass box in his hand, nearly causing Jean Bing to tumble off the wheel. Jean Bing had to cling tightly to the wheel to avoid falling, but due to the sudden stop, he still couldn't escape the electric shock. Great as expected of you, sir. The problem that took us so much effort to resolve was solved by you in just a few moves. Ronnie smiled wryly. When surrounded by super soldiers, it hadn't seemed like much, but now with the rapid updates and versions, everyone was stacking various buffs, and powerful characters were emerging one after another, opening their eyes and increasing their desire for power. Don't worry, I'm back this time to provide you with comprehensive upgrades, or rather an evolution. Billy comforted them, then shifted the conversation. But Ronnie, you need to tell me what happened to you all first. I don't believe you weren't aware of the battle that took place last night in Hell's Kitchen. Why didn't any of you go? Ronnie stammered, sir, we had nothing to do with it, it's just that Sky. What happened to Sky? Speak. Billy urged, shaking Ronnie's shoulders urgently. Ronnie nearly vomited up the food he had eaten last night, and after a moment he said, Sky. She doesn't have much time left. Boom. A thunderclap. Billy's lips trembled in disbelief. Impossible. She is an exceptionally powerful. How could she possibly not have much time left? Ronnie opened his mouth, not knowing how to comfort him. Billy calmed himself, thinking that with the talisman and the time stone, he could surely heal her. He said, call old Sia and Dimitri, I want to see her. With 3 more people added, there was no room for Jean Bing in the car. Steve lamented, damn, had I known I would have brought out that stretched Lincoln, what a waste. Billy didn't blame him. Ronnie drove a second-hand pickup truck carrying Sergei and Dimitri. Since Norman took control of the water company and issued a bounty on Billy's old subordinates who refused to submit, their income source was cut off and life became increasingly difficult. If they hadn't joined SHIELD and received a meager salary, they probably wouldn't have survived these past 2.5 years. In such dire circumstances, they were still able to scrape together money to rent a place for Sky and hire a caretaker, which deeply touched Billy. When Billy arrived at the shelter, he saw Sky lying on a pristine hospital bed, her complexion pale and devoid of color. He couldn't believe that the once formidable Quake had turned out like this. It was not supposed to be like this in the original timeline. How much had he altered? He pushed the door open and gently called Sky. Once bored, Sky turned her gaze upon hearing his voice, her eyes widening with joy. But then her smile vanished, and with tears in her eyes she said, "That's enough, Dimitri. Stop joking, he won't be back. Trust what you see, Sky. I'm really back," Billy said earnestly, also gesturing for Chameleon to show himself to prove. Seeing Billy and Chameleon together, Sky started to believe, but she felt no joy. Rather, her face was filled with worry. The Chameleon discreetly exited the room and closed the door, giving them enough space. Billy excitedly stepped forward and took Sky's hand, saying, "Don't worry, Sky, I will definitely cure you." But Sky forcefully pulled her hand away, looking at Billy with piercing eyes and asking, "No need for that. I just want to know, who exactly are you? Is the person standing in front of me Billy or Liu Sheng? Is this question truly important?" "And it is. Grant me, a dying man, this final flicker of curiosity." Sky spoke wistfully. "It's all me. Both Billy and Liu Sheng, two souls entwined. I carry Billy's memories and habits, yet also Liu Sheng's. Sometimes even I cannot tell who I truly am." Billy drew a deep breath and shook his head with a bitter smile. "And so, this is your greatest secret?" Sky murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks, tears of quiet fulfillment. "No, it is far greater." Billy's words struck like thunder. Having broken silence, concealment was no longer necessary. "Sky, I told you before. Billy's soul belongs to your world, while Liu Sheng's hails from another realm entirely, where your world exists only as flat two-dimensional characters on paper." "What did you say?" Sky's eyes widened as if seized by a final radiant surge of life. Disbelief etched deep into her gaze. "And you've long wondered why I possess the ability to foresee the future, haven't you? Because as Liu Sheng, I once read the script and witnessed the unfolding trajectory of your future. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I called you by your destined codename Quake. That was my first emergence, not as Billy alone, nor as Liu Sheng alone, but as their fused consciousness." Billy spoke with quiet gravity. "In, no wonder you know everything, and yearn so desperately to escape. Were you too an observer once?" Sky crumpled inward, grief giving way to desolation, then hollow despair. Billy's words reverberated with irrefutable weight. Her world was fiction. She could neither accept it nor deny it, yet she had no choice but to believe. She had devoured countless comics, films, and television series, Superman, Batman, Kick-Ass, never imagining that one day someone would tell her you are one of them. Billy nodded solemnly. "Yes, I was once an observer in a three-dimensional universe. You appeared before me in two-dimensional forms, comics, animations, films, television. Yet now, it seems I have stepped inside the frame. Do you love me, or do you love the role I play? Was your affection born not of devotion but of desperation, of choosing any port in a storm?" Faced with Sky's devastating triad of questions, Billy shook his head gently. "I have always loved you. I cannot pinpoint when it began. As Liu Sheng, I felt an inexplicable pull toward you even in my past life. Oh, as Billy, I fell for you quietly over those 6 months of shared solitude, yet dared not speak it aloud. I was penniless, broken, cursed with misfortune that bled onto everyone near me. Only after the two souls merged, lifting the curse, uncovering the runes in gold, did I finally find the courage to confess my love. Has a decade of unwavering companionship not spoken loud enough?" Sky parted her lips, but no sound emerged. Now it made sense why every theft ended in exposure, why even when undetected at first, calamity inevitably followed. "Sky, say nothing now. Let me heal you, please," Billy pleaded, voice thick with tenderness. "And, Billy, tell me, would you forsake your world, for me?" She shook her head slowly. "Go, return to the world that is yours." Sky's eyes brimmed with tears. In that fragile instant she longed, more than anything, for him to lie. She already knew the truth, yet she ached to hear him choose her unflinchingly, without hesitation. She shook her head slowly. "Go, return to the world that is yours. But your illness, don't concern yourself with it. This is my fate. Leave. I will no longer burden you." Sky turned her face away, refusing to look at him again. Her words pierced Billy like a blade, and ignited the embers of his pride. "Fine, then never seek me out." He strode toward the door, aching for her voice to call him back. Not a whisper came. 1 step, 2, 3, until his hand grasped the doorknob, still no word. He longed to turn, but pride held him fast. With a thunderous slam, he vanished into the corridor. He did not see her, watching his retreating back through blurred, tear-drenched eyes, hoping, praying for him to look back. That parting became an eternal divide, between life and death, world and world. The violent slam startled the 5 guards stationed outside. Though unaware of what had transpired, the storm cloud on Billy's face told them all they needed to know, and none dared utter a word. Billy exhaled heavily. "Lonnie, old Siadimi, you'll need to continue caring for her. If she changes her mind and asks for my healing, notify me immediately." "Yes, sir," the 3 replied in unison. "And, Steve, Bucky, you're coming with me." Though estranged from Sky, Billy remained resolute in avenging her, even if she had named no assailant. He knew precisely who stood behind her suffering. Only the mutated Terrigen mist could reduce an inhuman to such ruin. and only Maximus the usurper wielded. Maximus, the brother of Black Bolt, had seized the throne. With both Black Bolt and Medusa stranded on Earth, the coup was complete. Billy had never cared for inhuman dynastic squabbles, until Maximus harmed Sky. Now silence was no longer an option. Maximus would pay, in full. Maximus had brought the corrupted Terrigen Mist to Earth to torment Sky. Killing him would be simple, but finding him nearly impossible. Yet Billy faced no true obstacle. He would enlist the military's vast intelligence apparatus to locate Maximus. Unbeknownst to Billy, the Illuminati had convened their first in-person summit, centered entirely upon him. Reed Richards, the Fantastic Four's Mr. Fantastic and founder of the Illuminati, opened the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks our inaugural face-to-face assembly. Each of you stands among Earth's most brilliant minds, or wealthiest patrons. We gather not for prestige, but for peril, to confront threats too vast for any single nation or hero to contain. Who then do you believe poses our gravest future challenge? Ulysses Claw, said Chala, the Black Panther, seated at the far end. He stole vibranium from Wakanda, a nation steeped in advanced technology. Is he our looming threat? Reed shook his head. Claw is merely competent, a nuisance, not a menace. Defeating him would require little more. Dr. Bruce Banner raised his hand. What of Dr. Stern, the big head? He engineers monsters rivaling the Hulk's fury. Does he warrant our concern? Reed gestured gently downward, urging Banner to lower his hand. Stern is imprisoned by S.H.I.E.L.D., a caged lion, harmless and forgotten. Tony Stark, sitting rigidly to Reed's right, face drawn with exhaustion, rasped Thanos. Ambition, armies, absolute power. He is our inevitable adversary. Reed placed a calming hand on Tony's shoulder. I once believed the same, that Thanos or Galactus would define our future. But one man's meteoric rise has shattered that certainty entirely. You can't be referring to. Upon hearing Reed's words, a figure wreaking havoc at an abandoned construction site flashed and Reed nodded, his thought process mirroring Tony's. That's right, it's Billy Davis. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tony sprang to his feet, voicing his dissent. Billy is indeed strong, and we should be cautious. I won't argue that, but aren't you overestimating him a bit? No matter how strong he is, he's just a person. How could he possibly be stronger than Thanos? It's not surprising that Tony was skeptical. Reed's words sounded too far-fetched. Even Banner and General Ross didn't believe it. Reed was not offended, gesturing for Tony to sit down, and calmly said, I see many people disagree with this statement, so let's have Dr. Zola explain the level of threat Billy poses to everyone. Dr. Zola stood up in response, walking to stand behind Reed, drawing everyone's attention, and began with a self-introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you know me while others do not. My name is Arnim Zola. I once served Hydra, and after Red Skull's downfall, I was absorbed into S.H.I.E.L.D. through the Project Insight. I cultivated my own team there until I was diagnosed with cancer in 1972. I transformed myself into a digital life, thinking I would never see the light of day again, but unexpectedly took over this body. I believe everyone here is familiar with this body, which is one of the Serpent Zodiac robots created by Wada Corporation. Tony Stark looked at Dr. Zola with disdain, while others regarded him with varying expressions. Dr. Zola was unfazed and continued to recount what he knew about Billy. What I say may not be entirely accurate, so if I'm wrong, just consider it a story. Without waiting for a reaction from the crowd, he struck 3 times on his temple. Instantly, 2 beams of blue light shot from Dr. Zola's eyes, forming a holographic screen ahead, displaying the figure of Billy Davis. The attendees reacted with a mix of envy and disdain towards this miraculous and practical ability. Dr. Zola paid no mind to others' opinions, continuing his narrative. Billy Davis was an ordinary person until he turned 18. After losing his parents, he dropped out of school, and later took in Sky, who, like Black Bolt, is an inhuman, but she has always lived on Earth. At this point, everyone turned to look at Black Bolt, the new addition to the group. He nodded, acknowledging everyone. Indeed, Dr. Reed had vouched for Black Bolt, bringing him out and inviting him to join the Illuminati. Dr. Zola continued, but one day Billy seemed to have changed completely. He began searching for octagonal stones, which he referred to as talismans. These stones seemed to possess some form of sorcery, engraved with 12 different animals. After reviewing the materials, I learned that these animals represent the Chinese zodiac. Furthermore, according to S.H.I.E.L.D. records, during Billy's search for these talismans, he not only acquired a vast amount of gold, but also gathered a substantial team. Wealth, power, and fame. He amassed them all. Tony, who never remembered trivial matters, especially when they involved men, suddenly recalled a particular afternoon in August 2002, when his bodyguard Happy Hogan had mentioned 2 suspicious intruders and had bravely run to drive them away. Not long after, he informed Tony that he had scared them off. At that time, Tony hadn't paid much attention, even giving Happy a raise. Now he realized that those must have been Billy searching for talismans. Tony couldn't help but chuckle at himself. The talismans had once been so close to him. Dr. Zola continued, later Billy learned magic from somewhere. The specifics are not important. He recruited a group of researchers and superfighters. Given his ability to find the talismans, we have reason to suspect he might possess some form of perception magic or the ability to foresee the future. How could this be possible? It's just a coincidence, right? The audience gasped in disbelief, feeling that Dr. Zola's words were overly alarmist. Some even began to attack his character, claiming that as a former Hydra member, he was untrustworthy. Dr. Zola pressed his hands down, signaling for silence, and slowly said, Red Skull Schmidt found the Tesseract in Tonsberg, which was a gift from Odin to the people of Tonsberg to help them fend off the Frost Giants. The Tesseract contains limitless energy, through understanding just a fraction of it could advance human technology by at least a few hundred years. For instance, the Lightspeed engine developed under the Pegasus project and the arc reactor created by Tony Stark's father Howard were both based on research into the Tesseract. Tony's face darkened immediately, thinking to himself, why bring up my father? Dr. Zola ignored the murderous glare from Tony, continuing on. At that time our conditions were backward and we didn't understand what the Tesseract truly was. It wasn't until Thor and the Asgardians came to Earth that we discovered the Tesseract contained an Infinity Stone, which was one of 6 stones that split from the Big Bang, each containing unique powers. The Space Stone within the Tesseract is one of them. Dr. Banner raised his hand to ask, but what does this have to do with Billy Davis? Good question, Dr. Banner, you'll find out shortly. The holographic image created by Dr. Zola quietly transformed into the shape of Billy's staff. Earlier we mentioned that Billy possesses perception magic or the ability to foresee the future, and you all doubted it. Now Billy has indeed proven himself, as he has already gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. What happens when all 6 Infinity Stones are gathered? The crowd buzzed with questions. This time the speaker was Dr. Reed. According to reliable sources, the Thanos we were worried about has been collecting Infinity Stones. Once he gathers them all, he can snap his fingers and erase half of all life in the universe. I suspect Billy is collecting the Infinity Stones to prevent Thanos from doing so. Is Billy afraid of Thanos too? Tony frowned again, recalling the terrifying scene he witnessed after traversing the wormhole, anxiety washing over him once more. Dr. Reed shook his head. No, to be precise, he fears the power of the stones. Therefore he is preemptively collecting them to deal with Thanos. We have conducted countless simulations. If neither side possesses Infinity Stones, the odds of Thanos defeating Billy is 0. If Billy goes out of control, our chances of survival would also be 0. Tony calmed down and nodded in agreement. So you think we should deal with Billy first, and then worry about Thanos? However, Dr. Reed's next words shattered his worldview. No, Billy, having gathered the talismans and Infinity Stones, is too powerful. We should unite all our strength, including Thanos. You mean bringing Thanos into the Illuminati? That's impossible, and I refuse. Dr. Reed's proposal provoked Tony's vehement protest. To him it made no sense to unite with a demon who had once invaded Earth and sought to eradicate half of all sentient life across the cosmos. Aside from Tony, many others present harbored reservations. None wished to collaborate with this apocalyptic overlord. Dr. Reed sighed, rapping his knuckles against the table. I never suggested admitting Thanos into the Illuminati. I merely proposed leveraging his power. Our collective strength alone may prove insufficient to confront the crisis Billy has unleashed. Of course, once that crisis passes, Thanos must be eliminated immediately. Tony recognized this might indeed be the optimal course, but cooperating with Thanos was unbearable. He chose Dr. Reed added, nor is alliance with Thanos our only option. If any of you possess formidable allies, feel free to recommend them. My statement is concluded. Who consents? Who objects? Those assembled were for the most part exceptionally intelligent, and having heard Dr. Reed's reasoning, none found grounds for rebuttal. As no further objections arose, Dr. Reed prepared to finalize the decision. When General Ross interjected, then why not simply ally with Billy himself? Wouldn't that resolve everything harmoniously? A profound silence fell over the room. As previously noted, nearly all present were brilliant minds, yet their gathering had yielded an astonishingly foolish conclusion. This did not signify stupidity, rather it revealed their excessive intellect, so convinced of their own infallibility that they overlooked foundational truths. They had repeatedly emphasized Billy's overwhelming power, claiming their combined strength paled in comparison. Yet in truth few among them truly regarded Billy as a peer. To them, he was little more than a monkey who had stumbled upon cosmic law by sheer accident. This was the Albright principle: assembling brilliant minds into an organization often yields collective folly. General Ross's suggestion holds merit. Does anyone dissent? Dr. Reed showed no embarrassment. After all, if everyone shared the discomfort, none remained truly embarrassed. No one objected. Tony longed to object. He'd recently clashed bitterly with Billy, but ultimately suppressed the impulse, prioritizing the greater good. Frankly, he wished to work with neither Thanos nor Billy. He had never possessed aptitude for diplomacy. Forging rapport with anyone had always eluded him. Since no objections arise, we shall attempt to recruit Billy. Dr. Reed declared the decision. Professor X hesitated. This deviated from their original plan, yet acknowledged it as a viable alternative. Their reasoning was sound. Barring unforeseen complications, the Illuminati would attain its most formidable incarnation. Yet precisely when certainty seemed assured, disruption inevitably followed. Billy arrived at the Air Force Base accompanied by Bucky and Steve, though the commanding general was no longer General Slocum. Billy had learned from Lonnie that Slocum had long since been slain by Norman. Though Billy had avenged Slocum by killing Norman, death admitted no reversal, leaving only a quiet, sorrowful sigh. The moment they stepped inside, soldiers barred their path. Halt. This is a restricted military installation. Civilian access prohibited. Billy paused, uncertain whether to admire their courage or condemn their folly. Did they truly believe they could impede a being of superhuman magnitude? Had they not seen him descend from the sky? I am Billy Davis. Billy offered no resistance, stating his name plainly, only to be met with derisive laughter. Billy who? Davis. Never heard of him. Who's this nobody? Get lost now. Billy bristled inwardly. Are these fools spawned from a monster-spawning dungeon? Even if they'd never heard his name within military ranks, surely his face had graced news headlines. Hadn't he been the world's wealthiest man just 3 years prior? He retorted sharply, it's because your clearance level is too low. Summon your commanding general, immediately. Huh, you demand an audience with our general. Do you even deserve it? Already short-tempered, the soldiers cracked their knuckles menacingly and advanced slowly toward Billy. Billy exhaled softly. I spoke civilly, yet you forced my hand. Have you forgotten I wield martial mastery? Blinding beams, blinding beams. With a sudden violent twist of his head, Billy unleashed twin crimson laser beams, severing the soldiers cleanly at the waist. Too fast, far too fast. So swift that the soldiers perceived only an orange flash before sensation abandoned them. Toppling forward, severed torsos collapsing onto their own heads, pain, yet unregistered. Only later, as hemorrhaging sapped their strength, did agony pierce their awareness. Too late to utter a word. Their eyes closed forever, never to open again. Billy paid the fallen no further heed. You two, go fetch their commanding general. I require his presence. Understood. They dispersed, instantly carving chaos through the base. Bucky had endured the detonation of an artificial sun, a Steve surpassed even him. No soldier here posed the slightest threat, nor could nuclear ordnance, should it ever be deployed, guarantee their demise. After a brief search, more time spent locating him than subduing him, they captured Air Force General Blaze. Both arrived simultaneously. General Blaze, nearing 60, was apprehended mid-act, startled upright in bed by two imposing figures instantly deflated. Ignoring his state of undress, they yanked him from the sheets and dragged him before Billy. En route, Blaze raged, fuck. Who the hell are you? How dare you treat a general this way? I bled for America. I sacrificed my life for America. I'll sue you. I'll take this straight to the Pentagon. Dropped unceremoniously at Billy's feet, Blaze collapsed onto the floor, unable to rise. Whether from exhaustion born of excess or age-weakened bones remained unclear. Billy clicked his tongue. I asked you to bring me the person in charge, not some exhibitionist. Steve gestured toward Blaze. Boss, don't judge him by his current state. We confirmed it ourselves. He admitted it outright. He's the one in command. A full general, no less. Blaze's dignity lay in ruins, caught mid-encounter on his own turf, stripped bare before strangers, then paraded publicly in humiliation. A perfect storm of indignity. Yet upon lifting his gaze to Billy's grim visage, he recoiled sharply, his flushed face draining to ashen pallor. You're Billy Davis. Billy's gaze sharpened. Do you know me? That's good. Since you know me, you must also know that Slocum is my spokesperson in the— Yes, Blaze hurriedly nodded. But he is dead. It was Norman. He was killed by Norman, not by us. Blaze hurriedly waved his hands to explain, fearing that a misunderstanding would provoke Billy's wrath. Billy snorted coldly. I never said you killed him. Why are you so nervous? Have you not considered seeking justice from Norman after such a major incident? Of course we thought about it, but— Reynolds' gaze swept over the two men standing behind Billy, and he trembled, saying, not to mention that Norman is not weak himself. With these two backing him, we dare not touch him. Even the president has said not to interfere with Norman. We have no choice. At first he didn't recognize the two who attacked him until he saw Billy. Then he realized they were Bucky and Steve, once Norman's loyal henchmen, now Billy's enforcers. He suddenly realized that with these two present, it meant that Norman was most likely dead. Sure enough, Billy's next words completely confirmed his thoughts. Billy coldly remarked, an excuse. Norman is dead. You don't need to worry about that. I need someone who can speak on behalf of the military as the new spokesperson. Billy's gaze swept coldly over Blaze, making him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles, as if a lump were stuck in his throat like a thorn in his back. Billy's eyes were too profound, as if they contained a vast ocean of stars, easily causing one to lose themselves. This made Blaze extremely uncomfortable, as if he had no secrets before Billy, not even a shred of clothing. While he was indeed completely naked at that moment, Billy withdrew his gaze and sighed, causing Blaze's heart to sink again. Trembling, he asked, can I be the spokesperson? Billy gently shook his head. As a spokesperson, you must at least have some basic decency. What constitutes decency? Billy provided a straightforward answer. At the very least, you must wear clothes. Heaven's witness. Blaze was on the verge of collapse. I was originally dressed, but I took them off because they were a hindrance. You know, I am getting old, and I always feel powerless during those activities. If there are clothes in the way, I truly am incapable. If it were my younger days, I could. Billy quickly interrupted, knowing that it would lead to trouble. Enough. I'm not in the mood to hear your curious tales. If you want to be this spokesperson, you need to show some real capability. Think carefully. What do you possess that other generals do not? Does obedience count? If you choose me, I will definitely follow your orders without a hint of negligence. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I will never chase a chicken. Other generals surely cannot obey as I do. Blaze behaved like a loyal dog, which disgusted Billy to the point where he wanted to kick him into a bloody mist, but he ultimately suppressed that impulse and coldly said, other generals will also obey when they hear the name Billy Davis. That does not count. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, then you can only step aside and dine with Satan. In a life-and-death situation, Blaze's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a definite advantage. I am about to transition from military to politics. I have already arranged everything and will soon become the Secretary of State. Just give me 10 years, no 5 years, and I am confident I can sit on the presidential throne. By then the entire military of the United States will be at your command. That is quite a grand vision, Billy scoffed, then shifted his tone. However, I am quite satisfied, but 5 years is still too long. Can you make it quicker? Yes. Blaze nodded frantically at this moment. Even if he couldn't, he had to say he could to save his life. The president, having gone through the torment of Killian and Hydra, has become a frightened bird. He will retire soon. If you can help me deal with my competitors, I will quickly sit on the presidential throne. Upon hearing this, Billy cursed waste in his heart, thinking to himself, how can you not even deal with a single competitor? What can I expect from you? As if sensing Billy's displeasure, Blaze explained, if it were someone else I would be confident I could handle it, but this competitor is an outsider exceptionally powerful. Bragging, still an outsider and not something a human can defeat. With such great power, can he still use it to enhance his Could he possibly be Captain America transported from another universe? Billy had a look that said whether he believed him or not, which made Blaze feel very wronged. Old Dean felt wronged, but he did not dare to say it, and could only weakly defend himself. I swear I am not lying. That person was a general long ago, but he was dismissed due to illegal experiments, and now he has aligned with some power, making a comeback and soaring to the skies. He not only returned to his original position, but is also intentionally running for president. This matter is no secret in the military. The more Billy listened, the more familiar it sounded. What is this person's name? Thaddeus Ross. Ross, then it is not surprising, Billy murmured. He recalled that the last time he saw General Ross was during his trip to Canada to find the Hulk, where he happened to witness Wolverine battling the Hulk with Ross and his daughter Betty watching the spectacle. However, he couldn't understand which organization could recruit the reckless Ross into their team and possess enough power to restore Ross, who was globally wanted, to his official position. Billy would never have imagined that it was the Illuminati that took in General Ross, for in Billy's impression, the Illuminati only recruited the smartest and most powerful individuals. Clearly Ross did not fit that bill. If he could join, it indicated that the threshold was still too low. But since it was General Ross, it was understandable that Blaze couldn't handle him. After all, no Air Force general would dare claim they could take on the Red Hulk. He slowed his tone and asked, what is your name? Blaze Leonard. Blaze was very excited. He being asked for his name meant he had saved his life, unless Billy decided to kill nameless people again, which of course was impossible. Very well, Blaze, you will be the new spokesperson from now on. I will take care of your competitor. Your task is to become president as soon as possible. While you're at it, mobilize your soldiers to help me find a mutant named Maximoff. Sure, no problem. I will do my utmost. Blaze readily agreed. He slowly stood up and said to those around him, all right, disperse. Go do what you need to do. Upon hearing the command, the surrounding soldiers immediately scattered. They had surrounded the area tightly from the moment, but no one dared to point their guns at the four in the center. It wasn't out of fear of accidentally shooting General Blaze, it was simply deemed unnecessary. They had already learned that when Billy's two enforcers went on a killing spree, regular weapons couldn't harm them, and would only provoke them, resulting in a bloody mist. Billy left Bucky by Brez's side partly to ensure Brez's safety, and to prevent the forces behind Ross from taking out. Secondly, it was to monitor Brez and see if he was truly making an effort, lest he end up perishing in a place of comfort. Although Brez was not idle, the soldiers he could muster were limited, and it was impossible to send all of them out. Those soldiers were not capable enough to locate Maximus. Billy had no choice but to go out aimlessly in search of him, arriving at a construction site, where he unexpectedly asked a demolition worker, hey bro, what are they tearing down here? The worker replied politely, a caretaker center. It seems to be called the Mengi Nursing Home. Billy was secretly astonished. Why had they started demolishing it now? Wasn't it supposed to be torn down in a year or two? Had Odin moved in? Had he been kicked out? Doctor Strange probably hadn't even become a disciple of the Ancient One yet. He hadn't even had an accident yet. Should he drive over and crash into him now? Forget it, what if he accidentally killed him? Did he forget something? Suddenly Billy remembered that he was not the only one who returned to Earth. It seemed he had brought back 3 teammates with him. He had seemingly left Nebula, Rocket, and Groot with the Ancient One, and hadn't checked on them since, wondering how they were faring and whether they thought he no longer needed them. Just as Billy was preparing to visit the Ancient One, Thor appeared before him with Loki. Thor. And Loki, you're still alive? Billy gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap Loki twice. He hadn't forgotten that it was Loki who had tricked him, causing him to drift in space for 2.5 years, turning a good hand into such a mess. How could he not be angry? Loki awkwardly smiled, but upon seeing the predatory glare from Billy, quickly shrank behind Thor. Billy immediately shot a piercing look at Thor, who waved his hands, saying, no, Billy, you know he's my brother. Can you don't hold his actions against him, and I won't hold against you what you told Jane about my death and the year-long imprisonment. How about, so what are you all doing on Earth? Billy glanced at Thor, who was sincere, then at Loki, who was trembling behind him, and sighed helplessly. He could easily take on Thor, there was just no need. Seeing that Billy's tone had softened, Thor also breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to fight Billy. If they clashed, his chances of winning would be minimal. However, when it came to the purpose of their visit, Thor couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic mixed with anger. We came to find our father, He has been exiled by Loki to a place on Earth called the Mengi Nursing Home. Looking at Thor's fluctuating expression, Billy could already guess that it was similar to the original story, how after Loki returned to Asgard, he exiled Odin to the Mengi Nursing Home to live a life of retirement. Having defeated the fire giant Surtur, Thor thought he had prevented Ragnarok and joyfully returned to Asgard only to find Loki living extravagantly while masquerading as Odin and his friend Heimdall exiled, replaced by bald Stryker, with Loki shamelessly erecting a statue of himself. Even someone as dull as Thor could guess that this Odin was a disguise by Loki. Thus he exposed Loki's scheme, and under questioning Loki confessed to exiling Odin to Earth. Consequently, Thor brought Loki to Earth. Billy, always eager for drama, stoked the fire. Are you sure this is the place? This is the Mengi Nursing Home, but it's about to be demolished. You won't find your father here. Thor looked at the excavator tearing down the stone, marked Mengi Nursing Home, questioning Loki. Where exactly did you? I swear I really left him here. Loki felt greatly wronged. He hadn't intended to kill Odin at all. Thor for once seemed clever, really. You left him in a building on a one-way street that's being demolished. How was I to know it would? I'm not a wizard. Then why do you look like a wizard? The slow-witted Thor responded, only to realize there was a wizard right in. So both he and Loki turned their heads toward Billy. Billy, who had been eagerly anticipating a fight between them, saw them looking at him and said irritably, what are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? Thor immediately put on a somewhat flattering smile. Billy, I'd like to ask for your help in finding. You're quite good at finding people. The average person wouldn't know where your father is, especially since he's been kicked out of the Mengi Nursing Home and is rummaging through the streets for scraps, as seen in the Thor Ragnarok trailer. Billy thought this was an opportunity to do a favor for Thor, allowing them to help find Maximus. You never know, the Asgardians might have some talent for locating people like Heimdall, who could see across realms. Alright, I know a supreme sorceress whose power is on par with your father. She might know where he is, but you also need to help me find. No problem. Who do you need to find? Thor immediately became excited. Billy then rambled on about Maximus' information to the two of them. After hearing this, Thor pounded his chest and assured, don't worry, once I find my father, I'll have Heimdall help you find. Billy nodded, letting Maximus live a little longer. He then led the two to 177A, Brick Street, where he was just about to retrieve his little friends. Moreover, he had no psychological burden in handing Thor and Loki over to the Ancient One. He didn't know any favors, and they both should be thanking him. After all, he helped Thor find someone who could locate his father, and thanks to Billy's assistance, the Ancient One would reunite the old friends and their son, also addressing the matters concerning Ragnarok. Wasn't that a win-win? Even if the Ancient One was aware of Billy's little schemes, so what? She would still owe him this favor. It's called killing two birds with one stone. Arriving at 177A, Brick Street, Loki looked at the classical exterior and exclaimed, it looks quite upscale, like the old man's style. Are you sure we can find him here? Then why don't you go look for him yourself? Billy replied irritably. Although he had temporarily forgiven Loki due to Thor's mediation, it didn't mean he had to be nice to him. Thor also shot a dissatisfied glare at Loki, as if to say, if it weren't for you, would we have so much trouble? Loki reluctantly shut his mouth and said nothing more. Billy stepped forward, just about to knock on the door, when it swung open, revealing the Ancient One's disciple Mordo. Master Mordo. Billy greeted him, as Mordo had not yet defected. Mordo made a gesture of invitation, saying, Master of the Mystic Arts, please come in. The Ancient One has been waiting for you for a long. Billy was puzzled, wondering what the term Master of the Divine City meant alongside Master and Saint Lord. It sounded as if the mages were mass-produced from this divine city, akin to Earth mages. Don't I deserve my own name? Why not call me Mage Billy or Mage Davis? Just as he was pondering this, an exclamation came from beside him. When did you secretly contact this so-called mage? Only someone as foolish as Thor would ask such a question. Modu cast a discreet glance at Thor, while Billy awkwardly reprimanded, Thor, stop talking nonsense. Master Gu, he has been the supreme mage guarding Earth for centuries. You should show her the respect she deserves. Besides, we've been together since we met. When did you see me contacting her? Thor wore a look of disbelief, thinking he had unraveled the truth, and boldly stated, hey Billy, you can't fool me. If you hadn't contacted her, how would she know the three of us were coming? Is it possible she has the ability to foresee the future? You must have told her in secret. Thor, Master Gu is a supreme mage. Her power is on par with your father, and as far as I know, your mother was raised by a witch, and also has the ability to foresee the future. Are you looking down on your father and mother? Billy was fuming inside. This fool never knew when to hold his tongue. Just wait until you see Master Gu, and you'll. With a large hat placed upon him, Thor quickly quieted down, yet Asgard's honor forbade him from bowing to a Midgard mage, so he stubbornly said, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere Midgard mage be compared to my father? This one beside me, my younger brother, is the #1 mage in the 9 realms. How do your Midgard mages stack up against him? Loki thought to himself, brother, you are my real brother. Can you stop boasting without dragging me into it? Yet on the other hand, Loki secretly hoped Billy would say the answer he wanted. Billy sighed deeply, comparing the two. It's probably a 1-to-9 ratio. Thor's eyes widened. Who is the one? It must be Loki, right? Even Loki and Modu perked up their ears, though Thor's words sounded strange. What do you mean, who is the one? A 1-to-9 ratio refers to Master Gu being able to defeat Loki in just 1 minute. Thor was about to protest that was impossible when a disappointed Loki grabbed his mouth, saying, enough, Thor, please be quiet. Finally silence fell. A smile crept onto Modus' lips, standing tall like a triumphant general, for he knew that Master Gu was the strongest mage. Master Gu, the person has already been brought here. After winding through several turns, Modu led the three to stand before Gu. After a nod from her, Modu tactfully stepped back. "So Loki, your father is waiting for you, so I won't keep you any longer." After Master Gu finished speaking, a portal opened ahead, sending Thor and Loki through completely. As they departed, Billy quickly shouted, "Hey, don't forget to help me find someone." No one responded, as Thor and Loki had already arrived in another space. Thor realized he had no power to resist such a technique and couldn't help but regret having underestimated the supreme mage. She likely truly had the ability to foresee the future. Thinking this, he hurriedly asked Loki, "She didn't hear everything we just said, did she?" Loki, feeling a bit fearful, replied, "Hard to say. After all, she can even foresee the future." Thor sighed and looked up to see a familiar figure in the distance whose silhouette resembled that of his father Odin. Returning to the New York sanctuary after sending Thor and Loki away, Billy hurriedly distanced himself from them, saying, "Master Gu, you must believe me. Oh, I only met them by chance on the road. I thought of you as an old acquaintance of their father, so I brought them along. Their remarks have nothing to do with me. I didn't teach them to say that." Looking at Billy's somewhat guilty demeanor, Master Gu smiled kindly. "All right, I still don't know you. Aren't you and Odin old acquaintances? The staff in your hand was crafted by Odin, wasn't it?" Billy looked down at the staff in his hand. "Not really, it was made with the help of the Dwarf King. Odin was merely the guide at best." "Are you not afraid of Odin causing you trouble by saying that?" Billy replied nonchalantly, "I wasn't afraid of him to begin with. His time should be running short, right?" Master Gu looked pensive. "Yes, his time is indeed short. It's just a matter of a few words. How much time do I have left?" "What do you mean?" Billy's eyes widened instantly. "Master Gu, you haven't accepted a new supreme mage yet, right? It shouldn't be that critical." Master Gu shook her head. "The guidance of fate is only a few days away. Casillas came to the library last night, killed the librarian, and tore a few pages from the Book of Carios. Billy's CPU was overheating, and he couldn't figure out what Casillas was trying to do. Casillas looked just like a human version of Hannibal. He was originally a talented mage from Kamartaj, but strayed off the path and fell under the command of Dormammu, becoming one of his followers. In Doctor Strange 1, the rituals on the pages of the Book of Carios that Casillas ripped were meant to help Dormammu, but now, isn't Dormammu trapped inside the Panga treasure box by me? What use are his actions now? I don't know if some futures are shrouded in fog, and I cannot see clearly." Billy thought to himself, this Casillas must be doing something very confusing. Even Master Gu couldn't see through it. Master Gu put on a kind smile again, as if indifferent to her own life and death, and said, "Let's not talk about me. I've already sent someone to notify your companions. They will arrive shortly." As soon as those words left her mouth, loud, cursing voices approached from afar. "God, I thought you sold us out here, and went to— I hate this research environment. There's nothing worth researching here, and the people here don't even do any research. I am great." Billy awkwardly smiled, and said, "Sorry, three of you, I didn't expect to suddenly get into trouble. I was just here to pick you up. Is your trouble resolved? Can we go kill Thanos now?" Nebula asked eagerly, while Rocket looked at Billy with anticipation, as defeating Thanos would lead them to the next ultimate evolution. Billy shook his head. "Not yet, but I assure you within a year and a half at most we will definitely reach Titan and capture Thanos." Upon hearing this, Nebula and Rocket felt a bit disappointed, but after waiting for so long, another year and a half didn't seem like a big deal. Billy expressed his gratitude to Master Gu and was about to leave with the three of them when Master Gu took a sip of tea and slowly said, "You must be careful of the organization behind Thaddeus Ross." Billy turned back with a bewildered expression. "What did you say?" It wasn't that Billy didn't hear clearly, but rather that he couldn't believe such advice would come from Master Gu. Could it be that Master Gu was also wary of the forces behind General Ross? What kind of force could that be? Could it possibly be the Celestial Group? No way. That would be too far-fetched. Master Gu offered another hint. Their team consists of top talents from their respective fields, but when they come together, they often make wrong decisions that lead to the destruction of the universe. I can only hint at this much for now. Billy left with a head full of questions. On the way, Rocket couldn't help but ask, "Billy, what did Master Gu mean by, is there still an organization in the universe that you fear?" In Rocket's eyes, the Supreme Evolution was the strongest and unbeatable, yet Billy dared to challenge it. Although he hadn't acted, yet just having that courage proved he was brave. But now a mysterious organization has appeared, and even the audacious Billy is quite wary of it, which makes Rocket— Upon hearing this, Billy was quite surprised. He wasn't surprised that Rocket was taking the initiative to care for him, but rather that the usually foul-mouthed Rocket didn't call Master Gu names like Baldy or curse at him. He truly wondered how Master Gu had managed to make him behave so politely. Billy arrogantly declared, "I've already taken down one from the Celestial Group. I don't give face to the elders of the universe, and I've even snatched the talisman from Oe. I've caused so many major incidents altering time beyond recognition, and the Time Management Bureau hasn't dared to intervene. What organization could make me feel apprehensive? It's just that the organization behind Ross is too mysterious, and I know nothing about it, making it impossible to take action." Rocket complained, "You Earthlings are really strange. If I had your power, I'd just capture that guy named Ross and directly interrogate him about the organization behind him, and everyone would be happy, right?" A word struck like a bell. Billy thought, how come I didn't think of that? Rocket, you really are a genius. Rocket looked at Billy's sparkling eyes and felt a sense of impending doom. What? You can't be serious about going to capture— What about Thanos? Don't get your priorities mixed up, you idiot. Rocket was right. The urgent matter at hand was to eliminate Thanos and the Supreme Evolution. No matter how strong the forces behind General Ross were, they couldn't possibly surpass those two. It seemed those two were even more dangerous than the organization behind Ross. But Billy's main focus was on being disobedient. Why? Because I want to do whatever I want. Plus, if I capture General Ross, not only can I interrogate him about the organization behind him, but it would also eliminate a competitor for General Bless. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? In the end, Rocket couldn't stop Billy, and that very day, they caught General Ross even without giving him a chance to transform into the Red Hulk. Are you going to talk or not? Steve shouted, swinging a chain and landing blows on General Ross. Has he not said anything yet? Billy asked in surprise. Steve replied, no, this guy is very stubborn. After that, the chain struck General Ross again. General Ross lived up to the nickname Thunder, enduring 3 days and nights without revealing a single useful piece of information. Billy secretly admired him. If it were Blez, he would probably have confessed everything the moment he was captured. He slowly stepped forward and advised, Thaddeus, we've been old friends for a long time. I don't want to do this to you. At your age, how can you not recognize the situation? Just confess early to avoid physical suffering. The disheveled General Ross slowly raised his head and looked at Billy weakly, then, as if using all his strength, shouted, why don't you just ask me? For 3 days it was just asking me whether I would talk or not. What exactly do you want me to say? Hearing this, Billy turned to Steve in a daze. Do you have a grudge against him? Did you just beat him for 3 days? Didn't you ask anything at all? Steve looked innocent and said, no boss, what are we Billy replied irritably, ask about the organization behind him. Didn't you hear my conversation with Rocket when you were right? Oh, so that's what it was. I didn't think about it from that angle. I messed it up, my bad, Ross. Steve awkwardly scratched the back of it. You didn't ask anything, you were just looking for trouble. Billy waved his hand and sent Steve away. Alright, I can't count on you for this kind of work anymore. Your pig brain should be put to better use somewhere else. After sending Steve away, Billy looked at the silent General Ross and began to play the emotional card. Ross, we've been friends for a long time. Do you remember who sold you the complete super soldier serum? Do you remember who sent elite troops to help you capture Hulk? Do you remember who entered prison alone to save you when you were on the verge of death from a heart attack and no one brought you medicine? It was me. I was the one who brought you the medicine. When you were fighting the military, I also let you off, allowing you to see your daughter again. I've saved you from peril so many times. Have you really forgotten all of that? Billy was nearly convincing himself as he even squeezed out 2 symbolic tears. Seeing Billy's earnest expression, General Ross gritted his teeth and said, I haven't forgotten. You have saved me from peril multiple times, but how did those perils come about? Oh, don't focus on those details. Last time in Canada, I saved you and your daughter from beneath the monster's hand. General Ross replied nonchalantly, oh, I've heard about it. That monster was released by you. Slander. What? Who told you that? That's pure slander. I'm going to sue him for defamation. When the monster was born, I had just come from the Arctic. Didn't you see me standing in front of you wrapped in a bear skin? Billy argued, fiercely refusing to back down. General Ross simply closed his eyes, adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind attitude, as he truly didn't believe Billy would dare to touch him. Billy asked, do the family members watching on the screen think I would actually do something? Seizing the opportunity, while General Ross had his eyes shut, Billy directly struck him with the chain. Caught off guard, General Ross yelped and angrily shouted, Davis, what do you want to do? Are you really going to hit me? General Ross felt furious as he was still speaking up for Billy in the meeting of the Illuminati. Yet here Billy was hitting him without warning. It seemed the smart people in the Illuminati were indeed sharper than he was. General Ross secretly regretted having spoken up for Billy back then. He should have brought Thanos to beat him. What do you think I'm doing? What else could I do but hit you? Fine. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you everything. General Ross secretly vowed that if he could get out, he would definitely incite them to fight. Ross immediately explained the matters concerning the Illuminati, noting that they were originally intending to recruit Billy. If Billy had not captured him within a couple of days, he and Billy would likely become colleagues. He also emphasized that the Illuminati had intentions of recruiting Thanos to deal with him, trying to instigate a war between Billy and Thanos, or at the very least a conflict between Billy and the Illuminati. Billy was still digesting this information, pondering its authenticity. General Ross spoke first. I have said all that needs to be said. Can I leave now? Billy scoffed. Let you go? How is that possible? Just stay here comfortably. Naturally, Billy could not let General Ross go. After releasing him, he would still have to interfere with Blaze's campaign, so it was better to keep him here for now. To prevent Professor X from finding him, Billy specially had Rocket craft a helmet for General Ross that blocked mental detection. Days later, Banner reported General Ross' disappearance to the Illuminati. Professor X expended a vast amount of mental energy, but still could not locate General Ross, which left the members of the Illuminati feeling uneasy. Even General Ross, who could transform into the Red Hulk, had vanished without a trace. What kind of formidable enemy could accomplish this? With a weary expression, Professor X looked at Dr. Reed. Who do you think it is, eh? Dr. Reed shook his head. He wasn't unaware, he just dared not contemplate it. To quietly deal with the Red Hulk without causing any commotion was certainly not something they could provoke. He muttered, perhaps even the Eternals do not possess such power. Could it be you, Billy Davis? He guessed that it was likely Billy's doing, but he dared not speak it aloud. Even if there was a 1 in 100 chance it wasn't Billy, he wasn't prepared to voice it. If Billy had the ability to silently eliminate the Red Hulk, then taking out the entire Illuminati would be a trivial task. Such a powerful existence must not be antagonized unless it was confirmed they were an enemy. Once confirmed, one should strike first while they are unprepared. He could only instruct the members of the Illuminati to keep quiet while searching and investigating. He couldn't understand the significance of Billy capturing General Ross. Or rather, what could his motive possibly be? Aside from members like Blackwing King who were busy with revenge, other members of the Illuminati began secretly investigating General Ross' whereabouts. However, searching aimlessly like this was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. During the time they were searching for General Ross, top neurosurgeon Stephen Strange, who had a bright future ahead, merely glanced at a case while driving and was involved in a car accident. Repeated surgeries failed to restore the function of his hands. He had once been the center of attention, with even Air Force colonels needing to queue to have him perform surgery, and whether he would agree depended on his mood. However, now he had not only been expelled from high society, but he had also nearly sold off his house and luxury watches. Yet these could not fill the void of his bleak future. From a top surgeon to a waste, he began to self-destruct. Even his ambiguous relationship with Christine was severed due to his self-destructive behavior, leaving him utterly alone. He underwent rehabilitation training with a rehabilitation specialist and learned about the story of Parnburn J from the rehabilitation doctor. Parnburn had once suffered a factory accident that shattered his spine, leaving him paralyzed below the chest, and he could only move his wheelchair with his hands, which were also partially paralyzed. His legs gradually atrophied from disuse, and the long-term pushing of the wheelchair caused his shoulders to ache, which is why he could only come to the rehabilitation specialist 3 times a week. But suddenly one day Parnburn said he wouldn't come anymore. The rehabilitation specialist thought Parnburn had died, but a few years later this Parnburn unexpectedly passed by the rehabilitation specialist on the street. Based on the information provided by the rehabilitation specialist, Stephen found Parnburn playing basketball. Parnburn was freely running and jumping on the court, showing no signs of paralysis, which made Stephen's eyes light up. Stephen called out to Parnburn, recited his medical report, and introduced himself. But Parnburn clearly did not want to pay attention to him. When he had sought out Stephen before, Stephen had refused to see him, even failing to get past the assistant. When Stephen displayed his trembling hands in front of Parnburn, Parnburn softened and pointed him towards a path. Kamar, thus Strange inquired along the way, even reaching Kathmandu in Nepal. As if entranced, he kept muttering Kamar Taj, which caught the attention of Mordo, who was cloaked in black, and followed him. When he reached an alley, 3 thugs jumped out to rob him of his watch. This was his last thought, and naturally he could not give it away. So the 3 thugs began to beat him severely. Mordo intervened to help him drive off the thugs, and brought him to a small broken door, where he met Master Gu. Stephen felt he had been tricked, so he pointed at Master Gu's chest, and said, "I have seen through you." Master Gu was not lenient, swiftly striking him and expelling his soul. Stephen felt that this sensation was due to the tea he had just drunk being off, leading to a hallucination. Then Master Gu pressed his hand on his forehead, plunging him into a bizarre world, completely opening his eyes. From this moment on, the old and new Sorcerer Supreme officially began their transfer. Damn it. I knew these two were unreliable. On the other side, Billy waited for Thor and Loki for a long time, already realizing they had fallen into Hela's hands again. He directly opened a portal and arrived at Sakaar. As soon as Billy arrived, a large group of scavengers surrounded him. Billy merely shot a cold glance and said flatly, "Get lost before I lose my temper." The imposing and fierce aura made the scavengers hesitate, but soon greedy scavengers recalled that every arrogant outsider had resembled this at first, only to end up as mere pawns under the Grandmaster's control. Daring scavengers charged towards Billy. Billy smiled faintly, thrusting his staff into the ground. A pale blue mist enveloped all the trash on the garbage mountain, causing it to rise and float together, then crash down on the scavengers. Many scavengers became stuck in the piles of garbage, which continued to gather, forming multiple giant spheres. Billy manipulated these spheres to crush the remaining scavengers, who dared not be reckless anymore, and scattered, wishing they had 2 more legs. This overwhelming display left the Valkyrie dumbfounded. She was at a loss whether to approach or flee immediately. The figure before her seemed no less formidable than Odin. "Stop hiding. I can see you. Do you wish to rob me?" Billy turned to the Valkyrie, displaying a cold and cruel smile. The Valkyrie felt a chill run down her spine, and tremblingly stepped forward, saying, "No offense intended. Is Thor here?" "What?" The Valkyrie was confused as to how this cosmic powerhouse could know Asgard's foolish son. "Answer me." Billy's eyes glowed with golden light. Although she did not understand the significance of the golden light in Billy's eyes, the fiery intensity of his gaze made the Valkyrie reply, "Yes, he is currently participating in the Grandmaster's champion game. Take me to him." Billy replied nonchalantly. The Valkyrie hurriedly said, "But going to find him now would anger the Grandmaster. Rest assured, I am here to cause trouble." The Master, also known as the High Celestial, is one of the elders of the universe, existing since the dawn of creation, possessing infinite longevity and immunity to aging and disease. The Master is a lover of games. To put it simply, he has lived long enough and is eager to design and lead various competitive. In the comics, he possesses superpowers such as manipulating cosmic energy, material reassembly, and time and space, jumping, even able to resurrect those who have died within 30 hours. Of course, these feats only exist in the comics. In the movies, he is depicted as quite insignificant, even getting frightened by a group of scavengers. In the film, he organized a small comedic show called The Battle of Champions, with most contestants being exiled or sold to this planet and forced to participate in the competition. If not for Hulk battling against Thor, this absurd contest would have been unremarkable. Valkyrie and Billy walked one after the other, with Valkyrie leading the way, asking in passing, "Are you also from Asgard?" "No," Billy replied with a hint of mystery, and Valkyrie shot him a sidelong glance, asking, "Then why did you save Thor?" "For a promise," Billy said mysteriously. "I sold Thor to the Master for 10 million. Valkyrie disclosed voluntarily, testing the attitude of the person behind her towards Thor. If he was here to save him, he would surely be angry. If he was here for revenge, he would undoubtedly be pleased to hear this. To her surprise, Billy simply responded with a blank expression, "Oh." Valkyrie was momentarily dumbfounded. "Is it really that simple? At least give some reaction. What do you expect? Should I give you an award?" After asking for so long without getting any answers, feeling frustrated, Valkyrie decided to close her mouth and focus on leading the way. Soon the two arrived at the Masters competition venue. Due to Hulk not being present on Sakaar, Thor didn't get hit right away and instead achieved a remarkable record of 32 consecutive victories in just a few days. He was currently participating in his 33rd match, sporting a neat short hairstyle and holding a massive hammer assembled from parts, looking quite formidable. If only he didn't wear a silly grin. His opponent was no pushover either, wearing a leather jacket and jeans from Earth, with a cigar in his mouth, swaying as he walked, clearly intoxicated. With his large hammer in hand, Thor dejectedly asked the stands, "If I win this time, can I go home? I really have urgent matters to attend to." The High Celestial, ready to enjoy the show, cheerfully replied, "We'll talk about it. If you win, we'll talk about it then." Thor sighed. He had never expected the High Celestial to agree, as he had accumulated enough disappointment over the past days. Each time he won, the High Celestial would always say next time for sure. But when would that next time actually be? However, he couldn't just refuse to fight. If he did, the High Celestial would press a button and he would be electrocuted. As the mighty god of thunder, getting electrocuted would be a huge embarrassment. No choice but to fight. "Aren't you going to use a weapon?" As a prince of Asgard, Thor had his own combat principles. His opponent took a deep puff from his cigar, then exhaled a long smoke ring, revealing 3 sharp claws extending from the backs of his hands, as he slowly said, "No need, for I am a weapon myself." Who else could this be but Wolverine? His arrival on Sakaar was purely accidental. Initially, he sought Hulk for a fight, refusing to back down, and would go straight into battle upon waking, collapsing from exhaustion, only to sleep and repeat the cycle. Until one day, in a fit of anger, he hit Hulk a bit too hard, sending him flying into the cosmos, after which he inexplicably ended up on Sakaar. Here no one restricts his freedom, as aside from smoking and drinking, all he is left is fighting. Whenever he's short on cash, he sells himself to the Battle of Champions, betting on himself to win. Since arriving here, he has fought hundreds of matches due to lack of money, winning without exception. The High Celestial is getting tired of it, but today he finally encountered a worthy opponent. The battle was about to begin. Both rushed at each other simultaneously. Wolverine swiftly darted in front of Thor, his sharp claws aimed directly at Thor's face. However, the saying "an inch longer is an inch stronger" holds some truth. Although Thor was less agile with his hammer, it granted him a degree of steadiness. As Wolverine's claws were just 0.01 meters away from Thor's face, Thor's hammer struck Wolverine, twisting his entire body under the overwhelming force, sending shivers down the spines of countless onlookers. Wolverine was sent flying like a cannonball, embedding himself into the wall, leaving a gruesome wound near Thor's right eye. Fortunately, Thor's hammer came in time, preventing Wolverine from injuring his eye. At this moment, Thor felt relieved that his right eye had escaped unharmed, unaware that he was celebrating too early and would soon lose that very eye. Thor raised his hammer and shouted, "I can declare my victory now." The announcer looked at Wolverine, who was embedded in the wall, and was just about to declare Thor's victory when he heard, "Wait, it's not over yet." Wolverine pried himself out of the wall and returned to the stage. Come on, he is Wolverine, with a health bar so thick that he survived being mercilessly beaten by Hulk. How could he possibly be knocked out by Thor with one hit? Moreover, Thor's hammer was a makeshift rough product. Neither said a word as they clashed again, Thor relentlessly smashing at Wolverine, but Wolverine refused to die, finding an opportunity to even slice Thor's massive hammer into pieces with his adamantium claws. The giant hammer that had accompanied Thor through 32 victories had finally reached its end. With no time to mourn the loss of his weapon, Thor charged in barehanded to grapple with Wolverine. If Thor with a hammer couldn't effectively harm Wolverine, how could Thor without a hammer? At first he could keep Wolverine in check, but his stamina was ultimately limited, while Wolverine showed no signs of exhaustion. Before long, Wolverine began to gain the upper hand. He even managed to pin Thor down, his claws radiating a chilling aura of death as they ruthlessly tore into Thor's pectoral muscles. These claws, stained with countless vengeful souls since the Civil War, seemed not to be Wolverine's claws cutting into Thor's flesh, but rather countless vengeful spirits gnawing at him. At first he could keep Wolverine in check, but his stamina was ultimately limited, while Wolverine showed no signs of it. Thor, a person who was the most sly, when asked whether he won or lost, would say, "I've gained insight." When asked how to fight without a weapon, he would say, "I miss my father." Just as Wolverine was getting into the groove of the fight, Thor experienced a sudden epiphany, transforming from the god of the hammer to the god of thunder. He no longer needed a hammer to channel lightning, seeking power from within. The lightning released from his body sent Wolverine flying off him, even shredding his clothes. Simply thinking of his father once was enough to turn Wolverine into a crispy mess. Wolverine, known for his resilience, quickly regained his flesh, but his shattered clothes were beyond repair. The audience erupted in a collective wow. Some girls, unwilling to look away, pretended to shield their eyes, while secretly peeking through their fingers. Even Wolverine felt a sense of shame. Being eyed like a hairless monkey by so many people filled him with both embarrassment and anger. This reminded him of the pain he endured when forcibly injected with adamantium while being transformed into Weapon X. Driven mad, he charged at Thor, but Thor interrupted his advance time and again with bolts of lightning. Stumbling, yet persistently advancing, the distance between them finally closed. Wolverine lunged forward with his gleaming claws while Thor retaliated with a fist infused with thunder. In this critical moment, as both faced impending doom, the Master decisively pressed the button, stunning Thor once more. Even as he transformed from God of Hammers to God of Thunder, he could not escape being knocked out. Caught off guard by the sudden change, Wolverine had no time to retract his claws, and before he could react, they pierced Thor. Though Thor was stunned, his fist continued forward due to inertia, sending Wolverine flying as he embedded him back in. The evenly matched scene left the audience in shock, all holding their breath, waiting for the two downed fighters to rise again. The host was particularly perplexed, with both on the ground. Who was the victor? He looked to the Master for an answer, but before the Master could speak, another disturbance occurred. With a loud crash, the wall that had trapped Wolverine was sent flying, landing perfectly atop the downed Thor. This led to an unexpected close encounter between the two, who had been battling fiercely. The Master realized someone was crashing the scene and damaging the arena, standing up abruptly, while everyone held their breath, gazing at the gaping hole. Outside the hole stood a man and a woman. The man wielded a coiling staff, wearing an extremely arrogant expression, as if declaring, "I'm here to cause trouble." The woman, however, was fidgety and shielded her face with her hands, vividly portraying a guilty conscience. The newcomers were Billy and the Valkyrie. The Master, pointing at the Valkyrie with trembling fingers, exclaimed, "I recognize you. You are the Scavenger 142. What do you want?" The Valkyrie quickly distanced herself, pointing at Billy. "I'm not here for you. He is looking for you. I'm just a guide." Billy snickered dismissively. "This is none of your business. Just go play somewhere else." The Valkyrie didn't take offense at his sarcastic tone. She was eager to leave this dreadful place, so she hurriedly ran away. The Master looked at the young man holding the staff and asked, "Who are you?" Billy remained silent, simply stepping forward. This startled Loki, who was beside the Master. He regretted being so engrossed in watching Thor take a beating. If he had run away sooner, this predicament could have been avoided. The Master looked at the young man holding the staff. He had painstakingly become the Master's friend through his eloquence, enjoying a comfortable life here, but it was clear that this ease was about to be shattered, leaving him troubled. Loki's disrespectful behavior displeased the Master. "Do you know him? Is he very powerful?" Loki muttered, "I know him all too well. He is the Holy Lord. Not only is he powerful, but his strength surpasses the combined might of both fighters on the field by several times, even dozens of times." The Master frowned. He felt he had heard that name somewhere before. However, having lived for nearly 14 billion years, he had encountered too many names to recall them all, which made it unimportant. As for Loki's claim that the Holy Lord was stronger than the two combined, the Master dismissed it, deeming Loki to be boasting. In the Master's eyes, Thor was already formidable, and Wolverine was also impressive. What kind of monster could surpass these two by several times? How could such a creature appear in the desolate Sakaar? Thinking this, he waved his hand, signaling his troops to advance, attempting to suppress Billy by sheer numbers. Observing the approaching crowd like a tidal wave, Billy gently shook his head. "It seems you've made an unwise choice." The crowd surged from all directions, but Billy merely planted his staff on the ground, and pale violet mist immediately billowed outward, mercilessly swallowing anything that touched it. The crowd hesitated to advance, coming to an immediate halt, but how could they stop so suddenly? Those in front shouted wildly to stop moving forward, but the people behind were oblivious to what was happening. In the confusion, another group was pushed into the purple mist. "What's going on? Why are you hesitating? You useless bunch. What good are you?" The Master slammed the table in frustration at the indecisive crowd. Billy shot him a sidelong glance. "I almost forgot about you two." With a wave of his hand, Loki and the Master were instantly pulled toward him, as if gripped by a mysterious force. With another gesture, the two floated directly in front of Billy. At this moment, Loki likely cursed the Master's ancestors in his heart, thinking, "Oh, High Celestial, what made you provoke Davis?" Yet the Master, who was nearly as old as the universe, likely had no ancestors. Looking at the Master being hoisted like a chick, Billy scornfully mocked, "A frog in a well. Have you gone daft while playing games? Why don't you learn from your brother? He is far wiser than you." The Master's pupils constricted as he finally remembered where he had heard the name Holy Lord. The collector, who had no knowledge of his brother, had recently warned him about a person claiming to be the Holy Lord that he should never provoke, for this Holy Lord had not only defeated a complete Celestial, but was also going after the Cosmic Elder's nemesis Thanos. At this moment, the Master truly realized how foolish he had been, and how he had provoked such a powerful entity, regretting his actions immensely. He felt that even if he were to die, it wouldn't be enough to atone for his actions, and if it implicated his brother or other cosmic elders, the gravity of his sin would be monumental. Fortunately, Billy had no intention of killing him, as Sakaar required his governance. Although many had been forced to come here, there were also those who willingly threw themselves into this place, and being forced didn't mean they were entirely innocent. For instance, the bug-like Mick who usually kept a low profile was seen in Avengers Endgame drinking beer and playing games with Thor in a shabby hut. However, in the Hulk World War he refused to let Hulk return to a normal life, provoking Hulk time and again, which caused Hulk to transform into an enraged behemoth, and he himself was pummeled by Hulk. Doing something so detrimental without benefit to oneself, releasing him would only be a loss for the world. Therefore this place was akin to a prison. Would breaking down the prison mean the end of evil? No, that would only lead to more villains. With a thought, Billy tossed Loki and the Master to the ground. Billy spoke in a commanding tone, pointing first at Loki, then at Thor and Wolverine, as well as the Valkyrie hiding in the back, saying, "I want this one, those two on the ground, and that scavenger 142 behind. Do you have any objections?" The Master shook his head like a rattle drum. "No objections, of course no objections. Feel free to do as you wish." He certainly wouldn't object. He was grateful just not to be taken away. I have objections." Loki weakly raised his hand. "Can I not go with you? What do you think?" Billy shot him a cold glance. "Take Thor and that Wolfman and come with me." Loki immediately shrank back in fear, rushing over to peel Wolverine off the wall, dragging Thor with one hand and cradling Wolverine with the other. As the top mage of the 9 realms, he was reduced to doing such menial labor, leaving him with no tears to cry. Billy noticed his half-dead expression and said, "Why do you look a bit unhappy?" Loki's breath caught, and he immediately forced a professional fake smile. No, I'm extremely happy." Billy ignored him and waved at the Valkyrie. "Come here, I'll send you back to Asgard." The Valkyrie reluctantly moved over, surprised. "You know my identity." The surviving Valkyrie, nearly wiped out by the goddess of death Hela. Billy pointed behind him. He wanted to be a Valkyrie since he was a child. The Valkyrie frowned and looked in the direction Billy pointed, prompting Loki to explain hurriedly, "Not me, it's Thor." The Valkyrie cast a disdainful glance at him, then shook her head at Billy. "Since you know my identity, you should know that before Odin sealed Hela, he sent us to stop her, but in the end, I was the only survivor. Asgard is a place of sorrow for me. I don't want to go back." "Quite the opposite," Billy said earnestly. "Now that Odin is dead and Hela has resurrected, it's time for you to—" The Valkyrie spread her hands. "I think they would prefer me to be alive rather than avenging them." "No, I don't want your opinion. I want my opinion. This grudge must be avenged today." Billy directly used telekinesis to lift her up, opened a portal in front of him, and called out, "Let's go. Loki, don't even think about escaping. No matter where you run, I will find you. Where would I dare to run?" Loki replied with an awkward smile. Heaven knows he really wanted to escape when Billy stepped into the portal, even preparing to create a clone, but his little scheme was exposed. The Master originally wanted to ask Billy if he needed a spaceship, but then saw Billy and his group lining up to enter the portal secretly, letting out a sigh of relief. On the other side, Heimdall took some of the Asgardians and held the key to the Rainbow Bridge. Hofund. Hela awakened her undead army and her pet, the giant wolf Fenrir. Hela gathered the remaining Asgardians in the square and interrogated them, asking who had stolen the key to the Rainbow Bridge and where it had been taken. As a result, no one spoke. Hela had no choice but to randomly select a lucky audience member, a blonde woman in a blue dress. If no one answered where the key to the Rainbow Bridge was, the executioner would behead this blonde woman. Though the executioner Scourge felt pity, he had no choice but to carry out Hela's orders. Just as he raised the axe high ready to strike the woman's head, strange noises came from the hall behind. The magical wolf Fenrir sensed an unusual presence baring its teeth and growling towards Hela. Upon hearing this, Hela couldn't ignore it. She hurriedly went to the hall, instead of questioning where the key to the Rainbow Bridge had gone. Upon entering the hall, she saw Billy sitting majestically on Odin's throne, eyes closed in meditation, with Loki and the Valkyrie standing on either side of him. Loki held Odin's eternal spear Gungnir, while 2 unconscious figures lay on the ground, a very strange combination. Hela laughed heartily. "I remember you, survivor of the Valkyries. You still have the nerve to stand in front of me. And you, my dear brother, have you forgotten how you fled in disgrace from me?" Hela's words deeply pierced Loki and the Valkyrie, causing their expressions to turn unnatural. Finally, Hela looked at Billy. "And there's one more. An unfamiliar person. You don't think that just anyone can defeat me?" Billy slowly opened his eyes. "Don't worry, you'll soon have a deep impression of me." Loki, check if Thor has woken up. Loki slapped Thor's face twice, but Thor remained unconscious, so Loki could only shake his head at Billy. Billy suddenly stood up and asked, "Let's play shout for help, Loki." Loki was momentarily stunned. "What?" "I refuse. I hate that feeling of being thrown away." Billy, feeling exasperated, said, "Fool. Thor is unconscious now, but who do you think will throw whom?" "I love playing shout for help," Loki exclaimed, joyfully picking up Thor and shouting towards Hela, "Get help, please." He then threw Thor forward. Hela sensed they were planning something sneaky and had already styled her hair for a fighting stance. Seeing Thor flying towards her, she effortlessly used the night sky sword to knock him away, simultaneously cutting his right eye. The intense pain jolted Thor awake. Thor carefully surveyed the hall. "Heavens, where am I? Why does my right eye hurt so much?" "You're finally awake. You don't even remember your father's palace." Thor looked at the speaker. "Billy, how did you get here?" "No time for reminiscing." Billy pointed at Hela. "Say hello to yours." Only then did Thor notice Hela, who was equally bewildered. She had expected Loki and the others to pull a sneaky trick, but she never imagined they were playing a clumsy one. "Your good friends seem to wish for your demise. Why don't you turn towards the light?" Faced with Hela's persuasion, Thor charged forward without a word. Even with his hammer, he was no match for Hela, let alone now, when he was unarmed, leaving him at a complete disadvantage. Watching Thor gradually being beaten, even Loki was anxious, racking his brains for any strategy that could help Thor. Suddenly he caught sight of the eternal spear in his hand, and immediately threw it to Thor. "Hey Thor, look up." Thor, caught in a tough battle, looked up at the call. Hela seized the opportunity to leave a shocking scar on him with the night sky sword, causing Thor to stagger back, clutching his chest. As he looked up, the eternal spear was coming straight at him, frightening him into leaping backward just in time to dodge. If he had been hit by the spear, would he even be alive? Just as Thor wanted to curse, he saw Hela raise the eternal spear and lunge at him. The reversal happened too quickly, leaving Billy and the Valkyrie momentarily stunned as they both turned to Loki and asked, "Do you want to help him, or do you want to kill him outright?" Loki chuckled awkwardly. "It's an accident, it's an accident." Thor had never stood a chance against Hela, and now with Gungnir in her hands it became even easier for her to overpower the unarmed Thor, soon bringing him to his knees. The Valkyrie watched anxiously and quickly asked, "Aren't you going to help? Did you bring him here just to send him to his death?" Billy casually waved his hand, saying, "No need, he's evolving right now. When he starts thinking of his father, that will be the beginning of his evolution." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Thor began to think of his father again. Hela pinched his face and asked, "Tell me, brother, what kind of god are you?" Suddenly the thunderous sound of war drums echoed in his mind as Odin's figure gradually enlarged and approached. In the realm of consciousness, the one-eyed Thor staggered to his knees before Odin, who began to lecture him sternly. "Even when you had two eyes, you could only see half of the truth." Before Odin, Thor appeared as a wrong child, recounting his experiences. "She is too powerful. Without my hammer, I cannot do anything." Odin mischievously tilted his head and asked, "Are you Thor, the god of the hammer?" Thor was at a loss for words, and Odin gave him his final lesson. "The hammer is a tool to help you control and focus your power. It is not the source of your strength." Thor, on the verge of tears, lamented, "It's too late. She has already taken Asgard." Odin shook his head. "Asgard is not a place. It never has been. This can be Asgard. Asgard is where our people are, and right now those people need your help." After speaking, Odin turned to leave, and Thor gently shook his head at his retreating figure. "I am not as strong as you." Odin turned back and replied, "No, you are stronger than I am." Thor knelt for a long time before exiting the realm of consciousness. At that moment, Hela once again pinched his face and posed the ironically charged question, "Tell me, brother, what kind of god are you?" Thor wasted no words and summoned blinding lightning, knocking Hela down and vividly introducing himself to her. At that moment, Thor had fully transformed into the god of thunder, no longer merely the god of the hammer. He finally understood that the hammer was merely an auxiliary tool. It was like adding two training wheels to a bicycle to prevent falling. The power had been passed down from Hela to Thor. Thor had always relied on these training wheels. Did Hela think that removing them would prevent him from riding? He could ride, but now through thoughts of his father, he was being taught how to ride a bike, allowing him to speed forward and directly knock Hela away. This was the greatest lightning Thor could unleash, yet it still failed to harm Hela. He could only look to Billy for help, saying, "Billy, consider this another favor I owe you. Help me one more time." "TSK, tisk, Thor, your favors aren't worth much, but I do want to see what the goddess of death is capable of." Billy loosened his muscles and walked towards Hela. Hela once again drew the sword of night and lunged at Billy, only to be effortlessly blocked by his telekinetic power. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Billy was not a stingy person. Suddenly his eyes erupted with terrifying lasers while flames spewed from his mouth. Even the attack that Thanos could barely withstand caused Hela to let out a painful wail, yet she continued to advance steadily against the lasers and flames. Billy applied his telekinetic power upon her, unleashing 3 talismans, but still could not restrain her, which surprised. Seeing that Billy could not subdue Hela, Thor became anxious and shouted, "Billy, her power is bound to Asgard. The longer she stays in Asgard, the stronger she becomes. Do not waste time with her." Billy remained completely unperturbed. After all, he had gathered the Infinity Stones. No matter the disadvantage, he could erase it with the power of the stones, so why panic? Furthermore, the fact that Hela grew stronger the longer she remained in Asgard could be a concern for others who would struggle to kill her quickly or exhaust her. But Billy was unfazed. Even if he did not have the stones, he still had talismans. He was in essence immortal, nearly immune to any physical, magical, mental, or spiritual harm. Even if it dragged on, he wouldn't fear it. Not to mention, he also had the Tiger Talisman, which was the most overpowered. It forced a balance of yin and yang. A perfect 50-50 split. As Hela's power grew stronger with her prolonged stay in Asgard, Billy forced a 50-50 balance, so no one could claim the other had an advantage. At first, Hela smiled with pride at her steadily increasing strength, but soon her smile faded, as Billy's power also grew steadily matching hers. She began to feel the pressure as she faced the 3 talismans, unable to move at all. The Tiger Talisman was far too overpowered. Its enhancement was all-encompassing, even raising the power of the other talismans. "This is amazing," cheered Thor, Loki, and the Valkyrie, while Wolverine, who had just woken up and was visibly confused, unwittingly joined in the cheers. Thor had thought the twilight of the gods was about to begin, but unexpectedly Billy resolved the situation with just a flick of his hand. Just as everyone was riding high on their success, disaster struck. Suddenly outside the hall, cries of anguish and pleas for help rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Billy and Hela, who had been deeply engaged in their battle, paused, with Hela smugly relishing her handiwork. "Did you do this?" Although Hela said nothing, Thor could guess from her triumphant expression what had transpired, and he angrily exclaimed, "You are utterly insane. It's her undead army. And her pet Fenrir." The Valkyrie recalled the past she wished to forget. On this matter concerning the survival of Asgard, Thor seemingly transformed from a simpleton into a wise genius, methodically instructing Billy, "Please hold her down, oh Loki, go find some ships to evacuate the people of Asgard. I will release Surtur to destroy Asgard. Wherever the people of Asgard are, that is where Asgard lies." "No need for that," Billy interrupted Loki, "and the crazy girl, you know this place best. Help me find something. You just need to find 2 of the following 7 items: a fan, a clapper, a lotus, a bud, a flute, a gourd, and a sword." The 2 hurried off to find the items Billy needed. Seeing them leave in a rush, Thor grew anxious. What about the people of Asgard being slaughtered outside? "Leave it to me, she has an army, and so do I." Billy swung the sleeves of his custom robe, and 8 bracelets floated in the air surrounded by a chilling aura of death. Billy pushed his palms forward and the 8 rings moved rhythmically up and down as 8 entirely different soldiers emerged from the ground, as if they were in an elevator. They were the Shadow Legion. All 8 types of shadow soldiers except for the shadow soldier that eats shadows were present. What? 3. Both Wolverine and Thor were stunned, and even the confident Hela was taken aback. The shadow soldiers before them varied in form. Some were slender with claws on their hands and sharp blades on their legs, skilled in climbing fast enough to catch up with trains, easily slicing through warrior armor and the cars of trains and automobiles known as the Razzo Ninjas. Others resembled bat-like beings equipped with wings capable of flying at incredible speeds, unleashing laser attacks, and even transforming their released lasers into ropes to bind enemies, known as the Bat Ninjas. There were also stout and tall figures resembling giants with high offense and defense, known as the Samos soldiers. Additionally, there were the IKA ninjas, fully armed and clad in armor, wielding samurai swords with the famous phrase "General IK will not survive" being uttered by this set of masks. Moreover, there were the Raizu ninjas, shaped like octopuses, able to stretch their bodies freely, capable of ensnaring people with their arms and possessing phasing abilities. There was even a Kabu ninja with a crab claw for a left hand and a scorpion tail for a right hand with an irregular appearance. In the original work, the Kabu mask was split in 2 by Xiao Yu and Walong, and the shadow soldiers were also split in 2. Lastly, there were the mantis soldiers with scythe-like blades on their hands and lower limbs resembling spiders or scorpions. The final appearance was that of a hard-working model summoned by the Niga mask, equipped with various gear, such as sticks, missiles, smoke bombs, grappling hooks, and gliding suits, agile in form, capable of launching shurikens from a distance, the original ninja soldiers. Upon receiving the command, these shadow soldiers continuously emerged from the ground and surged outward in a chaotic. Seeing the densely packed shadow soldiers, even Hela, the goddess of death, felt pressure. In that moment, she realized, although her undead soldiers could be summoned endlessly, their combat power was mediocre, while the shadow soldiers summoned by Billy emanated an oppressive aura just by their presence. If they were to be released, it would be an unimaginable hellish scene. Billy turned to the shocked Thor and Wolverine and said, "You two don't just stand there. The giant wolf outside is up to you." "No problem." Thor readily agreed, and Wolverine nodded as well. Though Wolverine didn't quite understand what was happening, witnessing Billy's astonishing abilities made him eager to fight, and upon hearing there was a battle, the two rushed out immediately. Hela's expression darkened as if it could drip water. She summoned the Sword of the Night Sky again, saying, "This is a matter of Asgard. Why are you meddling in it?" Billy scoffed. "Stop pretending. I know you're looking for the Rainbow Bridge. Your ambition to dominate the universe can't. So what? The universe should be governed by the capable." Hela continued to expound her fallacies. "Thus you are." Outside, Thor and Wolverine were locked in fierce combat with the Fenrir wolf. Fenrir had no special attack methods. He was just larger in size. Outside, Thor and Wolverine were locked in fierce combat with the Fenrir wolf. Fenrir had no special attack methods. He was just larger in size, and his bulk caused him to lose his original agility. Wolverine engaged in battle with Hulk, used his sharp adamantium claws to deliver a cutting combo to Fenrir. With Thor knocking him off the bridge into the water, it became Thor's domain as he unleashed a series of electric therapy services on Fenrir, subduing him thoroughly. This brings back bad memories," Wolverine remarked as he looked at the electrified Fenrir, feeling a sense of sympathy, probably because he had also endured a similar electric therapy not long ago. However, Fenrir endured a far more intense electric therapy than Wolverine's, and Fenrir did not possess Wolverine's terrifying regenerative abilities. On the other side, the Shadow Soldiers completely suppressed Hela's undead army. Although Hela's undead army was said to be infinite, it was actually not that numerous. One wonders if it was due to the high cost of special effects or a lack of extras. Alternatively, Hela could continuously convert the slain into members of her undead army, while the Shadow Soldiers were not human and could be scattered and reformed, thus ensuring that the Shadow Soldiers would ultimately prevail in this struggle. Hela sensed her undead army was dwindling, which made her increasingly anxious, but she could not get the upper hand against Billy. Moreover, given Billy's inexplicable arrangement for Loki and the Valkyrie to find some items whose purpose she was oblivious to, although she didn't know what they were, for she had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. She could only attempt to retreat first to eliminate Thor and Wolverine, but with Billy possessing the rabbit talisman and the space gem, how could she get her way? No matter which direction Hela attempted to flee, Billy would swiftly appear before her, continuing to pressure her in battle. Hela could only fight, while retreating desperately defending herself, while Billy grew ever more emboldened, his momentum soaring. The two fought their way from the Great Hall to the royal residence, and then from the royal residence to the treasure chamber. At this moment the Valkyrie and Loki also arrived at the treasure chamber, one wielding a fan, and the other a clapper, and upon entering they saw Billy fighting Hela. "Billy, we have found what you were looking for," Loki said, shaking the clapper in his hand. Billy temporarily pushed Hela back, and upon seeing the clapper, he was momentarily stunned. It was no surprise that Asgard could find a fan, as those noble women often carried fans, but why had they found a clapper? Perhaps it was because Odin frequently visited Earth, or maybe Odin foresaw the future and prepared in advance. It could also be that the two found Heimdall to send them to Earth. However, since the items had been found, what was there to investigate further? Just send Hela to meet Dormammu. "Hela, your doom is upon you." Billy began to chant a spell. Hela, sensing danger, immediately devised a desperate scheme to revive Surtur. She willingly placed Surtur's crown into the eternal flame, which revived Surtur, causing his size to expand dramatically and even break through the Great Hall. "OMG, no no no," Loki and the Valkyrie exclaimed in despair, watching in disbelief as Ragnarok. "Truly, Ragnarok. How interesting. I thought I would deal with you first before tackling Surtur, but it seems that won't be necessary." Billy continued to form seals and chant spells. A green light shot from his staff, seemingly guided by its own, while striking the fan in the Valkyrie's hand. The Valkyrie stared blankly at this scene, soon hearing Billy say, "Quick, fan the fan." While the Valkyrie fanned the fan, Billy opened a portal, using the space gem, bringing forth the Panga box. The seal on the door to the wind demon Shao Feng was opened, and as the Valkyrie fanned vigorously, the freshly revived flame giant, unable to cause destruction, was dragged into the underworld. Hela was bewildered. "What is going on?" Billy pointed at Hela and said, "Now it's your turn." Hela did not want to be sealed again, so she took off running. "She's trying to escape." Loki and the Valkyrie warned simultaneously. "Don't worry, she won't get away." Billy recited the spell at a steady pace, and then shouted to Loki, "Quick, sound the alarm." As Loki sounded the alarm, the door, sealing the demon of thunder Surtur, slowly opened. Hela, who had already managed to escape, was suddenly pulled back by the power of the rules, even clutching the door frame in an attempt to resist this force. However, how could she contend with the power of the rules? No. With a desperate roar, Hela completely fell into the sealed hell space. There Dormammu and Surtur. After Hela was sealed, her undead army was quickly eradicated, and even the demon wolf Fenrir could hardly escape the fate of being judged. Billy not only saved Asgard, but also prevented Ragnarok, ushering in a new chapter for Asgard. Thor rushed over saying, "Thank you, brother, you saved Asgard, you are a hero of Asgard." Billy instinctively pointed at Thor and replied, "You are the true hero." "What?" Billy, adhering to the notion of being a good person to the end, placed his hand on Thor's head. The power of the rune spell gradually activated, instantly healing Thor's blinded right eye. As Billy waved his hand, the shadow soldiers shrank back into the shadows and disappeared. "Remember, Thor, you owe me." Thor owed Billy too much, not only because Billy defeated Hela and Surtur to save Asgard, but also because of Billy's presence. Thanos would no longer visit Asgard, and Loki and Heimdall would not die, and half of the Asgardians would also be spared. Of course, Thor did not know these things, nor did Billy mention them, but Thor still sincerely said, "Of course I will always owe you. If you ever have trouble, feel free to find me, even if you want my life." Billy quickly waved his hand, saying, "Not at all, not at all. First let Heimdall help me find someone named Maximus." Heimdall immediately activated his ability to monitor the 9 realms, and soon found out Maximus' specific location, in a city called Adolin on the far side of the moon. Coincidentally, if it had been a bit earlier, it would have been impossible to discover Maximus' location, and if it had been a bit later, Maximus would have been dead. It was just the perfect timing. Black Bolt returned to Adolin with his team to settle the final score with Maximus. Due to Maximus' actions, the protective shield of Adolin was removed, allowing Heimdall to discover Maximus. This fellow had effectively shot himself in the foot. He originally intended to threaten Black Bolt, but unexpectedly exposed his own location. "Do you need me to go with you?" Thor responded enthusiastically, but was rejected by Billy. "No need, Asgard is in dire straits. They need you. Besides, your most important task is to keep an eye on your brother." "No problem." Billy turned and shook the Panga box, smilingly saying, "Loki, you're not a child anymore. You should understand a thing or two. If you continue to be a jerk like before, I won't hesitate to send you into the Panga box to reunite with your sister." I definitely won't," Loki assured with a sheepish grin. Billy opened a portal in front of him and turned to Wolverine, asking, "Are you coming along?" "Logan." Sure." Logan was surprised that the other party recognized him, but didn't think much about it, and followed Billy into the portal. As the protective shield of Adolin vanished, the entire city began to collapse. Maximus himself could not repair the protective system, and Black Bolt could only let the crystals carry all the Inhumans to Earth. After all Inhumans except for Black Bolt and Maximus had left Adolin, had little time left. Maximus confessed his mistakes to Black Bolt, who knocked him out and locked him in a bunker, preparing to let Maximus be destroyed along with Adolin. Just as Black Bolt was about to release a sonic wave to collapse the bunker, a blue portal suddenly appeared beside him. Billy and Wolverine stepped out from the portal. Billy glanced at the relatively intact bunker and said with relief, "Glad I made it in time." The poor Black Bolt couldn't utter a word, merely tilting his head to look at Billy. "This is no longer your concern. Go find your buddies on Earth." I have some personal matters to handle with Maximus. Without another word, Billy opened a portal and used telekinesis to pull Black Bolt inside, then gestured for Wolverine. Inside the bunker, Maximus was desperately kneeling on the ground, clinging to the door and crying, "Don't leave me here, bro. He's already gone." Billy's voice echoed softly from behind him. Maximus turned to look, seeing Billy's figure stepping out of a misty blue portal. "Who are you?" "The Holy One." "The Holy One? Never heard of it, but it doesn't matter. If you can come in, then you must be able to take me out, right? Please take me out, or I'll give you anything you want." In a life-and-death moment, Maximus knelt at Billy's feet without dignity, tugging at his robe, as if he were a child wanting an elder to buy him a toy. Billy leaned down slightly and whispered in his ear, "Is that so? I want you dead." Maximus looked up in shock, simultaneously activating his powers: telepathy, mind control, and memory implantation. This ability was not inferior to Professor X's skills, but he was facing Billy, and it was destined to be futile. Billy leaned down slightly and whispered in his ear, "Is that so? I want you dead." Maximus looked up in shock, simultaneously activating his powers. After saying this, Billy dove into the portal and soon reappeared, this time with a lotus flower in hand. Without giving Maximus a chance to react, Billy instantly began to cast a spell. Maximus had nowhere to hide, only able to watch in terror as a door with a green frame, red background, and yellow vortex suddenly opened beside him. That was the portal sealing the demon of the moon, Selene, which just happened to be on the moon at that moment. Then the lotus flower in Billy's hand floated abruptly and exploded into petals, the green light enveloping Maximus completely and pulling him into the door. In the end, he had no idea what he had done to offend Billy. Perhaps it was simply because he had done too many bad things. In the hell space, Hela, Dormammu, and Surtur, who had been locked in a fierce battle, widened their eyes when they saw the portal open again, all sharing the same thought: is a newcomer coming? Can we finally get out? The three exchanged glances, and the next second they all rushed towards the door, not forgetting to trip each other along the way to delay their opponents and make their own escape. Dormammu and Hela were stripped of their home advantage, their powers significantly reduced, while Surtur, empowered by the eternal flame, seemed to emerge as the leader among the three. Even as Hela and Dormammu attempted to trip Surtur simultaneously, they found it hard to hinder him. As Surtur approached the door, Maximus was suddenly pulled into the door, crashing right into Surtur, causing him to stumble. When Surtur lifted his head again, the door had already closed. Behind him, Hela and Dormammu's mocking laughter echoed. Since they themselves could not escape, they certainly had no desire to see Surtur break free. Surtur's pride stung. With 2 fingers, he lifted Maximoff aloft, scrutinizing this wretched being who had cost him his long-awaited freedom. Maximoff recoiled at the sight of the towering giant, trembling too violently to utter a word, only to be met with Surtur's brutal, unrelenting assault. Outside, Adeline lay in utter ruin. Billy stepped through the portal back to Earth. He possessed the power to save Adeline, yet saw no reason to do so. Let the Inhumans descend upon Earth and contend with the mutants. Their resettlement was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s burden, not his. Upon returning to Earth, Billy entered the temporary apartment he'd rented, where Nebula, Rocket, and Groot awaited him. The moment he emerged from the portal, a suffocating silence pressed against him. All three sat motionless in the room, speechless. It was precisely the hour when Nebula's favorite soap opera should have been blaring, but the ancient television remained dark and silent. Though sunlight bathed the world outside, the room itself felt hollow, gray, and deathly still. "What's wrong?" They exchanged glances as if the truth were too painful to voice, until after a long, heavy pause, Groot finally broke the silence. "I am Groot." "What a—" Billy's pupils contracted in shock. "What do you mean?" It was Rocket who delivered the grim news. "Billy, the Ancient One is gone." Billy exhaled softly. "So it has come to this then? What does Kaecilius seek? Has he not realized Dormammu?" Of course, Billy knew the Ancient One's death stemmed not solely from Kaecilius, but also from her eldest disciple discovering that the Sorcerer Supreme had secretly wielded dark magic, leading her to accept her end with quiet resolve. As grief settled over them, the phone rang. Billy glanced at the screen. It was Blaze's calling. Blaze's revealed an insider tip: the president planned to step down early with elections commencing in 3 months, and he wished Billy to attend the event in person, lending his presence weight and authority. Billy, with little else on his mind, agreed to go. Time slipped by like wine through ash. 3 months passed, neither barren nor abundant with events. First, Steve Rogers returned to Billy's side, reporting that General Ross had been rescued. Billy barely registered it. Second, the Illuminati rescued Janet Van Dyne, Hank Pym's wife, who had been trapped in the microverse. Reconciled with Stark, Hank reclaimed the mantle of Ant-Man and joined the Illuminati. Stephen Strange defeated Kaecilius and ascended as the new Sorcerer Supreme. Master Mordo departed once more, while Strange, now Doctor Strange, also joined the Illuminati. Billy sensed the Illuminati were plotting something vast, yet each time he sought them, every member had vanished without trace, leaving him deeply unsettled. Could they have confronted Galactus? At last, the presidential election commenced in full force. Candidates and their supporters took turns delivering impassioned speeches vying for votes. Blazes and Billy stood among them. To Billy's surprise, General Ross was absent from such a pivotal occasion. Had he withdrawn from the race? Every speaker campaigned fervently, promising grand reforms, sweeping prosperity, or national renewal, regardless of feasibility. Most pledges were crafted not for those present, but for the millions watching from their living rooms. Billy listened with detached weariness, until his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Langston. A cold premonition, Langston's voice low and grave, filled the line, "Sir. Sky is gone." A thunderclap shattered inside Billy's skull, reverberating relentless. Billy did not question its truth. Langston would never lie about such a thing. Agony, raw searing, pierced through. Would she rather die than let him heal her? 1,000 unsaid words dissolved into one weary sigh. "I understand." After hanging up, Billy stood frozen in thought, until Blazes gently reminded him it was his turn to speak. He strode onto the stage, face clouded, discarding his prepared speech entirely, and delivered instead a stark, chilling ultimatum. "I am Billy Davis. Some of you know me. Others do not. Neither matters. What matters is that I want Blazes Leonhard elected president. Who consents? Who objects?" A tomb-like hush fell over the hall. Guests stared stunned, unable to believe anyone would dare threaten military and political titans so brazenly. Reporters snapped first, hastily capturing this historic, horrifying instant. "I object." A distinguished white-haired elder rose from the crowd, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. "Mr. Davis's reputation precedes him. I've heard much. Your intentions are plain to all. You intend to install Leonhard, a pliant puppet, so you may rule America unchallenged. Soon the entire nation will bow to your sole decree. Am I right, everyone?" The elders sought collective affirmation, but most dared not echo him, well aware of Billy's nature. Only a scattered few clapped and murmured agreement. With a sharp shink, Billy's optic blast obliterated the elder's head, splattering crimson across nearby faces. Regrettably, dissent carries no weight. "Now, who among you applauded him?" A faint, unsettling smile curled Billy's lips as his gaze swept the assembly. Each person struck dumb, trembling beneath that unblinking stare. "You kill on a whim. Do you hold law in any regard?" roared a silver-haired general, surging to his feet. His protest ended with another searing beam. Billy scanned the room, voice ice cold. "Any further objections?" Silence swallowed the hall. "Excellent. Since no one objects, voting begins now. Should I learn anyone abstained or voted against, I suggest you assess whether your body can withstand my wrath." "Wait, I haven't even declared my candidacy yet. This is unjust." A man in his 40s, sharply suited, rose. Others tugged urgently at his sleeve, urging him to sit. But he slapped the hand away, snapping, "Cower if you must. Do you truly believe he'll slaughter us all?" Humiliated, the others withdrew, and emboldened, he strode onto the podium, reaching for the microphone. Billy seized him mid-step with telekinesis, lifting him helplessly into the air, then crushed his entire body with the power stone. In that instant, the man liquefied into a torrent of crimson rain, splattering each candidate's neck, making them flinch and shrink back, silenced forever. The hall sank into absolute, suffocating stillness. Many believed this the darkest day in history. But it was not, for soon the Illuminati would return from the cosmos. And when Billy heard what they brought back, that would be the true. Do you remember the abandoned construction site where Billy took down various organizations? I never expected this site could still be put to use. Venom and Sandman kidnapped Mary Jane to lure Spider-Man out, and Spider-Man indeed showed up, only to be ambushed by Sandman and Venom in a two-known situation. Due to having once bonded with Spider-Man, Venom possessed some of his abilities. Seizing the moment when Spider-Man was unprepared, he wrapped his black web around Spider-Man's neck, forcefully pinning him against a concrete pillar. Sandman, taking advantage of the terrain, absorbed the sand surrounding the abandoned site, transforming into a massive, bloated sand giant. Venom restrained Spider-Man, preventing him from moving, while Sandman pummeled Spider-Man mercilessly, leaving him gasping for breath, with no power to resist. In the original scenario, Spider-Man's good friend Green Goblin would have come to help him, but now Green Goblin was dead. If this continued, Spider-Man would soon join him. "Stop!" A sudden shout caught the attention of Venom and Sandman. They saw a rotund robot standing nearby, one of the Zodiac Gold men created by Water Company, Pig. Of course, inside Pig was the Electric Man. Sandman, with his hands suspended in midair, twisted his massive sand body to look at the Electric Man, asking coldly, "Pig, do you have a grudge against Spider-Man too?" The Electric Man replied firmly, "No, I am neither Pig, nor do I have a grudge against Spider-Man." Hearing this, Sandman turned and punched. "I don't care who you are, you won't stop me." The Electric Man reacted swiftly, his eyes sinking as two missiles embedded themselves in Sandman's fist, exploding with a thunderous bang, blowing off Sandman's entire forearm. Sandman, confused, looked at his blasted forearm, then drew sand from the ground to replace it, calling out to Venom, "Forget about Spider-Man, let's deal with this troublesome guy first." Then Sandman raised his enormous sand-filled hands above his head and smashed them down. At the same time, Venom leapt towards the Electric Man. The Electric Man only had time to unleash flames to repel Venom, but he was struck down by Sandman's massive fist. Fortunately, being a robot, he endured it better than a human would. Seeing the Electric Man wobbling back to his feet, Sandman called Venom to join him, but Venom refused as the previous flames had severely burned him. He was terrified of fire. "Damn it!" Sandman cursed and stomped towards the Electric Man. The Electric Man stood his ground, not flinching. With a loud boom, Sandman's massive foot struck the ground, creating a thunderous sound, as if a hill had jumped, nearly causing an earthquake. Sandman confidently thought he had crushed the Electric Man into scrap metal, but little did he know, when he lifted his foot, the Electric Man remained upright and unscathed. In contrast, the sand piled under Sandman's foot had been pierced, and he scratched his head in confusion as clumps of sand fell off. Seizing the moment while Sandman was dazed, the Electric Man unleashed his most proficient technique, Electric Shock. At the moment of unleashing the skill, a powerful current surged from the Electric Man, striking both Sandman and Venom. Venom felt the electricity coursing through him, tingling all over, while Sandman was continuously struck by the current, creating hole after hole in his form. While the Electric Man's electrical attacks were not as formidable as Thor's or Bucky's, they were still significant, particularly as he currently occupied Pig's body, perfectly suited for electrical attacks. A strong synergy. While dry sand does not conduct electricity, it simply means the current cannot flow through it, not that it cannot strike him. This current even reached Spider-Man, jolting him awake as if undergoing cardiac defibrillation. His robust physique allowed him to recover significantly upon waking. As he sat up, he saw countless bolts of lightning causing Venom to thrash around and explosions erupting from Sandman. He quickly regained his senses, remembering he was there to save Mary Jane. He scanned the area, and upon seeing Mary Jane safe among the crowd, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey Spider-Man, hurry and help. I can't hold on much longer." The Electric Man shouted, snapping Spider-Man back to reality, and he realized there were still 2 opponents left to deal with. The Electric Man was nearly out of power, and Sandman finally had the opportunity to strike, sending a punch that sent him flying. Spider-Man quickly shot webs, which hit Sandman like cannonballs, creating small craters. For Sandman, who had a massive physique and could replenish sand at any time, this was merely a nuisance. Sandman swung his fists, and Spider-Man nimbly dodged. If it were just Sandman alone, he would be unbothered, but the problem was that Venom was also following closely. Venom had once parasitized him, learning most of his abilities, making it difficult to determine a victor, especially with Sandman lurking nearby. Just as Spider-Man was about to fall into a disadvantage, the Electric Man rushed out again, unleashing searing fire around Sandman's thick ankles. Under the intense heat, Sandman's ankles were seared to glass, and in a panic, he severed his limb to escape. The Electric Man began to burn his other ankle, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to focus on the battle between Venom and Spider-Man. Spider-Man was struggling against Venom, and while dodging, he unintentionally touched a hollow iron pipe, producing a buzzing sound. Upon hearing this, Venom clutched his head and began to convulse. Suddenly, Spider-Man recalled when Venom had once bonded with him, he had used the church bells to escape. He concluded that Venom must fear sound waves. Just as he was about to use the hollow iron pipe to create a sonic barrier against Venom, his spider sense went off, and he quickly jumped away to stand with the Electric Man. It turned out that the clumsy Sandman's ankle had been burned to glass by the Electric Man, causing his body to lose balance and topple backward. At this moment, the Electric Man was nearly out of power. Ever since he took over Pig, his power source had shifted from a solar generator to himself. His energy was no longer infinite. "Are you okay?" "Not too good," the Electric Man replied honestly. The Electric Man, as if delivering his last words, said, "Hey Spider-Man, my name is Maxwell Max Dillon. You can call me Max. I once had 2 idols, and you were one of them. You guided me from being a nobody to becoming a superhero. Promise me you'll live well." "What?" Spider-Man was still confused by the Electric Man's meaning when he suddenly charged forward towards Venom. Venom also rushed towards him, both heading straight for each other. Upon contact, Venom tightly wrapped around the Electric Man, which was precisely what the Electric Man intended. He smiled with relief before exploding. In that instant, the explosive heat obliterated both Venom and Eddie Brock within, and of course he himself was reduced to a chaotic array of scattered parts. "No, Max!" Spider-Man shouted. Max could no longer respond, but his wish was fulfilled. His idol Spider-Man remembered his name. "No, Max!" Spider-Man stood immersed in sorrow. His young admirer had perished suddenly, and in guilt for having failed to save him, watching helplessly as he died before his very eyes. "Since you cling to him so tightly, then I shall send you to join him." Sandman's assault surged forward without pause. Spider-Man knew this was no time for mourning a fallen comrade. Now was the apex of his unknown duel with Sandman. So he steeled himself and responded with meticulous vigilance. Sandman relied on his old tactics, swinging colossal fists at Spider-Man. But those blows were painfully sluggish. Spider-Man anchored a strand of webbing onto Sandman's arm, swung midair, and in swift, precise motions wound the silk tightly around the limb, layer upon layer, until at last he stood atop Sandman's shoulder. With a sharp tug, the webbing bit deep into Sandman's shoulder, causing vast quantities of sand to erode and scatter under friction and compression. Sandman lashed out with his other arm, slamming it down towards Spider-Man's perch. But Spider-Man swung away just in time, leaving the blow to strike empty air. Not only did it miss entirely, but the impact dislodged more sand from Sandman's own body. Back and forth they clashed, dozens of times, until Spider-Man panted heavily with exhaustion, while Sandman, tireless and inexhaustible, continuously replenished his granular form. Suddenly Spider-Man recalled how water had once dispersed Sandman entirely. Water must be his weakness, but where in this moment could he find any? Just then his spider sense shrieked, a visceral alarm. Before his mind could register the threat, his muscles reacted instinctively, launching him skyward. Mere instants before Sandman's fist cratered the ground where he'd stood. He'd barely exhaled in relief when the spider sense flared again. This time Sandman's massive hand loomed terrifyingly close, and Spider-Man hung suspended in midair, utterly defenseless. In desperation, he fired a webline that adhered to Sandman's other arm, attempting to yank himself free before the fist closed. but Sandman's grip snapped shut too swiftly, engulfing him whole. Even with Spider-Man's prodigious strength, escape was impossible against such overwhelming mass, and worse, both his hands were trapped inside Sandman's clenched fist, rendering him powerless. Die, Spider-Man. Sandman raised his other arm high, poised to deliver a crushing blow, when a voice cut through the air. This time Sandman hesitated not even a heartbeat. His fist continued its descent. In the next instant, a searing optic blast severed the arm mid-swing, sending torrents of sand cascading downward like falling rain. A chill of dread coiled through Sandman's core. Trembling, he turned and met the unervingly youthful face of. His voice quavered, "Boss, you're alive." "Flint, I require an explanation." Billy's tone was glacial, devoid of warmth or inflection. He remembered clearly mediating between Flint and Peter Parker back in Chapter 48. So why had violence erupted anew? Surely Flint knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man, didn't he? Flint's voice suddenly sharpened with fury. "What explanation do you expect from me? Are you two going to stand in my way? At the very least, you owe me the truth of what's happened to you, so I may decide whether to seek justice for you or halt your descent into crime. Release Spider-Man first. He's nearly suffocating in your grip. Speak slowly. I'm listening." For a fleeting moment, Flint's composure returned, until the demand to release Spider-Man ignited his rage anew. "I cannot let him go. Because of him, my wife and daughter are dead." His voice cracked raw with grief-stricken sob. Billy sensed something deeply amiss. Spider-Man would never slaughter unarmed civilians, least of all women and children, not even hardened criminals. The sole death arguably traceable to him remained Dennis Carradine, the teammate who'd struck Flint, causing his weapon to discharge and kill Uncle Ben. Even the Chitauri soldiers slain during the Battle of New York, could they truly be counted as human lives? Thus Billy felt compelled to speak plainly. "There must be a grave misunderstanding. Please do not act rashly." "No misunderstanding exists. He is the murderer." Flint roared. "Fine. Tell me, how exactly did he kill your wife and daughter?" Flint paused, gathering himself before beginning. "As you know, my daughter suffered from a terminal illness." "Hold," Billy interrupted sharply. "Her illness was cured long ago. Have you lost your mind?" "It relapsed." Flint replied tersely, then resumed. "When her condition returned, I sought treatment, but had no funds. Norman threatened my wife and daughter's lives to force me into performing his dirty work. Desperate and cornered, I returned to my old trade. Her treatment demanded immense sums. I resorted to robbing armored vehicles, and he stood in my way. I failed to secure the money. We missed the critical window for intervention. My daughter died. My wife, shattered by grief, followed soon after. Only I remain." Billy sighed softly, unable to assign blame in this tangled tragedy. Flint, driven to extremity by despair, had chosen a monstrous path. But who among us could swear we'd resist bargaining with demons when our dearest faced certain death? Nor was Spider-Man in error. He had upheld justice unwaveringly from first breath to final stand. Yet life is no true or false test. Morality rarely yields clear verdicts, and sometimes discernment itself proves impossible. Consider Billy's own purges from the podium. Brutal, yes, but was he truly wrong? Perhaps he was. And were his opponents wholly innocent? Some surely were not. After all, who among the powerful can claim absolute purity? Had Billy been ordinary, a sniper's crosshairs would have fixed upon his temple the moment he stepped onto that stage, leaving him no breath to draw. Unable to offer solace, Billy summoned the Reality Stone and wove an invisible barrier around them, shielding their confrontation from public view, then said quietly, "Peter, reveal your face to him." Peter Parker recoiled. "Mr. Davis, this. It's all right, Peter. The barrier ensures only the three of us witness this. No one else will ever know." Peter understood resolution was impossible without concession. "Very well, I agree. But I can't remove the mask myself, though I'll need your help." Still clutched tight in Flint's unyielding grasp, Peter stood motionless as Billy floated beside him and gently lifted the mask away. "It's you." The man who'd refused to loosen his grip moments before released Spider-Man instantly and reverted fully to his human form. "Yes, Spider-Man is Peter Parker and Peter Parker is Spider-Man. But I ask you, keep this secret." Spider-Man spoke with weary resignation. Billy shook his head. "Flint, you killed the uncle he revered most, the man who raised him. Yet he forgave you. How then could he ever harbor intent to harm your wife and child? How could this be? Then whom do I hold accountable?" Flint faltered, his sandy form incapable even of shedding. "Revenge offers no path forward. What you must confront now is the road ahead, and who you choose to become upon." Little did Flint know a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. "I know. I should seek vengeance against Norman." Billy, with a resigned pat on his shoulder, said, "Listen, Flint, Norman is already dead. Let go of your hatred and embrace the future." After a long silence, Flint despairingly asked, "But I truly don't know what to do with my future. Can you help me one last?" Billy also realized something and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Flint nodded. "Thank you for your care all this time. Give me a quick end, please." Billy silently nodded, his staff trembling in his hand. 6 infinity stones glimmered brilliantly, radiating dazzling light. As if by the snap of a finger, Flint died peacefully. Another old friend lost like leaves falling in the wind one by one. "Where did he go? Mr. Davis, where did he go?" The innocent Peter continued to ask, overwhelmed by the day's events. "He has gone to a world with his wife and daughter. Go home, forget everything that happened today, and tomorrow you will still be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." As Peter put his mask back on, Billy opened a portal to leave. The privacy layer created from the reality stone crumbled into dust. Peter, gazing through the dust, took a glance at Mary Jane in the crowd and silently swung away. Billy, someone is looking for you. As soon as he returned to the apartment, Nebula pointed at the diverse crowd that nearly filled the entire living room. Rocket was among them, chatting away, and upon seeing Billy return he laughed and greeted, "Billy, why didn't you mention that you have such interesting friends?" Billy wanted to return a polite smile, but he couldn't, as almost all the members of the Illuminati were present. Reed Richards, the president, stood up first to greet. "Hello, Mr. Davis, please forgive our uninvited visit. Are you Illuminati here for a gathering at my place?" Billy said with a forced smile while he assessed Reed Richards, noting that without his helmet, he probably wasn't the brilliant Reed, and hoped he wasn't the crazy Reed either. Reed chuckled awkwardly. "You indeed know. Let me introduce them to you." "No need, I recognize them." Billy went over to shake hands one by one. He first approached Professor X, saying, "Professor Charles, you should really get your legs fixed soon. Life is about movement, and not moving can lead to dementia. Thank you for your concern." Even Professor X struggled to maintain his composure. Who chats like that? Such conversation would leave one friendless. "Oh, isn't that the great Tony Stark? How did you end up working for Dr. Reed?" Iron Man scoffed and turned his head away. Billy didn't mind and turned to chat with Dr. Strange, saying, "Stephen, do your best, and don't disappoint the expectations of Master Ancient One. If you end up like Caecilius, I will definitely clean house for Master Ancient One." Dr. Strange had heard the Ancient One and Mordo mention Billy before, so he didn't feel offended and took the words as a senior's concern for a junior. Next, Billy walked over to the silent Black Bolt and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, your brother Maximus has been sealed away and won't cause trouble again." Black Bolt frowned, unable to say anything in response, only silently nodding. Afterward, Billy greeted Dr. Pym, Dr. Banner, and Black Panther T'Challa in succession, each remarking something that poked at their hearts. If there were a resentment value system, it would surely have exploded. Finally, Billy looked at the last two. "Oh, isn't that General Ross still alive?" Angrily, Ross puffed out his cheeks, unable to form a complete sentence, simply pointing at Billy. He thought that after Billy had treated him so poorly he would at least apologize, but who knew this kid would completely disregard. However, he endured it. After all, he couldn't defeat Billy, so he decided to ignore him. He thought if Billy insulted him, he might switch targets, but unexpectedly what Billy said next nearly drove him to madness, and even the other members of the Illuminati felt offended. "I thought you Illuminati only recruited the intelligent. I didn't expect the bar to be so low that even someone like General Ross could join you. Isn't this a discarded project from the Water Corporation?" Dr. Zola proactively explained. "Mr. Davis, I am Arnim Zola, and am not a discarded item. I am merely occupying this shell as a digital life form." Unexpectedly, Billy's expression changed instantly. "You know you're occupying it. Isn't that stealing? Taking without permission is stealing. I sentence you to the Hell Dimension for some serious reflection." As soon as he finished speaking, Billy manipulated a chicken talisman from the balcony, simultaneously performing gestures and incantations, causing the Panga treasure box to float in midair, opening the door to the Demon of the Earth. Everyone stared in astonishment at the door that appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, the small yellow flower in Billy's hand began to emit a faint green glow, ultimately converging into a green beam directed at Arnim Zola. It seemed to carry Dr. Zola along into the door. In the Hell Dimension, Hela Dormammu and Surtur were exhausted from beating Maximus, who had been beaten so badly he looked like a pig with no good spots left on him. Surprisingly, he was still alive. The four of them were bored in the Hell Dimension, and the instant the door to the Demon of the Earth opened, they all took notice, each having their own schemes written on their faces. Especially Maximus, who desperately did not want to stay in this place any longer. The people here were truly despicable, and he had to escape. Once he escaped, he would make this world feel pain. Better yet, completely destroy the galaxy. But ideals were grand while reality was harsh. Maximus was the weakest among them. He hadn't been weakened, but his original power had been mediocre. At the beginning of the conflict, he was quickly eliminated by the three who would rather not escape themselves than let Maximus. The three who eliminated Maximus did not lower their vigilance, as there were still two lurking around, and just as they were on guard, Dr. Zola was sent in. Before the three could react, the door closed again, leaving them completely dumbfounded, waiting in frustration for the next opening. Inside the apartment, everyone looked at the suddenly vanished Dr. Zola in astonishment. Dr. Reed asked, where he belongs?" Billy put away the Panga treasure box and asked, "I hope I didn't embarrass you all. You aren't here for a gathering, are you? We took down Thanos. We have already dealt with Thanos. You no longer need to worry about the future." In an apparent attempt to reassure Billy, Dr. Reed even showed him photographs they had taken where Thanos, with a face full of unwillingness and despair, stared wide-eyed, appearing as if he could not close his eyes in death, with his own tyrant's blade embedded in him. What was surprising was that Thanos was not wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. Although the Infinity Stones had already been taken by Billy, he should at least be wearing the gauntlet, right? Billy stared at the photo, momentarily dazed. "Do you think I should be grateful to you? Grateful that you took it upon yourselves to deal with my important target?" General Ross could no longer watch this unfold and stood up, saying, "Hey Davis, don't overdo it. We helped you resolve your target. It's one thing not to be grateful, but why the sarcasm? Isn't it all the same who strikes? What matters is that Thanos is dead now." "Yes, he is dead." Billy collapsed to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained, lying down and staring at the ceiling, tears shimmering in his eyes. How could it be the same regardless of who makes the move? After all, Billy was sent here by Thanos Snap, and he had always believed that if anything could send him back, it would surely be Thanos. Perhaps killing Thanos, or maybe making Thanos snap his fingers again in Billy's eyes. Thanos was like a key that unlocked the door to send him home. But isn't this place good? This is a world that countless people dream of, where Billy possesses powers beyond the mundane, allowing him to play freely and joyfully without restraint. Why is he still fixated on returning to that world where he was treated like a beast of burden? Because that world has love, and there are people waiting for him to come home for dinner. He has been here for 15 years, and he has almost forgotten what his parents look like, yet he still remembers the night he crossed over and talked on the phone with his mother after work. He said, "Mom, this job is so exhausting." He knew his mother couldn't solve his problems, but she said, "Come home early, I made dumplings." It was warm enough to mend his shattered heart, which had been ravaged by relentless work and long hours. How he wished someone could rescue him from his miserable life, even if that person was from his homeland. He said, "Mom, this job is so exhausting." He knew his mother, yet in this world he is lonely, surrounded by mere cardboard cutouts. If things went according to script, these people would play their roles, just as in Billy's previous life's movies. This is even scarier than Truman's World. Although Truman's World was fake, at least the people were real. He also wanted to be a superhero, but how could he save this false world? Since arriving here, he has always referred to himself as Billy Davis, and others called him that too, to the point where he almost believed. Liu Sheng, what a strange name. The last little girl who called him that has already passed away. He has continually reminded himself with the identity of the savior, not to lose himself, not to fall into this false world, and not to be assimilated by these cardboard people. The second dream that snapped the endgame, in the words of Master Ancient One, even Captain America, who returned from Avengers Endgame, could call out his name. Each event was telling him that he exists not only in this universe. There are other universes where he has made his mark, only the choices differ. In some universes he has even returned home. But is reality truly like this? Why have I never seen them? Do they, like me, possess 12 talismans, gather the infinity stones, and become affluent beyond measure? This world seems like a colossal lie, a vast web. Even after coming here, Billy has never seen Thanos in the real world. He was already dead. Billy felt his head was about to explode, with countless voices shouting in his ears, "Billy, are you okay?" He could only cover his head and shout, "Shut up. Please leave my house. I want to be alone." But Billy, Dr. Reed wanted to say something more, but Billy showed no mercy, directly saying, "Get lost." The members of the Illuminati came quickly and left just as fast. In no time the rental room was empty. "Are you alright, Bill?" Nebula asked with concern. Thanos' death fulfilled her wish, but she was not as happy as she had imagined. Rocket and Groot looked at Billy with worried expressions. Billy covered his face, not allowing them to see his vulnerable side, and said softly, "Can I be alone for a while?" The three quietly exited the room and shut the door behind them. Billy sat alone from day to night, and from night to dawn. During this time the three occasionally came in to bring food, but they were left aside. Billy didn't even touch it nor spoke a word. Even the universe has a lifespan, yet he is immortal, destined to outlive the universe. He cannot even rely on the power of the stones to kill him. Even the universe has a lifespan, yet he is immortal, destined to outlive the universe. He cannot even rely on the power of the stones to kill himself, because a loyal dog cannot be driven away. Eternal life is indeed a curse. Even those once proud powers have now turned into a curse. Looking back, was Thanos Snap the toll of death, or a gift of rebirth, or a reminder for him to run away? Unfortunately, it was all too late. Creak, the door was pushed open again, and Rocket stealthily walked in to deliver food. To his surprise this time, Billy turned his head to look at him and smiled, saying, "You don't need to be so cautious. There's nothing here worth stealing from you." Hearing Billy joke, Rocket secretly sighed in relief. "Hey, you haven't eaten for days. You scared us half to death. We were worried you'd starve or dehydrate." Billy chuckled self-deprecatingly. "If I could die from starvation, that would actually be a good thing." "What?" Rocket was taken aback, thinking, is this even human talk? "It's alright, since Thanos is dead, let's prepare to take down the High Evolutionary." Billy stood up and stretched, only to realize that he had lost the sensation of pain and soreness. Even stretching felt devoid of comfort. Rocket shook his head, helping him to sit down. "Your state isn't good. Oh, it's better to wait until you recover before tackling the High Evolutionary." Billy wanted to say he was fine, but Rocket had already left. Shaking his head, Billy thought it best to find the Illuminati and ask about the details regarding Thanos. The next day, when Dr. Reed saw Billy, he was exceedingly warm. Upon hearing that Billy wanted to know the details, he hurriedly gathered all the members of the Illuminati, regardless of whether they had business or not. Once most of the people had gathered, Dr. Reed still took the main seat, but the vice seat that originally belonged to Professor X was given to Billy, followed by the others in order. Of course, Billy did not snatch Professor X's wheelchair, even though he wanted to play with it. Dr. Reed, as the founder, came out to maintain order and push the process forward. "Quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Davis wants to understand some details about Thanos, so please answer seriously. Now, Mr. Davis, what would you like to know? Feel free to ask. I have 3 questions. First, how was Thanos' body handled? Second, where did Thanos' gauntlet go? Third, was there anything unusual about Thanos?" Billy raised a finger and said, "Regarding these 3 questions, you can answer them one by one. First, how did you handle Thanos' corpse?" The members of the Illuminati exchanged glances, and Dr. Reed explained, "Of course, we let Black Bolt handle Thanos' corpse." "Is there a problem with that?" "Is there a problem? It's a huge problem. Didn't you ever consider bringing Thanos' corpse back?" Or at least bring back a limb as proof or something representative, but you only brought a photo. You expect me to believe you killed Thanos. Don't you know there's a technology called Photoshop? The members of the Illuminati were immediately displeased. Oh, what was that supposed to mean? We helped you take down Thanos, and yet you still doubt us. Dr. Reed saw the crowd getting angry and quickly raised his hand to signal them to calm down, joking that even together they couldn't take on Billy. Dr. Reed could only ask calmly, so you don't believe we killed Thanos and you think we're deceiving you? Of course. Isn't that obvious? Thanos is a member of the Eternals after all. Billy spread his hands and pointed at Black Bolt, saying, Black Bolt, you tell them, can your supersonic wave break Thanos' defense? Black Bolt looked shocked, glancing around, then pointed at himself with a confused expression as if to say, are you sure you want me to speak? Professor X quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, he can't speak. What would it take for you to believe us? Believe you? Can I really believe you? Can you trust each other? This strange question left the members of the Illuminati puzzled, wondering if Billy was still not full. General Ross, with his thunderous temper, slammed the table and angrily said, Davis, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't stir up trouble here. Billy snickered. All right, then it'll be direct. This leads to the second question. Where did Thanos' gauntlet go? Everyone present should know that collecting the Infinity Stones was Thanos' lifelong ideal and unchanging ambition. Before collecting the stones, he had to wear the Infinity Gauntlet. He wouldn't even take it off while bathing. But look at the photo you took. May I ask, where is Thanos' gauntlet? This. Everyone looked at the photo. Indeed, Thanos was not wearing the Infinity Gauntlet in the picture, a detail no one had noticed before. Billy observed the expressions of the crowd and continued to apply pressure. So you think I should trust you? What if one of you secretly hid the Infinity Gauntlet, planning to steal the Infinity Stones from me? No, we went together to kill Thanos, and after dealing with him we returned together. We were together the whole time and didn't separate. We can all prove that Thanos wasn't wearing the gauntlet from the start. Dr. Reed waved his hand, indicating that such a thing wouldn't happen. Oh, you're so sure? Billy asked suspiciously. How can you be sure that no one among you secretly took the Infinity Gauntlet before your gathering or after killing Thanos? General Ross, you were so emotional earlier, you wouldn't be the one who took it, would you? Upon hearing this, General Ross became agitated and angrily retorted, don't slander me. I can't fly a spaceship and I don't even know where Thanos is. How could I possibly go? Billy, with a gloomy face, pointed at Dr. Banner and said, how could you not go? As long as the coordinates are set and on autopilot, even the low IQ Hulk can travel in space. Besides, you're Dr. Banner's father-in-law. If you can't set it up, would Dr. Banner not know how to? Everyone's gaze turned to General Ross, their piercing stares causing him to break out in a cold sweat. His heart raced as he stammered. Aye. It couldn't be me. Even if I won, I couldn't beat Thanos. How could I possibly steal the gauntlet from him? Everyone nodded, agreeing with this logic. General Ross quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Billy changed the subject, pointing at Black Bolt. Then it's Black Bolt. Because you all said Black Bolt had the ability to break through Thanos' defense, which means he could take the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos in his normal state. Black Bolt shook his head anxiously, and Professor X spoke for him again, saying, he wouldn't do that. Everyone knows what kind of person Blackagar Boltagon Black Bolt's name is. He rarely speaks to avoid harming the innocent. That's exactly the problem. Billy pointed out, the ability of the snap is a double-edged sword. It doesn't just represent destruction, but also hope. What if Black Bolt wanted to use the snap to resurrect his parents, whom he accidentally killed himself? Black Bolt's expression darkened, and General Ross, thinking he had caught Billy off guard, sneered, Davis, I think the gauntlet is in your possession. As far as we know, your ex-girlfriend just died a few days ago. You want to use the Infinity Gauntlet to resurrect her, and then pin the blame on us, right? The other members of the Illuminati distanced themselves from General Ross, fearing he would provoke Billy and affect them. But Billy did not get angry. He pointed at General Ross and asked Dr. Reed, see, didn't I tell you that your standards for joining the Illuminati are too low? How did you let this idiot in? Don't make personal attacks. Answer the question directly. General Ross slammed the table angrily, reducing its lifespan by 1. Billy sneered, you see, you still don't believe you're an idiot. The Infinity Stones are already in my hands, and do I still need the Infinity Gauntlet? Since I've already taken the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos, why wouldn't I just kill Thanos directly? In the end, why would I need to shift the blame to you? If I snapped my fingers, who could raise an objection? General Ross was left speechless, forced to swallow his anger, and sat heavily back in his chair, reducing its lifespan by 1 as well. The room fell silent, and everyone's expressions were not pleasant. Dr. Reed felt he had made a blunder. He thought killing Thanos would earn Billy's favor, allowing him to recruit him to combat the threats to Earth, but it ended up backfiring. He was also reflecting on whether he shouldn't have recruited Billy. Perhaps what a team needs is not just strong power but unity. Billy's inclusion might lead to the Illuminati's disintegration, which would be counterproductive. With a forced smile, he said, Mr. Davis, please believe that while we may not be perfect, we can restrain our selfish desires. If you are willing to join us, we can fight against invasions from other planets or universes together. If you are unwilling. Wait a moment. Billy interrupted Dr. Reed and posed the third question. Dr. Reed, if you didn't take the Infinity Gauntlet, did Thanos have any abnormalities? Dr. Reed thought carefully and finally shook his head, saying, I don't know if it was abnormal. Based on prior judgments, Thanos should be a person of great destructiveness, but when we arrived at his home planet Titan and actually met him, we found he seemed to be a madman. Woad fa. Bai Li's world seemed to tilt, but isn't Titan Star his home? That's exactly why I said he behaves like a madman, or perhaps he could not withstand the shock of his homeworld's destruction. Bai Li furrowed his brow. That cannot be right. If Titan Star was destroyed, why did he remain there? Was he originally from Titan Star? Or did he stay there purposely to wait for you? Dr. Lita gave an evasive answer. He was already on Titan Star before we arrived. Whether he had remained there the whole time, we do not know. Bai Li clicked his tongue, thinking such things were best answered by specialists. He dropped the sentence, "Don't leave yet. Wait for me 10 minutes. Then with a swift motion, he vanished, leaving everyone staring in bewilderment. Bai Li strode back to the rented room and found Xingyun. Xingyun, roughly, when did Miaba return to Titan Star? Xingyun was startled by Bai Li's sudden appearance. After steadying himself, he asked, "Why do you ask this now?" "No time to explain. This is important, answer me." Bai Li shook Xingyun's shoulders frantically, as if applying force to extract truth. 4 years ago. He returned to Titan Star 4 years ago, almost 5 years now. We asked him why, but he would not say anything. Bai Li thought privately. Pushing the timeline back nearly 5 years, that was just after the Niu Zhizhan. At that time, shouldn't Miaba have been aboard Xingyun? No. 2. Searching everywhere for the Wu Xian Baoshi. Why would he return to Titan Star? No, Xingyun. In 2014, didn't he send you to search for the Li Liang Baoshi? Xingyun explained calmly. No. The Li Liang Baoshi was something Ronan sought of his own accord. It was not Miaba who commanded him to find it. Bai Li felt as if struck by lightning. Then during these 5 years, he never from beginning to end asked you to seek the Wu Xian Baoshi? Xingyun simply shook his head. Bai Li felt the sky collapse. Was this still the same Miaba? The very ruler of cosmic slaughter. Even the Infinity Stones he would not pursue. What secret purpose kept him on Titan Star? Wait. The important question, if he is not Miaba, then who is he? Thanks for answering. I have business. I won't be back for dinner tonight. Without waiting for Xingyun's reply, he was gone in a flash and returned to Guangzhou. Dr. Lita glanced at Bai Li, who had suddenly resumed his seat, then pretended to check his watch and smiled. Mr. Davis' talents are most useful indeed. Bai Li waved his hand. No mockery. Something big happened. The previously listless group immediately pricked their ears. Curiosity awakened. What is it? Dr. Lita asked. Bai Li spoke with startling candor. I suspect the Miaba you encountered was not the real Miaba. What? The true Miaba would never give up searching for the Wu Xian Baoshi. Think carefully. What strange things? Bai Li guided them toward recounting Miaba oddities, unaware that their replies would soon leave him dumbfounded. Dr. Lita was the first to speak. He told us not to stop him, that he would take everyone home. He said he had a system. Tuao and I jumped in. He said he had a system. So funny. He's not a robot. There is no AI around. Where would a system? Could it be a urinary system? Yeah. Dr. Chi took up the thread. He said he was not from this world, that he had unintentionally brought everyone here. When we asked who everyone meant, he could not answer. Clearly he is either mad or a threat from another universe. Hei Bao added a few words. He said he could check in, but Titan Star is ruined. Was he clocking in for work there? The more they spoke, the grimmer Bai Li's face became. System check-ins, cross-universe travel, bringing everyone home. When these terms were strung together, Bai Li knew exactly. Clearly someone had traversed into Miaba's body, and not into his pre-2012 self, but into the Miaba after 2012, awakening a sign-in system. If the sign-ins completed 5 years, perhaps that person could take everyone away. So there was still a chance to leave this place. Yet it seemed the people before him had spoiled that chance. Bai Li ground his teeth and demanded, Dr. Lita, why did you have Hei Fu Wang destroy his body? If an intact corpse had remained, there might have been a chance of resurrection. Dr. Lita, oblivious to Bai Li's agitation, spoke plainly. He left us a surprise before he died, but I did not know what he meant. He said he had a kind of shindo that could restore the dead. I feared his revival, so I had Hei Fu Wang ensure the corpse could not be used to bring him back. Any problem with that? Bai Li breathed out in relief. So he had a contingency, shindo? Was that granted by the system's sign-ins? If there was a shindo, might there also be Longzhu? Did he say what kind of shindo it was? Dr. Lita pondered, then answered. He mentioned its name, sounded cumbersome, something like Ha Jimi Ninbei Elvido. We tried to look it up, but found nothing sensible. The translations online were nonsense, as if it is not a language of Earth. Bai Li laughed harshly. What a surprise. I see now, we are finished. We are doomed to be trapped here for the rest of our life. At that moment, Bai Li felt profound despair. The other's lives might be short, but his lifetime stretched on without it. He left his seat in fury. He would go to Titan Star and see whether a Ma Fu Zhou Ma Fu talisman spell or the Shijian Baoshi could revive him. Bai Li wandered alone across the ruins of Titan Star. As Star-Lord's instruments had indicated, the place was riddled with gravitational anomalies. Perhaps Titan Star's destruction was not due to overpopulation, but because the planet had tilted its axis by 8 degrees. If so, Miaba's decision to annihilate half the universe was a grievous error. Using the power of the Wu Xian Baoshi, Bai Li located the spot where Miaba had died. The Linghun Baoshi and a sheep talisman could not sense any soul there. It seemed to have dissipated. Bai Li forced the Shijian Baoshi to pull time backward, attempting to rewind Miaba's death, much like Dr. Chi altered an apple's fate. But as he drew time backward, Bai Li felt countless eyes of the cosmos fixed upon him. If he dared to go further, innumerable laws would descend upon him. Cold sweat broke out, and for the first time, he felt the true face of fear. He had to halt his attempt. Instantly, the sensation of being watched vanished. Billy tried applying the Shijian Baoshi's power to the ruins instead, and that produced no prying sensation. Only the act of using the time stone to resurrect Mieba seemed to invite calamity. If the time stone could not be used, perhaps the Mafujo would do. As expected, using the Mafujo did not provoke that feeling of being observed. And with it, he succeeded in piecing Mieba back together. Billy looked at the Thanos he had just conjured with the horse talisman, his face filled with excitement. I knew it could work. Thanos, however, appeared confused and asked, "Who are you?" Billy didn't think too much about it, assuming that Thanos was simply busy with his signing in after crossing over and had never seen him before leading to this question. He immediately replied, "I came over with you, think carefully." But Thanos still had a puzzled look, and as he casually turned his head, he caught sight of the gem atop Billy's staff instantly, making his eyes widen in shock. Is there such a good thing? He reached out to snatch it. Billy sensed something was off and quickly swatted his hand away, asking, "Who are you?" Thanos, unperturbed by having his hand swatted away, proudly declared, "I am Destiny. You're a chicken neck." Billy's laser eyes instantly activated, slicing him into 3 pieces. Sigh. Billy sighed in disappointment, realizing that this idea of resurrecting the Traveler had completely gone down the drain. He had never even seen him, let alone spoken to him. Now there was truly no hope. No, perhaps there was still one last route to take. That was to use the time stone to cross over to before the Light Illuminati killed this Traveler. Then eliminate all the members of the Light Illuminati in advance. Making the most of his resources, Billy immediately activated the time stone. Instantly, that feeling of being watched returned, but this time he ignored it and continued to manipulate the time stone as the surrounding scenery regressed like points of light. Finally, with a whoosh sound, it was as if an old-fashioned television playing a show had suddenly been unplugged. When he opened his eyes again, a lively scene unfolded before him with the Light Illuminati and Thanos in a standoff, as if they were about to clash at any moment. Billy saw this and thought, this won't do. He rushed over and shouted, "Wait." But upon reaching them, he was stunned to see the Light Illuminati's lineup was too pathetic, totaling only 6 people. Mr. Fantastic, Captain Carter, Captain Marvel, Professor X, Black Bolt, and Doctor Strange. Seeing Billy suddenly intervene in the battle, both the Light Illuminati and Thanos simultaneously voiced their underlying question, "Who are you?" Of course, they were even more curious about whom Billy was there to help. Billy was taken aback. "I am Billy Davis, don't you all?" The 6 people before him shook their heads in unison, their expressions of confusion appearing genuine. How can this be? Billy turned to look up at Thanos. "You are a person cursed by knowledge, don't you know me?" Thanos shook his head lightly. "Should I know you?" Billy glanced at the Infinity Gauntlet on Thanos' hand, embedded with 4 Infinity Stones, and bitterly smiled, shaking his head. The Light Illuminati also followed his gaze, then looked at the coiling staff in Billy's hand, encrusted with 6 Infinity Stones, and their hearts sank in shock. They thought to themselves that this might be an existence even more troublesome than Thanos. Billy had no time to care about their thoughts. He had been deceived, he had been trapped. According to the Ancient One's teachings, every parallel universe should have him, and he believed that too, including the later Captain America, and that dream proved this point. But what if all of this was a lie? In reality, there was no Billy in other universes, nor would there be a person who crossed over to become Thanos. Both he and the one who crossed over to become Thanos were unique. This meant the person who crossed over to become Thanos was now discontinued. There would be no more. No one could bring him home. However, Billy was not completely hopeless. He just looked a bit grim. Perhaps Liu Sheng from this universe died right after crossing over, or became someone else. In any case, he should check out other universes before drawing any conclusions. Seeing Billy's sullen expression, the members of the Light Illuminati and Thanos all felt a sense of impending doom. Originally at odds, the 2 groups united upon encountering an even stronger enemy with a common goal. Billy looked on. Oh, this group still wanted to fight. He couldn't help but break into a cruel smile. This signal in the eyes of the 7 before him was the prelude to an impending attack. Mr. Fantastic, thinking himself clever, said, "Wait, my companion Black Bolt knows a secret he wants to share with you. Get closer, he will tell you quietly." The others had no idea that Billy was fully aware of their abilities, memorizing them perfectly. Even if Black Bolt's supersonic blast hit him, it wouldn't harm Billy, at most just moving him a bit. Billy leaned in with great interest, a playful expression on his face. "Oh, I want to hear what this secret is." Mr. Fantastic had yet to realize the severity of the situation, feeling proud of his plan's success, while Black Bolt wore a confident expression, his lips involuntarily curling up. As Billy leaned closer, pressing his ear near, Black Bolt was about to open his mouth, when he heard Billy mockingly say, "You should keep your mouth shut, your breath stinks too much." Suddenly Black Bolt realized in horror that he couldn't open his mouth. He frantically patted his face but couldn't find his mouth at all, panicking and wanting to scream, but this irrational behavior was precisely what led him to meet his end. His mouth was of course sealed by Billy using the Reality Stone. It seemed that even when facing a new opponent, Black Bolt couldn't escape the fate of being killed by his own words. Fortunately, he had a limiter on his head, preventing his head from bursting apart. As Black Bolt died before them, the others stood frozen like spectators, but Mr. Fantastic was the first to act, stretching his arm toward Billy. Billy used telekinesis to block his hand, then lifted him up. His telekinesis twisted Mr. Fantastic into a twisted rope. In the continuous rolling and compressing, Mr. Fantastic's body finally reached its limit and was torn apart. I heard you are the smartest person in the world. Are you really that smart? As the Mind Stone activated, this so-called smartest Mr. Fantastic was instantly reduced to a disabled fool. With two old friends killed in succession, Professor X attempted to invade Billa's consciousness, but Billa's mind was as solid as iron, giving no chance whatsoever to Professor X. He exhausted all his means, but still couldn't affect Billy in the slightest, instead drawing Billa's attention. Charles, why don't you listen to Eric Magneto? Do you really want to drag mutants into the abyss? Billy whispered like a demon while activating the Reality Stone and the Mind Stone. The Reality Stone stripped Professor X of his gene, and the Mind Stone erased his intelligence, turning Professor X into a disabled fool. This time Thanos, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, and Captain Carter seemed to awaken from a dream, all starting to move. Thanos tried to counter Billy with the stones, which amused Billy. Back when you collected 6 stones, I had only 8 talismans, and we could still exchange blows. Now that I have gathered the stones and the talismans, what do you have to block me? What? Thanos, completely dumbfounded, was once again sliced into 3 pieces by Billy's laser eyes. The ease with which the 4-stone Thanos was killed caught the light Illuminati off guard, and the remaining 3 could hardly fathom how powerful this individual was. Just as they prepared to fight Billy, a portal opened nearby. A casually dressed America Chavez suddenly rushed and shouted. Captain Carter, Black Wonder, and Doctor Strange were all drawn to America. Although they did not understand why a young girl would come to Titan, they all knew they had to help her after seeing her. Billy laughed heartily when he saw the 3 showing compassion, thinking to himself how these big shy bees would take on anything without considering who was hunting her down. He immediately stopped fighting, for soon they would face a severe beating and possibly even annihilation. Billy kindly reminded them, "You are in big trouble." The 3 were baffled, feeling a gust of wind pass by, and then Wanda, dressed casually, abruptly appeared in front of them. "She's here." Wanda looked harmless, yet she frightened America greatly. Wanda tilted her head, observing the battered. In front of her stood the 3 protecting America, along with 2 others sprawled on the ground. This time without Ultron to deliver heads, Wanda's face was free of oil stains. Doctor Strange from the 838 universe had studied the forbidden Dark Grimoire. At first glance he recognized that Wanda, who had also learned the magic of the Dark Grimoire, was extraordinary, far beyond their strength. He felt it necessary to warn his teammates, "Don't be deceived by her frail appearance, she is not weaker than Thanos." Black Wonder turned his gaze to Captain Carter, seemingly asking what to do. Captain Carter issued the order, "Attack." The captain's fearless spirit was commendable, but this reckless charge without understanding the situation was absolutely not. Having courage is good, but one must not only rely on bravery, it must be matched by adequate strength. Without strength it is not courage, but recklessness. Captain Carter and Black Wonder recklessly charged at Wanda, while Doctor Strange urged America to hide, wanting to rush in himself, but was stopped by Billy. "Wait, Strange." Doctor Strange turned around puzzled and asked, "Do you know me?" "Tisk, tisk, tisk, you are not even a fraction of your teacher." Billy looked at Doctor Strange with the eyes of a fool, shaking his head lightly, not in apology, but to indicate that he still had a lot to learn. "Are you really planning to go and throw your life away? I can't believe you can't see that woman over there is just like you, having also studied the Dark Grimoire." Doctor Strange's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know?" "No, you must be an evil god like Dormammu trying to deceive me. You killed Dr. Richards, killed Professor Charles, and you still..." "Enough," Billy scolded. "I don't have the mood to hear your list of names. Can't you see I'm trying to save you?" "What? If it weren't for my intervention, you wouldn't be able to defeat Thanos. In a moment of desperation you would expose your knowledge of the Dark Grimoire, and they wouldn't tolerate you executing you afterward, and they would seek out Master Mordo to replace you." This was what truly happened in the original story. If Billy had not come to this universe when the Illuminati confronted Thanos in a moment of desperation, Doctor Strange would have used the magic from the Dark Grimoire, risking a universal collision, ultimately leading to Thanos' death, and Strange being held accountable. Doctor Strange contemplated this in his mind, and found it to be exactly as Billy said, but he did not believe it, nor did he want to believe it, and he certainly did not dare to believe it. Stop deceiving yourself. Power itself is not wrong. What is wrong is the person who uses power for evil. Just like mutants, there is a risk of losing control of abilities, yet you still included Professor Charles in the team, demonstrating that they simply do not believe you can control your abilities. Billy continued to manipulate. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Doctor Strange's question hit the nail on the head, and Billy immediately revealed his true intentions. "I want to recruit you. Surrender to me, Strange. You've seen it. I am far stronger than Thanos, even more so than your teacher, and stronger than Odin the All-Father. The Celestials, the Elders of the Universe, the Eternals, they are all as fragile as paper before me." Billy, with a desire for talent, saw that this Doctor Strange had simultaneously mastered both the Dark Grimoire and the Book of Vishanti. Doctor Strange opened his mouth, torn between hatred for Billy for killing his teammates and a longing for the power Billy could provide, creating a deep internal conflict. At that moment Black Wonder was knocked away, flying right past him. He looked toward the battlefield and saw Captain Carter being split in half by her own shield. Generally speaking, being bisected does not lead to immediate death. Mr. Fantastic survived being twisted and broken by Billy. Moreover, Captain Carter had been injected with the serum, giving her recovery abilities far beyond those of an average person, thus prolonging her time near death. Captain Carter remained tough, silently crawling on the ground after being cut in two, even attempting to throw her shield at Wanda one last time before death. Unfortunately, she lacked the strength to even throw the shield. Rather than throwing it, it was more accurate to say, Doctor Strange stood frozen in place, while America was terrified, her face losing color in contrast to Wanda, who remained calm and even contemptuous. While everyone's attention was focused on Captain Carter, Billy quietly approached Black Wonder, placing his hand on her forehead and saying, "Don't move, I'll heal you." His warm smile, akin to a spring breeze, made Black Wonder let down her guard, completely forgetting the deaths of her 3 teammates before her. She even thanked Billy, saying, "Thank you, you're such a good person." Billy shrugged it off, thinking to himself, "See, she even thanks me. I hope she feels the same way later." Under the healing of the magical sigil, the injuries inflicted by Wanda were quickly healed, and Black Wonder stood up feeling invigorated. Just as she intended to re-enter the battle, no matter how hard she tried, she could neither fly nor unleash any energy, and even the flames that would normally erupt when she released energy had vanished. Instinctively, she turned to Billy, glaring at him angrily. "What's going on?" Billy, holding back laughter, asked, "What's going on? I'm not a doctor." Black Wonder's face, already dark, turned even darker, almost roaring as she demanded, "Why can't I release energy? Why are you asking me? I'm not a doctor. Just you. It was after your treatment that I lost my powers." Seeing that Black Wonder had caught on, Billy, regardless of the situation, attempted to pin the blame on her. "Oh dear, I kindly healed you, and unexpectedly you turned it around and accused me. Where's your conscience? Strange, how do you handle medical disputes in your place?" As a former top neurosurgeon, this question fell right into his area of expertise. First of all, hospitals mostly have armed guards and mandatory security checks to prevent medical disputes. Even if they occur, they face severe legal penalties. I'm the victim. He made me lose my abilities. No. Billy dropped the act, revealing his true intentions. That was never your power. You were merely an insect that happened to occupy that power. What did you say? Black Marvel stared at Billy in disbelief. Never before since acquiring her powers had she been so utterly demeaned. Billy saw no need for idle words. He casually gestured to the side. "Someone's here for you." Black Marvel turned, and with effortless precision Wanda snapped her neck. Having broken Black Marvel's neck, Wanda appeared unsatisfied. Her gaze swept over Billy with deliberate scrutiny. "Do you wish to fight me too?" "Not at all. I prefer resolving conflict, not provoking it. But if you truly insist." Billy paused, then raised his staff with quiet gravity. "They say fate governs life and death, fortune and rank. But should you challenge me, be prepared to die. I am no easy target. Cross me, and you'll never see your family again." Billy's words pierced through Wanda's fury, restoring a sliver of reason. She redirected her demand, pointing toward Doctor Strange. "May I fight him instead?" She sensed the dark, ancient power emanating from the dark hold within him. "No." Rebuffed, Wanda shifted her gaze to America Chavez and declared, "Then may I take her with me?" Her tone was not that of a request, but of an edict. Whether Billy consented or refused mattered little. She would take America regardless. She needed America's interdimensional traversal ability to find her child. Refusal meant inevitable war. Billy merely shrugged indifferently. "As you please." Doctor Strange instinctively stepped forward, shielding America, and stared at Billy in stunned disbelief. "She's just a child." Billy scoffed. "If she's a child, then she belongs in school, not hurling her own mother across uncharted dimensions and careening recklessly across the multiverse. Is this some boomerang you can simply toss and retrieve? Every step she's taken has been of her own making. She simply cannot control her powers. Precisely, because she cannot control them, she must wield them with utmost caution, not unleash them without restraint. Do you know how much chaos and suffering she's inflicted upon other realities? Do you know how many innocent lives have been extinguished, wiped out by her caprice? A flippant excuse of uncontrollable power cannot absolve such devastation. This Wanda before you, still in high school, was confined and forced to sign binding oaths after collapsing an entire building during a mission. One building warranted such consequences. What then of one who destabilizes entire universes? As Sorcerer Supreme, you shield a criminal. Strange, I am deeply disappointed in you. So was the Ancient One. Each word struck Strange like a blade to the chest. Yet he remained resolute, standing firm before America. Billy could only sigh, shaking his head. Clearly this Doctor Strange was unworthy of recruitment. Had he not defied sacred law to master the Darkhold solely to defeat Thanos? Yet now faced with America, he'd grown soft, sanctimonious. Who is worse, America or Thanos? The answer required no thought. America, unquestionably. Thanos' evil was transparent. He openly declared his intent: gather the Infinity Stones, snap his fingers, erase half of all life. At least his threat was foreseeable, and thus preparable. But how does one guard against a reckless, unmoored force like America? One idle afternoon, she might open a portal to another universe, unwittingly dragging monsters or cosmic calamities into yours. You're living peacefully, then crush. A beast smashes you into oblivion. Who would accept that? Billy addressed Wanda with solemn finality. I retract my earlier words. You may fight him now. Wanda nodded, and without hesitation launched her assault. She'd long despised Strange. Though Strange mastered both the Darkhold and the Book of Vishanti, his cultivation remained shallow. Against Wanda, a mutant wielding raw chaos magic, he stood no chance. I won't interfere. I'm off then. America tried slipping away, but Billy intercepted her. You're not leaving. Is this a child? She looks decades past adolescence. Can childish attire alone define her age? She appears well into her 30s. Is this a child? She looks decades past adolescence. Can childish attire alone define her age? She appears well into her 30s. She even looks older than Billy himself. A sudden thought flashed across his mind. If Thanos crossed dimensions, could America be a transmigrated too? He tested the timeless litmus test. Odd changes, even stays the same. America stared back, blank, uncomprehending. Undeterred, Billy switched to another cultural cipher, Imperial Jade Liquor. Surely she'd seen the sketch comedy. Still, America stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Billy bristled. Come on. I refuse to believe you've never watched God Athlete's Foot. This time she reacted, shaking her head faintly while holding up her nails. My nails are perfectly healthy. Oh, spare me your dermatology. Refusing surrender, Billy rattled off every internet meme he knew, from the elder generation favorite The Drunken Butterfly to children's staple nylon. Surely one must have breached even the tightest information bubble. Yet America remained motionless, silent, until after a long pause she whispered, what does that mean? Case closed. She was native born. No transmigration trace whatsoever. Wanda and Strange's battle drew to its inevitable close. As foreseen, as expected, as widely anticipated, Strange felt overwhelmed by Wanda's devastating chaos magic. Die, Wanda whispered into his ear, and Strange's life faded instantly. She turned to Billy. May I take her now? Billy abandoned all hope. He waved dismissively, and issued a grave warning. Once you find your child, kill her. Should I ever see her again, trust me, neither you nor your kin will survive. Wanda dared not protest. She seized America and vanished. Well then, this universe held nothing more. Onward to the next. Billy concluded his failure stemmed from relying solely on the time stone, transporting him onto a flawed timeline. This time combining it with the space stone would ensure accuracy. The Emerald Time Stone and Sapphire Space Stone pulsed in unison, their energies converging into an olive green portal shimmering before him. Stepping through, Billy found the world plunged into deep twilight. He stood atop rubble and murmured inwardly, who turned off the lights? He couldn't identify this universe, but it was Earth. Amidst the ruins stood a fully armored figure, skin tinged violet, muttering to himself, for years I waged war, violence, slaughter, never born of personal grudge. Who else could this be but Thanos himself? In this light, Thanos proves no less foolish than America. Thanos claims his decades of violence and slaughter stem not from personal grudges, but such self-righteousness is the most despicable of all. Thanos embodies pathological disorder, like a stranger who stabs you without warning on a quiet street. No emotional grievance, no financial motive. Only the act itself, pure and senseless. He seeks no fame, takes no pleasure in cruelty, like a serial killer covets neither wealth nor desire, as if his sole purpose were born to deliver that single fateful strike. In the blink of an eye, Thanos summoned his entire host. Amidst a downpour of azure particles, the 4 obsidian butchers stood at the vanguard, flanked by ranks upon ranks of Chitauri soldiers, uniform, relentless, and vast. These Chitauri troops were markedly more advanced than those seen in the first Avengers film, closer in form to humankind. Alongside them emerged the hulking, bestial Chitauri guerrillas. This time Thanos arrived fully prepared, not only deploying Chitauri hover tanks, but also bringing Sikaran mercenaries, humanoid insectoid warriors. Nor were the elite vanguard and the familiar Chitauri aerial craft absent. Most terrifying of all were the Leviathan warships, massive living vessels, swarming the sky in dense, ominous formation. By contrast, the Avengers lay broken, Thor and Iron Man unconscious, while Captain America, battered, bleeding, barely standing, remained the sole figure still capable of raising a weapon. Was it truly necessary for Thanos to mobilize his entire army merely to subdue a wounded Captain America? Such overwhelming force seemed grotesquely disproportionate. With Thanos committing his full might, the Avengers had no choice but to stand and fight. Captain America staggered upright, gripping his dented shield with trembling hands, and began walking, step by agonizing step, toward the encroaching horde. Without timely reinforcements, even a single spit from each soldier would have drowned the captain. Iron Man, lying motionless on the ground, would have been crushed beneath countless boots into scrap metal. As for Thor, whether he could survive being trampled remained uncertain, though capture seemed inevitable. Fortunately, Doctor Strange had intervened. Just as Captain America braced himself for a final futile stand, ready to perish alongside his enemies, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Captain, it's Sam. I'm on your left. Voice preceded presence. The captain whirled around in disbelief. Behind him, slightly to the left, a jagged ember-flecked portal shimmered open, its golden light piercing the smoke-choked ruins. Once fully stabilized, Black Panther, T'Challa strode forth, first leading a phalanx of Wakandan warriors. Shuri and Okoye marched beside him, chanting rhythmically, dumber than me, paler than me. Falcon Sam burst through the portal in a sweeping arc, circling the battlefield like an eagle surveying its side. Rumors say he pleaded with Doctor Strange for hours before the sorcerer finally agreed to anchor the portal precisely to the... Then, simultaneously, multiple portals flared open, disgorging the Avengers' full might in thunderous procession. Thanos stared stunned. So you're spectacle people too? Thor stirred awake, seized Mjolnir, and couldn't suppress a grin. Tony Stark sat up straight, eyes sharp and focused. Doctor Strange, still unimpressed by the turnout, was startled by a deafening boom. The ground shattered as Giant Man erupted upward, lifting War Machine Hulk and Rocket Raccoon clear of the rubble. Doctor Strange, still unimpressed by the turnout, was startled by a deafening boom. The ground shattered as Giant Man erupted upward, lifting War Machine Hulk. After all, this was no turn-based game, it was war. With nearly every Avenger now present, battle hung poised on the edge of detonation. Captain America summoned Thor's hammer and declared, "Avengers, one more word, assemble," and the cataclysm would begin. All stood ready, when suddenly a commanding hold rang out. Billy appeared at the battlefield's heart, instantly drawing every gaze. Such commanding presence was a glory even the legendary Magneto could never attain, yet another skill demanding lifelong cultivation. Billy's sudden arrival stunned both sides. The Avengers racked their brains, none recognized him. Captain America exchanged bewildered glances with Iron Man and Thor, their faces mirroring identical confusion. Even amid mortal peril, Tony's acerbic wit surfaced, "Hey kid, you've wandered into the wrong venue. The amusement park's for skipping class, not for war zones." Billy shot him a withering glance, then turned to Thanos and stated simply, "Odd changes, even stays the same." Though Billy had already deduced, from their expressions, that this world knew no Billy Batson, and Thanos' presence on Earth confirmed the absence of any sign and system. He still dared to try, however faint the hope. Thanos stared blankly, utterly baffled, then remained silent. That silence settled over Billy like a quiet hollow ache. Tony quipped, "For homework, help consult your teacher. Or better yet, the incomparable Tony Stark. Does a world destroyer like Thanos grade assignments?" Billy's pupils contracted sharply. He locked eyes with Captain America. "You don't know me. Sorry, should we?" Even through his mask, Billy sensed the captain's brow furrow. "To you, we met just recently, during the Battle of New York in 2012, when you borrowed the Infinity Stones. I was the one who guided you." Billy watched hopeful, yet the captain shook his head. Recognition failed to spark. In that moment, Billy felt adrift in a fabricated reality, a Truman Show universe meticulously constructed and utterly false. "Wait, can't you even see me?" Tony's irritation flared. "At least acknowledge me." Even the porcupine who drank chicken soup couldn't endure such cold silence, let alone Tony Stark. "Don't care. I'm out. Carry on with your brawl." Billy turned to leave. "You cannot depart." Thanos spoke, attempting to detain him. He intended to eradicate every formidable being in this universe. Who cares? If you won't let me go, are you offering dinner?" Only when Billy activated his staff did they realize he already wielded all 6 Infinity Stones. Before anyone could utter a question, he opened a portal and vanished inside. Long after Billy vanished, stunned silence lingered. No one knew whether battle should resume. A hair's breadth of delay altered everything. The battlefield's balance had shifted irrevocably. While both sides hesitated, Captain Marvel arrived, and true to destiny, shattered the Sanctum Sanctorum 2 into splinters. That impact echoed like a starting pistol. Captain America roared, "Avengers, assemble!" And with a thunderous surge they charged, leaving Thanos' forces utterly overwhelmed. Deprived of artillery cover, Thanos fell inevitably to Wanda's wrath, ripped apart by her seething fury. None of it mattered to Billy anymore. The moment Billy stepped through the portal, he found himself not in victory, but on another battlefield entirely. The sky of this universe was even darker than the end of the war, with only a few searchlights illuminating the scene. The human army was fully armed, hiding in trenches with their guns aimed ahead, not daring to be careless. For in front of them lay a multitude of mutants, the Brotherhood of Mutants established by Magneto. Without a doubt, this was Devil's Island. Billy thought to himself, this person really can't stop talking, just mentioning Old Juan. The purpose of Old Juan's arrival here was to capture a boy whose blood serum could nullify mutant powers. Humans had created a drug from this boy's serum to turn mutants back into humans. After confirming the boy's location, Old Juan immediately launched a fierce attack, determined to retrieve the boy. The mass of low-level mutants, upon receiving the order, charged toward the human base. The Red Tank was also eager to charge, but was stopped by Old One, who insisted on sending cannon fodder first, while he and a group of high-level mutants held the rear. Humans had manufactured a special gun shooting out serum needles. Any mutant struck during the charge would instantly lose their powers and collapse to the ground. Given Old One's personality, he certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch as humans turn mutants into humans. He tried to use his powers to control these guns, but was shocked to discover they were made of plastic. Now Old One was in a predicament. The humans had prepared extensively against his attack, and he could only watch helplessly as these cannon fodder mutants were transformed back into humans. Once the cannon fodder mutants were mostly cleared out, the human army immediately turned their guns toward Magneto. Old One casually summoned several steel plates to shield himself, blocking them securely. As the saying goes, one must return a favor. Old One instructed the androgynous mutant known as Arclight, who was even more masculine than him, to show the human army a thing or two. Arclight calmly removed his gloves, clapped his hands, and immediately released a shockwave. It wasn't very powerful, but it was enough to destroy the plastic guns in the soldiers' hands. I don't know why this ability wasn't used earlier. It just had to waste some low-level mutants. All I know is that after the serum to restrain mutants was gone, the human army became lambs to be slaughtered. The mutants who had been injected before were merely low-level ones, and now the elite high-level ones were finally making their move. All I know is that after the serum to restrain mutants was gone, the human army became lambs to be. Just as the human army was on the brink of collapse, the X-Men arrived late. Previously, Professor X and Cyclops had been killed by Phoenix, leaving only Storm Beast, Shadowcat, Iceman, Colossus, and Wolverine. The real battle was only just beginning, marking an internal war among mutants. With only 6 members, the X-Men had become the last hope for humanity. They were to face a multitude of equally powerful, if not stronger, mutants. Facing the likes of the Red Tank, Magneto, and even powerful figures like Phoenix, the X-Men theoretically had almost no chance of winning, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Continuing this way would surely lead to mutual destruction. In the end, a brief peace between humans and mutants would emerge, only to be followed by turbulent currents and tragedies like that in Wolverine 3. Billy suddenly remembered that this Phoenix possessed one of Marvel's 3 great powers, the Phoenix Force. Or perhaps she could, even if she couldn't kill him, he had to stir the pot. Just as both sides were about to erupt into battle with a whoosh, Billy appeared at the center of the battlefield and slowly said, "Stop, everyone, give me some face. Hey, how about we call it a day here?" Wolverine frowned and looked at Magneto, asking, "Is this your person?" Magneto looked equally confused. "No, I've..." Billy pointed at Wolverine and Beast in succession. "Logan, why are you two fighting against each other as mutants? And Hank, the enemy is at your doorstep, and you're still dreaming of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. What?" Billy, not waiting for their reaction, suddenly turned around and pointed at Magneto. "Old one, you ignited the fire, but you cannot control her. Phoenix is not on your level. Before her you are but ants." Magneto snorted coldly. "You speak heresy." Clearly he did not believe Billy's claims. To this Billy had long anticipated. "I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I'll show you proof out of kindness." Billy lightly raised his hand, and the human ground reinforcements hiding behind the rubble floated into the air, exposed to the sight of many mutants. Originally, these ground reinforcements should have waited until the mutants had fought each other to provoke Phoenix, but now they were prematurely revealed by Billy. What the hell? Wolverine and Magneto were shocked to discover that there were still human troops lying in ambush, not knowing that even more shocking revelations lay behind. Billy smiled faintly, and those floating human troops all aimed their guns at Phoenix. Seeing this scene, Magneto asked in shock, "What are you doing?" Billy calmly replied, "Did you not doubt my words? Of course I need to prove it to you. I believe, isn't that enough?" "Stop." Old One was genuinely afraid that Phoenix would become an ordinary person. "It's too late." As soon as Billy's words fell, several serum needles shot out from the plastic guns toward Phoenix, instantly shattered as they were blocked from entering her vicinity. Though she wasn't hit, this act thoroughly enraged Phoenix. She soared into the air, heralding disaster, and the group of armed human soldiers was instantly turned to ash. Billy's eyes lit up. Oh, wasn't this ability similar to the snap? Perhaps it might work. Thus he swiftly approached during Phoenix's explosive show of power. His clothes were quickly shredded by this overwhelming force, but his body remained unscathed. This was a clash between the fragmented Phoenix Force and the complete power of the spell, though evidently the spell's power had the upper hand, and Billy did not perish, feeling somewhat vexed. Billy might not die, but others were not so lucky. The uncontrollable Phoenix had begun to attack indiscriminately. Even the nearby streetlights and unoccupied vehicles were not spared from destruction. As Phoenix's power gradually unsealed, the seawater began to flow upward, and Newton's coffin lid was nearly unable to contain it. The whole Devil's Island began to disintegrate, and the mutants frantically sought to escape. Those who were slower, whether high level or low level, were turned into dust. This terrifying scene shocked Old One. He tried to persuade Phoenix, but she could no longer hear human words. Old One attempted to stop her, attacking her with iron plates or thick steel bars, but before he could get close, those iron plates and steel bars vanished, as if vaporized. Phoenix's cold gaze swept over Old One, and he thought to himself that his life was over, preparing to meet his old friend Charles. At the critical moment, Billy snapped his fingers and said, "Sleep." The crisp sound of a finger snap exploded in everyone's ears, and at that very moment the Phoenix woman collapsed to the ground, her terrifying aura vanishing as if nothing had happened. The seawater instantly returned to the ocean, and Newton's coffin lid was pressed back down. "So how about it? Old One, do you believe it now?" Billy calmly walked over to the stunned Magneto after donning a long robe made of real gemstones and patted him on the shoulder. Magneto steadied himself and slowly nodded. I believe." Seeing no danger, the rabble that had fled earlier returned, and the fearful hedgehog man arrogantly reproached Billy. "Hey, look at what you've done. You almost got us all killed." Billy frowned and coldly glared at the hedgehog man. "What did I do? I saved you foolish idiots. If I hadn't acted, you would have all been dead. What do you think you are barking at me like that?" The hedgehog man immediately bristled with anger. "DUA." The rest of the rabble watched the scene with amusement, their eyes filled with curiosity, all wanting to test what exactly Billy was relying on. Billy was amused by this scene and glanced at Magneto, asking, "Old One, do you know why you've never succeeded?" Magneto cautiously asked, "Do you think my recruits are too weak?" Billy shook his head slowly. "No, it's because you have too many pig teammates. Today I'll teach you how to respect the strong." Before the mutants could get angry, Billy shot a laser beam at the hedgehog man, instantly causing him to explode, with the filth splattering all over Fireman and Red Tank. "Ow!" Red Tank roared and charged over. This was the weakest version of Red Tank, whose power in the official version came from the Sidorak Ruby. Once he charged, even Hulk would find it hard to resist, but this version was just a pathetic mutant. Billy effortlessly blocked him and lifted him up, then grasped his neck, and like throwing a frisbee, hurled him out of Earth. The impetuous fireman, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, threw a fireball at Billy, which instantly engulfed. When the flames dissipated, Billy stood unharmed, even with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Fireman was utterly shocked. This was the first time his flames had no effect. This scene equally stunned the members of the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants. They only knew that Red Tank was big and strong, and when he was knocked away they didn't think much of it. However, both sides knew of Fireman's power. In their eyes there were few stronger than Fireman, and if even Fireman's full-force attack couldn't harm Billy in the slightest, they felt they would fare no better. Nothing is impossible. Since you attacked, I must respond. Billy took a deep breath, then unleashed a torrent of flames even more ferocious and overwhelming than Fireman's, scorching the mutants surrounding Fireman, who barely managed to escape death. After an unknown amount of time, as Billy's flames subsided, Fireman remained unscathed, a mocking smile on his lip. The flames from earlier had been entirely compressed into a fireball in his hand, which was Fireman's mutant ability. He could not create fire out of thin air, but he could control it completely. Almost forgot you had that ability. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant, young man. With that, the monkey charm activated, instantly turning Fireman into a chihuahua. Magneto was so shocked that his mouth could fit an egg. With so many unbelievable abilities, could you be the level 5 mutant mentioned by Charles? Billy merely smiled and remained silent. Meanwhile, Wolverine was sweating profusely, and Storm noticed his unusual state, asking, "Logan, what are you thinking?" Wolverine shook his head and slowly voiced his concerns. "I'm not sure, but I feel it's about right. He is probably an X-weapon developed by Professor Stryker. I encountered one before." X-weapon. 5. X-weapons are killing machines created by Stryker, incorporating the abilities of multiple mutants into a single body designed for us to slaughter each other. Wolverine recalled how his teammate Wade Wilson had been transformed into that terrifying form, feeling a chill run down his spine. Back then, he and his brother Sabretooth had barely managed to kill the X-weapon, and he did not want to experience that again. Beast pondered for a long time and said, "It's about right. He has Scott's laser eyes, super strength greater than Red Tank, the ability to be immune to and spew fire, the power to instantly subdue a rampaging gene, and the ability to turn people into animals. I've never seen a mutant with so many abilities. Are humans secretly creating such cruel and terrifying super weapons? His defense seems to be above mine." Steel Guy doused cold water on everyone's hopes. Beast suggested, "Everyone stay alert. He has previously attacked humans and hasn't killed mutants arbitrarily, indicating that he is not under human control. Perhaps we can win him over." Beast's proposal received unanimous approval from the X-Men. After all, he was the most intelligent X-Men remaining. However, another question arose: who would approach him? If the other party was unfriendly, then the person sent to approach him would surely be in great danger. After much discussion, Wolverine volunteered, "I'll go. I have healing abilities, so at least I can get away unscathed." To be honest, Wolverine was a bit naive. The most difficult opponent he had ever encountered in this universe was merely Magneto, and the toughest he had faced was the not yet fully awakened Dark Phoenix. He thought he could recover from any attack with his healing ability, not realizing that once he fought Billy would never give him a chance to heal. Magneto was still tirelessly trying to persuade Billy to join the Brotherhood of Mutants. He saw how easily Billy subdued the Hedgehog Man, Fireman, Red Tank, and even the Phoenix Woman, and what was even rarer was that he was so powerful, yet so controllable. This made Magneto unable to suppress his desire to recruit him. If Billy joined the Brotherhood of Mutants, he could ensure the human camp was flattened in no time. Wolverine suddenly approached and awkwardly greeted, "Hey, can I talk to you?" "Go FK yourselves." "What?" Wolverine was stunned. The profanity sounded somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had heard it. In fact, this was the profanity Wolverine had used when Professor X and Magneto first began forming their team and tried to recruit him. Billy had playfully repurposed it as a joke. "Just kidding, Logan. What do you want from me?" This was the correct way to open the conversation, and Wolverine immediately extended an olive branch. "I want to invite you to join the X-Men." While one party invited him to join the Brotherhood of Mutants, while another invited him to join the X-Men. He never expected to be so sought after in this universe. You should know that in the previous universe, the Illuminati had to go through a thorough examination when trying to recruit Billy. "Why should I join you? Give me a reason to join you." This question left Wolverine speechless. He was not suited for recruitment work and could only helplessly turn to the smartest Beast for assistance. Beast scratched his head and was about to step forward when Colossus beat him to it, saying, "Because the X-Men is a place filled with love." Colossus continued on, "It only takes 4 or 5 moments to become a hero." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, enthusiastically recounting his efforts to recruit Deadpool. Billy, however, turned a deaf ear and asked Wolverine, "Is the X-Men a serious organization? Why is there a brainwashing process involved?" Wolverine was rendered speechless by the question, and even Beast could not stand it anymore. He stepped forward, patted Colossus on the shoulder, and indicated that he would handle this. Colossus felt a bit unsatisfied, but Beast shook his head at him, leaving him no choice but to retreat back into the group. Beast locked eyes with Billy and said solemnly, "Piotr, Colossus is right. Joining the X-Men allows you to become a respected hero." Billy immediately pretended to be flattered and exclaimed, "Wow, my goodness, becoming a hero. Who would refuse to be a hero with no real power? Respected. Do you believe that? Do humans fear you or respect you? Please believe me, this is not what we wish to see." The reason is that some mutants have been harming humans. Beast argued back and shot a glance at Magneto. Magneto was about to retort when Billy stopped him. Hank, you have a genius brain. Why do you think humans and mutants cannot coexist peacefully? Because there have always been mutants harming them. Billy shook his head, saying, you have always been too idealistic. There is nothing wrong with coexisting peacefully, but both humans and mutants are living beings. As long as they are alive, desires are inevitable. With desires come the thirst for power, and with power comes ambition. Excessive ambition inevitably leads to crime. Even in a society composed only of humans, crime is unavoidable. And mutants often awaken their tremendous powers at an age when they cannot even control their own bodily functions, causing widespread destruction. Humans fear you just as you feared the Phoenix earlier. Beast nodded and stated, justly, this is the reason for our existence as X-Men. As long as we can find and guide those mutants awaiting awakening, we can prevent disasters. That's impossible because every human has this gene in them. Billy mercilessly poured cold water on them. Old man, you asked me what level of mutant I am. I can now tell you I am not a mutant at all. Do not be surprised. Oh, I will now tell you what would happen if I had not come to Do not be surprised. Oh, I will now tell you what would happen if I had not come to this universe. All the mutants perked up their ears, listening attentively. Billy began to narrate as if telling a story. After Old Man arrived at Devil's Island, the storyline before my appearance was not much different, but in that parallel universe, without me, the future underwent a significant change. The war between the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men erupted, and the Red Tank charged into the base looking for the boy who could nullify mutant powers. Kitty Pryde volunteered to stop him, and she succeeded because in this universe the Red Tank's abilities belong to the mutants. Everyone turned to look at Kitty Pryde with admiration, feeling a bit shy, while only Magneto was concerned about the follow-up storyline, urging, what happened next? What happened next? Billy continued, Iceman and the Fire Guy from earlier had a fateful battle. In the end, Iceman outmatched Fire Guy, but the Brotherhood of Mutants had too many forces. Logan realized that he must capture the leader first, so he charged at you, Old Man, with the serum. You easily subdued Logan, who was about to inject the adamantium, but this was a feint. The real deadly blow came from behind from Hank. Old Man, you lost your powers and fell to the ground. Magneto's pupils dilated as he exclaimed, impossible, absolutely impossible. Looking at the dazed Magneto, Billy shook his head helplessly. There's nothing impossible. While you were down, you were still trying to manipulate Phoenix. However, Phoenix remained indifferent. At this moment, human reinforcements arrived, firing serums at Phoenix, all of which were blocked by her. This behavior enraged Phoenix, and she started attacking, indiscriminately killing almost all the mutants. Even the powerless Old Man had to escape in embarrassment. In the end, Logan, enduring the pain of being torn apart, just as Professor X said, Jean has a dual personality and self-awareness. When she could not suppress the Phoenix personality at her request, Logan personally killed her. Finally, Old Man was playing chess in the park while Hank stood at the podium, and Professor X would also be resurrected. Humans and mutants would coexist harmoniously. Magneto was utterly caught off guard, exclaiming, impossible. The mutants of the Brotherhood were also filled with frustration and disappointment. It seems we won in the end, Hank said with a bittersweet smile. Billy then shifted his tone. No, you did not win. And you lost terribly. What do you mean? The X-Men widened their eyes. Magneto's eyes lit up. Oh, a twist. Magneto, while playing chess in the park, subtly moved a piece, but it was of no use because there would be no opportunity for his return. Magneto's expression shifted from disappointment to hope, then to despair. Billy poured another bucket of cold water on the X-Men. The way Professor X comes back is by transferring his consciousness to his twin brother. Moreover, humans and mutants only coexist peacefully for a short time, as there is a silent current underneath. Humans continuously add inhibitors to suppress this gene in mutants' food, leading to a significant decrease in mutant powers. Professor X suffers from dementia. Logan's condition deteriorates severely, and he even struggles to extend his claws. Sometimes he has to pull them out himself. More seriously, when the senile Professor X loses control of his abilities, he can kill surrounding mutants, which is very dangerous. While Logan escapes with Professor X, he also has to face human pursuit. Humans have created many obedient mutant clones and X-weapons. In the end, with Logan being killed by X-24, your era came to a complete end. Once Billy finished speaking, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Even Magneto, who usually advocated for a life-and-death struggle against humanity, did not feel a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this conclusion. Beast, who had always been Professor X's assistant and successor, could not help but question the utopia proposed by Professor X for the harmonious coexistence of humans and mutants. Have we been wrong in our pursuits all along? Is it truly impossible for humans and mutants to coexist harmoniously? No, that idea is not wrong. What is wrong is your choice and the path you have taken. In our universe, humans and mutants indeed coexist peacefully. Then Billy recounted the universe he came from, where not only the Avengers existed, but also the Illuminati, and humans and various aliens and cyborgs. Mutants could also become members of the Avengers, contributing to the mission of protecting Earth. Finally, Billy proposed, the reason humans fear you is that your power came too suddenly. They have no means to counter you, and with Magneto wanting to eliminate them at any moment, it is hard for them not to harbor hostility towards you. Both sides have taken the wrong path. Neither mere compromise nor complete destruction will yield the results you desire. This statement was enlightening, but upon reflection, there seemed to be something off about it. Beast was the first to notice the blind spot. How do we form an organization similar to the Avengers? Billy could only shrug his shoulders, indicating that he was also powerless. In fact, even if this world could establish an Avengers team, it would be of little use since it only consists of humans and mutants. Who would they fight? Wouldn't it just be against mutants? Moreover, in this universe, humans and mutants are already in a state of relentless conflict as depicted in comics, where they would rather exterminate each other than allow the other to survive. Humans cannot completely eradicate mutants. When one generation of mutants is gone, new ones will emerge. Likewise, mutants cannot completely wipe out humans. Even if one generation of humans is lost, new Homo sapiens will arise. It seems as if this universe is cursed, or perhaps it is bound by some fate, compelling both sides to engage in a deadly struggle until only one remains. However, if only one side, be it humans or mutants, is annihilated, will there truly be peace? Not necessarily. They are continually fighting amongst themselves. They merely united temporarily against a common enemy. In the end, Billy could only offer them a somewhat immature suggestion to take all mutants into space and find a habitable planet to settle on, just like the Inhumans did. This idea might face numerous difficulties and could take a lot of time, and it may not even come to fruition in the end, but it is still a solution. Perhaps one day humans will venture into space and reunite with mutants, leading to renewed conflict, but that is a matter for the future. At least for now, both sides have the opportunity to develop properly. Alright, I've conveyed everything I needed to. I must take my leave now. Remember, the future of mutants lies in your own hands. Billy could not help mutants annihilate humanity. After all, he himself was originally human. Of course, he could not assist humans in slaughtering mutants either, as the narratives he had seen in films and dramas were about mutants. Thus, he could only offer them some words of guidance, leaving the future to them to carve out on their own. Phoenix was still in slumber, while the fireman transformed into a chihuahua was howling loudly. The red tank was still floating in space. Amid the teary farewells of everyone, Billy activated the portal, once more heading to the next universe. The setting sun resembled blood, landing once again in a ruined landscape, but this time his landing spot did not erupt into war. Rather, it resembled the aftermath of a battle filled with smoke and chaos. Where the hell am I? Is this even Earth? Billy wondered when he spotted a figure standing high up with its back turned to him. Without a doubt, it was a local. Generally speaking, a solitary figure appearing amidst ruins is certainly suspicious. Who knows if these ruins were caused by him? Ordinary people would not dare to approach easily. But danger was the least of Billy's concerns. Could he be intimidated by his own strength? He approached while calling out, fellow villager, hey, where is this place? As he drew closer, Billy heard the figure mumbling, I am no longer bound by anything. Billy was slightly taken aback, and the figure sensed his approach and turned around. What about the other Avengers? Billy felt he had been quite polite and friendly, yet unexpectedly Vision. What about the other Avengers? Billy felt he had been quite polite and friendly, yet unexpectedly Vision immediately launched a beam of light at Billy. Of course, Billy was completely unharmed, which surprised Vision. What is going on? What is going on? I was about to ask you what was going on, Vision. Why did you ambush me? Billy was still a bit angry, not to mention that Vision had attacked him first. Who wouldn't be furious? Unexpectedly, the next sentence left Billy speechless. I am Ultron. Billy took a closer look at that face identical to Vision's and confirmed he wasn't mistaken, thinking to himself that this must be the universe of Infinite Ultron. In this universe, Ultron successfully occupied the body created in the Cradle of Life, defeating all the Avengers and launching nuclear missiles against humanity. In other words, he was the only one left alive on Earth after exterminating everyone else. No wonder he was quick to retaliate. Mentioning Stark and the Avengers must have struck a nerve. If all goes as expected, the next to arrive would be Thanos, having collected 5 Infinity Stones only to be instantly killed by Ultron, with all Infinity Stones belonging to Ultron, who would then become Infinite Ultron, wreaking havoc. With just a wave of his hand, he could conjure a massive army of Sentinels. These Sentinels would devour every planet like a swarm of locusts. Asgard's sovereign Sakaar Ego Ultron descended upon these planets like a deity, annihilating them. Finally, while destroying Xander, Ultron encountered Captain Marvel, and a fierce battle ensued, escalating in intensity. In the end, Ultron used all 6 Infinity Stones together, creating a powerful explosion that nearly flattened the universe, leaving only Ultron alive. At that time, Ultron sensed the Watcher narrating, and he forced his way into the Watcher's prism world, witnessing countless universes, and engaged in battle with the Watcher. He nearly killed the Watcher, and with every punch he threw, he could shatter an entire multiverse. The Watcher had no choice but to gather powerful beings from other multiverses to surround Ultron. Through intricate cooperation and fate's guidance, they eventually replaced Ultron with Dr. Zola. In the end, it was revealed that all of this was orchestrated by the Watcher. However, it cannot be denied that this Ultron is terrifyingly powerful. Perhaps he has the capability to kill himself, and Billy looks forward to that, but the current Ultron is still too weak. You are too weak, Ultron. I will wait for you in other universes. After saying that, Billy opened a portal to leave. At the same time, Thanos arrived to deliver his own demise. It was literally a matter of moments. Billy stepped through the portal for the 4th time. He glanced around. This place resembled a sanatorium. If Mengin Sanatorium hadn't been demolished, it would likely look just like this. Wait, Could this actually be Minging's sanatorium? And was Odin really inside? But Father's thunder was Thor's ability. So what did Billy's arrival even mean? Fortunately, after walking ashore while he finally spotted people, though Billy wasn't thrilled. Judging by their stances, another fight seemed inevitable. This time, however, only 6 figures stood ready. Clearly a budget-constrained ensemble. One side consisted of Deadpool, irreverent, unstructured, and perpetually quipping, Cable, a time-traveling warrior bearing an uncanny resemblance to Thanos, Domino, blessed by fortune itself, and a taxi driver from India. The opposing side featured Russell, a portly youth capable of conjuring fire at will, and Juggernaut, towering, hulking, and radiating raw, unrefined power. This Juggernaut differed from his prior incarnation, larger, more imposing, and significantly stronger, yet still bounded by narrative restraint. After all, if Juggernaut were truly unstoppable, Deadpool's team would stand no chance whatsoever. Surveying the lineup, Billy suddenly understood. He had crossed into the universe of Deadpool 2, My Home, My Heart. Due to the temporal distance of his crossing, Billy recalled only fragments of the plot. Cable, the grim armored figure who resembled Thanos, had lost his wife and daughter incinerated by the mutant Russell. Determined to rewrite fate, Cable traveled back to Russell's childhood, to this very moment, to eliminate him before tragedy could unfold. Coincidentally, Colossus had brought Deadpool to this mutant orphanage to perform acts of goodwill. There, Deadpool uncovered the headmaster's unspeakable abuses against Russell, traumas that twisted the boy's psyche beyond repair. Deadpool resolved, quietly, resolutely, to aid Russell even if misunderstood, even if denied heroism. Yet one truth bound him to Billy: both men were in essence seeking death. Their motivations diverged. Billy sought death to return home. Deadpool sought it to reunite with his beloved Vanessa. When he donned the mutant suppression collar, his terminal cancer accelerating, he abandoned Russell entirely, deepening the boy's descent into darkness. Cable's pursuit inadvertently disabled Deadpool's collar, robbing him of his final release. Yet beneath the sarcasm lay genuine concern. He formed X-Force to stop Cable. But fortune betrayed them. The team barely touched down before collapsing, nearly wiped out. Only Deadpool and Domino remained, perhaps because she absorbed luck from those around her. Deadpool, Domino, and Cable clashed over a heavily armored transport vehicle designed to carry mutant convicts. Russell picked the lock, escaped, and unleashed Juggernaut. Juggernaut's fist shattered the vehicle, and then the bridge beneath it, reducing both to rubble. Finally, he tore Deadpool cleanly in half, a brutal manual decapitation at the waist. Cable realized he couldn't defeat Juggernaut alone. He proposed an alliance with Deadpool. Only together could they kill. He confessed his past, once a mercenary, now a grieving father whose wife and daughter perished at Russell's hands. He warned Deadpool tonight Russell would exact vengeance upon the headmaster, and taste blood for the first time, triggering an irreversible spiral. Though Deadpool regenerated limbs and healed from grievous wounds, and vulnerability did not equate to insensibility. His relentless banter masked profound, unrelenting agony. Even enduring such torment, he never abandoned Russell. Even after the boy allied himself with Juggernaut, who had just bisected him without hesitation. He pleaded with Cable for one chance, to talk Russell down, to disarm hatred with words. After relentless persuasion, Cable relented, but vowed should words fail, Russell would die instantly. Thus Deadpool, Cable, Domino, and the Indian taxi driver converged here. The roster was thin. Deadpool had approached Colossus, but the steel-skinned hero refused, deeming collaboration with criminals beneath his principles. With no other allies reachable, Deadpool assembled a motley crew, doomed perhaps to serve as sacrificial fodder. Even weakened Juggernaut would shred them into ribbons. Shut up. To be honest, I know plenty of people, but the 3 of us, more than enough to handle Juggernaut. Deadpool murmured toward an unseen direction. Cable frowned, perplexed. Who's he talking to? Domino shrugged. Who knows? Juggernaut, growing impatient, bellowed. Are you fighting, or not? Fuck. I knew he was unreliable. Cable strode forward, raised his futuristic rifle, and cranked its output. A concussive blast erupted, hurling Juggernaut backward into the wall. Yet despite its staggering force, the impact left him virtually unscathed. As the trio laid down suppressing fire, they slowly retreated, while Juggernaut advanced with unnerving calm, his impenetrable hide rendering their bullets utterly futile. Before even striking, Juggernaut's indomitable physiology pressed upon them like gravity itself. Wade, Cable shouted while retreating, urgency sharpening his voice. At this rate, victory seemed impossible, and even if achieved, stopping Russell would slip beyond reach. Gentlemen, it appears you require assistance. Billy stepped forward. Deadpool clutched his head in astonishment. Oh my god, look, it's Sheng Zhu. We're saved. At Deadpool's exclamation, Cable, Domino, and Billy each silently wondered, do you know him, or me? That question would have to wait. Stopping the battle came first. Hey big guy, do me a favor. Let them go. Billy spoke diplomatically. After all, Juggernaut had yet to commit any act. No justification existed for. Juggernaut ignored him entirely, snatched Cable's high-tech rifle midair, then kicked Cable aside like debris. Fine, no respect. Then let me show you how real arrogance flies. As Billy launched a soaring kick, Juggernaut charged headlong toward him. This Juggernaut was far mightier than his predecessor, yet still dwarfed by Billy, who stood leagues beyond him. At the moment of collision, Juggernaut rocketed skyward, launched straight into deep space. It happened too swiftly for the eye to follow. By the time Deadpool and his allies regained their bearings, only Billy remained, silhouetted against the ruins. Where's Juggernaut? They demanded in unison. He said he wished to journey afar. Let him go. You've work to do, find Russell. Only then did they remember their mission, and sprinted inward toward the orphanage. Moments later Colossus arrived, late, as ever and wary of Deadpool's recklessness. He halted abruptly, spotting only Billy standing alone. Wait. Who are you? Drawing from his prior knowledge of the X-Men films, where Colossus invariably suffered a beating upon arrival, Billy grinned, intrigued. Want to know where he went? Beat me, and I'll tell you. Billy harbored no hatred toward Steel Man, yet who wouldn't want to give this hardened man a good beating? Moreover, Steel Man's demeanor was so sanctimonious that it bordered on hypocrisy, resembling a preacher who was rigid and unyielding. In the previous 2 installments featuring Deadpool, Steel Man seemed to consistently uphold the notion of repaying virtue, with virtue completely disregarding any hardships Deadpool might face. His sole aim was to thwart Deadpool. Of course, every situation has 2 sides. He also hoped that Deadpool could join the X-Men, and thus he fervently sought to elevate Deadpool's moral standards, which led him to make some counterproductive decisions. However, deep down he cared for Deadpool, otherwise he wouldn't risk violating the X-Men's principles by single-handedly. Just as Deadpool would never abandon Russell, he too would not forsake Deadpool. Steel Man resolutely stated, "No, kid, tell me where Wade is, and then go home. This is not a place for you." Kid, Piotr, do you really trust your eyes? Can you guess how old Logan Howlett from your X-Men is? Of course Logan Howlett refers to Wolverine, or just how old is he yet? He has fought in the Civil War as well as World War I and World War II, yet his youthful appearance often leads others to subconsciously overlook his age, mistaking him for a young man. His age is a mystery. Even within the X-Men few know his exact age, and even Beast Hank once referred to, "I don't know Logan's age, I only know you should go home." Steel Man strode forward confidently, doubting that Billy would actually stop him, as he sensed no danger from Billy. Billy wore a barely perceptible smile, and just as Steel Man approached he struck with sudden ferocity, sending Steel Man flying with a single punch. The punch wasn't overly forceful, it was enough to send Steel Man flying without causing him serious harm. After all, a little hope was necessary for him to continue pushing forward. Steel Man's recovery ability was impressive. He quickly got back up and stood before Billy, saying, "What tremendous strength, I underestimated you." Billy didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. "You certainly underestimated me. Do you X-Men only excel in the Wade you're looking for?" Along with his 2 friends has already gone inside. They are up against a fire-breathing mutant, and if you don't strike with the intention to kill me, not only will they perish, but even this orphanage for mutants, and its children and staff, will also die. Upon hearing such dire consequences, Steel Man's fury ignited, and he charged at Billy with a furious roar, swinging a punch towards Billy's face. Yet in the face of absolute strength, he could only be seen as impotently furious. This fierce punch was effortlessly blocked by Billy with his pinky finger. "What? This is impossible." Steel Man's entire worldview shattered. However, it wasn't over. Billy opened his fingers to envelop Steel Man's fist, applying slight pressure and snapping his arm with a crack, eliciting a chilling scream from Steel Man. Seemingly disturbed by the unpleasantness of his scream, Billy threw 2 quick punches at Steel Man's face and then tossed him aside, as if discarding trash. Typically anyone else would suffer greatly from such a chaotic beating, but Steel Man was no ordinary person. His entire body could transform into a metallic state, rendering this minor injury trivial. "Steel Man, are you okay?" 2 figures approached from a distance, concerned for Steel Man. It was Bullet and Yukio. Before Steel Man could speak, Billy mocked, "Oh look, reinforcements. Fine, what harm is there in facing you all together?" Bullet glared at Billy with rage, secretly gathering his strength as he charged at Billy, but Steel Man couldn't hold him back, and could only warn, "Be careful, he has great strength." It's uncertain if Bullet heard that. Billy looked at the approaching Bullet, smiled slightly, and raised his hand to use telekinesis to control him, gently pushing him aside. Bullet instantly made a 90-degree turn and fell to the ground. Just as Billy revealed a smile, he suddenly felt something wrap around his legs. Looking down, he found it was a whip infused with lightning. Oh, the lightning whip is back in action. It was obvious that it was Yukio's doing. Facing this obedient girl, Billy didn't want to use excessive force, and simply utilized telekinesis to give her a light flick, sending her flying. Steel Man approached again, leaping into the air and delivering a punch even heavier than before directly to Billy's face. Billy stood firm, showing no sign of fear, and even after being struck, he exhibited no reaction. Steel Man stared at his own fist in bewilderment, incredulously asking, "What just happened? You don't feel pain either." "I'm not like Ajax and his kind." Ajax was the antagonist in the first Deadpool. He felt no pain due to damage to his nerve endings, but even though he couldn't feel pain, he could still be injured and lacked a terrifying self-healing ability. Steel Man, disbelieving and feeling something was amiss, became even more frantic and relentless with his punches, delivering blows to Billy's face and body like a machine gun. This scene left Bullet and Yukio, who could not intervene, utterly dumbfounded. They had never seen Steel Man so furious and out of control. He had always presented himself as mild and kind, even in anger, but not like this. This truly pushed the honest man to his limits. Steel Man felt frustrated. This honest man truly believed Billy's words, fearing that Deadpool and the others, along with the orphans and staff, would be killed by Red Tank, which only fueled his rage towards Billy's actions and his own helplessness. However, in the face of this barrage, Billy remained unflinching, not retaliating, calmly watching Steel Man with a faint smile, as if the one being beaten was not him. The force of impact is mutual. While Billy remained calm and unbothered, Steel Man's hands were in excruciating pain. Even more absurdly, it seemed as if Billy was rooted to the ground, not taking a single step back. Steel Man continued to punch until he was nearly exhausted, yet Billy remained unfazed, leading Steel Man to utter in despair, Who exactly are you? Being a genuinely good person, he didn't even call Billy a monster in his anger, though anyone else would have asked, what kind of I am the Saint. Billy casually revealed his moniker and then disregarded Steel Man and his two sidekicks, calculating that Deadpool and the others must be close to finishing their task. He wanted to ask Deadpool why he knew him. Is it possible that this universe also has a Saint and Billy Davis? Or does Deadpool possess the ability to see through the multiverse, even to perceive dimensions? If he could slaughter the Marvel Universe, could he escape alongside him, returning to his original world? Regardless of which answer was correct, it seemed quite appealing. Just as he was about to lift his leg, Steel Man behind him pleaded. Billy coldly snorted without turning back. Them? Who are you referring to? Your friend? Or the staff and orphans at the... If possible, please save them all. Steel Force looked at Billy with hopeful eyes. Billy's eyes turned and a sense of wicked amusement arose. If you had to choose one among them, who would you pick? On one side are your friend Deadpool and his two teammates, while on the other side are the children from the orphanage. Think carefully. Don't think that just because your friend Deadpool is immortal, I can't do anything about him. You should know that I have the ability to kill him, even make him wish for death, but find none. At that time, even death would become his luxury. Steel Force's mind was caught in a battle of thoughts. Snowy and Bullet couldn't bear to watch and glared at Billy, gritting their teeth. How can you do this? Billy clearly didn't want to waste more words and issued the final ultimatum. I have limited time, only 1 minute. If you miss it, there will be no further chances. Steel Force, don't make it hard for yourself. Let's charge in together. Bullet suggested. But Steel Force ruthlessly rejected him. It's useless if our strength is too weak and we have no chance against him. Steel Force took a deep breath and made a significant decision. I choose Wade Wilson. Snowy and Bullet looked at Steel Force in disbelief. They knew they had no right to influence his decision, but hearing Steel Force abandon the children to choose Deadpool still left them feeling like their worldviews had been shattered. Is this really the X-Men they've always admired? Billy was also taken aback. In his impression, Steel Force wasn't this kind of person. He incredulously asked, so your decision is to let Wade Wilson live? No, I choose for him to die. Pronouncing the death sentence of his friend seemed to drain all the strength from Steel Force, and he weakly slumped to the ground. This was even more painful than being beaten. He would rather it be himself being sentenced to death. A wave of guilt surged in Snowy and Bullet's hearts as they realized they had wronged Steel Force. They hurried over to... Billy also revealed a relieved smile. This was the Steel Force he knew. I've recorded everything. He turned and shook the recorder in his hand. As for where the recorder came from, Billy had reality stones. If Ultron, who possessed 6 Infinity Stones, could easily create countless Sentinel robots, making a recorder was hardly a remarkable feat. Steel Force took a deep breath, stood firm, gently pushed away Snowy and Bullet, and looked earnestly at Billy. Can I trade my life for Wade and the others' lives? Oh, you would be willing to die for him? Billy was intrigued, carefully scrutinizing Steel Force. As far as I know, your relationship doesn't seem that close, does it? Hasn't he caused you a lot of trouble? Steel Force simply shook his head faintly. It's true that he has caused me a lot of trouble, but I know he has his reasons. His style of doing things does indeed contradict the principles of the X-Men, but what remains unchanged is that he is a good person. Not being able to save him and those innocent people is my incompetence. If possible, please use my life to exchange for Wade and the others' lives. Damn, you moved me. Haha, Steel, you guy. Billy pretended to wipe non-existent tears from his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, he heard someone shout from behind, who called me? Turning around, Deadpool was bouncing over with Cable, Domino, and Russell slowly trailing behind. However, the three seemed intentionally to keep their distance from Deadpool, probably feeling a bit embarrassed to be seen walking with him. However, the presence of Russell in the group and the new teddy bear hanging from Cable's waist proved that they had successfully changed. Deadpool ignored the three. He moved quickly, taking 3 steps at a time, 2 steps at a time, and then 1 step after another, bounding up to Billy and Steel Force. Upon seeing Steel Force, he covered his face and exclaimed, yeah, Steel Force. I knew you couldn't forget about me. Steel Force, however, did not respond. Having just sentenced his friend to death, he felt a great deal of guilt. He didn't even know how to face this former friend. At the same time, he was relieved that his friend was still alive. He knew he had been played, but he didn't care as long as no one died. Billy patted Deadpool on the shoulder and said, congratulations, Wade, you have a good homie. Steel Force is even willing. Steel Force scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. Deadpool, with stars in his eyes, made a heart gesture, then prepared to perform a series of inappropriate actions, but thankfully Billy stopped him in time. After all, there were children present. Billy took the opportunity to ask Deadpool to step aside. Wade, come here, I need to ask you something privately. Steel Force called out to Deadpool, but didn't know how to start. He was afraid Billy really intended to harm Deadpool. Deadpool, however, casually replied, don't worry, I'm just going to have a deep conversation with him. You know, my heart has always... Billy felt as though he had just swallowed a fly, the kind that hatches in a toilet, feeling hard fists clenched tightly. He glared darkly, muttering to himself, rest assured, if I wanted to make a move, I wouldn't need to hide it from you. After all, even if you all came at me together, you wouldn't be my match. If you keep dragging this on, I might really get the urge to kill. This sounded a bit harsh, but those present basically knew he was speaking the truth. Bullet, Snowy, and Steel forced together hadn't managed to inflict any harm on Billy. Deadpool, Cable, and Domino had witnessed Billy single-handedly let Red Tank go. How could they possibly doubt him? Russell hadn't seen Billy display his might, but since everyone else didn't doubt him, he naturally wouldn't either. Billy and Deadpool went to a secluded place eagerly asking, "How do you know me? Does this universe even have my You brought me here just to ask this. Shouldn't we be doing something more meaningful?" Deadpool remained as ever. Billy replied seriously, "Be serious, this is important." Alright. Then Billy listened as Deadpool rambled on endlessly, trying to extract useful information from the pile of nonsense. In simple terms, Deadpool also didn't know how he obtained this ability, nor whether this universe had a person named Billy. However, this no longer mattered. Since Deadpool didn't know if this universe had Billy, it meant that Deadpool had learned about Billy's existence through information from other multiverses, which was precisely the universe Billy originally belonged to. After getting the answer, Billy did not rashly tell Deadpool that he was actually a virtual character. It wasn't the right time yet. He still wanted to explore other universes to see if there were other possibilities. When the two returned to the group, Billy prepared to say goodbye, but the head of the orphanage suddenly rushed out spewing vitriol. This beast of a headmaster was the root cause of all the tragedies. Russell had always hated him, and now being cursed at point-blank range, he immediately wanted to strike, but was stopped by Billy. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. As soon as the words fell, a sudden sound of breaking air echoed from above, and everyone looked up to see a small black, rapidly descending, growing larger by the moment. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "What is that?" The orphanage director also looked up at the approaching black, fearing that if he didn't run, he would end up bruised and battered. However, his legs felt like they were weighed down with lead, rendering him immobile, even causing him to lose control of his bodily functions from sheer terror. It's coming. Kids, don't look," Billy shouted, just as a loud crash resounded as the object fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, everyone realized that the director's worries were entirely unfounded. He would not be bruised because he had already been turned into mush. Clearly, throwing objects from a great height is truly dangerous, and the perpetrator of this act was none other than Billy. For that black, it that had fallen was indeed the Red Tank. Is this the Red Tank? How did it fall from the sky? The head of the group frowned as she acted as a mouthpiece for Steel Soldier and Snowy, since neither of them would easily curse. Only she could throw a few harsh words at Deadpool. "This is a long story, let Wade explain it to you. Everything has been resolved. I must take my leave now." Without providing any explanations or allowing anyone to stop him, Billy opened a portal and slipped inside. While others might not stop him if he stayed a moment longer, Deadpool and Cable would likely try to retain him, especially since Cable used his last chance to travel to save Deadpool. If he didn't leave soon, they would probably ask Billy to send Cable back. In that case, it would be another hassle. It was better not to give them the opportunity to speak. After all, they probably wouldn't meet again soon, and if they did, it would likely be when Billy revealed the truth to Deadpool. However, Billy was mistaken. He could only say that coincidence made for an interesting story as he and Deadpool were about to meet. Billy stepped out of the portal for the 5th time, finding himself in a large room that resembled a breeding facility. A familiar voice called from behind, and Billy turned to see a face. He did not want to see Wolverine. Logan Howlett. Seeing Wolverine in such a place indicated that he had crossed into the utterly pointless universe of Wolverine 1. Following Wolverine were his girlfriend Silver Fox, and a large number of mutants who had just been released. No wonder this place looked so much like a breeding facility. It turned out to be a holding area for mutants. Wolverine warily assessed the sudden interloper before him, standing alongside his regained girlfriend and numerous young mutants, which made him on high alert. Noticing that Billy had not spoken for a long time, he instructed his girlfriend to lead the mutants away while he slowly extended his claws. Seeing this, Billy shook his head, gently unwilling to engage in a pointless brawl. After all, a more troublesome X-weapon was on the way. Though it wasn't a bother for Billy, he also didn't want to add extra work for himself, so he calmly advised, "Relax, Logan, we are not enemies. I know you think him one of Stryker's people, but I am not. I'm just a traveler." However, to Wolverine's ears, this sounded suspiciously like the classic denial. He only heard the words, "I Stryker's person," and lunged at Billy with his claws. "Sigh, why bother?" Billy sighed lightly and knocked Wolverine unconscious with a punch. Just as he dealt with Wolverine, the door slowly opened, and sensing a troublesome presence behind him, Billy frowned and said he didn't even need to turn around to know that standing behind him was Wade Wilson, transformed into an X-weapon. Wade tilted his head, looking at the unfamiliar figure before him as 2 long blades slowly emerged from his hands. Just when Billy thought he was about to have another tough fight, something unexpected happened. A gunshot rang out, and the X-weapon in front of him was shot through the temple, collapsing to the ground. I don't know why an X-weapon with such strong recovery was taken down in one shot. A cheeky voice chimed in. "Hey, it's me, don't scratch me with your claws." Billy said, half amazed. "Oh my god, you've got the wrong person, little pest." "What? Is it you? Holy master, did I walk into the wrong set?" Deadpool looked confused, glancing at the parallel universe version of himself lying on the ground, thinking to himself that he hadn't made a mistake, and even fired 2 more shots. "You didn't walk into the wrong set." "Oh, I did." Billy used a talisman to heal Wolverine and watched as he rubbed the back of his head and got up. Then he said, "Alright, I've awakened the person you were looking for. You can talk to him now. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Take care, come back, and visit often. Billy hurriedly slipped into the portal, genuinely fearing that if he stayed a moment longer, he would lose his temper and tear Deadpool's mouth off. When the portal opened for the 6th time before Billy could even land, he heard someone say, "Find Peter Parker." As he stepped out of the portal, he saw another portal sparking orange and yellow from which a casually dressed person emerged. Along with this newly emerged individual were an elderly lady, a chubby boy with dark skin, a dark-skinned girl, and the second Spider-Man, all crammed into a small room. Clearly Billy had crossed into the Spider-Man No Way Home universe this time. The chubby boy was Ned, a friend of the third-generation Spider-Man. The dark-skinned girl was Michelle Jones, the girlfriend of the third-generation Spider-Man, and obviously the second Spider-Man needed no introduction. Even the person who had just stepped out of the orange and yellow portal was no ordinary individual. He was the original Spider-Man. "Ned, what's going on?" Michelle patted Ned on the shoulder, pointing at the olive-green portal and the Billy who had just come out of it. All eyes turned towards them, and Ned, confused, wondered aloud, "Could it be that I opened 2 portals at the same time?" But this guess was quickly dismissed. No, my portal wouldn't be this color. The second Spider-Man also looked at Billy with suspicion, although his spider sense hadn't warned him the other party had indeed stepped out from a portal. Billy was about to introduce himself when unexpectedly the original Spider-Man recognized him. "Hi, Mr. Davis, long time no see." Billy was stunned. He did not know whether this Peter was from his universe, or if this Peter's universe already had a Billy Davis. Billy indeed guessed half right. Many villains were captured from his universe, and their numbers exceeded his expectations. But this put the strange doctor of this universe in a tough spot, as he and the original Peter Parker of this universe were struggling to fend off the villains from other universes. The strange doctor clearly had good intentions in helping, yet now he must exert tremendous effort to clean up the mess. He is truly unfortunate. Why is it that while both the Strange Doctor and the third-generation Spider-Man are capturing villains, only the Strange Doctor is deemed unfortunate? This brings us to what this third-generation Spider-Man has done. This Spider-Man always seems to display a kind of, no, that's not right, it's foolishness masquerading as wisdom. It seems that's not quite right either. He should be described as foolishness awaiting wisdom. He does not fit the traditional role of a superhero, breaking away from the long-held image of Spider-Man as a friendly neighborhood figure, and even straddling the line between hero, anti-hero, and villain, becoming a being even more sinister than the villains themselves. Long before the first film, Homecoming, he had already participated in the Avengers Civil War, witnessing the vastness of the world outside and the other superheroes besides himself. He should have accomplished a great deal. But what did he do? In a situation where he possessed superpowers and advanced technology, while investigating a group of armed smugglers, he became more chaotic and even got intimidated by an ordinary person without superpowers. To say he was investigating is flattering. Ask yourself who, while pursuing important leads and interrogating key witnesses, would take the time to explain their gender when questioned. At this point, someone would pull out that universal excuse claiming he's just a high school student. If he were merely an ordinary high school student, why would anyone bother watching? Why not watch The Unlucky Bear? Let's not forget his character is that of a genius. Moreover, he is a superhero. He is a genetically modified being, often referred to as Spider-Hulk. Which high school could possibly produce someone like that? Forget about genetic modification. Even if you could pull a superhero out of high school, that would be a monumental achievement. Besides which, high school student goes out to investigate extraterrestrial technology. Isn't that just causing trouble? Knowing he is a high school student, he should focus on studying. Have those who always cite age considered that Tony Stark was assembling circuit boards at 4 and building engines at 6? Sadly, some still claim he needs to grow up. Learning from mistakes is a good thing, but when will he grow up? Is he like the third prince, just growing taller? Each film claims he has matured, yet in the next installment his intelligence seems reset to factory settings, showing no growth at all. I can't see where he has matured. Take the second film, Far From Home, for instance. Having just experienced the Infinity War and Endgame, having faced life and death, surely he must have matured, right? No, not at all. While the original 6 were dying as he stood among these new stars, he proclaimed he no longer wanted to be a hero, he just wanted to date. He once personally ensured his father-in-law was imprisoned to become a hero regardless of the hardships faced. How can he look the Vulture in the eye? The Vulture whom he imprisoned was still helping him hide. The Vulture merely sold some weapons. What wrong did he commit? Wasn't Stark Industries built on selling weapons? What's wrong with selling weapons? It ended up establishing your reputation as a hero. Now you say you no longer want to be a hero, just want to date. The problem is, in the previous film the Vulture warned him not to investigate, but to focus on his romance, yet he ignored that, abandoning his girlfriend to chase after her father. Nick Fury has lost his mind. Some say that was a Skrull impersonating him. He invited trouble all while claiming to be wary of aliens, yet allowed these Skrulls to colonize Earth while he went on vacation in an alien spaceship. If that's not chaotic, then what is? The Skrull leader Talos didn't help matters either. Peter Parker expressed he didn't want to be a superhero, and yet this group of super agents suggested he change his outfit. This classmate claimed he would show the photo to Peter's girlfriend, yet he did nothing. He clearly had the strength to retrieve it, unlike the first and second generations who directly— Is this something a human would do? The Skrulls should have at least maintained some level of decency. How could they be so careless? Moreover, the critical point is that no one was guarding outside when he changed, and they didn't even close the door. This place wasn't discreet at all. That woman just stood there watching him change. His classmate, the one who often bullies Peter, walked in casually. And just as Peter had taken off his pants, he snapped a photo. This female agent suggested the solution was to eliminate this. This classmate claimed he would show the photo to Peter's girlfriend, yet he did nothing. He clearly had the strength to retrieve it, unlike the first and second generations who directly flexed their muscles after gaining powers. How could he be so humiliated? Sometimes one might even suspect he has some peculiar preferences. When he wasn't Spider-Man, they bullied him, which was tolerable, but now that he is Spider-Man, they still bully him. Wasn't that a waste of becoming Spider-Man? If you're reading this and your blood pressure is rising, then the upcoming plot may infuriate you. He activated the high-tech glasses Tony gave him, just to deal with a completely useless classmate. When he received these glasses, he was already told they were high-tech, and so on. Yet he didn't listen to a word. This artificial intelligence, Edith, the one in the glasses, asked him, Brad Davis, is he the target? And guess what? This Peter Parker confidently replied, yes, he is the target. Then Edith clearly stated that the attack was initiated, intercept point confirmed, and strike team dispatched. This naive big boy called out innocently, Edith, as if trying to awaken some humanity in this artificial intelligence. Then a satellite approached Earth. The aircraft was deployed. The aircraft locked onto Brad. Peter Parker took off. Admit it, Peter, you actually wanted to kill him. He merely took a photo. Surely that's not a death sentence. Where is the hero in that? Where is the friendly neighbor in this? Even terrorists wouldn't commit such acts. Thanos snapped his fingers and at least offered a justification. Then the glasses were snatched by Flash. Flash isn't a good person either. In a life-and-death situation, a normal person would surely think about retrieving them, right? He certainly had the ability, but Peter Parker chose differently. He pleaded, Flash, please just give it back. Admit it, Peter, you have some unmentionable peculiar preferences. Under Flash's repeated refusals, Peter's peculiar preferences were satisfied. He still chose the way of an ordinary person, knocking Flash out with a punch to retrieve the glasses. After getting them back, he said, Edith, don't kill Brad. Edith needed confirmation. Peter, do you want me to cancel the drone attack on Brad Davis? Then came the even more blood pressure-raising moment. A girl who had been watching all along suddenly asked him, did you hit Flash? We also don't know what he was thinking, but he lied. No. No can mean both, not at all, and no way. Fire. Clearly Edith did not want to waste any more words with him. With life and death hanging in the balance, did he really care whether it was he who attacked Fleischer? Now that the shots had been fired, there was no turning back. This pure-hearted kind boy had started to seize the steering wheel. The bus swayed violently, as if mocking the lives of all the teachers and students on board. One mishap after another. Amidst the swaying, his glasses fell off, and he began searching for them. Edith hurriedly prepared for a second strike. It was imperative to send this bus full of lunatics to meet Tony. If nothing unexpected happened, then an unforeseen incident was bound to occur. How could it be that he would easily find his glasses? The bespectacled, lecherous teacher admonished, Peter, sit down right now and fasten your seatbelt. There was no doubt this was the teacher's concern for the student's safety, but in the context of the entire bus being in chaos, it only added to the disorder. Peter could have easily said he was looking for his glasses, or that he would get them first and then return. With a better attitude, did he really think the teacher would throw him out of the window? To everyone's surprise, he actually sat back down and used his genius brain to come up with a brilliant plan. This strategy could very well be something even the smartest man on Earth couldn't conceive. Tony Stark couldn't help but be impressed. He pointed outside and shouted, look at those little goats. Then friends, the group of teachers and students rushed to the windows as if they had never seen goats before. The teacher really couldn't take a compliment, or just after saying he cared for his students, he let them crowd around to see the goats without any further concern. Haven't you seen goats your whole life? It's not every day that a high school class can gather such a bunch of smart kids. No wonder they call it joyful education. Of course there was one exception. He did not blindly follow the crowd to see the goats. That was Fleischer. Not because he disliked goats, but because he had been knocked unconscious by Peter and had yet to wake up. Edith was also quite ineffective. The drone was closely following the bus, yet the second strike was still delayed. Clearly she was just a useless bag of bones. If this were a battlefield, before any orders were given, they would probably already be laying headstones. Taking advantage of the entire bus being distracted by the goats, Peter directly opened the bus sunroof, jumped onto the roof, and shot out 2 webs to destroy the drone. He blew up the drone. Blown up. Is there money to burn? It seems like the first and second generations were quite frugal, yet the third generation just says to blow up the drone, and it's done. The problem was all he needed to say from the beginning was, delete the photos of me on Brad's phone. Or when Edith confirmed the attack, just say cancel attack, or terminate attack. Oh, was that so difficult? He did indeed do that later. There were no photos on Brad's phone. This means he could control deletions. So is this whole display just to showcase his intelligence? He had always been conflicted. When the older Avengers were around, he desperately wanted to join them, but once the older generation had either died or been incapacitated when it was his turn to shoulder the banner as a pillar of strength, he hesitated. If he had some troubles, that would be one thing, but the issue was that he just wanted to date and travel, not to be a hero. Do you know you are playing Peter Parker? Aren't you just an unfortunate kid who unexpectedly gains superpowers while facing bullying every day? Is it easy for Aunt May to raise you? What? Did Uncle Ben leave you a lot of inheritance when he died? Or did Tony sponsor you too much? Shouldn't you be the representative of the poor who rely on mutation? What kind of life did the first and second generations live? The first generation worried about money every day, even having to work and study, and was expelled each time due to misfortune or doing the right thing. The Green Goblin once captured a group of children and Mary Jane, forcing him to make a choice, but the first generation did not give up those children. Similarly, the second generation did not give up being Spider-Man for Gwen. Even after Gwen's death, he continued to be Spider-Man, even in the animations. In Ultimate Spider-Man, usually joking around when he faced an interview with his beloved girl Mary Jane, while wearing his Spider-Man suit upon seeing Hulk battling an energy monster, he rushed over to help without a second thought. He did not abandon saving the world for his girl's interview. In contrast, this third generation said he didn't expect to have to save the world during summer vacation. In Ultimate Spider-Man, usually joking around when he faced an interview with his beloved girl Mary Jane, while wearing his Spider-Man suit upon seeing Hulk battling an without you Iron Man wouldn't have been able to develop the time machine. Perhaps Dr. Banner or Scott Lang would have succeeded. Later on, he even handed over ownership of Edith to Mysterio. Tony Stark trusted him enough to give him such an important. He even invited him to join the Avengers, yet he so easily handed over such a dangerous weapon to someone else. Did Iron Man ever give his armor to someone just because they saved the world? No. And as everyone knows, Mysterio taught him a lesson with Edith. Right before dying, Mysterio even publicly exposed Spider-Man's true identity. He even smeared him, turning him into a public enemy. The school was surrounded, and even his home address was exposed, forcing him to move. His friends were also implicated, and their applications to MIT were all rejected. He had a sudden idea and went to the Sanctum in New York to seek Strange's help. Strange's nightmare began. Initially, he wanted Strange to use the Time Stone to turn back time, but the Infinity Stones of this universe were already gone, destroyed by Thanos. Fortunately, the Time Stone was gone, otherwise who knows what other mishaps would have occurred. At Old Wong's suggestion, Strange remembered a forgetting spell called Kafka, and gladly agreed to help with this. Strange took Peter to the basement and began casting the spell to make everyone forget that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. But then he started messing things up again. Even though the spell had already been cast, he suddenly asked if his girlfriend could be excluded. Fine, Strange agreed. Casting the spell again. As a result, Peter remembered his best friend Ned. Great. Strange agreed again. Casting the spell again, Peter then requested to forget Aunt May and Happy. What are you doing? Come on. Can't you just say it all at once? And if you forget, just forget. Can't you just tell them once more? With all this back and forth modification, Strange was greatly affected, and the spell went out of control. A rift in the void opened up, and it was only thanks to Strange's timely control that it didn't lead to a bigger disaster. Of course, Strange did not blame Peter for this, but when he learned that Peter had not even tried to persuade MIT to review their application, but instead took it upon himself to seek Strange's help, he was furious. This made Strange very angry, and he directly kicked him out of the Sanctum. Later, as everyone knows, Peter encountered Dr. Octopus and the Green Goblin when he tried to persuade the admissions officer. Not just these two, but other villains as well, all took advantage of the rift created by the forgetting spell to come through. They were all from their respective universes where they knew Spider-Man was Peter Parker. Strange exerted tremendous effort to capture a few of them and lock them up. After capturing all the villains, Peter learned from their conversations that Dr. Octopus, Norman, and Electro had all been transported just before their deaths. Strange planned to use the ancient artifact, the Box of Cagliostro, to send the villains back to their original universes. Unexpectedly, Peter felt that it would be a dead end for Norman and the others to return, thinking they were too pitiful. His compassion was overflowing. Unexpectedly, Peter felt that it would be Doctor Strange is truly having a rough time. This third-generation Spider-Man, with no regard for reason, is overwhelmed by his savior complex, wanting to save the lives of these three villains. He claims he will cure these villains before sending them back. Goodness, regardless of whether his actions are effective, the Green Goblin was killed by his own glider when he was about to kill the first generation, and Electro exploded from greed after absorbing too much electricity. Dr. Octopus was the last to regain his sanity. How unwilling to remain a monster, he chose to perish alongside his failed artificial son. What use is it to save these three? Even if he heals them, what difference does it make? They were transported here just before their deaths, and do you think curing them means they won't die when they go back? Let the first and second generations die. Moreover, Doctor Strange has stated that these villains are aware of Peter Parker's true identity in their respective universes, yet you refuse to let them die. Have you forgotten why you are here? Isn't it because the villains exposed your identity? Do you have any idea of the catastrophe you will bring to other Spider-Men and Aunt May as well as Mary Jane? How can you be so selfish? For the sake of your pathetic savior complex, you have harmed one universe after another. To save three villains, he put Doctor Strange, who came to help him and clean up the mess, through a lot of trouble, then tied him up and took away his sling ring. This situation has historical precedence. The tale of Mr. Donghua and the wolf the farmer, and the snake Lu Dongbin and the dog Stephen and Peter. Some say this is kindness, that he has a noble principle. Nonsense. What does this have to do with a noble principle? What does it have to do with kindness? They are committing suicide. And has he ever considered the feelings of those who were killed by them? No. The reason lies in the fact that he has never been hurt. He doesn't know what pain is. Later, he even invited the wolf into the house, leading to Aunt May's demise. In the end, he picks up the glider to kill the Green Goblin. Where is your noble principle this time? Did the pain finally hit home when you felt the needle prick yourself? If he feels this way, what about those whose lives were ruined by the Green Goblin without the ability to take revenge? Does he truly understand the meaning of being a hero? Even if he did one thing that could be considered heroic, he wouldn't be criticized this badly. 3 movies, each claiming he will grow, yet every time, he ends up more foolish than before. The second movie in particular is solely focused on romance and travel. He might as well shoot a variety show. No need to add in those elements of school violence and supervillains. It's truly bizarre. How did he get bullied by a bunch of dimwits attracted by little goats? Iron Man believed in him and gave him the super AI edit, yet the first time he used this super AI, he almost sent his entire class to their demise. Afterward, he directly handed over the super AI to the villain, contributing to the world's destruction. In the third film, when he encounters difficulties, instead of thinking of a solution himself, he goes directly to Doctor Strange for help. When Strange assists him, he repeatedly mocks him, causing dimensional rifts to open and a multitude of villains to escape. After finally capturing the villains, when Doctor Strange wants to send them back, he refuses. Dude, do you even realize that Doctor Strange is helping you and cleaning up your mess? What exactly do you want to do? Watching it makes one feel irritated. After gaining power, he still cowers before bullies, feeling pity for supervillains, and uses all his tricks against his own people. The more he receives help, the worse he treats them. Now it seems after the Infinity War, Iron Man had a happy family lacking nothing, and it was to save him that he had to participate in the endgame, ultimately sacrificing his life after snapping his fingers. What he has done hardly qualifies as heroic. The only difference between him and the supervillains is that most of the supervillains have their own grievances, while he is simply foolish. His actions are truly beyond redemption. Even if one were to speak for 3 days and nights, it wouldn't suffice. However, no more can be said. But before that, let me say one thing. No, Billy. Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's greatest aversion and hatred is not towards him, but towards those mindless marketers who keep saying he will grow. Liu Sheng is filled with hatred. He hates himself for believing those marketers being fed one pile after another. God knows how much he loved Spider-Man since childhood. And this is the result. Does it do justice to us? Refund for Geneva. Back to the point. It feels strange to keep calling them first, second, and third generations. Let's just call them Tobey Spider, Garfield Spider, and Holland Spider as before. Tobey Spider and Garfield Spider both suddenly arrived in this world not long ago, and Tobey Spider even stated that after arriving he immediately began searching for Peter in this world, sensing that this Peter certainly needed his help. Upon hearing they were going to find Holland Spider, Billy immediately took his leave. He really didn't want to deal with Holland Spider, as he might get tricked at any moment. He didn't even want to come to this world specifically about Holland Spider's world. However, since he was here, he wanted to see if there were any old friends among the villains being transported this time. Ned and Michelle deduced based on Holland Spider's habits that he must be on the rooftop of the school right now. Sure enough, they found him in the school corridor, and the three embraced and cried. I don't know why, if they could analyze this, they still needed to use the sling ring to find him. After Ned and Michelle comforted Holland Spider, they introduced him to Tobey Spider and Garfield Spider. At this moment, Holland Spider was deeply affected by Aunt May's death, feeling utterly defeated. To comfort him, Tobey Spider and Garfield Spider, his elder brothers, revealed their own deepest scars, all in hopes of lifting Holland Spider's spirits. Especially Garfield Spider, who with tears welling up in his eyes rarely mentioned the name buried deep in his heart. Tobey Spider ultimately did not end up with Mary Jane, but at the very least his MJ is still alive. Holland Spider's MJ eventually forgot him, but he could still watch from afar. Only Garfield Spider, who could not save Gwen in the story, also lost her outside of it, losing his beloved both in and out of the narrative. Fate can be so cruel. Fortunately, his wounds were not opened in vain. Holland Spider had already revived his spirits. The group headed to the school laboratory to develop a cure against the villains. On the other side, Billy stood atop a tall building overlooking the entire New York City, sensing dozens of power. It seems there are quite a few loose ends this time. Just then a voice nearby shouted, "Don't move. Don't move. Impossible." Being motionless is akin to being a turtle. Hearing this voice feels somewhat familiar. Billy is curious to see who dares to threaten him. Billy slowly turned around only to see Hawkeye aiming his bow and arrow at him, as if he would pierce Billy with an arrow at the slightest movement. Oh, isn't this my dear brother? Hawkeye, former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and one of the original Avengers, Agent Barton. Billy chuckled lightly. Oh, Barton, why aren't you off vacationing in outer space with Nick Fury? Hawkeye's expression. Billy remained silent, merely shaking the staff in his hand slightly. This action was enough to make Hawkeye break into a cold sweat, realizing this was beyond his capacity to resist. Are you Thanos? Or one of his minions? Neither. Billy laughed heartily. I am the Holy Lord. Billy was still quite surprised. How did this usually unassuming Hawkeye manage to catch his scent? Moreover, it puzzled Billy why Hawkeye was out here when S.H.I.E.L.D. was no more. What was he doing instead of enjoying retirement at home? Hadn't his legacy been completely handed over? Hawkeye lowered his bow. How could his arrows possibly affect someone who possessed 6 Infinity Stones? Holy Lord. Hawkeye murmured, I've never heard of that. That's right, because I'm not from your universe. Billy didn't dwell on this and directly stated, you mean you're from another universe? Billy nodded slightly. Exactly. I'm quite curious, how did you discover me? I was nearby. Several criminal incidents occurred today, and I couldn't rest easy, so I came to check it out and coincidentally spotted you. I thought you were. Hawkeye initially suspected Billy was also a supervillain intending to do harm, but after their conversation, he realized these criminals are no ordinary foes. With your abilities, you might not be able to handle them. Billy admired Hawkeye's spirit. This was the quality a superhero should possess. Though Hawkeye might not be super, he was a true hero. But as we just discussed, he wasn't super. Spiritually, he was admirable, but he lacked in strength. You have to try, don't you? Hawkeye shrugged. Just because my strength isn't enough doesn't mean I can turn a blind eye. Billy raised his thumb in admiration. Good, you're a real man. Seeing Billy looking around in the night, Hawkeye took the initiative to ask, need any help? Billy shook his head. No need, you should head back. I will handle those criminals myself. This. Hawkeye hesitated. Could he really trust the safety of his universe to someone from another universe? This. Hawkeye hesitated. Could he really trust the safety of his universe to someone from another universe? Hawkeye, meeting Billy's determined gaze and glancing at the staff embedded with infinity stones, finally nodded in concession. All right, then it's in your hands. Please make sure to stop them from committing crimes. After Billy nodded, Hawkeye departed. Watching Hawkeye's retreating figure, Billy sighed and muttered to himself, H-I-E-L-D is gone. Even the old comrades have retired, and you still can't sit idle. Once Hawkeye left, Billy immediately set off to find his old acquaintance. At tonight was bound to be an unsettled night. Since Hawkeye could come here, perhaps more superheroes would arrive drawn by the scent. Moreover, under Billy's interference, there were also some unresolved grudges among these supervillains. If the parties with grudges encountered each other beforehand, it could turn into a deadly battle. Billy was right on the mark. For instance, Dr. Octopus had already run into the fleeing Green Goblin, and the two began to brawl without a second thought. Dr. Octopus naturally came from Billy's universe. After experiencing the tragic deaths of his old friends and wife, he was bombarding an artificial sun with lasers, attempting to take Norman Osborn down with him. After declaring my mission is complete, a miracle occurred, and he was transported to this universe. Unlike in the original story, he didn't seek out Peter Parker. Believing he hadn't died, he assumed Norman was also alive and frantically searched for him, and surprisingly, he actually found him. Norman's trajectory upon arriving in this universe was not much different from before. Right before his arrival, Billy had just spewed flames at him, and as the flames were about to scorch him, he ended up traveling through dimensions. Norman's trajectory upon arriving in this universe was not much different from before. Right before his arrival, Billy had just spewed flames at him, and as the Dutch spider was still overflowing with compassion, bringing him home only for him to directly kill Aunt May. While fleeing on his glider, he encountered Dr. Octopus' laser attack and was shot down. The two had nothing to say to each other. Their enmity was a matter of life and death, and only a fierce battle would relieve their anger. Neither held back, and the surroundings were left in chaos. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Billy appeared beside them in an instant, stopping the situation from escalating further. When Norman caught sight of the true identity of the person before him, he nearly lost his soul. It was his nightmare. The feeling of his body being burned still lingered. He couldn't muster the will to resist. Only one thought filled his mind: escape. But could Billy let him go so easily? In a flash, he appeared in front of Norman, blocking his way. Norman, unable to dodge, crashed directly into Billy, as if he had hit an impenetrable wall. Despite his strength capable of easily lifting 50 tons, crashing into Billy felt like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to move Billy an inch, and instead he fell over. Long time no see, Norman. Where are you in such a hurry? Can't you even say hello? Billy wore a sinister smile. Norman, holding his bruised and bleeding nose, seemed unable to speak at all, as if his mouth had been sewn shut. Billy, I'm so glad you're still alive. This old scientist, now over 50, was in tears. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him from disrupting Oscorp, and instead, thinking of how he had been manipulated by the Green Goblin, leading to the near destruction of the company Billy had built, he couldn't hold back his sorrow. No, Otto, I should be the one apologizing. I was too eager for success and failed to be a good boss. If I hadn't taken that step back, then this tragedy wouldn't have occurred. Norman took advantage of the distraction and stealthily approached the glider, successfully jumping onto it and laughing wildly. He cries slowly, you two fools, I won't accompany you anymore. Noisy. Billy wiped his tears, and with a precise laser gaze struck Norman's glider, causing it to explode, sending Norman crashing down in a tumble. Ugh, my back. As Norman stood up holding his back, he saw Billy and Otto standing before him with long faces glaring at him. Knowing he was in dire straits, he immediately feigned a pitiful plea. I beg you, show mercy, spare me. I was confused. I lost my son, my company, I lost everything. What does that have to do with us? Billy was not swayed, landing a punch on his face that sent him rolling on the ground before crashing into the wall. Despite the Green Goblin's madness, he was actually terrified of death, his persona akin to that of the Fire Cloud evil god. He claimed to be invincible, yet yearned for a battle with top experts, but when faced with true masters, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Norman was similar. If he could win, he would strike hard, but if he couldn't, he would beg for mercy, and then launch a sneak attack. When the enraged Holland Spider struck him, if slowed down, one could see that he wished to plead for mercy, as it was the fear instilled by Toby Spider. But when the fist truly landed on his face, he laughed, because it didn't hurt that much. If Billy landed a punch, he wouldn't be laughing anymore. If it hurt especially, that would be one thing, but if he felt nothing, that would be it. Just as Billy was about to follow up with a piercing gaze, Otto reached out to stop him. Billy turned to him suspiciously. Otto, this is a great opportunity for revenge. Don't show mercy, you can't trust a word he says. I know, Otto replied firmly. Then why are you still? Billy didn't understand. They had just been fighting fiercely. Why did Otto hesitate the moment the Green Goblin pleaded for mercy? Could it be that the Green Goblin truly possessed some brainwashing ability? What I mean is, let me handle it. The octopus tentacles behind Otto were twitching, eager to move. Billy glanced and nodded slightly. I see, then go ahead. Billy readily conceded this opportunity. He could deeply empathize with Otto's feelings at that moment. Last time he failed to kill him, and this time he was determined to do so. No, Otto, give me a chance, give me a chance. Norman frantically begged, already rambling. Without wasting words, Otto unleashed 6 tentacles that simultaneously fired lasers targeting Norman's head. My life is over. Norman, having failed to plead for mercy, tightly shut his eyes, awaiting death. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a while, Norman cautiously opened his eyes and found that he was still alive. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that someone had shielded him from the attack. Norman was instantly elated. I knew I wouldn't die. Billy glared coldly at the unexpected guest who had just appeared to save Norman and coldly called out his name, Bucky. What are you doing? The newcomer was Bucky, transformed into a super dark figure. He hadn't died in the original universe, but didn't have to die to be transported here. For example, the Sandman and Lizard Professor in the original work were not dead and had also been transported to this universe. Bucky, are you betraying me? Billy asked coldly. Bucky couldn't speak, only shook his head and extended his hand to block in front of Norman, clearly indicating that he intended to protect Norman at all costs. I see you still harbor feelings for your old master. Well, then you can go on this journey with your old master. Billy's eyes narrowed and he ruthlessly unleashed his laser gaze, shooting 2 parallel beams at Bucky. Bucky crossed his arms to shield himself from the lasers, but this could only fend off for a moment. Soon the lasers would pierce through. Behind him, Norman shouted urgently, Hey, stop wasting time, hurry, and take me away. Hearing this, Bucky immediately unleashed a thunderous attack, then grabbed Norman like a dead dog and fled frantically. Facing this attack, Billy scoffed, How do you really think such an attack can hurt me? You're too naive. Just as he was about to pursue, he realized that the attack wasn't aimed at him, but at the nearby Dr. Octopus. This strike caused no harm to Dr. Octopus, but destroyed his suppressor, leading the tentacles to go out of control and wildly attack Billy. Billy had no choice but to abandon his pursuit, and quickly activated the Horse Talisman spell to restore Otto's suppressor. When Otto regained consciousness and saw that Norman and Bucky were missing, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Billy, It's fine, they can't escape, Billy replied casually. He thrust his staff into the ground, and a ghostly green light, and at that moment time seemed to reverse, and soon Bucky and Norman were pulled back to their original spots. Hey, stop wasting time, hurry, and take me away. Norman shouted anxiously. This time, before Bucky could unleash that thunderstrike, Billy was a step ahead and released a purple columnar attack. This purple columnar attack was of course the Power Stone's attack. No matter how thick Bucky's health bar was, he could never withstand such a powerful strike. Beneath the mask, Bucky's eyes widened, unable to utter a single expletive. Logically, this situation shouldn't be. He took the full brunt of the Power Stone's strike, and under its onslaught he turned to ash, ending his life forever. Norman was once again shocked into a stupor. What is going on? Where's my big savior? Otto, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? Billy urged. Dr. Octopus, no longer hesitating, unleashed a full-powered laser assault on Norman. This time Norman didn't even have time to plead for mercy before being pierced by the laser. Having avenged his great grievance, Otto did not feel the anticipated thrill and relief. Compared to what Norman had done to him, his wife, and friends, this revenge felt too light. He had once enjoyed a good life, but because of Norman's ambition, all of that was destroyed, leaving him with nothing in the end. If you slap me, I slap you back. That's not revenge, because I could have avoided the slap or refrained from hitting. But all of that was ruined by that slap. Billy couldn't persuade Otto, and could only wait until he had vented his emotions. After all, once a middle-aged man started to cry, it was hard to control. Otto sat dejectedly on the ground, staring blankly at the floor, expressionless, as he voiced an unrealistic thought. Billy, do you think Kurt might come over? Kurt refers to Dr. Octopus' old friend, the Lizard Professor. Upon hearing this, Billy sighed heavily. I'd better not. You wouldn't want to meet that version of Kurt, and he wouldn't want you to see him like that. Dr. Octopus' eyes seemed to dim even more. Suddenly, Billy's eyes brightened. Maybe you could meet another Kurt. If Dr. Octopus' obsession is to see his wife, it would be quite difficult. A Billy could only take him to another universe. However, this carries significant risks, and a slight misstep could lead to a situation like Wanda's search for her family. Nevertheless, his old friend Kurt could still be met, as Kurt likely arrived in this universe, just like Otto. Moreover, the Kurt who came to this universe must be the Lizard from the Spider-Man universe. After all, the prerequisite for arriving here is knowing that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. In the universe where Billy resides, Kurt was imprisoned by Norman, leading to his mental breakdown, and he was completely unaware that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Do you want to meet him? Even if he is not your familiar Kurt Connors. Billy left the choice to Otto. During his travels through each universe, he had wanted to meet Skye, but that thought was ultimately suppressed, because he knew only the Skye from his original universe was his lover. The others were merely faceless copies bearing her appearance. But Otto clearly disagreed. He nodded emphatically and said, yes, take me to see him. All right, follow me. Billy respected his choice, opened a portal in front of him, and stepped inside with Otto following closely behind. As soon as they landed, a spark of electricity brushed past Billy's scalp. Although Billy wouldn't be harmed by such an attack, this shameless ambush still infuriated him. Who Billy glared fiercely ahead as Otto stepped out of the portal, revealing yet another scene of chaos and destruction. Electro, Sandman, Scorpion, Venom, Shocker, Vulture, Beetle, and Lizard were all engaged in battle, while nearby Tombstone, Chameleon, and Kraven the Hunter were watching the chaos, unsure of whom to assist. Electro and Lizard are from the Spider-Man universe, while the others are from Billy's universe. It is undeniable that Venom and Sandman know Peter's identity. The others have also faced Peter multiple times. After Scorpion killed the Green Goblin, they witnessed Spider-Man remove his mask. At this moment, everyone looked at the furious Billy with mixed expressions. Some were happy, while others were worried. Especially Electro, who had never met Billy but had inadvertently offended him. "Kurt!" Dr. Octopus exclaimed eagerly, catching Lizard's attention. Lizard's pupils contracted as he surveyed Dr. Octopus with uncertainty and asked, "Otto, why are you here? And why are you wearing Osborn Industries gear?" In the universe where Lizard resides, Otto was not yet Dr. Octopus, but merely a straightforward scientist. He had indeed seen this gear at Osborn Industries. Dr. Octopus sighed. "It's a long story. You two go catch up on the side. A brutal harvest is about to happen here, so don't get splattered with filth." Billy gestured politely. He waved his hand, signaling Tombstone, Chameleon, and Kraven the Hunter to step aside. The three did not move back a step. Tombstone grit his teeth and said, "Sir, please let us contribute as well." Chameleon and Kraven nodded in agreement. "That's right, we don't want to hide any longer." The three looked expectantly at Billy until he nodded, saying, "You are right, EY promised to give you power. Are you ready?" The three stood tall and shouted, "Always ready." "Good." As Billy waved his staff and made gestures to chant a spell, a blue lightning bolt erupted from the dragon's mouth at the top of the staff, splitting into three in midair, lifting the three into the air. Then, under the cover of black mist, their appearances underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming the Dark Assassins Gone One and Shui. The transformed trio looked at each other, startled by their unfamiliar appearances, but after feeling the immense power boost from the dark energy, they soon relaxed. What is this slight change compared to such a massive enhancement? Don't forget your weapons. Billy raised his hand, and Ronnie found a hammer in his hand. Dimitri held a three-blade boomerang, and Sergei had a stick. Originally, Billy planned to have Sergei use the boomerang. For that, he had him practice with the golden shield for a long time, but he never found someone suitable to wield the stick. There were too few stick users in Marvel. He couldn't possibly ask Daredevil to become the Dark Assassin, could he? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Because that one also has a no-killing principle. Alright, let the festivities begin. Billy spread his arms, announcing the start of the battle. Seeing the situation turn dire, Venom immediately detached from Eddie Brock and flew toward Scorpion, shouting, "Scorpion." Scorpion also rushed toward Venom, yelling, "Eggplant." The two fused together, their size, strength, and terror growing exponentially. "No, that is my power." Eddie knelt and wept, but Venom didn't even glance at him. The scene felt quite like an NTR plot. As Scorpion and Venom felt the surge of power, they gradually became overconfident and crazily declared, "Scorpion, Eggplant. Together, who can stand against us?" Upon hearing this, Billy thought, wow, such confidence. They don't even regard me. Are they aiming for the sky? This surely requires a deep and unforgettable lesson. With that thought, he immediately commanded the three Dark Assassins to deal with the others, while he personally confronted this overly confident guy. Venom and Scorpion successfully fused into the Museum Twins, still unaware of the impending danger due to their overconfidence, completely forgetting that even the recently modified Steve could tear them apart, and now they dared to charge at Billy. Billy saw that not only did they not surrender, but they also dared to counterattack, thinking this was no trivial lesson to be taught. At the very least, he had to beat them until they questioned their existence. Die. Scorpion directly transformed in 3 stages, his black and bright tail stabbing fiercely at Billy. This strike was strong and swift, laced with toxins. Anyone hit by the sting would not only die, but also suffer severely, just like the enhanced Green Goblin, who had perished under this very attack, and to this day, he remains unbeaten. That is until they encountered Billy. With Billy's speed, he would absolutely not be hit by Scorpion, and even if he were to be accidentally struck, it would be impossible for it to pierce Billy's skin. Even if they were to miraculously penetrate Billy's skin, they wouldn't be able to inflict any substantial harm on him. Billy dodged with frightening speed, and no matter how strong Scorpion's tail was, it could not hit him. Just as Scorpion was in a tizzy, Billy unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, quickly engulfing Scorpion, before Venom, who had dominated Earth for over 10 years, was completely incinerated by a single fire. Scorpion rolled on the ground, scorched by the flames, and compared to the pain of the body, the pain of the spirit was even harder for him to bear. No, Eggplant, we just fused as the Museum Twins. What happened to being invincible in the world? Seemingly overcome with sorrow, the Scorpion boldly accused Billy. It's all your fault. We were a perfectly good pair of partners. Why did you tear us apart? You demon. Go to spa. After saying this, he sprang up from the ground, charging at Billy with fury, his tail striking out like a venomous snake. However, he was not Hulk. Rage did not enhance his strength. Instead, he exchanged his scarce recklessness for a bit of courage. Billy remained expressionless throughout. With just a swift glance, he severed the Scorpion in 2 with a laser beam, causing its body to fall in disarray. Although the Scorpion was cut in half, its formidable vitality kept it from dying immediately. Its body twitched on the ground, eyes blinking incessantly, unwilling to close, its mouth moving as if trying to say something. Since you were so close to it, why not join it in death? Coincidentally, just as Billy finished this sentence, the scorpion finally closed its eyes and never opened them again. After dealing with the museum twins, Billy turned his attention to another battlefield where 8 fighters were locked in a field. Among them, Flint the Sandman faced off against Max the Electro. Although Max, hailing from the universe of the Amazing Spider-Man, did not understand why the Sandman was attacking him, he still accepted the challenge. After all, who wouldn't fight? Aside from Professor Lizard, he did not know anyone else here. Flint, still haunted by the memory of nearly being turned to glass by Electro, who had merged with the Zodiac Pig in his universe, thus engaged him in battle. At this moment, both were fully elementalized, as if violent lightning struck the Sandblade in Earth. Without the powerful body of the pig, it was uncertain whether Electro could breach the Sandman's seemingly impenetrable defense. On the other side, Shriek found herself entangled with Sergei, who wielded an enchanted staff. Being a long-range shooter, Shriek was originally recruited by Billy to match Hawkeye. Had she faced the original Sergei, she might have had a chance, but the current Sergei, enhanced by magic and transformed into a dark assassin, was not someone Shriek could defeat. Moreover, Sergei was now up close and entangled with her, leaving her no choice but to retreat awkwardly while fighting. Dimitri, wielding a massive trident-shaped dart, faced off against the Beetle. Having served as Captain America for 7 or 8 years, and with the training he had prior, he had amassed over a decade of experience using a shield, making him adept with the darts, which were quite similar. The Beetle stood no chance against his attacks. Although the Beetle could fly and engage from a distance, one must not forget that the Dark Assassin's weapons could also be controlled by thought, and with infinite life, the one to lose in this exchange would ultimately be the Beetle. Lastly, Ronnie wielded a giant hammer against Vulture, lamenting, "I once thought you were the most righteous, only to discover you betrayed the Master at a critical moment and joined Norman Osborn's team." Vulture, naturally unwilling to fight, kept dodging madly while attempting to explain, "I didn't. I was going undercover, you have to believe me." Ronnie's eyes widened with rage. "Where's the evidence? Who can prove it? I want to believe you, but with nothing to show for it, how can I trust you?" Vulture was momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain. Those he had helped were mostly dead, and no one could vouch for him. Even though what company he worked for had been personally destroyed by Billy. He couldn't possibly ask Thor for proof, could he? Moreover, he did not even know where to find Thor. Looking at the speechless Vulture, Ronnie was heartbroken, raising his hammer in frustration, shouting, "Since you have nothing to say, then die." "Wait." Vulture raised his hand to stop him. Ronnie's heart softened at last, the hammer froze in midair, and he coldly asked, "Do you have any last words to say?" "Maybe Otto knows." Vulture could only place his last hope on Dr. Octopus, even though that hope was rather slim. Ronnie certainly hoped Vulture was innocent. The two interrupted the weeping Dr. Octopus and Professor Lizard, recounting the events leading up to this moment, and both looked at Dr. Octopus with eager anticipation. However, at that moment, Dr. Octopus was under the control of tentacles, and that part of his memory was completely lost. Even if it wasn't, he wouldn't have noticed that Vulture was an undercover agent. After all, one cannot disclose the matter of being an undercover agent to unstable or brainwashed colleagues, otherwise they'd expose themselves. Not receiving the desired answer from Dr. Octopus, Ronnie felt played by Vulture, glaring viciously at him. "What else do you have to say?" His expression suggested that if Vulture could not provide a satisfying answer, he would immediately crush him with his hammer. How? Vulture also wore a face of despair, finally letting out a heavy sigh, preparing to face death. Just as Ronnie raised his hammer again, a voice called out, "Wait," once more halting the hammer in midair. This time it was not Vulture calling out, but Billy, who had just dealt with the museum twins and turned to see Ronnie attempting to kill Vulture. How could that be allowed? He immediately intervened. Previously, when Ronnie spoke to him about the Dark Dynasty, he had only shared what he saw and heard, missing many details. Billy later used the Time Stone to review it all again, which helped him clarify the situation. This included the fact that Vulture was an undercover agent, thus Billy could clear him of suspicion. With their good relationship restored, the two went to support Sergei and Dimitri. Soon the disadvantaged Shriek and Beetle were caught and brought before Billy. "Sir, how should we deal with these two?" Ronnie looked at Billy with anticipation, hoping to hear that the two were also undercover agents. However, Billy coldly replied, "Oh, they deserve their fate, bury them." With a sigh, Ronnie, together with Sergei, pulled the pleading Beetle and Shriek away into the darkness. Thus only the Sandman and Electro remained, still fiercely battling it out. "Boss, should we go help?" Dimitri asked. "Who do you think we should help?" That question left Dimitri at a loss. Logically, they should help Electro since he was their teammate, but the key was he wasn't from there. Should they assist the Sandman? Although he was from their universe, he was clearly on the opposing side. As their fight intensified, destroying the surrounding buildings, Billy had to step in to mediate. Billy extended an olive branch to the two, assuring them that if they were willing to follow him, they would not be treated poorly. If they refused, he could also point them to a busybody who would heal them and send them back, perhaps even allowing them to salvage their lives. With no objections, the two finally ceased their hostilities. As Billy had envisioned, the three Spider-Men successfully developed antidotes for various villains in the school laboratory and used the Daily Bugle's reports to expose their location, hoping to lure the villains in for a trap. On the Statue of Liberty, during the time waiting for the villains to fall into their own trap, Holland Spider casually asked, "Have you ever encountered any exceptionally crazy villains?" Then, as if lost in reminiscence, Toby Spider said, "I once fought against the most troublesome alien, one made of black." Then, as if lost in reminiscence, Toby Spider said, "I once fought against the most troublesome alien, one made of black." Holland Spider interjected, really. I also fought an alien from Earth to outer space, and he was purple. Only Garfield Spider shrank in the corner wishing to fight an alien too. So far the only achievement he could boast about was hiding in the armor of a rhinoceros. As the older brother Toby Spider racked his brain to comfort Garfield Spider, who insisted he didn't need comforting, but Toby Spider insisted on comforting him anyway. Until Holland Spider reminded, "Guys, do you feel anything?" The two immediately ceased their argument only to see an olive green portal suddenly open before them. Garfield Spider frowned. "This portal looks a bit familiar." "Yeah, it couldn't be more familiar." Toby Spider nodded in agreement. Upon seeing the portal, Holland Spider, not caring about its color, sensed something was wrong and jumped down with the Cordomos box. Anyone unaware might think he was seeking an end. The question is, why did he run? Did he take this portal as one opened by Dr. Strange? Could it be that he felt guilty? Did he think he couldn't face Dr. Strange? Billy was the first to step out of the portal, greeting the two Spider-Men in front of him. "Hello, Peter." And Peter, Toby Spider casually greeted. "Hi, Mr. Davis." "Hi, Mr. Davis," Garfield Spider awkwardly greeted, then quietly asked Toby Spider, "I always wanted to ask, why do you call him Mr.? He certainly looks quite young." It's no wonder Garfield Spider asked this. Toby Spider was already halfway into middle age, while Billy indeed looked young, appearing to be around the same age as Holland Spider. This question was indeed difficult to answer. Toby Spider shook his head, saying, "I don't know either. When I was still in high school, Mr. Davis looked like this, and he hasn't changed a bit over the years." While the two were talking, a group of villains began to emerge one after another from the portal, and everyone hurriedly greeted each other. "Who are you?" Toby Spider looked quizzically at the three dark assassins before him, feeling as if he had seen them somewhere, but could not recall. "Haha, Peter, it's me." Dimitri spoke first. Upon hearing this voice, Peter recognized it was Chameleon and eagerly asked, "Captain, what are you?" "It's a long story. You must be familiar with these two. After all, we have all worked together before." Chameleon chuckled as he introduced the other two who had turned into dark assassins. Toby Spider finally recognized them. "Lenny. Sergey, how did you end up like this?" Looking at Toby Spider's confused expression, the three laughed heartily. Just a bit of fortune, nothing to speak of. While this side was chatting warmly, Peter, after looking around, found no one pursuing him and bounced back. So many people. Holland Spider sighed, and everyone turned to look at him, making him feel a bit awkward and stutter. "3. I'm sorry for interrupting your conversation. I just want to ask, why are you all so harmonious?" Billy felt a surge of wicked amusement. "We wanted to ask you the same. Both Peters came here to clean up the mess you left behind, yet you just ditched them and ran off." No, I didn't. I just..." Holland Spider hurriedly defended himself, then glanced at the Cordomos box in his hand, swallowing the words he was about to say. "Why did you stop talking?" Billy pointed at the Cordomos box in Holland Spider's hand and asked, "Did you steal this box from Dr. Strange?" "No." As expected, Holland Spider instinctively denied it, but couldn't explain himself. Finally, he came up with a flimsy excuse. "I just borrowed it for a bit." "Oh, is that so? Did Dr. Strange agree to lend it to you?" "Of course," Peter replied firmly. "Peter, you are disappointing me too much." Looking in the direction of the voice, Dr. Strange was gazing at Peter with a look of yes. Before arriving at the Statue of Liberty, Billy had already rescued Dr. Strange ahead of time. Everyone looked at him with fervent eyes, causing Peter's face to flush red, as if the evening glow was draped across his face. This truly was the late sentiment of Peter in the evening, a rising thing. Fortunately, this Peter Parker, although often causing trouble and suffocating, was remarkably skilled at apologizing. In no time he had apologized several times. Ultimately, Dr. Strange softened, as at the end of the day this Peter Parker was just a child. But that being said, Ironheart also. Getting back on track after consulting with these villains, Billy and Dr. Strange discussed and decided to send Sandman back, while curing Electro and Lizard before sending them back. Dr. Octopus and Vulture decided to follow Billy to continue the battle, and Billy resolved to take them to his universe. With everything settled, Dr. Strange said excitedly, "Thank you, Davis, it's a great plan. I'll cast the spell now." Billy stopped him, saying it's better not to use such an ancient artifact for this trivial matter, as destroying an ancient artifact could lead to bigger problems. Dr. Strange nodded and ceded the stage to Billy. Billy looked around and asked, "Is there anyone else who has objections before I cast the spell?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, not understanding why Billy asked this. Only Dr. Strange realized that Billy was actually guarding against Holland Spider causing trouble. However, if he didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't be Holland Spider. Just as Billy began to cast the spell, Holland Spider eagerly interrupted, Wait. Billy stopped casting, and everyone looked at Holland Spider, who under the gaze of everyone asked, "We're missing someone. The Green Goblin isn't here." Billy gloomily tossed Norman's body in front of him, asking, "Anything else?" "No," Holland Spider sighed in relief. Billy began to cast the spell again, only to hear Holland Spider interrupt once more, Wait. Everyone glared at him, and Billy gritted his teeth, saying, "Can we just go home?" Holland Spider chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, you continue. I promise not to interrupt." "Otto, Lenny, hold him down. Don't let him move or speak until I finish casting the spell." Thus the gravestone held Holland Spider from behind, while Dr. Octopus used his tentacles to cover his eyes and mouth, controlling his hands and feet. Once Holland Spider was restrained, Billy proceeded with the spell smoothly, quickly, sending Sandman, Electro, Lizard, and the two Peters back to their respective universes, leaving only their group. Dr. Octopus felt a bit forlorn because he had to hold Holland Spider down, which meant he couldn't formally say goodbye to Lizard. He still had so much to say to his old friend, but time waits for no one. After this parting, it might be a different world altogether. Billy opened an olive green portal ahead and bid farewell to Dr. Strange, saying, "All right, we must be on our way. The hills remain unchanged, and the rivers flow on. We shall meet again if fate allows. Know the her here is not the her in my heart." In truth, Sky knew that Peter was Spider-Man, but she was neither a villain nor— Know the her here is not the her in my heart. In truth, Sky knew that Peter was Spider-Man, but she was neither a villain nor Peter, so she couldn't come to this universe. A group of people followed Billy back to their original universe, but since Billy had set the portal's landing point in a rental room, the small space became overcrowded. Several people carefully knocked over countless pots and pans, creating a cacophony of noise. Rocket, who was busy in the living room, looked up and said, "Oh, I don't recall inviting so many people. Where did you all come from?" "Hey Rocket, long time no see. I'm back. Did you miss me?" Billy made a grand entrance. Rocket did not respond with the excitement and warmth one might expect. Instead, he replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I really missed you. I almost thought you were dead out there. Haha, it's been a while, and you're still so humorous. But why are you alone? What about Groot and Nebula?" Billy chuckled awkwardly, clearly feeling guilty for having promised to help Rocket with the supreme evolution, yet failing to keep his word by wandering about. Rocket's expression turned somber. Nebula was injured, and Groot is taking care of her. What? Billy was taken aback. On one hand, this time frame should have been relatively safe for Earth. On the other hand, Nebula was a cyborg, and if she could be injured, how severe was the attack? Billy learned from Rocket that he had been away from Earth for 2 years, and it was now 2019. The creature that attacked Nebula was a monster known as the Anomaly. Billy was naturally aware of the anomalies, as they were the natural enemies of the Eternals created by the Celestial Group. The Celestial Group released anomalies onto various planets to hunt predators, protecting intelligent life forms until they reached a certain population, at which point they would awaken members of the Celestial Group buried in the crust. With the nourishment from these intelligent life forms, the Celestial Group would awaken and destroy the planets that nurtured them, an act referred to as the Divine Descent. However, the anomalies possessed the ability to evolve. After preying on predators, they would become new predators. Thus, the Celestials sent non-evolving Eternals to Earth to ensure the successful birth of their members. Through this breeding method, the Celestial Group destroyed countless planets. They intended to repeat this on Earth, so the Celestial Erishem selected 10 Eternals from Olympia to come to Earth. Originally, due to Thanos erasing half of all life in the universe in 2018, the Divine Descent was postponed for 5 years. It wasn't until 2023 that the Green Doctor snapped his fingers to bring back half of the lives, stirring the dormant Celestial Group. But now that Thanos was gone with no interference from that snap, intelligent life forms quickly reached their peak. As early as 1521, the Eternals had almost eradicated the anomalies. However, an Eternal named Ikaris, who was absolutely loyal to the Celestials, emerged. Ikaris was designed to be utterly devoted to the Celestials and was recognized as the strongest among the Eternals. He himself did not understand why he had to be loyal to the Celestials. He was a rather conflicted individual. To awaken the celestial Tiamat buried beneath, he manipulated the anomalies and the other Eternals into killing each other, ensuring his fellow Eternals would not interfere with Tiamat's birth. He even fed their leader Ajak to the anomalies. After the anomalies were released, they began hunting down members of the Eternals. Nebula also suffered an unwarranted disaster, being attacked for no apparent reason. Rocket, it seems that the plan to eliminate the supreme evolution needs to be postponed. Billy decided to seek justice for Nebula, while simultaneously capturing all the Eternals and anomalies, and even eliminating the Celestials themselves to hand them over to the Collector Tyvan for research and extraction. Rocket understood what Billy intended to do and expressed his support, asking if he needed help. The group that returned with Billy also volunteered to assist, but all were turned down by Billy. Although those people were somewhat inexperienced, they were still Eternals. If he brought them along, it was uncertain whether they would be of any help. They might even complicate matters. Billy instructed Rocket to take care of the group he brought back and left alone, waiting for his good news. Billy's first stop was Chicago. After the Eternal teams collapsed, the members each chose a place to hide, and among them was the tech-savvy little black guy Fastos, who resided there. Billy found him particularly irritating, not only kneeling before invaders, but also being a homosexual who had found a boyfriend. Billy disguised himself as Ikaris to lure him out, and then struck him down with a laser blast. The reason for this elaborate ruse was to sow distrust among the Eternals. After that, Billy dealt with the mind-controlling druid in the Amazon in the same manner. Then he hurried to Australia, where he eliminated Tina and her bodyguard Gilgamesh using the same method. In an instant, 4 members of the Eternals had been eliminated, and combined with their leader Ajak, who was killed by the anomalies, only 5 Eternals remained on Earth. Eliminating them was exceedingly easy, like taking candy from a baby. By the time they realized, it was all too late. Just as Billy was about to go to Mumbai to eliminate Kingo, the Eternal team arrived in Australia first. Billy immediately went invisible and hid, watching them inspect the bodies, then shifted his gaze to Ikaris, whose expression was one of utter disbelief, while Billy wore a smile that he could hardly suppress. To Billy's surprise, just as he was admiring his masterpiece, a little sprite pointed out his location. The Eternals turned warily towards the direction the sprite pointed. Billy immediately dropped the pretense, locking eyes with Ikari's face. I thought you only had the ability to become invisible, though I didn't expect you also possessed the ability to counter invisibility. But your actions are quite unwise. Originally, everyone would die peacefully, but with your reminder they will have to endure great suffering for no good reason. Tell me, are you not guilty of a heinous crime? Cersei swallowed hard and trembled, asking, Who are you? Who am I? I am of course Ikari's. I united with the anomalies to kill a Jack and had the anomalies distract you just to ensure that you wouldn't interfere with the divine descent. The real Ikari's, fearing Billy would continue, charged at him in an attempt to knock him aside, but he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Billis. As he charged, Billy stood his ground, a faint smile still on his lips, mocking, You're anxious, aren't you? Cersei asked in disbelief, Icarus, did you truly kill a Jack with the deviants? Did you also kill Phastos and the others? How could you do this? Being questioned like this by someone he deeply loved, even a hardened man like Icarus felt unease in his heart. He could only dodge the issue and weakly respond, Don't believe him. How could I possibly have killed Phastos and the others? Billy seized the loophole in his words directly. Oh, so you did conspire with the deviants and killed a Jack, their leader? Icarus, exposed, fell silent and simply charged forward, but his prideful abilities were as ineffective as an ant trying to shake a tree before Billy. At this moment, he seemed like a flag hanging on Billy's body. He could only charge ahead, for he dared not look into the eyes of his teammates behind him. Billy obviously would not let him off so easily. Due to his nature, the planets he had destroyed numbered at least 8,000, all once thriving with intelligent life at their peak. Billy wanted him to taste this pain. Why are you silent? Icarus, perhaps you've forgotten. You actually killed Phastos and the others. Billy's words were so convincing that Icarus felt a moment of disorientation. After some time, he suddenly reacted, yelling, Stop slandering me. These are all your accusations against me. Why are you doing this? Hearing this, Billy laughed heartily. No, you've forgotten. You actually suffer from the eternal curse. You will end up like Tina. The reason Tina suffers from the curse is that she saw the fate of you all, while your curse stems from your blind loyalty to the god Erishem. You will kill all your friends and your lover. This hit Icarus' soft spot, and this man resembling Superman was now in tears. Enough. Don't say anymore, just stop. No, not enough. Let me think. How did you kill your former teammates? Was it like this? Billy's eyes suddenly erupted with a laser beam aimed straight at Cersei, intending for Icarus to witness his beloved. Cersei couldn't dodge in time, and her skills were ineffective against the energy attack. At this moment, fleeing was the best option, but her legs felt glued to the ground, unable to move an inch. Just as she was about to perish on the spot, Kingo suddenly leaped in front of her, taking the hit for her. Billy's laser was far stronger than anyone else's. Even Thanos couldn't withstand it, let alone Kingo. In the violent release of energy, Kingo was instantly torn into several pieces. The sprite quickly conjured numerous illusions, attempting to muddle the waters. But Billy had seen this trick before. Creating illusions and becoming invisible wasn't that Loki's specialty. Even Loki's abilities surpassed those of the sprite. Due to the drawbacks of her powers, the sprite could only maintain a childlike form. Growing up was her aspiration. After living for 7,000 years on Earth, she longed to grow up, thus ultimately became a traitor, aiding Icarus in hoping to resurrect the god Tiamat. The problem was that their memories were stored in the World Forge. Even if this planet was destroyed, they would be recycled back to the World Forge, waiting to be reset and deployed to a new planet. From beginning to end, she never had the chance to grow up. Billy immediately summoned the dragon staff, striking it into the ground. The Power Stone activated instantly, purple light spreading outward, crushing all the illusions created by the sprite, even sending the sprite herself and Icarus, who was clinging to Billy, flying. The scene was reminiscent of Titan, where Thanos shattered Doctor Strange's form with the Power Stone. Before the sprite could rise, Billy's laser beam silently arrived first. With Cersei's cry of watch out, the sprite was directly obliterated by the laser. No, sprite. Witnessing her dear friend die one after another before her eyes, Cersei could no longer control her emotions, bursting into tears. Don't cry, I'll send you to join her right away. Billy unleashed a laser beam, and Cersei didn't even try to dodge, but Icarus stood in front of her, using his laser to counter Billy's attack. But how could his laser compete with Billy's? Seeing himself gradually falling behind, he hurriedly urged Cersei to run. Only then did Cersei remember she still had a friend, and he was also her lover. Although he had killed a Jack, Cersei believed he must have his reasons. She knew that staying behind would only hinder them, so she left immediately. After Cersei departed, Icarus breathed a sigh of relief, slowly retreating, then performed a graceful turn to dodge the laser, swiftly charging towards Billy. This time it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly ineffective against Billy. Billy mocked. Your teammates all said you were like Superman, but it seems they were afraid of hurting your fragile self-esteem and ganged up to deceive you. Because your strength is simply pathetic. Icarus' eyes widened with rage. Stop looking down on me. I can fly. My combat power is immense, and more importantly, my eyes can emit heat rays. Isn't that still not considered Superman? So, what are your abilities? Simple words, extreme mockery. It was as if Icarus' dignity was being ground into the dirt, and yet Icarus had no retort. Whether in terms of strength or laser eyes, he was inferior to Billy. Now the only ability he could claim to surpass Billy was probably just his ability to fly. At least he had seen Billy fly. Thinking of this, he immediately pulled away and soared into the sky, not forgetting to turn back and mock. Want to know why I am Superman? Catch up with me, and I'll tell you. Billy chuckled and shook his head, thinking to himself that Icarus truly had never experienced the harshness of society. He immediately flew around Icarus at a speed beyond Icarus' imagination, leaving him unable to see Billy's movement trajectory. He yelled in despair, "No, it can't be. Absolutely impossible. Completely possible." Billy swiftly grabbed Icarus by the neck, slamming him to the ground. "Don't worry, I don't want to kill you yet. I want you to watch as I kill your lover, and then your god whom you worship." Icarus stared wide-eyed, wanting to say it was impossible, but he couldn't get the words out because Billy's strong hand pressed against his mouth. No matter what he wanted to say, it eventually turned into muffled sounds. Billy lifted him up, and at that moment Icarus had lost the previous arrogance and vigor, leaving only a face of despair and hopelessness. Just as Billy was about to break his limbs, he felt a whoosh followed by a gust of wind blowing past, and Icarus was no longer in Billy's grasp. Without needing to ask, it was undoubtedly the mute Eternal with incredible speed, who could sense subtle vibrations. Makari. "Interesting, I almost forgot about you, my little escapee." The speed of Makari from the Eternal clan is comparable to that of Quicksilver, reaching near light speed. Being mute and deaf, she need not worry about her eardrums bursting while running. After placing Icarus on the ground, Makari with reckless abandon charged towards Billy, colliding with him after utilizing her high-speed momentum. Billy secretly wondered if the members of the Eternal clan had some issues. Why do they enjoy colliding with others so much? Don't they have other means of attack? Makari looked up in disbelief, her shocked expression betraying her. The speed at which she charged was something even anomalies could not withstand. How could this mere mortal block her? She took several steps back, hands deftly signing to Billy, inquiring why he possessed such incredible physical abilities. "Don't bother, I can't understand." Leaving that remark, Billy's eyes erupted with a piercing golden light. Full-powered laser beams shot towards Makari with an unstoppable force. Instinctively dodging, Makari could easily evade the laser beams with her speed, but Icarus behind her was not so. The laser nearly ended Icarus' life, and it was only thanks to Billy's timely restraint that he was spared. After all, Billy had yet to destroy his faith, so how could he let him die so easily? Confirming that Icarus had lost his combat ability and the capacity to escape, Billy turned and said with a sinister smile, "It's your turn." Though Makari was mute and deaf, she could sense vibrations, no matter how faint she could perceive them. Thus, even the softest spoken words reached her. Unsure of what to do, Makari could only run away, seeking out sorcerer for advice. However, Billy's speed was no less than hers, and he even slightly surpassed her, trailing her like a ghost, impossible to shake off. Billy, still assuming the identity of Icarus, arrived almost simultaneously with Makari before Circe. Circe, who seemed to have just finished crying, perked up upon seeing them, and asked with concern, "Makari and Icarus, you won, right?" Billy remained silent, a barely noticeable smile on his lips. Upon hearing these words, Makari turned in shock, and at that moment Billy met her gaze, saying, "Hee, thank you for leading the way. Now you can rest." After saying this, Billy pressed his hand onto Makari's head. The power gem unleashed its might, overwhelming energy, surged forth, crushing and flattening Makari. "No, Makari, why did you do this?" Circe, tears welling up, glared at Billy with a fierce expression. "Why should there be so many reasons? Do you need a reason to kill you? Those planets you destroyed, and the countless intelligent lives that existed there, they would also like to ask why. Who gave them a chance? No need for further words. Today you all must die." With a god's perspective, Billy knew that there was no Mount Olympus, only a world forge. The purpose of the Eternal clan's existence was to usher in the descent of the gods. After each descent, the members of the Eternal clan would have their memories wiped and sent to the world forge, awaiting the next deployment to guide intelligent life on planets. Tina from the Eternal clan awakened memories of the destroyed Centaurus 6 planet, leading her to strike at her companions. Yet within the Eternal clan, this was referred to as the Eternal clan's curse, which is quite ironic. Circe and the others attempted to rebel against fate. In the original story, they collectively defeated the newly awakened god Tiamat, but all this was ultimately in vain. They were eventually taken to the world forge by the god of rhythm. Anger enhanced Circe's abilities, but the cost was a significant reduction in her rationality. It was an equivalent exchange. Circe placed her hands on the ground, transforming it into water. Just as Billy's body sank halfway into it, she turned the water into metal, attempting to trap him. Circe could only apply her abilities to a target upon contact, so she had to reach Billy. However, she underestimated Billy. Just as she was about to touch him, flames erupted from his entire body. This was naturally the dragon's spell at work. Instinctively, Circe withdrew her hand and retreated, the intense heat melting the metal that bound Billy. Billy ascended slowly like a rising sun, dazzling and radiant, the blinding light preventing Circe from opening. Billy opened a wormhole beneath him, and Circe fell into it, plummeting for 10 minutes before Billy brought her before Icarus. Even with the powerful physique of the Eternal clan, enduring 10 minutes of free fall was no small feat. Billy finally revealed his true self, intending to let the last two surviving members of the Eternal clan know who they were perishing at the hands of. Looking at the youthful face that seemed almost absurd, Icarus felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. "Who are you? Are you also from the Eternal clan?" "I am the Lord." Icarus and Circe exchanged glances, clearly having never heard of this figure. They had lived longer than the king of gods, Odin, and while their activity area was limited to Earth, they were not completely ignorant of new things in the universe. However, they had never heard anyone mention the Lord, and even the occasional seer able to change the future, the druid, could not predict the existence of the Lord. In the original story, Icarus wished to be loyal to the pantheon while also harmonizing with Circe. He wanted both loyalty and love, causing him to waver between the pantheon and Circe, ultimately having nothing and burning himself in the sun. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Since he was unwilling to give up either, Billy would force him to choose. Billy whispered like a devil, "Icarus, the time to test you has come. As long as you kill Circe, I will no longer interfere with the descent of the gods." In that moment, Icarus truly contemplated killing Circe, for his loyalty to the pantheon was deeply ingrained. It was his programming, his underlying code. Ultimately, he restrained himself due to his love for Circe, which surpassed his programming. At that moment, he was in a mental battle, tormented, clutching his head. Circe, unwilling to see her beloved suffer such torment, took the initiative to hold his hand and said, "Come on, do what you want to do. I won't blame you." Icarus gritted his teeth, squeezing each word out through clenched jaws. "If I kill Circe, you truly won't interfere with the birth of the gods?" "Of course, who doesn't know that I, the Lord, am the most trustworthy?" Billy replied matter-of-factly. Icarus simply said, "All right," then turned to Circe as if trying to imprint her image in his mind. He then roared, trying to unleash his heat vision to kill Circe, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not produce the heat vision. Only tears streamed from his eyes. At this moment, love triumphed over instinct. "Can't bring yourself to do it? Then let me reluctantly help you." As Icarus gazed affectionately at Circe, unwilling to act, Billy had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. In the next moment, under Icarus' astonished gaze, Circe's head was blown apart by Billy's laser eyes. "No!" Icarus was in unbearable pain, madly rushing towards Billy, his scorching gaze bombarding Billy without restraint, yet it could not inflict any harm. Icarus angrily questioned, "I have never wronged you. Why are you doing this? Why are you pressing me so hard?" Billy, however, replied with a calm expression, "This is something you can fool others with, but don't fool yourself. If I hadn't stopped you in 2 days, it would be the arrival of the gods. By that time, the entire earth would be doomed. Weren't you unable to act? Weren't you indecisive? No worries, I'll help you. Why don't you know how to be grateful?" Icarus seemed drained of strength, kneeling weakly on the ground. Since the incident had already occurred, he could only endure. Thus he spoke uncertainly, "Are you truly not going to interfere with the arrival of the gods?" "No." "What? Didn't you say?" Billy chuckled lightly. "What did I say? That I wouldn't interfere with the gods' arrival? Don't be foolish, it's well known that I never keep promises. Besides, did you kill Circe?" Icarus was filled with mixed feelings. He had lost his beloved and could not eliminate the threat to the gods. The pain in his heart was indescribable. He wanted to cry, but couldn't, wanted to shout, but couldn't, and could only stand there like a fool, mouth agape, staring at the sky. Billy did not take the opportunity to kill him. Rather than killing, he preferred to strike at the heart, wanting Icarus to witness how he dealt with the goddess Tiamat, whom he revered. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the grass, and numerous anomalies surrounded Billy and Icarus from all sides. Billy remained unperturbed, gently patting Icarus. "Cheer up, your old friend has come to see you." It was previously mentioned that anomalies can evolve by devouring others to enhance their power. Especially the leader of the anomalies, Crow, who at this moment, if he could retract his tentacles, would not differ much from a... Billy was secretly surprised. "Interesting you've evolved to this extent." Crow smiled, opening his mouth that resembled a human's for the first time, and said in a hoarse voice, "This is all thanks to you. Without you, I wouldn't have absorbed these eternal clan members so smoothly." Billy knew that Crow had been following him, devouring one of his kills after another. Billy knew that Crow had been following him, devouring one of his kills after another. This was precisely the result Billy wanted. Crow was completely unaware that he had fallen into a trap. "Of course, once we deal with you, we anomalies will reach the top of the food chain." Crow said this, but his eyes betrayed an unmistakable loneliness. From the moment he absorbed the first eternal clan member, he understood the plan of the god Alisum and the forthcoming arrival of the gods, knowing the fate that awaited his kind, yet he still wanted to take a chance. Ha, boastful words. But it all depends on whether you have the strength. Billy waved his staff. Crow waved his fingers, lightly signaling all anomalies to charge forward, determined to capture Icarus and Circe. As long as they devoured them, he would become the strongest being on Earth. The anomalies under Crow had become remarkably powerful through his continuous enhancement and ability sharing, making it likely that Icarus would struggle to win against them. The anomalies did not charge blindly. Their roles were well defined, dividing into 3 waves. The first wave utilized Jin's abilities, gathering power from a distance to unleash golden spirit pellets. The second wave relied on Makara's swift speed to attack Billy, using Gilgamesh's super strength and Tina's combat abilities to continuously harass him. The third wave executed sneak attacks using the illusions and invisibility of the small sprites. Crow, meanwhile, controlled the overall situation with Fastos' superior intellect and the druid's control abilities. They displayed remarkable organization. If they had faced ordinary people, they might have been truly formidable, but they were up against... Billy merely thrust his staff into the ground, and the multicolored infinite gems simultaneously emitted. The 3 waves of anomalies vanished, as if evaporated, leaving only Crow standing dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Where did my large group of subordinates go? In that moment, he deeply realized his recklessness and understood that he could never compete with the opponent. As an ancient species that had been at odds with the Eternal Clan for over 7,000 years, Crow knew he had to take desperate measures. Only by stepping into that life-and-death situation could he survive. That meant extracting Cersei's super abilities at lightning speed. Only then could he challenge Billy. With this thought, he quickly shot 2 spirit pellets to obscure Billy's vision, then swiftly approached Cersei's headless body, his tentacles plunging into her remains. The entire process went surprisingly smoothly. Billy merely watched from the side, a faint smile playing on his lips. Icarus had yet to react, and by the time he did, a scorching gaze had sent Crow flying. However, it was too late. Crow rolled on the ground twice before standing up, a triumphant grin on his face, as Cersei was left looking as if she had been hollowed out, nothing but skin and bones. You are indeed the strongest opponent I have encountered, but unfortunately this is where it ends. Cross wounds rapidly healed, and a fierce, terrifying smile appeared on his face. Billy remained calm and composed. Isn't it a bit early to say such things? Are you so confident that you can take me down? Whether I can take you down, I must try to find out. Crow swiftly moved towards Billy, knowing that as long as he made contact, he could instantly turn Billy into a lifeless entity. But he did not realize that Billy possessed the horse talismans, allowing him to instantly restore himself even if turned into a lifeless body. Of course, Billy would not place himself in such peril. The green gem on his staff shone brightly, reversing time, and Crow was astonished to find his body no longer under his control. Crow swiftly moved towards Billy, knowing that as long as he made contact, he could instantly turn Billy into a lifeless entity. But he did not realize that Billy possessed the horse talismans, allowing him. No, this is impossible. There's nothing impossible about it. Billy wasted no time in directly using the power gem to crush him from a distance. By now, the anomalies and the Eternal Clan on Earth had mostly been wiped out, leaving only the shattered Tao heart of Icarus. Billy glanced at him and asked, "Get up, come with me, and do it with some dignity." Icarus, however, remained unmoved. What a beautiful thought. You can't die that easily. You might as well wait for the arrival of the gods. You need to witness it. After all, you sacrificed your leader just for this day, right? Icarus stared blankly at the sky, appearing to have lost all hope for that day. He just wanted to die now. Ever since the Eternal Clan fell apart, everyone had been living in seclusion, but he had been wandering aimlessly, unsure. Now he seemed to finally understand what it meant to truly live. Yet regardless of whether he anticipated it, the arrival of the gods would come as scheduled. Since the moment Icarus colluded with the anomalies to kill the leader Ajak, and up until the birth of the celestial deity Tiamat, only 7 days have passed. The first day was also when Cersei and the little fairy were attacked by the anomalies, and the 7th day marked the time of the deity's descent. During this period, Icarus had been attempting suicide, but was always stopped by Billy. There was even an instance where he flew up to the sun only to be pulled back by Billy using the time stone. After all, Billy had invested so much effort in laying the groundwork. He couldn't let Icarus die in vain. Finally, the 7th day arrived, and the descent of the deity began. The earth trembled, magma surged, disasters occurred frequently, and chaos enveloped the planet with various phenomena, all heralding the impending apocalypse. Finally, the 7th day arrived, and the descent of the deity began. The earth trembled, magma surged, disasters occurred frequently, and chaos enveloped the planet with Billy brought Icarus to the site of the deity's awakening, pointing at the erupting volcano, and said, "Look, loyal Icarus, you did it. The awakening of the deity has begun." Icarus looked helplessly at the erupting volcano, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, he was happy and excited about the successful awakening of the deity. On the other hand, thoughts of his family brought him sadness and guilt. The price of this victory was too great for him, and the conflicting emotions twisted his face. "Hey, what kind of expression is that? Don't you think I've done you a great favor?" "Not necessarily." Billy quietly waited for Tiamat to emerge from the ground. At that moment his head and limbs were mostly visible, resembling the bronze giant from the Icarus had no heart to listen to any more of Billy's words. His gaze was fixed on the celestial deity Tiamat, who had already extended a hand out of the ground, and he shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "This planet is about to be destroyed. Even if you stop the deity's descent, it would be futile." "Not necessarily." Billy quietly waited for Tiamat to emerge from the ground. At that moment his head and limbs were mostly visible, resembling the bronze giant from the childhood game of Dual Blade Warriors. Before long, Tiamat had completely emerged. At this point the earth was already riddled with scars, the ground was covered with countless cracks beneath which the blazing magma was clearly visible. These phenomena indicated that the earth's life was nearing its end. In no time the entire planet would perish in an explosion, and all species living on it would instantly evaporate. Farewell. The celestial deity was born smoothly, and Icarus' plan was completed. He knew that his fate would likely be to return to the world forge, have his memories erased, and await the next opportunity to be sent to another universe with intelligent life. Why the hurry? I already told you, not necessarily. Billy pressed his hands on the ground, and the power of the talisman spread from him, expanding continuously around. Wherever it reached, the magma ceased to surge, the earth gradually healed, and the dead life was revitalized. After Billy finished his work, the earth was no different from how it was before the descent of the deity. The birth was smooth, and both mother and child were safe. Icarus stared in awe at this scene, knowing full well that even the leader Ajak, who possessed healing abilities, could not achieve such extraordinary effects. Before he could say anything, Billy left a remark, "Don't move from here, I will go take Tiamat's life." Then he vanished. Outside the planet, Billy stood in front of Tiamat. "You can't go anywhere." Billy Davis, I know you and your intentions. Why do you oppose the celestial deity? What good does this do for you? Tiamat's solemn voice echoed in Billy's ears. Billy clicked his tongue. Why are there so— When you were born and destroyed planets along with the lives that lived on them, did you ever think about why? Tiamat, like a preacher, extolled the glorious achievements of the celestial group. The end of one life is the beginning of another. The energy in the universe is in constant exchange, creating and destroying in an infinite cycle. The birth of the celestial group is inevitable. We draw energy from the remnants of the primary planet to create new stars, thus generating gravity, heat, and light. Planets are born this way. Without the celestial group, the universe would plunge into darkness and all life would cease. Billy was left dumbfounded by this statement. So you blew up planets to create new ones. You annihilated countless intelligent lives to create new life. You melt down the chocolate you bought and reform it into new chocolate. Isn't that just ridiculous? Tiamat continued to mechanically express his viewpoint. The energy in the universe is conserved. Without the celestial group, new planets cannot come into existence. Billy interrupted. Enough. If we follow your logic to the end, all energy will have to be used to sustain you celestial beings. Where is the conservation in that? These celestial beings spoke of conservation, yet they parasitized planets, and when they grew strong they would destroy those planets. Although they would create new planets from the remnants, the old planets consisted of both the planets themselves and the energy they had absorbed. New planets are merely incomplete. They will even be parasitized by the new celestial beings. The total energy of the planets will only decrease until it no longer exists. As long as the celestial group exists, planets cannot be born on their own. Life cannot be called life. Only the days without the celestial group are truly good days. According to Tiamat's statements, everything Billy did was simply correct. Because, as he said, energy conservation dictates that the birth of one celestial being must require the death of at least one celestial being. It seems you are not open to negotiation. Tiamat was confident in his strength. Although he had just been born and knew Billy was powerful, he did not believe Billy could be strong enough to kill him. This matter is non-negotiable. Sleep. With just a single move, Tiamat fell into eternal slumber. Because there was no way to proceed, the celestial group was a treasure in itself. Damaging any part would be painful. Billy transformed the sleeping Tiamat into a mouse and returned to the rental apartment on Earth with Icarus. Rocket, quickly contact the collector. Another big deal is coming. After Rocket contacted the collector, the time spent waiting for the collector was one of the few leisurely moments. Before the collector arrived, the judge of the celestial group, Arisam, came first. Arisam did not sense Tiamat's awakening and could not get in touch with the Eternal Clan on Earth, so he had to come to Earth personally to see what had happened. In the sky, the clouds parted and Arisam's enormous head appeared vaguely. Anyone with a fear of giant creatures would surely be terrified to death upon seeing it. Arisam attempted to summon the Eternal Clan on Earth to interrogate them about what had happened, but the result was clear. He could only summon Icarus. I must say the sense of oppression brought by Arisam is far greater than that of the Planet Eater from the Fantastic Four filmed in 2025. Icarus was nearly invisible in his hands, unlike the Planet Eater, which was comparable to the city's skyscrapers. Icarus, why didn't you awaken Tiamat? Why can't I reach Circe? The accusatory tone of Arisam made Icarus tremble. Before he could say anything, Arisam spoke again. All right, you need not say anything. I will personally witness your memories to see what truly happened before deciding whether to judge your transgressions. Icarus dared not voice any objections. He remained silent. But someone else spoke. You might not have that opportunity. The moment Arisam arrived on Earth, Billy sensed it and came before him. Looking at the minuscule figure floating before him, Arisam asked in confusion, "Who are you? I don't recall anyone like you within the Eternals. I am the one who will take your life." Billy suddenly lunged forward like a streak of light, his fist raised, imbued with dual divine powers from the Bull Charm and the Power Stone. Accelerated by the Rabbit Charm, the combined force and speed pierced through Arisam's chest. It felt as if an ordinary person had been struck by a sniper's bullet. Billy felt it wasn't secure enough. After all, Arisam was a judge of the Celestials, and one could never be certain of any resurrection secrets. Thus he added a blast from his laser eyes, feeling reassured. Icarus' faith crumbled completely. He had not witnessed Billy kill Tiamat, but at this moment, he saw Billy slay Arisam with his own eyes. Was the mighty judge of the Celestials disposed of so easily? In the brief moment of astonishment, Billy's demonic whisper echoed in his ears. Haven't you been seeking death these past few days? Now you can die. Make sure to greet Arisam and your eternal friends. Without allowing Icarus to refuse, Billy used a blast of energy to send him away. Icarus offered no resistance, calmly accepting death. Perhaps for him death was a form of liberation, as he had borne far too much since his creation. Days later, the Collector's people arrived to retrieve the bodies of the Celestials. Tiamat was easy to handle, merely asleep, but Arisam had been shattered at the chest from Billy's blow. Thankfully, Billy had used the Space Stone to bring him back, or it would have been a significant loss. After resolving these matters, Billy brought Rocket, Nebula, and Groot to the Counter-Earth created by the High Evolutionary, intent on eliminating the High Evolutionary, as he had promised Rocket. Counter-Earth is a parallel world to Earth, seemingly indistinguishable from it, used by the High Evolutionary to house new humans and conduct experiments. The four stepped through the portal and onto the land of Counter-Earth. Nebula asked, "What should we do now? Should we fight our way, or should we capture the king first? How do we find the high evolutionary? Billy gestured for him to remain calm. Just wait, no need to look for him specifically, he will come to us especially, since we have Rocket here. Rocket is the most perfect experiment created by the high evolutionary. He has never given up on finding Rocket. When he senses Rocket actively seeking him out, he come running excitedly. However, Billy guessed only half right. The high evolutionary did want to reclaim Rocket, but he did not come personally. Instead, he sent someone unexpected yet reasonable. From far away, a ball of golden light rushed toward them. Billy signaled the three to step back and let this golden light collide with him. This impact didn't hurt Billy, rather it sent the assailant tumbling in disarray. Billy lifted him up, scrutinizing the small golden figure. This was none other than Marvel's first premature baby. Had this been the sorcerer Adam from the comics, Billy would have certainly avoided him, but unfortunately in the movie, he was significantly weakened, and even Nebula's heating blade could pierce through him, let alone the demonic sorcerer Billy, with 12 charms and infinite stones. Adam seemed quite displeased, flailing in the air. Moreover, this child was originally a premature baby possessing super strength, yet lacking intelligence. Given this timing, his arrival was even more premature, leaving him with no semblance of intelligence. He probably wouldn't even know how to pronounce the word obedience. Billy didn't have the time to argue with this big fool. He might even have to buy him sunflower seeds later. Listen, well, you silly child, go back and tell your mother that the Lord has come. I am here to eradicate the high evolutionary, this malignant tumor, and tell her to take her people and roll. Otherwise, Billy enunciated, making a cutting gesture across his throat, then asked, do you understand? Adam nodded vigorously without hesitation. Billy thought, who said this kid was foolish? He's quite sharp, knowing to be afraid when he can't win. Immediately, he tossed him forward, and Adam sped off to report the message. In the advanced laboratory, Adam lay in his mother, High Priest Aisha's embrace, seeking comfort, while recounting what Billy had instructed him to say. Of course, he couldn't remember all the words, so it came out as he said he would eradicate us, tell us to roll, and also said he would cut the tumor off your neck. What? Aisha listened bewildered. She knew the situation could not be as her son described based on her confidence in his intelligence. Just then the high evolutionary strolled in without any pleasantries, directly questioning, did you capture him? Before the mother and son could speak, someone nearby reported, he didn't, master. Aisha began to explain, saying the opponent was too powerful, although she didn't know who he was, but the high evolutionary didn't think so. He believed the reason for failure was that Aisha's race was imperfect. During the argument, Adam cursed the high evolutionary, and without a doubt, he was punished. The high evolutionary used a force field to pin Adam against the wall, continuously squeezing and tormenting him. He ordered Aisha to find 89P13, or he would exercise the rights of a creator and annihilate Aisha. Listening to her son's screams and the high evolutionary's repeated questioning, Aisha could only helplessly agree, as their race was created by the high evolutionary, who held absolute dominion. Just as the high evolutionary was feeling triumphant and prepared to retreat, a portal suddenly opened beside him, and he stared blankly at the four figures emerging from it. Rocket was among them, filling him with ecstatic joy. This was truly a stroke of luck. Disaster was upon him, yet the high evolutionary still foolishly dreamed of creating the perfect experiment. Aisha saw Billy at first glance, almost as if she had seen a savior. Aisha, one of us must die between the supreme evolution and myself. Which side will your sovereign star stand on? Billy directly asked for a stance. If Aisha chose to side with the supreme evolution, he would have to lead the entire supreme clan to pledge their loyalty to their master in the underworld. This was a matter of life and death for the entire race, and Aisha hesitated to answer. Both Billy and the supreme evolution were not individuals she could afford to offend. My patience is limited, you better hurry up and make a choice. Conflicted within herself, Aisha realized that choosing wrong could lead her into an abyss. In her struggle, she inadvertently caught sight of her son Adam, who was being tormented by the supreme evolution, and recalled the threats made earlier. Finally, she made up her mind. Please help us free ourselves from the oppression of the supreme evolution. We, the sovereign star, stand by your side. What? Just moments ago, the supreme evolution's gaze was fixed on the rocket. Upon hearing this statement, he realized he had been undermined. Mother for Aisha, how dare you? The supreme evolution, filled with rage, extended his dark hand towards Aisha. Adam attempted to rise and resist, but having been battered, he was powerless and could only lie on the ground, furiously shouting, "Don't hurt my mom." The supreme evolution, ignoring Adam's cries, tried to manipulate the situation to make Aisha fly, but unexpectedly he himself was the one who flew up first. The sensation of weightlessness caught him off guard, leaving him bewildered. What is happening? He searched around in confusion and finally locked eyes with Billy. Was it you? Do you even know who I am? Billy controlled him to slowly drift in front of himself, responding arrogantly, "Who are you? You should ask your parents." "Why ask me? If you have any." Billy knew how to provoke, and his words made the supreme evolution's blood pressure soar, but Billy quickly helped him bring it back down. Bong! Billy gathered his fingers, and then suddenly opened them wide, unleashing tremendous force that tore the supreme evolution's limbs apart, dividing him into 6 pieces. The momentary pain caused the supreme evolution to emit a shriek before losing consciousness. Billy thought to himself, how could someone your age sleep like this? Wake up and feel the pain. With that, he slapped him awake. As soon as the supreme evolution regained consciousness, he was met with indescribable agony, leading him to let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The screams echoed and Billy and the others found it unbearable, yet to Rocket Aisha and the others it was like hearing celestial music. In a word, it was satisfying. Billy mockingly imitated his screams, just as he had done when he killed Rocket's friends and mimicked Rocket's cries. How ugly, Supreme Evolution. For so many years you have acted tyrannically, conducting inhumane experiments on those test subjects. Now it's time for the tables to turn. It's time for these test subjects to conduct experiments on you. The Supreme Evolution couldn't even fathom what such days would be like. No. You can't do this to me. I am the Supreme Evolution. Ignoring his cries, Billy tossed him to the ground and asked Rocket, "Rocket, do you dare to experiment on him?" The raccoon smirked wickedly. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. From now on the OG group will belong to Rocket. Who's in favor? Who is against it?" Billy's cold gaze swept over the stunned modified pigmen and eagle men, as well as the trembling employees of the OG group. Everyone who was met with his gaze trembled in fear, not daring to speak. "Very well, if you do not speak, I will take it." Billy nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Adam, you will be Rocket's assistant. If anyone here dares to disobey Rocket's orders, you can deal with them directly." Adam nodded, half understanding. As for whether Rocket would kill the Supreme Evolution, Billy was not concerned at all. He had already achieved what he promised. "You and you." Billy pointed at the modified pigmen and eagle men. "Take us to see the perfect species that the Supreme Evolution created." The two modified individuals did not dare to hesitate. After all, with the Supreme Evolution gone, what loyalty was there to talk about? They immediately led everyone to the place where the perfect species were held. These perfect species were actually a group of children with white hair. Billy planned to contact the Guardians of the Galaxy to take care of these children. If they could not accommodate them, he would leave them in the void. The more important purpose of coming here was to let Aisha, the leader of the Supreme Clan, see what kind of person the Supreme Evolution. In the dungeon was a multidimensional beast called Abracax. At the beginning of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Aisha had hired the Guardians to help them hunt this beast, as it would steal their energy batteries. Do not underestimate these energy batteries. They are a scarce strategic resource in the universe, immensely powerful. Rocket merely took a few, modified them into bombs, and flattened Ego's brain folds. The Abracax beasts fed on these batteries, making them natural enemies of the Supreme Clan, who were tasked with safeguarding. It wasn't until Guardians of the Galaxy 3 that we learned that the Supreme Clan of Sovereign Star was created by the Supreme Evolution, and so were these beasts. The Supreme Evolution had the Sovereign Star safeguard the batteries while using the batteries as food for the beasts, all to watch them kill each other. He reveled in the feeling of playing with inferior beings in the palm of his hand. This was also why he deemed the Supreme Clan imperfect and wanted to keep them around. Aisha may have known this, but had to endure, or perhaps she was completely unaware and in the dark. Regardless of whether she knew in advance, Billy would fulfill his duty to inform. With everything arranged, it was time for Billy to attend to his own matters. When he learned that Dr. Octopus, Electro, and Green Goblin were brought to the universe of Spider-Man No Way Home just before their deaths, he thought there must be a spell to pull this universe's Thanos before he died. Through threats or inducements, he needed to make Doctor Strange cast this spell. Whether it would fulfill his wish depended on this attempt. "Are you saying you want me to cast a spell to bring this universe's Thanos over? And that this is with the consent of the Ancient?" "Exactly." Billy explained his intentions and recounted his previous conversation with the Ancient One. Only then did Doctor Strange agree to help, though he still had some reservations. "But this is dangerous. I can't guarantee that only Thanos will come. If something terrifying is released, it could threaten the safety of the entire universe, and even the multiverse." Billy made a promise. "Don't worry, no matter how strong they are when they come here, I can handle it." Doctor Strange immediately ceased to hesitate, recognizing Billy's strength, and began to cast the spell. Whether it was Billy's bad luck or fate's design, while Doctor Strange was casting the spell, a few disruptors showed up. And they were none other than Doctor Strange's own team, the Illuminati. To be honest, Billy really couldn't understand what the Illuminati was up to. Coincidentally, Doctor Strange didn't know either. As he began to cast a spell, his former teammates wasted no time and prepared to capture him. Billy shouted angrily, "Reed Richards! Tony Stark! What are you doing?" Reed replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, regardless of your intentions, we must stop you from endangering the universe." Doctor Strange questioned, "Do you have any idea what irreversible consequences your actions just now could bring to our Tony sarcastically teased. "Well, let me guess what the consequences will be. Will this magician friend of ours in a fit of rage kill us all?" Professor X interjected, "Even if we are all killed, we must eradicate such dangerous actions that threaten the world in their infancy." Looking at the confident members of the Illuminati, Doctor Strange could only shake his head. It was too late for justifications, and no matter what he said, these people probably wouldn't believe him. Doctor Strange was taken away without resistance. He had initially hoped Billy would save the Earth, but as he turned around, General Ross knocked him out with a punch, leaving him speechless. Handling Doctor Strange was easy, but dealing with Billy Davis became a problem. They couldn't just take him away too. Before they could formulate a plan, Billy spoke first. "What? Are you going to take me away too?" Everyone exchanged glances. No one dared to actually go and take Billy away. It was Professor X who bravely asked, "Are you willing to come with us?" Billy firmly replied, "No, I won't, and it's impossible unless you can defeat me." Tony scoffed, "I thought you would be so ashamed that you would kill us all." At first I indeed had such thoughts. Everyone's hearts raced as Dr. Reed continued to ask, What made you change your mind? Your immediate priority should be to think about how to handle the upcoming troubles. Hearing this, Dr. Reed's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Billy, however, was unwilling to say more as he didn't know what would happen next. He only knew that something terrifying was bound to occur. If Dr. Strange's spell was interrupted, it could lead to powerful beings from other universes coming to this universe, or worse too, or more universes colliding. These people, like frogs at the bottom of a well, were completely unaware of the impending disaster, only focused on their immediate gains and losses. Just as everyone secretly pondered the credibility of Billy's words, General Ross and Black Bolt returned, escorting. Everyone hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The two looked terrified. General Ross stammered and couldn't speak, while Black Bolt gestured frantically, eager to explain. Finally, it was Dr. Strange who succinctly stated, "They have come." "Who has come?" was the collective question. "Go out and see for yourselves. You all brought this upon yourselves." Billy pushed the door open and stepped outside. The others, unable to resist their curiosity, followed suit. It was a shocking sight. Even Billy was taken aback by the luxurious lineup before him, something he couldn't easily do. He could only assign tasks to the members of the Illuminati, saying, "Great righteous partners, each of you take on your own trouble." Initially, this group was coming for Billy, but upon seeing the gathered individuals, they all charged towards their intended target. The Devourer of Worlds had a complicated relationship with Billy. When Billy visited the X-Men's Dark Phoenix universe, he had punched the Red Hulk away, who then drifted into the Devourer's territory. Originally, the Devourer wanted to meet Billy, but upon seeing Reed Richards, he immediately changed his target. The Infinite Ultron, with 6 Infinity Stones, faced Iron Man Tony Stark. Professor X's opponent was his old friend Dark Phoenix. Black Bolt was up against the Scarlet Witch Wanda, who was inexplicably pulled in while looking for her children. One can imagine her fury. Banner's opponent was the Venom Scorpion, known as the Museum Twins, while his father-in-law General Ross faced off against the Abomination Rhino. Dr. Pym confronted Loki. In a certain universe, Dr. Pym had turned dark due to his daughter's death, killing many Avengers, including Thor and Loki, who came to demand an explanation, ultimately uncovered his plot. Black Panther T'Challa was secretly relieved that he had no opponent, only to find that his opponent was a planet. Indeed, his opponent was Ego. In a certain universe, Star-Lord and Black Panther had swapped identities, with the original Black Panther becoming Ego's son, while the original Star-Lord became the king of Wakanda. Among all these villains, even the Illuminati would find it difficult to defeat many of them. However, Billy's opponent was straightforward, the standard Thanos. At this point, Billy no longer held back. He placed all his hopes here, just to ask that one question: where do you come from? What is your purpose? Thanos provided a cosmic coordinate as his answer, stating that he came to seek the Infinity Stones. Upon hearing this answer, Billy felt a chill. This was probably not the Thanos he was looking for, but he didn't give up and pressed on. "Don't you want to go home?" "Home? You mean Titan? That place has long been desolate, which is why I need to find the Infinity Stones to indiscriminately wipe out half the life in the universe." Thanos continued to elaborate on his ideals, but Billy lost interest and directly cut him into 3 pieces. To deal with the Devourer, Mr. Fantastic called upon the other 3 members of the Fantastic Four. The 4 could only hold the Devourer back, unable to kill him. Professor X met his fate, as in the original storyline, killed by Dark Phoenix. Black Bolt also met his demise in a similar manner, but this time, he was not wearing a power inhibitor, causing him to explode. Dark Phoenix and the Scarlet Witch began to battle after defeating their opponents. One wielded the power of chaos and the other the power of the Phoenix. The two struggled to determine a victor, but Jean's Phoenix power was ultimately just a fragment, making her defeat merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Infinite Ultron, boasting immense power, began to torment Tony Stark. Hulk was more than capable of handling the Museum Twins, but his father-in-law was underperforming and could not defeat the Abomination Rhino, forcing Hulk to provide him with support, leaving him in a dire situation. Loki's methods were too unpredictable, making it difficult for Dr. Pym to cope. The hardest challenge fell to Black Panther, who ranked last among the super soldiers and had no ranged attack methods. How could he fight against a planet? Even if Ego transformed into a humanoid form before him, he could not inflict any tangible damage on Ego. Nick Fury received the news of the villain invasion immediately. Although he couldn't handle this with his own strength, he called upon Captain Marvel, which was his greatest contribution to Earth. This was Billy's first encounter with the Captain Marvel of his universe, just like the Captain Marvel from the movies. Captain Marvel's power was impressive. As soon as she returned to Earth, she spotted a nearby planet and charged straight into it, without a second thought. This collision directly impacted Ego's brain, causing him to explode in a very literal sense. Ego never expected to die so abruptly. Captain Marvel, undeterred, proceeded to smash the twin stars of the museum into pieces, her flames consuming the venom completely. Hulk, having freed his hands, hurriedly assisted General Ross in dealing with the Abomination Rhino. The Abomination Rhino's defeat was inevitable. Captain Marvel charged once again with the might of thunder towards the Infinite Ultron, torturing Tony Stark, engaging in a fierce battle with him. The scene was chaotic. Dr. Strange was at a loss and could only consult Billy on what to do. Billy simply replied, "It's easy." Pointing at Loki, who had knocked down Dr. Pym and Black Panther, he said, "Send him back to his original universe. It shouldn't be." Dr. Strange nodded. "That's not difficult, but what about the others?" "I will take care of the others myself." The battle between Phoenix and Scarlet Witch had concluded, with Scarlet Witch gaining the upper hand. During the fight, she sensed that the appearance of Infinite Ultron resembled that of her husband, and she wanted to take a closer look. If he wasn't her husband, he would be her enemy. She was determined to eliminate both Ultron and Stark. However, just as she was about to approach Ultron, Wanda, already furious from being suddenly pulled into this place, while searching for her family, was now further enraged by the continuous obstacles. In her bloodlust, she no longer cared who stood in her way, they all had to be cleared out. Facing Wanda's attack, Billy remained remarkably composed. While others might fear her formidable chaos magic, Billy regarded it as insignificant. The reason was simple: her chaos magic happened to be countered by the Horse Talisman, while her gene could be restored by the Horse Talisman as well. Under Billy's manipulation, Wanda was completely reduced to an ordinary person. After informing Doctor Strange to send her back, Billy approached the Fantastic Four and Galactus. The capabilities of the Fantastic Four were inadequate against Galactus, and the Thing had already been killed by him. The other three members could only struggle painfully against him. It must be said that these three were all related, while it seemed the Thing was the only outsider. Galactus' attention was drawn to the three heroes. Billy spread his arms wide and unleashed a combination of the Floating Horse Talisman, the Speed Rabbit Talisman, the Strength Ox Talisman, and the power of the Power Stone, crashing into Galactus' neck with unstoppable force, decapitating him. Even the might of the five creator gods would struggle to withstand such a blow. As the saying goes, small matters kill Galactus, while big matters kill eternity. Galactus was said to possess immortality, but in the Marvel Universe, if someone wished to prove their strength, they had to at least kill Galactus. The most reckless was Deadpool, who crashed his plane into Galactus' face and killed him. After Galactus' death, Billy dared not delay and hurried to confront Captain Marvel and Infinite Ultron. If he didn't intervene, Infinite Ultron would truly annihilate the universe. Ultron was focused entirely on Captain Marvel, leaving him no room to consider anything else. Billy used the invisibility of the Snake Talisman to quietly approach Ultron and pried the Reality Stone and the Time Stone from him. Without the protection of these two stones, Ultron was instantly crushed by Billy. To prevent others from coveting them, Billy detonated the 6 Infinity Stones he had extracted from Ultron using the power of the Infinity Stones. The destruction of the stones unleashed a powerful shockwave, obliterating the surrounding buildings like a house of cards. After all this, Billy coldly glanced at Captain Marvel, who was still staring at him, and asked with an unfriendly tone, "Aren't you leaving? Do you expect me to keep you for dinner?" Captain Marvel narrowed her eyes and reprimanded the arrogant young man before her. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Just because you have a bit of ability doesn't mean you can look down on others. I became powerful long before you were born." Billy scoffed. "What do you call not being arrogant? What abilities do you possess?" "I don't see any." Captain Marvel immediately attempted to teach this arrogant youth a lesson, but no matter how she tried, the flames around her did not reignite, nor could she unleash any energy waves. "What is going on?" Captain Marvel was astonished. This kind of suppression was something even the highest intelligence of the Kree Empire couldn't achieve, and even with a neural inhibitor, it couldn't suppress superpowers so effectively. This was of course the effect of the Horse Talisman. Just like when it turned black Captain Marvel into an ordinary person, Billy had no time to explain to her. To avoid interference, he simply used the Horse Talisman to turn Dr. Banner and General Ross back into ordinary people. In an instant, Banner could no longer transform into Hulk, and General Ross could not become Red Hulk. Billy even kindly cured his heart disease. As for Black Panther, T'Challa's heart-shaped herb, Billy didn't care about it at all. After completing all this, Billy approached the Fantastic Three, who were mourning over the Thing. Mr. Fantastic Reed understood that Billy possessed some abilities that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. Unlike Tony Stark, he was not only a genius scientist, but also believed in magic. Thus he sincerely apologized to Billy, taking all the blame for what had happened, and pleading with him to save the Thing or bring him back to life. Billy, however, stated that he couldn't save him, leaving the Fantastic Three feeling disappointed. Yet Billy quickly changed his tone, saying he could point them in the right direction, reigniting their hope. When Mr. Fantastic inquired about how to proceed, Billy replied, "The key lies with you. With me." Mr. Fantastic was perplexed. Billy stated that the end of science is theology, and the only way to save the Thing was for Mr. Fantastic to create a reincarnation device. This reincarnation device was the most famous invention of Doctor Strange, created in response to the Thing's death. To resurrect the Thing, Doctor Strange took the Fantastic Four to heaven, where they met God the Editor. After friendly negotiations, God agreed to resurrect the Thing. Billy also had his own ulterior motives. All of his plans had ended in failure, and now he was at his wits' end, relying on Doctor Strange's unreasonable abilities. To prevent Doctor Strange from leaving him behind after developing the reincarnation device, Billy specifically reminded him that while the device could indeed resurrect the Thing, the journey would be incredibly perilous. A slight misstep could lead to their complete destruction, so they must ensure to bring him along. Although Dr. Reed didn't believe that Billy would be so kind as to help, he still nodded in agreement. After all, Billy's strength was evident, and since he said it would be dangerous, it was clear the journey wouldn't be smooth. What a bizarre world. I must say, Dr. Reed is truly a genius. He has successfully developed the abstract concept of a reincarnation device. Currently, Billy and the other three extraordinary heroes find themselves in an indescribable world. It is unclear whether the people in the machine are moving or if this world is in motion. Here the infinite gems have completely lost their effect, yet the 12 talismans remain incredibly powerful. It wasn't until they pushed open the door that they encountered a starkly simple and dull interior, a stark contrast to the bizarre world outside. Inside there were only two people hunched over drawing. They occasionally rubbed their heads or joyfully made strokes. One had white hair and a white beard, a broad and shiny forehead, wearing burgundy glasses and a green shirt. No need to ask, this must be Stanley. The other also had white hair, a clean-shaven face without any adornments, looking vibrant in a simple blue shirt. This must be Jack Kirby. Upon seeing the four enter, the two artists frowned, unsure whether it was due to the interruption of their drawing or the unexpected intrusion of the four. After noticing the attire of the four, the two artists were further baffled. Mr. Fantastic straightforwardly expressed his desire for the two artists to resurrect his friend the Thing. Only then did the two artists realize that these people before them were the very characters they had drawn. Initially the artists refused, but Mr. Fantastic successfully persuaded them with his silver tongue. In front of the four, the two artists began to draw the Thing again, a miraculous sight. After some time of drawing, they successfully resurrected the Thing, but before they could celebrate, the artists waved their hands and sent the Fantastic Four back to their original world. Only Billy remained, and the artists inquired, "So what brings you here?" Billy immediately revealed his intention. "I want to know why you brought me to this world. And I need you to send me back to my original world." The two artists exchanged glances, and then simultaneously shook their heads, saying, "It is not us who brought you to this world, but rather you came here of your own accord." "What do you mean?" "Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing." The artists directly used their powers to show Billy. It should have been an ordinary night. Billy was working late, and fortunately caught the last bus. On the bus, his mother called him, saying she had left dumplings for him freshly made that evening. After wearily hanging up the phone, he opened a video app and happened to stumble upon the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures, becoming completely engrossed. He wearily looked up to see the face of the person beside him, but he could not make it out. He could only see that the person was watching Avengers Endgame. Paused at the moment Thanos snapped his fingers and uttered, "I am inevitable," as if frozen. Billy wearily surveyed the bus. There were not many people, only a scattered few. From his perspective, he could not even tell if the driver was on the bus. Nevertheless, the bus kept moving forward. Seated in front was a large woman holding a pressure cooker, a smile on her face that was both twisted and cruel. After that, Billy knew nothing more. But he speculated that the culprit behind his time travel was undoubtedly that pressure cooker. He had seen it on TV. Carrying a pressure cooker on the bus in the middle of the night surely had to be suspicious. Could she be planning to cook a midnight snack? He never expected that he would not be reincarnated, but rather blasted to another world. "Rest assured, I am not here to hold you accountable. All I need is for you to send me back." Billy was still not ready to give up, believing there had to be a way back. However, the next words from the two artists plunged him into despair. "Unfortunately, it is impossible." "Why?" "The universe you originally inhabited is a three-dimensional universe, while we reside in a two-dimensional universe. Regrettably, we must inform you that you have been subjected to dimensional reduction. We cannot send you back to a higher dimensional universe." Billy momentarily felt dazed. How is this possible? The two-dimensional universe is where the Fantastic Four are. You should belong to the three-dimensional world. They can only meet you by using the reincarnation device. Doesn't that indicate a dimensional elevation? No, not at all. The reason they can come here to see us precisely indicates that we too have been subjected to dimensional reduction. We have also been drawn into the comic. What we are drawing is us from the three-dimensional universe, and we have become their avatars and representatives in the two-dimensional universe. The two artists said helplessly. Billy felt a profound despair. "Aren't you gods? Isn't the Marvel Universe comprised of infinite dimensions? Whether it is a god or OAA, they are merely the representatives of three-dimensional universe artists in the two-dimensional universe. Even those who slaughter editors are drawn by three-dimensional artists. They enjoy watching the characters they created slaughter their avatars. We are also quite helpless in this regard. As for infinite dimensions, that is merely an infinite universe observed from the two-dimensional world." Billy concluded from these words that he could never return. Never. Seeing Billy so distressed, the artist comforted him. "Why cling so desperately to the idea of returning? Isn't it? At least here you have superpowers, abilities that transcend everything. Isn't living here for a lifetime good?" Billy thought to himself, "It's easy for you to say. I would like to live a lifetime. But the problem is that this lifetime is too long. I can't seem to die at all. Can we discuss whether you can write me dead or draw me dead?" The artists shook their heads, indicating that it was impossible. The 12 talismans were not from the Marvel Universe, and they could not be separated. Billy did not remember how he left the artist's studio. He only knew he left in a daze, feeling that his life was an inlet. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a realm of nothingness. Ever since leaving the artist's studio, Billy often spaced out. Sometimes, he couldn't even recall how long he had been alive. With too many memories, his brain inevitably crashed, and he could only remember by trying hard. Billy shook his head to clear his mind, and glanced at the collector beside him, casually asking, "Tyven, will you die?" Tyven paused and replied, "Of course we cosmic elders have a long lifespan, but it does have an end. The day the universe perishes will be our death date." "All right." Billy again stared blankly into the distance, not knowing what he was looking at. Why the sudden question? Billy simply shook his head. This was the 30 millionth collector Tyven he had seen. The destruction of the universe was as commonplace to Billy as the setting sun. Billy not only befriended collectors, but also formed friendships with the High Celestial and others, and even once made friends with the Celestial Assembly. In the infinite passage of time and endless solitude, he felt the need to do something. This was a method taught to him by the High Celestial. At that time, he was working with the High Celestial to organize a competition. He once asked the High Celestial why he was so passionate about contests. The High Celestial replied that the elders of their universe lived long lives in harmony with the universe itself, and if they did not seek something interesting to engage in, living would become unbearable. Billy wholeheartedly agreed. He had seen countless batches of universe elders and witnessed the destruction of the universe many times. He numbly watched as the Celestial Assembly placed the Aberrants and the Eternal Clan onto various planets. He too followed suit, deploying the 10 shadow masks and the 8 demonic energies into the universe, and compiled a book detailing the countermeasures for just and righteous mages to study. From the Panga treasure box, he released Hela Dormammu and the Fire Giant, but all three lacked their former vigor, their strength now a mystery. As for Dr. Zola, he had long turned into scrap metal due to the passage of time. Moreover, Black Bat King's brother Maximus had perished in the long, endless years. Throughout the lengthy duration, Billy had nearly experienced everything. He had once joined S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent and then climbed the ranks to become the head of the agents. He also joined the Avengers, saving the world alongside superheroes. He had even teamed up with Loki, Sorcery, Little Hulk, the Second Hawkeye, Marvel Boy, Miss America, and the Young Avengers. He had once replaced Thanos as the most powerful invincible villain in a certain universe. In a state of soul separation, his soul would carry away 12 talismans. He had seized many lives while triggering or participating in countless major events. He had initiated Ragnarok, stolen Scarlet Witch's children, assassinated Iron Man's parents, forced Captain America back from jumping out of a plane, sent targets for the Infinity Stones to Thanos, crashed into Dr. Stephen Strange, stolen vibranium from Wakanda, and orchestrated a war between Aquaman, Namor, and Wakanda, among a series of events. Over the long years, he had endured everything, enjoyed everything, and suffered everything. Gradually, he discovered that all wealth, honor, and romance would turn to ashes. He loathed loss and also detested gain. He engraved all knowledge and magic into his mind, yet none could solve his predicament. He found a floating piece of land and lay down on it, remaining motionless in solitude and daze. He seemed to become a bystander, watching the stars shift, observing cosmic wars, witnessing life, death, and the universe turning into a singularity, gradually becoming cold and numb. He could not perceive time, as if the universe was moving, yet also standing still, until the universe's destruction prompted him to mechanically move on to the next place. He forgot who he was and where his power originated. Since he could not die, he decided to create just like the first Celestial. Thanks to the ever-changing monkey talisman and the life-giving rat talisman, he quickly produced batch after batch of these lives, gradually formed an ecosystem and began nurturing new life. He had always watched the universe perish, but now he collected the energies of those destroyed universes to forge a brand new universe. He even created a group of deities just like the Celestial Assembly. Countless years passed. He encountered the Watcher and recounted everything he had experienced. After listening, the Watchers asked him if he had anything to say to those who would come after. He simply stated that one should not blindly chase after power that does not belong to them. Immortality is not a blessing. The meaning of life is bestowed by death, and one must consider if they can bear the cost before gaining power. It was after Billy spoke these words that the 5 great creator deities appeared before him simultaneously. Among them, a graceful and beautiful woman slowly stepped forward, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Billy. She was Death. She typically presented herself as a skeleton, but concealed a beauty that made one yearn for her, driving many to madness for her affection, such as Thanos, who snapped his fingers to eliminate half of all life in the universe just to earn her smile. At that moment, Death approached Billy precisely to welcome him into her embrace. After Billy spoke those words, it indicated he no longer clung to power and was willing to relinquish it, resulting in the expulsion of the talisman's energy from his body. He felt long-lost pain, weakness, hunger, and fatigue as he sat upright on the floating platform, feeling death slowly consume him, yet a smile adorned his face. Because he could finally rest. The end. Celebrate.